While other celestial emperors returned to Earth to boast, you directly split the Earth with a punch, and then feeling it wasn't thrilling enough, you immediately reverse time to restore the Earth. It turns out you were originally a college student, but after stepping into the school with your left foot, you accidentally crossed over to the Honghuang world. After that, you went on a rampage, becoming the #1 celestial emperor in Honghuang in just 100,000 years. Finally, you broke through the space barrier and returned to the blue star. With your thoughts collected, your eyes are filled with endless longing and anticipation. You have finally returned. 100,000 years. Have Mom, Dad, and my younger siblings been waiting for me? However, according to the typical trope of time travelers, at most only 10 or 8 years should have passed in the original world. Even if 100,000 years really did pass, if my parents are no longer here, I can still go to the underworld of this world to find them. As this thought crossed your mind, a white stream of air suddenly streaked across the sky. People on the streets below looked up at the scene in the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "Look, it's an airplane. It must be a fighter jet. I wonder if it's a J7 or a J8. Nonsense. That's definitely a missile. Only a missile can be that fast." You ignored their shock and instead looked at the city below. Sighing, it seems that the time on the blue star hasn't changed much. Everything is still the same. Seeing this, you finally felt relieved because after a little calculation, it turned out that only 5 years had passed since you left the blue star. Just as you descended to an altitude of 500 meters, a wave of spiritual energy unexpectedly emanated from the park below. This feeling, could it be from a cultivator? You couldn't help but look over. But no, this was different from the power of cultivation. It was a more pure and primal force. You suddenly became interested, originally thinking that the spiritual energy on Earth was thin, and that it would be the limit to have a champion who could punch with a force of 2,000 pounds. Unexpectedly, there were still unforeseen powers. At this moment, there were 7 people in the park below. On one side, there was an elderly man nearing 90, a girl around 18 or 19, and 4 bodyguards in suits, while on the opposite side stood a 2-meter-tall muscular man. However, at this moment, the head bodyguard had blood on his left hand, clearly injured. He is very strong. I am not his opponent. This person is a master of internal energy, and at least has reached the peak of internal energy, possessing the power to split stone and sever gold. Not to be underestimated. You all step aside. Let me deal with him. The elderly man, Zhou Weigua, had not finished speaking when he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his already pale face turned even whiter. What's wrong, Grandpa? Don't scare me. We won't fight him. We'll call the police to catch him. I don't believe that even the security team can't handle him. The girl, Zhou Ziwei, anxiously cried as she supported Zhou Weigua, and she was about to take out her phone to call the police. Silly child. It's useless. Do you know what it means to be a master of internal energy at its peak? It means invulnerable to knives and guns. Even small caliber bullets can't harm him. Speaking of which, there is despair in his eyes. Watian Zoe, our grievances should come to an end. The only one you want to kill is me. If I lose, you can take my life. No need to trouble my granddaughter. Hearing this, Watian Zoe gave a charming smile, looking up and down at Zhou Ziwei. Old man, I told you back then that I would definitely take revenge for that nice humiliation. It doesn't matter what you say today, I will kill you and wipe out your entire family, leaving not a single one alive. You are seeking death. Zhou Weigua stopped talking nonsense and charged directly at him. The 2 fists collided, one large and one small, and the absolute difference in strength was evident. Zhou Weigua was suddenly knocked back more than 10 steps, his eyes filled with shock. He knew that the internal energy was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Old man, you are getting old. Watian Zoe sneered. In your great Xia's words, a wise person knows when to yield. If you are willing to be my dog and do my bidding, and marry your granddaughter to me, I might consider sparing your Zhou family, and your granddaughter can live. Before Guotian Zoe finished speaking, he was met with a mouthful of spit. You are seeking death. Your entire Zhou family will suffer a tragic death because of you. Saying this, he prepared to kill the 2 of them with force. But at that moment, a strange scene occurred. Guotian Zoe found that he couldn't kill the 2 no matter how hard he tried to squeeze. What's going on? Why can't I move them? What exactly happened? Are these 2 not human, unable to be killed? Just then, a bright and intimidating voice rang out. As soon as the voice sounded, Guotian Zoe was sent flying, his face filled with shock. Who are you? Guotian Zoe kept sizing you up, feeling fear from the bottom of his heart. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. Even his master seemed unable to bring him this kind of pressure. A master, definitely a master. With this thought, Gue Tianzui became cautious. Even his arrogance was restrained. I am Gue Tianzui. May I ask your esteemed name? It seems we have no grievances or enmities. Upon hearing this, you slowly opened your eyes, and golden light immediately overflowed from your gaze. Insulting my great Xia. As soon as the words fell, Gui Tianzui instantly exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. It was too sudden, this person's strength was simply against the heavens. After a moment of shock, Zhou Weiguo finally reacted and bowed, saying, I am Zhou Weiguo, paying my respects to the master. In his view, only a master could kill with a mere breath, so he concluded that you were a generation's master. Such a young master must be befriended, and there could be no slackness. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Zhou Ziwei, Zhang Ping, paying respects to the master. They also bowed in the same manner upon witnessing this. Hearing this, you did not explain but waved your hand, and 6 pills appeared in your palm. Take this pill, and your injuries will all be healed. Thank you, master. The 6 people were not polite and directly swallowed the pills. Soon, a surge of energy flowed into their limbs and bones, and in an instant, the shattered bones and torn meridians were all restored. Even their vitality was somewhat replenished. Immortal pills, this is truly an immortal pill. Zhou Weiguo was extremely excited. He had never seen such an effective pill. Calling it an immortal pill was not an exaggeration. Zhou Ziwei was equally excited. With such an outstanding man in this kind of immortal pill, what exactly is your identity? Could it be the chief disciple of a hidden great sect? Just then, a transport helicopter descended from the sky. When Zhou Weiguo saw that it was his people arriving, he prepared to invite you along. But when he turned around, you had already vanished without a trace. You did not pay attention to the small episode that just happened, but relied on your memory to arrive at your doorstep. At this moment, the house was in ruins, with a large demolished sign on it, and in front of the house, a man holding a urn and burning paper was none other than your long-missed father, Yi Hongyun. Seeing your father, there was endless longing in your eyes. Even if you were under immense pressure from a supreme world, you were still a son. How could you not feel joy mixed with heartache and anger when you saw your father's white hair, aged and helpless face filled with grief? In this vast and chaotic universe, anyone who dares to deceive their own kin shall be cast into the Avicii hell. Just as you were about to step forward to acknowledge them, a disgusting shout suddenly came from behind. Who are you? Hurry up and leave. This is none of your business. If you don't leave, I'll break your legs. Accompanied by the roar of an excavator, dozens of people came over brandishing knives and clubs. Seeing this, you wanted to kill them all, but at that moment, Yi Hongyun kindly reminded you, young man, you should leave quickly. They are all here for me. You will get beaten if you stay here. Clearly, he no longer recognized you based on your current appearance and demeanor. The old man is quite stubborn. Even now he is still considering others. You can't even protect yourself today, and you're still here looking for death. Before the person could finish speaking, their words and actions suddenly came to a halt, followed by a head rolling to the ground. The formless soul has not yet dissipated, but has already been cast into the hell you created, suffering endless torment, and you have never looked back, nor made any move from beginning to end. Such a bizarre scene made everyone present feel their scalp tingle and tremble. You clearly did not turn your head or make any move, but who exactly killed him at the scene? Could it be that ghosts appeared in broad daylight? Yi Hongyun was also extremely shocked, completely stunned. As an ordinary person, he had never seen such a scene. Someone has been killed. Don't act recklessly. Catch him. A group of people, regaining their senses, gathered their courage and rushed forward. Seeing this situation, you remained expressionless, merely a group of ignorant ants. No matter how many you kill, you would feel no impact. However, having killed someone in front of your father, to prevent him from being unable to accept your cruel method of killing, with a wave of your hand, you directly cast a physical and spiritual curse on them. In an instant, that group of people cried out in anguish and pain as they helped each other leave, but they did not know that such physical pain would be like suffering from high doses of nuclear radiation. First the destruction of the body, then suppuration, swelling, and decay, and finally the soul until death. At that time, they would only feel that death might be a kind of liberation. At this moment, Yi Hongyun was still stunned in place. Although he had occasionally heard that some people's powers in this world were beyond imagination, there had never been any real reports on television, as if suppressed by some mysterious force, making it impossible for ordinary people to come into contact with it. Today, he believed it. There really are superpowered individuals. Are you a superpowered person? Yi Hongyun asked in surprise, not feeling too scared after all. Since you seem to be helping him, don't you remember me? You did not answer the father's question but directly acknowledged your identity. Who are you? Yi Hongyun was very confused upon hearing this. There was no way out, so you had to recount what happened to the family in the past. Only then did Yi Hongyun believe it, tears streaming down his face. It really is you. Son, where have you been all these years? Your mother and I thought you were dead, but you finally came back. Yi Hongyun's eyes were red, holding you tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes. After a while, you take a deep breath and pat your father's back. Is mom in this urn? This is your mom. Your mom is dead. She has died. Yi Hongyun looks at the urn, crying with a face full of grief and anger, filled with endless hatred and rage. Seeing this scene, you skip asking your father about the details and directly calculate the heavenly secrets. Suddenly, the appearance of everyone related to this matter appears in your mind. Is it the Yi family? Hearing this, Yi Hongyun is greatly shocked. How do you know? Son, you must not act impulsively. The Yi family is large and powerful, and it is said that the Yi family also has superpowered individuals, and even worships martial artists. They are not something we can deal with. Yi Chen nodded his head. He naturally deduced that the Yi family had superpowers as well as martial artists, and even had everything under control. The most important information in it made even Yi Chen feel a bit surprised. Yi Chen's father, Yi Hongyun, was surprisingly the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi clan group. But although it is the eldest son, but not loved by his father, in order to reduce the division of assets with siblings at every turn, which came to the city of Jianglan to be an ordinary person and Yi Chen mother to get married and have children. Originally thought that you can live out your life in peace. I did not expect that the Yi family would still want to drive to the end of the world, to do this to her mother, and even forced Yi Hongyun to the end of the road without leaving any room for maneuver. Since they're being desperate, it's not my fault. A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Only in the smile there was endless cruelty. Dare to kill your mother. Even if they are relatives, they can be chopped off with a sword, skinned and lynched to death, leaving no one behind. Chapter 6. Who can stop me when I'm unscrupulous? Dad, would you be afraid to see dead people? Yi Chen looked at Yi Hongyun, being looked at by this kind of eyes. Yi Hongyun, who was a father, actually suddenly had a strong sense of security, because Yi Chen's killing aura wasn't directed at him. It was natural to feel safe under a strong strength. Fear not, your mother is dead, and your brother and sister have lost the news. What have I to fear nowadays? Yi Hongyun said. Good, then let's go to the Yi family. Whoever dares to touch my mom, no matter who it is I'm going to kill, not one of them will be left behind, and kill them all, even if they are close relatives. As Yi Chen said this, his breath blossomed vertically, directly sweeping 10 kilometers in a circle, causing a 10-stage typhoon. Between the winds, it had a considerable impact on the entire downtown area. Only Yi Hongyun and that house were not affected by it under his deliberate manipulation. Son, you're really a supernatural, the legendary and incredibly powerful supernatural? Yi Hongyun was excited. If he had been just guessing before, he was now pretty sure that his son was the superpowered one, and a very strong one at that. The legend was indeed not false. There really existed some extremely special people in this world, and his own son happens to be. No, Dad, I'm stronger than a superpower. How can I put it? You can understand it this way. Snapping my fingers to destroy the stars and the universe at my fingertips are all just a thought from me. In short, you can understand that on this planet we live on, there is no one who is my opponent, much less a threat to me, Yi Chen said. At this moment it was as if the height of his entire person had been so great that he was holding the great universe in his hands and flicking his fingers to destroy the boundless loftiness of galaxies. At this moment Yi Hongyun couldn't say that he didn't believe it. He could only say that what Yi Chen said was too exaggerated, and he had completely failed to brainstorm what kind of strength Yi Chen possessed. Destroy the planet, invincible blue star, no one to threaten, and no one would dare to act like that in a sci-fi movie. But all in all it was right that his son was powerful. As for how powerful, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard for him to visualize it. Dad, you have to understand now that when the power is so strong that it is unrivaled, you can step outside the rules to make rules and control the destiny of the world. Everything is invulnerable to absolute power. For example, the great nations are in strife with the small. The strong control their destiny, and the weak fawn for survival. From now on, no one will be able to touch you for a second, and you won't need to bow your head to anyone you see on the blue planet. They're all just ants. I have projected that my mom is in a very special state, in the middle of hell, but not in trouble. Find a time to go to hell and resurrect mom. And by the way, let's see if mom has suffered any hint of wrongdoing. If she has, there's no need for hell to exist. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Hongyun only felt a chill on his back. The words were completely beyond his knowledge of the world. He no longer knew what kind of existence his son was and what heights he had reached, and was completely brain-dead, because he was an ordinary person after all. He didn't have much of a concept of ordinary martial artists, let alone this level. As for the younger siblings, they're all right even though they've disappeared. I've already connected their fate lines to me. If something goes wrong, I can sense it in an instant and instantly move over. Yi Chen only wanted to reassure his father by saying all this. There was nothing in this universe of heaven and earth that he could not project. Everything is achievable if he wants it to be. I'm so relieved you said that. They're both better than anything as long as they're okay. So are we buying plane tickets now to go to Winzhou to find the Yi family? Yi Hongyun asked uncertainly. No need. Where do I need any airplane tickets? It's such a short distance. A wink is enough. Yi Chen pulled Yi Hongyun as he spoke and had already instantaneously traveled to the CBD, the downtown business district of the Ghost City, dozens of kilometers away. This is the economic center of the entire Ghost Province, with over 20 listed companies headquartered here. One of the subsidiaries of the Yi Group, Ghost Jianchun Group Company, Ltd., is independently owned a 48-floor super high-rise office building here. The main product of Ghost Jianchun Group Company, Ltd., is the soy sauce-type liquor, named Ghost Jianchun, because of its decades of brewing foundation, coupled with the recent high market value of liquor market value. So the market value was once as high as 50 billion, is one of the pillars of the entire economy of your city. Yi Chen appeared at the entrance of the Ghost Jianchun Group's headquarters building in coordination with his father. Arriving in just the blink of an eye is extremely fantastically unrealistic. Even if Yi Hongyun has some psychological preparation, was stunned. Looked up at the group building for a long time, cannot be calm. Son, it's like I already kind of believe what you're saying. Looking at Yi Hongyun's dumbfounded and even beginning to doubt life's reaction, Yi Chen smiled faintly. Old people have to get used to it. After all, it's damn exciting to have your son disappear for 5 years and suddenly become a superstar. Let's go. The destruction starts here. The two stepped away. There is a swipe card inside the gate to verify your identity before you can enter. A few security guards looked at Yi Chen dressed in ancient clothes and Yi Hongyun was in ordinary attire. It looked like the kind of small netizen who shot short videos and punched the clock to try to become famous. Their faces could not help but show a hint of mockery. A burly one then took 2 steps forward and said, "Scram, scram, who allowed you to come in? Don't know that people in strange clothes are not allowed to enter here. If you don't leave again, don't blame me for not being polite." Yi Hongyun frowned slightly. Anyone who heard this was going to be furious, but sensibly he still felt that his son would be fine to handle it. "You're welcome." Yi Chen's footsteps did not stop, and between brushing shoulders, he whisked his sleeve and slapped it lightly. It seemed to move so slowly that it seemed like a 3-year-old could have dodged it, but there is a strong suction force that makes it impossible to dodge, accompanied by a monstrous force as unstoppable as the mountains and seas. Boo! As if being hit by a high-speed train traveling at 400 kilometers per hour, the security guard's entire head exploded, splattering the entire hall on the first floor everywhere, and that force still went on unabated, blowing out the wall directly in front of it, continuously punching through a dozen walls along the road before finally coming to a stop. More than 4 buildings were damaged. Such power is terrifying. This was Yi Chen, just slightly striking out, and it was already the limit of everyone's imagination. Ah! Screams rang out across the room, and many people reacted by fleeing desperately out of the room. Yi Chen stepped with his left foot. Thud! After the mild shock, all the electronic cameras were scrapped, and it was difficult to get photos or video of everything here out. As for the people who saw this scene, Yi Chen did not intend to delete their memories and let them leave. Anyone who has nothing to do with this can leave. Everything is under control. As for the security guard, dare to speak out of turn has already taken the way of death. Did not destroy his 10 tribes is already merciful and generous. Gulp! Yi Hongyun swallowed hard, still stunned by Yi Chen's strike. This kind of killing is really hard to accept easily. If it wasn't his own son, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it that powerfully. Dad, let's go inside. The lobby people ran out and the two entered the elevator. Meanwhile, people outside the building called the city guard by phone one after the other. That was the security force for the entire city, with the latest weapons, enough to deal with martial artists or superpowers in case of an emergency. A place in the southwestern part of your city where there were no high-rise buildings in a square kilometer. This was the location of the headquarters of the General Security Office. Upon receiving the call, the guard brass erupted in fury. A man carrying 3 stars on his shoulder. The chief of the entire city guard said, in broad daylight under a clear sky, there are actually people who dare to kill people, and it is at the entrance of the headquarters of the Ghost Jianchun Group. The impact of how bad it is highly likely that the target this time will be a supernatural, or even a martial artist, but whichever it is, you must be resolute in accomplishing your mission. Teams 1, 2, and 3 set out. Teams 7 and 8 follow the perimeter guard, and all of Team 4, 5, and 6 are on the move. I want you to resolve this as quickly as possible to minimize the impact, or all of you will wait for disciplinary action. After the chief of guards finished speaking, the crowd was in a heavy mood. I don't know which goddamned one dared to commit murder in that kind of place. It was simply looking for death. After meeting and discussing the end of the fastest speed to send out the guards, and even draw from it 4, 5, 6, 3 special power squad, as a way to ensure the absolute success of the mission, over 20 bulletproof SUVs barreled toward their destination. And by this time, Yi Chen and his duo had also arrived on the 2nd floor. This is the floor where the sales department is located. The entire sales department was in chaos, running towards the floor. This building's soundproof effect is good. But no matter, here is the second floor. Found a little movement can still feel. Noticed something wrong, hurriedly slipped. Not long, people are gone. Yi Chen went directly towards the sales director's absolutely soundproofed office. Pushing the door open, the director of sales was obviously still unaware of what was going on outside and was selling a poker game with his secretary at his desk, oblivious to the presence of two spectators. To be honest, Yi Chen had never been as embarrassed as he was right now since he was a child. Even if he had gone through 100,000 years, he had never had this experience of watching with his father, and it was more or less embarrassing. Yi Hongyun even blocked his eyes with his hand, his fingers showing slits. 3 minutes later. Baby, go get my papers for me. Good badass. Ah. Turning back to see Yi Chen, father and son could not help but run out with a shocked scream and a blushing face. You guys, when did you get in here? What department? Who told you to come in here? Get the hell out of here. Yi Fan, the sales director, treated them as if they were new employees reporting for work and directly roared. The eyes even showed a thick flash of viciousness. Since it was seen by these two, it could not be kept, lest it would spread the word about itself, or even leave a handle to be threatened later to affect the company's reputation. Chapter 7, One Bite, One Relative, One Cut, One Cousin. Yi Fan, Yi family sideline, but was given Yi sex by the Yi family because of his outstanding sales ability. Killed 5 fresh graduate female college students who didn't from you, and also broke and harmed one of them who had a disabled mother in bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Fan, as a Yi family member, you deserve to die. Yi Chen downplayed the situation, but the corners of his mouth revealed a cruel smile. In the face of this kind of utter scum, Yi Chen had always been happy to make his life worse than death. Hearing what Yi Chen said, even Yi Hongyun was filled with anger, unable to resist the urge to kill. What kind of person could do something so outrageous that death by 1,000 cuts would not be too much? Who the hell are you guys? What do you want? Say it. How much do you want to give me the video? We're all smart people, don't have to beat around the bush. I can afford to pay any amount of money. Yi Fan's brows were furrowed. What Yi Chen said did make his back go cold because it was all true. Since this was the case, then Yi Chen must have a video of what he had done. And now that he was here, he was just here to ask for hush money. He's seen a lot of people like this, a mouthful of benevolence and morality, but it's just profiteering for himself, no different from himself. Well, say, how much? Yi Fan resumed his chair, pulled out a cigar and lit it, looking at Yi Chen, regaining his composure. Deep in his eyes he looked at the two of them as paparazzi inferiors. Dad, what do you think? Yi Chen looked towards Yi Hongyun. He took his father with him so that he could realize this feeling. That way, if he went on a killing spree against the Yi family afterward, his father would be mentally prepared to accept it. The ancient death by lynching should not be abolished. It should be used on people like this. It's just damned. Damned. Yi Hongyun was so angry that his teeth itched and his fists clenched tightly. If he didn't have the strength, he really wanted to personally beat this bastard to death alive, even if the person was more or less related to him. Well, since Dad says so, I'll grant him a lingering death, Yi Chen calmly said. From the beginning to the end did not take Yi Fan as a person. A mole cricket is not enough to worry about. As he spoke, Yi Chen looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's smoking action came to an abrupt end. The whole person, in addition to the mouth of other places, cannot move. Not only that, even spit out the smoke floating in the air also prohibited immobility. Why? What's going on? Why can't I move? Somebody! Somebody! Yi Fan yelled loudly, but to no avail. There was no movement at all outside. Just let me go. What do you really want? I'll give you whatever you want. Money and status is not a problem as long as I have it. Yi Fan's gaze trembled as he began to panic. The Yi family was a large family, already belonging to the ranks of the gentry, and knew quite a lot about forces beyond the imagination of this world. For example, there are 2 very powerful martial arts bodyguards beside his father, and he has seen them strike, flying flowers and picking leaves to kill people invisibly, and the force of 10,000 pounds is easy to pull, and it is difficult for ordinary people to reach the existence of. And Yi Chen's ability to control people invisibly clearly belonged to another type of superpower. Noisy. Yi Chen's gaze rippled as the door closed with a bang. The book on the table shed a page and scattered into several long strips, and then like a knife suspended around Yi Fan. Although it was only paper, it exuded a biting cold light. Yi Chen walked towards the window and looked at the scenery outside, and the long strips began to be cut over and over again. Ah, you can't do this to me. I'm from the Yi family. My father won't let you go. Your whole family will have to be buried with you. No, spare me, spare me, spare me. I'm wrong, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Big brother, spare me. Ah, miserable cries rose and fell, and there was no one outside who could hear it. Seeing the situation, even Yi Hongyun couldn't help but feel scared inside. That's what he said, but he's never experienced anything like this. Can he not be scared when he sees it? This is the contemporary world. and on the surface it's still harmonious and equal. Yi Chen's lingering death was not the ancient introduction of more than 3,600 knives, but his own original 36,000 knives, specially prepared for this kind of scum. Dad, let's go upstairs. Yi Chen and Yi Hongyun went out, the door closed, and only when it was opened again would anyone know what had happened here. The next liquidation of individual personnel accelerated. The minimum is death by lynching. What cousin uncle's son, third cousin aunt's daughter. Yi Chen kills without any softness. These juniors are here to gild the lily. And with the sky being so high, they have done a lot of wrongdoing. Yi Chen is not a saintly mother who wants to control the injustice of the world, but once he knows about it, he won't just sit back and do nothing. Lynching is already a quick death. Soul burning, that's what endless torment and great terror is. Up to the top. This is the core power center of the entire Ghost Jianxun company, where all the group's top executives are gathered for a meeting. Here outside the building around the glass curtain wall all made of high-strength bulletproof glass, coupled with high-tech soundproof sticky film. The outside sound simply cannot come in. The shareholders' meeting is being held here, which looks like a meeting but is just for fun, and each shareholder is accompanied by 3 handsome girls, which makes the scene explosive. And by this point, Yi Hongyun's inner tolerance was already slowly improving, although Yi Chen had decimated his old cousin along the way, but at least it wasn't the part that was closest to his heart. Arriving at the entrance of the conference room, Yi Chen pointed his finger. Bang! The entire thickness of 10 centimeters of titanium alloy door was directly lifted out, smashed the glass facade in the distant sky without seeing its end. 8,000 kilometers away, 6-star Admiral Rock Arthur, the commander of the Taihyo fleet, was originally inspecting the carrier fleet training. The exclamation of the ship's pilots came over the satellite call. OMG. God, this is unbelievable. There's a door flying faster than me. And yes, I'm sure it's a door. The command room was silent, and 6-star Admiral Rock Arthur was dumbfounded. The pilot was flying the latest shipboard aircraft test. That's a super fighter with a speed of up to Mach 8 per hour. And he was overtaken by a door? I think you got caught in a door. Asshole, don't talk. Sir, I'm not kidding. It's really a door. There's video on board. Look at the video replay. Humph. If not, let's see what I'll do to you. So after the video replay, the many officers in the command room with generals on their shoulders were in deep thought. All of this is nothing more than a hiccup. The door was destroyed. The people inside were naturally in chaos. Whoosh! Only 4 bodyguards hidden in the shadows appeared to block in front of Yi Chen. Surprisingly, all of them were inner strength minor achievement. Where did the kid come from to dare to spread his wildness here? Boo! Only to see that the person in the lead had already been instantly shot in the head before he finished speaking. Such a scene was defensible. You, and you. Everyone else can leave and get out. Yi Chen said. Yes, we roll. The crowd had never seen this kind of scene, and when they saw that they hadn't been nailed, they didn't even bother to lift their pants and ran straight away. Cousin and uncle, how are you? Remember me? Yi Chen sat down calmly. The 5 were confused. They had seen handsome ones, but they had definitely never seen one as handsome as Yi Chen. It's impossible to have no impression at all. It's true that you don't recognize it. However, Yi Chen actually addressed them in such a way, and then looking at the familiar face of Yi Hongyun, they seemed to know what was going on. You're Yi Chen? Yi Chen's cousin said. Remember me? Not bad. You can die comfortably later. Yi Chen said without the slightest bit of emotion. Cousin, although I don't know what happened, but I'm your cousin. The relationship between this is still blood is thicker than water. You can't kill me. We don't have any enmity at all. Cousin Yi Chen begged for mercy. Since you dare to participate in the demolition matters and don't give my father a chance to live, then all of them have a way to take their deaths. Mole crickets don't deserve to live. End of small talk. Yi Chen didn't give them a chance to continue explaining. Slapping an old cousin and subsequently suppressing the soul in the 9 hells in the small world he created, torturing them for 100,000 years would naturally cause them to die. At this point, the entire Ghost Jianxun, anyone related to demolition matters were trying to persecute his family, all killed. The whole building was filled with blood. If it wasn't for the mental capacity, I'm afraid the coroner would have to spit out the bile. Chapter 8 Immortal Cultivator vs Superpower vs Martial Artist. Tatsuya. Yi Hongyun looked at this familiar and unfamiliar son, could not help but feel a slight disconnect. Is this still his own precious good son? Dad, after 10,000 years in the flood, what I've experienced is billions of times better. The survival of the fittest and the strongest are honored. You have to get used to this kind of scene. Dad, don't worry, there is a favor to me 10 times to return. There is a grudge to me 10,000 times to repay. Enmity is clear in my heart. Well, Dad, sure you know what to do. The duo left and just strutted out the front door. Don't move and put your hands up. Almost instantly, The 7.62mm automatic rifles of all the members of the guards on the dozen explosion-proof SUVs at the entrance were already aimed at Yi Chen and his duo, ready to fire at any time. Faced with dozens of 7.62mm automatic rifles, even a peak inner strength martial artist would have to tie his hands. After all, the ability to physically carry an automatic rifle hard was not yet available under the sovereign. Even if they were fast, it would be hard to avoid dozens of professional guardsmen shooting at them. Only a grandmaster-level expert could ignore the power of normal hot weapons to kill against a hail of bullets. And in their opinion, Yi Chen was clearly not a patriarch, because it was impossible for a patriarch to be so young. There were no patriarchs under the age of 30 in the dossier in the guards database. This, Tatsuer, what should we do? Yi Hongyun could not help but worry. He had seen Yi Chen's methods before, but this was, after all, dozens of hot weapons, and maybe there were high-precision snipers in the distance. The reason why martial artists and superpowers are hardly in the public eye in the modern world, it's because of the suppression of the emergence of hot weapons. As the saying goes, even the best kung fu is afraid of a chopper, and even the toughest body is knocked down by a single shot. 7.62 isn't enough, so 9.8, 15.6, 20, 30 and so on. There comes a time when you can't resist. Officials generally don't make a move, and that's because it hasn't hit their bottom line yet. But once someone doesn't play by the rules, the power of hot weapons will be visible. I say again, hands up or be shot on the spot. A sharp-eyed and arrogant high-ranking guard officer with a megaphone said, as if Yi Chen should listen to him. He was the superior. Along with the words, all the guards were loading their weapons and aiming their infrared rays at Yi Chen and Yi Hongyun. But strangely enough, when the infrared rays fell on Yi Chen, they all disappeared strangely, as if the light would be naturally swallowed up by a black hole. Roll. Yi Chen still looked at them coldly. See the situation. Shoot them on the spot. The high officer of the guards' gaze was cruel in a high voice. Boom boom boom. Bullets poured in like rain. In the face of this kind of firepower, it would indeed take a lot of effort for the patriarch to come. Unfortunately, they were facing Yi Chen. Bullets count for nothing. Even if a 450mm naval gun opens wide in your face, it's irrelevant. The bullet stayed 5 meters in front of his body and stood still as the kinetic energy disappeared. Such a bizarre scene caused all the guardsmen who had finished shooting a clip to freeze in place, even forgetting to change their clips, looking for death. As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, all the bullets were reversed. Accompanied by a burst of miserable screams. All of the guards all had eggs in their limbs and fell to the ground twitching and wailing, unable to move. Next time, death. Yi Chen knew that they were just following orders, and a small punishment would suffice. As for the commander, with one step, Yi Chen had instantly moved in front of him. The commander at this moment had long since been scared out of his wits. Patriarch? You're a half-step patriarch? In his perception, only a patriarch could carry bullets hard and ignore normal hot weapons. After all, a zongsher could manage to gather chi into a shield and block bullets with ease. But Yi Chen was too young after all, and such a young patriarch had never appeared before. Then Yi Chen must be a half-step grandmaster, because with 1 foot and the clansman can also stop bullets. Yi Chen picked him up with one hand around his neck. You, let go of me. What do you want? I'm warning you, I'm a 3-star guard officer. If I die, there's no way to end this. And also my father is the governor of the Ghost Province. Even if you're a half-step zongsher, you and all your family members are going to die because of the decisions you've made. Facing his threat, Yi Chen put it down. Just as the corners of the commander's mouth rose and everyone thought that Yi Chen was afraid. Yi Chen slapped. Boo! After the crisp sound, the commander's head moved, and his body spun several hundred times in midair before it even hit the ground, and the loud sound of it hitting the ground made everyone's heart sink. It's just so overbearing, killing people at the drop of a hat. Even though the commander threw out his 3-star security officer and the fact that his father was the governor of the Ghost Province, he was brutally murdered. It was simply lawless. It's over. The sky is falling. The 2-star guard officer's deputy commander's heart thumped. The governor's own son, or the only son, who dared to touch the eyebrows of tens of millions of people in the entire Ghost Province under this layer of identity. I didn't expect to be killed by Yi Chen just like that, without a care in the world, just like slapping a mosquito to death. As the deputy commander, he could not be blamed, even for his position. It was a luxury to even hope to survive, and the governor was not a man of mercy. Sitting down on the ground with a thud without caring about the pain in his limbs, he shouted, "Special squad, kill him for me." Yes. Almost at the same time 9 people strung out of the SUV's blast-proof car, dressed in uniform shiny black battle armor that fit their bodies perfectly, each of them exuding an uncommon aura, and they were the very core of the Ghost City Guard's power. 8 inner strength minor achievers, and 1 superpower. Under the special coordination of years of training, they could even fight against inner strength De Chang, just because they were there. In many cases, they could easily solve the problem of martial artists causing trouble in the city. Of course, such strength was naturally not enough to fight against a half-step sovereign, but they had a backup. 2 snipers hidden in the distance. $500,000 for a high-precision sniper 12.8mm bullet. Even an elephant can be shot right through. In conjunction with the 9 experts, even peak inner strength martial artists, they once had a record of killing them. Buzz. Only to see that the female supernatural powerhouse with a rather sultry face raise her hands to the sky and then press downward. A cage made of red energy gathered in the air enveloped Yi Chen, directly covering him. The distorted air around them could tell that this cage had a super high temperature, and it had an extremely strong restricting ability on martial artists below the level of a zongshi. The other 8 martial artists did not stay idle, pulling out an instantly lengthening spear from their backs, crafted from titanium alloy, with the sharp parts being the same material as the armor-piercing bullets. Specializing in breaking armor, 8 people threw it in 8 directions together, and its power could not be underestimated. However, when they were about to land on Yi Chen and Yi Hongyun, they were all confined in the air, unable to take another step forward no matter what. The 8 people were shocked in their hearts, but they reacted quickly, only to see them running forward with their strength, then spinning in the air and kicking out. The battle armor was also made of titanium alloy, not to mention the thicker soles, so the force kicked at the spear, giving it strong kinetic energy. At the same time, the distant sniper aimed at Yi Chen's head, left and right clamping one to directly burst the head. Yi Chen left to worry about naturally will be seriously injured or even killed. Tatsuya. Yi Hongyun was shocked. How could he not understand such a situation, even though he was also trapped in a cage? But he had put his life on the line a long time ago, and he was more worried about his son's well-being. Chapter 9, Kill in Seconds. Can't be messed with. Seek death. Yi Chen's left foot slightly stepped, just a slight step. Boom! The earth below violently collapsed 5 meters downward. The earth trembled, a radius of 500 meters or strong vibration. Strong shockwave as the 8 people will be shocked in the air flying backwards at the same time spitting blood. Not only that, the spear also exploded out in the opposite direction directly nailing the 8 people to the car and the wall, each of them piercing through the chest, dead beyond repair. Yi Chen and Yi Hongyun stood in the pit in the air, and Yi Chen was like a god of war. With a casual gesture, 3 bullets fell into his hand and he flexed his fingers. Boom boom boom. 2 sounds in the distance. 2 snipers were shot in the head. The deputy commander was also killed by it. Straight to the head. Wait for it. 2 stars for the 2-star guard officer shoulder patch. After doing this, Yi Chen took his father and instantly disappeared. Along with his instantaneous disappearance, the powerful energy that was slightly emitted directly shattered all the glass curtain walls of the entire building. If the foundation wasn't still made of conscientious materials, it would have caved in by now. The scene was a mess, and there was a lot of wailing. The commander and deputy commander, as well as the special squad and elite snipers, were all killed in action. The rest of the people or even one by one limbs were penetrated by bullets. Without a half a year will not be well. Yi Chen could be said to have destroyed the entire elite force of the Ghost City Guard by himself. But this all seemed to Yi Chen to be nothing more than a hiccup that was not enough to be remembered and instantly forgotten. How can you remember when you kill a mole? Ants should be aware of ants. And naturally, the events here were quickly known by the Ghost City Guard's general mansion side. The 6-star guard chief burst into a rage. He didn't expect to send out such a lineup, but he still suffered a great defeat, and even lost so many elites, even including the governor's own son. Things have gotten out of hand. Coming to the scene and seeing the mess all over the place, the deep pit that was 5 meters deep and 15 meters in diameter, as well as the entire building with broken glass and even slightly tilted. The 6-star guard chief was shocked in his heart, and there were a few moments of trepidation on his face. Rumor has it that a patriarch's blood flows for 1,000 miles in a single fit of rage, and that he can defeat 1,000 armies. Could it be that that Yi clan brat is a patriarch? This is troublesome. If it's a zongshi level martial artist expert, it's definitely not something we can deal with. The 6-star guard chief made a mistake. Yi Chen's power could be imagined from the remains of the battle at the scene as well as the descriptions of those who survived. Even he, the world-weary 6-star guard chief, was in a cold sweat with panic in his heart. Patriarch? That's a high and mighty patriarch. Rumor had it that all the sect masters in the entire Ghost City could be counted on one hand, and every one of them was a famous big shot. Even he, the 6-star guard chief, would never dare to offend. I didn't think he'd come across it today. What now? The head guard panicked and couldn't decide what to do, and looked to the 5-star deputy head guard. Guard captains are categorized as 4 to 6 stars, and guard officers are 1 to 3 stars. Guard generals, on the other hand, are 7 to 9 stars, with the highest guard marshal above them. The deputy chief of guards furrowed his brow and allowed himself to force himself to calm down, thinking extremely fast. A moment later cautiously, the matter is likely to involve a patriarch-level expert. The status of an expert of this level is extraordinary. It's not for us to get involved. We can only report this matter to the 9-star Guards General beforehand, and let him make a decision. As for the death of the Guard Governor's only son, it's better for the Guard General to speak, or we're sure to suffer. Hearing him say that, the head guard nodded heavily. That's it then. Report it up quickly and post a backup of the video taken as well. Yes, I'm on it. Zhou Tianxiang, the 9-star Guard General in the 5th floor office of the Ghost Province General Guard Building, was on the phone with his father. After he learned that his father was almost assassinated and killed, the whole person stood up with excitement. The phone almost crushed, but when he heard that fortunately there is a noble person to help him, then he was relieved. Father, how old is that patriarch and what does he look like? I'll go and find out. I'll definitely find out about this savior and thank him in person, Zhou Tianxiang said with some excitement. What a patriarch meant. As a 9-star Guard General, he knew better than anyone else. Even in his position, he had to be courteous when facing a patriarchal figure, because the patriarch cannot be insulted. This is a saying that has been passed down in the martial arts. The power of a patriarch could only be known as terrifying when one actually went to face it. Even if his Zhou family was large and powerful, he wouldn't dare to mess with a patriarch so easily. It's easy for others to kill you, and it's only a matter of a few moments of tea to slaughter your entire family. Zhong Master can only be resisted by a Zhong Master. And unless you have a Zhong Master with you all the time for close protection, you will have to be on your toes every day. If he, Zhou Tianxiang, can take this opportunity to make a good relationship with a patriarch, then he will be further along in his career path, and the Zhou family will also have a solid backer, both civil and military, is really all together. No, Tianchang, I'm warning you, don't ever investigate this patriarch lord. This kind of status character can't be perceived by common sense. If you provoke him, the loss will not be worth it. Do you hear me? Yes, father. Tianchang, you shouldn't be anxious either. According to what the patriarch lord said at that time, I've been able to basically determine that he is the ghost provincial. Is it actually is the ghost province people? Ha, that can really be close to the water tower. First get the moon. I did not expect my ghost province has such a strong martial arts. That the father of the patriarch in the end, how big? What face? If you meet me, also good to screen at a glance. He is immaculately dressed in ancient attire. He is about 1.85 meters in height, with sword eyebrows and hard eyes. He is the most handsome person father has ever seen. By the way, he is only about 20 this year, extremely young, and can be said to be a generation of martial arts legend. I have never seen such a demonic person. What? 20 years old? So young? How is this possible? Zhou Tianxiang was shocked, incomparably shocked. A 20-year-old patriarch? What kind of concept is that? 30-year-old Zhong sure he had heard of. The one in the capital city was the youngest major general ever. He became a sovereign when he had just turned 30, and it was in that year that he traveled alone to an enemy country and killed a lieutenant general and 2 colonels as well as thousands of troops of sovereign Dekiro Chang'in. But even then, Dekiro Chang'in only became a generation master when he reached the age of 30, and for his father to tell him that there was a 20-year-old young sect master, wouldn't that mean that that person was even more demonic than Duga Chang'in? Such an existence was no longer comparable to an ordinary patriarch. As long as he didn't die halfway, he would definitely become a legendary Grand Master. It will be a strategic force for a country at that point. Even the governor of a province, in front of which only have to respectfully dare not have a hint of slack. Thinking of this, Zhou Tianxiang excited. This broken sky of riches if you can catch. The governor is afraid that it is only a start. There is no need for you to deliberately look for it, because such a person will definitely stand out from the rest. As long as there is some attention, I believe that I will definitely encounter it. Once I encounter it, I will pull it together at all costs. Your father and I won't be able to live for long. I only hope that before I die, you can find a real backer. Father, I understand. You take care of your health and heal well first. Zhou Tianxiang hung up the phone. Although the phone hung up, but his heart still could not calm down for a long time. A character who would surely become a great master in the future. This heaven-splitting wealth. Who would think of it and not be excited? Tick-tock. That's when the red phone for emergency calls rang. Zhou Tianxiang rushed to connect without much thought. He was furious when he learned over the phone that an operation had suffered heavy losses. Bang! He violently slapped the table and stood up. His face was furious, and the whole person was like a maddened lion. Chapter 10, The Governor's Revenge. To even dare to kill the governor's son, lawless and bold, simply deserved to die. Who gave him the guts to dare to commit murder in broad daylight? And who gave him the guts to dare to kill the elite guardsmen, even including 2-star guardsmen and even 3-star guardsmen among them? He must die, and he must be killed no matter what the cost. Zhou Tianxiang's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He was well aware of the repercussions if this matter was not handled properly. The first is that the guards' influence would be greatly reduced. What's more, The governor's only son is dead, and as a guard he will be jointly and severally liable. The governor is half a rank ahead of him in terms of position. Don't underestimate this little half a grade. As the saying goes, a big official is a big man. The same is true for half levels. Even if it's not part of the same department, it can't be directly over his head. But if people are determined to trip up their own is also enough to drink a pot. This has to be dealt with. It's a big deal. It's not a big deal. Is there a video of him? Hurry up and send it over. It's wanted in all of Ghost Province starting immediately. Zhou Tianxiang had just finished speaking before he hung up the phone, when a video was sent to the confidential email of his office computer. Tap on it. At first Zhou Tianxiang was still full of anger, but the more you look at it, the more alarmed you become. A quick drag of the video to fast forward reveals a very scary fact. This is a patriarch, an absolute patriarch, because only a clan master can ignore normal heat weapons. Then came shock, trepidation, and finally excitement. This was because he realized that Yi Chen's face and image and temperament and height and age were no different from the absolute heavenly pride young patriarch that his father had just mentioned. What does that mean? Using his toes, he could think that a 20-year-old patriarch out of one would already be a rare occurrence, and it would be impossible for two to appear at the same time. This must be the patriarch who saved his father's life. What did you say his last name was? Zhou Tianhua hurriedly asked to the other end of the phone. Surname Yi, Yi Chen, from the Yi clan, except that his father and his family were kicked out of the Yi clan, and are no longer from the Yi clan today. How old is he? Almost 20. Hearing this, Zhou Tianxiang could already be completely sure that it was Yi Chen, and that Yi Chen was the same patriarch who had saved his father. At the same time, he was also the youngest patriarch ever in present-day Daxia and even on the entire planet. Patriarch Yi Chen, it's actually him? Great! Zhou Tianxiang was somewhat incoherent with excitement. The person on the other end of the phone was bewildered. How one second there was shouting and fighting. The next second there was such a big change. Could it be that this Yi Chen also had a big name behind him? Sure enough, they are all people with backgrounds. Pass on my order. Yi Chen shall not be wanted. The cause of this matter is complicated. It must be investigated to find out the truth. Absolutely cannot wrongly accuse a good person, and absolutely cannot wrongly accuse a bad person. Did you not understand what I said? Yes. The phone hangs up. The Ghost City Guard's headquarters will be wanted to withdraw all. Not only that, but also use the news relations to block a large area of information about this matter. All outsiders know is that there was a serious attack at the Ghost Jianchun Group headquarters building. Even if someone close by knows something about the inner workings, the text they post is simply deleted and blocked. Though I've kept this under wraps for now, the governor's place must already know about it. Patriarchy has been too blatant in his actions this time. It's true that a high-ranking person just doesn't act according to common sense, Zhou Tianxiang thought. He was trying to figure out how to get the governor to stop. After all, no matter how powerful the governor was, he had to be cautious when facing a young patriarch. The governor doesn't have a patriarch by his side to protect him. If you really want to anger Yi Chen, according to his previous style of behavior, he will not stop. Slaughtering the whole family is also very likely. The patriarch cannot be insulted, and his blood stains 1,000 miles in a single fit of rage. No matter what, I must stand firmly on Patriarch Ye's side. He had already thought about how to set aside Yi Chen for the death of the elite squad. It didn't even matter if a 2-star guard officer died, as long as the reason was right. It could be put off. It's just the governor's son that makes it more difficult. After all, father has been in the battlefield for a long time. His ability to handle things is far beyond me. And now that Yi Chen is involved, I must first tell father to plan ahead. Zhou Tianxiang dialed his father Zhou Weigua. At first Zhou Weigua's voice was still a bit weak. As soon as he heard that there was something about the patriarch saving his life, he immediately sounded spirited. After listening carefully to the narrative, he slammed the armrest of the hospital bed. Tianxiang, you listen to me. This matter must have a reason. First check clearly, to the above or have an explanation. Of course, involves Yi Zhongshe. It must be treated with caution. No matter what, we must firmly stand on Patriarch Ye's side. If that governor wants to seek death, let him. We won't get involved. Even if the higher-ups blame us, I'll have a reason to excuse myself. In short, you remember, my show family will be headed by Patriarch Yi from now on. His business is our business. Do you hear me clearly? Zhou Weigua said sternly. I understand, father. The Ghost Province Direct Governor's Mansion was located in a large separate compound surrounded by mountains. This is the center of power in the entire Ghost Province. The Governor General of Zhili has his office here all year round. The entire 3 provinces of Jinling, namely Valley, Ghost, and Shu, are known together as the 3 provinces of Jinling, and according to the status of the 3 provinces, the governor is the head of the 3 provinces of the highest status, followed by the equivalent of the commander of the military region of Jinling. After that, it is the 3 governors of the 3 provinces sitting on an equal footing. with the provincial military commander a little lower, and as the governor of Ghost Province, Mang Defa's status can be imagined. His own son and only son, Mang Desui, was shot in the head, so to speak, and died everywhere. Upon learning of this, he fainted directly with his head spinning in anger, woke up angry again. I don't care who you are and what kind of identity and background you have. I want you dead. I want you dead. Mang Desui roared with bloodshot eyes. Yes, De Shu Wei. I don't care what method you use. You must make him worse than dead. Bring him to me. I want to make him worse than dead. To bury my precious son. All his relatives must die. My precious son. Mang Deshui's wife, Li Qiushui, sobbed uncontrollably. He had only just seen his son's misery and couldn't stand it anymore, vowing to kill Yi Chen no matter what, and kill all those related to him. Governor, this is all of Yi Chen's information. The secretary brought the information while explaining. Governor, his name is Yi Chen, a member of the Yi clan. Speaking of which, the governor's face changed, but only for a moment. But he didn't get along with the Yi family and killed many members of the Yi family's distributed collateral lineage. After a series of reports, the governor had gotten a sense of what was going on, and his face grew colder and colder. Patriarch? Can a patriarch do whatever he wants? Even if he really is a patriarch, he will still be buried with my son. Pass the order down. All the elite guards of the Ghost Province will be deployed, and all efforts will be made to apprehend the ones who are brought to me alive. Yes, Governor, I'll make the arrangements. However, a few minutes later, when he learned that the 9-star guard General Zhou Tianxiang had even directly refused his orders, he was also unable to avoid bursting into a rage. Good Zhou Tianxiang. I didn't expect that you would come to mess with me before I even started dealing with you. Well, since you're determined to go against me, there's no need for the Zhou family to exist. Mendelssohn clenched his fists. Get me the commander of the Valley Provincial Military District on the phone. Chapter 11. Against a battalion of troops. The Valley Provincial Military Command sent a palace of troops to Ghost City, and Yi Chen and his father instantly appeared in front of the old room at this moment. Don't worry, Tatsuo. I'll renovate the house back again after things are settled. No, I'll refurbish it for you now. With a wave of his hand, the wrecked old house was instantly restored, and it was also refurbished in passing to become a large 5-story villa. Yi Hongyun rubbed his eyes and almost dropped his jaw in shock, recovering with his hands. What kind of power was this? Oh no, you can't say restored. This is practically rebuilt. Small 2-story dilapidated building turned into a large 5-story villa with garden and swimming pool. That's fantastic. A son who can do anything? It's the Monkey King. Son, is this similar to the Art of Change in Journey to the West? Is this still a superpower? Yi Hongyun was surprised. Dad, you don't have to be surprised. Your son, I can do anything. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Yi Hongyun was relieved. Which father does not want his son to be a dragon among men? Yi Chen's excellence. Even if he looked at the entire Grand Xia, he was afraid that there was no one else who could compare. As for Yi Chen's previous statement that all the stars and universes were in his hands, his imagination could not yet visualize it. Dad, go in and take a look. There's a nice view from the 5th floor. Good, then I'll have to take a tour. Yi Hongyun entered the villa. Yi Chen, on the other hand, turned to look beyond the large expanse of demolished and bulldozed houses in the distance. There was a vague vibration coming from there. Buzz off. The roar of a 1500 horsepower engine came from none other than the new main battle tank number 100. With a weight of 65 tons and a 135 mm lineboard gun that can penetrate 300 mm of homogeneous steel plate, it is one of the strongest tanks known in the world. What's the concept? That is, a 1 meter 3 thick block of iron can be directly pierced. With such a horrifying penetrating power, even an average grandmaster wouldn't be able to block it. The power of the army? Yi Chen's face was expressionless. No matter what kind of person, if they are bent on messing with him, he will deal a painful blow, even if it is to slaughter the whole world. So what is the harm? Soon when the 10 main battle tanks and 40 troop-carrying armored vehicles arrived, they directly crushed their way through the rubble with a sense of oppression. This is the feeling of oppression from the king of land warfare. The tank. Don't underestimate this force. Put it in the middle of those weak countries, it can already destroy the country as a dominant player. Even if you put it on that war-torn landmass and start your own business, you can easily earn tens of billions of dollars a year. The armored tank was parked 200 meters in front of the villa. The 15mm anti-aircraft machine guns on the main battle tank's gun barrels and armored personnel carriers were all aimed at Yi Chen. More than 400 warriors came down neatly from the car, holding submachine guns that were also aimed at Yi Chen. Together with the dozens of men on the main battle tanks, it was exactly the strength of a full battalion of 500 men. Facing such firepower, even Duge Changyin, who was known as the first patriarch of the Great Summer, faced it head-on for fear that he would end up in tears. Taking down Yi Chen was a nail in their eyes. Yi Chen, gird your loins, you have no way to escape. obediently go back with us to be judged. You should know clearly that even if you are a zongsher you can't possibly fight against the army. Don't be obsessive and stubborn to the end and drag your family down with you, the one-star school official said forcefully. Yi Chen didn't speak, but looked behind him. Just behind him, a rather imposing man revealed himself. It was none other than the governor of Ghost Province, Meng Desui. His wife Li Qiushui, on the other hand, was watching this scene from a distant armored car, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips, her eyes containing hidden killing intent. Yi Chen's face was expressionless, as if he didn't recognize him. Faced with such an indifferent face, Meng Desui was furious, his anger churning with rage. Do you remember that 3 hours ago a young man begged you for mercy and you killed him? Mendelssohn clenched his fists. I've killed more people than you're referring to. Yi Chen remained flat. That was my son, my only son. You killed him, you deserve to die. Mendelssohn fell into a frenzy, his emotions all out of control, mainly by Yi Chen angry. Killed his son, but still so calm as if he did not know, as a human father, how to endure. The patriarch is not to be insulted, and I am even more not to be insulted. Since you are bent on death, your family will be reunited together today, Yi Chen said walking forward, and Yi Hongyun also came to the 5th floor at this moment. Looking at this scene, although he was still worried for Yi Chen, he was still relatively calm. Having mainly seen Yi Chen create too many miracles, he now had blind confidence in this son of his. Humph, arrogant and insouciant. All hands on deck. With a command from the colonel, all fighters prepared to fire. Stop it. Suddenly, just as the swords were drawn, an angry roar came. The same dozens of tanks and armored vehicles then drove up. The imposing man in the lead armored car was carrying the rank of a one-star general on his shoulder, and he was none other than the Ghost Province military commander figure Zhou Jiangwo, commanding 50,000 people in a military region, a true figure of real power. Although he seemed to be below Governor Meng Desui in terms of status in the eyes of common people, he actually did not interfere with each other and belonged to the same level. His appearance was not expected even by Mendelssohn. Eyes went to him in great surprise. What? We are apprehending a felon. Are you trying to stop us? Zhou Jiagua, are you trying to help him? Mendel Water Quality asked. Jinling 3 provinces military regions do not interfere with each other. Absolutely no private mobilization without orders from the top. You've crossed the line. Leave. Otherwise don't blame me for informing the Jinling military region commander and treating you for the crime of embracing soldiers, Zhou Jiangwo said. When these words came out, even Meng Desui frowned. He didn't think that Zhou Jiagua could make it this far because of Yi Chen. Could this Yi Chen really be related to his Zhou family? The school official looked to Mendelssohn. This time he led the army to go out originally has some scruples. The army crosses the border. This kind of thing in the absence of superior orders issued is not allowed to act privately. Even if the military governor of the Valley province had bailed him out, he was afraid that there would be no less chastisement. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Jiagua was determined to protect Yi Chen, he was even more in a dilemma. If he is really bent on having his own way, it is tantamount to completely offending the Zhou family state, and even if he does not belong to the same faction, once he informs Commander Jinling, he can hardly be blamed. The dilemma was only to secretly send a telegram to the provincial commander of the valley. The orders he received were to side with Mendelssohn, to strike first, and to bear all the consequences. The top boss had said so he naturally dared not disobey. A glance was exchanged with Mendelssohn, and his right hand was raised in preparation for the order to fire. Bold, to think that even my words don't work. Zhou Jiangwo's gaze was icy cold. Yi Chen was the person that the Zhou family's old man, who was also his father, had given a death order to protect. Let's not talk about Yi Chen saving the old man from being assassinated. Just Yi Chen's terrifying zongsher strength alone was enough to make him throw everything he had to die to protect him. A 20-year-old patriarch meant that he would surely become a great patriarch in the future. A strategically strong person that his Zhou family would rely on in the future. This time, he was also showing his goodwill by dying to protect Yi Chen, and the Zhou family was firmly on Yi Chen's side. I believe that in the future Yi Chen will also love this love to help his Zhou family. The whole army is under orders to capture the rebels, Zhou Jiangwo ordered. Yes, all the barrels of the cannons were pointed at the side of Mendelssohn, and both sides were on the verge of a sword fight. In terms of firepower, Zhou Jiagwa's side is naturally dominant. They have 20 heavy tanks, a round of flanking shots even if 1 for 1. Their side also has 10. Chapter 12, Sweeping the Thousands, Sending Out a Brigade. Zhou Jiangwo, are you determined to go against me? You should understand that the hatred for killing my son is not shared. I will kill him, Mendelssohn roared. If you dare to touch Patriarch Yi, then you will die. Zhou Jiangwo's temper was also coming up. As a general officer he has also risen from a small soldier step by step with merit. Naturally also has a temper. Life and death is not a matter of concern. Just as both sides fell into silence, gritting their teeth and ready to open fire and firefight. Griffin. Only Yi Chen disappeared instantly after his voice fell, instantly appearing in front of the school official just standing on the armored car, casually grabbed the collar of the school officer and threw him out, flying dozens of meters and hanging on a tree for half a day to get down. You. Meng Desui was shocked beyond words. Originally, the two sides were still 100 meters apart, but surprisingly, they arrived in an instant, and none of them reacted on their side. Yi Chen grabbed him by the neck and yanked him out of the armored car. Let me go. I'm warning you, no one can save you if you dare to touch me, not even if the god of heaven comes. Mendelssohn intimidated. He's right about that, too. Killing the governor in broad daylight is tantamount to treason, and indeed it is useless for anyone to come. Yi Chen let go of his hand, just as the corners of Meng Dishui's mouth rose with a hint of complacency. Yi Chen slapped out. Bang! Directly burst his head. The body also because of the inertia of the aerial rotation of 900 circles. A generation of the governor cannot be dead again. When the body smashed to the ground, everyone then woke up, each shocked beyond words. They had never seen someone so domineering and without scruples. It is a felony to kill the governor directly, and many people will even be implicated for it. No. Li Qiushui's voice was hysterical with grief. A son had just died a few hours ago, and now even her husband was dead, and all by the same person. A scene that broke her heart just to look at it. I want you to die. I want you to die. Li Qiushui, swear that the Li family will use all of their connections to strike down your loved ones and friends without fail. Fire, give me fire. Li Qiushui said angrily. One by one, the warriors looked at each other or chose to fire, putting aside all else for a moment. It is a fact that the governor was killed, and it is a matter of principle that they must open fire. Bang! Yi Chen gently waved his hand, and a strong concussive force pushed out all the armored vehicles by 100 meters. 500 fighters were dizzy and briefly lost their fighting ability. He then came to Li Qiushui's side and similarly picked him up by the neck. Li Qiushui was still threatening in a different way. If you dare to touch me, my Li family won't be able to spare you. The commander of the Valley Province military region is my brother. You. Before the words were finished, Yi Chen put her down. The power of the slap was then dispersed, directly bursting her. It's great to save all that money on cremation and return to nature. Yi Chen calmly turned back. Get back if you don't want to die. Then he came to Zhou Jiangwo. Greetings to Patriarch Yi. Zhou Jiangwo bowed and clasped his fists. Aha! Yi Chen nodded in response. Patriarch Yi, my father is Zhou Weigua. Well, so that's him. Yi Chen nodded his head, and had a few good feelings for this Zhou Weigua that he had saved. Sensei, regardless of the outcome, people were firmly on their side before, and that was a matter of attitude. If there is trouble in the future, I will protect your Zhou family, Yi Chen said blandly. It seemed that whatever difficulties the Zhou family would face in the future he would be able to solve them. This was absolute strength. Many thanks to Patriarch Yi. Zhou Weigua hurriedly bowed and thanked him, his heart bursting with joy. Having Yi Chen's words was worth more than anything. From the ease with which Yi Chen had suppressed a battalion of heavily armed troops just now, it was clear that he was far more powerful than the average Zhongsher. At least he hadn't heard of any patriarch who could do this easily. Perhaps only that legendary patriarch Dakiro Changyin could do it. However, one of the two was in his 20s, and the other had already become a grandmaster for a long time, in his 30s and close to 40, so the gap between the two sides could be imagined. Yi Chen's future was even more unlimited. Today is considered completely tied to Yi Chen. The Zhou family is going to take off. Patriarch Yi. At this time, 9-star Guard General Zhou Tianxiang also rushed over after handling various matters and hurriedly said respectfully, Aha! Yi Chen saw that these two looked a bit alike, so they must be brothers. Patriarch Yi, this matter will be handled by me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Zhou Tianxiang said. He has found information on Mendelssohn's criminal embezzlement and so on. Strike first, put a cap on him first, and afterward inform the higher-ups clearly about Yi Chen's true strength and age. I believe that no one would dare to make things difficult for him, and it wouldn't implicate the Zhou family. What kind of value a 20-year-old sect master has can be imagined, and I believe that the elder group above will make a decision. So be it. Yi Chen didn't want to bother. He still had his old cousins to kill. He didn't have the time to pull this. Besides, killing a governor is just a matter of killing one for fun a day if he dares to mess with him. I hope those people know better and don't come looking for death. Otherwise, he could really make the population of Daxia plummet by himself. Yi Chen just wanted to enter the villa and let them handle things on their own. Zhou Tianxiang wanted to say something. Something? Yi Chen said. My father's brain tumor has relapsed. The doctor has issued a critical notice. I wonder if Patriarch Yi has a cure. If I can save old master, my Zhou family will be grateful. Zhou Tianxiang had an expectant face. Yi Chen was their last hope. If even Yi Chen couldn't do it, then there was really no trick. Good. I'll make the trip first thing in the morning, Yi Chen said. Well, I'll send someone to pick up Patriarch Yi first thing in the morning. Zhou Tianxiang was filled with joy. The old man is saved. You guys handle the rest. Yi Chen walked into the villa after finishing his speech. Don't worry, Patriarch Yi, leave it to us. Zhou Jiangwo ordered the school officer to lead the army back, and then took the lead with Zhou Tianxiang to submit all the evidence of Meng Dishui's crimes. He's got enough of those slam dunks to make him a million times over. Of course these broke after he died, and now he's dead and gone, so even pursuing it wouldn't be going too far. Instead, it was a fact that Yi Chen had killed the governor in broad daylight, and the top would surely be furious. All they had to do was report Yi Chen's strength as well as his age to the 10 great elders. The 10 elders are the core of Daxia, and it's up to them to decide. The incident certainly caused a lot of shock. These next few days won't be quiet. Yi Chen and his father sat on the 5th floor balcony drinking tea. Killing the old watch, he was in no hurry now. Those old cousins would definitely get together to discuss matters after learning that the main members of the branch had been massacred, and Yi Chen killing the door at this time just happened to be murderous and heartless. The Valley Provincial Military Command is hidden in the deep mountains 350 meters deep in granite, extremely hidden, and after learning that his own sister, Li Qiushui, had been killed without bones, his brother-in-law had been shot in the head, and finally, he had been planted by the Zhou family with detailed evidence of a criminal embezzlement. Li Mingwei was furious. Fine Zhou family, fine Yi Chen. It turns out that he has the Zhou family as his backer, so he dares to be so reckless. Zhou family, Yi Chen, you guys wait for me, my Li family won't stop. I will definitely make your lives worse than death. Li Mingwei gritted his teeth. As the commander of the military region of the Valley Province, a 1-star general rank, how lofty his position, brother-in-law, sister, nephew killed one after another, is intolerable. Pass it on. The whole army is ready to capture the rebel Yi Chen and his father, and shoot them on the spot without reporting. Li Mingwei ordered. So it came to pass that, at his order, the whole army was drawn down to 1/20th, by a brigade of 5,000 men in full dress. As for mobilizing more people, there is absolutely no need for that. Large-scale military movements are not possible without an order from the Council of Elders. It was already a big deal for him to spare a brigade to deal with Yi Chen. After all, even the Dixia's first genius back then, who was known as the youngest patriarch Dakiro Chang'in, had only managed to exterminate an army of around 1,000 people, and their equipment was only second-tier level, not comparable to the Daxia army. He did not believe that a brigade could not kill Yi Chen. Even if the real great masters came, they would have to hate the Northwest. The vast 5,000 men boarded the chariot main battle tanks and marched toward the ghost city. A glance at the steel torrent, oppressive sense of all kinds of advanced weapons have everything. This scale is to drive out to destroy a small country is easy. Li Mingwei on the command car gazed into the distance. The one from my Li family is responsible for relocating those people in the capital city. I don't believe that there is anyone else who can save you. Yi Chen, I will kill you first before I take the Zhou family. Chapter 13, Breakthrough. The galaxy is gone. In a quiet courtyard in the center of the capital city, there were round desks with a circle of 10 flower-armored old men sitting around them. They looked at the information in front of them one by one, each with a furrowed brow. The information above is simple and straightforward. Name Yi Chen, the direct line of the Yi family's expulsion. Age, 18. Education, senior in high school, has taken the advanced placement exam. Martial artist level, Sifu Shu Cheng. Phew. Just a few simple lines of information can make everyone here suck in a breath of cold air. As guardians of the Great Xia, they knew the gold content of these lines better than anyone else. This shouldn't be possible. A bearded old man said incredulously after half a second. It's really a bit beyond perception, and it's normal to be skeptical. It's impossible, but yet it still appeared. This son's demonic talent is not something in the pool. At 18 years old, he can have such strength. His talent is so strong that it crowns the world. It's definitely the strongest genius the Great Xia has ever seen. An old man with a solemn face and a torch-like gaze stroked his beard inside repeatedly. At 18 years of age, he can cross into the sect master minor accomplishment. In the future he will become a great sect master. At that time he will be one of the pillars of my Grand Xia. This time will not exceed 10 years. The pattern is low. 5 years at the most in my opinion. Don't talk about that. Think about what to do with him first. Even if you love talent, you can't do nothing. Those people he killed deserve to be killed. Besides, the patriarch is not to be insulted. And he didn't kill innocents indiscriminately. So I don't think there's a need to pursue this. Just reward a second-class badge or something. This is called punishment? Seems feasible to me. Not good, not good. This son acts arrogantly according to me, or we have to frustrate him. He is a patriarch. Patriarchs cannot be insulted. Don't you know that? Are you trying to set off patriarchs and official disagreements? Humph. So what if it's a patriarch? This is Daxia. The 9 old men were arguing. Bang! Suddenly the solemn old man at the head tapped the table, and everyone immediately quieted down to listen. Killing the governor in public. This son is indeed arrogant to the extreme. But according to the information Meng Desui, various crimes and corruption evidence is conclusive. Shot 10 times is not much. How about this? Let Yi Chen hang the 3-star school rank to teach the Lightning Special Forces, and if he can win the top 3 places in the All-Army Special Competition 3 months later, he will be awarded the rank of 1-star general. The old man said. This. Someone else wanted to say something else. Didn't you hear what I said? Yes, understood. The crowd nodded their heads in reverence. As the sun set, it was naturally impossible for a brigade of Li Mingwei to remain silent during a large long-range maneuver. Just as they were about to cross the border of the Ghost Province, 3 armored vehicles set up a blockade to stop them on the road they had to take. In front of the car was none other than the 1-star general-ranked Ghost Province commander Zhou Jiangwo. Li Mingwei, I advise you to go back. No one can save you if you take another step forward. Zhou Jiangwo took the loudspeaker and shouted. Li Mingwei opened the roof cover of the armored car and peeked out to look at Zhou Jiangwo. Yi Chen really is only daring to be so unscrupulous because your Zhou family is supporting him behind the scenes. It seems that your Zhou family is determined to go against my Li family. I also advise you. You can't protect him. I will naturally leave after I kill Yi Chen. Otherwise you and my family will be immortal in the future. The price you can't bear. Or ask your old man if he can afford it. You're not qualified. Li Mingwei sneered. Not only did the Li family have people in high positions in the capital city, but it was also a martial arts family, although long not come out of the world. But the deterrent benefit is still there. Rumor has it that there is a martial arts master-level master in the ancestral hall is practicing. If they really tore their faces off, the Zhou family could almost be said to not have much of a chance. If Zhou Weigua hadn't made countless achievements back then, as long as he was alive, no one would have dared to touch the Zhou family. But once he died, the Zhou family was bound to decline. This was why the Zhou family must have a good relationship with Yi Chen. Only a patriarch could fight against a patriarch, checking and deterring each other. There's no need to waste so many words. I'll tell you, you can't move Yi Chen. He's now a Lightning Special Forces instructor, awarded as a 3-star lieutenant. Once you win the top 3 in the specialty competition in 3 months, you will be given the rank of 1-star general directly. You're going to kill a 3-star school official of Daxia, an instructor of the Lightning Special Forces. What do you think you should be punished for? Zhou Jiangwo's voice got higher the more he spoke. Li Mingwei, however, furrowed his brows. He doubted the authenticity of these words, but they were not to be disbelieved. If it is really like what Zhou Jiangwo said, then he indeed cannot move. Once moved, the nature of the change directly is a rebel. Not only the status is not guaranteed, and even the Li family that one must be implicated. Think for a moment. Humph, empty words you think I'll believe? Knew you wouldn't believe it. Give it to him. Zhou Jiangwo handed a copy of the A4 paper to the adjutant. The adjutant took the paper and handed it to Li Mingwei. When Li Mingwei saw the steel seal on the A4 paper, his heart was already cold, and his whole person became disheveled for a few minutes. He was well aware of the weight of the steel seal. It could be said that from this moment onwards, even if Yi Chen was only a 3-star lieutenant, there was an insurmountable gulf between him and his own star general rank. However, Yi Chen's position was extremely special, in a sense no less than he, a 1-star general. To move Yi Chen in the open would be looking for death, a challenge to the existence behind the steel seal. This kind of thing would not be easily touched even by a grandmaster, not to mention a martial arts family. Get it. Li Mingwei handed the paper back and waved his hand. At his signal, the army turned around in place and returned to their quarters in an extremely orderly fashion. Yi Chen, count yourself lucky this time, but on the surface I can't touch you. But don't think that this is the end of it. My Li family won't let it go. Li Mingwei said darkly, glancing backward without any more lingering. Zhou Jiangwo watched them move away and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally gone. This time Patriarch Yi has dodged a bullet. But with the Yi family's hegemony, this matter isn't over yet. I can only hope that in 3 months' time Patriarch Yi will lead the Lightning Special Forces to win the top 3 and be awarded the rank of 1-star general, and by then the Li family won't dare to make any more moves. Zhou Jiangwo muttered. In fact, what they didn't realize was that this time, it could be considered that the steel seal had saved Li Mingwei and these 5,000 troops. Otherwise, if you really go to mess with Yi Chen, a bad thing is that the whole army is wiped out and there are no bones left. It's not even out of the question for tempers to flare up and transfer all of your loved ones to the planet of creation, and raise Blue Star outright. To mess with Yi Chen, that would be the old man hanging himself too long. Winning City, which was the most economically developed city in the Watertown province, and could even almost be a city with a higher economic strength than the entire Ghost province, and the Yi family is located in it, in a conference room on the top floor of a landmark building. My Yi family's collateral lineage has unexpectedly died so many deaths at once. Check it out for me. I want to see who is dealing with my Yi family, so blatantly, simply not putting my Yi family in their eyes. It may be that it's been too long and the world doesn't know my Yi family's reputation anymore. At the order of the head old man, the Yi family's direct line launched a network of connections to investigate. However, because of Yi Chen, Zhou Tianxiang had ordered that all news be blocked, so it was extremely difficult to know what was happening in the Ghost Province. The Yi family would have to go through a lot of effort to find out. Early the next morning, Yi Chen stood on the 5th floor balcony breathing in and out. In just one weekly run, he realized that he actually had another breakthrough opportunity. Talent, that's what it is. You can't even think about not being good. And so the intention to break through was immediately suppressed. That was close. Almost broke through. Yi Chen celebrated. Once it breaks through the solar system and even the galaxy will suffer. And the more he breaks through, the stronger he gets. He's just looking for an opponent. Any stronger and he'll really be too strong to have an enemy. Invincible sadness that no one will ever understand. Just like playing the game. Gold points full of attribute points full of attack and defense points full. In the beginning will be very cool GAGA mess kill, but no long will be bored. Invincibility is really lonely. Chapter 14, Death to Your 9 Clans. Yi Chen looked at the workers who were working overtime to build around the villa. These people were invited by Zhou Tianxiang overnight. All the best tile sculpture masters, striving to make this place an atmospheric manner in the fastest possible time. Of course all expenses are covered by the Zhou family. It was an honor for them to serve the junior patriarch. You have to know that the Yi family branch is responsible for the demolition office and construction and development all around here. Zhou Tianxiang was able to directly give all of this piece of hot potato land to Yi Chen, so you can imagine how many relationships he had used. Just don't want others to disturb Yi Chen, but everything is worth it. The Zhou family is blessed with a teenage patriarch in the future, and the Li family will have to weigh in. Shen how much will it cost to give us all such a large piece of land? Yi Hongyun couldn't help but be secretly staggered as he watched the construction going on in a 500-meter radius. The land is worth at least $2 billion, and it's just too extravagant to build it all around this villa. Of course he knew very well that it was all because of his son's great strength. People can't wait to come and curry favor. It's fine, it's just a piece of land. The Zhou family will only get more, Yi Chen said indifferently. In front of him, the flood legend. The small thousand worlds were countless with a single thought, and he created the great thousand worlds with his hands. So naturally he didn't care about a small piece of land on a planet. He wouldn't care if the entire known universe was given to him. It would also be easy for him to create countless universes if he wanted to, and it would be even more perfect, and it wouldn't be impossible for the evolved beings to be Earth immortals, golden immortals, or even great Luo golden immortals at birth. Just then a stretch Rolls-Royce drove up, followed by 2 people getting out of the car, an old man in a housekeeper's costume and a young girl. This young girl Yi Chen recognized. It was Zhou Ziwei, Zhou Weiguo's granddaughter. Today's Zhou Ziwei is wearing a flesh-colored floral dress, clad in a transparent short tulle, and her hidden white skin is a source of reverie. It shows off the girl next door temperament and tall figure while giving the idea of wanting to get to know her better. Yi Chen only glanced at it slightly, his face expressionless. Zhou Ziwei indeed belonged on the blue planet as a dumping ground, and her fair skin did not have the slightest blemish, which was a rare point. The body is also dimpled and perfect at any point. However, Yi Chen had seen a lot of beautiful women in the flood. Chang Ya, Ho Tu, Yuan Feng, etc. Which one of them was not the best in the flood? And they had even chased him backwards. Only he has no woman in his heart to draw a sword natural god. And so far it's AC. Doesn't have any idea about Zwei Zhou? Patriarch Yi, we've come to pick you up. Zhou Ziwei had a big smile on her face. Well, girl, come up and have a cup of tea before you go. Yi Hongyun greeted first with a smile on his face. The golden glint in the eye is a thought that any parent has. It's just that any nice girl you see looks like a daughter-in-law. Zhou Ziwei is young and beautiful with a distinguished family background. Perfect in every way. Not too suitable to be a daughter-in-law. Dad, calm down. Yi Chen shook his head speechless. How old was he? And his dad couldn't wait to find himself a wife. Of course, although he was actually 100,000 years old, his age here was only 18. Yes, I want to drink the tea Uncle made. Zhou Ziwei has a big grin. Dad, I'll go ahead and do my business. Tea another time. Good thing too. You'll have to help people then. Aha! Yi Chen landed on the ground with a gentle leap. Let's go. Alright, Patriarch Yi please. Zhou Ziwei personally opened the back door and Yi Chen sat in while Zhou Ziwei sat beside Yi Chen. Don't call me Patriarch Yi in the future. It's awkward. Yi Chen said. Zhou Ziwei pondered. That's called Master Yi? Just call me Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't like so much red tape, and since he was in Blue Star he would be normal. I'd better call you Mr. Yi then. Zhou Ziwei said. Whatever. Along the way Zhou Ziwei looked for all kinds of topics, and Yi Chen only replied passively. Zhou Ziwei was depressed. This chat cannot continue. Mr. Yi, how sure are you that you can cure my grandfather? Whatever the disease is, it's a breeze. Your grandfather is fine. In addition to martial arts, Mr. Yi is actually proficient in the way of medicine? Sort of. Mr. Yi is truly a man of God. Getting out of the car, Zhou Ziwei led Yi Chen into a manor that covered an area of 100 acres. Entering the second-floor bedroom of the villa, there were several nurses dressed and waiting there outside the door. Once inside, 2 doctors in white coats were examining Zhou Weigua. The 2 men's chest coats were inscribed with the capital's first hospital, and both were professors. It's the best hospital in the capital, and it said that all the nurses in it start out as PhDs, and it is said that as long as you have a doctor from this hospital to see you, you can be dragged back even if you have half a foot in the ghost gate. However, after the examination, both of their faces were not optimistic. Zhou Tianxiang, Zhou Jiangwo, and Zhou Ziwei were all unable to stop their hearts from thumping. The fact that 2 of the most authoritative experts are jointly consulting the doctor and even showing this kind of face shows that the problem is really serious. How the hell is it? Is it still curable? Zhou Tian forcefully asked. The situation is not optimistic. There is a bullet in the brain, and the tumor continues to get bigger. Has pressed against this bullet at the same time squeezing the brain. Zhou Lao will face great pain at the same time gradually lose his memory. Yes, if it continues like this, I estimate that in less than 7 days I will have to completely lose my memory. After that I can only rely on anesthetics to paralyze the nerves to spend the last month. Otherwise that kind of pain is not something that people can withstand. And there is a 99% failure rate of forced surgery to become vegetative or die. I'm afraid that there is no medicine left. The 2 professors shook their heads and lamented. They had always had the utmost admiration for the contributions made by Zhou Weigua. Zhou Lao, this time also prepared to come to the consultation, is to want to cure Zhou Weigua in one fell swoop, but did not expect the condition is more serious than they thought. The original confidence was hit by the little left. If they are forced to operate, they do not dare. Once the operation fails, not only their reputation is ruined, the higher-ups learn of this blame. They cannot afford. Grandpa. Zhou Ziwei lay on the edge of the bed holding Zhou Weigua's hand and sobbing. Grandpa had brought him up from a young age, and that kind of affection could be imagined. How could she take it after learning that Grandpa had only a little over a month to live after he was beyond cure? It's okay. Grandpa has lived long enough and it's time to meet his fallen comrades. Zhou Weigua stroked Zhou Ziwei's head without the slightest fear of death. How could he be afraid when he had been close to death countless times decades earlier? Coupled with the fact that the Zhou family had already leaned in with Yi Chen, he no longer needed to worry about the future of the Zhou family. Dad. Zhou Tianxiang, Zhou Jiangwo, his eyes are hazy. Men have tears, only because they are not sad. His father had spent his whole life in the military, and now it was hard for him to enjoy his old age in peace. But he did not expect to be tormented by this disease, and they just hated that there was nothing they could do. Hey, cherish this last month or so. The 2 professors shook their heads. Yi Chen, who was standing in the doorway, really couldn't listen anymore at this time. Just do it by removing the tumor and removing the bullet at the same time without damaging the brain nerves at all. It's very simple and the success rate is at least 100%. Yi Chen said. When these words came out, everyone turned their heads to look at him. The 2 professors were even angrier. How dare a yellow mouth talk big? Do you know how hard it is to do it all at the same time? Can't you see how it's already squeezed tightly? How can it not hurt? Prof. Ma Shizhen rebuked loudly. Yes, I've been practicing medicine for decades, and I've never seen a doctor who could do it. And even if there was a success rate, it wouldn't be higher than 10%, and with such a low success rate, there's no need for it at all. So it's better to enjoy the last moments with your family. Prof. Du Mingsheng also said. Yi Chen ghostly appeared in front of Prof. Ma Shizhen, and then a gentle slap, which seemed slow but could not be avoided at all, just landed on his face. Bang! Teeth flew out in neat rows, and his head slammed against the wall in a heap, almost fainting. Griffin, next time, I'll execute your 9 clans. Yi Chen was nonchalantly domineering and overwhelming. It seems to be able to determine the life and death of a person with a single word, even if it is to execute the 9 clans of a person. To execute 10 clans is just a matter of words. You. That horrible killing intent scared Ma Shizhen speechless, curled up on the ground stroking the swollen face full of fear, but deep in his eyes was a thick murderous intent. No one had ever dared to hit him like that. He was the shut-in disciple of the director of the first hospital of the capital city, and wherever he usually went he wasn't held in high esteem. I didn't expect to be hit in the face by a young man today and lose a dozen of my teeth, so I definitely can't let it go. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't pay attention to himself, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and sent a message that no matter who Yi Chen was, he wanted Yi Chen to pay back tenfold. Chapter 15, Humph. Do you know what the concept of inner strength great achievement is? How can you hit someone for no reason? Du Mingsheng said with some trepidation. He didn't expect Yi Chen to dare to be so arrogant even in front of the Zhou family. What kind of identity? What background? Yi Chen ignored him. Griffin, or a quack with no skills. It was a waste of time to talk to him. Mr. Yi, you must be sure you can cure it, right? Zhou Ziwei was like grasping a life-saving straw, holding Yi Chen's hand, looking at him with a hazy expectant glance. With the height difference, the angle is really a bit of a pouty feeling of a little woman wanting a kiss. Even though Zhou Jiangwo, who was Zhou Ziwei's father, hadn't thought in this direction before this, he couldn't help but think, my goodness, daughter, you've come out on top. That's the way to do it. If I can take Mr. Yi, what more could I ask for if I get this son-in-law? I'll die laughing when I'm dead. Old dad, don't worry, you'll have a living, breathing grandpa back in 5 minutes. Yi Chen patted her head to reassure her. However, she didn't know that such an action caused Zhou Ziwei's body to tremble, and she couldn't help but ruminate inwardly. Yi Chen didn't notice the change in her face as he walked over to Zhou Weiguo. Elder Zhou, can you trust me? I naturally trust Mr. Yi, come on, I'm ready, Zhou Weiguo said. Okay, all of you get out and take him out too. Yi Chen looked at Ma Shizhen, who was curled up there. Good, I'll leave everything to you. Mr. Yi, please, Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi, Grandpa's illness please. A few people went out to take Ma Shizhen out by the way. You can stay. Yi Chen looked at Du Mingsheng. Good, then I would like to see what method you have to cure old Mr. Zhou, little brother. Du Mingsheng said slightly condescendingly. He has been practicing medicine for decades, and he thinks that his medical skills are the best in the world, and the number of people who can surpass him is only a handful. If Yi Chen couldn't do it, he would definitely taunt him to get rid of his anger. Of course, the bodyguard had to be around, otherwise he was afraid that he would be sent flying as soon as the words were spoken. Yi Chen didn't talk much nonsense. The hand points on Zhou Weiguo's forehead, and the person directly faints. Points on him, 3 locations, the whole thing took less than a second. This was still Yi Chen deliberately slowing down to show him. The main thing is that this man's heart is still in the right place, so he can be inspired to save a few more people in the future by letting him see it. 10 seconds later Zhou Weiguo's fingers moved slightly and his eyes trembled slightly before opening them. Am I sleeping? Why doesn't my head hurt anymore? Mr. Yi, what's wrong with me? Zhou Weiguo was full of doubts. You're fine. You can have a full body check if you're not sure. If nothing else, you'll live another 20 years in your current state of health. Yi Chen said. Many thanks to Mr. Yi for saving my life. I really don't know how to repay you. Zhou Weiguo was grateful. He believed that what Yi Chen said would not lie to him. The junior patriarch, coupled with the fact that he didn't have the slightest sense of headache right now, he naturally absolutely believed in Yi Chen. No harm done. You deserve it. Yi Chen waved his hand, then looked at Du Mingsheng. Divine skill. Simply divine skill, beyond the unimaginable of mortals. Master, you are a true master of the medical path. In the following Du Mingsheng willing to worship. If the master does not mind, I am willing to worship you as a master. Only wish to learn a little bit of skin with you has been this life without regrets. Master above, please accept my worship. Du Mingsheng directly and violently knelt down and kowtowed up, his head thumping, but the pain in his forehead was not as hot as the excitement in his heart. It was not too much to say that Yi Chen's techniques were the #1 in the medical profession today. No one could surpass them. Coupled with the medicine he had formulated, the recovery effect was too strong. And all these things added up to the fact that even if he worshipped Yi Chen as his teacher, that was definitely something he had climbed high on. Yi Chen looked on bashfully. You're not qualified enough to be my disciple. Delve into what I taught you just now. It's enough to last you a lifetime. Du Mingsheng was a little embarrassed, but still humbly stood up and arched his hand. It's me who is abrupt. I am indeed not qualified. It's already my great luck that Master Yi can be unstinting. I don't dare to have any more extravagant expectations. Yi Chen nodded his head. The children can be taught. And with a wave of his hand the door opened. Several people outside rushed in. When they saw the red-faced and refined Zhou Weiguo, all had joy on their faces. Grandpa, Dad, are you better? Well, Mr. Yi showed me and I feel fine already. Having said that, it's better to have a checkup. Yeah, that's good for our peace of mind. With all the latest and greatest medical equipment, the results of the MRI court slides came back 5 minutes later, and the result was that both the tumor and the bullet were gone. Not only that, even the surgical wounds have completely disappeared with only a little bit of peeling scar. The crowd was dumbfounded. This is unbelievable. Totally divine tactics. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You are a benefactor to my Zhou family. Mr. Yi must stay today for my Yi family's good hospitality. Zhou Jiangwo, Zhou Tianxian's face was full of worship, with a great feeling of an old uncle chasing a star. Mr. Yi, you're too good. Are you a god? Zhou Ziwei directly hugged Yi Chen's arm. The 2 Q-bombs pressed against Yi Chen's hand and changed shape, looking up at Yi Chen with a face of worship. Such an intimate gesture. I'm afraid even she didn't find anything wrong with it. Mostly, she was so happy about her grandfather's recovery. Yi Chen felt the softness coming from his arm. In the 100,000 years of the flood, no woman has ever dared to do this. Mainly has a heart without a woman to draw the sword natural gods icy cold, so that countless fairies do not dare to approach, let alone have such an intimate move. He was afraid that Yi Chen would backhand him and slap him. It also creates a situation where no one dares to do what they are doing now. And naturally, Zhou Ziwei was unaware of Yi Chen's character and strength, thus creating this situation. Immortals? Immortals are nothing but ants, Yi Chen faintly said. He didn't feel anything, he mainly had no woman in his heart, while Zhou Tianxian, Zhou Jiangwo, as well as Zhou Weigui is excited. Glancing at the old fox's gaze has a titanium dog's eye glitter, almost like a wolf to the sky. Daughter, granddaughter, niece, no less. Awesome. Yes, that's it. Make the first move. Give him a monkey. Oh no. Give him a child first, or really a soccer team, so the man misses out can be gone. At the moment the three old guys who added up to over 200 years old had even come up with a bunch of candidates for what to call their kids. Commander, there's a group of people outside. It seems to be the Ma family. Major Ishin rushed in and said, which horse family? Zhou Jiangwo was puzzled. There are several powerful Ma family, but it also depends on which one. It's Ma Baohua, from the No. 1 martial arts hall in Ghost City. What's he doing here? He said he wanted to take it out on his brother. His brother? Could it be? Zhou Jiangwo looked at Ma Shizhen. Humph. So what if a yellow-mouthed child has a few abilities? You'll have to pay the price since you dared to hit me. My brother is the owner of the Ghost City's No. 1 martial arts dojo. An expert of the inner strength great achievement. Do you know what the concept of the inner strength great achievement is? The corners of Ma Shizhen's mouth rose. Her arms crossed and her nostrils turned to the sky. Seeing that all of them didn't reply, they just watched in silence. Ma Shizhen was even more pleased. Chapter 16, Second Kill. All under the masters are griffins. Inner strength great completion martial artist is hard to be defeated by 100 people. He can fly flowers and pick leaves, split stones and break gold. It's not too late for you to kowtow to me and admit your mistake. For the sake of old Mr. Zhou's face he hadn't finished his sentence. Yi Chen had already arrived in front of him, dragging his neck along the ground like a dead dog. Let go of me. What are you doing? Yi Chen exerted a slight force, and he could no longer speak, his head filling with blood as he struggled desperately. Zhou Weigui's few people hurriedly followed. He did not dare to persuade Yi Chen. In terms of Yi Chen's formal style, anyone cannot persuade, he has his own guidelines. If you force to persuade will only stand on the opposite side of him. Coming into the second floor hallway, he looked down the hall at a line of 3 people. The person in the lead was none other than Ma Baohua, the owner of the Ghost City's No. 1 martial arts school. It's rumored that Ma Baohua's cross-cultivation kung fu is close to the realm of realization, and is much stronger than ordinary martial arts practitioners. Zhou Weigui explained. Humph, no matter how powerful he is, he can't compare to Mr. Yi, he's looking for death. Zhou Ziwei sneered. Is looking for death. Zhou Jiangwo is also not free from emotion. All under the patriarch were mole crickets. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was not far from the truth. If you want to fight against a patriarch, it has to be a patriarch. Otherwise, it's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Good boy, let go of my brother. You're looking for death. Ma Baohua's aura shook as his internal energy expanded outward. An invisible aura surrounded him, making him appear even stronger at this moment. Don't look at him as just an inner strength de Chang, but his actual strength wouldn't be able to kill him even if he was at the peak of the inner strength. Yi Chen picked up Ma Shizhen, and then exerted a slight force with his hand. Ka-ching! The head rotated dozens of times, already dead beyond repair. Eyes full of fear and unwillingness. You seek death. Ma Baohua saw the storm. Left foot on the place round 5 meters marble tiles instantly broken. The huge fist smashed towards Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen casually threw Ma Shizhen's body into the air, followed by a gentle kick from Yi Chen. With a loud boom, the corpse instantly crashed supersonically into the oncoming Ma Baohua. Ma Baohua was scared and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He couldn't use his strength to dodge in the air. Head-on collision. The result is that the forces are mutual. Ma Baohua's bones broke all over his body, exploded backward and flew out. His speed similarly exceeded double the speed of sound, flew out of the manor and smashed on the viewing stone, already without breath. Ma Shizhen also turned into a mist of blood. After doing all this, Yi Chen acted as if he had done nothing, casually waving his hand. The hall remained spotless. Only the marble did not help them recover. The Zhou family is not short of money. Spend their own money to change. You actually killed my master. You've gone too far. How can you kill people at will? Is there any king's law? Is there any justice in heaven? Ma Baohua's 2 disciples looked at him angrily. Get out or die. Yi Chen casually waved his hand. and the two of them stumbled backwards, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood from the horrific impact of the airwave. It went so far as to directly knock them out of the manor. Yi Chen had already been merciful by not killing the two of them. Those who wanted to kill themselves he would not let go, and those who did not have the intention to kill, he did not recommend showing mercy to let one go. After all, if he followed his strategy in the floodplains, anyone who wanted to kill him and provoke him would exterminate the entire clan. That blue star shall not be cleared in a few days. Not so much, not so much. It was his first home after all, and he still had deep feelings. Elder Zhou just recovered, so he should rest more first. Farewell. Yi Chen finished leaving. A flash had disappeared at the end. Like a man like the wind. Zhou Ziwei looked mesmerized and kept looking at the direction Yi Chen had left. Girl, don't look. People have gone far away. Remember in the future to be more and Yi Chen to come and go. You can be sure to seize the opportunity. Zhou Jiangwo patted her on the shoulder and spoke at length. Well, good granddaughter. Grandpa believes you can do it. Zhou Weiguo encouraged. Oops, what are you talking about, Dad and Grandpa? Ignore you. Zhou Ziwei ran away with a blushing face. Zhou Tianxiang was on the side, but his brows were slightly furrowed. The two of them are one of the high disciples of the director of the first hospital of the capital city, and one of them is the director of the first martial arts hall of the ghost city, and the Ma family behind them is not simple. Things are in trouble. As a 9-star guard general he was naturally well aware of some of the great families of the world. Although Yi Chen killed people without delay, he left a lot of trouble behind. There are clans behind all these people that are not to be messed with. Zhou Jiangwo couldn't help but be worried as well. But how would they know that Yi Chen was not leaving trouble behind, but was too strong? There was no need to meet with the ants. Otherwise there wouldn't be enough of them to kill him. Don't worry. Didn't you guys see how calm Mr. Yi was? How can a teenage sect master be something we can't imagine? Let's go. It's not easy for you two boys to come back. Come, accompany me to drink some wine. Okay, Dad. Since you're all better, let's drink your 50-year-old Mao Tai. I've been craving it for a long time. Yeah, the 40-year-old one is good too. You two punked me. Right, that's what I've been keeping hidden for a long time back then. No. 30 years at most. A small island nation in the distant sea, also known as the Japanese nation, is small in size and ambition, and here martial arts is not prevalent. Instead, ninjutsu is the mainstream of martial arts training and practice. In turn, there are large and small samurai dojos, with different strengths affecting the area they occupy. Among them, the Gekkai Bushido Dojo was at the top of the list, and was also known as the third Bushido Dojo in Japan. All of the members of the direct line are named after the word return, and all of them are honored to be named after the word return. In the large hall of the ancient building, an old man with white hair whose sword aura was filled with overbearing sword intent opened his eyes and looked at the ninja in front of him. What do you mean? Zoe Guda is dead? The old man's aura grew more and more biting, as if he would split people in half at any time, and the entire atmosphere within the hall was rendered murderous by him. My poor third disciple turned out to be dead. Who was it who did it? The old man was furious. If the person in front of him is not a direct line, he has long been his hand up, the knife will be split in half to diarrhea, the anger of the heart. Your Excellency Gekkai Bastard Blade. Lord Gekkai Zoe said some time ago that he would travel to Daxia to find Zhou Weiguo of the Zhou family of the Ghost Province to avenge his death back then. But I didn't expect that early this morning our people received news of his death, and that his body had been dumped in a chaotic graveyard and eaten by wild dogs with only this left. We wouldn't have found out so quickly if Lord Gwenta Zoe's positioning hadn't been immobile in the field for a long time. With that, the ninja pulled out a small, short stick covered by a white cloth. You don't need to see it to know what it is. Darn it, how dare you kill my disciple? Well, what a Zhou family, what a Zhou Weiguo. Since my disciple can't kill you, I'll do it myself. The moment he saw the returning sea bastard sword stand up, waves of air rolled over, and the doors and windows of the great hall all opened at the same time. The overlord color aura was fully opened, and the biting blade aura spread out in all directions, and countless blade marks appeared in the entire grand hall. That ninja endured the pain of the cuts but didn't dare to move a muscle. The returning sea bastard sword was angry. One bad move and he would be decapitated to vent his anger. Master, let me go. To be able to kill the third master, his strength is at least a half-step sect master. But it's not enough for master to personally take action. I'll go and bring back the heads of everyone in the Zhou family, not leaving a single one behind, to avenge the third master's death. At that moment, a one-eyed man wearing blue battle armor with two blood-colored katanas on his back approached. Its body chi is as strong as an abyss, although it is not as strong as the returning sea bastard sword, but it also has a few of its colors, and he was none other than the returning sea hegemony sword's chief great disciple, the returning one demon god known as the Butcher. The people who died in his hands did not have 1,000, also have 800, and are powerful people, otherwise it would not have this kind of overpowering killing. Seeing his complacent great disciple, The Guihai bastard sword then dissipated a few points of anger. Good. You'll be the one to do it. Make sure you destroy the Zhou family. I'll take their heads to honor Zoe's spirit in heaven. Yes, master. I'm on my way. Chapter 17, Crying. Rich woman as a licking dog. Yichen came to the cell phone store to buy a cell phone. His previous crossover phone was long gone. He had to buy a new one and get a card. Although he casually changed it to be more high-tech than an Apple 100 in 100 years, there was absolutely no need for that. It was this kind of life he was trying to embody. And wouldn't it be more fun to blend in? He chose one of the latest models of Weiyu 80, and when he paid, he remembered that he didn't have the currency of this world when he traveled back. But don't panic about someone paying. Dialing the generic guard phone number, it was directly transferred to the local area. Hello, Ghost City Guard? This is Yi Chen. Get me Zhou Tianxiang. Due to Yi Chen's thick, deep and magnetic pronunciation, the receiver on the other side directly froze. Why does this feel like a big leader's inspection? Sharp and resourceful, she smelled the unusualness of this and immediately said, just a moment, please, then rushed to the top to ask for the guards will be Zhou Tianxiang's phone. To its confirmation, was praised. The future is expected, but also the heart is not free to celebrate their own resourcefulness. Immediately transfer the call to Zhou Tianxiang's side. Does Mr. Yi have anything to order me? Zhou Tianxiang was originally drinking with his brother and the old man, when he received this call, and was immediately energized. Get me some money. I'm at. Okay, Mr. Yi, wait a moment, I'll send someone over. Zhou Tianxiang hurriedly winked at the old man and his brother. They immediately understood, and even had some old immodest lewd smiles, calling in Zhou Ziwei for further instructions, and even had a sense of command that the Zhou family was depending on you. Zhou Ziwei didn't dare to delay, and sped away in the dark black top match Primera. The ghost city was that big. The distance of more than 10 kilometers was just 10 minutes. Yi Chen did not wait long. Boom boom. The roar of the engine stops and the Primera just stops in front of the gate of the flagship store of Huayu in the busy downtown area. But no one is going to go up and stop them. Not to mention the fact that luxury cars come with parking passes for most places. Not to mention that this is a 009 license plate car. And you can imagine the status of being able to put this plate on a luxury car. Zhou Ziwei got down from the car. She had deliberately dressed up as fast as she could before she came. White tight long-sleeved black suit plus black package hip skirt skin color silk meat high heel. Snow white long legs extremely bright. S-shaped body group pressure party. Standing there is the brightest view. The girls can't help but want to go up and ask for WeChat just to see the beautiful friend circle of a beautiful woman. Zhou Ziwei had no time to care about the many gazes. He didn't want Yi Chen to think that he was an unreliable person who took so much time to come. Mr. Yi, sorry I'm late. Zhou Ziwei entered the store and scanned around, and hurriedly jogged over when she saw Yi Chen. Breathing some shortness of breath, panting look at the store's male customers, inwardly called the leprechaun. It wasn't that she was tired, but she was in a hurry, afraid that Yi Chen would be unhappy. It's okay, I didn't have to wait long, so just pay for it. Yi Chen said and also looked Zhou Ziwei up and down. I have to say that the temperament of Zhou Ziwei who wears professional clothes is absolute, plus thin-rimmed glasses. There is a kind of teacher's mature beauty, so people can't help but look at it more. However, Yi Chen just looked at it. Not bad, quite pretty. Feel free to praise. After all, to integrate into mortal life, girls like to hear others praise themselves seems to be so right. Really? Zhou Ziwei blushed. Her small hands pounded a few times in front of her, somewhat at a loss as to how to answer. Beauty, we can swipe your card here or pay online. Cell phone sales road. Okay, I'll scan my phone for you. Zhou Ziwei rushed to pay, but he also bought an extra one. The duo left and everyone watched them. When they left, they couldn't help but whisper, so handsome, also wear ancient costume, just now should ask for a WeChat. It is a pity that people have a girlfriend. No, that's not her girlfriend. Can't you see she's very formal, kind of like a follower instead. If you're this handsome, you'll have beautiful women as followers for you too. That's not called being restrained. That's called licking a dog. Alas, I didn't realize that being so pretty would require one to be a lickspittle for someone. Damn it, my goddess. What kind of man deserves her to be a licking dog? Is it just because he's handsome? It's actually not impossible for a man to be a man. A man is true love. No, my heart is broken. Yi Chen ran 2 more cell phone cards next door. One with a new cell phone number and one with a cell phone number that was once commonly used. And incidentally, he also let the technicians restore all the self-stored contacts in the cell phone card. Mr. Yi, why don't we go shopping? Take a walk and relax. Zhou Ziwei proposed. Good. Yi Chen didn't refuse, and it had been a long time since he had relaxed and shopped like this. That long-lost feeling is special. As a result, Yi Chen in ancient clothes and Zhou Ziwei in professional clothes formed a stark contrast while combining to form an even more beautiful landscape. The super high value of the face with Do not know that you think the top models hired in the short video. Shopping at the mall, Zhou Ziwei deliberately wanted to pick some suits for Yi Chen, but Yi Chen refused them all. He was used to the flood ancient costume dress. A generation of flood myths wearing a suit, there is always a sense of incongruity. Zhou Ziwei was a bit discouraged. Yi Chen had been rejecting all kinds of suits and watches she gave her. Was this a subconscious rejection of herself? Mr. Yi, you can't usually walk all the time, so let's do it this way. I'll buy you a car as a small thank you for saving my grandfather. Zhou Ziwei thought. Okay, buy a car. Yi Chen to not refuse. He hadn't driven a car since his last life when he had a driver's license. Of course, he didn't have any psychological burden of spending Zhou Ziwei's money, and the value he brought to the Zhou family's help would only be greater. How nice to have someone who pays the bills for free. The duo arrived at a showroom in the center of the city, where a busy street inches away, and 10 cars were parked there in a curbside storefront. It's none other than an Aston Martin model. Aston Martin specializes in 4-seaters, and is one of the few sports cars to have a large number of 4-seaters. The duo goes in and doesn't have the plot of other cool novels where they are looked down upon by a salesperson and end up punching them in the face. The sales here are beautiful looking, well spoken, and the reception is warm. It was probably because Yi Chen and the others looked like tycoons, and this kind of temperament could not be possessed by rich people in general. Casually bought a 4 million 4-seater model. Zhou Ziwei and another 4-store bought a Bentley. Let them do a good license plate sent to Yi Chen family villa. Then they left, riding home in Violet's Paramount last week. Not to mention the efficiency of the luxury car 4S store is high. They arrived home when the car has been delivered. Even the license plate has been put on. Of course, with Zhou Ziwei's identity, who in Ghost City shall not give her face. Naturally done with the fastest efficiency. Tatsura is back. If it isn't Ziwei, come in and sit down. Yi Hongyun greeted. Uncle, this is the car I bought for you. See if you like it. Zhou Ziwei shoved the key to Yi Hongyun. Push the button. Bentley unlocked. Yi Hongyun was confused. He was once at least a son of the Yi family, even if he later fell from grace, but Bentley still recognized him. This Bentley costs up to about $5 million, and the license plate is a leopard number. Together, they're worth at least $10 million, and this license plate is not something you can buy with money. This? Yi Hongyun looked towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen also did not expect. She actually bought for his father. He originally thought that Zhou Ziwei is his own, want to drive by the way to buy. Dad, just take it. It's a token of her appreciation. Well then, such an expensive gift, Ziwei girl, you have a heart. In the future there is something to help confine Chen era. Do not be polite. Yi Hongyun stroked the Bentley and laughed. Anything? Zhou Ziwei suddenly disliked such a sentence. Yi Hongyun froze. Why was that a bit off? Uncle, try the car and see if you like it. Zhou Ziwei's face reddened as she hurriedly brushed aside the topic. Yi Hongyun got into the car and drove a $5 million limousine, something he hadn't even dared to think about after being expelled from the Yi family. I didn't realize that someone just randomly gave him one today just because of his son's relationship. I have to say, life is unpredictable. Large intestines. Girl, I love it. The car is fantastic. After running a lap, Yi Hongyun was full of praise. The car is expensive for a reason, and that comfort really can't be beat. It's good that uncle likes it. I'll give you a limited edition Rolls Royce for your birthday, Zhou Ziwei said. It's like a super rich woman. There's no need to be so polite. Quickly enter the house and sit down. Chunner is still not quick to greet the girl. Good. Yi Chen led her through the door to the 5th floor for tea. It has a great view of all the surrounding scenery. Belonging is a 360-degree wraparound observation deck. Looking into the distance, Zhou Ziwei took a deep breath, then suddenly thought of something. I remember there are no villas here. How come they were built so quickly? Staring at Yi Chen seemed to want to know the answer. In the information he had gotten, it seemed like Yi Chen had just returned yesterday morning. Even the most powerful construction team could not have built such a luxurious villa in such a short period of time. Not to mention it's unusual to even get the renovations done and have no formaldehyde odor. I built it. It's only a few seconds. It's easy. Chapter 18. Okay, big brother. Got it, big brother? Get out now. Although Yi Chen said this, Zhou Ziwei just had her mouth pouting. She felt that Yi Chen was just fooling herself, really thinking that she was a 3-year-old child. If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. By the way, there's something Mr. Yi should be interested in knowing. Zhou Ziwei remembered something. What? Yi Chen looked at her. That Ma Shizhen and his brother Ma Baohua, the owner of the Ghost City's one martial arts school, don't have a simple background. Ma Shizhen's master is the director of the first hospital in the capital city, and his power is average. But the people he knows are all powerful people in various high positions, so if he learns that his favorite student is dead, he will definitely take revenge. And Ma Baohua is the most outstanding disciple of this generation of the Lingnan Ma family, and the Lingnan province Ma family is a martial arts family. According to reliable sources, there is a realm of transformation grandmaster within its family, and as early as 20 years ago, it had already entered the realm of the grandmaster. Rumor has it that with his Taijiquan, even a horizontal master in the same realm can't hurt him. He will certainly not rest easy when Ma Baohua is dead. Zhou Ziwei was watching Yi Chen's face change as she spoke. As a result, she was surprised to find that the entire time Yi Chen was calmly drinking tea and looking at the scenery, not taking her words to heart in the slightest. Even when he heard about a martial arts expert who had become a grandmaster 20 years ago, he still didn't react. Doesn't Mr. Yi worry? Zhou Ziwei asked tentatively. Worried about what? Yi Chen acted as if he hadn't heard everything she had said before. Zhou Ziwei was directly little speechless. There are patriarchs who will retaliate against you. Isn't Mr. Yi worried? After all, although you are a junior patriarch, you have always grown for too short a period of time. Zhou Ziwei worried. In her opinion, Yi Chen's disadvantage lay in being too young, just 18 years old. Even if he was a sect master, he was only a small success. In case a big success sect master came, wouldn't he be defenseless? What is a patriarch? And why did I ever say I was one? Yi Chen said, sipping a mouthful of tea while his words were meaningful. You're not a clan master. Are you a supernatural? Zhou Ziwei suddenly thought of something. Yi Chen seemed like his strikes since the beginning didn't match a martial artist, either spacing out or slapping people into a bloody mist, never engaging them head-on. What are superpowers but mutated tracts? What's the point? Yi Chen's voice remained flat, but it gave Zhou Ziwei a whole lot of confusion. The known system of cultivation on the blue planet is roughly divided into martial arts and superpowers, though Budo also extends to things like Japanese ninjutsu and a few other niche special abilities, but the constancy of the realm of strength is pretty much the same. It's basically all measured within one system, just called differently. Then what exactly did Mr. Yi major in? Zhou Ziwei couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it. Fix the fairy. The words came out to Zhou Ziwei's CPU dry jam. Immortal cultivation. You're talking about immortal cultivation in novels. Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Yi, that's just something imagined in novels. So far I haven't heard of any immortal cultivation, and there's no record of it in the Guard Department's information dossier. If Mr. Yi doesn't want to say it, then don't say it. Anyway, I'll just assume that you're a Zongshire because you're so strong that Grandpa said that you're a Zongshire. Zhou Ziwei said. Yi Chen was non-committal. Just then, the originally clear sky drifted to a large dark clouds, which is even more thunder and lightning. Squeak, boom. Thunder rolled in and it was obviously going to rain heavily. After all, it's mid-August, summer's not over yet, and when there's a thunderstorm it's basically a downpour. This rain is definitely not small. By the way, didn't Mr. Yi say that he is an immortal cultivator? All the immortals in the novels can call the wind and the rain. Can Mr. Yi? Zhou Ziwei playfully looked at Yi Chen. After getting along with Yi Chen's easygoing nature made her talk without scruples, and she could communicate normally and even joke around. Yi Chen looked at such Zhou Ziwei with a smile. Nothing was said, but instead he looked toward the dark clouds that were already coming overhead. Roll, a simple word, containing no sonic energy nor harshness, but traveling far and wide into the dark clouds. It even directly caused the Earth's will, which had fallen into a slumbering pendulum, to jolt instantly awake. Okay, big guy. Got it, big guy. That's a roll. The Earths will rush to remove the dark clouds by force. Originally drifted along the 7 winds of the southeast, the black cloud is like to destroy the city, but hard against the wind and give floating back to the original way back. It is very outrageous. Zhou Ziwei looked confused. What is the situation? The wind direction has not changed this cloud how to drift away? Looking at Yi Chen, and then looking at the sky that had drifted without a shadow and was completely clear and not even windy, repeated several times. In the end, Zhou Ziwei shook her head in disbelief. Illusion? It must be an illusion. Coincidence must be coincidence. How can human power do it? If Yi Chen said that Yi Chen had cast a spell that could be seen with a big wave of his hand, then Zhou Ziwei wouldn't have believed it. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was just a word, not even an energy fluctuation, so how could anyone dare to believe it? Just then 2 military land cruisers pulled up. Those who are able to fly the flag are, at first glance, the top brass of the military. Looks like the appointment letter arrived, Zhou Ziwei said. As the daughter of a general, she naturally knew in advance that the higher-ups were going to give Yi Chen his rank. She just didn't expect the appointment to be so quick. What letter of appointment? Yi Chen looked down and asked. You'll see in a minute. Zhou Ziwei sells it. That's when 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, got out of the car. 2 3-star school ranks and 2 1-star school ranks. If this were in the army, it would be at least a brigade commander, a battalion commander, or even a higher-level division commander and regimental commander. Yi Chen, where is Yi Chen? The military appointment letter has arrived. Hurry and come out. At this time, one of them was nearly 2 meters tall. with muscles as hard as granite under his one-star uniform, and his cheeks were well-defined, and there were still a few small handsome burly men with rough and domineering voices. Even the workers who were building the manor stopped their hand movements to look over, and when they saw that it was a high-ranking officer, they couldn't help but whisper. Yi Chen's indifferent eyes looked down at the man. The burly man's overbearing appearance with his arms crossed suddenly changed his face and his body stiffened. An uncontrollable fear ran through his mind. Searching carefully for the source, he looked up to see the very same fear that Yi Chen's gaze had brought about. Just by meeting Yi Chen's gaze, he stumbled back a few steps and sat on his butt on the ground, his sweaty back drenched and his eyes full of fear. Fight him and I'll die. These words suddenly popped up in the burly man's mind. That feeling of danger was profound, warning him of Yi Chen's terror all the time. It was still just a look, and it had already scared him like that. It could also be seen sideways that the burly man did have a few abilities. At least the ability to anticipate danger is pretty good. You have to know that among the previous death-defying personnel, there was no one who could feel the terror of Yi Chen, and the head iron charged forward and died worse than anyone else. Zhao Chang, what happened to you? The three people beside him hurriedly tried to come forward to assist. On your knees, Yi Chen said. With a thud, Zhao Chang really knelt down, and because of too much effort even shattered the marble tiles that had just been installed in the morning. Zhao Chang himself didn't know why, but he just knelt anyway. That's a subconscious reaction of the body, a muscle reaction to put it simply. After sensing the danger, his body naturally reacted a beat faster than the reaction speed of his brain's nerves. What he didn't know, of course, was that it was the shot that saved him from being crippled. Otherwise, if he was any slower, Yi Chen would have struck. A single look would have broken his limbs, and he would not have had a place to cry at that time. Chapter 19, Kneel Down. No one can provoke you. Hey, what kind of sorcery are you doing? And who the hell are you? The woman with the one-star school rank roared. I thought you guys were looking for me. Yi Chen disappeared in a flash to reappear already opposite them. Upstairs, Zhou Ziwei hurriedly ran downstairs. He had a premonition that if these few people dared to die to compete with Yi Chen or mess with him, they would be beaten half to death at the very least. Regardless, 3 of these people were, after all, members and senior members of the Lightning Special Forces of the Ghost Province military region, which was under his father's command, and one is an envoy from the capital. It's not good to bruise them. As for Yi Chen, who could injure him? Zhou Ziwei was not worried at all. You're Yi Chen, too arrogant. We were ordered to come, and this is the attitude you have. How dare you make the hall's one-star major kneel down? You're challenging the army. One-star Major Chen Zi said angrily. On your knees. As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, Chen Zi also knelt down, only that he was pressed down by Yi Chen's pressure. Go ahead. What's up? Don't challenge my patience, Yi Chen said calmly. Everyone do not hurt the peace. Well, you are also. Who let you this attitude? Mr. Yi Junior Master, not with you is already magnanimous. Not quickly admit fault. Zhou Ziwei ran downstairs and rushed to say. At the same time, she also made a look to that recognized Colonel Li Qi. Mindful of the situation, he rushed to round it up as well. You two quickly apologized to Patriarch Yi. The two of them glanced at each other. Patriarch Yi, what did he mean? He was a patriarch, a high and mighty patriarch? Patriarchs should not be insulted. This sentence was clear to them. Zhao Chang reacted quickly and took the lead to speak. Patriarch Yi, I was wrong. I was also high-minded and wanted to test your strength only. Please forgive my impulsiveness. Just after the words were said, the pressure on his body instantly disappeared, only that both knees were too painful to stand up for a while. Patriarch Yi, I was wrong and ask for your forgiveness. Chen Zi lowered her head, and she was no cutie pie. Colonel had said so. It must not be wrong. Never in a million years did they expect that the one standing in front of them would be a junior patriarch. Why didn't you say hello to them first before? Then they wouldn't be so overbearing, and would definitely behave themselves with no temper at all. As for doubting whether Yi Chen was a sovereign or not, come on, anyone who isn't brain dead would never suspect a thing. To be able to make them, the elite of the 2 special forces, easily lose their fighting ability and directly kneel down. What could this be if not a zongshi? Next time, your military careers are over. Yi Chen's chi slightly bloomed a little, and the two of them instantly flew out backwards, but they also just happened to land on the ground and stand firm. We have remembered Patriarch Ye's teachings, and it won't happen again. The two clasped their fists, their faces filled with regret. This is a disaster. The future instructor was offended. If Yi Chen really took office, what should they do in these 3 months? It shall not be an old crime. A junior patriarch deserves to be a junior patriarch. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Why don't the two of you back off? At that moment the colonel who had been silent from the capital spoke up approvingly. The reason why he hadn't made any moves before was actually because he had acquiesced to Zhao Chang Chen Zi's provocation of Yi Chen. It was also to test whether he, the junior patriarch as stated in his profile, was living up to his name. At the same time, he also has a selfishness. He is not convinced. A person without any military experience, but directly walked into the office as 3-star school rank. You know he's been working hard for a full 17 years since he was 18. This was still because he was from the capital city and had quite a few connections, so he was not convinced and naturally wanted to suppress Yi Chen. The results are indeed shocking. Yi Chen was really strong. Whether or not he was a sovereign he didn't know yet. Anyway, if one could easily make 2 elite special forces soldiers unresisting, they were at least inner strength great achievement experts, or half-step masters. As for whether or not it's a patriarch or not, there's still a chance to test it out. Yi Chen didn't reply to him. His gaze narrowed, but he still smiled. Introduce myself. I'm an envoy sent by the capital military region. My name is Du Gubai. Yi Chen remained expressionless, as if nothing could arouse his interest. De Kurobai's eyes flashed with anger in the depths of his eyes, but he was still smiling on the surface. Ahem, that let's get down to business. Zhou Ziwei rounded up. Du Gubai looked at Zhou Ziwei and nodded. Zhou Ziwei he still had to give a few points of face. After all, she was the daughter of the military commander. Yi Chen, by order of the highest level, you are granted the rank of 3-star colonel, and as soon as possible, you will go to the Ghost Province Military Region's Lightning Special Brigade to serve as the chief instructor. For 3 months, to compete in the All-Army Special Forces competition that follows. Once you finish in the top 3, you will be awarded the rank of 1-star general. Dokubai's voice was righteous and impassioned. Not to mention, it's kinda like that. It's okay to go. Yi Chen was uninterested and turned around to go inside. The whole thing was not going to work, and everyone froze in place without reacting. Full of question marks. What is the situation? This is a lot of people can only dream of not get the 3-star school title. Now Yi Chen could not only get it directly and easily, but he even had a good chance of rising to the rank of 1-star general. It is important to know that the general's local position is equivalent to that of an assassin's secretary at number 3, and if he has real power, he is equivalent to a vice-governor or even a governor. Yi Chen even the slightest interest did not directly refuse. This is too unbelievable. Surprisingly, there are people who have no idea about the right. Tang Sanzang? This is Tatsuya. At this time, Yi Hongyun walked out. If you can, you go. Dad used to want to be a soldier when he was young. Just don't have that chance anymore. If you can just come back with a general rank, it's also fulfilling Dad's dream, Yi Hongyun said, and there was even a sense of pleading. Yi Chen listened with some heartache. This was because he disappeared for a few years and suddenly came back to become too strong, giving his father a sense of constraint, and he was a little careful in talking to himself. Dad, you're always my dad. You're my old man. I'm your son. Isn't it just to be a general? In less than a year, I'll just swing by and give you the whole 3 generals for fun. Yi Chen laughed. Good son. Your dad's greatest pride. Yi Hongyun patted Yi Chen's shoulder, his eyes a little moist. This son of his is as unchanged as ever. I'm going on duty in 3 days. I'll decide how to train. Wearing a uniform will be waived. Yi Chen said. Good. Then we'll send someone to pick you up in 3 days. Li Qi let out a long breath. Finally agreed. Otherwise it would not be easy to deliver. I'll leave first. Yi Chen, we'll meet again. De Kurobai left such a meaningful sentence and got into the car to leave. Yi Chen glanced at him without thinking much about it. He didn't have the interest to say goodbye to the ants. Li Qi handed Yi Chen the uniform rank as well as the appointment letter, and Yi Hongyun took it into the house for Yi Chen. Then we'll go first, Mr. Yi. Aha! Richie and the 3 of them quickly left in a car. This Dokurobai is not simple. Zhou Ziwei looked at the direction De Kurobai had left. Yi Chen, however, turned around and entered the house without even asking. Zhou Ziwei was embarrassed. She thought Yi Chen would be curious, but even if Yi Chen wasn't interested, she still said it. If I guessed correctly, Dugubai is Dugu Chinese own younger brother, that military myth, the youngest major general, and also the youngest patriarch. Of course, that was many years ago, and now you're the youngest patriarch. As for the youngest major general, as long as you can lead your team to the top 3 places, you'll definitely have no problem and will definitely surpass De Kuro Changin. Zhou Ziwei was gushing, even clenching his small fists, energized, as if he was going into battle himself. What's for dinner? Yi Chen calmly said. Zhou Ziwei breaks straight through the defense. You don't listen to me at all, pouting but still saying, all right, I'll eat anything you make. And yes, a little spicy, perverted spicy is acceptable. Yes. Yi Chen got up and prepared to drive to the grocery store. Mr. Yi, this card is what Grandpa asked me to pass on to you. There's $500 million in here. It's a small token of my Zhou family's appreciation. Please do take it. Zhou Ziwei handed out a black card without any unnecessary decorations that read Daxia Bank. This card allows you to call for helicopter rescue at any location in Daxia, along with many other privileges and more. Well, I'll use it first then. Yi Chen was not polite and took over and drove away. Zhou Ziwei was then relieved that Yi Chen had taken it, for the weight of a teenage master. Not to mention 500 million. 500 million in cash are big people will grab happy to pull together. Zhou Ziwei living room and Yi Hongyun chatting. Just like a look of taking down the eunuch. Yi Chen went out to buy groceries just in passing. He had just sensed that someone was following. These people had been mixed into the renovation team before. He just didn't say anything, but he knew every move these people made. Chapter 20 Assault. Instantaneous second. Amulet. Soon, a set of cement mixer trucks came speeding up from behind. Yi Chen kicked the gas and his speed shot up to 200. Straight to the back of the mixer truck to dry break the defense. You can't catch up even if you throttle into the engine. Just after the two sides had been separated by 100 meters. Boom! The mixer truck exploded with a loud bang, and the strength of the concussion directly swept 100 meters in a circle. However, Yi Chen just casually waved his hand and absorbed all the energy before the shockwave swept through the surrounding vehicles. There wasn't any excess energy to hurt innocents, just a shock to the air, as well as breaking some trees. The blown-up mixer truck was crumpled into a ball and thrown to the side of the road. In the face of absolute strength, this suicidal approach of putting bombs in mixer trucks is simply useless. And that was just the beginning, as a gas semi-trailer full of flammable and explosive gas came up behind. According to this amount, if it explodes, a radius of 500 meters will be affected. This is well into the busy metropolitan area and the consequences of an explosion would be unimaginable. Yi Chen simply instantly moved into the passenger side of the semi-trailer, and directly grabbed the driver's soul search by the ceiling. He didn't even have to threaten to just search his soul. He didn't have time to drag out the plot. The Japanese returning sea martial arts hall? How dare you act recklessly in Daxia? The reason they killed themselves was simple. They got the news that Yi Chen was a martial arts expert who had been close to the Zhou family for the past 2 days, and things came to a head. Yi Chen was the one who killed Zoe Gwenta. So then they sent someone to take out themselves first, and they also targeted the Zhou family. Only the exact course of action was unknown to this Deadpool. Yi Chen pinched and the ninja fainted. With a casual wave of the hand, the tanker pulled to the side of the road and the blast timer was stretched to 2 hours for the explosion. Yi Chen dialed the guard General Zhou Tianxian. Give you a chance to make a stand. Yi Chen finished the matter briefly, and Zhou Tianxian on the other end of the phone, who was originally drunk and sleepy, instantly stopped being sleepy. After thanking Yi Chen a bit, he hurriedly ordered the guards to be deployed, to know that according to this level of harm properly handled, he, the immediate leader, can not only add to his resume, it was even beneficial for his future progress. It was important to realize that with his current rank, he only needed to go one step further to become a deputy guard marshal. Even the governor will have to be courteous by then. Yi Chen had undoubtedly given him a great gift. If anything, he felt that progress had been almost hopeless before. Then all he wanted to say now was, Mr. Yi, I want to progress so badly. Zhou Tianxiang personally led the command, and even went so far as to personally wear an explosion-proof suit to dismantle the bomb. With 2 hours of major blast time, there's enough time to sit around and play a few games of poker. This one went straight to the news for his successful crisis resolution by example. The comments section is full of compliments for him, and it's hard not to get better with this one. All of this Yi Chen naturally didn't bother. Just stopped the car when I got home from grocery shopping. 2 tanker trucks came speeding by at 120 yards, one on the left and one on the right. Boom! A violent explosion swept through a 500-meter radius, just as the entire manor was within the blast range. But by this time the workers were off duty and it didn't affect them. Yi Chen was calm. His reaction time is not comparable to an explosion. Almost instantly, he dissolved all the explosive energy, then kneaded the energy into a marble-sized red bead and flexed his fingers. Boom! The 2 ninjas staring at the place from a distant hill who pressed the bomb triggers were directly shattered by the shockwave of the marbles. The marbles sped along, unaffected by the gravitational pull of the planet, until it crashed into the moon, smashing out a giant crater 500 meters in diameter. The next day astronomers published that the moon was hit by a comet that added a new crater, releasing energy equivalent to many tons of TNT explosive equivalent. But that's all an afterthought. Yi Chen casually waved his hand, and there were already only 2 flat pieces of the front of the car piled up in the corner of the villa, waiting for the rag collectors to collect the next day. This villa was created by his own hands, although it was done randomly, but not to mention the tanker. Even if it was the father of the super drill bomb or even nuclear weapons, frontal attack is useless. Calmly enter the villa as if what just happened never happened. 600 meters away inside the window of a 40-story residential building, a ninja watched the scene. Since the explosion just now was only a split second, 1,000th of a second speed only, Yi Chen had already resolved it. So all he saw was the 2 cars hit the villa and suddenly a bright light disappeared and the villa didn't seem to have going on. Instead both tanker trucks had their front ends flattened into iron plates. Baka! What's going on? Why aren't they dead? Directly to his hole will not. Confused. This plot to open it. Anti-Japanese god drama also cannot think of seeing that Yi Chen had already entered the villa. His nightclothes covered his face and he quietly slipped over to check. Touching the cottage walls, there were no scratches at all. Asterisk 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 what's going on? What's this wall made of? This is all fine. I must be hallucinating from staying up too late. The ninja thought twice and gently carried away one side of the headpiece of the car to go back and deliver the goods. This matter was beyond his knowledge, and he had to let the returning demon god make up his mind. Yi Chen was originally chopping vegetables and noticed that the ninja was gone. He purposely didn't kill the other party. It was just an ant. It couldn't make any waves. It also allows the best of the other team to come and die. In an abandoned villa in Ghost City, the returning demon god and a dozen or so ninjas were waiting here, and even though they were in the darkness, they did not feel any discomfort. It's a ninja, made for the night. Boo-hoo! Opening the door, a ninja carried a piece of iron, and although it was dark, with the help of the moonlight it was still clear that the brand was Westwind Peugeot. Dead yet? The returning demon god closed his eyes and said, "No, not dead." What did you say? The returning demon god's murderous aura was exposed. Lord Demon God, it's true that he's still alive. This is what puzzles me the most. I saw 2 tanker trucks hit the villa with my own eyes, but there was no explosion, and the villa was unharmed. And as far as I can observe, the material of this villa is too hard. I've never seen any material that compares to this. You see, this is the head of a crushed and flattened tanker truck. The ninja picks up the flat front end of the car. The returning demon god then noticed that he thought he was carrying a car billboard back. The returning demon god stroked the extremely flat front end, the kind of flatness that didn't exist in the interaction of forces. The impact surface is so flat. It seems like it's really as you said, that wall is really hard, but you said there was no explosion. But there are traces of an explosion on the opposite side of this. Strange. What's going on here? The returning demon god's CPU dry burst couldn't even imagine what the hell was going on. To say it was a superpower. He had seen powerful superpowers, such as magnetism, which could suck a piece of iron over against it, or create a transparent wall out of thin air. But no matter what, it's impossible to be unmarked by an impact of this caliber. At least he hadn't seen superpowers like that. Things are not simple. This person does have a few tricks up his sleeve. In that case, deal with him and his family afterward. Our primary goal now is to kill the Cho family. And while they're all here, we'll move in on none of them tonight. Returning to the devil god's way. But Zhou Ziwei is at Yi Chen's. A ninja alerted. There's no hurry. She's bound to go back. It was as he expected. Zhou Ziwei was ready to drive home with her somewhat pregnant stomach after she had satisfactorily eaten all the dishes Yi Chen had made. She also wanted to stay at Yi Chen's house, but she had just met him not long ago, so she still had to be a bit more reserved. Bye uncle. No need to see me off. Go back. I'll come back next time. Well. Girl, come and play often. Any time. With a slight grip on his palm, Yi Chen gathered the elements in the air into a transparent stone with a diameter of 3 centimeters, and hung a rope as a pendant. Put this on. Yi Chen didn't care if she was willing or not, and directly hung it around her neck. The two were only 10 centimeters apart at this point. Zhou Ziwei's entire body stiffened and didn't move. Her body was as if she had been electrocuted. Remember, squeeze this stone as hard as you can when you're in danger, Yi Chen admonished. Okay, well, then, I'm off. Zhou Ziwei blushed halfway, a little hot, and hurriedly stepped on the gas pedal to the end and raced the long way. Watching her leave, Yi Chen turned his head to see his dad's meaningful smile. Well, is Tatsuo interested? What interest? What a good-looking girl, with a good and well-behaved family. She's perfect for you. There's no rush. I'm only 18. Yi Chen casually perfumed. He learned that Pops is anxious to have a grandchild. But Pops, you don't have to rush. Women will only affect the speed of my sword drawing. Chapter 21, A Zongshur is just a bigger ant. Zhou Ziwei drove the Primera with one hand and touched the pendant with her right hand, unable to stop the happiness on her face. This was the first gift Yi Chen had ever given her, and he had personally hung it up for her, so how could she not let her ramble on? Thinking about being home already, immersed in her joy, she did not notice that the manor was unusually silent at the moment, even terrifyingly silent. Moreover, in her worldview, one that could dare to come directly to the Zhou family manor to cause trouble had yet to appear. Aunt May, where are you? Zhou Ziwei called out to her personal nanny, Auntie May, but there was no response. As someone who had already attained great success in external energy, even if her reaction was slow, she felt that something was wrong at this moment, just wanted to leave to find help. Don't leave if you're here. A figure appeared behind her, and it was none other than the returning demon god. Feeling the terrifying killing aura of the other party, Zhou Ziwei knew that her father, uncle, grandfather, and they must have already been captured. What do you want? Zhou Ziwei asked as she stumbled back a few steps. Snap! The returning demon god clapped his hands, and a dozen or so human ninjas escorted everyone up and down the Zhou family together. The strongest of them, Grandpa Zhou Ziwei, had already been beaten and spat out blood, and his breath was a bit low at the moment. The bodyguard Zhang Ping was no better. Kneeling on both knees, his legs had been ruined. As for the others, they were more or less wasted. Grandpa, Dad, are you guys okay? Zhou Ziwei's eyes were misty with tears, angry but unable to do anything about it. We're fine. Don't be afraid, girl. Don't let the Japanese underestimate my Zhou family. They come from the Japanese returning Sea Bushido Hall, and even if they kill us today, it won't be long before their entire staff will be buried with us. Those who violate my daxia will be executed even though they are far away. My Zhou family has no fear of life and death. Zhou Weiguo's gaze was firm, and his straight back never bent. Grandpa, it's not the most desperate time yet. Yi Chen will come. He will definitely come, Zhou Ziwei said, gripping the pendant with all her strength, thinking Yi Chen come and save us. Foolish, my men are watching him. He's 30 kilometers away. He won't be able to save you. A family should die neatly. Today I will send you one by one to meet the King of Hell. Go and repent to my senior brother. The returning devil god drew out his sword and was about to decapitate Zhou Ziwei's head with it. Just then, boom! The hall door was slammed open by something. As the crowd fixed their eyes, a white-clad figure in ancient clothes slowly walked over. Seemingly slow, each step spanned 10 meters, and as long as anyone who wasn't blind could see, he wasn't stepping on the ground, but was a full 2 meters from the ground, stepping in the air. Although he did not release his breath, that invisible aura prevented all the ninjas present from moving easily. Yi Chen, you're here. In her excitement, Zhou Ziwei directly called Yi Chen by name. She hadn't expected the amulet to be so effective that she called it directly to herself. She had thought it was a shield or something. Do you want to send them to Hades? Who doesn't have the guts to take my men? Yi Chen said blandly. His words are not just words, no matter in the flood or here. If the King of Hell dares to accept his people, then the King of Hell to change a person like sitting. And his words hit every ninja in the chest like a counting hammer. All of them were spitting blood from their mouths. Yi Chen had actually caused them to suffer heavy injuries with just one sentence. Only the returning demon god was able to be a bit better. Fully internal mirrors were released outwardly to form an energy shield, which prevented him from suffering a heavy blow. But even so, he didn't feel good. It just felt like there were 10 tanks pressing on his chest and he couldn't breathe a bit. What a terrifying strength. Before you even make a move just with a single sentence to make me so passive. What realm are you in? The returning demon god stared at Yi Chen in death. At this moment, he was no longer capable of striking the Zhou Ziwei on the side. This was because he could feel that if he didn't deal with Yi Chen wholeheartedly, a single negligent action would kill him. It's the master's acumen for death. You're not qualified enough. I'll give you a chance. Use your strongest means and be able to make me take a step back. Spare your lives. Good. Then I'll let you see the strongest jutsu of my lineage of the returning Sea Samurai Dojo. The returning chop. The returning demon god placed his hands on the handle of his sword behind him, his eyes slightly closed, his knees slightly bent, and his waist bent down, like a tightly drawn bow, only to rebound instantly after being pulled to the limit. The entire person's aura unexpectedly began to rapidly internalize, and Yi Chen also withdrew his invisible aura pressure at this moment. It allowed him to unleash this blade with all his might without fear. What a terrifying blade chi! He really is a sect master, and he is a sect master mini completion. Surprisingly, he has merged the killing chi and blade chi into one. It is worthy of being the strongest jutsu inherited by the returning Sea Samurai Dojo Hall for 200 years. Zhou Weiguo was shocked. Don't look at him, he hadn't stepped into the sect master yet, but he was quite knowledgeable about many master stances. I think to myself that if I were in the same realm I would not be a match for the returning demon god at all. This person is extremely terrifying. He looks to be only 50 or 60 years old to have this kind of attainment. If he's allowed to continue growing, he'll definitely be one of Dacia's formidable enemies in the future. And I don't know how many killings he'll cause. Zhou Weiguo gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to personally cut this person down here. Nay, there is a huge difference in strength and there is no way to do it. Grandpa, can Yi Chen win then? Zhou Ziwei retreated. A worried face. The main grandfather Zhou Weiguo blew too hard. He could not help but worry. Don't worry, Yi Chen will definitely win. Zhou Weiguo was full of confidence. Ah, didn't you say that the returning demon god is very powerful? Zhou Ziwei's head was full of question marks. Ha ha, girl, you are still too little informed to understand. Zhou Weiguo sold out. Not to mention Zhou Ziwei speechless. Even Zhou Tianxiang Zhou Jiagwei are speechless. Words can die after finishing. Have to hold back not to say. Yi Chen stood quietly waiting for his opponent's power-up move. Finally, after the 10-second build-up was complete. Ha ha ha, to actually let me finish building up my strength. You deserve to die under your own arrogant hubris. Repent for your stupidity. The returning demon god laughed maniacally, crossing his arms and slashing downward at the same time as he instantly drew his sword. The terrifying blade chi directly formed cross-light blades, and its speed was only instantaneous at a distance of 30 meters. Seeing that Yi-Chen still didn't flash or dodge, he became even more excited. Right! Both legs erupted with horrible muscles, making his speed reach its peak in this instant. A leap of 10 meters with double knives slashing down. He was smart enough not to drag the big one just because Yi-Chen didn't duck. Instead, he unleashed his jutsu and then made up for it. The big move was the first to land in front of Yi-Chen, only when everyone thought that Yi-Chen was going to resist with all his might. Yi-Chen shook his head helplessly. Griffin, not caring about the blades of light rushing towards him. Instead, his arm was slightly upward, and his fingers were like sharp swords instantly blocking upward. The sharp and domineering cross-light blade landed in front of him, but it couldn't advance any further, and the instantaneous energy recession disappeared. Only a dang sound was heard as the twin swords collided with Yi-Chen's fingers. It was like the crisp concussion of twin swords hitting an iron mountain. The next moment, due to the instantaneous tremor, speed reached the katana limit. Only a bang was heard, and the katana shattered into countless pieces in response. Thump! The returning demon god stumbled backward 3 steps and slid violently backward another 20 meters before barely dislodging the impact. Hands trembling and stained with blood, even his face had several cuts from the shattered knife. You are too weak to live. Yi-Chen shook his head. You are strong, but the strength is limited. You can't even kill me in seconds. Compared to my teacher, the returning seed bastard sword, you're still far behind. Kill me, and the teacher will surely come to take revenge on you as well. The returning demon god fell into a seizure. He knew that he was no match for Yi-Chen. Far from it. A clash of moves between masters reveals the outcome, but he was still unconvinced. If his teacher was there, Yi-Chen would definitely not be able to win. To be able to not die under 1/10 millionth of my current power, you are considered a bigger ant, Yi-Chen said flatly. Only his words contained too much information. The crowd in the room was confused. Doubt he's talking about 1 in a million, or 1 in 1,000, or 1 in a million. But everyone naturally assumed it was a mishearing and that it should be 1 in 1,000. After all, if it was 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 10 million, it would be too damn anticlimactic. Wouldn't it mean that 10,000 patriarchs, 10 million patriarchs wouldn't be enough for him to fight? Of course, only Yi-Chen knew that this was only the result after he suppressed his power now. If he unleashed his power in full, he himself didn't know how strong he was, and there was no one who could stand up to his attacks, mainly in the flood. What are you talking about? How can that be? The returning demon god couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he even suspected that Yi-Chen was deliberately trying to scare himself. Chapter 22, Avenging the Killing of a Son. The nest moves in. Die. Before the returning demon god was about to continue saying anything, Yi-Chen had already come close and flicked his finger. Bang, straight to the head. This time Yi-Chen's power was well controlled. The power didn't spread too much, and at most he punched through a few walls and into the mountains for a few dozen meters. If anyone found out, they would only suspect that the pangolin had done it. The pangolin was dumbfounded. Don't bring me along when you're bragging about being great. How come I don't know that I'm so great? Run! The rest of the ninjas scattered and fled in all directions, not even having the courage to fish out and kill a few people first. In the face of absolute power, what else can you do if you don't run? At least running has a chance of survival. Don't even think about begging for forgiveness. Desya and the Japanese are enemies. Buzz! Yi-Chen flicked his fingers, imprisoning all the ninjas. Along with Yi-Chen's proximity, their bodies were gradually dissolving, as if they had been deleted by a computer. Ah, no! Yi-Chen walked close to a dozen ninjas, all turned into dust in the air. Direct physical forced overdose? Cremation money are saved. Everyone in the audience shivered at this bizarre scene. Ask who has seen this kind of killing scene. Did not see him have any action. The person has been vaporized. This kind of means unheard of. There is no need to fear. You are not enemies. Many thanks to Mr. Yi for saving my life. The crowd thanked. If it wasn't for Yi-Chen, it would have been difficult for them to escape with their wings today. Yi-Chen looked at the injuries of the crowd, so it was fortunate that none of them had died. Yi-Chen casually took the essence from the distant mountains and forests with a single move of his hand, then gathered it into pills and distributed one to each of them. By eating it, you will not only recover from your injuries, but you will also have a chance to break through the limitations. As soon as Yi-Chen finished speaking, one by one, they almost all ate it. Yi-Chen continued, you guys have been blessed by a disaster this time. The more injured you are, the more benefits you get from eating this Dan. Speaking of which, the faces of the crowd changed one by one. Kong was happy because of the instant and complete recovery, and even his cultivation level was slowly rising with remarkable results. I didn't realize that the effect of this elixir was that the worse the injury, the better the effect. Hey, I should have known better than to eat so fast. It's a waste. too much of a waste, and I'm not badly hurt. Older brother, I should have known to let you beat me up first, now it's well and truly wasted. Who says it isn't? And only father hasn't eaten yet. Everyone looked at Joe Wegwa. He was hurt a bit and moved half a beat slower, which prevented him from eating it. Joe Ziwei is even more a little jealous of her grandfather. She also share. Just heard that it is good for the body to eat too fast. Regret too late. What are you guys looking at me for? Joe Wegwa looked puzzled. Dad, why don't you think about this? I'll beat you half to death first. It'll work better. Right. Big brother is right. I even feel that the bottleneck will arrive soon. This is still I am not injured enough. If you are dying, the effect will definitely be beyond imagination. Zhou Tianxiang and Zhou Jiangwo were excited. The corner of Zhou Weigua's mouth twitched. Filial piety, too filial piety, really two big filial sons. At your own discretion, digest the medicinal power well, and the patriarch is expected. Yi Chen finished speaking and instantly disappeared. The crowd could only clasp their fists and salute in the direction of departure. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Subsequently Zhou Weigua, after further deliberation in the sense that both sons' strength has increased substantially, and even still have a rising trend. Crossing a small stage was the nail in the coffin, and he was heartened. It was important to realize that he was now an inner strength minor achievement, just one step away from an inner strength major achievement. If he was beaten half to death and then ate it, he might be able to cross the great success to promote to the peak of the inner strength, and then he would really be expected to be a zongsure. The opportunity to really get off the ground in one's life is rare. Take a gamble. You guys do it, just save your breath. Zhou Weigua firmly said. As the saying goes, strength is dangerous, since the effect is visible. Why not gamble on it? He could dream of becoming a grandmaster. Okay, we're all in this together. Zhou Jiangwo and Zhou Tianxiang as well as all the bodyguards swarmed up. It was a night destined to be hard to sleep. The news of the total annihilation of the Japanese ninjas at noon the next day spread through various channels, and there was even footage of the Guei demon god's hallowed sect master being violently beheaded. This was of course Zhou Tianxiang deliberately letting the news spread out. The purpose is to deter the Japanese ninja community and raise our country's prestige. Dacia is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Even a martial arts grandmaster level ninja expert would have to leave his life here. This matter directly also spread quickly in the circle. Many people laughed at the Japanese bullet small country even dared to provoke the great summer not self-conscious. Not to talk about the territory area. The number of population is also a far cry. Dacia out of talent. Strong people really want to let go of the fight. The Japanese ninja community has to be beaten by the group, but also dare to go to the door to provoke the killing simply looking for death. After learning of this incident in the faraway Japanese country, Guihai Ba Dao was incomparably angry, and in a fit of rage, he chopped the martial arts hall into two halves with a knife. Baka Tooth Lu. Yi Chen and the Zhou family, you killed two of my disciples in a row and humiliated my returning sea martial arts hall. I will kill you. After the angry roar, the returning sea bastard blade calmed down, subsequently summoned all the elite disciples, bound to enter the great summer once again to kill Yi Chen to slaughter the Zhou family. Ma Baohua, the owner of the No. 1 martial arts school in Ghost City, was born dead and died in the Zhou family. Two of Ma Baohua's disciples went back and quickly traveled to Lingnan, telling the Lingnan province Ma family about this matter. Ma Baoshan, the head of the Ma family, a peak inner strength martial arts expert, looked down at the two below in a burst of anger. The other elders of the Ma family were similarly furious. My Ma family's most outstanding disciple of this generation has unexpectedly died. Tell me why the Zhou family wanted to harm him. Ma Baoshan, although unusually angry, after all, that is his disciple. The same unknown thing is actually his son, his illegitimate son, but he retained a measure of sanity. Not only him, the other elders were all more sensible as well, figuring out the cause of the matter first. The Ghost Province Zhou family was strong, not in terms of martial arts strength, but in terms of his influence. Zhou Weigua was, after all, an old general of that generation, with a great deal of success in battle. Plus both of his sons are extremely distinguished in this generation. A 9-star guard general and a major general commander. As long as they are in that part of the Ghost Province, they are the voice at the top. What's more, shocking news had just come out of the martial arts circle today that a Japanese grandmaster level powerhouse as well as a group of inner strength experts had tried to misbehave with the Zhou family, only to be wiped out in one fell swoop. One must know that Guei demon god was extremely famous in the ninja world, and his strength was far more powerful than that of a normal sect master, not to mention the fact that he had brought so many people with him, and he was still killed as a result, and even the photos are so shocking, so you can imagine the horrors he went through. This was more evidence that the Zhou family was a bad master to be messed with. It wasn't the Zhou family that did it, it was a young man. That young man also killed the curator's brother. Ma Shizhen, the chief physician of the first hospital in the capital city. He was simply lawless. By the way, they call him Mr. Yi. As soon as these words fell, the elders present in the Ma family had breathed a slight sigh of relief while at the same time becoming even angrier. It's a good thing that it's not the Zhou family, so we don't have to make enemies of the Zhou family, but since that young man dared to do this person my Ma family will kill no matter what. Definitely can't do anything to ignore it. My Ma family's own people were killed. We must give them justice. Ma Baoshan gritted his teeth and spoke righteously. Heart is really hate. That is his two sons did not expect to be killed by the same person, although they are both illegitimate, but blood is thicker than water. Tiger venom is still not eat the child. He must take revenge, no matter what the price to pay. The family head is right. My Ma family has been entrenched in Lingnan for how many years, and has always been one that no one dares to mess with. I didn't expect that this time I would lose 2 talents. I must not let it go. The Grand Elder stood up. His strength was inner strength, great achievement. This matter has to be considered in the long run. First, contact the director of the first hospital of the capital city. His favored disciple was killed. With his character he definitely won't let it go. And wake up the old householder to discuss it. If you want to kill this son, you must do it without fail. The second elder said. He wasn't very strong, but he was the Ma family's military advisor. And what he said would be adopted by Ma Baoshan in the vast majority of cases. Absolutely not. Father is at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. His breakthrough means a great deal to my Ma family. By no means can we disturb his old man at this time. Ma Baoshan strongly disagreed. The second elder wanted to say something else. This matter will be led by the Grand Elder. The two parties will work together, and I will lead a personal attack, and I will definitely call him to die without a burial place. Ma Baoshan's gaze was sinister. Hey, that's just it. The second elder didn't continue to say anything else. He couldn't do anything if the family had insisted on it. He had always had a bad feeling in his heart, and always felt that this matter would be difficult to accomplish without inviting out the old family master. Chapter 23, The Yi family will only die. Yi Chen stood on the 5th floor observation deck looking into the distance. Yi Hongyun handed over a cup of tea. Bang! Before he could receive it, a bullet had already shot over, and was caught by Yi Chen's 2 fingers as it was about to land on Yi Hongyun's face. Depending on the size and type, it's at least a conventional Barrett round. Yi Hongyun was startled. Such a large bullet, if it was not Yi Chen, he must have exploded without any hint of surprise. Looking for death, Yi Chen flexed his fingers and the bullet head was launched at 10 times the speed of sound, penetrating the Barrett across 1,000 meters while blowing up the sniper's head. Bang bang bang! That's when 3 rounds came in quick succession, from 3 different directions. Yi Chen instantly grabbed the bullet, then flexed his fingers and popped it out. Bang bang bang! Directly collided with the 3 rounds of bullets that came again at the same time. The speed did not decrease at all, still penetrating the Barrett, directly killing the sniper. Bang! Another shot. Yi Chen positively pulverized the bullet with a flick of his finger, clearly feeling that the bullet was different. Armor-piercing bullets? But even armor-piercing bullets couldn't take him. They were just harder bullets. So what difference did it make? Yi Chen instantly moved to the sniper and directly grabbed his head to search his soul. But where he has searched the soul, as long as deliberately, that is absolutely a life as bad as death plant people. Yi Chen killed it directly after torturing it. Got his memories too. It's the Yi family again. Since they're in a hurry to find death, they'll continue to kill their relatives today. Yi Chen muttered, without the slightest bit of compassion for his relatives. The fact that he didn't continue to kill for the past 2 days wasn't because he was having a Madonna attack. Rather, it was too much killing on the first day, and more or less a reprieve for his father, after all the relatives who had died. And it is only true torture if it brings enough fear to the enemy. Isn't it more murderous to suffer in fear every day, waiting for the possibility of death at any moment? Yi Chen flashed and disappeared to his father's side. Dad, I'm going to give you an amulet. With it no one can hurt you even if I'm not there. As for being in the villa, don't worry, as long as you're within range of the villa, you'll be fine even if you suffer a nuclear attack. The inside is unaffected. After saying that, Yi Chen had already pinched a silver-colored ring out of thin air and handed it to his father. Dad, you put it on. Okay, but is this house really that hard that a nuclear bomb can't break it? Yi Hongyun put on the ring, but still expressed a bit of skepticism. There are underground fortresses that can carry nuclear bombs, but those are only capable of defending against high-powered nuclear bombs if they are more than 300 meters deep under granite. And the fortress that concrete is several meters thick, which is what keeps it safe from nuclear bombs. The house is lavishly decorated and has a very aesthetic appearance. It doesn't look like it can be protected against nuclear bombs. Bulletproof is probably difficult. Yi Chen didn't explain much, and took out the Barrett that he had just seized and fitted with a silencer. It's an armor-piercing bullet. 8 shots in a row, dry on the floor unharmed. On the contrary, the bullets directly into thin pieces. While the forces are mutual, If something is hard enough to egg on a rock, then even an armor-piercing bullet is going to turn into iron. Tatsuro, it's amazing how hard the house you built with your hands is. Yi Hongyun was shocked. Just get used to it. Dad, get ready. It was the Yi family that attacked us just now. Since they're determined to kill us, let's go ahead and kill our relatives. Yi Chen said flatly. It was as if killing these relatives was like killing a chicken. It's them again. Well, let's go together. Yi Hongyun clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. I'm buying a plane ticket. Yi Hongyun pulled out his cell phone. No, we'll go straight. Yi Chen pressed the phone. Hall flood Big Brother, 2,000 kilometers away from the door to kill. If you still need to take a plane, that is still called what, Big Brother? Paddling is more or less. Chenner doesn't buy a plane ticket. How do you think you'll get there? Fly there? This is more than 2,000 kilometers away from Yi Group's headquarters. Yi Hongyun was puzzled. Instantaneous. Yi Chen grabbed Yi Hongyun's arm and just finished speaking. Yi Hongyun only felt that the environment in front of him instantly changed a bit blurry. When he fixed his eyes again, he was already on the roof of the iconic Big Shorts building in Winnebago. The heart was even more shocked for a long time. Yi Chen also understood that trying to get his father to quickly adapt to all of his transcendent abilities was difficult. Slowly over time he would get used to it. Is this so soon? Yi Hongyun looked at the city cluster inwardly shocked. This son always had a variety of abilities beyond his imagination. This is already slow. Yi Chen fearlessly said. Looking at this vast urban agglomeration, Yi Chen also nodded slightly. At least it was much more grandiose than the ghost market. After all, this was a plains area and the tall buildings looked spectacular one after the other. The city of Winnipeg was ranked among the top 10 major metropolitan cities in Dacia, with an exceptionally developed economy and a large population. In addition to being a listed company itself, Yes Group also holds more than 50% of the shares of 2 listed companies in the city. Market capitalization scale respectively are up to more than 10 billion. Its Yes Group itself market value is up to 100 billion. If you add the previous market value of the Ghost Genshin, there can be received 200 billion market value scale. Unfortunately, almost all of Ghost Genshin's immediate senior staff were all killed by Yi Chen, resulting in its market value plummeted directly down, and the value of white wine has shrunk significantly. And now Sen no one want. But even so, the Yi Group was still a top 10 family group in the winning state. Plus, this world is home to martial artists, superpowers, and other masters of various abilities, and even the strong need money. Naturally, it can be bought by money, so that the rich family group more long winning, rich but 3 generations, basically become a thing of the past. Provided, of course, that one does not provoke the powerful to bring about the destruction of the family. The two just stood on the top floor of the Big Shorts building overlooking the city's architectural landscape in full view. Yi Chen looked at his father and asked, Dad, where are the siblings? They disappeared. I haven't found out anything so far, and even the city's defense team has been putting off telling me to wait. Speaking of this, Yi Hongyun's eyes dimmed. This world is so realistic. When you have a position, a word is very good. Who cares about you when you fall? Hearing this, Yi Chen casually projected and was relieved. Yi family did not move the younger siblings. Not they captured. And the younger siblings are still alive. And according to Yi Chen's telepathy they were all okay. At least the people were fine. Don't worry Dad. I sense that both of them are fine. Let's get Mom out of the way first and then I'll go with Dad to find them. Not one of our family should be left out. Yi Chen said. Okay, it's just that your mom. Yi Hongyun voice said this suddenly low and show grief. Mom's not going to die. Yi Chen took out the urn and stroked it, then put it into space, taking Yi Hongyun with him to instantly fall into the first floor of the Big Pants building. This was a plot of land that Yi Group had taken a long time ago and developed into the group's headquarters. Now this building alone is worth at least $30 billion or more, and even if it is not sold, it can be used to collect rent. In short, as long as there is this building in Yes Group, even if bankruptcy, nothing to do, just collect the rent to save some money. 10 lifetimes are enough. Its value was even much more valuable than the 2 listed companies controlled by the Yi family. Where's the brat from? Get lost? You can't get in without a suit. The security guard stopped Yi Chen and the others with a condescending face. It seemed as if as a security guard at the gate of Yi Group's headquarters he was proud and awesome. Pop! Yi Chen casually slapped his hand and flew out. A dog has to be a dog. And by him the slap, naturally, directly burst the head of the soul outside of heaven, the body also because of the powerful inertia into the wall. Gouge cannot gouge out. Yi Chen unexpectedly started killing directly again in public. Murder! Run! Those who saw the scene outside the first floor fled in terror, running as fast as they could. Yi Chen, however, waved his hand indifferently. Boom! The entire first floor door, including the punching area, was all shattered away, with a power comparable to 10 high-explosive grenades. Several security guards who had just wanted to rush out to teach Yi Chen a lesson were all sent flying. their bones all shattered. This. Yi Hongyun was startled by this sudden scene. This strike was too decisive. And he himself was clearly at the core of the explosion, yet he didn't suffer a bit of damage. Just like in a sci-fi movie. Dad, let's go inside. Aha. The duo walked away. And wherever they passed debris, pieces of debris made way. Chapter 24, 1v100. This is strength. Do. At the same time, the alarm of the whole building sounded. The defense system was activated. And the whole building was covered with high-strength steel plates. This is the building's protection mechanism, which activates self-protection in the event of a threat. The iron door closed tightly the second before Yi Chen was about to enter. Meanwhile, the entire interior of the building looked a bit chaotic. The most people in the building were nothing more than ordinary office workers at work, who had just heard the explosion and the whole building was closed down. Where had they seen this scene before? Is it a terrorist attack? I don't know. Why are the windows closed? Turn on the light. I want to go home. The chairman and shareholders of Yi Group, who were originally meeting on the top floor, were still relatively calm. Yi Group is deeply rooted in the city, both business influence and someone above, naturally not afraid of someone retaliation. Gentlemen, hold your horses. These steel plates can't be opened even by a bazooka. Ordinary superpowers are even more worthless, and the guards will be here soon. Yi Long, the current chairman of Yi Group on the main seat, calmly knocked on the table and said, worthy of being a person who has experienced great storms, even in this situation still calm and self-contained. This is the aura of a big brother. Hearing him say that, the others relaxed and chatted with laughter. And almost at the same time the building was attacked. Alarms went off at the Winnebago State Guard headquarters building. Large numbers of city guards drove bomb-proof vehicles and even medium-sized six-wheeled armored vehicles, grenade-launching vehicles, and even bulletproof SUVs equipped with Gatling. 3 dozen cars in all. 7.62 caliber are just the minimum configuration. 20mm, 30mm, everything. Yi Chen turned to look. Such is the energy of the Yates family that the guards arrived as fast as they could after the Big Shorts building was attacked. It would be nice to be this fast on a regular basis. Ordinary people don't see them so fast when they lose their electric donkey. Listen to the two in front of you. You're surrounded. Don't put up any more pointless resistance. Putting down your weapons with your hands on your head is your only way out. Put down your weapons. A captain of the guard picked up a loudspeaker and shouted, righteous and impassioned, as if he were the embodiment of justice to judge all evil. Tatsu-chan, what the? Yi Hongyun looked at Yi Chen. It is important to know that the minimum configuration of armored vehicles is 15mm truth, not to mention 20mm, 30mm machine guns, Gatling with 100 rounds a second, and even 10 men with the latest locator tracking bazookas. This configuration would have to be reimbursed even if there were 10 main battle tanks in front of it, worthy of being the most elite force in the headquarters of the Winnebago Guard. It is indeed richly endowed. Yi Chen was afraid that if he were to fight them, he would cause considerable damage to the city. It's just a mole, Yi Chen said blandly. In his eyes the opposite side was worse than ants. I should say just useless dust. Not even the ability to pique his interest. Of course, it should be said that even the heavenly Tao saints of the floodplain were trash compared to ants in his eyes. And not to mention these guards who are only equipped with medium-sized weapons. But to say a single word to them is also the greatest insult. Seeing that Yi Chen did not have the slightest intention of surrendering with his hands on his head, the captain of the defense team was furious. Do. That's when the cell phone rang, and the call was answered. Good. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Carefully, he answered and hung up the phone. All personnel, weapons in position. These two are long-wanted vicious outlaws. If they dare to make a move, shoot them on the spot. Give me a sieve to beat them to death. Yes, only to see them turn on the safety of their guns and aim them at Yi Chen. At that caliber, even half a meter apart a shockwave could tear someone apart. Aimed at Yi Chen, Yi Hongyun naturally couldn't run away. Ordinary people can get a shot in the arm and not even find the dregs. The power of modern heat weapons is not something normal carbon-based creatures can withstand. A Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't even carry a 20mm. Hearing the guard captain's words, Yi Chen smiled. Apparently there were high-ranking people within the guard who had a close relationship with the Yi family, and they were on the verge of becoming their thugs. Dad, you see, this world is like this. The weak are the strong are honored, and the so-called people who hold the sword to master the fair are nothing more than a game for the strong, and all I have to do is kill everything in my way, Yi Chen said with his right hand already raised. Ugh, Yi Hongyun didn't try to say anything else, but his fists were clenched tightly, and he clearly felt powerless over this as well. This is the way of the world. Even the guards have become the minions of the rich and powerful, so how can there be any fairness? Just like Yi Chen said, the only thing left to do was to kill all the obstacles. With strength, he is the truth. You watch. In the face of absolute strength, my rules are rules. Yi Chen just said this, Fire! The bullets pouring from the opposite side hit Yi Chen. As a result, all the bullets stopped in the air, including the 30mm bullets. Even though they still shot all the bullets in this shuttle in incredulity, they failed to go further. What? How do I look at you? The captain of the guard was confused. All the guardsmen were confused. So much so that even some people don't realize when their guns fall on the floor. They had secretly dealt with quite a few martial artists and superpowers of all abilities over the years. Yet it was the first time I had encountered such a situation. There has never been a man who has been unscathed by more than 15mm bullets. It was as if there was a layer of invisible energy shield in front of Yi Chen. No matter how he hit it was useless. Get on the bazooka, the captain shouted. He then personally carried a bazooka and fired it. This bazooka is launched after first rushing up to the sky to reach a height of 1,000 meters, and then borrowed inertia dive type attack, can be said to be extremely powerful. It's usually used to fight the latest main battle heavy tanks, and there's tracking capability. Once locked on to a rocket warhead it can even turn corners. Very smart and comprehensive. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could defend on all fronts, and all mission failures came from a lack of firepower. With enough firepower, God would have to call his father. Buzz! It landed on top of Yi Chen's head but remained stationary, and the propellant consumption failed to play a small role. It doesn't look much different than a 30mm bullet effect. Seek death. Yi Chen casually waved his hand and all the bullets returned. Boom! After the violent explosion, all of the bomb-proof car armored vehicles were blown out while being pierced by 1,000 holes. All of the 100 elite guards were wiped out except for the chief of the guards. Even if it was equipped with more sophisticated equipment and more expensive, it was still unbeatable in front of Yi Chen. That's the end of it? Yi Hongyun was dumbstruck. This time it was much faster again compared to last time. Thinking back on what my son had just said, it did seem like there was nothing wrong with it. When I have absolute power, my rules are rules. Why should I listen to mole crickets? Blockers all GA. Yi Chen's hand sucked in and the guard captain landed in front of him. No, don't kill me. Kill me and you'll be an enemy of the guard general. Facing his fearful and threatening roar, Yi Chen expressionlessly stomped on his hand to break it. Subsequent stomping off of limbs and even a fifth foot. It was worse than just killing him and passing out straight away. Chapter 25 Yi family boss, that's it? Yi Chen was like stepping on ants. It was more calming to him than pulling the limbs off an ant when he was a kid. There was no ripple, and he even wanted to raise his 9 clans. However, Yi Chen still forced down the thoughts. This is Blue Star, the first home. It's better to be gentle. Dad, let's go inside. Fine. Yi Hongyun swallowed his saliva. He was a man, and any man would have gone cold underneath at the sight. Come to the iron gates of the building. Yi Chen flicked his finger. Boo! 10cm thick special high-strength steel plate flew straight in, smashed through several walls and inserted in the flower beds in the road. All the bodyguards along the way were like ants in Yi Chen's hands, and were killed by headshots before they could even reach him. From the first floor up, headshots were being staged on every floor. He doesn't hurt ordinary people, though, he just shocks them with his hand. Unobstructed access to the boardroom on the topmost floor. Outside the conference room door, a man nibbled on a chicken leg and sat in a chair. Its hair flowing, seemingly ordinary appearance. Would think it is a punk, but in fact, there is a strong murderous spirit in the eyes. It gave people an extremely evil feeling. At a glance, it was a boss-level martial artist that the Yi group had spent a lot of money to offer. This road ends here. He was seen to be extremely confident, with the corners of his mouth raised in the manner of a crooked-lipped god of war. Just stood up and instantly rushed towards Yi Chen with the force of his feet, like a cheetah carrying a fierce momentum that was unstoppable. Not to mention other things, just this power rush. Is a main battle tank blocking, also have to be easily knocked away. Yi Chen raised his hand and waved it. Boo! The man's head directly smashed the conference room's 15cm thick iron door. As the saying goes, vigor produces miracles, and speed is the only martial art under the sun. Don't look at the head as if it's quite fragile, but when accelerated to a certain level, it's possible to smash through an iron door. Except that the man certainly won't live. His head is flattened. Less than 3 seconds out of the gate and he was killed in seconds. Even Yi Chen didn't know what level of martial artist he was yet, but it doesn't even matter. Yi Chen walked into the conference room, only to see a group of people in the conference room cowering in the corner shivering with nervousness and fear. Only the white-haired old man sitting on the main seat and the middle-aged man on one side remained calm. Yi Chen had projected and naturally knew who they were. Besides, you can already guess from the face. One of these two was his father's own uncle, and the other was his father's own brother. As for the so-called Yi Chen, that grandfather was not here. He had abdicated and must be enjoying life somewhere. Yi Hongyun forced himself to hold back the throbbing in his heart as he sat in the opposite seat. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was sitting next to him, with Yi Chen holding down the fort for his father. His father could go anywhere in heaven and on earth, and he could condescend in the face of any dignitary. still recognize me? Yi Hongyun looked at the duo with a cold gaze, especially this good brother of his. Hongyun, you barged in with such fanfare today with the help of an outsider's power. What? Are you thinking that no one can rule you in Winning City? Old man Yi Tianhua said forcefully. Obviously, even at this point, he didn't think Yi Hongyun would dare to touch himself. In his opinion, Yi Chen was at most a fighter he had hired. After all, Yi Chen's appearance had changed too much, and since it's a hitter, there's a price to be paid and a weakness to be found. After all, in this world, even superpowered people would bow down in front of money. There was just one thing he didn't understand. What made Yi Hongyun able to invite such a martial arts expert? This was something that they had absolutely no clue about when they investigated before, only knowing that Yi Hongyun had a super powerful fighter following him, who seemed to be surnamed Ji as well. You're a rare talent. How about $30 million? $30 million a year, to become a guest of my Yi family? Yi Tianhua looked at Yi Chen. He didn't believe that Yi Hongyun could give more than he did. The little people can't compete with 4 generations of heavy merchants. What's more, Yi Hongyun was not able to get the demolition money, and it is even more unlikely that he can afford to bid much. Who can stand up in front of $30 million a year? Hearing this, Yi Chen's face was expressionless as he slowly raised his hand and extended 5 fingers. Fine. $50 million is $50 million. My Yi family is willing to make you a friend. Yi Tianhua immediately clapped his hands, full of smug smiles, and the whole person branched out again. If he could get such a super powerful superpower for $50 million a year, he would have definitely earned it. It is true that under the absolute power of money, even the most powerful people will bow down. As for the huge loss on the guard side, he would naturally fund the pension well. Newswise, he'll also swing a lot of money to report the incident as a minor thug attack. Big things turn into small things. Minimize the impact of what Yi Chen did. In the future, as long as the Yi group has Yi Chen, excluding dissenters monopolize the market to sweep the 6, the entire winning state will be honored by the Yi family. But just when Yi Tianhua was complacent and had even thought of grand ambitions, Yi Chen shook his head. Yi Tianhua's face was shocked. His eyelids jumped. Could it be that what Yi Chen wanted was $500 million a year? That's too much of a ing lion's share. $500 million a year. The vast majority of public companies don't make that kind of profit. However, after turning his thoughts to contemplate, such a strong person would be acceptable for $500 million as long as he could use it for himself. The time doesn't have to be long. 3 years would be enough to sweep the entire business community of Winnipeg City. It would not be hard to make $50 billion a year in pure cash if you can be a major player in Winnebago. It's worth the risk. Okay, just $500 million. Yi Tianhua nodded his head. $500 million. As the current chairman of the board, he could still directly shoot the board. Yi Chen's hand, on the other hand, still hadn't lowered. Is it hard to believe that you won $5 billion? Yi Hongyun's own younger brother, Yi Honghai, said as his anger rose. $5 billion was not a small amount of money. With this amount of money, it was more than enough to hire a peak grandmaster expert or a superpower to kill Yi Chen 10 times. 50 billion or die. Yi Chen's words clearly left no room for discussion. And you have to realize that all of Ye's group assets are sold for less than $50 billion. Yi Chen obviously wanted more. He wanted the entire Yi clan group. But why would Yi Chen be like that? It doesn't seem like there's any animosity between them, does it? It is also normal. Yi Chen's current appearance and before then, skyrocketing changes, has been handsome, flawless, and has a noble and domineering temperament. No one can compare. It was normal that they couldn't recognize Yi Chen until now. Friend, it seems that my Yi family has not offended you, right? What exactly did Ji Hongyun give you to make you do this? You have to know that my Yi family is not one to be messed with. If you don't spare any expense, it's still possible to take out a few billion to invite a few peak zone masters to make a move. My friend, I urge you to think this through. $500 million a year to become friends with me. Or do you insist on being an enemy of my Yi family without end? Yi Tianhua's voice went cold. Ye's group rooted in Win City for so many years. For generations from the business which cannot have some heritage. Since Yi Chen didn't know what to do, he naturally had to be tough as well. It was important to realize that within this period of time just now, the Yi group had already hired super powerful supernaturals. He only needed to delay some more. And once the one arrived, all problems would be solved. Of course, it would be best to strike a deal with Yi Chen. After all, the growth potential of such a Zhongshu martial artist was too terrifying, and it would naturally be best if he could become a helping hand. If they cannot, they have no choice but to drive them to extinction in order to put an end to the problem. Immortal? With your little Yi family? Not to mention the Yi family, even if we look at the Grand Xia, or even the entire Earth, who else is worthy of my high opinion? Yi Chen at the moment seemed like a godless man who picked stars with his hands, and all things in the world were like ants, and he was already unrivaled in terms of temperament. Yi Tianhua, I can wait for your people to come. I can wait for the connections behind you to come. You can use any means, any background you have. I can announce right now that there is only one final outcome for you Yi clan scum. Death, not a single one. Yi Chen said in flat words. It was bland but like a condescending superior looking down on a group of ants. How dare a clown show off his skills? The moment these words came out, Yi Tianhua and the others all changed their faces drastically. They couldn't figure out what kind of backbone Yi Chen had. Is it hard to rely on the strength of the sovereign? Or is he not only a trunks or a superpower? But it is important to realize that even the most powerful superpowers are dwarfed by the ability to banknote. Chapter 26, all backgrounds are usable, and you will die. Good, wild enough, although I don't know exactly what relationship you have with Yi Hongyun, just prepare for the wrath of my Yi family. It won't keep you waiting for too long, Yi Tianhua said. Then he took out his cell phone. Hey, Governor Zhang, I'm in trouble here, please send someone over. Okay. Yi Chen waited quietly and picked up a cup of tea that no one had ever drunk. Dad, what do you think of the building? Yi Chen looked at his father. Not bad, very grand. This is one of the best commercial office buildings in Winning State. Yi Hongyun said. He hadn't had this building before when he'd been kicked out, and I had to say that it was indeed magnificent, mostly well located and expensive. Good, then I'll go easy on you later, and from now on this place will be yours, Dad. I'll support any business you want to do. Yi Chen said. Yi Hongyun froze. He only thought about revenge, but he hadn't thought about it in that direction. But after Yi Chen said this, he really came to be interested. Can a tens of billions of dollars of building not be moved? Don't worry, this is just the interest that the Yi family owes us. I'll remove all the obstacles. I'll kill anyone who doesn't serve me. Just as Yi Chen's words fell, a figure had appeared behind Yi Hongyun at an unknown time, hidden in the shadows, like a shadow, seemingly just Yi Hongyun's shadow, and a knife had slowly fallen in front of Yi Hongyun's throat. Ha ha ha, the 25th shadow killer on the killer list really is extraordinary. Yi Hongyun, your life is already in my hands. Be sensible and let him defect to me. Otherwise this knife won't be long-eyed. Yi Tianhua laughed out loud. Before he had been suppressed under Yi Chen's terrifying strength was incomparably suffocating. Now he could finally turn the tables. Keep in mind that shadow superpowers are shadow and invisibility as well as natural godlike powers. Shadow once assassination has never missed so far. There are not a few martial artists who have died in his hands, and it's even rumored that a powerful martial grandmaster has fallen in his hands before. Ordinary martial arts masters aren't even his match. Yi Tianhua sneered, becoming more and more confident as he spoke. Yuri not connected yet? Yi Chen laughed, smiling easily, not panicking in the slightest. What do you mean? Yi Tianhua's brows furrowed as he suddenly had a bad feeling. I kill sect masters like chickens, Yi Chen said. The Shadow Slayer hadn't finished his sentence. Boo! Only a crunching sound was heard, and the 25th shadow killer on the killer ranking list had his head exploded before he could even finish his sentence. Yi Chen Yi Hongyun was not affected, and all the others were sprayed. No one saw what was happening. It was so sudden, clueless, utterly clueless. Griffin, also worthy of ranking 25, unbearable. Yi Chen was more or less disappointed. Just now, he just pointed his finger in the tea, and then with a flick of his finger, a drop of water exploded the shadow killer. It's like the feeling of a blaster being leveled and hitting someone. Not only that this droplet penetrated the wall and the outer steel plate all the way to nowhere, it took a few moments for those present to react. Yi Tianhua's line sweated like a pig. The shadow killer who ranked 25th on the killer list and had never missed a shot was actually killed in seconds, with no chance to react. This is too scary. Just how strong is Yi Chen? Feel free to use any other tactics you have. Call for someone. Yi Chen tapped the armrest with his left hand, and with a move of his right hand the teacup fell into his hand to continue drinking tea. It's the devil to drink in this scenario. Who here cannot fear panic? Come on, come on. Don't you guys usually have a lot of friends with a lot of connections? Call me all the ones you can. Yi Tianhua shivered as he took out his cell phone. His hands shaking into Parkinson's showed the fear he had inside him at the moment. The crowd was not idle and made calls. All to this time, naturally cannot hide. Whether it is to give benefits or coercion all called. Yi Chen had given them the opportunity to call out. They had to seize the opportunity that Yi Chen's arrogance had given them so that they could live. Hey Governor. Hey, Governor Li. Hey, Master Zhao. One phone call after another. Just listen to the big names. Of course they try to find ones that are as close as possible. As the saying goes, distant water can't solve a nearby fire. What if Yi Chen is impatient to wait and GA them first? Chener can't drag it out. The Yi family has long ago used money to lay a network of connections. By then things will get bigger and bigger. Maybe even the army will be mobilized. Yi Hongyun reminded. Take it easy, Dad. Wouldn't it be more fun to have your prey struggle repeatedly in agonizing fear only to realize in the end that no matter how hard you try you can't change the fate of death? As the saying goes, Killing people is too cheap to kill them directly, Yi Chen said flatly. Even Yi Hongyun couldn't help but be creeped out by these words. If Yi Chen wasn't his son, he really thought it was a devil. But Yi Chen was his son. He only felt slightly more fearful at the same time. His son was awesome. Meanwhile, after their phone call, soon the entire winning state hierarchy knew that Yes Group was still very influential. One of the city's several largest publicly traded companies and one of the city's 10 largest families. Many powerful people had received favors from the Yi family, and had even provided assistance to many of them in their promotions. Long ago, from the start of his fortune decades ago, he laid out a network of relationships of his own, one loop after another. Naturally, they all had to give them face, and when they saw that the Yi clan had been attacked by a strong person, they all stepped in to help. Very quickly a 1-kilometer radius of the Yi Group's headquarters building was evacuated. All parties are also converging. There were guardsmen temporarily transferring elites from other cities, underground gangs, martial arts masters, martial arts families, and even the military were on their way. Of course these people weren't all about the Yi family. Yi Chen had already killed so many guards before, naturally causing the upper level to become furious. So at least half of this was selling the governor's face. Yi Chen casually waved the thick steel plate covering the conference room window directly lifted off. It then seemed to be squeezed by the super strong gravity, and surprisingly began to bend and deform, and then compressed into a fist-sized chunk of iron and fell down. Boom! It smashed into the front of the fast-approaching 6-wheeled armored vehicle, directly blowing out a 2-meter diameter crater. This 10-ton steel plate was directly compressed into a fist-sized iron ball, the density of which could be imagined. It's like applying the highest technological achievements of today's forging machine is also impossible to do this. Therefore smashing down quickly at this height was naturally amazingly powerful. Yi Chen got up and looked out of the window. A large pile of people surrounded the entire underneath of the building. There were at least dry numbers of people. Even the heavy weapons had been brought in by the guard. 40-centimeter diameter surface-to-surface missiles. Not only that, but there are 5 guard helicopters in the air on standby. All members of the guard are even manned with a heavy Barrett. The heavy Barrett was even larger than the average Barrett, and naturally the caliber was even more terrifying at a staggering 20 millimeters. When equipped with normal bullets, the power was already more powerful than that of a Gatling of the same caliber. Not to mention the power if it was changed to tungsten armor-piercing bullets. Obviously after Yi Chen had destroyed the 100th guard, the guard headquarters had made more than adequate preparations to characterize Yi Chen as a martial arts master-level powerhouse. Never be careless. Against such a superpower, it was thought that they had some experience. That's how it came to be equipped. Straight away, the purely scratchy 7.62mm machine gun was abandoned. Just then in the distance a 7-star guard general came out of a 5-ring branded sedan in the guard's special colors. This level of guard will already be the highest level guard chief in Winnipeg City. He can mobilize the entire city guard force. Any weapon that does not exceed the standards set by the military can be equipped for the guard. Not only that, a black 5-ringer car came down with a middle-aged man in a suit, the governor of Winzhou, in charge of the whole city. Even the 7-star guard generals were only following him. Obviously, although they were of the same rank, their true low position was half a rank lower. This brings us to the so-called job waiting formula. Chapter 27, Helpers Gathered. Patriarch Xiao takes action. What in the world? How did things get so big? Who in the world did the Yi family provoke? The governor asked in a low voice as he looked at the mess in front of the building. Although they blocked off a 1-kilometer radius, where is an impermeable wall? It's a given that once things get out of hand, they're going to get out there. When the time comes, depending on the severity of the matter, they may give them both a heavy punishment, and it will be difficult to get promoted in the future. I'm not sure, Governor Zhang. My men suffered heavy losses, and to this day I still don't know who did it, but according to our speculation, it's at least a Zhongsher Shaochang level martial arts powerhouse. Things are troublesome. Zhongsher powerhouses aren't something ordinary people can deal with. Besides, the patriarch cannot be insulted. Is there something? In this, 7-star guard General Chenin was as if he had a point. The governor Zhang Xiaoan also frowned. What he means he does not know. Things are complicated when it comes to the patriarch, but after all, he had gotten a lot of benefits and help from the Yi family over the years, and was almost tied to a grasshopper on a rope. If he does nothing, the Yi family is not impossible to pull a few cushions when the rabbit dies. So no matter what, even if it meant offending or killing a patriarch as a result, he had to help the Yi family. Either way, he's already killed nearly 100 guards and caused huge financial losses and panic. Even if he's a patriarch, he can't act so recklessly. The patriarch is not to be insulted, but if he violates the bottom line in matters of principle, he can only be forcibly killed, which is a necessity to maintain the reputation of the guard. You should know exactly what you have to do, Zhang Xiaoan said in a deep voice. I see. Chenin frowned and nodded. He was also inextricably linked to the Yi family, but he also wanted to preserve his career, while not wanting to provoke a terrifying martial arts master. But there is no way. The governor has said so, now hard to also have to go. The winning state guards did have a record of dealing with Zhongshu, but it was only a parade, and the ones who ended up striking were martial arts masters who had nothing to do with them. The patriarch cannot be insulted. It's not a joke. Those who can reach the master are not cuties, standing for you to fight. All of them are human, and the reaction speed is fast. Play sneak attack can play you to death. Even if you can win in the end with hot weapons, you'll lose a lot of money. Unless one plays a sneak attack and kills them while they're down, then it's a different story. So it's not for nothing why it's said that the best way to deal with a zoner is another zoner. All snipers in position. Infrared thermal imaging on. Block all escape routes that can be taken from the sewers. Surface-to-surface missiles at the ready. Launch as soon as he comes out of the building. Chenin picked up his walkie-talkie and deployed it quickly. He had risen through the ranks from a frontline unit and was experienced in combat, and quickly drew up a battle plan. The first was the guard's 200 men all armed with barrettes equipped with tungsten armor-piercing rounds. Finally, there is heavy firepower of all kinds. Rockets capable of destroying main battle tanks from above. Small surface-to-surface missiles with a range of 5 kilometers. These are the weapons and equipment that the guard can control. But the guard was only policing the city, after all, and while it was sometimes necessary to deal with martial artists and superpowers, these were sufficient. Once the firepower was insufficient to deal with the enemy, they would apply to their superiors to mobilize their troops. When will the army arrive? Zhang Xiuan looked at the secretary. It's been requested from above, and we haven't gotten a response yet. The secretary said, how can it work without the army? The other party is a martial arts master and has a hostage in hand. Unless the hostage is forcefully bombed regardless of the hostage, only the army has absolute certainty to kill. Zhang Xiuan said, not necessarily. Governor Zhang, look here, aren't there many other martial arts experts here as well? Even the martial arts family Xiao family experts are here. It's rumored that the Xiao family has a martial arts grandmaster in town, and they've been favored by the Yi family, so we can ask them to help. Just promise them benefits, and I believe they'll be willing to help. It's better to let your own people go up and die than to let these martial arts families fight for their lives. The secretary analyzed. Have to say can become the governor's secretary. Indeed have a few brushes. The governor has not thought of he thought of. Good point, I'll go myself, said Zhang Xiuan as he went over to communicate, promising to give the Xiao family more facilities in the future and so on. Just need them to hold this martial arts master. The guards are responsible for sneak attacks to kill in one hit. The Xiao family agrees, but they know what's at stake. That was a genuine martial arts master, able to exterminate 100 well-armed guardsmen. His strength could be imagined. Even though they were confident in the strength of their Xiao family, they didn't dare to be arrogant. Against a Zhongshu only a Zhongshu can come. Those under a Zhongshu don't send them to their deaths, let alone talk about holding them back. Immediately notify the old family head to come and hold the other side. Soon, Xiao Qianqiu, the old head of the Xiao family, came with his feet on the top of a tree in the middle of the green belt, picking a few leaves at a time. They are extremely fast, comparable to a sports car. It drew gasps of surprise from many in the audience. Who is this person, so powerful that he can step on leaves with his feet? This is a true martial arts expert. It's Xiao Qianqiu of the Xiao family. Rumor has it that he's a zone master expert. Is this a martial arts master? It's rumored that martial arts masters have entered the realm of transformation and are not comparable to mortals, and that everyone under a master is an ant. It seems that the other party is indeed a martial grandmaster, or else they wouldn't have asked Xiao Qianqiu to make a move. With Elder Patriarch Xiao making a move, we can all rest on our laurels. Today when we can see a real martial arts battle, it's really something to look forward to. A duel between martial arts masters is unimaginable. Even if we can't help the Yi family today, we've already made the trip worthwhile. Martial arts masters can apply chi to the soles of their feet and step on the leaves of trees just like the lightweight skills in martial arts novels. It does look like a feast for the eyes. However, in Yi Chen's opinion it was only a small path, and the patriarchs were just ants, couldn't even get a foot in the air. I don't know if a Grand Master can do a true airborne void, Yi Chen thought. However, so far, the strongest he had encountered was a Zhongshu, and a Grand Zhongshu hadn't appeared in people's view for decades, so it wasn't that easy to encounter one. But he's the main character, so if he kills someone with a strong enough background, he's sure to run into them later. Yi Chen casually waved his hand and blew up all of the 10-centimeter thick bulletproof glass walls of the conference room, allowing the sniper to clearly see this. As expected, nearly 200 infrared rays fell on Yi Chen at the same time. I have a grudge against the Xiao family, so if you guys are smart enough to leave, I won't kill you, or die. Yi Chen's voice spread far and wide, and the terrifying sound waves shook people's ears raw. Good guy dares to show his head. Take your chances and shoot. Chenin excitedly ordered that this was the best opportunity. Almost at the same time the shots were fired. Nearly 200 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition were fired. Under such an attack, not to mention a sovereign master miner, even a sovereign master peak would have to drink in the northwest and be shattered into pieces by the bullet shockwave. Yi Chen didn't make any movements. These bullets landed a meter in front of him, all blocked and drained of kinetic energy, and they continued to shoot despite their shock, shooting 10 rounds in a row through the magazine before I had a chance to change it. Since you guys insist on seeking death, then die. Yi Chen moved his finger and all the bullets reversed direction. No good. Patriarch Xiao, please, Zhang Xiaoan hurriedly said. Good. Although Xiao Qianxiu was also shocked for a moment, but at this time so many people watching hard-headedly had to go on. It was just holding Yi Chen back anyway. In his opinion, if he fought to the death, he was definitely not Yi Chen's opponent, but if he held back he could still do it. With so many snipers in charge of cover, when Yi Chen's hands were busy, it was possible for him to strike and kill. After all, the strength is strong again. To deal with frontal attack is okay, but once there is no time to care, be sneak attacked from all directions. Even if the great masters are afraid that they cannot return in one piece. Xiao Qianxiu slammed his foot into the ground and fiercely launched himself straight into 100 meters in the air, and then stepped on the steel outer wall to leverage his strength upwards, and his terrifying fist smashed towards Yi Chen. He was a horizontal refinement patriarch with an extremely strong physical body, and could be considered a rare opponent in the same realm. As he swung this punch, he realized that Yi Chen did not make any movements and was still standing in front of the window. When he saw Yi Chen dragging big, he laughed inwardly. Bang! The power of this punch was extremely terrifying. The shockwave carried by his fist alone blew out the high-strength concrete wall. It then impacted towards Yi Chen, sending up a cloud of smoke. Arrogant brat. Empty strength of a grandmaster but a rash young man. Facing this punch of mine without any defense. This is the price of being gullible. Xiao Qianxiu stood steadily at the window in a victorious posture. It seemed to him that Yi Chen's reason for not doing defense was 80% because he had already consumed quite a bit from facing so many armor-piercing bullets just now. And at the same time, he was also too cocky. That's what made him fail. You're too weak. But he didn't want a voice to appear. And then the smoke instantly disappeared. The law of having smoke and no injuries did appear. Yi Chen remained standing. The two were only 40 centimeters apart. Not good. Xiao Qianxiu was shocked cold sweat. An instinctive sense of crisis strung to his heart. Chapter 28 Defeated. 1v1. The moment he instinctively fell backward, he suddenly found a pain in his chest. Looking down, Yi Chen's right hand had penetrated his body and his heart stopped beating. The hand retracted and kicked the body down. The bodies were like cannonballs, only to hear a boom. A six-wheeled armored car was directly smashed through and exploded. Xiao Qianxiu went deep into the concrete. Digging the grave is saved. Directly set up a tombstone. Yi Chen shook his hand, and all the blood dripped from his hand, not staining it in the slightest. Yi Tianhua, they originally just wanted to clap their hands to say hello, directly froze in place. Fortunately did not shout out. Otherwise the consequences are very serious. What shocked them the most that they couldn't believe was that Xiao Qianxiu was known as a martial arts grandmaster. Why would a martial arts grandmaster against a martial arts grandmaster be killed in an instant? Could it be that the gap between martial arts masters is also this big? But Yi Chen was obviously still very young. How on earth did he practice? What was that just now? A mugger? Governor Zhang Xiaoan was dumbfounded. The main speed was too fast for him to see. And this building is more than 300 meters. How can he see clearly without binoculars? No, that's Xiao Qianxiu. Patriarch Xiao is dead, Chenin said incredulously. He could see it so well with his binoculars that he couldn't believe it, but it was the truth. The powerful old generation martial arts master Xiao Qianxiu was just instantly killed, not even having a chance to escape. How could it be? Elder Senior Xiao is an extremely powerful existence even amongst the martial arts masters. How could he? Zhang Xiaoan couldn't believe it, but it was the truth, and he couldn't believe it any more than it had happened. However, he reacted quickly and just wanted to pick up the microphone to make peace with Yi Chen. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. As a result, in the next instant, Yi Chen had maneuvered all the armor-piercing bullets to shoot over. The power of an armor-piercing round that exceeds 10 times the speed of sound can be imagined. Even a soybean is incredibly powerful at this speed. Not to mention armor-piercing bullets. All bomb-proof vehicles, six-wheeled armored guard cars exploded. 200 members of the guard were killed and wounded. Yi Chen had already warned, and since they didn't know how to die, it was not their fault. Trying to kill yourself, ashes for you to raise. Faced with such a heavy loss, Zhang Xiaoan rose from the ground in a sorry state. The explosion just now would have blown his head off by the flying tires if the secretary hadn't pounced on him, eyes staring intently at the sea of fire around them, and the guardsmen who had lost so much, especially Chenin, everywhere. Zhang Xiaoan was well aware that this time things had gotten completely out of hand. Chenin is a 7-star guard general. His death, even the governor must be implicated. Less chastisement from the top. But the thing that made his head spin even more. Yi Chen, the martial grandmaster, was too strong, so strong that it frightened him. Facing Xiao Qianxiu, who was also a martial arts master, he gave him a second. Who else could cure him? I'll give you 3 minutes to roll, exit 1 kilometer away, and stay out of the Yi family's affairs, or none of you will be left behind. Yi Chen's murderous aura was exposed. In an instant everyone just felt that the world in front of them suddenly turned blood red. That feeling of being in the middle of a terrible killing could not be good. Go, 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 he's the devil. The devil. The Yi family harmed us and even made us lie in this muddy water. I'm leaving, so stay here by yourselves. Wait for me. Give me a hand. Go, 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 go. One by one, the ghosts cried and howled and flew away, only hating that they had not grown a third leg, fearing that if they ran slowly, they would be killed by Yi Chen together. The vast majority of them were indeed helpers called in by the Yi family. Originally, I thought that with such a big lineup, it would be fine for them to come and touch a fish, but I didn't realize that touching a fish could almost get you killed. Even the old head of the martial arts family, Xiao Qianxiu, has hiccuped, so what's the point of staying? Do you want to die? What do we do? Governor Zhang? The secretary was horrified. If he hadn't been in the way, he would have run away, but if the governor didn't want to go, then he would certainly have to run away first as well. Hurry up, only the army can deal with him, or a stronger martial grandmaster. This is beyond our ability. Report it to the governor, and at the same time urge the top to hurry up and send the army. Yes, I'll be in touch. The two ran out a long way to find an elderly mobility scooter. Not caring about comfort or status, surviving was the way to go. It was almost all gone in less than a minute. Any more background? Any more people? Just call. Yi Chen looked at Yi Tianhua, pulled up a stool and sat directly in the window. The wind was blowing uncomfortably. It's too windy. Don't blow. The wind stopped directly after the words were spoken. Words follow the law? No. Suppressing it to this point in the realm is not something that can be done with words. Mostly, the will of Bluestar heard it and instantly removed the Winnebago's southeast winds of 3 to 4 today. There was no wind at all, and it was extremely comfortable to bask in the sunshine of a million miles of sunshine. Yi Chen leaned against the chair and closed his eyes. Yi Tianhua and the others, however, were even more shivering, beating back the entire city's most elite guard force by themselves. Slaying a martial arts master with a single sentence sent everyone fleeing. All of these various things added to Yi Chen's terror. This feeling of facing death at any moment even caused some of them to resist peeing their pants. Ask who else can save them. No, don't rush, don't rush. There's more. There's someone else. That someone must be able to. Yi Tianhua stammered. Obviously he was all completely unsure of himself, and none of the people mentioned could bring him the security to live. The military? Yi Chen opened his eyes slightly. He could already hear the sound of tanks in the distance. There are at least 50 new main battle tanks, over 100 infantry fighting vehicles, as well as anti-tank vehicles, rocket launchers, anti-aircraft vehicles, drone-tracked vehicles, and more. All in all, a lavishly appointed regimental brigade. A typical regiment man with around 2,000 personnel has over 500 pieces of equipment. A horrific configuration. This is the strength of the Winnebago City Legion Garrison Division. Being able to be stationed in such a wealthy city, the funding was naturally sufficient, and the weapons configuration was pulled straight to full strength. All the equipment adds up to at least 25 billion or more, and that's just the factory price, not including post-maintenance. Here it comes. Master Zhao is here. Yi Tianhua looked like he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and in his gray eyes, he regained his light, and his face became a few points better. If the city guard is all about maintaining basic law and order, with average firepower, it's fine against the average zoner. The power of a regiment of heavy weapons from that army then crushed any zonesure. Even the legendary great masters didn't dare to fight hard. Yi Chen continued to bask in the sun with his eyes closed. Didn't take this army to heart in the slightest. The army is strong, yes, but it also depends on who you meet. It seemed to him that this force could sweep through any zonesure, as the strength of zonesure was already largely clear to him. Even the pinnacle of a zonesure had no hope against a battalion with luxurious heavy firepower, let alone facing a regiment with this luxurious heavy weapon configuration. Basically come a few for nothing. Modern weapons still have an overwhelming advantage. As for that stage of the Grand Master, it's impossible to say. It's still okay to fight and run, and as long as you don't get sneak attacked and don't die, it's hard to fall. A regiment facing Yi Chen wasn't a matter of a few openings. Rather, it is whether Yi Chen has a killing heart, and how much of a killing heart is the same. Seeing Zhao Huichuan, the Major General Zhao Division commander who carried a star on his shoulder, coming, Zhang Xiaoan was overjoyed. Rush the car to the curb and get out to say hello. Don't underestimate the division commander. In this particular case, Zhang Xiaoan's status is not really comparable. Even normally that's on the same level and doesn't interfere with each other. Zhao Huichuan got out of the car and looked Zhang Xiaoan up and down. What's going on with Governor Zhang? Say it in the car. A few people got in the car. Listened to him in the car. Zhang Jifu was furious. Governor Zhang, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Under the torrent of steel, even the strongest patriarch is useless. Today I'll tell him to come back with no return. The Yi family had given him quite a bit of help. Mainly some years ago his army lacked resources. Yi family through a variety of channels relationship to get it. Spent a lot of money, owed a favor. Seeing that the Yi family was in trouble, he was naturally angry and wanted to help. Only that he didn't have the consent from above to mobilize the army this time. And he didn't know why. And it had been an hour. So by all rights he should have received it already. But he still privately mobilized a regiment to lead the army in person. The general will be in charge. The matter was urgent, and as the division commander in charge of the 3 cities' armies, he naturally had some decision-making power. Arriving at their destination, all the chariots were set up in formation, 500 meters apart from the building. Chapter 29, I only need one sword to kill him. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangwo, the commander of the military region, who was far away in the Ghost Province, had already been informed of what was happening here. He was also shocked at how Yi Chen managed to travel across more than 2,000 kilometers and pass without taking a plane or train record. But none of that matters. The key was that Yi Chen's status and position was unusual nowadays, and he was about to go to the Lightning Special Forces as the chief instructor. So he couldn't afford to have an accident at this juncture. So he immediately called the army's general-purpose private line and called Zhao Huichuan directly. Zhao Huichuan, who was still angry, picked up the phone. Hey, Xiao Zhao, I Zhou Jiangwo, you cannot self-mistake. Mr. Yi is not you can move. Hurry to withdraw back to me. Otherwise this division commander will do the head. Zhou Jiagui roared sternly and angrily, although not in the same place and not under direct jurisdiction. But don't forget, the status is here to stay. Both are 1-star general rank gap but great. One is in charge of the military region's 100,000 strong army. One is a divisional commander who controls 10,000 people. The gold content gap is huge. Therefore, he still had to listen to Zhou Jiangwo's words. What do you mean? Who the hell is he? What's his identity and background that can make him so unscrupulous? Zhao Huichuan asked. And although he asked this, his heart had already beaten a retreat. That lord personally ordered him to be given the 3-star school rank. And he's the youngest martial arts master in Daxia at only 18 years old. His future is unlimited. As far as I know, he was still at his family's villa in Ghost City more than an hour ago. And also just more than an hour ago, he killed his way into Ye's group. You should know the meaning of this, right? In short, in a word, hurry up and retreat back to me, otherwise no one can save you. Mr. Yi may be even more terrifying than everyone imagined. After saying that, Zhou Jiangwo directly hung up. If it wasn't for the fact that he and this Zhao Huichuan still had some previous friendship, he wouldn't even bother to remind him. But it's not always possible for both sides to fight, so he called this number anyway. As for what Zhao Huichuan would choose, it was up to him. Withdraw to the barracks. At once, Zhao Huichuan picked up the radio. The formation that had just been set up changed in an instant, and returned the same way as fast as possible. What's going on? Why the retreat? Zhang Xiaoan was puzzled and asked aloud. I did not get orders from the top. This is not something I can get involved in. That's all I have to say. So take care of yourself. After saying that, he didn't care what Zhang Xiaoan's expression was, and continued to command the retreat. Retreating? Yi Chen slowly stood up when he heard the sound of the engine moving away, and as expected, the armored car was no longer visible in the distance. Then you two die for me too. Yi Chen flexed his fingers and a bullet spanning 6 kilometers instantly pierced through the armored command vehicle, directly blowing up Zhang Xiaoan and his secretary. What the? Zhao Huichuan's face was covered in blood, but he couldn't hide the fear in his heart. He admitted that he had experienced battlefields and life and death tests over the years, yet he was also intimidated. It was one thing to die 2 deaths, but it was mainly the action of Yi Chen's flexed finger that was captured by drone surveillance 8K camera playing on the screen. It was a simple action, but it spanned a full 6 kilometers, penetrated the most heavily protected armored command vehicle, and traveled at a speed of over 80 kilometers per hour, killing 2 people with precision. Is he a human or a ghost? Zhao Huichuan's mouth was trembling a bit, and the elites in the command vehicle did the same. Old Zhou, you really guessed right. He is very uncomplicated. It's impossible for a Zhongsher to have this kind of strength. If it was me he was trying to kill just now, I would have definitely died as well. Zhao Huichuan muttered. It was at this point in time that he realized why there was a delay in the order coming down from the top, obviously acquiescing to Yi Chen's behavior. Not to say anything, hastened to speed up the withdrawal of the barracks garrison. These things he no longer care. It was true that he owed the Yi family a favor, but it wasn't something he personally owed. If he had to take his own life to return a favor, he was not willing to do so. And the governor of Watertown province has been notified from above and has given a direct order that the guard will not be allowed to participate in this matter any further. At the same time, block off a 1-kilometer radius of the Yi Group's headquarters building, forbidding anyone to enter. It was equivalent to the entire Watertown province giving up on the Yi family. It doesn't matter what impact they have on the local economy or how many people will suddenly lose their jobs. In short, Yi Chen's revenge would not be blocked by anyone. Any more help? Yi Chen said. This statement kills and kills. They've made all the calls they can, moved all the help they can, but the result is that even the army has withdrawn. Yi Tianhua hurriedly dialed Zhao Huichuan. What the hell is going on with Mayor Zhou? And where are your troops? Yi Tianhua said with a glimmer of hope. Nothing can be done. The forward phone hung up, and there was no response to any further dialing. Looks like there's no one else. Yi Chen said. No, there's my brother. There's got to be something my brother can do. Yes, there's my brother. Yi Tianhua looked like he had found a lifesaver. His brother Yi Minghua was also Yi Chen's grandfather and Yi Hongyun's father. Blood is thicker than water, so to speak. Of course, it was true that blood was thicker than water, except that Yi Chen had deduced that this grandfather was one of the instigators who had advocated killing his mother. So even if blood was thicker than water, even if it was his own grandfather, Yi Chen would raise his hand and never show any mercy. Get him over here and the family will die a neat death, Yi Chen said. Yi Tianhua hurriedly called. The head instantly stormed off. If Yi Hongyun dares to harm a single hair of the Yi family, he will definitely make you regret coming to this world. Didn't your son and daughter disappear? And I will find them and imprison them, Yi Minghua said angrily, his voice coming through the speakerphone. Dad, no one in the Yi family is innocent. Mom died because of them, and Yi Minghua was involved. Yi Chen reminded, but ignored Yi Minghua's barking. Let him have heavenly background means, later came to the same death. Well, come on then, come and get it over with. Yi Hongyun clenched his fists in the same rage. Almost 20 years, where is the father and son love? Today is the day to make a clean break. I'll only give you 30 minutes. 1 minute late and I'll kill one person. Yi Chen finished chopping the cell phone into two halves out of thin air. Like the villain. After all, the vast majority of this situation only occurs in fictional archvillains. Although Yi Minghua's lungs were exploding with anger, he didn't dare to waste time. He'd gotten on a private supersonic jet when he'd called earlier. It was only that he was vacationing on a small island in the sea, a full 600 kilometers away from the Yi Group's headquarters building, and supersonic speed travels 1222 kilometers an hour. Plus the takeoff was slow for this time and required an acceleration process, so it was no surprise that he could arrive just in time. An accident to be a minute late would have killed a person. His own brother or his dear son could have been, so he was in a state of turmoil. Elder Yi, you can rest assured with me. Later I'll directly take you to jump down and arrive at the fastest speed possible. No one can harm the Yi family members with me. A man shrouded in black robes said, carrying two katanas behind him. Hearing him say this, Yi Minghua finally calmed down and became much more at ease. Of course I'm relieved to have you here. I'll have to trouble you later. The opponent this time isn't simple. It's a martial arts sect master powerhouse. Yi Minghua reminded. There are gaps in the sect masters, and I happen to be the group of sect masters that are near the top, and I only need one sword to kill him. The black-robed man was confident. Chapter 30, Final Background. You don't stand a chance. Half an hour later, the private plane flew into the sky, and the black-robed man led Yi Minghua to jump directly from a height of 380 meters. For the strongest among the zone masters, it was still simple to take someone to jump dozens of meters in height onto a building, pass through the steel curtain wall directly to the conference room. 20 seconds late. In that case, waste one, said the black-robed man before he could make any moves. Yi Chen merely gave a single look, and all of Yi Tianhua's limbs were chopped off. Such a scene scared each of the surrounding people to a huge change in their faces. Good boy. You dare to strike even when I'm here. The black-robed man was incomparably angry. Isn't Yi Chen slapping him in the face for doing this? He had guaranteed the safety of the Yi family. This is your last card, isn't it? Only then did Yi Chen look at the black-robed man. Just an indifferent look made the black-robed man lose his mind instantly, and his entire body froze in place for 3 seconds before reacting. Why? What's the matter? What a horrible look. Throwing his head wildly and stumbling back 2 steps, the black-robed man was filled with shock. You're so young. How can you be a martial grandmaster? He couldn't believe that Yi Chen was too young, only in his early 20s at most. Give you a chance, Yi Chen said. The black-robed man froze for a moment, understanding what Yi Chen meant. Good. I'd like to see if you, a teenage patriarch, can block this blade of mine. With that said, he drew his knives with both hands. The twin knives flashed with electricity and then merged to unexpectedly combine into one between them. The aura was extremely strong, giving Yi-Chen a feeling especially like the returning demon god that he had killed earlier. Thunder knife. The black-robed man chopped out with a sword at the sound of his voice, and his entire person was like an instantaneous movement. This sort of has concentrated all of his attack power in one point, without any fancy tricks, but it was extremely hard-breaking, specializing in breaking defenses. Bang! It was as if the iron had collided with each other. Again, it was like the sound of something breaking. Yi-Chen did not make any movements, while the black-robed man's eyes were wide open. His knife unexpectedly broke. Obviously he chopped in Yi-Chen. How could it break? You're too weak. The returning demon god is even a bit stronger than you. It seems like you guys came from the same school, so it's a good idea to go down there today to make up for it. Yi-Chen said. You know my eldest brother? The black-robed man was shocked. Yi-Chen was speechless. This one didn't have an internet connection yet, right? Boo! Yi-Chen just gently raised his finger. The black-robed man seemed to feel like he was being pressed by a huge mountain, and in an instant, he was squeezed and exploded, casually dropping the blood ball to scatter out raining blood. Your Yi family's biggest dependency is gone. Yi-Chen looked at Yi Minghua. You wait, I have someone else. Yi Minghua shivered and took out his cell phone to try to make a call. You don't have a chance. Father, as you can see, kill all such relatives. Those who are not of my kind will be killed. Yi-Chen said. Ugh. Yi Hongyun sighed sadly, his head skimmed over, clearly having acquiesced to Yi-Chen's statement. Dare to touch my parents and kill my mother. You guys. When Yi-Chen said this, he directly chopped off their limbs, and miserable screams rose and fell. Moved them to a side of space again. There was an endless purgatory punishment there, 1,000 times higher than the pain experienced in the 18 layers of hell in the flood. Destroy it in a long agony. It won't be too painful. Yi-Chen's eyes were cold. No, Xiao Chen, spare me. I'm your own uncle. Blood is thicker than water. You can't kill me. Yi Tianhua finally realized Yi-Chen's identity at this time, although he couldn't believe that he would become so strong. Who else would call Yi Hongyan dad besides the Yi-Chen who had long disappeared for several years? I'm your uncle. No, it hurts me. I am your grandfather. You are my eldest grandson. Blood is thicker than water. Spare grandpa. Grandpa is wrong. Grandpa compensate you. Grandpa give you all the group. Not. Auntie is wrong. Spare me, okay Xiao Chen. Spare me. Yi-Chen, cousin, I didn't apologize to you. I didn't kill your mom. Hong Yun. When I was a child I also hugged you. Quickly beg your son. I do not want to die. Too painful. The screams were unrelenting and beyond oozing. If anyone else was here, they would be afraid to die of fear looking at this scene. Yi-Chen looked at all of this with an icy gaze. He can't feel a thing. Blood is thicker than water. It's just a joke. Not a single one of them will be left behind if they dare to provoke themselves and hurt their family, even if they are so-called cousins, grandparents, or uncles. Buzz. Yi-Chen casually closed the space with a wave of his hand, and the entire office was completely quiet. Is it all over? Only then did Ji Hongyun ask. There are some other participants, but they will deliver themselves, and so will the real masterminds behind them. I'm sure it won't be long. Yi-Chen drank his tea blandly, not the least bit disgusted by what had just happened. It was obvious what kind of killing hell he had experienced to be this calm. Well, in any case, Tatsuya's grown up. Just judge for yourself in all things. Yi Hongyun smiled in relief. Any father who had such an awesome son would be proud of him. Truth is always within canon range. The same strength is fundamental to everything. This saying applies at all times, even in today's seemingly peaceful and calm times. Yi-Chen made a call to Zhou Tianxiang. Let him give it a go and transfer all the Yi family's properties to his father's name. Zhou Tianxiang did not dare to delay. Do not look at him as if he was far away. The strong dragon cannot be crushed by a snake. Cannot deal with the matter here. But that's a fallacy. The Zhou family's power is not just a ghost province. Strong dragons don't suppress snakes. And that's only because the dragons aren't strong enough. Moreover, nowadays, with Yi-Chen protecting the Zhou family, where would he have any scruples? And he would do whatever Yi-Chen said. Directly trust the relationship will be all the assets of the Yi family all transferred to Yi Hongyun personal name. Of course, this has to need a process. About 5 days of handover time. After all, that's tens of billions of dollars in assets, tens of billions of dollars in market capitalization, and 5 days is already fast. But if it's in a ghost market, it can be compressed to 3 hours. Dad, I will transfer all the properties of the entire Yi clan group to your hands, and from now on, you will be the rightful owner of the Yi clan group. Whatever you do, continue the original industry or find another way. I support you. Let go and do it. Yi-Chen gave Yi Hongyun the biggest peace of mind. Good. Then your dad, I'll try to see what it's like to be the chairman of the board, and return you $1 trillion empire a few years later. Ha ha ha. With his encouragement, Yi Hong-yoon would naturally let go and go big. He also wanted to see just how far he could take a company. Yi Chen called Zhou Ziwei to ask him to help his father with something in the company. Zhou Ziwei naturally agreed readily and immediately bought a plane ticket to rush over, as well as bringing along some people she believed in to assist Yi Hong-yoon in managing the initial stage of the company. Also prepare for the opening of the new company. Yi Chen wasn't worried about the safety of their lives either. He gave the amulet, which would call him if he was close. 100 kilometers case. If they were far away and the amulet played itself out, even the mother of all bombs dropping in wouldn't kill them. Chapter 31, Trespassing in Hell. No one can stop you. The next day, the renovation went on one after another. More money is better. Spend the highest price to hire the best renovation master and team. The speed of the bar. It illustrates what it means to have a money in place and the earth dry through for you. The company's sign was also removed and replaced with Meng Yun Group. It was called that because Yi Chen's mother's name was Meng Yu, plus their own cloud. Hence the name Meng Yun Group. In the chairman's office, Yi Chen and Yi Hong-yoon sat opposite each other. As for Zhou Ziwei as the temporary general manager of the company, she was busy. Don't look at Zhou Ziwei, who was just 18 years old, the same age as Yi Chen. But he grew up in a privileged family and had a way of learning whatever he liked and wanted to learn. So this aspect of the company's management, she is directly handy. Can't wait to show her talent in front of Yi Hong-yoon. She is not a vase. Yi Chen walked to the window. Dad, the company will open tomorrow. Let's go revive Mom. I believe Mom will be very happy when she sees the current situation. What did you say? Yi Hong-yoon stood up violently. Before Yi Chen said that he resurrected Meng Yu, he thought that Yi Chen was just comforting himself and didn't want to make himself so sad all the time. After all, how could it be possible to raise the dead? Even when the protagonist in a novel's loved ones die, he has to keep trying to become more than the rules of the world before he finally resurrects his dead loved ones with a happy ending. And Yi Chen actually said that he could resurrect his mother now, which was too unbelievable. Shouldn't you have to develop obscenely, reach a very high level of strength, and then resurrect at the end? This world also has hell. It's a bit scary there. Dad, you have to be prepared. But don't worry, with me going anywhere, there's no one who can stop or dare. Yi Chen said, the confidence in those words as if the hell was dominated by him. Good. As long as I can resurrect your mom, this point is nothing. I'll go with you and make a big fuss about hell together, and be the Monkey King for a time as well. Yi Hong-yoon was a bit hyper. This son of his own is so godlike that he is practically omnipotent. Judging from the way things are handled these days, if Yi Chen had said that he could be resurrected before this, then he would have only taken it as a consolation, and now he was looking forward to it. Not so much. As long as they're sensible and don't have to go on a killing spree, Yi Chen is still very amiable. The kind of thing that destroys a race without moving, he usually won't do it. If he wants to do it, he will do it absolutely. Just directly destroy the world. Yi Chen casually scratched the space to appear a gap, and then slowly expanded into a circle with a diameter of 2 meters. Inside is a thick black fog. It is difficult to see what is there. Yi Chen was the first to step in, followed by Yi Hong-yoon. The space gates of the two worlds then merged as if they had never existed. There was black mist all around, and only Yi Chen was able to see 3 meters in a circle with the light emanating from his body. Yi Chen sensed and understood. Gehenna exists in any location in real space, which means that any mountains, rivers, planets and galaxies that the real world has, Gehenna also has. The hell here is indeed different from what I had before in the flood. Although the energy of existence is weak, it is capable of being as vast as the real world. At least at the time of the initial evolution it was extremely costly, and I'm a little curious as to who it was that created this world. Yi Chen looked around and said. Yi Hong-yoon couldn't see it, but he could easily see that they were passing through a dangerous passage. This passage can only be entered by the souls of the dead, and the living will have to go through all sorts of obstacles to get in, and absolutely no way to open the entrance to hell, unless one was strong to a certain point or knew the location of the spatial coordinates of the entrance to the hellmouth. Anyway, either one is difficult. After about 2 minutes the black fog gradually disappeared, and the two of them traveled through the boundless starry sky with their feet in space. Except that the cosmic star worlds here are all a combination of black and white and lots of blood. It gives an extremely depressing feeling. Even Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. After being used to seeing the colorful world of the flood as well as the blue skies, mountains and rivers of the earth, there is a sense of nausea when looking at this black and white plus blood-colored world. Yi Chen forced himself to hold back the thought of destroying and reshaping this world in his heart, and with the hint of sensation that he had deduced with his mother, he headed straight in one direction. Wherever they passed, they could occasionally see flying machines passing by in the air, all of which were uniformly rectangular as if they were coffins. However, Yi Chen's speed was so fast that even if someone noticed them, they couldn't see what was going on. Is this world the hell? It's really similar to what I imagined when I was a kid. It's too depressing. There's no other bright colors. Do ghosts live in places like this? Yi Hong-yoon said. There was a sense of death and eeriness about this world that made him sweat a little. If Yi-chen hadn't been around, it would have been possible for him to come alone and be scared half to death. After walking for a few minutes to find a teleportation point, he teleported directly to a planet 1 light-year in diameter. It was only after Yi-chen's divine thoughts had swept through that he felt the immensity of this planet. What a concept! The solar system is about 2 light-years in diameter, which means that this planet is placed in the solar system with a diameter equal to half of the solar system. And since there are planets this big here, there are naturally planets this big in the real world. After all, it's not surprising that anything appears in the vastness of the universe. Just after coming out of the teleportation array, Yi-chen saw a twisting and winding road ahead that led to nowhere, with endless abysses on both sides of the road, and the path is lined with all kinds of intelligent life. There were those that looked similar to humans, those that looked like elves, those that looked like orcs, and all in all, without exception, they were all humanoid standing and walking intelligent lifeforms. Yi-chen looked to other directions. Also has such a road only divided into road, low life, medium life this way. It's normal when you think about it. The only way to be more efficient is to differentiate between different life forms. This gives the 6 paths of reincarnation in the flood. The world of hell is almost the same, and the flood is even more complicated. After all, there are too many big brothers. All talk about human feelings, cast of fetus have to talk about the background. Ghosts sure don't look good, Yi Hong-yoon said. It's not pretty, no bloodless face without the yang energy, can't see much better. Yi-chen explained. So, Tatsu-chan, do all the people you killed before come here to prepare for reincarnation in the next life? Yi Hong-yoon was curious. Since there was hell, there was reincarnation, and those people Yi-chen had killed seemed to be dead and not dead, so maybe they would see them again in the future. No, there's absolutely no way the people I killed will come back to life, unless someone appears who surpasses above my power, at least 10 times above me, Yi-chen said. So, Yi Hong-yoon nodded his head in understanding. What Yi-chen didn't say was that this super 10 times had to be 10 times his full strength from unsealing, but not to mention 10 times more than him. In the floodplains can catch him a finger not to die can be famous in the floodplains, enough to blow on a lifetime of powerful. Even if he ended up hiccuping, it would still be a name that would last for thousands of years, enough to go down in the history of the flood. That's why it's so hard to resurrect the people he's killed. No one can do it unless he wants to. Stop right there, talking about you guys. At that moment, the 8 soul-detaining soldiers guarding the teleportation at the entrance roared loudly and angrily, coming up to surround the duo. The 8 were almost identical to humans in appearance. Look up and down to carefully observe Yi-chen and his 2. They're not spirits, they're living beings. Catch them and hand them over to the soul detainer for processing. One of them directly guessed the identity of Yi-chen and the 2 of them, and instantly drew out the soul detaining chain on his waist and directly made a move. A swarm of people tried to tightly bind Yi-chen. However, he did not want Yi-chen to casually wave his hand, and the strong and indestructible soul detention chain in their hands instantly shattered into nothingness. Without their weapons they naturally didn't dare to approach, and one of them retreated a few steps back in fear. Call someone, we're no match for him. Instantly sending signals into the air. Yi-chen was also too lazy to waste time here, carrying his father at high speed across the sky and away. Wherever he passed, all those who blocked were sent flying and seriously injured. Inform Lord Soul Detainer of a living intruder. Yes, in hell, there is a strict hierarchical distinction, and as a large number of soul detaining officers were unable to deal with Yi-chen head-on, they could only ask the soul detaining Zune to take action. It's time to unseal the realm. Yi-chen had already felt that the experts in this hell were indeed extraordinary, and had been able to make him go all out now. In that case, unseal a few layers and use them. Realm, open, rumble. Yi-chen's 2 fingers crossed the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning like apocalyptic destruction covering the entire planet. His realm broke 3 seals in a row. It caused such a devastating impact that the entire planet had a shivering sensation. Inside the Yenluo Great Hall at the planet's core, King Yenluo, the controller of hell, who was sitting on the main seat to close his cultivation, woke up violently. Being at the critical juncture of his breakthrough, this disliked his intention to break through directly, and it would be much harder to find this feeling next time. One couldn't help but be furious at the same time as he was appalled at the power. In the end, who is it that is disturbing my cultivation? Damn it, I'll be sure to skin you to the bone. King Yama's breath was chaotic, and terrifying energy filled the entire Yama temple. Those soul-detaining generals standing guard were all trembling, incomparably fearful after feeling the wrath of King Yama. The last time King Yama was angry was a long time ago, but it easily destroyed a side of the galaxy. That scene is still unforgettable for them. A party of shining stars had been wiped out of the stars right out of thin air. What great power would be needed? King Yama is worthy of being the master of hell. Chapter 32 Fear. Actually Yi Daozuan? Where are the 10 temples of hell? Yama roared. I'll wade in. Instantly 9 of the 10 halls of Yama appeared at the bottom of the hall, standing neatly in 2 rows, each with a thick, unfathomable breath. King Yama is actually one of the 10 temples of hell, except that his strength is so terrifying that he sits in the position of the Lord of Hell. So now there are only 9 strong people in this level division of the 10 temples of hell. But even if there were only 9 of them, that would still be the most cutting-edge battle force in hell. There's basically nothing they can't fix when they step in. Go and take this person down for me. I'd like to see who dares to be so arrogant in my hell, and will definitely throw him into the frontal nose hell to enjoy the pain of eternal torture. King Yama's voice boomed and shook everyone's ears. Even the 9 great powerhouses were fearful. Yama King is after all Yama King, the master of the hell. Their strength is too much different. Even though they had once been the same 10 temples of hell, the gap in strength was now widening. We take orders. The 9 temples of hell turned around and flew out to disappear. A light-year planet is certainly big. However, in front of such a strong person, it was just a matter of instantly moving once. The reason why one could only use flying was because the rules of this world restricted one to flying and not instantaneous transportation. And as Yi Chen's strength instantly skyrocketed, his speed naturally became extremely fast. Those soul-detaining Zuns soon realized that both the soul-detaining Zuns and the soul-detaining generals that came behind them were like dirt in front of Yi Chen. Naturally, he didn't dare to stop Yi Chen. One by one, they looked at Yi Chen from afar as he disappeared at the end of his field of vision, staring dryly and helplessly. As the saying goes, those who know what's good for them, if they can't beat them and still go hard, aren't they giving them away? It would be better to have someone stronger in front of you step in and block it. This road does not end here. A 10,000-foot giant holding a large axe blocked in front of Yi Chen. There's a criminal heaven here too. No, this isn't the flood. Yi Chen looked at the tall but headless giant in doubt. It took a closer look to realize it. Replica. Empty appearance only. And in the flood of interpretation, that is the height of at least 1,000,000 light years. Yi Chen thought. Those who trespass into the hell will be killed without pardon. So don't bow down yet. Interceptor's voice boomed. His eyes and mouth over his 8-pack abs, his hands holding 2 mountain-opening axes as he slashed. The shockwave was so strong that it had already caused the earth to split into 2 bottomless millions of kilometers deep before it even cut down. If the consequences of being hit by it could be imagined, a stellar object similar to the size of the sun would be instantly destroyed. With no crumbs left, Yi Hongyun stood behind Yi Chen, but didn't panic too much. He trusted his son. Since Yi Chen said that there was absolute certainty that no one could stop him, it couldn't be wrong. As Yi Chen's father, he naturally had to show a bit of having seen the world, a little bit of skill, but not much. Yi Chen was disdainful. Since you are a replica of the god of war, Interceptor, you must have some sort of connection with the flood Interceptor. In that case, thinking of this, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Interceptor, it was already merciful that I didn't kill you back then. What? Do you want to completely destroy even your own body now? Yi Chen's true aura blossomed all over his body. The kind of supreme overbearing and powerful aura that belonged to the time of the flood, when he had exterminated an endless number of powerful people, and even slaughtered the demon god in the end. The feeling transcends all words that can describe it. It is the flood heavenly way here, is also small and unbearable, can only tremble and prostrate submissive, though it was only for a moment and then disappeared as if it had never existed. But at this moment holding a huge axe chopping down the god of war Interceptor movement abruptly stopped. The original storing power of the shocking move just stopped moving. It was sudden, as if time had been frozen. That fierce and domineering gaze also instantly became clear. This sudden scene seemed so bizarre. Yi Chen just looked at the war god Interceptor. Although the size of the body was like an ant facing an elephant, the invisible aura emanating from Yi Chen's body completely reversed the size relationship between the two parties. Suddenly, the god of war, Interceptor, moved again, his double axes slashing down but without the slightest bit of momentum. And with the force of this downward chop his body tilted downward while doing a front flip, ended up kneeling and doing a sliding shovel in the air. It just happened to be a mere 10 kilometers away from Yi Chen. Xing Tian pays his respects to Taoist Yi. I didn't know that Taoist Yi was visiting this place. I've missed the welcome. I deserve to die for my sins. Interceptor hurriedly kowtowed. Oh no, he didn't have a head anyway. Not only that, in the process of knocking on the body of that horrible muscle even left a trace of sweat. Even the eyes have become terrified. Where there is still before to kill all the domineering and unparalleled momentum, there is just fear. Fear from the depths of the soul. This kind of fear is enough to make a person who is not afraid of death feel like falling into an abyss of fear. It was evident how fearful the god of war, Interceptor, was after remembering Yi Chen's true identity. At this moment, he really wanted to run away. But naturally, there was still a way to live if he didn't run, and if he really ran, he would definitely die here today. Not only that, but the main body in the flood would have to fall completely. He was most deeply touched by Yi Chen's terror. When he offended Yi Chen because his temper was too impulsive, he easily cut off his head and tortured him for 20,000 years. The 12 ancestral witches who had always been very hot-tempered froze without a temper and didn't dare to go to Yi Chen's trouble, mainly afraid that Yi Chen would GA them all. After knocking on his heels for half a day, he carefully gazed at Yi Chen. "What's it so big for? Shrink it down to talk," Yi Chen said flatly, but it was the plain words that made the god of war, Interceptor, not dare to hesitate to instantly shrink to 2 meters tall. Still kneeling and afraid to get up, Yi Chen just wanted to ask some questions. "Bold thief, how dare you make the war god judge Interceptor kneel? Today we will surely ambush you." A sound that exploded the void came out. Almost the next moment 9 figures had descended. Precisely the 9 halls of hell. King of Qin Guang, King of Chu Jiang, King of Song Emperor, King of Bearer, King of Biancheng, King of Taishan, King of Metropolis, King of Equality, and King of Reincarnation. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the 9 people. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Not bad, already bigger ants. Yi Chen saw through their cultivation at a glance. Almost all of them were at the heavenly immortal level, and the realms of the flood are divided into refining Qi to transform God, refining God to return to emptiness, refining emptiness to merge with the Tao, human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, Tai true immortal, Xian Xian, Tai Xian Xian, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Dala golden immortal, half-saint, quasi-saint, saint, hybrid Dala, mythological Dala. Each realm was further divided into early, middle, late, and peak. Celestial immortals were considered to be the most popular of the not-so-prominent when placed in the flood wasteland. However, this was not the floodplain, and it was already not easy to have such strength. "What did you say? Don't bull asterisk 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 him, let's go together. Don't panic, Interceptor, we're here to save you." The 9 temples of hell directly pulled out their respective weapons and surrounded them to fight. Completely failing to understand Xing Tian's crazy-making eyes, they thought that Xing Tian had just fought a battle with his eyes a little dry, or had been injured in the eyes. However, they were also acting out of good intentions. After all, Interceptor appeared to be in a position only a little lower than theirs. In reality, if it was the main body that was here, it was going to be too much higher than them. Thus they were also trying to please Xing Tian, completely failing to understand the meaning of Interceptor's wink. If Interceptor knew that they were actually blinking because they thought their eyes were dry, he will definitely spray a mouthful of blood furiously and say, "I am the god of war. Interceptor, why don't you ask me whether my eyes are dry or not? And why don't you ask me whether I wash my hair or not?" Chapter 33, Where is the arrogance just now? Please restore it. Roll. Yi Chen was in no mood to spend, and slapped away. Instantly sweeping across the 6 heavens, the 9 temples of hell were sent flying backwards by this strike, 10 times faster than when they came. "Go back where you came from. Follow me." Together with Interceptor. Boom boom boom. The 9 temples of hell fell and smashed 9 million-mile-deep pits in the square in front of the Earth's Yamahal, barely able to stand up. Each one of them was gray, and surprisingly, they had already suffered heavy injuries between slaps. Looking at Yi Chen in horror, they glanced at each other, not daring to strike at Yi Chen again. It's not like they're blind. The huge gap between their strengths is simply impossible to fight. "We're no match for him. Don't go up there to die. Lord Yama will step in." Lord Yama is angry. This kid is dead. Dare to disturb Lord Yama's cultivation. No one who comes today can save you. Defeating us is nothing. Have the ability to defeat Lord Yama. I don't think he can even compare to a single finger of Lord Yama. Humph. How dare you show off your skills here with a little carving. Lord Yen Luo is in the main hall. Do you dare to go in? I admit that you're strong, but you're not strong enough. At least Lord Yama is much stronger than you. It's just a true immortal one realm higher than us. The height of Lord Yama's realm is something you can't imagine. Right, kid, since you've come here, you can't escape today, the 9 halls of hell had said. If they were far away, they wouldn't dare to clamor after their defeat, because Yama will probably fail to rescue them, and by the time someone arrives, they'll all be cold. But not here. The king of hell in the great hall behind could be in a rage. With King Yama in attendance, they believed that there was no one who could fight against him. The criminal sky on the side directly collapsed inwardly. He had been blinking all the time and they couldn't see it? Are they all so tough? Are they so brave? How dare you talk to the legend of the flood like this? Ignorance is fine, but don't make a fool of yourself. Are you all fish? You can't even recognize this big guy. Really? Yen Lo, get your ass out here and meet me. Yi Chen said. The harlot is arrogant. How dare he humiliate Lord Yama? Someone just wanted to go on up and put up a fight. What a mouthful. A great and domineering voice came from the sky, like a heavenly ancient bell shaking people's souls. Couldn't help but feel an urge to fall to my knees and worship the sound. It seemed that the owner of the voice was the judge who ruled over all life and death. There is no one who can match the owner of this voice, no one who believes it. In the face of this voice everyone was affected, but only Yi Chen was calm and relaxed. And then there's Yi Hongyun. The pure eaters are completely unaffected. Boom, boom, boom. The soul-stirring footsteps became the only sound in this world. It seemed that every step made the entire planet tremble. The atmosphere also became more cold and depressing. The 9 temples of hell split into 2 rows, standing respectfully on either side full of adoration. No matter what world it is, the strong are revered. King Yama was strong enough that they naturally worshipped and honored him from the bottom of their hearts. Interceptor wiped the sweat seeping out of his body, his eyes filled with despair. Miserable, not dead also have to take off layers of skin. I hope Yan Luo your mouth do not talk nonsense again, otherwise it is really dead. Interceptor thought in his heart, daring to disturb my cultivation, making my only chance of a breakthrough in these 50,000 years come to naught. How dare you? At this time, King Yama had already walked out of the Great Hall. No matter who you are, no matter what background you have, today you. When King Yama's originally angry gaze lowered his head to look at Yi Chen, who was diagonally below him. It didn't matter if I didn't look, my eyes popped out of my daisy. All of them are the most precious guests of hell. The quickness with which Yama's words shifted and his reactions were simply breathtaking. Taoist Yi is here in a big way, and I really deserve to die for not going to greet him personally. Yan Luo Wang obediently, a slippery shovel just slipped to Yi Chen in front of kneeling down and lowered his head. His voice was trembling, not daring to look up. Sweat dripped all over his forehead. It was logical that at his level, sweating was impossible, but with enough fear, one still sweats. It was evident how he was feeling at the moment. Such a sudden scene made the 9 temples of hell, who had originally been made whole by King Yama's words, even more confused at the moment. What do you mean? Who is Taoist Yi? What kind of person could make King Yama so fearful that he couldn't even get up from his knees in fear? It refreshed their perceptions. Since the flood came to this world, it had never been encountered. They don't look at the 9 temples of hell, and this hell is very beautiful. In fact, they are also sent to other worlds to expand their business by the flood of the 6 roads of reincarnation. To put it bluntly, let them do the dirty work. So the level was too low. Of course he had never seen Daozuan Yi, but just because they haven't seen it doesn't mean they haven't heard of it. In response, the inside of his head boomed quiet and his brain buzzed. Yi Chen didn't say anything, but it just didn't say anything, causing this real ruler of the hell, King Yama, to not dare to have the slightest fluke, not daring to raise his head at all. His head was racing to see if he had offended Yi Chen with any single word just now. As a result, I find myself seemingly jumping sideways on a tightrope repeatedly, going further and further down the road to death. If he hadn't reacted quickly after seeing Yi Chen after the last sentence hadn't been finished, he would have been reincarnated by now. Oh no, it was completely gone. Bow first and then respect. It's laughable to think about. If it weren't for the face of Hutu, you'd already be wasted. Get up, Yi Chen said icily. Yes, thank you for not killing me, Dao Father. King Yama was like an amnesty hurriedly thanked. The few of you are still not quick enough to meet Lord Dao. King Yama looked to the 9 halls of hell. Yes, greetings to the Dao Father. The 9 slid to their knees in a respectful salute, slow to react just now, but not now. Aha! Yi Chen nodded his head, then took a step up the stairs to enter the main hall. Yan Luowang hurriedly followed at his side, lagging behind Yi Hongyun on the side by one body position, ready to listen to Yi Chen's commands. Yi Hongyun couldn't help but feel that his life had reached its peak at this moment. The lord of the earth's capital, King Yama, personally gave his son to lead the way and was so respectfully afraid that it was worth it to get his son to die like this. The 9 temples of hell let out a long sigh of relief, and it was only then that the heart hanging in the air finally fell. The 9 people couldn't help but look viciously at Interceptor. This bastard definitely knows the inside story, but words are not even said. It is simply to pit them to death. It's a shame they were thinking of saving him. What are you looking at? Can't you see I keep blinking? Xingtian was speechless. These 9 people were blind, weren't they? I thought your eyes were dry from fighting for so long. Just say so. The 9 temples of Hades was angry, almost pitched them to death. Saying a word would kill them, preferring to blink what eyes? The corners of the war god Interceptor's mouth twitched. I blinked my eyes for you guys, reminding you, and you even thought my eyes were dry? I'm the god of war, and my eyes are dry? Come, 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 come. Yi Chen sat directly on King Yama's seat, that throne carved out of turquoise fine stone. Yama and the others were below. Yi Hongyun sat in Yi Chen's lower hand seat. Yama didn't feel anything wrong. Since this flood myth had come to this world, it had to be served with care. The heavenly Tao saints had all been killed by him. If Yi Chen wanted to be the head of the local government, King Yama would immediately step aside without saying a word and give Yi Chen a dog. After all, that is the dog of the Daozun. Overriding the saints above the laws of the heavens have to be seen to call the dog brother good, dog brother hard work. Chapter 34, The Destruction of the Earthly Mansions, all in the mind of the Taoist masters. To make a long story short, bring my mother's spirit here. Yi Chen took the urn out. Seeing this situation, Yama King directly scared feet slipped, hurriedly stabilized at the same time, wiped his hands incomparably respectful to receive the urn. Don't worry, Tao Father, if it's in the hellmouth it can be found immediately. King Yama uses a special secret method to search for the soul of Yi Chen's mother, Meng Yu, along the trail of the ashes. Yama's heart was beating straight. He knew that if this matter was done well, he might get some benefits from it, and he would be able to draw closer to Yi Chen again. But if the soul is not in hell, or if the soul is in hell but is treated extremely poorly, King Yama could almost imagine that the hell would be destroyed instantly, with not a single crumb left, and it was questionable if any of them could survive. Moreover, in his opinion, Yi Chen Yi Daozuan was fully capable of ignoring the 6 paths of reincarnation rules to resurrect himself, but he did not do it himself. That's something to be reckoned with. I'm afraid that he came here to let him, King Yama, do it himself in order to see if his mother had been aggrieved. If you are aggrieved, destroy the whole hell by the way, to die to die. Thinking about it, Yama's body tightened, and he had already thought about where to bury it. Mom doesn't have to miss me anymore. I can't go back to the flood. Let's just die. At least there's a chance of survival. With a thought in his mind, Yama directly found the exact location of Meng Yu's soul. After knowing its exact location, Yama sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and almost didn't die of fear and place hiccups on. Where? Yi Chen's voice turned ice cold when he saw King Yama move. In this instant the entire planet of 1 light year instantly froze, becoming a world of ice and snow, and the planet's inner core was given a direct freeze. If he doesn't lift it himself, no one can change it. All the ghosts on the planet are shivering. Who can withstand this cold? If it continues like this, all of them will die in less than a day. Feeling this cold to the core killing aura, King Yama's entire being was like falling into an ice cave. In his vision, Yi Chen changed into a supreme killing god, and that terrifying killing aura surpassed all perceptions. In the 9 hells, Yama trembled. Yi Chen's eyes grew colder and colder, and an even more terrifying killing aura filled the air. None of the audience could remain calm at this moment, and all of them were trembling in fear. You'd better pray that my mother hasn't been treated unjustly, or this whole hellhole won't be necessary. Yi Chen said. Yes, I understand. I'll show Tao Father the way. Shaking like a sieve, King Yama led the way ahead. The crowd followed. King Yama did not doubt Yi Chen's words about destroying the entire hellmouth in the slightest. Although the scope of hell is identical to the real universe and will follow suit as the real universe expands. But who is Yi Chen? When King Yama and the others were sent over to this universe 99,900 years ago, Yi Chen had already killed sage-level powerhouses in the floodlands that no one dared to mess with. One must know that all under saints were mole crickets, and Yi Chen was merely the body of a Tai True Immortal at that time. Tai True Immortals destroyed saints, an absolute gap spanning 8 realms, and it's still 90,000 years old. How strong it really is now 90,000 years later. I dare not imagine. I dare not even think about it. That's beyond cognizance, and no amount of imagination could have come up with it. Therefore, if he said that he would destroy the entire hellmouth, he would definitely be able to do so, and with a maximum of 1 move. And any more than 1 move would be an insult to the name of Tao Honored One. Think about people's names. How terrifying is someone who even the heavenly Tao has to honor? In fact, Yama has been off the grid for over 90,000 years. Yi Chen's Tao respect was no longer all about the heavenly Tao, but the great Tao as well. The Supreme Avenue had to respect him 3 times and fear him 7 times. On the side, although Yi Hongyun had never said anything, he was worried about his wife's safety. The name 9 hells, just by hearing it, one could tell that it was certainly not a good place. What kind of torture would his wife be subjected to there? He couldn't think any further. Yi Chen was already holding back. The 9 hells is an extremely special place in hell, also found in the 6 paths of reincarnation in the flood, which is to imprison the evil souls that are extremely vicious and kill a lot of people. Anyone who is locked up there ends up almost godless. So if there isn't a connection here with the 6 reincarnations of the flood, he also had some friendship with Nyang Ho too, the lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Hell is gone now. Of course, as soon as I see any lapse in my mother's soul, this world must still be destroyed. Not only that, whoever dares to bully his mother, then be prepared to endure his endless torment. It was not enough for a world to be buried with him. He was going to break through space and cut off the 6 paths of reincarnation in the flood as well, and there was no one who could stop him. At the moment he was on the verge of exploding. The destruction and rise and fall of the 6 paths of reincarnation are all at his whim. It's over. It's over. Doubtfather Yi is going to be furious. It's over. Everything is over. There's no one who can save us. The god of war, Interceptor, was sweating more than a showerhead shower and had never been more terrified than he was right now. His head was chopped off by Yi Chen, and he had been tortured by Yi Chen for tens of thousands of years. He knew Yi Chen's character very well. With this sentence of a split replica, it didn't matter if it was destroyed, but his main body would surely suffer complete destruction as well. This world will eventually be destroyed because of Yi Chen, and that destruction and rise and fall lies entirely in how Yi Chen's mother was actually treated. The 10 temples of hell and the god of war, Interceptor, were both betting on it, and it's a big gamble, betting your life and everything. The 9 hells are far away, but with a dedicated teleportation array, it didn't take much time. It was almost just 5 breaths away. It was an infinite land, floating in the cosmic stars, with no idea of its boundaries or its thickness. In short, this is where the 9 hells are, and the countless cracks on the ground in front of them have lava flow, and the countless lava around the abyss is like a waterfall falling down to the ground. It looks unbelievably spectacular from a distance. This is the 9 hells, Yama said carefully, then continued to lead the way. The crowd flew directly into that abyssal place, feeling the super high temperatures around them. If they weren't escorted here, they would have to die if they were forced to enter even with human immortal cultivation. All the way down, I don't know how deep, a cage could then be seen set into the wall, floating in the air, or chained. It's full of all sorts of vicious souls. However, after sensing the cold killing aura on Yi Chen's body, each one of them, who were originally ferocious and vicious, became kind, with their eyes revealing the stupidity of college students as much as possible. Coming to the location of a cliff at the very bottom, where various platforms were connected to the cliff, there was a huge cage inside, and in the cage was a woman with her back to the crowd. Seeing this familiar back, Yi Chen's fists clenched tightly, and his emotions became a little unsteady. It took 100,000 years to see my family. Now that he saw his mother in such a hellhole, how could his heart not be angry? There is no need for the hell, the 6 channels of reincarnation in the flood, to exist. Yi Chen was merely speaking faintly though, but it made the hearts of all the people in their throats, and they understood that the time of death was approaching, and from this moment on, the real terror was going to come. Both worlds are in for a horrific and great destruction. With a fluttering sound, Yama dropped to the ground, his feet having gone completely limp. He thought this would be the outcome, but still couldn't be honest about actually facing death. The Deo Father's mother had been humiliated, and what was needed was the complete destruction of the 2 reincarnation worlds in order to quell her anger. Interceptor even fell backward and fainted. Perhaps fainting would be the best relief at this time. Mom! Yi Chen called out. His voice had trembling and heartache. Mengyu's body trembled when she heard the voice, and she turned around violently to see Yi Chen. Seeing that it was surprisingly the son, Mengyu was pleasantly surprised and her eyes instantly wet with tears. Tatsuya. The moment was filled with warmth as mother and son embraced. Mom, you've suffered, Yi Chen said. Yul has suffered you. Yi Hongyun's face was filled with tears as the 3 embraced each other. It's not bitter. Not at all. As long as I get to see you all. Mengyu was delighted. Wait, you came here, are you all dead? Mengyu's expression tightened. If this is the case, then such an encounter, although it relieves the pain of lovesickness, but the people are dead. The people are dead and the lamps are extinguished. She never wanted her son and husband to die. She wanted them to live well. It's a long story. We're not dead. We're here to save your mom. Go back if you're not dead. Mom's fine here. People can't come back from the dead and mom knows that. Just know that you're all fine and doing well. The crowd then realized that it seemed as if Mengyu was indeed doing quite well. There wasn't a stray strand of hair. The clothes he wore were brand new, and even the cage was shaped like a mere barricade. There were no chains on the feet, nor on the hands, and on closer inspection, the cage had all the infrastructure. Vanity, mirror, bed, washing machine, refrigerator, TV and whatnot. Not only that, a closer look would reveal that the bed was actually carved out of endless arcane ice, in stark contrast to the temperature outside. When harmonized with each other, they have a great warming effect on the soul. To put it bluntly, it's the equivalent of, say, giving an ordinary person a large tonic every day. Is this a prison sentence? This is a ing vacation. The crowd was a little confused. You guys see I'm pretty good here too. I have everything. No suffering or anything like you think. Sister Zhou Yue treats me very well. A smile appeared on Mengyu's face and said, you can tell by her exquisite makeup and heartfelt smile that it's still really going well. There is still salvation. There is still salvation for me. There is still salvation in hell. There is still salvation in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Who, in the end, who did this? It is simply a living ancestor. Yama whimpered. At this time a voice came. Lord Yama, what brings you here? Floating in the distance clad in red robes dressed in red plain clothes, this woman looks absolutely beautiful. Her face does not have a single flaw, and her body is perfect and does not look like the real thing. And she was the controller of the 9 hells, the lord of the 9 hells. Great, great. Zhou Yue, you've made a great achievement this time. You saved 2 worlds. You're our savior. You're the savior of the world. King Yama was happy as a child of hundreds of thousands of years. It was then that he remembered that the sister 9 specters Manhwa was talking about should be the lord of the 9 specters. Don't have to die? That's great. Interceptor violently stood up. The feeling of life after the robbery was so good. He had already thought of where to bury it. He did not expect a big reversal of the ending. The lord of the 9 Sephiroths was dumbfounded and still didn't know what was going on. The 9th Palace Yen Luo transmitted a quick voice to him about the exact process, and only then did he understand the cause of the matter. Needless to say, she was in a cold sweat even after listening to it, never realizing that the 2 worlds had just walked on the brink of destruction without knowing it. That's not a good feeling. What the hell is going on? Yama asked. Everyone also looked at Zhou Yue, including Yi Chen. Chapter 35, The Culprit, the strength that shocks everyone. Greetings to Taoist Yi. 9 specters first bowed respectfully to Yi Chen. Please rise. Yi Chen revealed a smile and looked at her, obviously wanting to know why as well. It was logical that the 9 specters lord, who was the controller of the 9 specters hell, shouldn't be this nice to an ordinary woman. There should be some reason for this. Seeing that Yi Chen actually smiled at him, the lord of the 9 Sephiroths was flattered and hurriedly said, the matter is like this. A few years ago, the lord of the demon abyss had to collect some souls for his own use, and when he disagreed with his transgressive behavior, he fought with him. Then the demon abyss lord retreated, and Manhwa was saved from the demon abyss lord. At that time I just happened to be there, using the great divine eye mystic art to observe Manhwa. She was extraordinary in this life. When the life should not be destroyed, I brought her back, and later also because of the character of the opportune with her sister. Zhou Yue described what had happened briefly. That's right, thanks to Sister Zhou Yue's care over the years, I've had a very fulfilling time here. It's just that I don't have you guys and I miss it from time to time, Manhwa said. When he heard this, King Yama directly laughed. This is the rain passing through. This is the unintentional willows become shade. It was such an act that made a good karma, saved 2 worlds, and was worthy of the temple. Interceptor smiled even wider, a belly-to-belly grin that reached the back of his mouth. I didn't realize that an unintentional act a few years ago had saved Dao Xuan's mother. He just felt at the time that the Lord of the Devil's Abyss had crossed the border to collect souls in a big way, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing as an inquisitor. So he went up and just did it. The Lord of the Devil's Abyss was naturally no match for him, and released all the souls he had captured. A terrifying aura filled the air at this time, draping around Yi Chen's body. Even the entire range of the 9 hells trembled. The entire 9 sepulchre world was like a fall, and at any moment, it could be crushed by his powerful force. What a terrifying power. Is this the strength of a Tao Lord? I can't take it anymore. The strongest people here were all appalled. Only Yi Hongyun and Manhwa were unaffected. Mom, that Lord of the Abyss dared to capture you in the first place, and I'm bringing him in now. Aha! Manhwa subconsciously nodded his head, shocked by his son's terrifying strength. His son's power had gone far beyond the picture he could have imagined. No wonder it was possible to come to hell. No wonder the bigwigs of hell had to bow down. Yi Chen grabbed out of thin air and directly tore through the endless space barriers, forcing his way deeper into the spatial turbulence that could wear out everything. One grabbed out a middle-aged man whose body was surrounded by a black aura. Lord of the Abyss? The crowd was stunned. The Lord of the Abyss is extremely far away from here, and the spatial coordinates of the place where it is located fluctuate, changing position every moment. It is impossible to find the exact location of the abyssal hell without its recognition. This is something they all know very well. However, Yi Chen just grabbed the Lord of the Abyss out so easily, just like carrying a chicken. Who are you? Let me go. Lord Yama, save me. The Lord of the Abyss roared, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move. Just his mouth could move. Yan Luowan was shocked. What are you calling me to do? There is something wrong with you. So that the Taoist honor misunderstood, but also not to put me Ga. Tao father. I don't have any friendship with him. The Lord of the Abyss has always disobeyed me. Maverick and a prick. Yama hurriedly explained. Yi Chen naturally knew that what he said was true, and he could tell the truth from a lie at a glance. Tao father. You're Tao father. Flood Tao father? The Lord of the Abyss was alarmed. He too had been sent from the flood to form hell. It was also a long time ago that he had heard the legend of Yi Chen in the flood. At that time, Yi Chen would already be a truly supreme existence that no one could compare to. Hongjun Daozu had to go around when he saw it. Facing such a terrifying existence, how could he dare to resist? There was no chance at all. Touch my mother, and you have the way of death. Yi Chen exerted force in the palm of his hand. Ah, don't! Dao Lord spare me! With the mournful screams, all the higher-ups of the Hellmouth were drenched in cold sweat. Boo! Accompanied by an explosion, it was completely pinched by Yi Duan, and no one killed by him can be brought back to life, no matter what, giving the crowd a fright and trembling. I thank you both on my mother's behalf. Yi Chen arched his hand. I dare not. I dare not. It's all as it should be. 9 specters and interdictor hurriedly saluted. This honored one has a clear distinction between reward and punishment, and as you have both benefited my mother, I will not be stingy. 9 specters, this is an extreme grade innate spiritual treasure spectral sword. It fits you extremely well, although the material is average, but with your current strength you can only barely use it. In conjunction with the Tao method I have authored within it, your future as a quasi-saint is within reach. Yi Chen casually waved his hand, and a blood-red 4-foot-long sword appeared out of thin air and landed suspended in front of 9 specters. The terrifying aura from the very best innate spiritual treasures lingered around. The extreme sharpness seemed to cut through everything. Everyone here was shocked. The 9 specters are even more so. What level is an extreme innate spiritual treasure? Don't look at Yi Chen's light words. What with the average material and barely using it? That was to Yi Chen what magic treasure was insignificant. He could even easily pinch out a magic treasure out of thin air that was better than an innate spiritual treasure. Of course, extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures were extremely rare even in the floodplains. The grades of spiritual treasures are divided into 6 major grades: Hotian spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, innate supreme treasures, and chaotic supreme treasures. The latter-day spiritual treasure refers to the flood evolution after the birth of the general power, but the number is also relatively rare. Many true immortals do not have innate spiritual treasures innately conceived and born before the beginning of the flood was born. The known number of the entire flood can be counted. The innate supreme treasures were just those dozens of pieces, almost all of which were controlled in the hands of saints and paramount saints. And of course, Yi Chen had the most in his hands. The known chaos supreme treasures could be counted on 2 hands, all in Yi Chen's hands. All in all, it was an extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure that needed to be matched with a strength of at least a half-saint, and it had to be a half-saint with a huge background. The so-called piker's sin is not a sin without a background. Even a half-saint would have to be killed by the treasure capture unless it wasn't taken out and used. Only when one reaches paramount sainthood does one have the strength to guard it. Paramount saints are salivating. It was such a precious and extremely valuable innate spiritual treasure that Yi Chen had given to her. How can the 9 specters be worthy of such an expensive thing? The Lord of 9 Specters was at a loss for words. She liked it for sure, but it was too precious. She didn't dare to take it. She didn't even dare to think about it. It's just an extreme innate spiritual treasure. If you break through the Great Luo in the future, I'll grant you another innate supreme treasure. Yi Chen walked forward to pick up the spectral sword and personally handed it to 9 specters. See, Zhou Yue still do not dare to receive. Tangled. Even because Yi Chen, this sentence is even more shocked to move. Sister Zhou Yue, just take it. My son gave it to me, so don't be polite. Otherwise, how can we still get along in the future? Meng Yu proudly said. She was a very smart woman and had figured it out from all that had just happened up to now. His own son had grown to be a great man of incomparable terror. That was an existence that even the entire top echelon of hell had to be silenced. How could she not be proud of her son as a mother? Alright, I'll listen to you. Thanks for the treasure, Dao father. 9 specters took the spectral sword with both hands and was about to make a big salute. No, you're my mom's sister. You're my elder. You can't do that from now on. Tell you what, from now on, you can just call me Yi Chen, and I'll call you Zhou Yue. Okay, fine. 9 specters was no longer pretentious. Yi Chen turned to look at Interceptor. At this moment, that smile of the god of war, Interceptor, was like an innate holy body in an emoticon. Yi Chen smiled, although this Interceptor had been punished for messing with him in the first place, but now he was also kind to his mother. Interceptor, I grant you the innate undefeatable saint body. From now on you will truly have the ability to cross over into paramount sainthood, and if you cultivate intensely, it is not impossible to become the strongest under a saint. Yi Chen finished with a finger pointing out instantly. It directly gave the god of war, Interdictor, the innate undefeatable holy body. Feeling the great changes in his body, Xingtian's eyes brightened up. The feeling was extremely magical, as if the body had directly changed, possessing power several times stronger than before, and the defense had also skyrocketed several times. Is this the innate undefeatable saint body? So powerful. Thank you, Dao Father, for granting me the opportunity. Interceptor knelt and kowtowed in gratitude. Boo! It was then that he realized he could kowtow. Snapped back. I got my head back. Full of surprise, hands cupped his long-lost face. He could feel his split head coming back, so his main body in the flood must have grown ahead as well, and this split of his will be fully equipped with the ability to ascend alone, with a high ceiling. Once he finally merged with the flood essence, that strength would skyrocket by a large margin, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Get up! Yi Chen's invisible strength lifted him up. Yi Chen had laid an unimaginable foundation for their future. It amounts to a direct change in their destiny. Especially 9 specters. That extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure spectral sword was the envy of the 10 temples of hell. But envious as they were, they didn't dare to have any thoughts. Not a single one. Because that was what Yi Chen had bestowed upon the 2 of them. No matter who dared to covet or even snatch it would be considered a direct provocation to Yi Chen. The only consequence is death and no other possibility. Don't treat the benefactors of Dawson's mother as weak. Even if it was just a tiny heavenly immortal holding a handful of extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures. It was like a 3-year-old child holding a gold brick. But behind them stood the Tao Lord. The invincible Tao Lord. And that was the bottom line. Chapter 36, The Terror of the Tao Father. The reality universe is not simple. As for you guys, Yi Chen looked at Yan Luohuang and the others, and with a wave of his hand, he gave one of their bodies a spell. Familiarize yourself well with this Tao. Tai is expected, and Tai Golden Immortal is not impossible. Yi Chen said, "Thank you, Tao Father, for giving us the Dharma. We can't thank you enough." The 10 temples of hell knelt down full of joy. They thought they were going to die, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and now they were getting such benefits. How could this not surprise them? It should be known that before with their talent up to Xianxian Immortal is already the limit. Limited by their talent, and how hard they work will reach the top. And now it was different. The Tao transmitted by Yi Chen had the ability to increase talent. It was equivalent to raising the minimum bottom line of their cultivation and raising the upper limit. It gives them a broader future. Who wants to stop at nothing if they can break through? Continuously raising the realm and having greater strength was what cultivators pursued throughout their lives. Let's go. A group of people flew out of the 9 hells. Look at the 3 colors of this vast black and white and red. This is a very unpleasant environment for me. The earthly evolution is not yet complete. In that case, I will perfect it in advance. Yi Chen said and took out the flood treasure. The 3 lights divine water. The preciousness of the 3 light divine water was comparable to that of an extreme innate spiritual treasure, and even surpassed it to some extent. The main function is what is known to the world as the white bones of the living and the dead. It's not that dramatic, but it can be saved with just 1 breath and just 1 drop. And since all the great Luo Golden Immortals could be restored with a single drop, its value could be imagined. What's more, Yi Chen was getting a swimming pool of so many, taking out roughly a liter or so. The massive life chi caused everyone to be horrified. This is the legendary 3 lights divine water. Is there even this much of it? Interceptor is very knowledgeable, full of shock. Just some of these, take to exchange innate spiritual treasure are big people rush willing. The others have never eaten pork. They've seen a pig run. The magic and preciousness of the 3 light divine water was understood, and they were curious as to what exactly Yi Chen was going to do. Just by waving his hand casually, Yi Chen instantly vaporized the 3 lights divine water into water vapor. This was followed by another swing that landed in various locations in hell. As the saying goes, when it rains, a little bit comes from each place and evolves faster. And starting from the nearest area, you can see that everything in the environment is changing within the field of view. Lush vegetation, trees, mountains and rivers. Everything is moving towards a new world. As for further away, the 3 lights divine water would slowly cover over as it flew. There was no rush. In fact, Yi Chen could unseal the realm to instantly perfect the world Gehenna. But there's no need for that. Anyway, there's more than enough sanguine water to go around. Using the 3 lights divine water would require a process, and it would also urge the 10 temples of hell to build a better hell world for them. It will take less than a year to cover the existing hellish world. Yi Chen looked into the distance. Thank you, Tao Father, for your help. We are grateful. The 10 temples of Hades knelt. Run the Hellmouth well. It is after all the heart and soul of Ho-Tu. Yama, do you know anything about the known world? If there are any powerful people, Yi Chen casually asked. We've been here for nearly 100,000 years, and although the evolution of hell will follow the expansion of the known world, there are still quite a few places where souls can't be forcibly collected even by hell. Extremely terrifyingly strong people may exist in those places, unwilling to have the hell appear. Yama said, interesting, it seems the real universe isn't as bad as I thought. Yi Chen nodded his head, somewhat looking forward to it, turning to look at his mother. Mom, let's go back to Blue Star. Yi Chen said, okay, let's go back. Sister Jiu Yue, come and play at Blue Star when you're free. Meng Yu smiled. Okay, sure. 9 specters nodded and smiled. Yi Chen took his parents away. The 10 temples of hell, criminal heaven, and 9 specters watched them leave, their eyes full of respect. Hell has changed, and we've also received a great chance given by the Taofather, directly turning a pheasant into a phoenix. Yeah, it's only going to get better in the future. We have an unlimited future. I believe that one day when we return to the flood again, we will be strong enough to stand at the top, and no one will dare to look down on us. Yes, really look forward to those who once looked down on me will be some face. Also said that we to a side of the downtrodden great world, a lifetime of difficult to inch forward, did not think that the Daozun is here. Right, regret death them. Ha 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 ha, with Daozun around, the future of this place won't be any worse than the flood. Right. Daozun is worthy of being Daozun. Omnipotent. Right, then what realm is Daozun in now? It's hard to say, but more than 90,000 years ago before we were even sent here, Daozun already had a record of killing Heaven's Dao Sage level powerhouses, and now I'm afraid that even the rules of the Heaven's Dao are already bowing down. The pattern is low, the Supreme Avenue may not even be able to take the Daozuan. Otherwise how did the Daozuan forcefully break through the space to come here? Without the permission of the Zhigao Avenue it is impossible to break through the flood space. We came here to create the hell is because of the default of the Supreme Avenue, isn't it? Makes sense. Then in that case Daozun is really invincible. Could it be that he has broken through to the mythic Dao Lord? Not necessarily. Daozun may not have broken through the mythical Dao Lord realm, or even broken through to the saint, but Daozun grasps the 3,000 avenues of countless laws, and his ability to fight over the level is extremely heaven-defying. So I'm afraid that just the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm will be able to have mythical Dao Lord level combat power. Damn, this is too strong. Crossing so many realms to fight against the heavens, Daozun is worthy of being the strongest person I admire. Against the heavens, two against the heavens. If I can serve as a follower to Daozun, it would be worth dying in battle for him. Joke, if you really want to be a follower to Yizun, you can't even die if you want to. Going against the heavenly Dao to resurrect you isn't like playing. Chapter 37, I suspect he's faking it. Yi Chen's trio quickly returned to the entrance from which they had come, recovering the power that had previously frozen the planet in place in the meantime. This was followed by a couple of seals after applying them to his own strength. With a wave of his hand, he reshaped his mother's body. It then cuts through space back into the office after traveling through a tunnel. Looking at the familiar world outside the window, Mengyu covered her mouth with some excitement. For years she had fantasized about this scene at all hours. It's just a shame that the heart wants to do it but the mind can't. Even 9 specters couldn't help her return to the Blue Star to remake her physical body. I didn't realize that I would finally come back and be resurrected with the help of my son. It's such a good feeling to be back in the real world. Yi Hongyun pulled Mengyu to sit on the chairman's office chair. From now on, you'll be the vice chairman, and the two of us will run this company together. You know this is a gift from Tatsur. The Yi family has also been destroyed, and now none of the main members remain, and some of the remaining people behind them will be cleaned up later. Let's just work on our own business without fear, Yi Hongyun said. In short, the duo had endless things to say. After Yi Chen chatted with them for a few moments, he poured a cup of tea for each of his parents and left. There has to be some space for the couple who just met after a few years apart. As the saying goes, a little goodbye goes a long way. Not to mention the fact that they've been holding this back for a couple years. That tea is loaded with good stuff. It's refreshing and invigorating. There were a total of 10 major families in Winning State, each of which was one of the economic pillars of the entire city. And there were even martial arts families. This naturally included the Yi group as well as the Xiao family, a martial arts family of the patriarch Xiao Qianxiu, who had been casually killed by Yi Chen before. The other 8 were the Zhang group, the Chen group, the Ma group, the Zhao group, the nuclear energy industry, the martial arts Lin family, the martial arts Xu family, and the top-ranked Li family, the Li group. These 8 cover almost all of the entire city's clothing, food, housing and various industries. Of course not only the city, but even the other dozen or so municipalities in the Watertown province or almost all of them. This is the power of the big families, constantly growing and expanding. And even a very few to some extent even the governor also have to be courteous. And there is a limit to how much resources can be allocated in one place. One more family is less profitable. Therefore the destruction of the Yi group was of great benefit to all the other 9 families. Of course, nowadays the Xiao family is not included. The old patriarch has fallen. Without a backer they have not dared to publicize it. And they can't wait to hide. The 8 great families could not just take action against a Wu-Tang clan, even if he had fallen out of favor. And for the Yi group's industry they can all want to get a piece of the pie. This is a real benefit. That's why the 8 clans are on the prowl. It was also the fault of the governor and the military for blocking the news too well. Many of the upper-class people only knew that the Yi clan had suffered extermination, but they didn't know who had done it and what kind of power they actually possessed. Even those who know don't dare to say. Then Meng Yun group put out the word that the new group was just about to open, as the local 8 great families naturally could not let them get what they wanted. Now that it was so hard to have one less big family, it was naturally impossible for outsiders to get a piece of the pie. The executives already have a plan together between conferring with each other to sabotage the opening of the Mengyun group. For all of this, Yi Chen did not know, and he doesn't think about such irrelevancies. All conspiracy tactics are nothing but a joke in front of absolute strength. Yi Chen walked in the bustling garden buildings, where the lights are brightly lit as the entire city center of Winnipeg City, retaining the ancient architecture of exotic style, but there is a different kind of beauty, and there are a lot of people who visit the area. Yi Chen walking on the road that turnaround rate beyond the international superstars can only be described as flawless, other men in front of it seemingly unbearable. Not only that, even more beautiful women would look constrained and inferior in front of him, because Yi Chen was too handsome, too temperamental, as if he wasn't someone who existed in this world. This was still Yi Chen who had already restrained his charisma enough that even his breath aura was restrained to a minimum. It's just as much about strength as it is about being sealed away. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's so handsome, isn't it? That handsome guy, look at that handsome guy. Look, so handsome, how so handsome? Don't stop me guys, I'm going to ask for WeChat. How nice his circle of friends has to look. Come on, people will add you. There must be a line of people who want to be his girlfriend. I'll admit that his face threatens me, and I'll just have to hold off for a while. Brother, you must not avoid it, for this avoidance is for life. How good looking it would have to be to have kids with him. Facing so many gazes and whispered comments, Yi Chen did not feel uncomfortable. Returning to Earth, the state of mind was completely different from that in the flood. There's no need to be uptight all the time. As he passed a girl selling a song, he stopped and looked her up and down. Spirit fetus, how did this special physique appear on Earth? Yi Chen thought to himself. In the floodplains this kind of physique is just the most trashy though, completely out of the ordinary. But on Earth that is indeed the most beautiful boy. A spirit tire is, to put it bluntly, born with the ability to absorb aura. This is true for everyone in the flood, but not on Earth. There wasn't much aura on Blue Star. It was very thin. Martial arts, superpowers, and even others can't absorb aura for their own use to enhance their realm, whereas spirit fetus physique possessors can. It's just that this kind of physique requires a special secret method for opening. It shouldn't be available on the blue planet at the moment, or else she wouldn't have this physique and still come here to sell her songs for money. You know that if you open from childhood, nothing to do now at least is also a master level combat power. The girl was using her cell phone to find music, looked up and glanced at Yi Chen. It didn't matter if she didn't look, she instantly froze. There is such a stunningly beautiful man in the world. The reaction rushed back and the inferiority complex was visible. Next I have a song for you to meet. The girl picks up the microphone and as the music starts the lilting song follows. Hearing winter leave. I woke up in a certain year. I thought I waited I expected. But the future couldn't be arranged thus. The vocals were extremely beautiful and conveyed almost all of the meaning of the song. Plus the voice was so good that even with a few $100s of equipment, it sang like a concert. The crowd of onlookers grew. But the more main reason is because Yi Chen is also here. How nice to listen to a song while looking at a handsome guy. The song dropped and Yi Chen applauded. A handful of cash, about $50,000, came out of the space and went straight into the box. Yi Chen didn't care about money. He wasn't interested in it. It just feels like a good song to listen to and worth it. But to the surrounding people shocked, rich second generation this song principle also have to call straight to the insiders. Too many dudes. It won't work. You're giving too much away. The girl hurriedly picked up the money and returned it to Yi Chen. You have to give her dozens of $100 at one time can accept. One-time reward tens of thousands of dollars. Which who can top it? He is terrible. Yi Chen is still an unintelligent high school student, messing around with his parents' money. After all, the child steals the parents' money. Bounty anchor thing can be quite a lot. And finally the anchor also have to get involved in a lawsuit is very troublesome. Take it. It's just a billion points of pocket money. It's more than that for a casual dinner. Yi Chen avoided her not taking it and explained. The girl was outright dumbfounded. The onlookers were also completely confused. Why do I get the feeling he's faking it? Sure, I give this pretense full marks. Ooh, am I the poorest of all? Top rich kid. Yi Chen shoved the money in her hand then left. Thank you, the girl shouted. He didn't intend to help the girl open up her physique. He simply enjoyed listening to the song. Besides, he couldn't look at this kind of super trash physique, accompanied by Yi Chen's departure. Although the onlookers here all sighed and sighed, they all gave money to quickly disperse. The girl looked at the scattered dollars and fives and tens, and then finally at the pile of cash. Looking at the direction Yi Chen left. Yo, Wang Yi mean you actually ran here? Suddenly a voice came from behind. The girl, horrified, put the money into her arms and covered it up with her jacket for fear of being seen. That's a line of 5. 4 men and 1 woman. all with tattoos on their faces, necks and hands. The man had his arm around the voluptuous-looking woman with a voluptuous body, and the other three were obviously minions. Chapter 38, Killing the Door. You can't touch him. What are you doing here? Pio. Wang Yimin was full of panic. Not bad. Today earned a lot. This money I take away. You continue to sing. According to this speed I believe that you can pay off in less than 5 years. Saying that, Zhang Biao also glanced at Wang Yimin's figure. As the saying goes, you can't stop a good body. Don't look at Wang Yimin dressed plainly. Loose sweatpants, long-sleeved jacket, and a broken duck tongue cap, hair draped. You can't even see your face without paying attention. But Wang Yimin's body is practically sealed under her clothes. Even her face is excellent. It's just that Nehi purposely wears ugly makeup that makes the whole thing look not very good. But none of this matters. Anyway, Zhang Biao does not know. As the saying goes, turn off the lights are all the same. Just love the feeling of not knowing the outcome. Wang Yimin, follow me. As long as you follow me, you don't have to pay back that money. Zhang Biao lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his face with a scar looking a little sickening. Wang Yimin stepped backward in horror. Brother Biao, I will definitely pay you back the money as soon as possible. But can this interest rate not go up anymore? My mom still has to spend a lot of money on hospitalization, and if the interest rate goes up anymore, I just can't afford to pay it back. Wang Yimin was on the verge of tears. 20% interest per month. Ask anyone who can afford to pay it back. She was rewarded quite a bit of money for singing every day, but it was totally insufficient to pay it back and remained out of reach. It's only right to pay what you owe, and if you don't, you'll have to pay. Otherwise, who am I to give you a waiver? Follow me and not only will I give you a waiver of this $1 million your dad owes, I'll give you $1 million to take to your mom's doctor. How nice, Zhang Biao said as he took a few steps forward and couldn't help but put his arm around Wang Yimin's waist. Pio, stop it. I'll call the police if you keep it up. Wang Yimin stepped back. Zhang Biao pulled her clothes, and the $50,000 that was in her bosom fell out. Wang Yimin was even more alarmed and just wanted to pick it up. Zhang Biao stomped on the money. Great. You don't pay back the money and you want to call the police. Zhang Biao picked up the money and blew the dust off. Try calling the police and see if the guard arrests you or me. The corners of Zhang Biao's mouth rose in disdain. Bottom of the garbage. You pal master, look at you is your blessing. I can warn you. Within 3 days do not pay back the 100,000 interest. You will give your father to collect the corpse. Your mom I cannot guarantee that will not die of sudden illness. Zhang Biao threatened. Passers-by were so infuriated by the scene that they couldn't help but want to do justice and make a phone call. I can't stand it. Bullying a girl in broad daylight is still a man. You lower your voice? You do not want to live. Do you know who he is? He is Biao. All the stores on this street and even KTV bars are all under his control. And his boss is Zhang Shihao. That is the real owner of this development zone. I can't believe it's him. Go. This kind of thing is not for us to get involved in. Go away if you can't afford to mess with it. The dozen or so people who had gathered around rushed away. Those who had wanted to claim justice also backed off. These days it's good to have hot blood that dares to stand up for justice, but it also depends on the ability. While even if good intentions do not always end up with good results, is there any shortage of things where a good-hearted person takes a knife for someone, only to have the girl leave without saying a word or even looking at the hospital? It's not that young people are becoming apathetic these days, but the cost of upholding justice is simply too high. See, no one dares to care, and no one you call is going to help. Following me is the only way out for you. Zhang Biao finished playing with $50,000 in cash in his hand and his minions left. Pio, what's so good about her? The enchanting woman glanced disdainfully at Wang Yimin, somewhat unconvinced. Shut up, she's younger than you. Piao is obviously not used to enchanting women. Women as clothes, in the eyes of powerful men, is nothing more than a plaything. Woo. Wang Yimin finally couldn't help but cry out, tears dripping onto the ground. Her choked sobs were heartbreaking. Although the people passing by were heartbroken, no one dared to go up. Brother Piao was so powerful that even ordinary people in the neighborhood had heard of him. Wang Yimin is the woman that Brother Biao has his eye on, so how can they dare to have a heart? And they don't dare to go up to comfort him. Don't cry. At that moment, a large hand handed over a tissue. The girl choked and looked up, realizing that it was actually Yi Chen who had just given her a reward of $50,000. Yi Chen also came over to pass the tissues because he returned to see the scene after strolling around. Feeling Yi Chen's kind smile, she took the tissue, but cried even more. It was as if no one had dared to care about her, but suddenly a man cared about her. Any woman would break down and cry to vent her grievances. Due to the height difference, Yi Chen touched her 168 head. Tell me, what has come up? I might be able to help you. The payment is to sing for me. Yi Chen smiled. He looked at Wang Yimin at this moment, remembering his sister, and it looked like this female couldn't be more than 17 years old, and was very similar to his sister when she cried when she was aggrieved back then. Naturally he wanted to help. Anything was a lift for him anyway. It took a bit more crying before the tears finally dried up. Go away, little brother. You can't help me with my favor. Wang Yimin didn't want to implicate innocent people. She was well aware of Pyo's power. Come on, lad. Get going, you. At this time an aunt came up and looked around to remind her. She was obviously a resident of the neighborhood and knew the girl better. This girl is the one that Brother Biao has taken a liking to, and she already owes Brother Biao a lot of money, so there's no way Brother Biao will let her go. If Piao's men see you getting close to her, you're done for. Piao's methods are very fierce. Come on, come on, come on. Auntie finished and hurried away. Yi Chen basically already knew what was going on from these few words. It's like a novel, but art comes from life. No wonder the tens of thousands of dollars he gave to Wang Yimin are missing. Even dare to take the money I gave you. Looking for death. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Anyone who knew him well knew that this was the look that was going to start killing people. He was not a savior, but he hated this kind of usury the most. Kill anyone you see without mercy. At a time like this, Yi Chen didn't intend to bother searching as laboriously as the protagonist of the novel. The Divine Idea release had only just spread to cover a 2-kilometer radius, and had already found Zhang Biao by virtue of a hint of involvement. I have something to do. I'll be back later. Yi Chen patted her on the shoulder, and then disappeared after a few steps out of the corner. Appearing again was already at the entrance of a lavishly decorated clubhouse. He was stopped by 2 burly men when he stepped into it. Strange clothes are not allowed to enter here. Please show your membership card. Roll. With just one word from Yi Chen, the 2 strong men instantly fell to the ground and convulsed, all the way to the 2nd floor private room, during which all the security had been seriously injured before they even got close to Yi Chen. Push open the booth inside and it's on. Yi Chen casually waved his hand and directly cut it off. Several women fled in terror. Ah, you? Who the hell are you? Give it to me. Cut him down for me. Zhang Biao forced himself to endure the severe pain and roared. A few henchmen rushed up, and before they could get close to Yi Chen's hand, their heads had exploded, and the scene was extremely frightening. Zhang Biao also stopped screaming, twitching on the ground in pain and looking at Yi Chen in fear. Who the hell are you? I didn't mess with you, did I? My boss is Zhang Shihao. You have to think about the consequences of touching me. All of Zhang Biao's threatening words seemed to be out of breath. Yi Chen had casually killed several of his men. Could such a ruthless man really be threatened? Stop it. At that moment, a gorgeous woman in a purple wraparound dress came into the room, with a voluptuous figure, and it's wearing gold-rimmed glasses, completely ripe for the picking. However, after seeing this scene in the private room, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. However, he still forced himself to calm down and said, he is Zhang Shihao's person. You can't move him. I'm Li Yao, the owner of this Dunhuang club. You can sit down and say what you want to say. I'm not short of money and women here. How about letting Zhang Biao go? Li Yao sat on the sofa and looked at Yi Chen, whose clothes were spotless. She could see that Yi Chen was extraordinary, but thought that even more extraordinary? He was still far from Zhang Shihao. This is her territory. Zhang Biao can't die here. Yi Chen didn't even look at him, but instead stomped on Zhang Biao's right palm. Ah, that wasn't the end of it. Yi Chen stomped on his right thigh again. Looking at Zhang Biao's miserable appearance, Li Yao was stunned. Yi Chen was too ruthless. What kind of person was he? My friend, do something to leave a thread, and we'll see each other in the future. You. Li Yao hadn't finished her words. Boo. Yi Chen stomped on Zhang Biao's head and completely lost his breath. But even so, Yi Chen was not even stained with a trace of blood. Still dressed in white and ancient clothes, handsome and with an extremely bland face. It seemed like just doing a small, insignificant thing, like walking, and just walking. Chapter 39, Mess with him. You've kicked the bucket. What a scary young man. How can he be so calm? Li Yao secretly sucked in a breath of cool air in her heart. Yi Chen didn't even look at Li Yao from the beginning to the end and turned around to leave. Witnessing Yi Chen's departure, he greatly sighed in relief. It was suffocating under that immense pressure. How old is he this year? 20 at the most. When did Winning City have such a young expert? Why didn't I know? Young and strong. It looks like something big is about to happen again. But the boy is quite handsome, to say the least. Li Yao also just hard mouth. That where is a few handsome, is clearly handsome to death. The first time she saw Yi Chen, she was moved. This kind of man can play for years. Oh no. For life. However, she didn't dare to delay, immediately telling Zhang Shihao about this matter. Zhang Shihao in the commercial CBD building 2 kilometers away from here was originally playing with his girlfriend in front of the office window when the phone rang. This one gave him a direct shock. Nice guy, kind of wasted. Angrily, he picked up the phone. Hey, who the hell are you? Li Yao. Upon hearing that it was her, Zhang Shihao's voice immediately changed. I'm sorry, Sister Li. I didn't say anything about you just now when I was lecturing my subordinates. What's the matter with finding me? Zhang Biao is dead, killed by a young man. What did you say? Who the hell has the audacity to kill my people? I don't know what his name is either. Very young, high school student looking strong, probably a martial arts expert. Who cares what kind of crappy martial arts expert he is? I, Zhang Shihao, spend money to do things, and I can hire someone to kill him even if he's strong. Sisterly, find her for me and I'll bring someone there immediately. Okay, I'll try. Hanging up the phone, Li Yao quickly searched for Yi Chen's whereabouts based on the surveillance along the road. With her connections, she naturally got the surveillance in a 2-kilometer radius. Only after checking it out, there was no sign of Yi Chen. It should be said that the surveillance hadn't caught Yi Chen coming out again since he entered the clubhouse, and there is no surveillance inside the entire clubhouse. It's an upscale club, so of course we have to ensure the privacy of our high-end clients. So the only thing that can cover everything in front of the door is the front door with 2 surveillance crosses, and Yi Chen only went in and out, which could give Li Yao a whole lot of fear. In case Yi Chen was still in the clubhouse, would he kill her first in a fit of rage? You guys hurry up and search the clubhouse for me. Yes. A few moments later. Boss, there's no one. It's all been searched. That's strange. He obviously went out. Li Yao was puzzled. The second floor walkway is windowless. Check the surrounding surveillance and you guys give me all you can to find him. Yes. After 10 minutes had passed, Yi Chen's trail was spotted on the real-time monitor, and it was hard not to notice his eye-catching costume. Yi Chen was walking with Wang Yiming, the two of them chatting away on the lively streets of the old city. Li Yao didn't hesitate to tell Zhang Shihao the location, and she led her men there as well. Leave one person behind to watch the surveillance and report movements in real time. 5 minutes later, the 7 people led by Zhang Shihao Li Yao saw Yi Chen face to face. Run, Yi Chen. That person is Zhang Shihao. Let's avoid him. Li Yao pulled Yi Chen and was about to run back. It's okay. Yi Chen yanked her back instead. At this moment, a few people had already come close, and it was too late to run. Li Yao could only give up, holding Yi Chen's hand and hiding behind Yi Chen. Kid, who are you from? How dare you kill my little brother Zhang Biao? Don't you know who I am? Zhang Shihao held back his anger. If this was in a place where no one was around, he would have asked someone to chop Yi Chen into a few pieces. But unfortunately, this was a downtown area. Zhang Shihao was arrogant, but making a move here would cause big trouble. Not to mention that he was trying to kill someone. Killing someone in the street. His old man would get in trouble if things got out of hand. It's just garbage. So kill it. I'm not only going to kill him, I'm also going to kill you and exterminate your 9 clans. Yi Chen said flatly. If he decides something, he will do it. Said to kill his 9 tribes will certainly kill. The disaster is not as bad as his wife and children. Calf. And then his leaf in the eyes of the Daozuan did not say so. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest words I've ever heard in my life. Who do you think you are? You're afraid that you still don't know who I, Zhang Shihao, am. If I tell you to disappear, you'll have to disappear. No one will arrest me. Don't dare to arrest me. Don't even dare to check. Zhang Shihao arrogantly said. The voice was a bit loud and was even heard by the people around him. But upon hearing him call Zhou Shihao, they all walked away around in silence, not saying a word. Apparently his reputation was extremely strong in this area, to the point of having the feeling of being a household name, and it was evident that there was a lot of evil being done. Yet no one could fight them. This is also, when control a large amount of money control the power of speech. Ordinary people were this financial strength to fight. Yi Chen couldn't help but come to be interested in teasing the ants, destroying all their hopes, and then abusing the ants. Yeah, Yi Chen had already disappeared between his words, and when he struck again, he had already grabbed Zhang Shihao by the neck and picked him up. Zhang Shihao struggled desperately but realized that he couldn't move anywhere except his mouth. You? What kind of monster are you? Zhang Shihao was a little scared. Mainly he really didn't expect Yi Chen to dare to make a move on the street. This was too arrogant. Even he, Zhang Shihao Zhang Dishao, was already arrogant enough, yet he didn't dare to do so. And he had seen masters. Even he had 3 martial arts masters with him. He'd seen them strike, too. But it was never as shocking as the feeling Yi Chen gave him. Surprisingly, he couldn't even move. What are you waiting for? Get on. I pay you so much money every year just to stand around and watch? Zhang Shihao roared. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A few dog legs only had actually made him lose face so much. If he didn't have a use for them later, when it was over, he would definitely kill them one by one. Let go of young Master Zhang. The 3 of them directly struck out, and judging from the fluctuation of their breaths, 2 of them were outer strength great achievement, and 1 of them was outer strength peak. That's right, it's already an expert when placed in the secular world. However, in Yi Chen's case, it was completely insufficient. A Zongshi was like an ant in his hands, let alone being 2 great realms lower than a Zongshi. With just a look from Yi Chen, the 3 instantly stopped in midair, unable to move, keeping their fists swinging out with shock and fear in their eyes. In a battle against the enemy, if you can't even move, the end is actually doomed. It's easy to kill them, with their lives in someone else's hands. There was only one thought in the minds of the three. Grandmaster. He's a martial arts grandmaster. Rumor has it that martial arts masters can exhale chi and kill people, and that they can crush ordinary martial artists into immobility with their chi alone. He must be a master. They had seen a true master today, but it's too late. From the moment they chose to do it, they were doomed to die. Boom boom boom. The three of them exploded straight into the air. Chapter 40, It's him. Yi Chen casually waved his hand, and all the people around him who were watching this in horror were pushed out 50 meters away. Didn't see the headshot one coming. After reacting, one rushed to flee. Yi Chen was so fast that they didn't know exactly what had happened, yet they knew it seemed as if someone had died. They didn't see exactly how, as if their eyes had suddenly blurred. Zhang Shihao directly froze, his eyes full of fear that could not be concealed. He was the one who saw it most clearly. Even though he couldn't move his head, it was a fact that the person who attacked from Yi Chen's side directly exploded his head. Even though he was flamboyant and arrogant and had killed people, he was still deeply frightened to see this scene. What kind of person was standing in front of him? Who the hell did he mess with? He regretted, immensely regretted. Had he known better, he would have understood Yi Chen clearly first. How could someone who dared to kill his Zhang Shihao's little brother not have some skills? You. Li Yao's trembling finger pointed at Yi Chen, and her legs went soft and sat directly on the ground, already wearing a wraparound skirt, which was even more alluring at this moment. The two bodyguards beside her didn't even dare to assist her as they desperately ran off into the distance. Before he could get very far, he fell to the ground with a direct blow to the head. Li Yao turned back to look even more fearful, cold sweat, breathing heavily, looking at Yi Chen in horror. She knew the same thing would happen to her if she dared to run. Didn't you have a bottom line before? Well then, today I'd like to see what background you have and what strength you have. I can tell you right now that I can wait for your people to come. For your background, for all the means you can call upon. Come whenever they can save you. Yi Chen casually threw him to the ground. Ah! The terrifying force smashed several of his bones and he rolled on the ground in pain, but the depths of his eyes were full of resentment, and he shakily took out his cell phone to make a call. Dad! Unleash all the power you can unleash to save me. Quick! After that, he hung up and continued to wail. His cell phone was turned on for location, so it was easy to find him. Besides, I'm afraid word has gotten out about this place and his dad can find it. Only then did Yi Chen look at Li Yao. Feeling Yi Chen's emotionless killing intent, she was like falling into an abyss. I'm wrong, spare me. I'm a member of the winning stately family. The winning stately family is the Haidu Li family. Spare me. I can give you whatever you want. Money, beauty, power, even me is not impossible. With that said, she also straightened her hair, as well as the side of her body where she already had long legs and a beautiful view. Yi Chen walked over, just when Li Yao thought that Yi Chen really had thoughts about her and that her beauty plan had succeeded. Yi Chen, however, had a hand on her neck. Griffins should have the consciousness of a griffin. Is the Haidu Li family very strong? Can there be a grandmaster? Yi Chen said. There is no archon. Li Yao shook her head. What kind of existence was a grandmaster? That was a strategic level powerhouse that hadn't appeared in the world for decades. It's even on the verge of becoming a legend. Although his Haidu Li family has a significant position in Haidu and even the entire Watertown province, but they didn't have a single strong person of the species level of grandmaster. Not even a grandmaster. Just an ant. Yi Chen said, hand slowly exerting force. Li Yao felt Yi Chen's hand getting harder and panicked. Don't kill me. My Li family has a clan master powerhouse. If you kill me, you'll only cause trouble for yourself. Boo! Just after the words were said, Yi Chen had already pinched and exploded the neck. A beautiful woman who died. You have to know that Li Yao is a famous big beauty in the whole winning state, which can be ranked in the top 3. Enchanting, sexy, charming, and has a background. How many people have fallen under her garnet, but could not have her? Even an arrogant young man like Zhang Shihao was salivating but didn't dare to cross the line. Instead, he died in Yi Chen's hands without the slightest bit of mercy. It's fine if you don't have any pity, but it's fine while it's hot. But he did nothing, as if crushing an ant without the slightest emotion. Zhang Shihao curled up on the ground watching this scene, so scared that he had some nerve problems. How unbridled and lawless. The Li family's direct descendants dare to kill, then he is 1,000 times more wild. Yi Chen turned to look at Wang Yimin, who had witnessed the whole thing. At this moment, Wang Yimin was dumbfounded, and even somewhat suspected that he was dreaming, and that it was a nightmare, and that he was slow to wake up. She had been a good citizen all her life. Where had she ever seen such a scene? Several living people were killed by Yi Chen just like that. The weak are the strong are honored. This is the unchanging law of this world. If you don't kill them, they kill you, your loved ones, everything you care about. So tell me now, do you want to be in control of your own destiny and in control of the destiny of others? Yi Chen looked at her. If this were to be placed before, he wouldn't bother to awaken Wang Yimin's physique. And now it was different. He realized that Wang Yimin didn't seem to be too afraid of seeing dead people. It must be due to her physique. There was an instinctive nature in the body that the strongest was king. Of course, Wang Yimin was pure-hearted and would not do anything wrong even if he had great power. I think, I want to be strong like you. With just a hint of hesitation, Wang Yimin made up his mind. Yi Chen nodded his head. Rizi can be taught. A finger pointed at Wang Yimin's forehead, and there was a flash of golden light all over his body, followed by the shackles of his system being completely opened. Achieved the true garbage system of the flood, the spirit fetus. Of course, granted, it's the trash of the trash in the floodplain, but in the earth is already a supreme heavenly pride. If coupled with the subconscious cultivation as well as supporting techniques, the achievement is unlimited, and the future patriarch is just the beginning. I'll pass on a set of gong methods to you. Cultivate them with all your heart, and in the future, you won't be weaker than the underpinnings of the great families of the world, Yi Chen said. It then traveled into her mind as well. It was merely a set of the lowest level gong methods of the flood, but it was enough for her. Thank you, brother Yi. Wang Yimin jumped into Yi Chen's arms and embraced him with both hands. Feeling the aroma emanating from Yi Chen's body was extremely enjoyable. Yi Chen looked down at her and did not hug her in return. There is no woman in his heart, and he is uninterested in drawing his sword to the natural god. Your future is up to you. Now deal with the griffins first. Yi Chen looked in one direction, and Wang Yimin loosened her hand and looked over as well. Only at the moment the guard cars were parked 100 meters away in the distance, almost in a circle. But a closer look reveals that all of these guards are simply armed with handguns, not even a single 7.62mm submachine gun. The reason for this was that the day before yesterday, Yi Chen had lost all of his elites in one breath. None of the new weaponry has been produced yet. A pistol would be nice. There are a few guard cars are still only temporary paint to make do with, not bulletproof. Encountered vicious criminals, who hide behind who is unlucky. This time the guard was led by a 7-star guard general, Chang Odu, who had only been promoted as a freshman at noon today. His promotion was so sudden that even he didn't expect it. Originally, if Chenin was still alive, he wouldn't have been able to get promoted no matter what, and he wouldn't have been able to take his turn in the seniority ranking anymore. It's a pity that Chenin is dead, but Xing Du didn't know that. The deaths of Chenin, the 7-star guard general, and Zhang Xiaoan, the governor of Winzhou, were well concealed by the governor and the military. He's new to the job and doesn't know how deep the waters run. Zhang Shihao's identity is not simple, and there is also a Li Yao of the Li family. As the guard general, he naturally had to be there in person no matter what. As the saying goes, a new officer cracks the whip 3 times. He had to come up with a little something to solidify his position. This first fire goes here first, which ate the ambition of the guy dared to hijack Zhang Shihao and the Li family Li Yao. This matter must have an explanation. All in position. Snipers it. Chang Suda shouted with his walkie-talkie. Shouted half a day surprised to find that all the young faces holding pistols. Snipers froze. No. What's going on? Where's the sniper? Chang District Degree angrily said. The snipers all died on the previous mission, and with no replacements yet, we're all that's left to carry out the mission in the entire guard headquarters. A female 1-star guard officer said. She's quite good looking and already has the highest rank here except for Ching Kudu. Chang's Wadu was directly numb. How can you go on with such combat power? The other party is a formidable martial artist. Where did the others go? Dead? Chang District Du was on fire. The crowd looked at each other, then looked at him and nodded heavily. Chang District Degree was more or less speechless. He was only going to other city guards to learn how to deal with martial artists. Just came back and was promoted directly to 7-star guard general. It was supposed to be a cause for celebration. After all, pie in the sky. As a result, what now left such a mess? Only pistols let him how to deal with powerful martial artists. The bullet is fast, yes, and fast and accurate at 7 paces. But martial artists are different. Not to mention within 7 paces. Within 10 paces it's useless even if you have a gun. It's hard to hit. Cheng District Degree to take off the clothes of the official guard will nimbly put on the bulletproof undershirt. All of the first team come with me. I'll lead them myself. Team 2 and 3 surround the area from the flanks. Don't make any sudden moves, and shoot him as soon as he resists. The Cheng District Degree calls the shots. Yes, get moving. And as their actions began, Zhang Shihao's parents and all the forces that could be mobilized arrived, including several martial artists. The Li family also sent a butler and 3 martial arts experts to help. But this beginning operation was naturally to be given to the guard. Unless the guard fails, they don't take it personally. Yi Chen looked at the dozens of guards that were approaching him. Another bunch of death seekers. Cheng District Degree is well equipped, with night vision laser rangefinding on his head and a high-powered pistol, the Desert Eagle, in his hand. When he was close to receiving the back of Yi Chen, he suddenly felt that the back was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. No, it should be as if who had shown it to him. Yi Chen happened to turn around at that moment. After all, it's actually him. Chang District Degree shivered, and the pistol almost didn't hold steady. Chapter 41, Damn. How dare you mess with that god of killers? Suddenly he remembered that the governor himself had called him into his office at noon today when he took office, and took out a photo. The man in the photo handsome like a painting fairy. As a male he cannot help but to praise a really handsome. The governor then warned him with incomparable gravity that if he encountered him, don't hesitate to hurry up and close the group. This person was extremely dangerous and easily decapitated Zhongshe. Everything will be communicated to him first before making plans. Holy, the ruthless man that the governor said decapitated the patriarch is him. How do you fight this? With your head. Zhang Shi how? This idiot who is not a good person to provoke. Is he trying to get us killed? I'm afraid I can't move a hair on someone's head even if I lose my entire team. This guy. Cheng District Degree secretly hated in his heart, not daring to take another step forward. All of you, fall back to 300 meters and evacuate the crowd in place. Now. But, cut the crap and carry out the orders. One more word of crap and I'll remove you from your post. Yes. Dozens of guards quickly retreated to the perimeter. The place itself was the center of the city with its many old buildings, and there were so many houses within 300 meters that they couldn't see what was going on here. Major program area degrees don't want to see what will happen here either. He didn't want to get involved and leave it up to Yi Chen to deal with it between him and them. The retreat was quick, just as sudden, and in a puff of smoke the men were gone. Zhang Shihao originally thought that the savior came directly confused. This people are surrounded. How suddenly gone? What kind of operation is this? I can't understand it at all. Come back. I'm here, don't you see? Bunch of useless losers. Zhang Shihao screamed so loudly that it tugged on his broken ribs, causing him more pain. Yi Chen couldn't help but sneer, counting them to have self-awareness. Otherwise he would not be merciful. Even if he didn't kill them, one of them would have to lie in a hospital bed for 2 months. Zhang Shihao called the governor as he ran and gave a quick rundown of what happened. Do not act without my orders. Do you hear me? If you dare to disobey orders and act privately, don't blame me if you die. The governor's end directly yelled, showing his scorn for Yi Chen. I'm also afraid of drawing fire to myself. Understood. Let the matters between the martial artists be resolved by themselves. I will only control the periphery. Aha. The caller hung up. Phew. I've kind of picked up a life today, and I almost became the fastest 7-star guard general to die as soon as I took office. Even the governor doesn't dare to get involved. I guess in the governor's opinion even the Li family can't compare to Yi Chen. It's not worth it at all. It's just a young man who has such terrifying strength. Could he be even more powerful than the Duga Chanyin from back then? Zhang Shihao breathed a huge sigh of relief. It felt so good to be alive after the robbery. At the same time, he was also glad that there were no snipers, or else he should have gotten cold by now after the long-range strike. Oh no. Cool. Didn't you hear that the governor is too scared to get involved? Seeing Cheng District Degree running back, Zhang Shihao's parents froze for a moment. Where are the people? Cheng District Degree directly ignored them and walked away before saying, you guys deal with your own matters. The guards will not be involved anymore, and the martial arts will be resolved in the martial arts way. After saying this, Cheng District Degree got into the car and retreated to the 300 meters position at a fast pace. Widen the perimeter and give them plenty of room to fight. Also thinking about the aftermath afterwards. You must save our son. Zhang Shihao's mother Su Meng said. Don't worry. With me, our son will be fine. Zhou Shihao's father, Zhang Qi, looked at the Li family's steward, Li Zhang, an old man with gray hair at the age of 60. To be able to become the butler of a big family, even if it was only the Li family's branch butler spread out in Winning City, but its status is still not to be underestimated. Even if he, Zhang Qi, had an uncommon status background he would have to be treated respectfully. What does Elder Li think? Zhang Qi said. It's obviously not normal for Cheng District Degree's attitude to change so quickly, but now is not the time to talk about it. You and I will each send 2 martial artists. You and I together, not too many people so as not to provoke the other side. Okay, that's it. After the 2 of them agreed, they would each bring 2 martial artists forward. The 2 people that Zhang Qi had brought with him were at the beginning of inner strength. The ones that Li Zhang brought were obviously stronger. 1 inner strength beginner and 1 inner strength minor, and he himself was a great success in internal energy. They believed that with such a lineup the other side can only bow down. When they went a few days ago, they were all a bit surprised when they saw Yi Chen. Yi Chen was too young for words. Look at the skin, it's 18 at most, just a little too handsome. This time they were even more confident. Chapter Li straightened down his suit. The corners of his mouth turned up, and he was bursting with confidence. The next moment there was a sudden realization. No, why don't we see the lady? He looked around and then saw Li Yao, who was lying on the grass with her head in a different place. That familiar purple wraparound dress was obviously his Li family's 7th young lady. What? Miss is actually dead. Li Zhang, unbelievable. He thought about the thugs should be his Li family enemies. In the final analysis is to try to get some benefits. I didn't expect to really dare to kill someone. This is his Li family's 7th young lady. The Haidu Li family is a powerful family, but also a martial arts oriented, covering a dozen cities, various industries. There are only a handful of Haidu that should mess with the Li family, not to mention daring to kill Miss Li. Business is business. The mall is like a battlefield, but are very restrained. How can not make a scene to this point? This is to direct the rhythm of war. How dare you, vertical son, kill my Li family's 7th young miss. Today you will surely die. Give it to me. Scrap his legs first. I'll make his life worse than death. Yes, Elder Li, the 2 martial arts experts, one on the left and one on the right, attacked and killed like lightning. Their speed was so fast that it was difficult for ordinary people's naked eyes to catch them, but such speed was like a snail in Yi Chen's eyes. The palm of his hand sucked in a blade of grass that landed in his hand. Then he flexed his fingers and flicked it. Buzz! It was like the sound of a sharp sword cutting through the air. The 2 who had originally rushed forward directly fell to the ground in a different place, and due to inertia even slid out a long way. The 2 martial arts experts, one internal energy beginner and one internal energy minor, died so quickly that no one saw what happened. The scene was silent for a moment. Zhang Qi was originally going to say to be careful not to hurt his son. As a result, he didn't expect the 2 experts to be killed in an instant. Is this still a young man? Are all young people so strong nowadays? How did Xiao Hao provoke such a strong martial arts expert? This is trying to get me killed. Zhang Qi's heart was beating straight and he was sweating coldly. The 2 men he brought with him were both hired by him at a high price, and they were only at the beginning of the inner strength. And just now, a beginner and a young adult died at once. There's no way to fight. There's no way to fight at all. Inner strength achievement? What a powerful kid, to cultivate to such a level at such an age. Truly a demon. When did such geniuses appear in Winning Prefecture? How come I didn't know? Li Zhang's gaze was grave, and his entire body was ready in a fighting stance. He himself was at this realm, and he couldn't even do it to kill an inner strength minority in seconds. Yi Chen, on the other hand, killed it with ease, showing that there was a gap between the 2 even at the same realm. As for why he didn't think that Yi Chen was at the peak of his internal energy, because that was impossible. One had to be at least 25 years old to enter the peak of internal energy. This was still the fastest record Dekiro Chinin had broken back then. Chapter 42, Exterminating the 9 Clans, Terrifying Measures. Elder Li, are you sure? Zhang Qi said. Only 60%, but at least 80% if someone assists from the sidelines. Okay, you guys help Elder Li, and I'll give each of you an extra $30 million after it's done. The 2 of them looked at each other, originally already beat a retreat, even want to run away because of the $30 million in front of their eyes, together with the previous commitment of $10 million per person. It is $40 million. The ordinary wage earner borrows from the sky for another 500 years without eating or drinking is so much. It wasn't easy for even an inner strength martial artist to earn that much, and it was already enough to make people desperate. The 2 looked at each other. Good, Elder Li will assist you from the sidelines. Well, remember not to be careless. Let's go. The 3 of them rushed up, with Li Zhang drawing attention from the front, because only he could fend off Yi Chen from the front. As long as Yi Chen focused his attention on him, and the other 2 assisted in disrupting from the side, he was certain that he could find a break in Yi Chen's hand when he was busy and kill him instantly. Although it was the first time for the 3 of them to work together, after having a common purpose, this fresh cooperation was already extremely tacit. A foot-long curved sword in Li Zhang's hand directly hooked at Yi Chen from the bottom up. Such a sharp scimitar coupled with a strong forceful swing. Even a 1 centimeter steel plate will be cut right through. And Yi Chen merely raised his hand, his fingers colliding with the tip of the scimitar blade. Bang! After a crisp collision, the scimitar snapped from the center. Li Zhang only felt that the impact just now was not a finger, but a tank. The palm of his hand directly cracked, fell back a few steps to cushion the shocking force, and still felt the whole body was sore and numb. And that's when the left and right pincer attacks had arrived. The duo landed punches and kicks, left and right. Yi Chen didn't move while their attacks were like hitting a wall. Fists and feet broke at almost the same time, and the pain that tore through them caused them to fall to the ground and roll straight up. That feeling just now was practically the same as hitting a large iron block of several hundred tons. Instead, because the force left no room for error, the bones were directly shattered by his own power. It can be said to hurt the enemy 0, and lose 1,000. Die! Yi Chen pinched the 2 men across the room, and their heads exploded. Not good. I'm no match for him. Where did Li Zhang dare to make a move to turn around and run? Yi Chen flicked through the air, and the shockwave that popped out from the tip of his finger instantly pierced through Li Zhang's heart. You're a sovereign. Li Zhang fell to the ground dead with shock and fear. But not having a headshot is kind of like leaving a whole body. Zhang Qi flopped down on his knees. I was wrong. Please Master Patriarch spare me. I'm willing to use $500 million to buy my dog's life. Please Master Patriarch have a large amount of mercy to spare my dog's life. Please, please, please. Zhang Qi kept kowtowing, without any of his usual arrogance. What face do you need in front of a martial arts master who can kill people with a snap of his fingers out of thin air? Living is the hope. Money is nothing. Even if it costs $500 million he doesn't want to spend it. He just wants to live. You don't want to save your son. Yi Chen teasingly looked at him. No, he's not my son. The sovereign lord can do as he pleases. I only beg the lord to spare my dog's life. Zhang Qi gave up on this only baby boy straight away. Before his own life and his son's life, he rationally chose his own. If you lose your son, you can regenerate him, and he is still old and strong. But if you lose yourself, then you really have nothing left. He can't die with a dead wife and still have to marry someone else and have children. Dad, I am your only son. You quickly begged the Lord. 1 billion. No, 2 billion. Let me go. Beg the Lord to let me go. I deserve to die. I should not provoke you. The Patriarch Lord spared me. Zhang Shihao kept begging for mercy. Yi Chen was unmoved. After crying for a moment, he saw that Yi Chen still had no intention of letting him go. Zhang Shihao simply broke the pot as well. My uncle is Governor Zhang of Winning State. You can't kill me. Killing me would be making an enemy of the governor. My uncle will definitely not let you go. Your uncle was killed by me the day before yesterday and you still don't know. Also, you're not qualified to know at your level. Yi Chen kills and kills. Zhang Shihao directly collapsed. His prime minister, in his eyes the status of prominent and omnipotent governor uncle was killed. This directly broke his faith, breaking his belief that he was a powerful nobleman and everyone else was a lowly ant. Because his uncle was killed and Yi Chen was not punished in any way. That is a city governor. What position? The entire city except the army can govern, said the emperor of the soil is not too much. My brother was killed by you? Zhang Qi's eyes were hollow and his voice trembled. No wonder he had just called the governor's brother and couldn't get through at all. And he had assumed that it was because his brother was in an emergency meeting that he hadn't continued to call him. It turns out that he was killed by Yi Chen as early as the day before yesterday? The Zhang family is finished. Zhang Qi closed his eyes in pain. All the splendor was like a passing cloud. Once Zhang Xiaoan died, the enemies of the Zhang family would not let them go. Even if we dodged this bullet now, we can't hide behind it. Boo-hoo! Yi Chen was too lazy to listen to their nonsense, and with the space extrusion in the air he directly gave them a headshot. Two men who had brought countless fears to this development and city and to the general population had just died. But that's not enough. Yi Chen wouldn't stay his hand if he said he would exterminate the Zhang family's 9 full clans. The meaning of the 9 clans is simple. As the name implies, the 9 clans are 9 generations of immediate family members. It refers to father, ancestor, great-grandfather, and high ancestor above oneself and son, grandson, great-grandson, and great-grandson below. One says it includes relatives with different surnames. 4 generations of the father's clan, 3 generations of the mother's clan, and 2 generations of the wife's clan, making 9 clans. Yi Chen cast the bloodline extermination technique in Zhang Qi's blood. All those who were related to him died within the 9 clans. The first to start was Zhang Shihao's mother, who was waiting anxiously on the periphery. Suddenly he felt a pain in his heart, followed by a flame that began to spread from his body until his whole body began to burn. Ah, help me! Get the fire extinguisher, quick! Luckily, the guard cars were next to each other, and a few bottles of fire extinguisher spray were pulled out of the trunk. What the hell? The fire extinguisher didn't work. What kind of fire is this? Ah, completely silent, burned to a puddle of ash. Nothing left when the wind blows. To the guards, they froze in place in fear. Dead? What kind of fire can make a large living person start spontaneously combusting from within in situ? What cruelty! Who the hell did this? Bastardly! The coroner came and saw the pile and called it straight from the inside. You guys are kidding me. It's a ING person. Come on forensics, you do it. You come and find out where the person is. And this scene was playing out in Daxia and even somewhere in the cities of other countries. Exactly how many Yi Chen was too lazy to count. Anyway, a lot. After doing this, Yi Chen looked at the dumbfounded Wang Yimin. Let's go. Okay, brother Yi Chen, don't you need to take a rest? No, go away, someone will take care of it here. Don't you need to clean up? Won't the guards check? They wouldn't dare. You always remember that strength is the word. As long as you're strong enough, anyone can be ignored. It's up to you to create the truth. Aha, brother Yi Chen, I'll remember. Chapter 43, A Slap on the Face. Yi Chen and Wang Yimin just strutted out from the front. And naturally, Cheng District Degrees saw Yi Chen at a glance. Those guys, get out of the way. Make way for him, quick, 2 guard cars make a gap. Yi Chen walked with a calm face. The road glanced slightly at him as it passed by the district's car. Just this glance alone could scare Cheng Sudu, and he hurriedly nodded his head in response with a naive smile. The two of them, Yi Chen, were far away. Tonight, the powerful and noble people of Winning State were destined to have a hard time sleeping. The Zheng family lineage was all killed and died in extreme pain, scaring a lot of people. Zheng Qi, although the Zheng family is not a big family, but at least there was a powerful governor who still had an absolute say in the entire city of Winnipeg. But it was such a Zheng family that was directly erased. This is still because the Zheng family is more abroad. If they knew after a while that the Zheng family had all spontaneously combusted to death at the same time, I don't know what kind of face they would make. Yi Chen telephoned Zhou Ziwei and ordered her to take over all the assets of the Zheng family and put them under his parents' name. Although Zhou Ziwei was shocked, she did as she was told, and through her father's connections, she was able to complete the entire handover in 3 days at most. Zheng family, after all, backed by the governor. Wealth, needless to say, these years, but with this relationship, open hospitals, open businesses, open companies engage in real estate developers circle, raking in a lot of money. Assets amounted to $5 billion. But having more money had nothing to do with Yi Chen. He didn't care about money. He wasn't interested in it. Yi Chen and Wang Yimin had a late-night snack. Wang Yimin went to the bathroom, removed all the ugly makeup from her face, and straightened her fluffy hair into a long shawl of black. After coming out, Yi Chen was also slightly surprised. Wang Yimin's beauty is that of a girl next door, and with his hidden perfect body, he falls into the category of being both sexy and prim. She's bound to be the white moon of countless boys at school. This is much better looking than before. Yi Chen nodded. Yeah, then I'll do that from now on. Wang Yimin caressed her cheek hair, smiling little family, blushing and looking at Yi Chen. Finish eating. Wang Yimin received a call from the hospital that the medical bills owed had reached the final time and had to be paid immediately, and her mom's deteriorating condition requires immediate surgery as well. Wang Yimin was in a hurry, and Yi Chen, fortunately, was fine, so he went to the hospital with her. Just came to the payment window. The head nurse with a displeased face, hurry up to pay, give you delayed a day, has been merciful, cannot afford to pay the medical fee, still cannot afford to die, poor B, hurry up and pay the medical bills, your mom will really die if she doesn't get an operation. The head nurse looked offended, with arrogance written all over her somewhat obese-looking, mounted face. It's like she owns this hospital, totally substituting life's dissatisfaction into work. Wang Yimin, tightly biting her lips to hold back her tears, took out from her pocket scattered more than $7,000 in change, and took out a bank card. There's $32,800 on this card, plus a total of $40,000. Is that enough? Wang Yimin carefully said. The nurse looked at the large pile of change, $1, $5, $10, and was filled with disgust. Not enough at all. The bed, medication and surgery add up to $500,000, and that's for the current phase. I don't know how much more will follow. And we don't take cash. The head nurse pushed the large pile of change to the floor with a deliberately careless hand. Disdainfully glancing at Wang Yimin, he seemed to be extremely disgusted with him. It was as if Wang Yimin owed her money. In fact, Yi Chen could see that it was mainly because Wang Yimin was so beautiful, especially once she took off her ugly clothes. The skin on her face was flawless in pure vegan form. It's the women who are the most difficult for women when it comes to talking, especially the fat and ugly-looking ones like the fat head nurse, who was full of jealousy towards Wang Yimin. Naturally wanted to embarrass him. In fact, what Yi Chen didn't know, the fat nurse was even more jealous that Wang Yimin had such a handsome Yi Chen by her side. Which woman would not be greedy to see this? Even lesbians, I'm afraid, can state that there's actually nothing wrong with men. It's hard to pull back. What? $500,000? How can it be so much? Didn't you say before that the follow-up cost would be no more than $200,000? Not now. And deterioration without $500,000 cannot be saved. 200,001 in 5 success rate. $500,000 at least half the success rate. Which one do you choose? If you don't have the money, pay the outstanding bills, drag your mom away, and go out and die. Don't die in the hospital. The fat nurse was still mouthy and unforgiving. Money's no object. I'll make sure your mom's okay. At this time, Yi Chen, who was on the side, said, but I taught you that strength is the word. Have you forgotten? Go ahead. I don't need to teach you how to do that. Yi Chen said. If it were usual, this fat would already be all over the place, but it's different now. He wants to hone Wang Yimin. Well, I know brother Yi Chen. Wang Yimin nodded, and his gaze had changed when he turned his head to look at the fat nurse. Poor B. You think you can scare me by looking at me like that? Lowly poor B. From the countryside, all poor, do not go to school properly at this age to come out to fool around with the white boy. Tai Fox, really disgusting. Yo, still dare to look at me. How do you want to hit me? You dare to do it, you? The fat nurse swears arrogantly. Pop. Wang Yiming vicious slap out. The sound of the whole payment hall all heard clearly. Although it was now 11 o'clock at night, there were still quite a number of people, all of whom were startled and looked on. Wang Yiming's physique had already been opened up by Yichen, and he had already started off with an outer strength great achievement. As for the realm of martial arts, the first entry of external strength has the power of 1,000 kilograms in one punch, and the full strength of external strength has at least 3 kilograms in one punch at full strength, and a tiger's beat is only a ton. So you can see how strong the outer strength is at the grand completion. Replacing it with a slap would be less powerful, but the strength wouldn't be anywhere near as bad. Wang Yiming slapped out again in anger, this time also exceeding at least 2,500 pounds of force in the slap. The fat woman's entire face was knocked askew, leaving a nice, high, raised slap mark, with half her teeth neatly flying out. It's like being hit by a small car. The whole thing is just a buzzkill. Mainly she also did not expect that in the hospital hall payment office such a hall-wide public, there will be people dare to hit her, the head nurse. And even if she wanted to dodge, she couldn't, it was too fast. A trembling hand touched his face. The numbing didn't feel like it anymore, but his face swelled up even more. The fat nurse also knows very well that the bones in the face should be a little dislocated. Where did this poor bee come from such a great strength? You dare to hit me? I'll make you lose all your money. Dead poor bee. I'll make you sit in the bottom of the jail. You wait for me. The fat nurse remained arrogant and vague. Pop. The fat nurse never expected that Wang Yiming came back with another slap, and this slap had more force, and she flew out 2 meters directly to the right. Who would have thought that an innocent-looking and soft-looking girl would be able to slap a 108-pound fat man out of the room? The fat nurse was directly knocked out by this blow, and her head was hit so strongly that her blood supply was momentarily insufficient, and she instantly went into shock. If it wasn't for the fact that the fat nurse had a cushion of facial flesh, the slap would have directly caved in the bones of her face. That's it? Yi Chen said. He was still waiting to see the fat nurse get her head blown off. Forget it, that's it, brother Yi. The fight is over. Let's go see my mom first. Wang Yiming spoke quite calmly, but that subversive feeling of having great power made her inwardly restless and happy. It's like he went from being an underdog to the world champion of boxing all of a sudden. Chapter 44, The Terrible Evil Spirit That Was Easily Crushed. Aha! After Yi Chen finished speaking, the two of them took the elevator to the 18th floor together. How are you doing, nurse? Don't scare us. Somebody, the head nurse has been beaten. A couple of junior nurses ran to the rescue, realizing that the head nurse had swallowed her tongue and was in a fainting state. She would have suffocated herself alive if she hadn't ripped her tongue out this time. But the little nurses don't have the strength. Fat nurses have 2 big mouths. An auntie who had just finished mopping the toilet came over to help and did it in 3 tries. The fat nurse threw up all over the floor. Hated to spit out her bile after learning that the aunt who cleaned the restroom picked her tongue. Half a day later, she took out her cell phone with spiteful eyes. Hey, brother, I'm being bullied in the hospital. You hurry up and come. Don't have a meeting, your sister is being bullied. Don't you care? I'm in the payment hall. Yi Chen and his duo just got on the elevator to the 18th floor. Yi Chen was keenly aware that something was not right, and just came to this floor where the temperature was obviously much lower. This is Yin Chi, which means there are quite a few ghosts in this place, but it was just a ghost, and Yi Chen didn't care. Ghosts are almost everywhere, just more in some places and less in others. Those are the ones who don't want to go to hell after death and stay in the netherworld all the time. The ones with heavy grievances and strong energy are the so-called evil spirits. The average energy is just enough to float around and scare the occasional person. Come to 1808. This is ICU intensive care. Yi Chen just went in and saw a total of 5 intensive care beds, all of which were full, and the woman on the far side who looked a lot like Wang Yiming was obviously her mother. Only at this moment, his face was pale and extremely thin, and it seemed that he could barely even lift his eyelids, especially the bald head that loomed uncovered under that hat. It was clear that she was still in serious condition. Leukemia. No, it's not a normal leukemia, or it's not a leukemia at all. Yi Chen saw through it at a glance. How can it be? The most authoritative experts in the hospital said it's leukemia. There shouldn't be any mistake, right? Zhou Ziwei was puzzled. While looking at her mother stroking her face was heartbroken. Yi Chen didn't rush to answer her, but instead looked at her mother Su Xian's head, his gaze seeming to penetrate the head to see everything inside, dark with a touch of evil. Evil spirits? It seems to be gradually eating away at her vitality, seizing the initiative of her body when she is at her weakest. This stuff doesn't look like it's local. Yi Chen didn't look at it very closely either. It was just a weak evil spirit. He could exterminate countless by blowing his breath. Mom, what's wrong with you, Mom? Mom, don't you scare me. Mom. Suddenly, Su Xian began to twitch, his cheeks blazing with veins and his eyes alternating between black, white, and red. Yi Chen shot out and nudged her forehead, instantly quieting her down. Don't worry, He's just having his body taken over by an evil spirit, commonly known as a ghost. Yi Chen said. What? It's even a ghost? How is this possible? Are there really ghosts in this world? Wang Yimin only found it unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. Even martial artists and superpowers exist. What's so rare about ghosts? I'll grab it out and show you. Yi Chen waved his hand in front of Wang Yimin's eyes, and with a move of his hand, the evil spirit was directly sucked out by force, an extremely ugly-looking and scary kind. However, being pinched by Yi Chen's head was a bit comical. He wanted to hiss at Yi Chen, but he was on the verge of shattering from the pressure of Yi Chen's breath. So where was there any semblance of the evil spirit's temper? That's the evil spirit. It's so scary looking. Wang Yimin took a few steps backward. Boom! Yi Chen's hand pinched and exploded directly with a force, and the evil spirit turned into black smoke and dust and drifted away. And in front of absolute strength, this evil spirit that was enough to take away a wave of psychic masters instantly scattered and disappeared forever. Eat it. Good. Yi Chen gave her an elixir to feed to Su Xin. A moment of dead wood. The original decayed organism recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hair is also growing out quickly. After half a minute of complete recovery, the face became rosy and airy, and the pale lips became pink. What a miraculous medicine! Brother Yi, you are simply omnipotent. Wang Yimin was full of happiness as she hugged Yi Chen's waist. It was only after the reaction that he immediately let go of his hand. I'm so happy. Small blushing hands behind her back. Mom, you're awake. I seem to be alright, with an inexhaustible power. That's for sure, and thanks to Brother Yi, who saved you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Chen intended to leave. The cell phone sent a message. A list of the Zhang family's assets that Zhou Ziwei had compiled, which even this hospital is owned by the Zhang family. Yi Chen also just casually swept a glance and was about to go out when several nurses and security guards rushed in. Among them was the fat nurse from earlier, and a man in a white coat with a badge that said Dean. Brother, she's the one who hit me. This man is an accomplice. You must avenge me. Good. No one can do anything at the hospital with me around. Before they could continue to say anything, roll. Yi Chen already had a slight vibration of his chi, and controlled it very skillfully, directly pushing this group of people out ruthlessly to fall on the aisle, while not affecting the patients inside the ICU. Brother Yi Chen. Wang Yimin was a little worried, not about Yi Chen, but mainly about him striking too hard. Without pausing, Yi Chen closed the door smoothly. Wang Yimin gave this fat nurse a chance, and she didn't know how to cherish it. Since this was the case, Yi Chen wouldn't give it a chance. You, what do you want? The fat nurse looked at Yi Chen in horror. He wasn't blind. Couldn't he understand this situation? The other party was an expert, a legendary martial artist. I was wrong. Spare me. I didn't mean to hold it against you. The fat nurse scrambled backwards. It's okay. Watch out in your next life. Yi Chen flexed his fingers and directly exploded his head, then looked at the dean. You, what are you going to do? I'm warning you, I'm the director. This hospital is run by the governor's brother. If you move me, you. Before the words were out of his mouth, a phone call came in. Dean took one look at the panicked connection. Asshole, who the hell have you offended? It has been decided by the board of directors that you are suspected of major fund transfers and have been dismissed from the dean's position and handed over to the security department. Before he could say anything, the phone was full of anger on the other end of the line from the hospital director's top decision maker. Dean looked up to Yi Chen full of despair. Are in a high position, this time cannot know what is going on. He'd messed with people he simply couldn't afford to mess with, just because of his own damn sister. Before the words were finished, the body had already exploded. It was also considered to be a mercy of Yi Chen to combine with her sister just enough to save one's cremation money. Clean it up. Call the guard department and tell them to watch themselves. Also get Su Xin's hospitalization done and get out. Yes. A couple of nurse security guards warily hurried to do what he said. Soon Yi Chen left the hospital with Wang Yimin and Su Xin. The guards arrived on the back foot just as the front foot was leaving. Soon after accessing the surveillance, it was discovered that it was Yi Chen, but it gave them a scare. They were temporarily transferred from the peripheral guards over in the city center. They had seen at the time that even their top general, the 7-star guard general, was trembling at the sight of Yi Chen, let alone these shrimp and crab generals of theirs. Chapter 45, He's someone you can't afford to mess with. Gather all the people who know about the relevant matters and notify Officer Chang immediately. Yes, it was about Yi Chen. They didn't dare to be careless. Well, should we go after these two and come back for a question? By what they said, it seems like they just didn't get very far. Bastard. Are you stupid? You have to ask questions to someone even Officer Chang is afraid of. Are you so brave? Here are the car keys. You go after them. No. As you said, notify Officer Chang first. The Yang Zhou family is a branch of the Haiduli family, just like a branch of a company. The Li family manor is located on the top of a lakeside hill in the city of Wincheng, covering an extremely wide area, just like a castle. And at this moment, the Li family could be said to be in a mess. A couple of guard cars brought in 4 bodies. The 7th young lady of the main family, Li Yao, Chapter Li, the branch housekeeper, as well as 2 masters with small internal strength. Seeing their heads in pieces, the senior members of the branch family were all stony-faced. Li Zhang is in charge of large and small affairs of the branch family, can be said to be a both strength and ability of a good hand. Like this talent is not many. Now that it's just dead, the split family has lost a lot of money. Plus the 7th young lady of the main family, who had a very high status, died, and the split family could not be blamed. The responsibility alone is a big one. People aren't stupid these days, and it's hard to find a backstabber. Looking at Li Yao's head, Li Yan, a middle-aged man in his 50s who was the head of the branch family, was furious. Li Yao was his youngest niece by generation, the youngest daughter of his brother, the head of the Li family's main house, commonly known as Miss Seven. Now that he's dead, he can't answer to his brother. How can he not be angry? Who was it? Who really did it? And did you all just walk away with nothing to say? Li Yan forced his anger to look at a few guards. It was complicated enough now. He couldn't afford to mess up himself. Several of the young guardsmen looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. They know. Look at the age to know that they are newcomers. Even if they know that they do not dare to speculate nonsense, which is too deep, cannot grasp. We don't know either. You can ask Officer Cheng about this. After saying that a few people rushed away. Damn it. What kind of person is so bold as to touch my Li family's people? Fine. If you guys won't say anything, then I'll ask Ching Wardo myself. Li Yan dialed the phone. The phone rang on the other end for a full minute before picking up at the last minute. Hey, old speech, are you up to something? Don't get me sloppy. I don't want to waste time. You must already know who did it. This. You do know who it is. Tell me, old Li, are you talking to me in that tone? Cheng Sudu got angry. In the past he could tolerate Li Yan talking to him like this because he didn't have enough status. And now that he was already a 7-star guard general, times were different. And for Li Yan to still dare to speak to him like this was to challenge his bottom line. I'm sorry, I'm a bit short-tempered, but it's about my Li family's 7th miss. And just because I'm at peace now doesn't mean the Haidu Li family will be. Speaking here, Li Yan's voice was originally moderate and then suddenly raised a few points. Upon hearing this, Cheng District Degree's temper could only be eased a bit, but he also remained hesitant. The Haidu Li family was indeed not something he could afford to mess with. However, Yi Chen he could not afford to mess with even more. Just the things Yi Chen had done in the past few days alone were more explosive than one another. He had also just gotten the full dossier from the governor of Watertown. Yi Chen had made such a big commotion in the ghost city that even the governor of the ghost province couldn't do anything about him. Another killing spree at the headquarters of the Yi family in Winning State, and almost completely annihilated the guards with the most elite weaponry, and even killed a veteran Shao family patriarch in seconds like killing a chicken. Even killed the governor and the former guard general. A total killjoy, so to speak. But it's the fact that he's done all this and surprisingly no one has done anything to him. That's obvious. In contrast, Yi Chen was definitely not weaker than the Haidu Li family based on his strength alone, as it was rumored that the Haidu Li family only had one patriarch, only to have lived long enough to be a veteran patriarch with a great backer above them. And Yi Chen was young and strong, easily killing Zhongshe, and the top valued him, and the advantage in terms of strength was in him. So according to the order given by the governor, it was intended that Qing Kudu would not say anything and make a nominal gesture. Let the Li family investigate on their own, and when they do, it will be up to them to solve the problem between the martial artists. All Qing Kudu needs to do is clean up the mess, even if this time it was the huge Haidu Li family. Thinking of this, Cheng District Degree after deep thought, said, we also no longer. Old words, I will remind you one last time. It is best not to pursue the matter. Cannot afford to mess with. The words are over. The phone hung up after that. Cheng District Degree hung up the phone with a sad face. The sky is about to change here. He looked out the window at the moon. A whole lot of things had come to him just after he took office, and the rest was not expected to be quiet. Humph. Li Yan coldly grunted. $500,000 of cell phones were directly pinched by him. What did he say? Li Yan's great uncle Gui Yi inquired. Humph. He even said that it's someone my Li family can't afford to mess with. Li Yan was obviously very unconvinced. Simply nonsense. In the entire 17 cities of the water country there are still people that my Haidu Li family can't afford to mess with? And even if there is, it hasn't been born yet. Li Yan said angrily. Apparently extreme anger had prevented him from thinking properly. After all, Cheng Sudu was a 7-star guard general, so how could he possibly lie to him with such a thing? Pass the order down. Offer a reward of 100 million, as long as you know who killed Li Yao. Whoever gets 100 million in cash. Go. Yes. Gui Yi did not dare to hesitate to fire, quickly commanded down. Humph. I'd like to see just what kind of people even my Li family can't afford to mess with. Don't worry, niece. Your father and I will definitely avenge you. Li Yan looked at Liao's corpse and clenched his fists with tears. Soon after 11 o'clock that night, the Li family made an announcement through their network of connections in the city of Wenzhou itself. It is pushed out to everyone in this city via SMS and various pop-ups. As long as anyone knows who Li Yao's murderer is, they will be rewarded with $100 million in cash, which will be immediately redeemed once confirmed, without any false exaggeration. Coupled with the fact that it was another promise given by the head of the Li family's subfamily, it directly caused a huge repercussion. That's still because it's late. It's after 11 o'clock. Those who see the message are night owls. By the time the next day rolls around before noon, even the vast majority of the city will know. There are more and more comments underneath the separate post at the top. Holy, $100 million. Seriously, Mr. Wang's 100 million small goal turned out to be really small, and people brought it directly to the bounty. I'm afraid this is the largest amount of money ever offered as a reward, and it's just to find out who killed him. Who is Li Yao? Is she famous? Never heard of it at all. Use your head, Li, don't you get it? Beware of door-to-door warming upstairs. The probability of getting $100 million is definitely higher than buying a lottery ticket. No, I admit I'm tempted. I'm going to head out, wait for my good news, quit my job. I'm going to look for clues. For a while, it can be said to have generated a great deal of enthusiasm among many people. Money moves people, not to mention $100 million in cash. Going anywhere has been enough to achieve wealth freedom. It is perfectly possible to live a good life as long as you don't waste money on gambling or drugs. Yi Chen arranged for Wang Yimin's mother and daughter into a set of mid-range large flat, where the average house price was 48,000, a set of 15 million. But the last thing he needs right now is a house. Ye's group has real estate, so does Zhang's family, and there are plenty of houses. There's no pressure to live. You can keep going to school and practice the rest of the time. Aha, I sure will. Yi Chen then wanted to leave. Brother Yi, why are you being so nice to me? You and my sister should be able to talk too, so I'll bring you guys to meet in a while. Yi Chen finished and left. Helping Wang Yimin was just a casual thing, and later Wang Yimin grows up, he would place her with his own mother to protect her. It's basically useless too, but it's still pretty neat to do things and stuff. Yi Chen walked on the busy streets of the city at 12 o'clock. Although it was a big city, there were basically no more pedestrians at this point. At this time, a vibration came from Yi Chen's cell phone. When he opened it, the top message was exactly about the bounty launched by the Li family. $100 million reward for information on the killer. Yi Chen put away his cell phone and didn't care. The little Li family was not yet on his mind. Suddenly, the surroundings became extremely quiet when entering a building downstairs, and there was not a single car on the road before running. Yi Chen walked into the small park next to the building and stood in the pavilion quietly waiting. Whoosh! A dozen shadows flickered, then stood outside the pavilion into a circle. Stopping on there are two its dressed in black clothes fitting battle armor. The rest are all dressed in all black, obviously belonging to two forces. Chapter 46 Instant Killing. Terrified. 8 great families gathering. You're Yi Chen? One of the tracks. Yi Chen didn't reply. Killing my family's people. Do you think you'll be fine if you escape here? How dare you still come to the park? It seems like you're already prepared to die. The person who spoke pulled down his mask, and it was none other than Ma Baoshan, the current head of the Ma clan of the martial Dao family, a peak inner strength martial Dao expert. Ma Baoshan is only 50 years old, can have this strength and talent needless to say. Within 10 years will certainly step into the realm of the master. Griffin. Yi Chen didn't bother with nonsense and instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared he was already in front of Ma Baoshan. Ma Baoshan froze for a moment, and it was this short time that Yi Chen had already extended his hand. A small carving skill. How dare you show off your skills? Ma Baoshan sneered. In his opinion such a slow movement was a joke. A dog could dodge it, but it was this tactic that even a dog could dodge. But he felt as if he couldn't move. That's right, he couldn't move. His body was completely uncontrollable, and he could only watch as Yi Chen pinched his neck. Crap, it was only at this time that I was finally able to move. Only it was too late. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't struggle out of Yi Chen's hand. Unless he doesn't want his head. It was only after making every effort and still not having the slightest possibility of escape that he became somewhat alarmed. You're not an internal force martial artist. You're a martial arts master? Ma Baoshan couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he was finally sure. Each of the Ma clan's experts were shocked and started backwards. How could it be? He's a martial arts master? How can he be a martial grandmaster? How old is he? 20 at most. The profile says he's only 18. 18's martial grandmaster. Never. He must be a horizontal martial artist, specializing in the physical body, and is extremely accomplished, so he's stronger than the average peak of internal energy. Despite all the speculation, it was clear that they had been somewhat flustered between looking at each other. Even the two black-armored martial artists who had originally stood on top of the pavilion confidently, ready to cut off Yi Chen's path of retreat. The information from the investigation only showed that Yi Chen was one of the few strongest under the sovereign, at most the peak of the internal force, but it didn't say that he could easily defeat the peak of the internal force. What's more, Ma Baoshan himself was already a horizontal practicing martial artist. Yi Chen still made him defenseless. The difference was obvious. What are you waiting for? Go together. Maybe he's only a half-step sovereign. Seeing that Yi Chen had no intention of answering, Ma Baoshan clenched his teeth and ordered, "Kill!" A dozen men swarmed. The two peak inner strengths on the pavilion jumped into the air and swung their sword blades down in their hands. This was an all-encompassing siege. If one hadn't crossed over into a zongshi, there was absolutely no way to escape with one's life in the face of such a formation. Unfortunately, they were facing Yi Chen. Yi Chen let go of his hand almost without thinking, followed by a slap. Boom boom boom. Directly to Ma Baoshan burst head at the same time. Burst head 2 rushed up. The powerful impact of that slap directly swept across a dozen people at once, the equivalent of an armor-piercing bullet. One shot can take several lives if it's powerful enough. Yi Chen did the same. 3 slaps in a straight full circle. A dozen or so external force and internal force martial artists all fell, none of them leaving behind a whole body. The two people who attacked from above were scared out of their wits at the sight of this situation. I want to run, but I can't even run in this position. They could only harden their heads, and one of the two of them slashed their swords at Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen didn't hide either. A mere faint tracing of a finger. Bang bang. 2 swords made of precious alloys snapped hard. The strength of the finger slashes remained unabated, crashing into their chests as it broke the sword. Put! They all spat out a large mouthful of blood. Their chests completely collapsed, and they were already dying. Ahem! You really are a zongshi. It's not unfair to die at the hands of a zongshi. A patriarch less than 20 years old. Daxia is about to change. The two lamented, knowing they would not survive. And who sent you? Yi Chen said. Mu Daolin, the director of Capital City First Hospital, invited us. Originally, I thought this was a simple abuse, but I didn't expect him to provoke such a terrifying martial arts master like you. Ahem, martial arts master. Ah, the thief Mu Daolin. You harmed me. Both of them rolled their eyes and directly hung up at the same time. Not bad for twin brothers, timing their deaths so precisely. Ye Chen called the guards and said there were dead people here, then left. Someone had to take care of the aftermath. After all, the vast majority of people today were still ordinary people, and martial artists, or even superpowered people, only made up a very small portion of the total number of people. Pretty much 1 out of thousands would be nice, so it can't affect the normal life of ordinary people. Yi Chen left, and soon a guard came here to check on the situation. Even forensic scientists express insider knowledge when they see a full floor. All of them are martial artists, and all of them are so good that they won't take more than 10 minutes to die. The coroner concluded. They were all powerful martial artists, but there are no traces of fighting around them, so how did they all die? Some people wonder. After accessing the streetlight surveillance and realizing that it was Yi Chen, the group of young guardsmen nodded their heads neatly with their hands on their chins, and then shook their heads. Reported to Officer Chang. Let's wash up and go to bed. We have to work tomorrow. Well, that makes sense. The water is too deep for us to grasp. Let's keep Officer Chang busy. A few balls later it was agreed, and the crew cleaned up the trail and bought a bowl of fried noodles on the side of the road to take home for dinner, and started swinging straight away. As long as there's something about Yi Chen, swinging for the fences is the right thing to do. Cheng District degree indicated that he had 2 big heads and a big feeling that he had turned white overnight. In just 1 night hard he made several killings. Good guy, either in a high position or a martial arts expert. It's not good enough to be this official. The first day on the job and you're on tenterhooks. When is it going to end? Patriarch Yi, hurry back to the Ghost Province. Cheng District degree stud finished a bowl of Kong Wet Fu fire roast beef noodles in front of the computer to continue to write a report. At 1 a.m., when he sent the report to the governor offered to go to Winnebago tomorrow to join him for the opening of a company. Xingkudu naturally agreed to do so, especially after learning that it was actually the opening ceremony held by the new company owned by Yi Chen's parents. He naturally said that he had to go no matter what, and far away in the Ghost Province. In the Zhou family garden, Zhou Weiguo, Zhou Jiangwo, and Zhou Tianxiang were all there. Tomorrow we'll all go to support Mr. Ye's parents. Make sure to do it right, not too publicized, and of course, never too low-key, not to lose Mr. Ye's face, Zhou Weiguo solemnly said. He was now refreshingly old and strong. His strength had reached the peak of internal energy and would soon break through to Zongshi, so naturally he had to go in person as well. Understood. Don't worry Dad. Mr. Yes, business is our business. We will definitely do it properly. Well, go and get ready. We'll leave for Win State first thing in the morning. Good. The next day came quickly. Today was the opening ceremony of the new company, Mangyun Group. 2 rows of welcoming ladies stood neatly in front of the building. It was common knowledge that Mangyun Group's predecessor was the Yi Group. After all, the ceremony took place in what was once the Yi Group's headquarters building. It also drew individual media outlets wanting to cover the story, waiting at the building's entrance. And naturally, the remaining 8 great clans in the winning state began to move. First 2 10 million Rolls-Royce Phantoms drove up. The car came down Yi Hongyun and Mengyu respectively. Then they stood in front of the company gate holding hands waiting for the arrival of guests. They invite a lot of people. Except it's someone else's business if they come or not. Hongyun, will anyone come? After all, we don't know any business tycoons. We've always been ordinary people before. We haven't had any contact. I think some should come. After all, no matter what, we also have the heritage left behind by the predecessor of the Yi Group. There should be people who will give face. Of course, even if no one comes, it's okay. The opening ceremony is just a show. The so-called good luck. Anyway, with money in hand, let's wait and see what happens. Okay, listen to you. The 2 men exchanged whispers. They were dressed in tuxedos today. Handsome men and beautiful women, which is rare enough at this age. And money does feed people, especially with over $30 billion in cash lying on the books. That's bottom line. Only to see a group of nearly 20 luxury cars driving over in the distance. All of them at least clear black luxury cars of more than $4 million. The lead is even more so with 2 DOT motorcycles in charge of the open road, pulled up their rows. Chapter 47. My master is the former governor. How dare you touch me? 8 of the cars had bodyguards in charge of opening the doors, and every person who came down was full of aura, both male and female, a total of a dozen. It was the housekeepers of the 8 great families of the winning state and the family mistresses who were still in the ascendant today. As for the head of the family, none of them came. A fledgling company. It's not their turn yet. One of the Lee family's butlers hiccuped last night and came in. It was enough to just suppress them severely, so that other companies in the entire city of Winnipeg would know their attitude and wouldn't dare to cooperate with the Mangyun Group. After that, the 8 families were gradually eating away at the various industries of the Mangyun Group that had not yet been stabilized, and everyone could get a piece of the pie. One of the Lee family's housekeeper hiccuped last night. Is the Lee family Li Yan's great-uncle Gui Yi and Li Yan Mrs. Guo Rong came. Who are they? Manyu was curious. Look at the license plate, it's one of the 8 families, but how it's all their maids and housekeepers. Yi Hongyun pondered. The visitor is not good. It looks like he's here to give us the slip. The 8 families are not good people. Mengyu analyzed. It's okay, with our son the sky won't fall. Let's see what they're going to do first. Yi Hongyun revealed a smile as he walked up. I don't know if all of you are here for the opening ceremony of the Mangyun Group. Crap. Are you talking crap? It's hard to believe we came to play. Is it fun for you guys? At that moment a youthful young man got out of the car with his hand on the door and said impatiently. Yi Hongyun didn't know who this guy was, but if he dared to refute his face, he was naturally not polite. Which uneducated son of a? Which trashy family are you from and how dare you come here? Did I invite you? Yi Hongyun was nonchalant, and after seeing his son's strength, disliking the sky and the earth was done. To still want to ride on their necks and suppress them is simply underestimating themselves. How could he as a father not disgrace Yi Chen? The whole room was shocked at these words. I really can't think where he got the nerve to dare to talk to this great young man like that. Oh, the uninformed. Sure enough, it's a turd that accidentally won after a family competition, not even knowing exactly who the 8 great families are. This is a kick in the teeth. He's in for a treat. Let's watch the show. The white-haired arrogant young man ran his hand through his hair, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Old man, do you know who I am? My name is Zhao Weilong. Zhao family head Zhao Huayan is my father, and former governor Zhao Chunli is my grandfather. Don't you dare talk to me like that, and I'll send you in, Zhao Weilong arrogantly said, with a high-powered revolver pinned to his belt behind him, chewing gum in his mouth, walking arrogantly over to him like a gangster, only 1 meter away from Yi Hongyun. At such a close distance, he could pull out his gun and shoot Yi Hongyun at any time. Yi Hongyun, however, was not the least bit afraid, with disdain in his eyes, not to mention the former governor. Even the current governor here wouldn't dare talk to me like that. Call your master. You don't deserve it. Yi Hongyun didn't take him seriously in the slightest. Your own son even trembles at the big man in hell. What are you pretending to be? A former governor? I don't give a damn about you even if the king of heaven comes and dares to talk to me like that. Old man, you're looking for death you. Zhao Weilong pulled out a pistol from behind him, directly pulling the safety off and pointing a single finger at Yi Hongyun. There are 2 bullets in here. Take a guess if I fire one and you die. With that he spun the roulette wheel with his fingers, then paused. a wantonly cruel smile on his lips. Yi Hongyun wasn't the least bit afraid and just looked at the muzzle of the gun. You can try. Zhao Weilong frowned. This was the first time he had seen this kind of unafraid of death, but he had clearly read from the information that Yi Hongyun had been an ordinary citizen for a long time. He's a Yi family outcast. Even if he doesn't know what method he's using to bring down the Yi family now, he shouldn't have this kind of vigor. Where the hell did he get it from? Inwardly thinking for a split second, Zhao Weilong instantly stopped thinking. Who cares? He's not afraid of anyone compared to his background anyway. He was himself a violent, domineering and lawless man. Just because he's the son of the Zhao family and his grandfather was the former governor of the water country. That's his bottom line. It was that after his arrogance, none of them could do anything to him, and they could only suffer dumb losses and be abused by him. Then you can go to hell. Zhao Weilong pulled the trigger. Ka! Oh, it looks like you're lucky. 1/3 didn't win. What about 1/5? He said and was about to pull the trigger again, but he didn't want a figure to appear behind him at that moment. Sensitively aware, he turned to see that this was a stunningly beautiful man, tragically handsome. It made him jealous inside. Turning around, the pistol pointed at Yi Chen. Who the hell are you? With one look from Yi Chen, Zhao Weilong's gun was sliced open instantly. It wasn't just the revolver that was sliced, but also his 4 fingers neatly cut. Ah, my hand, my hand. Ah, pain. Kneeling on the ground, miserable screams. The so-called 10 fingers, all of a sudden broke 4 fingers. That feeling is not ordinary people can stand. Point a gun at my father and you score 8 paragraphs. Yi Chen indifferently said. Well, what a Meng Yun group. Boy, I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt me, my father and my grandfather won't let you go. You'll just wait for your whole family to be buried with you. Zhao Weilong roared. How are you doing, son? Does it hurt? Come to mommy. Zhao Weilong's mother, Chen Juanli, rushed to look at her son's cut finger with a heartbroken and anxious face. Butler, are you dead? Call someone, call someone. Yes, ma'am, I've called. The butler, a white-haired martial arts expert at the beginning of his inner strength, stood in front of them to watch out for Yi Chen's every move. What are you waiting for? Go on. He hurt my son, didn't you see? Chen Juanli roared hysterically, just like a shrew. The butler, on the other hand, had no intention of making a move. He's not a cutie. It's not like he doesn't have eyes. Even he hadn't seen how Yi Chen had struck yet, so it was clear that the strength was much stronger than his own. And let yourself go on and take a life? Stinky, you pig brain, right? I still need to listen to your orders. What are you besides the family head? You dare to talk to me like that? The butler sneered inwardly, but even if he was no longer a fan of this woman, she was always the wife of the head of the family, and he had to protect her with all his might. Mom, I'm hurting. Kill them. Zhao Weilong grasped the wrist of his broken finger, covered in cold sweat from the pain, and gritted his teeth as he looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked down at the powerful third generation who was curled up on the ground. Griffins, I'll give you a chance to live. Call out all your backgrounds at once. I'll be waiting, Yi Chen said, and with another look, a sharp cold light flashed. Zhao Weilong's baby flew out, landing 2 feet away. Due to the speed, Zhao Weilong didn't even feel the pain that quickly. It means that the nerves are no longer able to keep up with the reaction time. It took 5 seconds before I suddenly felt the pain deep in my soul. The sting was unimaginable. Ah, at the sight of the baby gone, the pain coupled with the blow to the mind, this one fainted straight to death. Chapter 48. The 8 great families are completely confused. Baby, how are you doing? Don't scare me. The housekeeper couldn't be bothered to watch out for Yi Chen. He couldn't defend himself anyway. Hurry up and show the young master to stop the bleeding and pick up the treasure. Not to mention, it froze a few times before I realized where it was. Make the call. Make the call. I'm going to destroy the Meng Yun group. I'm going to kill them. Chen Juanli gritted her teeth. Mom and Dad, I'll take it from here. You guys watch the show from the sidelines. Tatsu's busy. We're watching. It's wonderful. Yi Hongyun and Meng Yu gave a thumbs up. Yi Hongyun was even more greatly pleased while feeling a coldness somewhere. It's a feeling that only men understand. Yi Chen turned around, no longer looking at the Zhao family's youngest who was lying on the ground, but instead, his gaze fell towards the 7 great families. Zhang Group, Chen Group, Ma Group, Zhao Group, Nuclear Energy Industry, Martial Arts Lin family, Martial Arts Shu family, and the Li family. These are the 8 families. And the Zhang group is not the same Zhang family that he exterminated last night. This Zhang family is not the other Zhang family. There are many people with the surname Zhang, and there are strong and weak forces, and one of the 8 families in front of him, the Zhang group, was a very strong family. Being looked at by Yi Chen's gaze, the eyes of those who were still waiting to watch the show averted one by one. None of them dared to meet Yi Chen's eyes. The strongest one present was only a martial artist minor achievement. After they saw Yi Chen's methods, they didn't dare to help even if they wanted to. Wounding people through the air, Is he a martial arts master? Impossible. Where can there be such a young martial grandmaster? Even if it's not a martial grandmaster, it's at least an inner strength grandmaster. We're no match. Let's wait and see what's reported to the family head first. I didn't expect that Mang Yun Group to have such an expert. No wonder it disintegrated Yi Group in just 2 days. It does have means. Don't forget. What is the status of the Zhao family's old man nowadays? This young man won't survive. And the Mang Yun Group will have to be finished as well. That's right. In the face of absolute power, they're just dying. It's a pity that this young man is so handsome. I wonder. Don't say that. Ma'am, if the master of the house hears, to be in charge, put yourself in your place. You're just a housekeeper. Yes, ma'am. Their whispers were all in Yi Chen's ears. Needless to say, even he was a little dismayed. It's amazing that 7 of these ladies are hitting on him. Corpse, junkie, together, whatever. Yi Chen also understood that they were definitely really hungry. After all, as the wife of the head of one of the 8 great families, it may seem that the scenery is infinite, but in reality, it is only a family marriage, or for the sake of power. Still young and fragrant. Among them, Mrs. Guo Rong of the Li family, although nearly 50, her body and skin were nearly perfect, and she was also absolutely charming and wonderful. She brought her daughter, named Li Yunrui, is also a rare beauty, nearly 30 years of age, is still unmarried, arrogant and domineering, eyes above the top, thinks there are few men in the world who are good enough for her. But when she saw Yi Chen's unperturbed, cloudy, and overwhelmingly beautiful face, couldn't help but be overwhelmed by Yi Chen as well. There is such a beautiful man in the world. Li Yunrui lightly bit her lips, and like her mom, she didn't know what was going on in her mind. Just then, a large number of limousines and commercial vehicles came from a distance. All of them are million-dollar-plus luxury cars. The number was so large that at a glance there were at least 50 or more. The people of the 8 great clans were stunned. They recognize all these license plates. All of them are first and second-tier families in the winning state. Assets in the $5 to $5 billion range. Don't look as if it's not much either. It's not comparable to the 8 families, but the numbers add up and the volume is up. Any of the 8 great families individually wouldn't dare to underestimate so many put together. Jinting Logistics, and that one is North Sea Fisheries, Poly Energy Group, Hongchang Technology. Why are they all here? That's not right. With our 8 clans united, I might not know what we mean. How would they dare to come? Strange. What's going on? Could it be that they're here to give support to my 8 families and to suppress Mang Yun Group as well? Makes sense. For sure. I told you. How could the tiny Mang Yun Group let so many attend the opening ceremony? It must be trying to follow us and others to suppress them. Now I'll see what Mang Yun Group will do. Once the Zhao family's old man is here as well. Let's see how arrogant that kid can be. Nearly 200 to 300 people came down from dozens or hundreds of cars, and after slightly organizing their clothes, they walked towards Yi Chen's side. Seeing this, Yi Hongyun Mengju walked up. They instinctively thought that these people were here for the opening ceremony. It's natural to entertain in person. They just didn't realize that while they did send invitations to some of these people, they were being too facetious. Those who weren't invited came. Yi Chen didn't stop it, whether it was an enemy or a friend. What difference did it make to him? Can't wait for all of them to be on the opposite side as villains, or they won't be enough to kill. The people of the 8 great families originally smiled and looked at them, just wanting to exchange pleasantries. One-sided words always have to be said. Even if they are the top families, they can't be too condescending to look down on people. The scene that followed him stopped their open-mouthed movements, only to see a large group of people. The target was not them, but Yi Hongyun's direction. Congratulations to Mr. Yi and Mr. Meng on their grand opening. It was unrehearsed, but they were the first to all shout it, making the scene seem a little staggered. Even Yi Hongyun was a bit unable to react. So in unison, it really wasn't rehearsed? Yi Hongyun personally led the way. Mr. Yi is polite. Mr. Yi is too polite. A small gift. No honor. As a token of appreciation, please accept it. Yi Hongyun hurriedly asked his secretary to write down all the gifts who were who. The business world is all about favors. People give face and gifts. Naturally, we should also keep in mind that we still need to pay back in the future. And without exception, when they passed by Yi Chen, who was standing with his hands on his back, each one of them clasped their fists and arched their hands to Yi Chen in awe before going in. Each one moved the same way, but all without a word, in awe plus deference. It's like it's taken for granted, the way it should be. This could give the 8 families a whole lot of trouble. Chapter 49, he's scary in ways you can't imagine. Although these groups, bosses, entrepreneurs, and small families are much weaker than the 8 great families, they are usually somewhat arrogant. So why are they going against the norm today? How did they treat him so respectfully? Strange, too strange. Even if he's strong, it's not enough to make so many tycoons treat him with courtesy. I haven't heard of his name before this. At such an age and with such strength, it's normal for someone to want to flatter him. No surprises, he's bound to enter the sect within 15 years. Although not as good as Dugu Changin, it won't be much worse. Indeed, such a talent, if it can be used for my family, it's worth paying any price. Yes, such a genius is truly rare. It's just a pity that he provoked the Zhao family, which is second only to the Li family. To the 8 great clans, Yi Chen was indeed a rare super genius, but the Zhao family is too powerful. Don't look at the Li family as if they are the number one on the surface, but that's because it counts the status of the Li family as the main family in Haidu. In fact, if we just look at the city of Winnipeg, the Zhao family is the undisputed number one. Even looking at the entire waterfront province, the status was extremely high, and the Zhao family's male son was beaten by Yi Chen into this state, feeing his ability, and was considered to be cut off from his children. So much for being almost immortal. They had the intention to recruit Yi Chen, but they also had the intention to do so. For the next half hour, one after another, clans came, without exception. All were here for the opening ceremony, and all of them saluted Yi Chen, as if something terrible would happen if it didn't, getting the occasional uninformed person to do nothing more than mimic it. Yi Chen only had a bland face from the beginning, and didn't respond to any of them. The hall on the first floor was arranged with all kinds of food and wine, making it very grand and imposing, while more and more tycoons came in, and while drinking and chatting and eating snacks, they also stood and chatted by the glass curtain wall. I say, what's the matter with all of you? I'm confused by you all. It's just as well that you dragged me here. Why do you all salute that young man one by one, making it so that I can only do the same? Who the hell is he and what's his origin? A greasy and obese-looking balding man, holding a highball glass and sipping red wine, said somewhat indignantly. He's in the minerals business. He just got back from the mines last night. He's got assets in the billions. Not only that, it's a wide network of relationships spread with money and is already at the top of their circle. On the way up was the Zhang family that had been destroyed by Yi Chen, and after that were the 8 great families. A few of the rich men who played better with him looked at each other. There was helplessness and a kind of unknown fear in their eyes, especially when they looked at Yi Chen outside. Mr. Wang, to tell you the truth, if you want to make friends with people at a higher level, it's best to have a good relationship with the 2 old bosses of Mangyun Group. Yes, Mr. Wang, you know how scary that young man is. A few people couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they thought back to the time. What's so scary? Even if he's a martial artist, how strong can he be at such a young age? Or does he have some powerful background? Mr. Wang came in nature. The Yi family was almost completely wiped out by him. Didn't you notice that none of the former Yi family members were seen? They were all killed by him alone. And the old master of the Shao family, one of the 10 great families, was killed by him, and in a direct second. Didn't you notice that the Shao family didn't show up? Today's Shao family is no longer as good as it used to be without the patriarch, and now they're all hiding and don't dare to publicize it. 2 great clans rise and fall because of him alone. Do you think he's strong? A few people sighed. The day before yesterday, they had seen Yi Chen's terrifying strength with their own eyes, completely destroying the guards' elites, killing the zone master in seconds, and ignoring the rockets and heavy Barrett. All of this is chilling. How is it possible to kill a sect master in seconds? A martial arts sect master condenses his chi into a deity. Ordinary hot weapons can't even hurt a single bit. How can he be killed? Mr. Wang was very disbelieving. In his perception, a patriarch was invincible. A few years ago I had the honor of having a patriarch take a shot at a competitor, and that was the first time I saw how terrifying a patriarch can be. A company of 100 elite, heavily armed mercenaries was massacred by one of its own. A few minutes to settle the fight, and until now I've been in immense awe of the martial arts families, and instead I'd begun to scoff at the so-called purely rich and powerful. Made me realize that strength is truth, so it can't be. There's no way the Trunks can die. Mr. Wang didn't believe it. You don't believe it, but that's also the truth. And to give you another piece of information, you don't say anything out of the blue, or you'll invite big trouble, and when the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. Okay, go ahead. The governor and the 7-star guard general were killed, and all the elite guards of the entire city were killed, just the day before yesterday, and it was him who did it. Almost everyone here today witnessed that amazing battle, or else what do you think we're here for? That's why he's an undisputed patriarch, a junior patriarch, the youngest patriarch ever in Daxia. Hearing him say this, Mr. Wang immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only that, but the very few that didn't know what was going on also knew what was going on when their friends told them. All of them were showing shocked looks. No wonder you're all here. I can't believe this happened and I didn't know a thing about it. Mr. Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead. There's a gag order from above, and anyone who wears it outside is looking for death. You remembered to come to the opening, and it's okay to know. Just don't tell anyone. Aha, absolutely not. Golden light flowed out of Mr. Wan's wise eyes as he looked at Yi Chen and couldn't help but want to make friends with him, even if it's just to leave contact info. If there was trouble that couldn't be solved, it wouldn't be simple when a patriarch stepped in. Don't think about making friends. The patriarch lord's temper is very strange. You might as well make a good relationship with Mr. Yi and Mr. Meng, so that they can help you with introductions. There was a reminder. Makes sense. That said, we all know that he is a junior patriarch. Don't the 8 great families know that? Mr. Wan was curious. Of course I don't know. At that time, we were invited over by the Yi family, befriending the Yi group, and it's not like we have too much to do with their 8 great families. Besides, there's a gag order from above, so where would I dare to talk about it? So it is. Then wouldn't their 8 great clans have kicked the bucket? Looking at them, they are trying to deal with the junior patriarch. Yeah, we're in for a treat today. Maybe we'll get a few more removed. Hundreds of tycoons have been in the posture of watching the show. Even some of them began to sympathize with the 8 great families. Confronting Yi Chen was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. If you want to deal with a patriarch, only a patriarch can make a move. But there are only a few of their 8 great clans that have sect masters. But the teenage sect master adults can kill veteran Shao sect masters in seconds. So what difference does 1 or 2 more make? There are few enemies under the patriarch. And if the great patriarch doesn't come out, no one will be able to restrict him. It's right to hold on to the Meng Yun group's thighs. Chapter 50 10th in the killer list. Seeing that there were already nearly 100 rich people coming to the opening ceremony, the 8 families looked a bit ugly. But ugly as it was, these families were not too deeply related to them, so there was no harm in letting them be. Buzz off! That's when the sound of helicopter propellers came from the distance. 3 $20 million helicopters flew in, while 10 Mercedes Big G bulletproofs ran up the road. The helicopter landed in the wide plaza in front of the building. A group of people came down from the helicopter. The 2 people at the head of them, one around 70 years old and one in his 50s, were Zhao Chunli, Zhao Weilong's grandfather, and Zhao Huayan, his father. It had to be said that Zhao Chunli lived up to his reputation as a former governor, with an aura that was extremely oppressive. Zhao Huayan, on the other hand, was a martial arts expert whose strength was at the smallest level of the inner path. They were followed by a dozen or so experts, with both external strength and internal strength, and there was even a masked one with an extremely strong aura that far surpassed the others. And there were at least 30 people who got out of the big G car, without exception. All of them were martial artists. This was all the experts that his Zhao family could find in a short period of time. The main time was too urgent. Otherwise, if they were given enough preparation time, calling twice as many experts would not be a problem. Of course, it would be costly, and hiring a martial artist to do it wasn't cheap. Ha, I didn't expect that all of the Zhao family's experts are here. Even Elder Zhao is here. This is a good show. The strength of the Zhao family is indeed not to be underestimated. Gathering this kind of lineup so quickly, and don't just stand there, go up and say hello. Fair enough, it is the former governor after all. The mistresses of the 7 great families came forward to greet each other, and Zhao Chunli nodded in response to each of them, but didn't say anything more. He's in a rage with that murderous look on his face right now. The only thing in his eyes was his eldest grandson who was lying on the ground gnashing his teeth in pain, as well as Yi Chen who stood at the very front with a bland face. I'll see who dares to touch my grandson, Zhao Chunli roared. Although he wasn't a martial artist, he had been down for many years as a governor, and his aura was so strong that he directly gave people a sense of oppression. However, in front of Yi Chen it was simply not enough to look at. There was no feeling at all. It was worse than an ant. Yi Chen's finger made a casual stroke in the air, and a sharp wave of air directly cut Zhao Weilong's legs, neatly severing them from the position of the knees. The blood didn't even have time to spike out because the cut was so wide. It was only when Zhao Weilong let out another heartbreaking scream that someone realized his leg had been severed. Son, my baby boy. I want you to die. Chen Juanli hugged Zhao Weilong tightly and hissed as she pointed at Yi Chen. Move what you can. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Chunli, and he was punching Zhao Chunli in the face. You seek death. You seek death. I'm going to skin you alive. Go on me. Kill him for me. Whoever kills him, my Zhao family will be his biggest backer in the future. Zhao Chunli fumed and promised. Those dozens of martial artists' eyes lit up. Having the Zhao family as their backing was tantamount to having a backer in terms of both wealth and power. It was also extremely tempting for them martial artists. After all, not everyone is the chosen one and there are always bottlenecks. There is a backer to help. When a governor or something does not smell good, they immediately launched themselves, all of them circling towards Yi Chen. As the saying goes, there will be courage in the face of heavy rewards. Besides, they didn't know how strong Yi Chen was. They hadn't been clear about Yi Chen's methods just now. Injuring someone through the air was indeed a clan master's tactic, but he hadn't exhaled chi to form a blade, so he should at least be able to see the burst of chi. That was why they judged Yi Chen to be an inner strength great achiever. He's a great success in internal energy. Don't stay and attack with all your strength. Waste his limbs first. Good. They attacked from all sides. This kind of all-encompassing strike. In this lineup, there was absolutely no possibility of survival under a Zhongsher. Just as their attacks were about to touch Yi Chen took a slight step forward, and then a terrifying and boundless pressure descended from the sky. Boom! All the martial artists who pounced on Yi Chen without exception were all crushed to the ground. Under the heavy pressure even directly smashed the floor tiles, smashed out of the humanoid mold. Each of them is sprayed a mouthful of blood. Face on the ground, how can not move? Which of these is so unbeatable even for a great internal strength? A move of instantaneous seconds of pressure. Out of the box without even using it. All of the 8 clans looked dumbfounded. Zhao Chuanli's eyes beaded out as he looked at this scene incredulously. The experts he was so proud of couldn't even last a single move. In fear, he could only turn his head to the ace at his side. The man with the silver mask. It was his greatest hope. Patriarch Yamamoto, please, this son is frighteningly strong, and only you can kill him, Zhao Chuanli pleaded. Even if he had been the former governor, he had to curb his lofty head in the face of a genuine Zhongsher expert. Don't worry, it's just a little guy with a few strengths. If he doesn't recognize the time, then I can only cut him in two. Yamamoto Suji Yamamoto Kojiro said lightly. A mouthful of awkward dacia language was hard to hear. In his previous life, he would have been at least a major. Surprisingly, it's a Japanese clan ninja, so leave your life behind. Yi Chen slowly raised his hand. Humph, out of your depth. Yamamoto Kojiro laughed coldly, and didn't dilly-dally, directly pulling out the sword behind him, holding it with both hands in a slash. The whole thing was a snap and unglamorous. What appeared to be a simple slash actually contained a powerful destructive force, extremely introverted, but much more deadly. It showed that his sword Dao had already reached a very high level. Great to go back to basics. Buzz. After a buzz, Yamamoto Kojiro's terrifying downward slash unexpectedly stopped 2 meters in front of Yi Chen. It was as if a knife had chopped into the water and all the force had been removed. Not only that, continued to force but found that again as hard as iron, so that he puzzled at the same time. Seems to remember what a big shock. Thump. Taking 3 violent steps backward, he stood with both hands holding his sword in front of him, staring at Yi Chen with a never-before-seen gravity in his eyes. Internal energy released outwardly to gather chi to form the Big Dipper. You're a Grandmaster? I am Kojiro Yamamoto, the 10th in the Dark Killer ranking. I wonder which clan master you are. The 8 clans were shocked by these words. He's actually a Zhongsher. Fake, right? Such a young patriarch. I've never even heard of him. To be able to resist the attack of the top 10 Dark Killer, Kotoshiro Yamamoto's patriarch through the air. What is he if not a patriarch? Unheard of, unheard of. There's only one such young patriarch Dacia, right? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. He's actually a junior patriarch. Now the Zhao family has kicked the bucket. Not necessarily. Yamamoto Kojiro was ranked 10th on the killer list, a veteran clan master. And normal clan masters are no match. Wait and see. Zhongsher Griffin is just an ant. It's all seconds. What's the difference between it and internal power external power? Yi Chen was bashful, arrogant. Even if you're a junior patriarch, even if you have some strength, it's not a reason for you to defy the patriarch. Today, I'll let you know what it means that a patriarch cannot be insulted, and those who insult him will be killed. Kojiro Yamamoto, crossing his katana in front of him, brushed his fingers across the blade. In an instant a huge blade aura filled the air, and an intense murderous aura blossomed along with it, causing the air to become somewhat distorted. The richness of the killing aura. The people it has killed will definitely not be less than 500, and it wasn't a spike. It was torture. Otherwise they wouldn't have practiced such a horrible killing aura. Wherever I have used this blade, no one has been able to block it so far, and it has already killed a grandmaster in several peaks of inner strength. I'll sacrifice you to the sword today, said his aura had condensed to the extreme, as if it was a bow and arrow. The bigger the string was pulled the stronger the rebound. Boo! The left foot violently stomped on the ground and instantly rushed out. The earth was caving in. What appeared to be a downward chopping blade was actually a lightning-fast downward chop and then upward tease. The whole process was done in one go without the slightest deviation. It was precisely to cut Yi Chen in half. Dang! The ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. It shook the ears of everyone in the room, only to see that Yamamoto Kojiro's sword did not touch Yi Chen. It was still being resisted. The terrifying shock caused his entire body to stumble backward violently for a few steps, sliding out a dozen meters before barely dislodging the force. Forces acted on each other, and the harder he slashed, the stronger the rebound. He thought that Yi Chen would have focused his chi gathering into gangs on the front instead of the bottom, but he thought wrongly. Yi Chen was not gathering chi to form gang, but absolute strength. How is it possible that my strongest strike was useless? Yamamoto Kojiro's face changed drastically. and between thoughts he was already ready to run. Chapter 51, A family should be neat and tidy. If it wasn't for Zhao Chunli giving me $1 billion to kill a young man, I wouldn't have made a move. I thought it was a handful, but I didn't realize the difference in strength was so great. I have exerted all my strength, but surprisingly I cannot help him even a little bit. No, I can't afford to offend this person. At such an age and with such strength, he must have a terrifying background. I have to run and hide for a while first. Thinking of this almost instantly, Yamamoto Kojiro turned and ran. It even comes to a trick ninjutsu in the form of a diversion to escape. In 6 directions, only one is true. It's too late to run. Yi-chan laughed coldly, raised his right hand, and flicked his fingers. Buzz! A sword chi of unparalleled sharpness flew out, finding the main body with precision. Yamamoto Kojiro only felt his body tighten, and subconsciously turned back to defend, his katana standing in front of him. Clang! This time the crash was lower and very light. It was as if the iron had been cut off. As expected, the sword in the hand of Yamamoto Kojiro, who was motionless in his place, started to break from the center and fell to the ground, and other people's eyes have lost their luster. If anyone looked closely, they would have noticed an imperceptible bloodstain on the circle of his neck. Sovereign Yamamoto! Sovereign Yamamoto? Zhao Chunli shouted twice, and the other party remained motionless. Now, could he not realize what was happening? Walking over to him, a trembling hand nudged Kojiro Yamamoto in the arm. Dang! The head fell to the ground, body and soul. This, Patriarch Yamamoto is dead. Zhao Chunli fell to the ground full of panic. Zhao Huayan was similarly terrified, but he had somewhat seen the world. Quickly reacting, he fumbled a 1m7 black box out of the plane. From inside, he pulled out an assembled heavy-duty Barrett. It's the anti-material sniper weapon specifically designed to hit heavy land combat equipment, combined with the ebony armor-piercing bullets. The armor-piercing ability is one big level higher than the ones used by the guards, and it is a military heavy weaponry. He picked up his gun and aimed it at Yi-chan. I admit that you are very strong. Teenage patriarchs are rare in the world, and it is true that patriarchs can't kill you, but if the zoner can't kill it, can you still take this heavy Barrett of mine hard? With this gun of mine, even a peak powerhouse under a grandmaster wouldn't dare to say that they can resist it head-on. Zhao Huayan sneered. Taking up the truth, his bottom became full. Yeah, we still have our guns. We can't stop them under a grandmaster. Ha ha ha, even if you're a junior patriarch you're still going to die. Zhao Chunli stood up and smiled broadly. Fortunately, they were prepared and engaged in military equipment. Now it is considered that the truth is in the hands. Do not have to be afraid. He was also seen taking the box off the helicopter and pulling out a heavy Barrett. Father and son have a handful of them, with a full magazine of 10 rounds and a caliber of 20 millimeters. This time, in the eyes of the 8 great clans, the battle situation had been completely reversed. That other 7 great clans had originally watched Yi-chan easily kill the 10th in the killer list, Patriarch Yamamoto. It was already the thought of going up to curry favor, and in the future, he must never be an enemy of him and the Mang Yun group, and even do his best to make friends. It turned out that I didn't realize that Zhao Chunli's father and son had a military Barrett. This is too unexpected. Although a Zongshur can gather chi to form the astral deities to ignore normal hot weapon attacks, but this is a Barrett. He still has to die. It's a pity that the junior patriarch ends here. Such a genius died halfway. If he hadn't been so flamboyant, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Arrogance comes with a price, and so does a patriarch. The 7 families lamented. The rich and powerful people who were watching this scene in the lobby of the first floor of the building were all shaking their heads slightly one by one. Not shaking his head for Yi-chan, but for the Zhao family. Barretts are useless. 200 of the guards' Barretts didn't hurt him, and the bazooka didn't work either. So how could he be afraid of a military Barrett that's a little more powerful? Yeah, well, this thing can't be more powerful than an anti-tank bazooka. The Zhao family is going to be gone. Yi-chan walked over idly. No words, no rebuttal. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Zhao Chunli was overjoyed. He had originally been aiming at Yi-chan and was afraid that Yi-chan would threaten him by striking out at his grandson. As a result, he came towards himself, which is not rushing to his death. So much so that even Barrett couldn't suppress the cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Kid, to be an enemy of my Zhao family, do you have that strength? If the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. In my Zhao family's territory, if it's a dragon you'll have to lie down. Goodbye junior patriarch. Zhao Chunli pulled the trigger. Boo! A stripped ebony armor-piercing bullet flew out at twice the speed of sound and slammed into Yi-chan's head. Yi-chan's hand was slightly raised seemingly slowly, but it was just the right time for his fingers to collide with the bullet. Bang! The bullet stayed at the fingertips, gradually losing kinetic energy after a few hundred revolutions, and then falling to the ground. What? How is that possible? Zhao Chunli, Zhao Huayan and the entire room was shocked. The mouth opened into an oval shape, blocking a military heavy barret with your bare hands. Is this still a zongshur? I've never heard of a clan master being this strong. Didn't I say that it ignores normal hot weapons? Is this a normal hot weapon? This is a military heavy barret. Could it be that he surpassed the sovereign? What terrifying strength. Even if it's not a grandmaster, it's definitely an expert amongst the Hongshui masters. The junior patriarch lives up to his name. This person must not be messed with. The 7 great clans were like wallflowers and already had plans in their hearts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be okay? It's impossible for a martial grandmaster to be this strong. Win. Don't freeze. Shoot with me. I don't believe he can even block. Good. The two shot at the same time, one to the legs and one to the head, eyes and body. In short, all parts of the body were spread out. What he wanted was for Yi Chen to have his hands full, and if he couldn't defend himself, he would only die. Boom boom boom. The two of them cleared their entire magazines in a row, totaling 20 rounds. It wasn't enough to quickly change magazines and continue the attack, and every bullet was easily blocked by Yi Chen with his fingers to fall to the ground without bouncing anywhere else. Yi Chen moved forward as they retreated and fought, until finally, 3 separate magazines were emptied. Zhao Chuanli saw that the situation was not right and took control in the helicopter, and 30mm 3-barrel Gatling popped out from underneath the aircraft. Die for me. Bullets hit Yi Chen's body at 60 rounds per second, until the 500 rounds of spare singles were finished. Yi Chen remained unharmed. No, it can't be. Are you a monster? Zhao Chuanli had a seizure. Zhao Huichuan froze in place in fear. Zhao Weilong was even more disheartened. Chen Xuanli also lost the ferocity of a shrew and trembled as she hugged her son. Is this the bottom of your Zhao family? Yi Chen's hand pointed, and Zhao Weilong blew up into flying dust along with his mom. Yi Chen then raised his hand, and Zhao Chuanli was sucked over to lie on the ground, foot on his head. Is your Zhao family powerful? The icy voice was like the devil. I'm warning you, I'm a former governor of the water country and a titular minor pavilion elder. If you dare to touch me, you're making an enemy of Daxia and the military. Can you afford to pay that price? Zhao Chuanli shouted a threat. You know that above the governor of Daxia is the governor of the 2 rivers, and above the governor of the 2 rivers is the little pavilion chief, and although the position is very vague, it is far beyond the governor, and above the small attic is the grand attic, and above the grand attic is the council of elders. Therefore, his position as the titular junior cabinet minister is very large indeed, but Yi Chen didn't care about that, and had absolutely no idea how big it was. It doesn't matter if you know. It's just garbage. The whole planet was trash in his eyes. Where does it matter? I'll wait. Yi Chen finished a foot stomped on his head. The shock of the strong, and even make the feet of the body was also bounced out more than 10 meters in the air to rotate and land just towards Yi Chen kneeling. With a casual wave, the body exploded. Only Zhao Huayan remains. No, 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 you can't kill me. Spare me. My Zhao family's properties are all yours. Yi Chen's finger pointed and instantly exploded. A family has to be neat and tidy, where there are no exceptions. Go, 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 go. Those martial artists who were originally injured by the shock grabbed up and ran in all directions. How could Yi Chen give them this opportunity? Majestic pressure descended from the sky like a giant hammer, directly crushing everything. Dozens of martial arts experts all exploded. Not only that, Yi Chen had killed everyone in the 4th generation of the Zhao family through bloodline traction. Aunts and nephews, these all killed. It's safe to say that not a single one is left within 4 generations. But naturally nothing much has been found out about this matter yet, and word will soon spread behind it. Chapter 52, almost finished. I don't know him very well. Dad, call the guards and have them come and wash the floor, Yi Chen said. The voice is not big, but the ones here can be heard clearly. Good. Yi Hongyun called. Hey, the guards? They're coming over to wash the floor, in front of the Mangyun Group headquarters building. After the call, he and Meng Yu went to entertain the guests. From the beginning to the end as parents they never felt that Yi Chen would lose. After experiencing scenes like the one in hell, what the former governor of King's Landing waterfront, and what the little courtier with power over the countryside. It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. In the face of absolute strength, all are small party vegetables, and love to die. Mr. Yi and Mr. Meng are here. Let's toast them together. Come on, I'll do it first. Dry up. All of the rich and powerful all raised their glasses to finish a toast and came up to get close. Now that Yi Chen was around, Mangyun Group was even more prosperous. If you don't come and hug your thigh at this time, you won't have a chance later. And just now, they had heard Yi Chen call Yi Hongyun dad. In that case, can a little nudge not tell you what's going on? All the more reason to hug your thighs. Yi Hongyun and Meng Yu were a bit overwhelmed by too much ass kissing, and they don't even have to drink the wine. The juice replaces the wine, and other people are rushing to do it first. Holy, I heard something. Yi Chen is actually their son. Isn't he the fighter they hired? The Yi family is going to take off, and will far surpass the Yi group, which was once as high as the sky, and become even more unreachable. Wouldn't such a teenage patriarch be the stuff of pools? The sky is about to change in Great Xia. The 7 great clansmen lamented. Someone had already taken the lead in coming up to set the stage. It was the white-skinned mother and daughter of the Li family, Guo Rong and Li Yunrui. Patriarch Yi really is a young man of genius. At such a young age there is this kind of strength. It is admirable. My Li family fought a gift. Originally came to participate in the opening ceremony of Mang Yun Group. A small thin gift is not a tribute, Guo Rong shamelessly said. Their 8 families themselves had come to unite to suppress Mang Yun Group, and this time they wallowed in it, saying that they had come to participate in the ceremony, which was thick-skinned enough. The other 6 families are all gritting their teeth and secretly hating themselves for being a step slow. This Li family woman really has a deep enough heart. Yi Chen signaled with a single look. Behind her, the Miss Manners took the gift in, and the gifts, they definitely came. Guo Rong was full of smiles, as long as Yi Chen accepted the gift. Between caressing her hair lightly, she also shyly sent a flirtatious and seductive gaze to Yi Chen, still hooked despite being nearly 50 years old. Not many young men can top that. Patriarch Yi is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Li Yunrui was even more direct, biting her lips from time to throw winks at Yi Chen. In the face of such behavior from the mother and daughter, Yi Chen was bashful. There is no woman in his heart, and he draws his sword naturally God, even if it is a mother and daughter together. It has not been able to affect his state of mind in the slightest, just as the other 6 clans also wanted to come up and get close to improve the previous atmosphere. In the distance came several vehicles, 4 guard cars with the black 5-ring sedan in the center. A motorcycle is in charge of the road ahead. The license plate is Winnebago 004. It's the exclusive ride of Chang Wudu, the guard general of the winning state. Someone said. The others were also shocked, not realizing that the right of the powerful had come. And as soon as he came in, he was a 7-star guard general in office. Since Winnipeg is the city at the top of the big rankings, as the city's 7-star guard general, it was still very possible to rise to an 8 or even 9-star guard general in the future, although the likelihood is low. But who can say for sure? Maybe the big brother appreciated directly promoted. Just like this time, the former 7-star guard general Chenin had just died and he was promoted. Therefore, naturally, no one would ignore the newly appointed guard general. The 7 families wondered, could it be that they're here to capture Patriarch Yi? Impossible. This configuration doesn't look like it either. It's only a few people. Don't even think about catching a Zhongsher. Watch for now. I have a feeling it's not for arrest. The 2 guard cars in front of them were the first 10 men to get down, pull some tools out of the trunk and start cleaning up the battlefield. Although there were complaints in their hearts, when they saw that it was an old acquaintance, Yi Chen, their gaze was like that of a freshly graduated college student. There's no way to clean up the battlefield in a hurry. Chang District Degree just got off the car, looked around and saw Yi Chen, rushed to the suit buttoned up and jogged over. Patriarch Ye's elegance is still admirable. My name is Qing Wardu, the 7-star guard general of winning state. Chang Suda bowed slightly to show his respect, without a hint of a stance. He also didn't dare to have Yi Chen's power and means, where he dared to put on airs. Didn't you see him kill another batch of people at the company's opening ceremony? And you had to personally lead the cleanup for him. It was just that he still didn't know who Yi Chen had actually killed, and there wasn't anyone left at the scene. They had all been blown up. Well, go on in. The ceremony is about to start. Yi Chen said. Okay, I'm going in. This attitude of Chung District Degree towards Yi Chen was also almost expected by the 7 great clans. I just don't know when exactly they met. They were surprised, but it made sense. The next moment, though, 2 more cars drove by. It's not just any car. It's a military bulletproof SUV. Extremely dominant. A middle-aged man in military uniform came down from the car, carrying a 1-star general's title on his shoulder, at least at the level of division commander. He came down and jogged over as well. Patriarch Yi, I've heard about you for a long time, and today I got to see you really have an imposing demeanor, worthy of being a young patriarch. My name is Zhao Huichuan, commander of the winning city military region. Zhao Huichuan smiled and complimented. Division Commander Zhao Huichuan. Well, you were there last time. Yi Chen recalled that it was he who had sent the army over the day before yesterday and then ran away. Cough cough, Patriarch Yi is joking. At that time I didn't know it was you. Didn't nothing unpleasant happen behind? Ha ha, Zhao Huichuan smiled awkwardly. Yi Chen didn't say anything either. What's your relationship with Zhao Huiyan? Yi Chen said. Zhao Huiyan of the Zhao family? He's a former close friend of mine who used to graduate from the same military school as me, and then, before he could finish his words, he saw Chang Sudu, who had not yet entered the hall, making eyes at himself. He is not a cutie. Not much contact since then. The Zhao family is too strong and hostile today. Not familiar at all, Zhao Huichuan hurriedly said. Well, get in there. Yi Chen nodded. The main reason why Cheng District Du made a wink was that his people picked up a stamp when they were cleaning up the mess, and it was the stamp on the clothes of the young cabinet minister. He was sure just by looking at it that it belonged to the little courtier, and that it was the real deal. Think about the fine print. Plus there were 7 great families on the scene, minus the Yi family that was destroyed, the Xiao family that was closed, and 1 family that was not there, the Zhao family. Linking up, he immediately understood what was going on here. If he guessed correctly, the Zhao family was probably exterminated. Hurry up and remind Zhao Huichuan, lest he say the wrong thing and lead to murder. And that's when a couple more cars came escorting a car. Everyone turned their heads to look. Just see the black car in the center with the license plate number Water Country 001. It's the governor's car. I'm surprised the governor is here. My God, that's the current governor. It looks like he knows patriarchy as well. It's no wonder. After all, he's a junior patriarch. His future is unlimited. Achieving great patriarch is almost a nail in the coffin. It's normal for the governor to befriend him. Water Country Governor Gao Liangwei got off the bus and stomped towards Yi Chen. As the governor, he had a strong aura, and because of his position, he didn't jog over, but his steps were much quicker. Patriarch Yi is worthy of being a junior patriarch. Handling things without being shocked is admirable. Gao Liangwei smiled. Aha! Yi Chen still only nodded his head lightly, as if no matter what the status of the person was, they could not arouse his interest. Gao Liangwei didn't continue to say anything and prepared to enter the hall after delivering the gift. That's when the vast convoy arrived. All clear black 5-ringed cars. The license plate was random, but when the door opened, the person who came down wasn't simple. Zhou Jiangwo, commander of the Ghost Province Military Region. Ghost Province 9-star Guard General Zhou Tianxiang. Zhou Weigua, former commander of the Ghost Province Military Region. Of course, there was Zhou Ziwei, the daughter of Zhou Jiangwo, who had gone to pick them up to come along to support the opening of Meng Yun Group. The arrival of these 3 men can be said to have ignited the room. My God, the military bigwigs are here too. That's the commander of the Ghost Province Military Region there, with 100,000 troops at his disposal. Not only that, Zhou Weigui Elder Zhou has made great achievements for Daxia and is a former military region commander. There's also Zhou Tianxiang, a 9-star guard general, and it's rumored that in less than 2 years, he'll likely go 1 step further, and by then his status will be comparable to that of a governor. My God, the 3 major power figures are all here. Patriarch Yi deserves to be a junior patriarch. His face is too big. The 3 trotted over. Patriarch Yi, well, go inside. There shouldn't be anyone else either, Yi Chen said. Suddenly, just then, a Rolls-Royce drove up in the distance. 3 men got out of the car. Why is the Li family head here? Beside him is his great-uncle Guiyi. Who is the other one? I don't know. I've never seen it. The 3 of them walked towards Yi Chen with an aggressive manner. Chapter 53, Fighting for Background? Then 9 plans of elimination. What brings you here? Guorong was puzzled. From the slight twinkle in her eyes for a moment, it was clear that she didn't like her husband, who she had been with for decades. Inside, it is also a big clan that talks about interests, how to talk about liking, and it is normal for feelings to be at odds with each other. Humph, Yi Chen, this kid killed my niece Li Yao, my big brother's youngest daughter. How can I spare him? He even killed my sister, brother-in-law and her son, my own nephew. How can I spare him? I can't wait to skin them and devour their flesh. Li Yan, the head of the Li family, gritted his teeth, so angry that he couldn't keep his composure. Just an hour ago, he finally got his hands on the surveillance records brought in by an elderly aunt. That surveillance was not clear, but it captured Yi Chen killing his niece at that time, and he immediately mobilized his network of connections to determine that it was Yi Chen, the son of Yi Hongyun, the chairman of Meng Yun Group. Upon learning of this, he hoofed it over. Originally, it was to suppress Meng Yun Group. By the way, after the 8 families together to divide, and finally eradicated. Because of the message from Li Qiushui of the Ghost Province, it was Yi Chen of the Yi family who had killed her only precious son. New feuds and old hatreds. This just happens to be a direct eradication, and also proves to the world that the Li family is powerful and cannot be provoked by ants. What's not to like about getting revenge as well as profit? What? How is this possible? Could it be a mistake? You can't talk nonsense if you're not completely sure. Guorong wasn't a brainless person. He was also saying this for the good of the Li family. At the same time, he had already gone up to Li Yan and winked at him, telling him to be careful with his words. Who knew that Li Yan was completely in a rage and didn't see the crowd of big shots standing on the front steps of the building's entrance? There was only Yi Chen in his eyes. Anger had washed over him. Still, Guiyi beside him was angry, but he wasn't swept away by thoughts of revenge. A glimpse of the city guard general, the governor, and even a ghost province bigwig in tow. Something snapped between thoughts. Don't be impulsive. Family Master Yen, look who those are, Guo Yi said. I didn't expect Li Yen to merely look at it, and said as he walked away, my Li family has a grudge against Yi Chen. No matter who it is today, please still sell my Haido Li family a face. I will kill this person. Jesus can't stop it. I said so, Li Yen said hegemonically, as if his words were the absolute will, and when he said it, it was useless for anyone to come. Guo Rong saw that there was no room for moderation in this situation and could only shake his head in helpless sorrow. She always felt that coming to kill Yi Chen without making all the preparations was not a case of the old man hanging himself and looking for death. The Zhao family is so strong, but they were all exterminated father, son and grandson. Of course, after Li Yen said this, it was true that no one moved for a while. After all, the weight of the Haidu Li family was still very, very heavy. Even the governor of a province has to be courteous by 7 points. Father? Zhou Jiangwo said. No need, Mr. Yi will take care of it himself. Zhou Weiguo shook his head. He had full confidence in Yi Chen. After all, the Zhou family was now dependent on Yi Chen. The governor of Water Country doesn't say anything, just looks. He didn't have much friendship with Yi Chen, and he came to the opening ceremony to give face. There was no need to offend the behemoth Li family for this. Furthermore, Yi Chen was afraid that it would be difficult for him to retreat in one piece from this collision with the Li family. 7-star Guard General Chang Aldo frowned in thought. Zhao Weichuan of the city military district also just watched quietly. Everyone knew that the Li family was very strong, and no one wanted to get into trouble. Is the Li family strong? Yi Chen looked at them, emotionless. No one knew what he was thinking. My Li family has stood in Haidu for many years. The entire 17 cities of Water Country have my Li family's industries. Do you think my Li family is strong? Li Yan was condescending, still striding towards Yi Chen. He just wanted to use the might of the Haidu Li family to make Yi Chen feel desperate and powerless while capturing him and then slowly torturing and killing him at the end. That's how he'll be able to get his mind off of it. A nephew, a niece, and a housekeeper died at his hands, and this revenge is not shared. How does it compare to the Zhao family? Yi Chen's heart fluctuated without any fluctuation, and he said instead, the Zhao family of Winning State is powerful, but compared to my Haidu Li family, the connections are a bit worse, and the Zhao family's family line can't have any Zhongshe powerhouses, while my Li family does. Not only that, there was a member of my Li family in the current little courtier. The more Li Yan spoke, the prouder he became, hating to raise all of his family's power to the public. The Zhao family also had a court elder who was killed by me, and your Li family is next. Yi Chen instantly disappeared after he finished speaking. Once again, he appeared already in front of Li Yan. The one who reacted the fastest was the middle-aged man with a hawk-hooked nose next to him, only to see his eyes change, shocked at Yi Chen's speed while also striking out. The palm of his hand became an eagle's claw and grabbed at Yi Chen's throat. Boo! Yi Chen gently and slowly slapped his head, his body spinning dozens of times in the air before landing. The scene was extremely wild. Your Li family was destroyed because of you. Yi Chen grabbed Li Yan by the neck and lifted him up. You, how can you be so strong? Master Wu was a martial arts master. Li Yan struggled desperately, to no avail. Only then did he understand what Yi Chen meant by what he said. Could it be that the reason the Zhao family was not seen present was because they were exterminated? The hallowed Zhao clan which possessed the little pavilion elder was destroyed. Just how crazy is this Yi Chen? Li Yan was inwardly shocked. Guo Yi was so scared that he hurriedly backed up, looking at Master Wu's corpse on the ground with shocked eyes. Grandmaster Wu, who was a martial arts master, had been famous for 20 years, but he had been killed just like that. This is too much drama. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a fly. Patriarchs are like ants. As he spoke, Yi Chen's hand was about to strangle his neck. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Do you know who my Li family's little pavilion master is? He's not comparable to the Zhao family's little pavilion master. There is a difference in the amount of power contained in the position between a junior courtier and a junior courtier. And the kind of junior courtier on the strip in the Zhao family is not at the same level as a junior courtier on the fast track. If you kill me, you are completely making an enemy of the Li family, and you have nowhere to go in the Great Xia. Li Yan didn't wait for him to continue. Throw it into the air and slap it. Boo! Terrifying tremors swept across a 15-meter radius. This was still the reason why Yi Chen's power was very concentrated. Li Yan was directly blown up by the dispersed power, and blood and water waved in the sky, and the power of the palm remained unabated, hitting the outer sky and flying nowhere. How dare you kill him? How dare you kill him? Do you really want to be immortal with my Li family? Guo Rong was angry, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't like Li Yan anymore, but one day as a couple, the Guo family and the Li family were tied to the same boat. How could she not hate Yi Chen? She couldn't wait to tie him up and whip him for 3 years and 3 months. You killed me, Dad. How dare you kill my dad? The Li family, will pour out all of their money and make your whole family die without a burial place. Li Yunrui hissed with tears in his eyes, seeing his father beaten to death with his own eyes. This kind of pain he hated to tie up Yi Chen and eat his flesh, making his life worse than death. I can wait for all your backgrounds to come in, and feel free to use whatever means of contacts you have. I can now declare that the Li family should be exterminated. Not a single one left behind. Yi Chen finished with a downward press of his finger. The terrifying pressure descended to directly crush Guo Yi. Chapter 54 Offended Superfamily? Choice. Ah, brother, Guo Rong's voice hissed. You two go down and stay with them too. Yi Chen instantly arrived in front of them, and before they could react, he pinched their necks with both hands and exerted a slight force. Click! The two great beauties died straight away with their necks slumped. Yi Chen also incidentally twisted their heads back again, giving them a decent death. After all, they had given gifts, and this was considered Yi Chen's kindness. Two top-notch beauties, two that were still mother and daughter, just died. Lying on the ground with his hand on the ground, he died quickly, especially after being restored by Yi Chen, as if he had fallen asleep. Such a magnificent and beautiful person. It's really a pity. Yes, still a mother and daughter. Sad, sad pity. Some people can't help but sigh. Some people even can't help but want to take advantage of that. What? Dad, call the guards to come and wash the floor. Yi Chen subconsciously said. Mr. Yi, we're already washing. A couple of eggheads who had just graduated from college and came to be guardsmen were helpless afterward, though they still have the stupidity of college students in their eyes. But they've seen it all before, being of the forensic type, so they've seen it all before. However, he was still left speechless by Yi Chen's entirety. These 2 days have not been idle. All to Yi Chen clean up the mess. Overtime and no overtime pay. Very tired. Of course, tired was tired, but they didn't dare to complain to Yi Chen. This killing god kills without blinking an eye. Who dares to touch his eyebrows? The next moment shall not give the corpse to raise. Seeing this, Yi Chen nodded his head from their clear and stupid eyes. Yi Chen could see that they were youths who were trying to work their way up. Youths like these can't be discouraged from being positive. So he gave a look to Zhou Ziwei in the distance. Zhou Ziwei understood and took out $1 million in cash from the trunk of the car and put it on the ground. Hard work, clean up and go in for a drink. I gave it to you. Your boss wouldn't dare say anything. Fine, fine, we'll clean it up. Absolutely clean. Yeah, I'm super into cleaning. My mom taught me to love my job from a young age, and I will sweep the battlefield clean and spotless. A couple of wise college graduate guardsmen solemnly stated, with eagerness to clean up in their eyes. There were only 6 of them in total for cleanup. One person can also share more than 100,000 yuan. This breakthrough rich and powerful still have to catch. Time's up. Everyone go inside. Yi Hongyun greeted. We have something to do, so we'll take our leave. So are we. Next time I'll make a house call. The 6 clans hurriedly bailed out. Some even got in their cars and ran away before they could speak. Downright wallflowers. Yi Chen walked at the end, and Zhou Ziwei was side by side with him. Governor Gao Liangwei, on the other hand, stopped where he was, apparently waiting for Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, you're being too impulsive. The Li family has the reigning junior courtier. Things will get bigger and bigger, and it's already hard to deal with the Zhao family. You're probably going to be up there. Having said that, Gao Liangwei didn't say any more. It's just a mole. Yi Chen downplayed it. Gao Liangwei, however, shook his head helplessly as he felt that Yi Chen was too unaware of the depths. There is a bottom line up there, and once it is crossed, even a talent will be wiped out. Patriarchs are strong, but manpower is ultimately limited. Patriarchs are like dragons. Patriarchs are not to be insulted, but they are not invincible. There are still existences that surpass the patriarchs, powers as well as great patriarchs that stand at the pinnacle, Gao Liangwei said as he walked in with Yi Chen. Zhou Weiguan and the others listened to their conversation from the sidelines. Does the Li family have any grand masters? Yi Chen was flat. No, but there is more than one sovereign, and it is rumored that one of them is a peak sovereign. The Li family is a martial arts family after all, powerful and in a high position. Extremely powerful. Even I have to give the Li family 7 points of face. Gao Liangwei's face was grave. He felt like he might have made a mistake coming here today for the opening. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would not only destroy the 3 Zhao family grandparents and grandchildren today, but also directly kill the Li family's senior management, completely immortalizing them. If he had known earlier, he would never have come, but there was no way to come all the way here. He could only harden his head and hurry to finish attending and leave. Grand masters are also ants. The 9 clans of the district Li family should be exterminated, Yi Chen said indifferently. It was such words filled with disdain for the Archon. There was even a sense of immediacy that a great master was no better than a pig and could be beheaded at will. Could it be that Mr. Yi is a grand master? Gao Liangwei guessed. Yi Chen didn't say anything, only revealing a faint smile. This hint of a smile meant so much that Gao Liangwei couldn't help but toss and turn. thinking over and over again. Stopping to look at Yi Chen's back, a chilling feeling struck his heart. By the way, he has never admitted to being a grandmaster. Could it be that he really is a grandmaster? A grandmaster standing at the peak of martial arts? A strategic level powerhouse? Yes, it's possible. Wouldn't it be a great master to kill a sect master like a dog? We've been overlooking this because of his age. He's surprisingly able to kill a grandmaster like a dirt dog at only 18 years old. Can't he be a grandmaster? Thinking of this, Gao Liangwei sucked in a breath of cool air. Governor, do you think it's possible? Is it possible for Mr. Yi to be a grandmaster? Xingqua Du asked. It's possible, and it's highly probable. Don't let your mind limit your imagination. The only one who can kill a grandmaster in seconds is a grandmaster, and he's killed more than one. If a patriarch at the age of 18 is already unprecedented, it will be hard for there to be a successor in the future. Then an 18-year-old grandmaster is absolutely unprecedented. A grandmaster is far above a patriarch, and as the saying goes, all under a grandmaster are mole crickets, and all under a grandmaster are mole crickets as well. Mr. Yi must not be messed with, Gao Liangwei solemnly said. If Mr. Yi is a grandmaster, then the Zhao and Li families sighed. Qingku Du wanted to say something. Don't bother with them, since there's always a choice to take sides. Let's stand firmly on Mr. Yi's side and take a big gamble. What do you mean? Give the Mangyun Group many facilities to help it develop. I see. The two had reached a consensus between their chats. The three Zhouweigua people on the side couldn't help but nod their heads when they heard this. To be able to serve as the governor of the Water Township, a large economic province, this Gao Liangwei is really not simple. Able to make quick analysis and choices, and know where to start, is indeed a talent. You too have to have a bit of a sense of crisis. If you want to get promoted, besides making achievements, it's more important to have a background and connections. Mr. Yi is the strongest backer of my Zhou family. How high you guys want to go depends on Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, that's a true grandmaster, and I even feel that it's more than just a grandmaster, Zhouweigua said in a serious tone. What? Stronger than a grandmaster? What kind of existence is that? Unheard of. Father, can you be sure? Zhou Zhangwo was shocked. 89%. Have you ever seen anyone who can take someone over 2,000 kilometers across the country in seconds? Don't you get it? Zhouweigua hated it. Just like Gao Liangwei said, don't limit your thinking. If that's true, won't my Zhou family take off? A patriarch would be able to defeat 1,000 armies, while a great patriarch would be an army of 10,000. And one person would be comparable to a small country, a strategic level powerhouse. Beyond the great master, that is even more unimaginable that one person can rival a middle kingdom. Zhou Zhangwo sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 55, The Way of the Licking Dog. I see. Isn't it just licking? I've been studying the path of dog licking for the last 2 days, and I've already gained a sense of it. Dad, just watch how my son and I will lick a 10-star deputy guard marshal, Zhou Tenxiang said confidently. Zhouweigua froze. This bastard even delved into the dog-licking road. Will not go off the road, right? Dad, brother, you're all here. Daddy, I missed you. At this time 2 beautiful women walked in, a small one, the big 30 or so full of flavor wonderful, the small young 18 youthful and beautiful. Both are S-shaped and diminutive, with the same flesh-colored gown-length dress, as evocative as sisters. The 2 women were Zhou Yashuan, the youngest daughter of Zhouweigua, and Zhou Zimeng, the daughter of Zhou Tianxiang. Zhouweigua old to get a daughter, naturally favored, so do not look at Zhou Yashuan 30 years old, but no man dared to touch her. After all, the background is there, and now there is Yi Chen as a backer. There is no need to marry with the powerful. Who she likes is her own business. Gee, my baby girl is prettier. Zhou Zimeng gave Zhou Tianxiang a big hug. You called them? Zhouweigua was puzzled. Yeah, of course I'm coming to this kind of scene. Besides, isn't Mr. Yi there too? Saying that, Zhou Tianxiang also smiled somewhat slyly. Looking at a few months not see more and more beautiful daughter, he could not help but sigh. Deputy guard handsome, how to do? Wrestle a hand at least also have to be a handsome girl. Dad, I'm counting on you, Zhou Tianxiang said meaningfully. Ha? Zhou Zimeng's head was full of question marks. Yashuan can also make an effort. The probability of 2 people is always higher. Don't forget me as the second brother when the time comes. Zhou Tianxiang looked at Zhou Yashuan with hopeful eyes. What do you mean? Zhou Yashuan also gave a dry run. He's trying to get you 2 to soak Mr. Yi, crooked. Zhou Zhangwo scoffed. What? The 2 women exclaimed in shock. Never thought I'd have to be sold out by this Pops 2 just after we met. Are you my real father? Are you still my own brother? The second woman frowned, her hands clasped in displeasure. Girl, I'll buy you anything you want, okay? And Yashuan, don't you want to join the guard? Second brother will take care of that for you. Zhou Tianxiang seduced. Old Den, I'm telling you, even if you buy me more stuff I don't want it. There's absolutely Positively no way I'm going to please a guy. And I'm going to go back and tell my mom you tried to sell me. You're bad enough. Second brother. To have this kind of idea hit your own family. Humph. That's right. What a good dear father I have. Second brother, I'm telling you. No condition will do. No one can force me if I don't like it. Even if I jump from the stairs. I'll never please that mister. Yee whatever. Me too. What mister? Yee well, even if the earth is destroyed, there's no way I'm going to please him. Auntie, dad is bad. Go home and let grandpa beat him. Grandpa, look at the crap my dad is saying. Seeing this, Joe Wagwa hurriedly said, my precious daughter, precious granddaughter, don't be angry. I'll go back and beat him, but you two can keep your voices down for me. Don't let Mr. Yi hear you. At this time, Yi Chen also heard the two of them exclaiming just now and turned around to look over. Look, there's Mr. Yi. Zhou Tianxiang looked towards Yi Chen in the distance and revealed a naive smile. The two women looked over in displeasure. They wanted to see what kind of cow devil it was that made even Zhou Tianxiang, who had always detested flattering and pleasing people, try desperately to curry favor. When confronted with Yi Chen, the two women's eyes instantly cleared, unconsciously avoiding the gaze while ruffling their hair and straightening their dresses. Smiling, he nodded in response to Yi Chen, both pairs of eyes glowing. Yi Chen also nodded in response and found a single sofa to sit down and close his eyes. A simple pure leather sofa, where he sat out of the emperor-like sense of immediacy. The aura instantly pulled full. Zhou Ziwei was sitting on the sofa beside him, unconsciously glancing at the side of his face, and could only keep tactically drinking red wine. Yes, so handsome. The two women spoke in unison, their mouths watering to hide it. Just like a man will not be able to look away when he sees a big beautiful woman, women do the same thing when they see a big handsome guy. Not to mention a big handsome guy like Yi Chen who had a sword brow and starry eyes with an intimidating style. No words are adequate to describe his perfection. A natural protagonist. As Yi Chen sat here, no one dared to come up and strike up a conversation, and they all stayed away. The prerequisite for communicating with an existence like Yi Chen was to have a good relationship with his parents. This is the one point on which almost everyone agrees. How about it? Mr. Yi is a dragon among men, right? Ha ha. Zhou Tianxiang smiled wryly. The two women glanced at each other, more or less embarrassed by what they themselves had just sworn to say. Ahem, I'm going to go have a chat. You go first. Okay, I'll go first then. The two women spoke in unison at the same time, matching each sentence, and ended up blushing in embarrassment. This time, the punch in the face came so quickly, not to mention that Zhou Tianxiang laughed. Even the always serious Zhou Jiangwo as well as Zhou Weiguo were in a state of shock. Where did the faith go just now? Where's your face? Don't you want it? So quick to get in your face? Don't be sequential. You're all going together. Go. Zhou Tianxiang waved his hand. The two women looked at each other and the two of them walked off. What brings you here? Zhou Ziwei was curious. Hello Mr. Yi, my dad is Zhou Weiguo. How old are you? Zhou Yashuan asked after sitting down. Looking at Yi Chen's side face, his eyes pulled all the way, directly asking for age. Yi Chen opened his eyes. Just turned 18. So small, but it's okay, I can afford it. Zhou Yashuan muttered. Yi Chen looked at her doubtfully. If he had heard correctly just now, she seemed to say that she could afford to feed herself? Good day Mr. Yi, my dad is Zhou Tianxiang. I wonder if Mr. Yi prefers a younger or older age for men and women emotionally? Sitting down, Zhou Zimun cut into the conversation. Zhou Ziwei, who was on the side, could not help but feel some sense of crisis rising when she saw that both of them had come. Sharp as she was, she knew that these two were really hungry, which was not coming to say hello. It was clearly craving for Mr. Ye's body. Everyone be quiet. At this time Yi Hongyuan picked up the microphone and spoke. A bunch of words down. The actual opening ceremony is just going through the motions. Nothing more than playing the name-pulling business. And all of them had seen Yi Chen's terrifying strength and means. So naturally they all wanted to cooperate. It doesn't matter if you make money or not. The main thing is that you have a lot of money you want to invest. Chapter 56, Haidu Masters, Pavilion Leader Talks. How to dispose. Meanwhile the news that the Zhao family had been destroyed and that the deaths within the four clans had been clean, quickly spread across the top floor. It caused a huge stir at the top. Zhao family Zhao Chunli, that is the current small cabinet minister. Even if it just hangs a virtual post, it is still a small cabinet minister. The status is above the governor. Now not only was killed, even the whole family within the four clans did not leave a single person. All were killed by Yi Chen. Even if some of them weren't killed by him on the spot, they would still count against him, because he's the only one who has the strength and the guts. Not only that, but an even heavier bomb came next. It blew right through a lot of people's heads. Yi Chen killed Li Yan, a direct descendant of the Li family, as well as his daughter Li Yunrui, his wife Guo Rong, and his great-uncle Gui Yi, as well as Grandmaster Wu, the martial arts patriarch of the Li family's Hall of Offerings. No one in the courtroom was unaware of what level the Li family was. The person behind it is a powerful little cabinet minister. Moreover, the Li family had a nearly invincible martial arts master under a great master. And with all of this added up, who would dare to easily provoke them? He did not expect that he would be killed by the young and reckless teenage sect master Yi Chen, who had chopped off a number of his direct lineage one after another. Such great enmity is not shared, and only the fall of one party can quell it. In the Haido Li family estate, that Li family's number one expert Li Tianyi, who had been practicing martial arts in a dark room under the ground, was precisely the place where he was in permanent seclusion. Its full head of white hair hung behind it like a waterfall, its eyes gleaming and its cheeks well defined. Though 80 years old, his skin was as good as 40. After learning the news of his son Li Yan's murder from an emergency communication, he became furious, directly forcibly breaking the barrier, no longer having the heart to continue cultivating the martial arts. Even if he was already at a critical point in his breakthrough, he had to forcefully suppress the breakthrough first, showing his anger. Dare to kill my son, Yi Chen, I will let you die without a burial place. Your family, everyone you care about, will have to accompany my son. As the white-haired old man was in a state of rage, a middle-aged man, the current head of the Haidu Li family, Li Tianyi's eldest son, Li Zhongmu, approached. Father, the second emperor was killed. Revenge is definitely needed, but that kid called Yi Chen is also quite extraordinary. His talent is unparalleled in the past and present. He is a true peerless demon. At only 18 years of age, he has entered the martial arts sovereign, and in less than a week, he has already killed several veteran martial arts sovereigns in a row. And according to the information, every single one of them was killed in seconds, and none of them could make him serious. The several sect masters are the returning Sea martial dojos returning one demon god, the Shao family's Shao sect master, Yamamoto Kojiro, and my Li family's enshrined Wu sect master. Li Zhongmu's face was solemn, not daring to have any underestimation. All of them killed in seconds. None of them survived. Even Li Tianyi, who was a peak expert of the Grandmaster, had his brows furrowed, pondering between paces. What other background does he have? He shouldn't dare to be so arrogant just based on his strength. He must have something to rely on, Li Tianyi inquired. He was originally going to kill the door directly. After hearing Li Zhongmu say this, he instantly calmed down. It was better to think long term. Not much of a background, at least not much for the Li family. The key to the top is extremely important to him, and has turned a blind eye many times. Last time, Uncle was blocked once, which caused Qiu Shui and Meng Dishui and his nephew to be killed. But Li Mingwei's army couldn't make a move against Yi Chen. Even ending up on a charge of corruption makes it so that even if they die, no one dares to say anything. If it wasn't for the obstruction from above, he would have died under the artillery fire of Li Mingwei's army. Li Zhongmu said indignantly, Piss me off, what a Yi Chen, killing my Li family's direct descendants without mercy. Is this treating me as if I don't exist? I don't care what the top is going to do to protect you. You're going to die this time and Jesus can't stop it. I say. Li Tianyi's sword chi was like a rainbow, rushing straight into the wide cultivation room, destroying everything around him. The entire cultivation room was in chaos. This time he touched my Li family's bottom line. Even those people who want to protect him will have to weigh the repercussions after this. If they insist on bailing, I'll kill them too, and no one can stop them. Li Tianyi was as imposing as a rainbow. I'll notify my uncle and ask him to apply to the top to kill the devil Yi Chen. Okay, go for it. Li Zhongmu left. The Li family's biggest backer is his uncle, Li Tianyi's own brother. Although he is not good at martial arts, but he is very talented. Through Li Tianyi's strong strength continue to open up the road to pave the way. Until now is the position of the small pavilion chief. His position was that of a 10-star guard marshal of the capital, and it was a full one, not a deputy one. Although there is only a difference of one level between the head and deputy, there is a huge difference in the power content of the post, and the capital guard marshal is actually able to mobilize all the guard forces in Daxia. Just in theory, of course. In actuality, if you dare to do that, it's straight-up counterinsurgency. But what exactly the uncle will do, Li Zhongmu has no right to ask. He can just remind a word. The entire Daxia hierarchy was in a dark tide, and there were many who had opinions about Yi Chen. In the hall, in all, there were dozens or hundreds of small courtiers sitting there. They were discussing it with stony faces. The vast majority of them expressed anger at Yi Chen's behavior. Of course, this is almost always to sell the face of the Li family, which is in the middle of the day, and at the same time, it is also not used to Yi Chen being too open and unscrupulous. Even the junior cabinet ministers dared to kill them, knowing that this was the only status they had here. Yi Chen dared to kill Zhao Chunli. Is it safe to assume that he also dared to kill them? Unbridled, arrogant, too arrogant. It is possible to be appropriately tolerant of strong people, especially for young geniuses and supreme demons. but it is absolutely not possible to be so lawless. What a bastard. Destroying people's entire families at the drop of a hat is a heinous crime that should be judged harshly. Dare to kill anyone, without fear. This kind of character in the future in case he grows up to be a great master. Is it true that we here just need to say one word to annoy him, and even we will be killed as well? If it goes on like this, what's the difference between him and a devil? No, he's a devil, a murderous devil, so the only way to put an end to this is to nip him in the bud? That's right, the Water Country province doesn't allow people this powerful to exist, but there are naturally objections to this. You can't say that. Yi Chen didn't intentionally provoke them, but they provoked them first. He has always been a passive killer. Have you guys forgotten that patriarchs can't be humiliated? If patriarchs can be casually humiliated, then can I take it that this is provoking all the patriarchs under the sky? Do you guys know the consequences? That's right, he is only 18 years old teenage master. A generation of pride. Such talent if he will be killed in the cradle. Who will dare to serve for my daxia in the future? In the face of provocations from other countries, and who can protect the face of daxia? The reason why a strong man is called a strong man is because of the strength he possesses. How rare is a junior patriarch, who has never been seen before and will never be seen again. The strength of one man can withstand 1,000 armies. To be able to instantly second a grandmaster right now, if we let him break through to grandmaster once he does, which other small-minded person would dare to casually cross into my great Xia? My suggestion is to check the Zhao family first. I don't believe there's nothing wrong with them. It's time for them to fall off the pedestal as they flaunt their dominance and do nothing wrong. Humph. Nonsense. Even a junior patriarch must not act recklessly. That's envy on your part. Would you say that if your family produced a patriarch who was less than 20? What do you mean? What do you mean I'm talking about you? A serious meeting came down to the fact that the little pavilion elder sect was basically divided into two factions, and they were on the verge of fighting when they talked about it. In the face of this situation, the Grand Pavilion elders who were watching this scene outside the glass curtain wall looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly, while there was also thought in their eyes. This is a big deal, and if it is not handled properly it will have a big impact. It's not easy for them to make a decision. Only the presbytery can be consulted. Chapter 57, Nuclear Resistant. The inaugural banquet went on until late. Zhou Zimeng and Zhou Yashuan had been trying to get Yi Chen's attention, chatting on various topics, and ended up being embarrassed throughout. Yi Chen just returned, but did not ask questions, never more than one sentence at a time. Somewhat like the straight man the world knows, but it was just that. The unintelligent behavior was more outlining Zhou Zimeng and Zhou Yashuan's interest. Such a man is worth dying for if he can be. Where would Yi Chen know what kind of juvenile things they were thinking inside? Even if he could easily peer into someone's heart, he wouldn't go that far. There's no need for it. And then there's the fact that everything is really boring. Full-leveled numbers are used to being used, and would prefer to be in a newbie village. It was not until 11 o'clock in the late night that the banquets ended one after another, and the crowd excused themselves and left. As several people from the Zhou family were leaving, Zhou Weiguo still couldn't help but say, Mr. Yi, the Li family is very unsimple, or at least not as simple as it appears to be, even though Mr. Yi is powerful and not afraid in the slightest. But, speaking here, he looked at Yi Chen's parents. Yi Chen nodded his head to understand what he meant. Elder Zhou has a heart. Yi Chen patted Zhou Weiguo's shoulder, and although he called him Elder Zhou, the action was as if he was patting a child of a lower generation. Zhou Weiguo, however, was not displeased. Don't worry, no one in the world can hurt my parents. They have the amulet I gave them. Unless nuclear weapons are used, there might be a slight chance. As Yi Chen said this, his palm slightly condensed, and the elements in the air swarmed over and turned into a golden pill. This is the realm-breaking pill. Taken at any realm below the Zongshi can break through the Zongshi without any side effects. Yi Chen's hand, and these words, could have confused a few people from the Zhou family, even forgetting how terrifying the meaning of Yi Chen's previous sentence was. Especially Zhou Zimeng Zhou Yashuan was even more confused. They knew from the banquet that Yi Chen was extremely terrifying and was a martial arts master. However, they did not expect Yi Chen to be able to condense an elixir out of thin air. What kind of magic is this? But where there's a plate of peanuts and rice, I don't think I've had too much to drink myself. Take it, Yi Chen reminded. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zhou Weiguo then reacted and hurriedly took it with both hands, as if it were a treasure. When others said this, he would have scoffed. What the hell could break through a Zongshi? If there was a Zongshi it would have rotted in the street long ago. But he definitely believed in what Yi Chen said, knowing that he was now at the peak of being under the sovereign, just one chance away from breaking through. But when exactly will this opportunity come? A year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years could be possible. Yi Chen, on the other hand, said that any realm under the sovereign could help him break through directly. That's a lot of weight. Meng Yun Group is not yet solid. you guys still need to pay more attention. Go back, it's getting late. Yi Chen said. Understood. I'll have the two of them stay as well and make sure to assist the Meng Yun group with all their might. And yes, Mr. Yi, tomorrow is the day to head to the Lightning Special Forces as the chief instructor. So I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. No need. There's an address. I'll go myself. Well then, we'll take our leave, said Zhou Weiguo. Three father and son left. Zhou Tianxiang gave his daughter and sister a meaningful look, as if to say my future happiness depends on you guys. Zhou Ziming and Zhou Yashuan stayed behind to help Yi Chen's parents. This was what they had thought of just now, allowing the two girls to stay and make good relations with Yi Chen's parents first. If any of the three girls could have the possibility of a deeper development with Yi Chen, it would consolidate the Zhou family's position even more. After all, someone as outstanding as Yi Chen was a sure bet whether he was a son-in-law or granddaughter-in-law. It's so late. Where are we both going to sleep? Zhou Ziming and Zhou Yashuan looked at Yi Chen. What kind of family were they? How could they not have a place to sleep? There are several villas in this city alone, but they just had to ask Yi Chen, mainly because they wanted to sleep in Yi Chen's house now. As the saying goes, the proximity of the water is the first thing to go. To be able to live with Yi Chen's parents and get the appreciation of the two old men, then the future in Yi Chen would be greatly possible. Then let's go back to the villa together first, and you'll live there from now on. Yes, the two women almost jumped up in excitement. Several people arrived in a Rolls-Royce at a scenic lakeside villa. This place was previously one of the Yi Group's properties, but now it was all owned by Yi Chen and the others. Zhou Ziwei, Zhou Yashuan, and Zhou Ziming were all three women who were rare and great beauties in the world, at least on the blue planet. But among them, Zhou Ziwei and Zhou Yashuan are both 18 years old, and it's summer vacation, and they're about to embark on freshman life. So after a while they still have to go to school. Even if you pick a school that is close enough to come to the office and help out when you can, you certainly don't have a lot of time. The only one who can always be available is Zhou Yashuan. The three women each picked a favorite quiet bedroom floor. The villa had 6 floors with a total area of more than 1,200 square feet, enough for them to live. Which one do you like, Tatsuo? Standing in front of the villa's door, Yi Hongyun smiled on Yi Chen's shoulder. Just how this smile was more or less obscene. Like them for what? Yi Chen's puzzled sentence directly gave Yi Hongyun a whole break in defense. No, my son won't be a Tatsuer. Don't you like females? Not interested. Men and women are just floating clouds. Why think about that? Yi Chen explained. Yi Hongyun was relieved that he was just not interested, and there was no problem with the orientation. After all, young people will always have their own ideas. I'm sure it will change later. On the plane back to the Ghost Province, there are only 3 of them in the business seat of this airplane, and there is no stewardess to come in and disturb them. For people of their level, the trip was kept secret the entire time, and not even the flight attendants were allowed in. Father, is this elixir really that magical? I clearly saw that it was made by Mr. Yi temporarily. Zhou Jiangwo was puzzled. Yes, it's not that easy to break through to the sovereign easily. Zhou Tianxiang also had some disbelief. What do you guys know? Since Mr. Yi said that, he is absolutely sure. Just go back and try it. But my concern right now is not about this elixir, but what Mr. Yi said just now. Zhou Weiguo held his chin in thought, and there was a never-before-seen gravity in his eyes. What did Mr. Yi say just now? The two were puzzled. Their minds were all on Yi Chen's hand rubbing the pills just now, and the rest was forgotten. Mr. Yi said that unless nuclear weapons were used against his parents, there might be a slight chance because his parents had the amulet he gave them. Speaking of this, Zhou Weiguo looked at the two of them with clear eyes that gradually became stupid and shocked. Yes, these words were said before Mr. Yi rubbed the elixir in his hand, and due to the shock of the elixir, we all forgot the true meaning of these words. Yeah, now that I think about it, it's really fine. The two men's eyes were glazed over. Isn't that right? This sentence, unless a nuclear weapon is used, which means that the talisman given by Mr. Yi is surprisingly resistant to high-power weapons, or even nuclear weapons in general. Doesn't this mean that he stands perhaps even higher and more unattainable than we can imagine? Zhou Weiguo couldn't even imagine what kind of person would be able to make a nuclear-resistant amulet. What kind of power does it have? Is it possible that Mr. Yi is talking about the villa's underground fortress amulet? After all, many tycoons have built doomsday fortresses that go deep into the ground and have multiple protections, which are indeed capable of carrying light nuclear weapons. Zhou Jiangwo said. He's a military commander. He knows a lot about nuclear weapons. I'm well aware of how strong the military's weapons are. Carbon-based organisms resistant to nuclear weapons. That's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. So what's being talked about is probably something like a doomsday fortress. In case of danger, if you hide in this kind of fortress first and wait for Mr. Yi to come back, isn't it a talisman? Zhou Jiangwo analysis. Well, good analysis. Next time don't analyze it. Zhou Weiguo gave him a blank look. Let's not talk about that. Maybe we'll find out later. But those pricks from the lightning special forces in the military district under your jurisdiction are in for a rough ride this time. Mr. You will surely make them never forget. Joe Wagwa expects. Yes, each and every one of them with some accomplishments are all smug as hell. And in the hands of Mr. Yi they are still docile. But what if someone dies? As you all know, Mr. Yi can't be provoked. He won't give face to anyone when his temper is up. Since it's all like this, choose to believe in Mr. Yi. Well, if Mr. Yi can train them even stronger this time and get a ranking, my position as the commander of the Jinling military region might be possible. And once again it could be a deputy commander. Let's just wait and see. Chapter 58, Missile Attacks and the Nine Families Package. The next day Yi Chen applied a miniature formation to the villa as he left. The house is fine with hard nukes. It's just that if there is ever a time when the house is aging and being rebuilt, the wall demolition master must have looked at the wall that had been hit by the digger's crushing hammer all day unharmed and been completely skeptical. After a brief greeting, Yi Chen left. He didn't know how long he was going to be gone for this time, but it obviously wasn't going to be short. As far as anyone trying to harm his parents, it's tough. What he said last night wasn't bragging. With the amulet in place, even a nuclear weapon would have a hard time hurting them. Yi Chen took a cab to the airport. He wasn't in a hurry to arrive, so he just enjoyed the journey. The airfare Zhou Ziwei had already bought in advance, ordinary seats, and did not buy him first class. 1. Yi Chen didn't care either. And 2. Naturally, Zhou Ziwei didn't want Yi Chen to sit in first class. It is important to realize that the legend of first class on airplanes is not exaggerated and false. Like Yi Chen, who was handsome and powerful and had a monetary status, would inevitably be the meat and potatoes. The first-class stewardesses will all be jumping on it. Even more so, she had heard from her sisters that the first-class restrooms were in the first-class restrooms. However, Zhou Ziwei was quite smart and bought 9 seats in a row by the window so that no one would disturb Yi Chen. Meanwhile no one else has a chance. If she wasn't afraid that Yi Chen would be bored, she would have wanted to charter the entire airplane. Yi Chen looked at the 9 air tickets in his hand and fell into deep thought. This girl is afraid she's not sick. Is she? 9 tickets? Yi Chen smiled helplessly. Stuck in time also do not have to wait in line to board the plane. Through the security check, the beautiful security checker lady eyes wide open happy. Straight up, it could be the envy of the women watching the scene. Yi Chen didn't think anything of it. Strictly speaking, this was his first time on an airplane. Security is tight on airplanes, totally unaware that it's only right for the women to check the women and the men to check the men. Handsome guy out of email? The security inspector asked Yi Chen. Next time. Yi Chen waved his hand. Handsome man, come often when you have time. Aha. Yi Chen nodded and registered to go. The security inspector watched Yi Chen leave in a daze, stating that he had to go to the restroom. When boarding the plane, the 2 flight attendants who greeted me at my door pulled one over the other and called me a big, handsome man. Yi Chen didn't care. His damn charm was just like that. Sitting down with 9 seats to myself. I can't tell you how spacious it is, except for the seats, which are perhaps not as comfortable as those in first class. There were a total of 5 flight attendants on board, all with excellent looks and temperament and figures, extreme in the eyes of the poor and, in the eyes of the rich. Compared to Zhou Ziwei, they were all a far cry, not on the same level. All the passengers took their seats, except for the 8 seats around Yi Chen, all of which were full. Faced with the passengers ushering in a gaze that was not the same as his own, Yi Chen did not bother to look. Some people are destined to be born as protagonists. It was a look he had long since grown accustomed to. The plane takes off. The flight was about 2 hours and was about to reach its destination. Looking out the window at the scenery, he suddenly noticed a point of light flashing quickly from the distance, then disappearing into the clouds. Since civil aircraft generally maintain an altitude of 8,000 to 20,000 meters after takeoff and climb. Instead, it was now cruising steadily at a minimum altitude of 8,000 meters, right in the middle of the clouds. Yi Chen didn't pay much attention to what that point of light was. There were 3 people in the cockpit of the airplane, the captain and co-pilot and the observer, who is also known as the second co-pilot. This configuration ensures that if 2 pilots are incapacitated, one will still be able to land the airplane safely. Something's not right. Something's approaching on radar. The observers carried out what was shown on the radar to be rapidly approaching. What's that? Is that your bird? Can you fly that high with that thing? The co-pilot joked, with a look of relief. No kidding. It looks like a missile. No good. It's really a missile. It's fast. The observer sounded anxious. The captain and co-pilot looked at each other and knew it was no joke. Took a closer look at the radar display. The long, striped shape with a tail at the end resembles a fish, but on closer inspection it is indeed a missile. Cruising altitude now 8,123 meters. It must be a missile all right. The captain was also in a hurry. his forehead covered in sweat in just a few seconds. How is this possible? This is the territory of Daxia. How can there be a missile attack? Quickly notify the tower to tell the military. Maybe the missiles locked on by mistake. The co-pilot was in a hurry, but it was indeed a talent that he could think calmly at this time. Tower, this is Ghost 86331. Go ahead. We're being attacked by missiles. We're approaching fast. Notify the military quickly. Yes, don't be in a hurry. I'll inform immediately. All the top brass at the tower were in a hurry, and one by one, they acted to contact the military immediately. The answer given was that no missiles were fired and that there were no military operations or training in the neighborhood. But missiles are real, and time waits for no one. The airport notified the flight attendants to tell everyone they must fasten their seatbelts immediately. Distance 1,000 meters. Too late. Observer road. Calm down. You must be calm and follow my command. The captain forced his composure. What's the cruising speed? 985 kilometers per hour. Okay, on my mark. Come on, dive down. Yes. The co-pilot pulled the joystick to dive down. The whole airplane tilted downward 45 degrees at once. It was also this that escaped a direct hit from the missile. Boom! But the missile still exploded. Armor-breaking kills damaged the belly of the plane and also punctured the fuel tanks. And aviation fuel was rapidly diminishing. No good. It's leaking oil. At this rate, at most 5 minutes a bit of oil is gone. It's also at least 150 kilometers from the airport. It's simply too late. Now a few people were really panicking. Includes the captain who has flown the airplane the longest. Meanwhile, the cabin was in chaos, with many people screaming desperately, unable to contain the fear within them. Everyone knows there are air crashes, but the probability of them happening is so low that it's basically like winning the lottery. Whoever encounters one is screwed. The plane shakes violently and dives downward again, who is not afraid. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen was considered to be the most calm, with no waves in his heart and an ancient well on his face. A missile attack. Is it coming at me? Daring to attack a civilian airliner with a missile in the territory of Daxia. Interesting. This makes things even more interesting. Yi Chen thought. He didn't need to deduce who did it. That would be pointless. All he had to do was go with the flow. And naturally he would know who did it when he should. Of course, if we know who did it, none of their 9 clans will be left behind. Yi Chen is not like to move to exterminate the 9 clans of people. That is too brutal. And the population said that there is pressure. But since he had provoked himself, even if it was not directed at him in the end, there was still a way to take his death. The 9 tribes must have thanked him and said, "Listen to me. Thank you for burying 3 acres of land because of you." Chapter 59, Paying the Price. Forced landing imminent. Gradually the plane began to smooth out and stopped diving downward. Don't panic everyone. All sit back and don't unbuckle your seatbelts. It's just a bump in the air currents. It's nothing. Please sit down, okay? Don't argue. Everyone calm down. Flight attendant voices came from stereos in various parts of the airplane. A few flight attendants were questioning the captain for a bit. After learning that the plane had stabilized and was fine for the time being, the 5 flight attendants hurriedly unbuckled their seatbelts. One of them, after checking that the first-class passengers were all right, reassured them that they should never unbuckle their seatbelts and return to economy class. 5 flight attendants sat on the empty seats beside and behind Yi Chen. Being close can better appease the many passengers in economy class. Are you okay, handsome? The flight attendant looked at Yi Chen. It's okay. You tell the captain that he definitely won't be able to get there by the original route, and go directly to the nearby military airport, southwest in the mountains, 90 kilometers away from here in a straight line. Fuel will last 5 minutes and 7 seconds. Must turn quickly. Yi Chen finished calmly. Ha! The beautiful temperamental stewardess wearing a short skirt and meat silk on the side was confused. I'm an army colonel. Quickly tell the captain to turn around. Yi Chen emphasized once more, taking out the colonel's shoulder patch from space in the process. Okay, I'll talk to the captain right away. The stewardess didn't dare hesitate. The phone goes straight to the cab and explains the situation. Okay, I get it. The captain was half convinced, but it was a gamble at this point. It wouldn't have lasted at all to try to land at the original airport. Even if you wanted to find a field or a highway to make a forced landing, you couldn't, because this is a ghost province. All big mountains. It's not easy to find a flat piece of land, so they can only gamble. 90 kilometers away. Only 5 minutes of fuel. Just enough to get there in theory at full speed. If that's not enough, there's still gliding for the last stretch, so it's just a matter of luck. After the plane turned, the captain stretched the plane to its maximum speed, but this steering process took nearly another 20 seconds, which amounted to another precious bit of forced landing time lost. All 3 crew members were unusually nervous. Cruising altitude 4,500 meters. Should we raise the altitude so the final dive distance can be longer? The co-pilot inquired. No need for that. Better save the gas. We can only pray that we have enough time, as long as the distance isn't too far. A forced landing could be a last-ditch effort, but the chances are still slim. This may be our last flight, and I'm glad I flew with you guys for so long. The captain laughed. At this point, he didn't care that much anymore. Me too. Even if it's our last flight, we're going all out. Yes, go all out and fight. The three of them clasped their palms together, already looking at death at this moment. Meanwhile, everyone in the command tower at Ghost Dragon International Airport, where they were scheduled to land, was already on high alert. A missile attack on a civilian airliner is a big deal. If it does end up not being salvaged, it is bound to cause an uproar. The airline stock plummeted and was investigated from top to bottom. Maybe all the people involved in their entire command tower, including the leaders, will have to be downgraded 3 levels in a row, or even be fired. That's not a responsibility anyone can afford. All did not dare to slow down and immediately notified the airline's big leaders to contact the military. Ghost Province Military Region Deputy Commander in Changshin, Commander Zhou Jiangwo, is the first time to receive the news. Incomparable shock. The two men sat directly and personally in command of the dispatch. Find out, immediately, where the missiles were launched from. Use military satellites, radar, ground forces, land forces, fighter cruises, all of them, and send them out in combat readiness, Zhou Jiangwo ordered. He was really pissed off. Someone in the territory of my Hall of Dasha even dared to use missiles to attack civilian airplanes. Whoever it is will have to be uncovered for me. It must be made to pay a terrible price, Zhou Jiangwo said majestically. He was well aware of the seriousness of the matter this time. It's not just as simple as a civilian airline that likely can't be saved from crashing, resulting in a large number of civilian deaths and injuries. Rather, it is an extremely serious act of provocation against the entire Xia. All the top echelons of the Grand Xia would definitely be shaken by this. Yes, promise to finish the job. Soon the deputy commander began to deploy in detail, with thousands of fighters on the ground expanding their search, fighters in the air covering, and helicopters searching. There are also multiple satellites in the sky all tuned in to search. With this kind of tight deployment, it's almost impossible for someone to launch a missile and then disappear without a trace. Where's the nearest airport that's ready to land? I want the nearest airport, Zhou Jiangwo asked. Yes, there are land and air units right next to the Lightning Special Forces military camp, and there's a small airfield there that can take off and land medium-sized military transport planes. But civil airliners require a high runway length, and I don't know if 800 meters is enough. A major in charge of information communications returned. It's not enough even if it's not enough. Go tell them to stand by coordinates T702 Military Airport, Zhou Jiangwo ordered. Yes, communications personnel were quickly contacted. The tower at Ghost Dragon International Airport received the message and dared not delay. Ghost 86331. This is the tower chief at Ghost Dragon International Airport. Do you copy? Do you copy? A voice came from the tower. Copy that. We've contacted the military. There is the nearest military airfield in the direction you're heading. The runway is about 800 meters in length and 80 in width. The weather is perfect. The visibility is 100%. Can you hold out until then? Ghost 86331 Roger. We've learned of the military airfield ahead and are flying at full speed. However, a leaking fuel tank can't guarantee we'll hold on to it, but we'll certainly give it our best shot. You guys can do it. Believe in yourselves. You're the best pilots. By the way, how did you know there was a military airfield up ahead? There just happens to be a young army colonel in economy class, about 20 years old. Well, you guys keep up the flying and we'll keep following up. Understood. On Zhou Jiangwo's side, his face was extremely grave. One of the two-seat, twin-engine heavy fighters that had just been dispatched had temporarily given up its training mission and had come to fly alongside Ghost 86331 500 meters to his left. But the images coming from the camera were extremely disturbing to him. The belly of the airplane, where the cargo hold is located, is still burning, and the small tail at the back of the airplane has also suffered considerable damage. In particular, the plane had armor-breaking kill penetrations in the left and right wings, and both sides were leaking oil constantly. Tell me, what are the chances of them surviving? Zhou Jiangwo roared, his fists clenched tightly, extremely angry inside. The situation is critical. There is definitely not enough fuel to reach the airport. The best-case scenario is a distance of 3 kilometers and a final glide-forced landing. Worst-case 5-kilometer glide-forced landing. But either way the chances of them surviving are less than 10 or even less than 1%, as projected by the supercomputer, the major said in frustration. Chapter 60, catching an airplane with his bare hands, the shock that set off the whole audience. What kind of crap computer? I don't believe in computerized deduction. I only believe in human determination. Order the ground forces to prepare for the worst. Yes. At that moment, the correspondent received a message from the air tower side, reporting to the commander. The captain's side says there's a young army colonel in his mid-20s on the plane. What do you mean? 20 or so colonels? Zhou Jiangwo was shocked in his heart, and a bad feeling struck him. A 20-year-old colonel, could it be Mr. Yi? Is he on this flight? Zhou Jiangwo thought. After all, looking at the whole of Daxia, there were 20-year-old majors, but they were also rare. Either that or a supreme genius in the field of scientific research. Either that or a cutting-edge senior at a military academy. But there were absolutely no colonels at 20. Not even lieutenant colonels at 25. Not to mention 20-year-old colonel. Therefore, he directly thought of Yi Chen. Get the plane closer to see what's going on with the passengers in the cabin. Yes. The fighters approached to a closest distance of 50 meters from the aircraft. The pilot in the back seat of the fighter jet took a military high-definition video camera to simulcast the filming. Looking through the window of the plane, the passengers inside the plane were waving, and there were tears in their eyes, a heartfelt sense of reassurance at the sight of the soldiers. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the soldiers in the entire military command room were wet. Even in this kind of crisis, as soon as they see a soldier, they unconditionally believe that as long as there is a soldier there, they will be able to save them. That's absolute trust. But that trust also weighs heavily. There is not a single person here who has the power to save this disaster. Just when everyone's mood was getting a little low and sad, Zhou Jiangwo suddenly saw something and his eyes were frozen. Zoom in on the one in white. When zoomed in to the point where he could clearly see the side of Yi Chen's face, Zhou Jiangwo's heart thumped. It's Mr. Yi, it's over. Even a patriarch couldn't have survived the plane crash. That was his first thought. But then he thought, no, Mr. Yi easily carries armor-piercing bullets, and even anti-tank RPGs and small surface-to-surface missiles can't hurt him. Even if the plane crashes, you should be able to survive by jumping moments before the crash. If Mr. Yi really died because of the plane crash, then his Zhou family has an unshirkable responsibility. It would have been better to send a special plane to fly secretly to the military base. It's too late to say anything but pray that Mr. Yi and all the passengers are okay. By the way, could it be that this attack is targeting Mr. Yi? Zhou Jiangwo suddenly thought, and the possibilities are great. After all, who would take the huge risk of offending Daxia just to hit a civilian airliner? Isn't that just sick in the head? Or there were other important passengers on this plane. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to slack off. Quick, check all passenger information on the plane, Zhou Jiangwo said. Checked it out. There is indeed an extremely important person and a call just came from the top that Dr. Yuan Chanan Yuan is in the first-class cabin of the plane. She is the most outstanding scientist in our Daxia, and at the young age of 40, she succeeded in researching a weapon that was enough to change the fate of the country. If something were to happen to him, it would be an unparalleled and great loss for Daxia. This time it was also to meet my daughter, so I chose civil aviation. But it just seems that the trip was exposed after all. The higher-ups said to keep Dr. Yuan as long as possible no matter what. He absolutely cannot have an accident. Major communicators said. That's right, this was a premeditated attack, and it was aimed at Dr. Yuan. Damn. Zhou Jiangwo was angry but helpless. Commander, perhaps only a grandmaster can save Dr. Yuan. Legend has it that grandmasters have been able to initially possess the ability to fly. If a grandmaster is present, he can at least save Dr. Yuan from being rescued. And Nagisa thought to himself, it's too late. It's too late. Even if we find a great master willing to help, it's simply too late to rescue. Now we can only listen to God. Nope, maybe there's a chance. Zhou Jiangwo suddenly thought of Yi Chen. Through Zhou Weiguo's words, Yi Chen should be stronger than a grandmaster. Most likely a grandmaster. Though it was highly unlikely and hadn't really been proven. Yi Chen hadn't demonstrated the ability to fly either. But one could only pray that Yi Chen was a grandmaster. Or at least try. Zhou Jiangwo took out his phone and called Yi Chen. Luckily, Yi Chen was using the latest Huayu cell phone with satellite communication. Even in this case it works. Hey, Mr. Yi, I saw you, and there's something I'd like you not to tell anyone. The plane is almost 100% going down. The fuel won't last. There's no way to salvage it. But there's a scientist named Yuan Chanan in the first-class cabin who absolutely mustn't have anything happen to him. I know what you can do. You'll be fine. But I want you to take him with you when you can. And if you really can't do anything about it, that's fine. Make sure you save yourself first. Speaking here, Zhou Jiangwo waited for Yi Chen's reply. Not only him, but everyone in the command room listened in silence. It'll be fine. Yi Chen hung up the phone after 5 simple words. To Zhou Jiangwo and everyone around him, he was confused. Yi Chen's words were ambiguous, and no one knew exactly what he meant. Will he himself be okay? Or will Dr. Yuan be okay? Commander, who is this man? And Shinshin wondered if there was someone high up on the plane. Patriarch Yi Chen Yi, the newly appointed chief instructor of the Lightning Special Forces. The family of the demon governor was killed by him. Everyone was already shocked by the first words, but the latter were the bombshell. Is he Yi Chen? the teenage patriarch who caused a huge stir at the top. It is indeed more than appropriate for him to be the chief instructor of the Lightning Special Forces. Just can he really save Dr. Yuan? A patriarch is powerful, but not a great patriarch. He does have the ability to survive on his own, but the chances of that are slim to none if he's taking an ordinary man with no hands, unless he's a grandmaster. And Shanshin was shocked that Yi Chen was on the airplane. At the same time, he understood better that the chances of a non-archmaster saving someone in a plane crash were not great. Manpower was sometimes poor, and this surpassed the limits of the patriarch. We'd better hope Mr. Yi succeeds. If it fails, as long as Mr. Yi is fine, it will be the best outcome. The Zhou family prayed silently in their hearts. Both Dr. Yuan and Yi Chen are of extraordinary importance to Daxia. If it is really impossible to preserve Dr. Yuan, then it can only be blamed on unfavorable security and a mole who revealed Dr. Yuan's whereabouts. This is treason, and death by lynching is not too much to ask. I hope they're both okay. And Shanshin inwardly prayed as well. And Yi Chen sat in his position from the beginning to the end of the calm, as if everything has nothing to do with him, just quietly enjoy the scenery outside the window. The stewardesses on the side looked dumbfounded. Worthy of being an army colonel, they had indeed seen big scenes. There is a kind of Tarzan collapse in front of the lofty and unmoving atmosphere. Based on that alone, the 3-star colonel rank was certainly not earned through the MyLT Gen. Dad connection. Aren't you afraid, handsome? The best-looking flight attendant among the 5 people on the side suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen shook his head, rather than shaking her hand away. Didn't you see that people are scared? It's normal for ordinary people to be scared. You'll all be fine. Tell all passengers to make sure they fasten their seatbelts and that the plane will make a forced landing in 30 seconds. Yes, the stewardess emphasized that even after that, everyone buckled their seatbelts. And by now the 3 crew members in the cockpit were sweating profusely. Just less than a few hundred meters away from the military airport, there was the most elite Lightning Special Force barracks in the entire Ghost Province. The land-based aviation unit next to it is the military force paired with the Lightning Special Forces for their missions. At this moment 30 Lightning Special Force warriors were lined up waiting for the new chief instructor who might arrive at any moment. But they had been standing here for a whole morning. Their eyes were barely open from the sun, and the new chief instructor was late in arriving. Damn it, what new chief instructor? Making us wait all morning and still not arriving. What qualifications does he have? Is he good? I heard it's just a brat. I can beat him with one finger and still be our chief instructor. I see it's again the son of which logistic general's family. He himself has little ability, still let his baby son come to gild the lily. What do you think our Lightning Special Forces are? And come to gild the lily. If he's not much good, my fists won't spoil him. Humph, dare to make us wait all morning. If he comes later, let him have some bones. I'd like to see what he's capable of and what qualifies him to be our chief instructor. That's right, if you want to be our chief instructor, then you have to be at least a peak inner strength martial artist. A senior among martial artists. My fists are hungry for more. Radar shows a range of 16 kilometers, about 20 seconds of fuel, current flight speed of 300 meters per second, weather clear, light breeze, elevation 1,300 meters, altitude 4,310 meters. Here comes the worst case scenario. We have to glide from a distance of at least 10 kilometers with little wind. We don't stand a chance. Nonsense. We should never give up until the last moment. Let's fight for a chance of survival together with our lives. Well, let's do it. The big deal is that people die. Overthink it. Once it crashes, you save money on cremation. Asterisk. Can you say something human? Ha ha ha. In this atmosphere, fuel is about to leak out. Stretch the head up. Quick. The captain raised the plane's head in the last 3 seconds and tilted it 45 degrees forward and upward, to get an optimal gliding attitude. It was then left to fate. After all, none of them had ever tried to see if it was actually possible to glide safely when the airplane had no fuel, no power at all, and at the same time not much wind. Although the recorded record for the furthest civil aviation has glided when out of fuel is a little over 100 kilometers, but that's because on the ocean, the sea of updraft stretches on and on. But the weather here is cloudless and shows little wind, and the neighborhood is full of mountains, not to mention updrafts, maybe even a few spiral air currents. Once rolled in, the airplane has to lose some more glide distance, all the way to 300 meters from the airport. The mangled plane's rear tail broke off a piece. The airplane's head tilted to the left front, then tilted 80 degrees toward the bottom of the incline and fell straight down. There's no updraft to pull it back at all. The plane went down. Everyone get ready to put out the fire as fast as you can. One can be saved. Military airport firefighters and military people watched this scene with a heartbreaking heart. Some even no longer want to look at it. With tears in their eyes, they were all ready to put out the fire. So it was clear that in their opinion the people in this airplane were dead, with no chance of survival. falling from a height of nearly 4,000 meters to an elevation of 1,000 or so meters. With the acceleration of gravity, the power is unimaginable. It's over. It's all over. Mr. Yi go now. Zhou Jiangwo looked at the images taken from various viewpoints on the ground air on the screen and was powerless to do anything about it. At this speed, saving someone can only save a dead person. There is no way to guarantee that the protector will not die. Even a patriarch would have to drink the Northwest. He only hoped that Yi Chen would be safe and alive. Since he was already destined to fall an excellent scientist, he couldn't afford to lose another talented martial artist. All the senior generals in the entire command room were all incredibly frustrated and sad, and could only watch as the airplane gradually turned into a vertical fall. Mr. Yi, you have to go. If you're late, it'll be too late. Zhou Jiangwo dialed the phone and shouted, his face full of anxiety. It's all going to be fine. Still 5 simple words. Then just as the plane was a mere 600 meters from the ground, Yi Chen disappeared from his seat and appeared on the ground. And the location just happened to be on the expansive training grounds of the Lightning Special Forces. The 30 Lightning Special Forces soldiers had long since retreated to their bunkers 300 meters away, watching the crash scene. What's going on? Why is there a man there? Hey, come on. Run, run, run. The Special Forces shouted frantically, and Yi Chen acted like he didn't hear it. Looking at the airplane that was falling and smashing towards him right above, Yi Chen's arm went upwards, bracing his palm to give a slow push upwards. The plane that had been on its last beyond twice the speed of sound to fall crashed down. At this moment, all of them, whether they saw it on the spot or watched from the command room, closed their eyes unwilling to look at it again, and an explosion like the one everyone imagined didn't occur. One might even say it was quiet. Suddenly someone opened their eyes and looked. How is that possible? This caused everyone's curiosity to open their eyes, only to find that the plane was just head to the ground, stationary. Those on the scene look closely while the camera closes in, only to see that it wasn't exactly Yi Chen who was directly underneath the airplane. With the upward movement of his one hand, he actually caught the entire falling civilian airplane. This is close to 200 tons of large civilian airliner, more than 600 meters of falling speed. Gravity acceleration is difficult to imagine how horrible its impact, but it was this absolutely impossible scene that just appeared for real. It's not a movie, it's something you see with your own eyes. It is said that hearing is not believing. This scene was a shock to all who saw it. All were shocked regardless of position. And for Yi Chen, it was nothing more than a simple operation. Not to mention picking up airliners with your bare hands. Even picking up nuclear weapons with your bare hands is not out of the question. Is he a god? The Lightning Special Forces each had their mouths open wide enough to fit into an apple. Being the closest and seeing the most clearly, it's safe to say they've never had a better day in their lives. Seeing this scene is not a regret in this life. Chapter 61, Jaw-dropping. He's a grandmaster. What with the acceleration of gravity and what with forces acting on each other. If one is powerful enough, one can ignore the basic laws of physics. And Yi Chen was precisely such a strong person. Yi Chen gently put the airplane down. Coming to the side of the plane, he waved his hand, and the hatch inside instantly popped out an emergency escape route worth over $100,000. Yi Chen came to the hatch. It's fine. Everyone go down and get ready to go home. The economy class was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Yi Chen, who was like a heavenly god. The plane was too big and the view was all blocked, so of course they didn't see that it was Yi Chen who saved the plane. But then Yi Chen appears outside, opens the hatch, and says it's okay. Although all of us here are ordinary people, there is no stupid bee. Can we not know what is going on when we think about it? Handsome, are you the one who saved us? A female asked tentatively. Well, who else could it be? Okay, hurry up and pack up and get off the plane. It wasn't a very pleasant trip, but the good news is that it turned out well. All go. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he didn't care if the 5 flight attendants who reacted wanted to come over to hug her and kiss her or thank her or whatever. Down in a flash backwards, idly looking around at his surroundings. It was as if he had just done a trivial thing that didn't interest him in the slightest and was immediately forgotten. The 5 stewardesses stood at the cabin door looking at Yi Chen's back. They knew that they were afraid that it would be very difficult for them to fall in love with a man again in their lives. Once I saw Yi Chen, I was mistaken for life. Decades later in a nursing home, 5 good girlfriends sit and talk. When talking about meeting the man for the first time, memories and fascination spread across each face. This must be the barracks of the Lightning Special Forces. Repairing deep in the mountains is not a bad environment. Yi Chen loitering. The 30 lightning specialists, however, had not yet recovered from their shock. It was the firefighters from the Land and Air Force at the airport as well as the fighters who came to the rescue that brought them back from their shock. Due to the location just now, there were only 30 special forces and a small number of personnel who saw the scene of Yi Chen single-handedly saving the airplane at the scene. The soldiers of the Land Navigation Unit did not see Yi Chen as they were blocked by the building. Instead, the plane was seen to fall to the ground without exploding. much less any hint of deformation. That's a little hard to imagine, but reacting to save lives came first, and they were confused as to what was really going on. As for the video uploaded to the command room from the various surveillance locations, all the senior generals and correspondents in the command room had a clear view. Jaws dropped in shock. Especially Yi Chen's style of doing things was as if he had done something trivial. There was no going in front of the masses to play enjoying praise and bragging rights and kisses from beautiful women. Instead, he wandered off without a care in the world, as if skulking through his own backyard. What kind of divine calm mood is this? He's really a grandmaster? And Changshin, the deputy commander of the military region, looked at Zhou Jiangwo and pointed at Yi Chen shaking hands on the screen. Don't ask me. I don't know, Mr. Yi hasn't admitted to being a grandmaster either. Zhou Jiangwo expressed confusion. Although his father had guessed that Yi Chen's strength was far more than simply a zongsher, but he was skeptical. Today there is no doubt at all. Pops is worthy of being Pops. His eyesight is not comparable to mine. I can't believe that Pops really guessed right. Mr. Yi is definitely not a grandmaster. Not even just a grandmaster, though the Archon hasn't appeared in decades. But the legendary great masters shouldn't be this ridiculously strong. A 200-ton aircraft falling at nearly 700 meters per second. The power has been no less than the mother of all tactical weapons bombs, and even far greater in energy impact. Can an average grandmaster really be this strong? Zhou Jiangwo thought, without going through dozens of question marks in his head. However, one thing was certain. Yi Chen had never admitted that he was a zongsher. He just didn't give a damn about martial arts powerhouses of any realm. So just how strong he was, Zhou Jiangwei really couldn't guess. So Yi Chen, oh no, Mr. Yi is a grandmaster. A grandmaster who hasn't come out in decades? And Changshin asked. I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Mr. Yi never said what realm this is, but I'm sure it's not far off. All in all news about this matter all about Mr. Yi is blocked and cannot be revealed to the outside world, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Also, all those passengers have to be warned not to say anything they shouldn't. In short, all video backups of today's incident are copied and handed over to the top, and the rest is completely deleted. Classify it as confidential. In addition, the plane crash matter concerns a supreme martial arts talent and valuable and incomparable scientist of my great summer. Therefore, all fighters who know about it are all required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Got it? Yes, do it immediately. After the command, Zhou Jiangwo collapsed into a chair. At the moment he couldn't help but take out a cigarette and smoke it. The ignition is a little jittery. The mind was on something very important. Father really made the most correct decision by having the Zhou family attached to Mr. Yi. With Mr. Yi sheltering us, my Zhou family's position is untouchable. I didn't dare to think about it before, but now it seems that I can also compete for that position of Commander-in-Chief of the Jinling military region. Zhou Jiangwo thought. His younger brother Zhou Tianxiang dared to think about a 10-star guard marshal. It was normal for him to think about the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Jinling military region. This original self is the backbone of many. But suddenly one day it turns out that you have a looming mountain to lean on, and you can't tell me how good that feels. Zhou Jiangwo can only sigh that it's great to have a backer. Old Zhou Yu guy is not generous at all. You should have introduced me to Mr. Yi ages ago. Such a big shot. You even hit it. And Changshin was upset. I've only known Mr. Yi for less than a week, too. But who let my family's old man know people? And that's how he was able to strike a good relationship with Mr. Yi. Zhou Jiangwo laughed, speaking lightly, but still not without some smugness. The corners of his mouth were grinning up to his ears. Old Zhou, is it still a good brother who shared the same suffering? You must help me to introduce me. Go now. Go together to pay respect to Mr. Yi. How can such a high-ranking person be neglected? We have to go in person. And Changshin was a bit impatient and grabbed Zhou Jiangwo to leave. Don't worry, let's finish things. You can't forget that this is a missile attack, and if we can't catch the culprit, we'll be in trouble too. Right. Almost forgot about this matter. Take care of it first, then we'll go together to pay our respects to Mr. Yi. And Changshin held back his excitement. Yes, but my Zhou family is already dependent on Mr. Yi, so I have to ask you what you're looking for Mr. Yi for? Zhou Jiangwo stared at him. My family can also rely on I worship Mr. Yi as a big brother is not enough. Dug out. Where's your modesty? Mr. Yi is only 18. 18? You mean Mr. Yi is only 18. 18 Grandmaster. Wait. I need to take a breather. Yeah, I just turned 18. Then I'll worship Mr. Yi as my godfather. Dig it? You're being really uncouth. What do you know? Hug a big one. Not too shabby. Good guy. I'm actually speechless. I didn't realize that you're still so shameless at your age. Same to each other. Zhou Jiangwo and In Shangxing were also considered to have grown up wearing the same pants. Material scarcity in those days. They played together and grew up together. Firecrackers to blow up cow dung. Slingshot birds, go down the river to touch the shrimp. Watch the widow wash. Ahem. In short, everything has been done. Then they went into the army together just after they became adults. Soon after, they both went to military school on merit during a major military operation. That's what allowed him to rise to this position at the age of just 40. Less than 50. A one-star general with the rank of commander of the Ghost Province military region as well as the important position of deputy commander. Chapter 62, he's the chief instructor. Mom, I'm getting ahead. On Yi Chen's side, 30 Lightning Special Forces soldiers watched Yi Chen from afar, but none of them dared to approach. They also wanted to go forward to say hello, but none of them dared to go forward as they were intimidated by Yi Chen's strength. Who the hell is he? How can he be so powerful? A martial arts master? Catch bullets with bare hands. I've seen martial arts masters such as the dragon. The strength is exceptionally powerful, gathering gas into the astral, ignoring hot weapons attacks, but not so outrageous. Catching airplanes with bare hands. This is still a person? Legend has it that all under martial arts masters are ants. Could it be that he is a martial arts master? Absolutely impossible. I've personally seen martial arts masters go all out, and they are far from being able to reach a level like his. The difference is more than a star and a half. Then can I assume that he is in existence beyond a martial arts master? Beyond martial grandmaster? Is there still this realm? Why haven't I heard of it? Didn't they say that martial grandmaster is already the limit? Who told you that? Legend has it that above the martial grandmasters are the great grandmasters, which are divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the weakest and the 9th grade being the strongest. Holy, I didn't realize you knew so much. That's right, after all, I'm from a martial arts family, and if I've never eaten pork, I've always seen a pig run, so some secret messages can still be known. That means he's a martial arts grandmaster. A grandmaster that a grandmaster is no match for? I don't know. Why don't you go and have a go at him? Forget it, I want to live a few more decades. Yi Chen naturally heard their discussion from a distance, but did not care. Instead, observe the training equipment here. Thousands of clichés, only suitable for training ordinary fighters or those who are physically stronger. Trying to train really strong soldiers would be a bit pedestrian. At that moment, a military SUV drove up and 3 men got out of it. It was the same 3 soldiers who had previously given Yi Chen a letter of appointment. 3-star Colonel Li Qi, 1-star Major Zhao Chang, and Chen Zi. They're coming back from Ghost Dragon International Airport at full speed. Originally, he was responsible for picking up Yi Chen at the airport, but he didn't expect to receive the news that a civilian plane had force-landed at the camp, and that Yi Chen, the new chief instructor of the Lightning Special Forces, was on the flight. That's how they got back fast. Just after getting out of the car, he saw Yi Chen standing with his hands in the distance, as well as the group of special forces that were cowering and observing Yi Chen on the other side. And of course there was the airplane lying quietly on the far lawn and the people being rescued. But rescuing airplane passengers has nothing to do with them. It's not their mission. Their first priority was to receive Patriarch Yi Chen Yi. Not daring to slow down, the 3 of them trotted over. All present and accounted for. Li Qi's voice rang out, and the 30 special soldiers reacted and hurriedly stood straight in formation. But the rest of his eyes were still looking at Yi Chen. They're tempted to say, Chief of Staff, you leave us alone. This super is here. You might as well think about how you're going to cope. Lightning Special Force Staff Officer Li Qi, pay respects to Mr. Yi. Captain Zhao Chang, Vice Captain Chen Zi, pay respects to Chief Instructor. The 3 of them said respectfully to Yi Chen. Patriarchs were like dragons. They didn't dare to slack off. Aha! Yi Chen nodded, then turned to look at the 3. Another look to the 30 special forces standing straight ahead. It was then that they realized something immensely important. Yi Chen turned out to be that new chief instructor who had been temporarily transferred from above to teach them. This super martial arts powerhouse is actually the chief instructor? Holy, I'm not dreaming. The big guy who catches airplanes with his bare hands is our chief instructor. Really? Hit me. I seriously doubt I'm dreaming. There's no need to doubt it. The chief of staff has said so. It's definitely not wrong. An existence that surpasses a patriarch giving us a chief instructor. What an honor. Mom, I'm making out. Didn't you guys still say you were going to give the new chief instructor a hard time before? Here's your chance. Get on it. I'm with you. Emotionally. Yeah, who was it that said fists are hungry? I think you're really hungry. You dare to get into anything. Go ahead. The chief instructor is right there. Shut up, you guys. You can die if you don't talk. What if the chief instructor hears you? Do you want to get me killed? Big brothers, I'm wrong, okay? Shut up, you guys. I don't want to die. A group of people whispered and almost fought internally. Shut up. Yi Chen's voice was as loud as a flood bell. and even that sound wave energy visible to the naked eye spread instantly. The 30 Special Forces soldiers were shocked and their brains buzzed, covering their ears and almost fainting. Instead, Richie and the others were unaffected. All were curious about how Yi Chen did it. Could the voice even be recognized against? A soldier's gotta be a soldier. All of them, weight 150 pounds, run 10 laps around the airport. If you don't finish today, you don't have to eat dinner, and then run tomorrow. This time originally the other instructors were unruly in front of them. It even screwed away 2 chief instructors of 30 good Special Forces soldiers. One was so terrified that he didn't care that his ears hurt and was faster than a rabbit, picking up a tactical backpack full of rocks and running. All of them were energized, fearing that if they ran slowly, they would be gapped by Yi Chen. It was mainly because he was frightened by Yi Chen. 2 words made them almost faint. Catching large civil aviation aircraft with bare hands. These various godlike means made them fearful and at the same time incomparably worshipful. In the Special Forces, which are full of pricks, there has always been a reverence for the strong. Yi Chen had undoubtedly used his absolute strength to leave them with an indelible memory. Naturally, the individual served Yi Chen. Can you not be convinced? In front of such a big man, if you pretend to be B, will you be directly slapped to death? Looking at them running desperately one by one, Yi Chen nodded his head. As the saying goes, if you don't cut jade, you can't make it. Each and every one of these Special Forces soldiers, although their physiques far exceeded those of ordinary people, were vastly different from inner strength martial artists. It can only be described as an elite existence beyond the limits of the human body, but none of them entered the outer strength. If you don't train hard and frustrate them, you will still progress later. Would 10 laps be a little too much? Chen Zi whispered. It's 8 kilometers in 1 lap, 80 kilometers in 10 laps, and you have to carry 150 pounds. It's too hard. Zhao Chang sighed. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so ruthless right off the bat. I can't help it. He's the chief instructor and I can't interfere when it comes to training. Richie wiped the sweat from his forehead. What are you two standing around for? You go too. Yi Chen said. What? Are we going to run too? Chen Zi and Zhao Chang were confused. Neither of them usually have to train with the team. Just be responsible for assisting the instructors. Usually sitting in an open-topped military vehicle and abusing these Special Forces. How did it change with Yi Chen? Boom! As a result, in the next moment, Yi Chen flicked his finger, and the terrifying airwave was unstoppable, and the 2 of them flew out backwards with a mouthful of blood spraying wildly. It flew 24 meters to his knees before coming to a stop. I'm only going to say this once. Next time, life or death, Yi Chen said indifferently. Yes, chief instructor. The 2 men struggled to get up, almost fainting with a breath of relief. Bracing himself for the pain, he stripped off his major's uniform and set off in his shirt carrying a 150-pound backpack. When the Special Forces soldiers saw that the captain and vice-captain, who usually trained them, were actually training with them, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin up to his ears. Ha ha, it's finally that day. Great. You usually know how to abuse us. Now you're stupid. The chief instructor is mighty. It's so good. I feel like I'm filled with power. Everyone step up. We can never lose to the captain and co-captain. Shake them off at least once. Ha ha ha. Charge. Saw one of them running faster than the other. Zhao Chang and Chen Zi gritted their teeth. They had just been hit by Yi Chen and their bones ached. So how could they outrun these chicken-blooded guys? Especially Chen Zi, who was the only female in the Lightning Special Forces, receiving the same attack as Zhao Chang, not to mention, still have to run the same distance with the same load as them. Who the hell can handle that? Of course she didn't dare to complain. Mainly Yi Chen was too strong. Junior martial arts grandmaster that was. Li Chi couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. He also wanted to open his mouth to refute Yi Chen, but he couldn't find a reason to do so. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with Yi Chen doing that. It's just more or less impersonal. Chapter 63, please weld the damn steel helmet on. Mr. Yi, since we've arrived at the barracks, shouldn't we change into this uniform as well? Li Chi simply didn't care about those. Instead he reminded Yi Chen, this is also helping people on the side. As the saying goes, there are no rules. Since Yi Chen was so strict with them, then does Yi Chen himself have to set an example by wearing a good uniform so that he can set an example? Otherwise people will take offense. And how could Li Chi know that none of the 30 special soldiers would express their disobedience and obey? On the contrary, Zhao Chang, Chen Zi, and Li Chi, still didn't know about Yi Chen catching the airplane with his bare hands. Otherwise surely they would have behaved as well. The strong make the rules, and I happen to be. You go too. It's been a while since you've been active as chief of staff. Yi Chen didn't even wait for Li Chi to refuse between his words. With a wave of his hand Richie flew over and smashed in front of the backpack. If not for the fact that he was already at the peak of his external strength, he would have more or less broken a few bones. Didn't you hear what I said? The terrifying pressure between Yi Chen's words had caused Li Qi to feel 10,000 pounds of gravity on his body. As soon as he ordered it, he could barely catch his breath and just burped on it. I hear you, Mr. Yi, I hear you, Richie said with difficulty. Only then did Yi Chen withdraw his pressure. If they overtake you for a lap, you'll do just as well as anyone else as chief of staff. Yes, Mr. Yi. Li Qi rushed to run and ran faster than anyone else. He was really scared. He felt that what Yi Chen had said was not just as simple as replacing him with the chief of staff position, but killing him. And so it seemed that he had developed his potential to the extreme at this moment, directly catching up with Zhao Chang Chunzi, who was already running ahead. What's the matter? High on drugs? How come they're running faster than us? Zhao Chang was confused. Wait, what's with Chief of Staff Leech coming on the run too? I don't know, but if we can't even outrun him, we don't live. Yeah, well, I'll fight you. Watching them run as hard as they can with great spirit. Yi Chen nodded. Casually a rope hangs between two trees and sleeps on it. At his level, resting or not resting made no difference. But now that we're back on Earth, it's time to take a break and change back to a normal person. Passengers were also quickly transferred to the Ghost City Airlines Grand Hotel under the escort of buses. The subsequent pacification, as well as the related compensation, has to be done properly. As for the plane, since it is in the mountains and a classified military base, it can only be dismantled and shipped back to the airline in a transport plane. Of course, there's no such thing as an impermeable wall, and the missile attack on the airplane won't stay hidden for long. As for Dr. Yuan Chang'an Yuan, he was not transferred at first. Even a secret ride on a civilian airplane within Daxia was attacked by a missile, so you can imagine that the mole has infiltrated. Shifting in a hurry will only give the other side a chance to kill, so staying in the barracks for the time being is the best option. There's a full complement of land and air regiments here, and a lightning special forces unit. It added up to over 2,000 warriors. Weapons and equipment are also all newly equipped with new types of weapons. Under such protection, it was naturally much safer than a hasty transfer. At the very least, the missile launchers and whoever was behind it must be uncovered. Dr. Yuan, I'm sorry to have put you through this. 2 lieutenant colonels of the Land Aviation Regiment as well as a colonel came forward to care for Yuan Chang'an. It's okay, it's not alive and well. What happened? Was it really that young man who saved us? Yuan Chang'an looked in Yi Chen's direction. Only a few hundred meters away. He could still see it. That's right, Mr. Yi is the new chief instructor of the Lightning Special Forces, and he's the one who saved all of you, the colonel exclaimed. If he hadn't repeatedly checked what was on the monitor, he wouldn't have believed that manpower could catch an airplane with his bare hands. He had wanted to go up and say hello to Yi Chen just now to get acquainted. As a result, I didn't expect Yi Chen to directly start training special forces, and the captain, vice captain, and even the chief of staff were taught a lesson to go running, and Yi Chen himself lay on the rope and slept. He immediately braked under his feet, thinking that it was better not to disturb Yi Chen rashly, in case Yi Chen asked him to run as well. Was it to run or not to run? It's incredible that human power can reach this point. Is this Mr. Yi what you call a martial arts master? Yuan Chang'an was curious that its main research was in the direction of various new types of weapons. The division of martial artists into realm strengths is still unclear. That's not the case. Mr. Yi may be even stronger than a martial arts grandmaster, an existence beyond a grandmaster. The colonel explained. An existence beyond a sovereign. What kind of strength is that? A grandmaster. A grandmaster who hasn't been around for decades, and perhaps the only one with the strength to catch an airplane with his bare hands. Colonel analysis. It's too powerful. If I can get Mr. Yi to assist me in my research, I'm sure there will be an even bigger breakthrough in research. Yuan Chang'an said excitedly. This needs to be requested from above, and Mr. Yi's opinion has to be sought. After all, the current Mr. Yi doesn't have the time. He still has to train the Lightning Special Forces. Speaking here, he looked in Yi Chen's direction. Yuan Chang'an also looked over, but Yi Chen was sleeping, and it was more or less embarrassing. Alright, then we'll talk about it later, and we'll thank Mr. Yi properly then. Too tired. I need to rest. Dr. Yuan, come with me. Several people assisted Dr. Yuan into the barracks building, the room on the 3rd floor that was assigned to him. It has all the amenities. The windows and walls are all bulletproof, and it's usually where the military brass hunkers down in case of an emergency and continues to direct dispatch. Of course, there are even stronger underground bases deep underground, where it's safer, only there's no sun, so I'm afraid Dr. Yuan won't be able to get used to living there. There is a company of fighters guarding the area around here, as well as snipers on the outskirts of the military base at all times as a way to keep you safe. Got it. I'm resting, you guys go out. Dr. Yuan lay down and fell asleep. After such a vicious missile attack, all he wanted to do was sleep. On Zhou Jiangwo's side, he commanded a large number of warriors to search the mountain. An area was delineated with satellite screening and then searched from all sides inward. Helicopters, infrared night vision, life detectors, high-tech equipment is used all the time. Reporting to the commander, missile launchers have been sighted. What type of missile? It's an old anti-aircraft missile that Goose was officially equipped with in '58. Were there any clues left behind? Yes, there are footprints and fingerprints, and it is presumed that there are at least 10 people, among whom there should be martial arts experts. Find them at all costs, try to take them alive, and find out who's behind this. Yes. In this way tens of thousands of fighters contracted the encirclement and airborne helicopter gunships covered the advance. Soon both sides had exchanged fire. However, due to the firepower of the helicopter gunships, even if the enemy manages to take a small advantage at first, it will be suppressed by rapid reinforcements. It can only be returned. They also really didn't expect that Xia would be so crazy as to send out 10,000 soldiers in order to catch them. That's just as well. Fighter drones, helicopter gunships, air and space. There's no place to run if you want to. Damn it, Baka. Slashers, the Daxia people are cunning as hell. If I had known I wouldn't have taken this mission, charging you $30 million. I'd have to put my life on the line. One of the 10 said. He was at the late stage of internal strength, but he could only bolt under the bullets. Unable to help himself as a martial arts expert who fights with his fists, but he can only pick up the M16 and withdraw while fighting. The terrain here is complicated. They're not advancing that fast. There's a hidden cave a kilometer to the northwest. If we go in we can escape the encirclement. This mission was a joint effort between multiple parties of ours, and it can be considered a big success. Once we escape, Daxia won't have time to catch us, and they'll still have to justify the crash. Come on, run, they're catching up. The 10 men hurriedly retreated, not shooting backward, escaping first. Surrounding them the warriors came up as if they had been beaten, running and charging forward, all thinking about the opportunity to write in the genealogy has arrived. The brass said to keep them alive, but not all of them. If you kill 9, there's still 1 left, isn't there? So, this time is a chance to make a big achievement. Killing anyone can make a merit. Can not be excited? There aren't many chances in life to change one's destiny. 10 of the designated terrorists said the firepower was the first of its kind in their lives. Good guy. Don't the bullets cost anything? Why does it feel like the submachine gun on the other side is hitting with the density of a machine gun? And what the 10 terrorists didn't know was that the cave they were trying to escape from had been blown up and stone blocked. If you go in there, there will just be no way out. It'll be a catch in a jar then. The battle went well, forcing them directly inside the cave, and then with no way out they had no choice but to surrender. A few of those dead men, though, tried to take out the people next to them with them. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough and was killed first by one of the little Baka killers. So far only 6 are still alive. Little Baga was afraid of the language barrier and took the lead in pulling out his pants and raising the white flag to surrender. Others chose to surrender and were escorted away. There were no martial arts masters among them who could stop bullets, and surrendering was the best plan. Who wants to die when you can live? Besides, they belonged to different factions, and Xia definitely couldn't do anything about them in the end. Take them all away for interrogation, and find the person behind it in the fastest time possible. You can do it any way you want, just don't die. The matter is in your hands. Seeing the 6 people escorted back to the barracks, Zhou Jiangwo said to a subordinate of the Special Interrogation Department, "Yes, Commander, make sure they talk." The man in the tie-red suit, with a somewhat slightly chubby, inch-haired, bearded face, had a meaningful, unidentified gleam in his eye. Even the corners of the mouth looked slightly changed. A blind guess would tell us that he must be from Shuda City, where there are a huge number of young ladies. Even 5-star General MacArthur, far across the ocean, has stated that when you meet Shuda Hairy Beard, make sure you weld that damn steel helmet to your P-share. Chapter 64, Shocking the Council of Elders. Yi Chen's strength. When the bearded man in the tie-red suit came out an hour later, he wiped his mouth with a piece of paper. Even Zhou Jiangwo, as well as Vice Commander in Changxin, froze for a moment. The Special Interrogation Department was not under their direct management, and this time it was just a temporary transfer. They couldn't help but shiver at the sight of the bearded man. Sure enough, the legend was right. When you meet them on the battlefield, be sure to weld that damn helmet on. Did they say anything? Zhou Jiangwo asked. It's all said, all on paper. The bearded man's face was stony, still quite serious when he should be. What was that about wiping your mouth? The 2 commanders signaled with their eyes, and all the people around them went out, leaving only the 2 of them and the bearded man. The gist of it is, half of the 10 of them are assassins who took the bounty, and half from one place, Chaos to the north. As for the missiles, they were brought in through an undiscovered cave. The main target of the attack was Dr. Yuan, and as to why they wanted to kill Dr. Yuan, they did not know the exact reason, just on task. Participants include the 6 northern clans, as well as the White-Eyed Kingdom, also known as the White-Eyed Wolves, which leans to the north. Seeing this, the two commanders looked at each other. To this interrogation of the bearded man to give recognition, is indeed a talent, can be reported upwards commendation. Well done. Hard work, go ahead and rest. Yes, Commander. Bearded man out. I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Just with them alone they wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. There must be a bigger backer behind it. Zhou Jiangwo frowned. So who else do you think is behind this? And Changshan asked. It was a test and an assassination. Dr. Yuan's many scientific and technological achievements are of unimaginable significance to my daxia, and such a talent can withstand 10 armies on his own. Naturally, they won't want Dr. Yuan to remain alive, and at the same time, they can test my daxia's bottom line. This is a matter that will surely be laughed at if we deal with it coldly, and if we make a big deal out of it, they're bound to make an issue of it. It's no longer up to us to decide. Make a good report immediately and we'll personally go to the capital to hand it over to the Council of Elders. Okay, let's do as you say. The duo quickly drafted a profile and then traveled in 2 twin-engine heavy fighters. The transporters are too slow for this kind of thing. Fighter jets travel more than 2,000 kilometers per hour in just 1 hour, which is enough for several round trips a day. When the Council of Elders looked at that terrifying strength of Yi Chen on the video, one by one, they all took off their glasses and rubbed their eyes to indicate if they were a bit dazzled. And were they sure this was made by a human being? Is this video real? The third elder among the 10 elders asked. Yes, it was all captured by fighter jets and drones, as well as surveillance from the military base. It's absolutely real, and there were a lot of eyewitness fighters on the scene at the time. The fighter was caught by him without the slightest damage. All the passengers are alive, and Dr. Yuan is intact, just a little shaken up, Zhou Jiangwo said. And the high-speed camera captured that Mr. Yi should have flown out of the plane and landed on the ground first. The plane was 1,000 meters above ground level. So, and Changshan said no more. But everyone understands. The 10 elders looked at each other, their eyes heavy. Compared to the terrorist confession information that they had just read, they were instead more interested in Yi Chen's matter, to the point of forgetting about the terrorists a bit. After all, this isn't a sci-fi movie. It's actually happening. Catching an airplane with your bare hands, don't you dare think? It's horrible to catch it, even if it's still intact, and it will also fly and pick up the plane on the ground ahead of time. That much is beyond question. Is he a Grand Master? The third elder was the first to ask. The other elders also looked at Zhou Jiangwo with anticipation in their eyes. Being able to fly and catch airplanes, I can't think of any other possibilities other than a Grand Master. Zhou Jiangwo solemnly said. The 10 elders were speechless. From all indications, Yi Chen was indeed a super existence that surpassed a martial grandmaster, a true grand master, because only the patriarch possessed flight and had extremely terrifying power. Everyone under a grand master is an ant. I didn't expect him to become a grand master at such a young age. A grand master at only 18 years of age. It's hard to imagine what he actually did in the years he disappeared. Could it be that he has a hidden great clan behind him? Not unlikely. My great Xia stretches for tens of thousands of years and is vast. There are indeed quite a number of great hidden sects with long-lasting legacies, but even those great clans could never have such a young grandmaster. A grandmaster is already an overwhelming existence. The power of one person can rival 1,000 armies. The elders talked to each other, as shocked as they could be, and could not be calmed for a long time. Regarding the matter of Yi Chen killing junior court elder Zhao Chunli of the Zhao family earlier, what do you guys think? The third elder asked. The issue had been dragging on all day and they hadn't discussed it. Now that the missile attack thing has happened, it's just as well to get it over with, and it's not a good idea to keep dragging it out. Each of the elders present thought deeply and thoughtfully. Even if it's a great patriarch, it can't be lightly spared. The murder of the little court elder is extremely serious in nature, and it's not enough to quell the anger without severe punishment. At that moment, the 10th elder took the lead and spoke. When he said this, the elders present were not too surprised. After all, he had said this before. Instead, Zhou Jiangwo frowned. The same is true for Changshan, especially Zhou Jiangwo. He knew Yi Chen's character very well. It was fine if you didn't mess with him, but if you dare, you'll be waiting for the 9 clans package. After all, he'd done it more than once. Zhao Chunli is arrogant and domineering. The Zhao family does no evil, and he is to blame for being killed. A patriarch is not to be insulted, and a great patriarch is even more not to be insulted. My Grandxia and even the world's grandmasters have not been produced for decades, so I'm sure the world has forgotten about the terror of grandmasters. Zhou Jiangwo's voice was powerful. As Yi Chen's little fan, a loyal follower and advocate. At the same time Yi Chen was his backer. Of course he had to speak for Yi Chen, and as the commander-in-chief of the Ghost Province military region, he was in charge of 100,000 troops, and although he only had the rank of a one-star general, he had real power. Don't look as if it's equal to the governor, or even a little smaller, but that also depends. Being small economically does not mean being small in power. Really, the governor is nothing, and has no military power. Mainly for the sake of keeping a low profile and not causing trouble for the Zhou family. If he were to really take a high profile, he would be able to at least equalize his wrists with the actual little pavilion elder. Pop, how dare you? Is there a place for you to speak here? This is the Elder Council, not the Ghost Province. The 10th elder slammed the table and stood up, glaring angrily at Zhou Jiagua. I'm just speaking on the matter. Mister, he saved my father's life, and this time he saved all the passengers, even Dr. Yuan, who is incredibly important to my daxia. Mister, he is only killing those who provoke him and want to kill him. What's wrong with that? And my father said that Mr. Yi is definitely not as simple as he appears to be, and anyone who provokes him will pay the price. Speaking of which, Zhou Jiangwo's words are meaningful. Meanwhile the back is straightened. It couldn't be helped. With a great master backing him up, he couldn't bend his back even if he wanted to. Straight up stumped. You know this is the Presbyterian Church. How so? What do you mean it's not as simple as it seems? At that moment, the Grand Elder who hadn't said anything spoke up. Mr. Yi is most likely not a Grandmaster, nor a Grandmaster, but an existence that surpasses above a Grandmaster. Zhou Jiangwo said seriously. It was his father's guess, and he certainly didn't believe it before, but now he really did. And it was also leverage. So hopefully the elders could be clear about Yi Chen's terror and not talk about punishment or anything. How can that be? A bunch of nonsense. A Grand Master is already the limit. How can it be possible to surpass a Grand Master? The 10th elder scoffed. Are you sure about what you said? The 3rd elder asked in surprise, his face changing. What a Grand Master was. Everyone here knew very well. The power of one person was already comparable to a strategic weapon. And what is the concept of being above a Grand Master? How strong must that be? I'm afraid there are people who believe that it can destroy the sky and the earth. Not sure, but the odds are, if not more than ever, such an existence should never be messed with. Zhou Jiangwo said. Humph, if he had surpassed the Great Master, would he have been depressed for so long? At most, it's only a first-grade Grand Master. The bottom of the barrel. If you really want to kill him, you can kill him at a small cost. This is daxia, and I have to be the master of the Great Patriarch. The 10th elder was disdainful. Having been in a high position for many years and being a supreme master among the sect masters, he was naturally arrogant. The Grand Elder stood up and majestically said, all right, the matter of Pavilion Master Zhao ends here. There is no need to pursue it further. Once his words came out, everyone could only comply, and the 10th elder caved in and sat down, no longer speaking. As for the Li family, give them a message that if they continue to mess with Yi Chen, life and death will not matter. All videos with information about Yi Chen are all deposited into the top secret files, and all people who know the relevant information all sign the highest level of confidentiality agreements. As for the missile attack, soon the news sent out an announcement that a civilian airliner had suffered a terrorist attack and had landed safely with no casualties. Daxia will deploy its most elite forces to thoroughly investigate who did this. It caused a furor for a while. Countless people were outraged that someone would dare to make a move in the territory of the Grand Xia. This was like beating a lantern in the toilet, looking for death. After Zhou Jiangwo and Changxin walked out of the elders' conference hall, the two of them couldn't help but breathe a huge sigh of relief. Old Zhou, you were too impulsive just now. How could you talk to an elder like that? I'll see what you'll do if he puts shoes on you later. Haven't you always wanted to be the commander-in-chief of the Golden Age? And you won't be able to get past him after this. And Changxin shook his head helplessly. He also didn't expect today's Zhou Jiagwei to speak so impulsively. Just like a chicken blood. It doesn't matter. He is most likely the hidden backer behind the Zhao family. The reason why he said that is not intentionally targeting Mr. Yi. If I still didn't say anything, wouldn't I be ashamed of Mr. Yi? Let's go. We still have a lot of things to do. According to the Great Elder, this time it's time to clear the air. Well, I've been wanting to teach them a lesson for a long time, and now I finally have the chance. The duo headed to the military airport to return in a fighter jet. Chapter 65, Holy, it's really a big brother. At the same time, a small pavilion elder with a virtual position took the opportunity to depart and personally travel to the Li family in Haidu, meeting with Li Zhongmu, the current head of the Li family, and Li Tianyi, the Li family's martial arts patriarch. The purpose was also very simple. It was to tell them not to mess with Yi Chen, or else they would suffer the consequences. Polite pleasantries ensued and he left. Humph, what the hell? Just a small pavilion elder with an imaginary position. How dare you warn us not to mess with Yi Chen, or else we'll suffer the consequences. Li Tianyi snorted coldly. If it wasn't because of the other party's position, he would have already cut him in half with a sword. Father, don't be angry. He came with orders from above. I think someone wants to protect Yi Chen. This person who is going to protect him. His status will not be low, most likely the Grand Pavilion Elder. Even if he is not a person of real power, even his uncle will have to be courteous. After all, uncle is a real power junior cabinet minister, and he can't turn his back on the Grand Cabinet Minister yet. It seems that one really can't make a move on Yi Chen at will. Li Zhengmu analyzed. Could it be that my Li family is going to lay down? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The murder of my son is not shared. No one can persuade me, and no one can persuade me. Li Tani was furious. He was already in a very bad mood due to the loss of his son. As a result, a small pavilion elder came and told himself that he couldn't make a move against Yi Chen, or else he would suffer the consequences. Now even his oldest son is not allowed to get his hands dirty. How could he not be angry? Father, take it easy. I mean, there's no need to go straight at him. We can start with his family first. After all, he is strong, but his family has no hands. He killed the first line of my Li family, my own brothers and sisters. Then we'll kill his parents, kill the people he cares about, and I'll make him suffer 100 times more and pay back 10,000 times more. Li Zhengmu gritted his teeth and cruelly said, good, good, good. That's the way to do it, to make his family suffer 100 times more. I'd like to see what kind of expression he'll have when he realizes that his family has been brutally tortured and finally killed. Will it still be that arrogant and reckless? With no one in sight, there is no better way to kill a man and kill his heart. Chengmu, you are worthy of being my best son. The idea is really good. Ha ha ha. Li Tani laughed out loud. I'm already preparing the killer. His parents are in Winnebago. He can't get away. Just wait for the news. Father, vengeance has to be avenged little by little, and interest is collected first. Li Zhengmu licked his lips and more or less turned to. Good, but this Yi Chen still has to find a way to kill him. We can't let him live too long. Don't worry, father. I'm looking for the right opportunity. If we can kill someone with a borrowed knife, why would we need to do the hard work ourselves? After all, there are people above us who want to protect him. You mean? That's right. We're not the only ones who wish him dead. 12 o'clock at night is approaching. 33 people also finally finished their 10 laps. Down at the end of the line was surprisingly Chief of Staff Leech. Don't look at him as a peak external strength martial artist with a well-proportioned body, but in reality he hasn't exercised in a long time. When you get to this position, you will become lazier and lazier, and you will get used to commanding others to command you. So where will you want to run on your own? This one kind of ran off half-cocked and just ended up puking up bile as soon as I stopped. Straight up staged jets, but the crowd suffocated hard. Want to laugh but do not dare to laugh, for fear that he retaliated afterward. Hold back. 8 seconds short of 12. 20 meters short of a lap behind. That's a good point about your card. Yi Chen nodded with a smile on his face. Watching him smile, the crowd froze, feeling as if they had seen something incredible. So the big guy can smile too? When the big man smiles, life and death are hard to predict. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Don't be ridiculous. My legs are weak. Yi Chen watched as they lay on the ground too tired to get up, but after seeing him coming, he immediately stood up in a regular and neat flustered manner, and with the chief of staff still vomiting, the whole room just couldn't help but roar with laughter. Ha ha ha. Everyone is a professional special forces officer, and they usually don't laugh unless they can't help it. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. You guys come with me and take him with you. The two men set up the chief of staff, and the crowd followed Yi Chen at a neat run, and Yi Chen, with his feet 80 centimeters off the ground, just floated and walked with increasing speed. The crowd also had to fight for their lives before they could only barely keep up. Holy, the instructor can really fly. I told you. Grand Master, the legendary Grand Master, stronger than a patriarch? Our instructor is even stronger than a patriarch. Mom, I've made a name for myself. Whoa whoa, I didn't think I'd see a Grandmaster. According to the legend, it seems like Grandmasters haven't appeared in the secular world for decades. We've seen a living one. Having a Grandmaster teach us is enough to blow our minds for a lifetime of awesomeness. I don't think even the ace special forces of other military districts have this kind of treatment. This is a Grand Master. One person can defeat 1,000 armies. One person standing there is a fully armed army. Do you guys think that Dugu Changyin, the #1 martial arts master in Disya, is the instructor's opponent? Dugu Changyin, he became famous at the age of 30, when he had just stepped into the sect master not long before he had already killed an army of 1,000 men. To this day it's been almost 10 years, so I think he should have crossed over into the great sect master as well. So what if he's a Grandmaster? There's a gap between a Grandmaster and a Grandmaster, let alone a Grandmaster. He's definitely not a match for the instructor. That's right, our instructor is only 18 years old. Dako Changyin didn't know where he was picking up girls when he was 18. Makes sense. Instructor mighty. The instructor is invincible. In the face of this group of people behind him bragging, Yi Chen smiled faintly, but did not feel anything. For long years he had been invincible. There are too many people touting him, all the way to one of the highest peaks around the military base, where a state-of-the-art meter wave radar with a stealth coating was located. Objects the size of a mosquito are accurately reflected on a radar screen, like drones and stuff. They can't escape this radar monitoring, and on one side of the radar there was a lawn, maybe a few hundred square meters, and at the edge of the lawn was a vertical 200-meter cliff. Tonight the moon was full and the moonlight spilled out, making it extremely clear to see on a big night. Do you guys want to get stronger? Yi Chen said. Think. The crowd didn't even think to answer directly. Your foundation surpasses that of ordinary people, but it is far inferior to that of a true martial artist. Awesome special forces are not just ordinary warriors paired with awesome weapons and superior tactics. Rather, it's top-notch martial artists with matching weapons and superior tactics. Imagine if a martial arts patriarch uses high-tech weapons. Can other martial arts patriarchs him? Yi Chen looked at the crowd. The crowd looked at each other as if their minds had been opened by something. Instant enlightenment. Yes, if a martial arts patriarch utilizes high-tech weapons, wouldn't he be invincible? Indeed, one cannot be a martial artist, knowing only to use force without realizing that times have changed nowadays. It can't be helped. We're not as good as real martial artists. They have a huge advantage in terms of innate talent. We started too late, and it's already too late for us to become martial artists. Martial artists have to build a foundation from a young age. The later the time, the lower the achievement. There is simply no possibility of molding in their 20s. The reason why martial artists don't want to come and join the army is because they possess strong strength and rare numbers themselves, and have better income and status outside. Martial artists as soldiers are a minority after all. Only the captain, vice captain and the chief of staff among us have the physical qualities of a martial artist. Saying that, their eyes also looked towards the chief of staff, who was already very weak from vomiting for half a day. Suddenly it feels like this chief of staff is a martial artist? I can't believe I gave the martial artist a run for the pukes. Is how long it's been since I've trained. Want to get stronger? I'll give you that chance. You all have great perseverance, but your roots are too poor, Yi Chen said, slightly condensing in his hands. All the energy matter around him coalesced in his hands. It then gave off an intense glow. Shines all around. 33 golden pills the size of glass marbles then appeared in his hands, flashing with golden light. It was created by him casually harvesting the energy around him. The effect may be average, but it's definitely a miracle drug for them to get off their asses. As for why it wasn't like refining pills with precious herbs inside a cool novel, there was absolutely no need to do so, and when one reached Yi Chen's realm, everything could be used as medicine. If he really wanted to, he could casually condense an elixir with mud to help someone break through to golden immortal. Created out of thin air? Divine means. The journey to the west honestly does not deceive me. Instructor isn't a grandmaster, is he? Grandmasters are human, while instructor is a god with this tactic. The crowd was shocked, and there was a great sense of immediacy of a bumpkin who had never seen the world. This is the body tempering pill. The effect is average. At most it will only allow you to become inner strength martial artists, but it can completely change your foundation. And as long as you work hard, all of you in the future have the hope of becoming martial arts masters, Yi Chen said as the elixir hovered in front of them. Eat it. Yi Chen had just finished speaking, and everyone almost didn't hesitate to pick it up and eat it. Thanks, instructor. One by one, they instantly felt a great increase in strength. Their bodies had a heavenly change, and they were full of surprise and gratitude. You guys haven't heard me out yet. The weaker the person takes this Dan, the better the effect. This time Li Qi, who hadn't taken it yet, was overjoyed and swallowed it in one gulp. Originally, he wanted to vomit, but he ended up swallowing hard. Vomiting was impossible. Not in this lifetime. The crowd got a chill. It was disgusting. However, the crowd was even more remorseful for not listening to Yi Chen finish. This is a big loss. They were weak after the run, but nowhere near as weak as Richie. Loss. I should have known I'd eaten slower. Breakthrough. I've really broken through the inner strength. This feeling can't be wrong. Instructor mighty. From now on we will only listen to our instructors, and if they tell me to go left, I will never go west. Instructor, you are my own father. Dad. Some even jumped over and cried and hugged their thighs. Yi Chen gently gave him a finger to pop out and hit the tree. The tree was almost broken, and the result was not much pain. It's so strong, it doesn't even hurt at all. If I can carry a finger from the instructor, I can brag about being awesome for the rest of my life. Was that a finger? That was a light nudge and you flew out. If we really pushed it everywhere, we'd have to shovel you. Instructor mighty. After about a minute had passed, all 32 people were at the beginning of their internal energy. Li Qi reached the small success of the inner strength. That's going to give him a lot of pleasure. I didn't realize he had the most to gain, and all of them were in high spirits. No weakness at all. It feels like there's no end to the strength. Thanks, instructor. The crowd half kneeled in unison. Get up. Your goal is to win first place in the All-Army Special Forces competition in 3 months. That's your first goal. The long-term goal is to be #1 in the world. And I want not just a first, but a crushing first, a first that no one can beat. If you can't do it, don't say I taught you. I can't afford to lose face. Yi Chen said. Never disgrace the instructor. The crowd answered firmly in unison. If Yi Chen gave them this hang, they couldn't even crush their way to first place. Then really don't mix. Sit down. I will teach you the method of breathing and exhaling. By applying the method, the speed at which you become a patriarch is doubled. The crowd lit up and sat down to listen. Yi Chen taught them the most basic breathing techniques to give them a boost in strength. It was only because of their perseverance and determination, and also because they themselves had promised their father that they would obtain the rank of 3-star general in 1 year. After all, Yi Hongyun was a secular person, and seeing his son obtain the highest military rank in the secular world, it was a sure sense of pride. Since I can fulfill one of my father's long-cherished wishes, what's more crucial is that the commander-in-chief of the Ghost Province military region is Zhou Jiangwo. Zhou Jiangwo was, after all, his stable boy. Oh no, the Zhou family was, after all, his affiliate. The ranking of the Lightning Special Forces also paves the way for Zhou Jiagwa's future promotion. It's all by the way. Why not? North of the border with Daxia border. This is a typical chaotic zone. As long as come here, waste are no longer belong to themselves. And 6 armies totaling 6,000 men from Daxia are relying on the night to carry out secret missions. The commander-in-chief this time was Su Xiao, the commander-in-chief of the Jinling military region, which governed 3 provincial military regions with a total force of 300,000 men. This man is nearly 60 years old, with great achievements in war, and can be said to be a typical realist and powerhouse. Even the commander of the Ghost Province military region, Zhou Jiangwo, had to listen to him. Take the heads of the 6 families and their key members alive if possible, and shoot the others on the spot. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 66, I'll kill those who dare not, and leave no one behind. So, the Air Force covered the ground forces for clearing, an average army of 1,000 against 1 family. All are the most elite troops, armed to the teeth with weapons and equipment, far from the usual legions of mercenaries, drones, fighters, cruise missiles, and a wave of precision-targeted killings later. The 6 clans were dead and wounded. Ground troops advanced to clear the area, and airdropped heavy armor surrounds and crushes it. The entire battle was fought with exceptional intensity. Oh no, intense is intense. The main thing is that the Daxia army has fierce firepower and doesn't care about bullets at all. Never use a gun for anything that can be solved with a bazooka. The tens of thousands of mercenaries employed by the 6 great families were like dirt, collapsed under the crushing weight of high-tech weaponry. As the saying goes, when casualties reach 50% and the heart of the army remains steady, it can already be called a king's division. This is still talking about the regular army. Mercenaries like them, who were not bound by military rules, were themselves here as fighters for money. Seeing their companions dying in large numbers one by one, where was the will to resist to the end? There's no way to run, only surrender. This is the crushing of a strong nation over a weak one. Together, the 6 great families are one nation, but unfortunately the opponent they met was Daxia. This dooms them to destruction. The battle, which lasted an hour, was soon over. It's time to clean up and catch up. The battle was over that night. It took no more than 3 hours before and after to clean up the battlefield and escort the 6 families back. Helicopters transported the troops out one by one. Heavy equipment was returned to the territory by land. At first light, a localized war was completely over. Soon Daxia sends news. All 6 leading members of the family of the missile attack on the plane were arrested. This one set off the entire internet. At this moment that kind of pride from the bloodline was born. Daxia is mighty. Anyone who offends my Daxia will be executed even though they are far away. A bunch of mole crickets dare to compare themselves with the great. This is a descending blow. This is absolute strength. A group of dirtbags organizing a few tens of thousands of stragglers want to fight against the might of a great nation. Looking for death. I saw the news yesterday and was angry all day. I didn't expect it to end tonight. It's too fast. It's gone in one night. The 6 great families don't last long either. According to the grapevine it's 10,000 to 30,000. The advantage is on us. Crush the board. Bull *******. You need 10,000 to beat them? 10,000 has 2 heavy armored brigades. Directly destroy the country all. Don't be ridiculous. The real situation is that 6,000 beat 30,000. And the advantage is with us. A direct crush. With hardly any casualties. Cowhide. Are the missile units on yet? That goes without saying. Straightforward targeted killings. Ground troops advancing. Drones covering. A sweeping wave. A perfect ending. And a bowl of salt and tofu brains for breakfast back home. Tofu brain needs to be sweet. And anyone who says it's salted again, I'm going to blow up the north side. Go on. The internet will always remember you. 666. Countless people were in an unprecedented mood at this moment, and those who wanted to become soldiers abounded, just to be able to share a few mercenaries per capita to practice their marksmanship. Internet draft department. The video comment below reads, "It was so hot and exciting that I beat my wife up and am currently on second-degree disability with broken bones. That's nothing for you. I'm so excited I gave my husband away to my mistress. Just sent him over. 8 months pregnant." 666 from above. Full restoration of military service is recommended. Silly you. Dasha full of 1.7 billion people. Remove the old, weak, sick and disabled. Even if he is 35 years of age or less can be, that at least there must be 500 million people to meet the requirements of the 500 million soldiers. UING is going to do the ball long? Good advice. Don't mind me next time. My name is Zhang Wei. Guess how many people will be there? I'd like to think the advice is good. That way I'll sell the house outright for $2 million, and split one of the mercenaries to the north to fight. God damn it. You have to pay for connections if you want to share an enemy kill, right? Never in a million years did I realize that being a soldier and being able to kill the enemy had become an exclusive luxury for the rich. Naya. Just outrageous. Yi Chen was training the Lightning Special Forces in the morning when he saw this news on his cell phone. Pretty fast. And it spares me from having to make a move. But I hope they will have one of them all killed by then. Otherwise, when he thought of this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and then he put his cell phone away. Coming to Earth he had been very restrained in his murderous ways, enjoying the life of an ordinary man in a different situation in the flood. The number of people who died in the past few days could already be measured in megabillions. 2 days later, Zhou Jiangwo and In Changxin came to see Yi Chen together. When he got down from the helicopter and walked to the training place, he saw Yi Chen drinking tea in the distance. While the special forces were training with large weights on one side, the two immediately trotted over to Yi Chen, not noticing that every one of these special forces soldiers was actually moving forward in a 1,000-pound barbell-weighted deep squat. "Mr. Yi," Zhou Jiangwo said respectfully. "Hello Mr. Yi, I'm In Changxin, deputy commander of the Ghost Province military region." And old Zhou was a good hardcore brother who grew up wearing the same pants. And Changxin excitedly looked at Yi Chen respectfully. This was the first time he had ever looked at Yi Chen so close in reality face to face. This is a grand master, a top powerhouse at the peak of martial arts, even if he was only 18 years old. But martial arts achievers were teachers regardless of their age. He naturally had to be respectful and didn't dare to slack off in any way. Aha! Yi Chen nodded slightly. The hand coalesced slightly, and an elixir was in his hand. The two of them just watched his godly tactics and sighed in awe. "Zhou Jiangwo, your strength is too weak. If you want to go further in the future, you must make a breakthrough. Eat it, and you will enter the martial arts sect within a year." The elixir hovered in front of Zhou Jiangwo. Many thanks to Mr. Yi for giving me such a divine medicine. Many thanks to Mr. Yi, this is what you deserve. And it's only natural that you'll get less favors for doing things for me. Zhou Jiangwo's daughter, Zhou Ziwei, has done a lot for his parents. Of course there was also the relationship between Zhou Jiagua, otherwise it wasn't as smooth as it could have been. Zhou Jiangwo himself is very steady in his work. Granting him the breakthrough to Zhongsher was merely a random act. Consider it as giving a reward. After all, the Zhou family was now attached to him. It's not right not to give anything. Gulp. Zhou Jiangwo took a mouthful. Still strawberry flavored. I thought it was bitter, but I didn't expect it to be strawberry flavored. Good man, Mr. Ye's hand is really extraordinary. And the next moment he felt the strength of his bones plummet. After 3 breaths it was surprising that he had directly stepped into the inner strength minor achievement. The internal energy then became a great success, and after that it slowed down, but was still steadily improving. What a miraculous elixir. I've already reached the grand completion of my internal energy now, and at this rate, I'll definitely be able to break through to Martial Grandmaster in less than a year. Ha ha, I didn't expect that Zhou Jiagua, would be able to become a martial arts master in my lifetime. Many thanks, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is mighty. Zhou Jiangwo usually doesn't kiss ass because of the military temperament, but Yi Chen was giving too much. Directly to the side of In Changxin looked dumbfounded, mouth wide open, eyes wide open. He had originally felt that there was a deliberate act of acting him out between Yi Chen and Zhou Jiagua after Yi Chen said the effects of the elixir. To put it bluntly, he was acting in front of him, making In Changxin feel even more that he was unfathomable. As a result, I didn't expect the punch in the face to come so quickly. The next moment Zhou Jiagua's strength was like a rocket, a breakthrough visible to the naked eye. It directly brightened his titanium dog eyes. The feeling is like knowing that your best friend is a fine dog. only to take off your clothes the next moment to reveal Kakarot's muscular lines. Just outrageous. Dig, what the hell? Did you really break through? Unbelievable. And Changshin only pinched his thigh. Dig it, what are you pinching me for? Zhou Jiangwo was speechless. This one was really pinching. It's not a dream. It's really letting your kid break through to an inner strength great achievement martial arts expert. And Changshin was envious. Your own failure is sad, but your friend's success is even more upsetting. Becoming Yi Chen's vassal was surprisingly so cool. You can break through to Zhongshu in a year. This is even better than giving $10 billion. $10 billion many families have, but the patriarch is so little. The gold content is not comparable. To put it bluntly, you can have $10 billion by becoming a patriarch, but you can't become a patriarch by having $10 billion. Just like what is often hotly debated on the internet. Which one would you choose? 700 points in the college entrance exam or $100 million in cash? 700 points gets you into all the top colleges. Go to the best college, get the best educational resources and be on the same page as the schoolboys. So I'll go with $1 billion. This shows the lure of becoming a patriarch. For many super rich people, even $100 billion or $200 billion is worth it. Mr. Yi, my daughter grew up, her mother died in the war on the front line. If you don't mind, I'd like to. And Changshin hadn't finished speaking. Zhou Jiangwo then thought that this guy would not want to introduce his daughter to Yi Chen. Good guy. Together with their own to actually climb the family. Damn I knew not to bring you, this guy came. The main thing was that Changshin's daughter was really beautiful. Definitely not inferior to Zhou Ziwei. Be your son. And Changshin bowed low. Zhou Jiangwo was directly confused. Not to mention him, even the always calm Yi Chen froze for a moment. Just now he said something about pawning me something, and he suspected he might have misheard. Yi Chen looked at Changshin. What do you want to be me? As your son, as long as Mr. Yi doesn't mind, I'll be your son. And Changshin lowered his head and sincerely said that the deputy commander of the military region was completely shameless. I'll you. Zhou Jiangwo leaped up and gave him a nice leg kick. Mr. Yi, don't be general with him, he has a bad head. Grew up with me, grew up in poor family conditions, and ate too much soap. Zhou Jiangwo explains. Oh, so, Yi Chen nodded. I have to say, these two are two living treasures together. No wonder they grew up in the same pants. Not the slightest hint of the majesty of a major general military commander or a major general military vice commander. But that was also because in front of Yi Chen, who dared to put on airs in front of a great master, returning to his nature instead was deeply appreciated by Yi Chen. Only after a long time did Changshin climb up. Luckily it's a lawn. If it was a puddle, it'd be a real shame. Look around a bit. Good thing no one is around to see it. As for the training special forces, they were fully focused on training. Where would they pay attention to anything else? Walking back, he gave Zhou Jiangwo a hard stare. In his heart, he thought that when I hugged Mr. Ye's thigh and also got an immortal pill. See if I don't beat the out of you. Sit down. Yi Chen casually waved his hand, and two chairs in the distance moved over. The two men sat down. Yi Chen made tea for himself, fingers merely gently pointing on the transparent glass kettle. The mountain spring water inside was unexpectedly instantly heated and boiled up, directly being boiled. The two looked startled. What did the six families do about it? Yi Chen said indifferently. Pouring water and making tea. Almost all of the main leaders of them are on death row or in jail, but there are some with special status and so involved that they can only be held and not yet moved. And Changshin took the lead. The total number of people caught is 175, of which 15 are basically certain to be executed. The others ranging from 10 years to the bottom of the prison. Zhou Jiangwo added in detail. 10 years to the bottom of the penitentiary is based on what offense? Yi Chen said. Trafficking in human organs, accomplices, assassins, high-level mercenaries, and people who are talking business without securing evidence. Zhou Jiangwo said. The duo picked up the tea that Yi Chen had poured and were just about to savor it. Bang! Yi Chen instantly crushed the glass he had just picked up, startling the two, but they were surprised to find that not a single drop of water had spilled out of that water glass. Instead, they float in the air, subsequently synthesized into a shape contained in a glass of water levitated. As for the glass crumbs, they returned to be put together little by little in the air under the dumbfounded gaze of the two. It's as if a high-speed camera captured the image of the cup breaking and later presented it in video rewind. Incredibly clear. The duo almost dropped their jaws in shock. When the last piece of glass returned, the glass full of cracks was surprised that the next moment the cracks disappeared and returned to its intact state. The hands of the two shook, and the teacups in their hands fell. The water inside, however, re-entered the Y and hovered in front of the pair before landing on the table. The duo looked at Yi Chen in shock, only to find that there was a hint of murderous aura in Yi Chen's eyes. It's not dense, but it's shocking. They already have a way to take their deaths, and since they don't dare to kill them, I'll do it. leaving no one behind. You guys lead the way. Yi Chen stood up after drinking his tea. Zhou Jiangwo and Shangxing looked at each other with panic in his eyes. Chapter 67. It's you. You're the enemy. When other people say this, they just laugh it off, or even think that stupid B is whimsical. But they absolutely believed what Yi Chen said. If you say you won't leave one, you definitely won't leave one for you. The Zhang family, the governor of Winzhou, whose 9 clans were all wiped out. The Xiao Gulao Zhao family, which was exterminated in 4 clans. And those but any Yi family members who had once targeted Yi Chen's family were all killed cleanly by him. These are the best examples. Therefore, their first thought was that the 6 great families were going to perish. You guys keep training. Yes, instructor. Yi Chen walked off on his own to get on the helicopter. Killing a group of minions, he was too lazy to teleport himself, take a plane over and then slowly liquidate. It's over. Something big is going to happen. Zhou Jiangwo only felt his scalp tingle as he hurriedly followed. It's over and done with. Is Mr. Yi going to kill someone? How many people must die when a great master is angry? And Shangxin put his hat on tightly and hurriedly jogged to follow. He knew very well that some of those people had such a big background that even Dasha didn't dare to kill them all. Yi Chen, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest qualms about it. He was a ruthless man who even dared to kill the little courtier, and even exterminated the 4 clans of people. Just ask a tough guy like you, would you have any scruples? It won't. Even if someone dared to stop him, he would be considered an enemy. The 2 of them could only follow, take off and head back to base. Yes, Commander. It is a state-of-the-art armed 70 helicopter with a capacity of 20 men and a takeoff weight of 20 tons. Typical medium military helicopter. Great performance, just a little slow. Top speed 310 kilometers per hour. How far away? Yi Chen said. It's about 500 kilometers. Right in the mountains of Valley Province. Zhou Jiangwo said. Zhou Jiangwo wanted to speak, and Yi Chen looked at him. Being looked at with such eyes, Zhou Jiagwei instantly broke his defense. Mr. Yi, a few of these people have extraordinary identities and may soon have to be released today, Zhou Jiangwo said. Although these were confidential, he was on Yi Chen's side and still said it. Yi Chen nodded without the slightest ripple. Then give the plane a boost, Yi Chen said with a gentle wave. And the helicopter was wrapped in a light golden power. It then breaks the sound barrier for just 2 seconds, and then goes on to exceed 2 times the speed of sound, 3 times the speed of sound, and 4 times the speed of sound, one after the other. What the hell? Why are our helicopters so fast? Ah, help! The 2 pilots were dumbfounded, seeing Yi Chen's tactics. Although Zhou Jiagwo was shocked, he hurriedly pacified the 2 pilots. Don't make a fuss, it's the latest technology. Remember to keep it a secret. Yes, Commander. Both men went weak in the knees. If the commander hadn't said so, where would they have believed it? Can you believe a Mach 4 helicopter? Great America's high-speed, high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. The Blackbirds have to call the insiders. This ING helicopter how to fly faster than me? Since then, the 2 pilots have never again experienced a Mach 4 helicopter in the air. So much so that they seriously wondered if the only way to unlock airplane speed was for the commander to be on the plane. It's just like Transformers, or like on supercars. There are keys to unlock the speed. This is still just Yi Chen slightly using a little low. If the force is any greater, it breaks right through the first cosmic velocity, coupled with the energy wrapped around it. Those sitting inside the plane don't feel too much pressure. It's just a little pushy and exciting. The 2 commanders got excited. Following Mr. Yi was a real eye-opener. Alert, alert, alert. We're locked in. We're locked in. At the same time, the airplane alarm went off. Apparently it was locked on by air defense radar. No good. Air defense radar locked on. Air defense missiles are about to be launched. And Shangxin was shocked and cried out. Then go faster. Yi Chen waved his finger with a slight increase in force. Boom! The helicopter accelerated twice and broke right through Mach 10. This time, not to mention anti-aircraft missiles, ballistic missiles can't even catch up in the atmosphere. Air defense radar lost the target instantly. More than 2 minutes to arrive over the destination. There was a momentary pause as the plane landed slowly. Zhou Jiangwo took a look at his watch time. Flying 500 kilometers in 2.5 minutes. Mach 10 speed. My god. Mr. Yi, are you really still human? Zhou Jiangwo was skeptical. Although the legendary Great Master hadn't appeared for decades, the records weren't this terrifying, right? That's not flying at its own speed. It's carrying a helicopter. Mr. Yi is truly a man of God. And Shangxin straight called out powerful. He has thought well. Mr. Yi, he is licking fixed. Jesus cannot stop. The 3 went all the way inside the base, deep inside this large mountain. Everywhere they went, the crowd all saluted. This was the territory of the special department, and these were not soldiers, but warriors in black bulletproof combat uniforms. Stand up straight with your submachine gun in hand. However, although they were not soldiers, when they saw Zhou Jiangwo and Shangxing, saluting was a must. After all, these two are the commander and deputy commander of the military region with the rank of 1-star general. Even if it's not a direct management relationship, it has to be honored. Soon into a hollow semicircular hall, covering an area of 10,000 square meters, 50 meters high, more than 100 people in handcuffs on the floor. In the distance there was a house. The three of them went to the conference room on the second floor. Pushing open the door, there were a dozen people in the conference room. There were old men in suits and middle-aged men in special clothing, 9-star guard marshals from the Valley Province, and Army and Air Force generals. Li Mingwei, the commander of the military region of Valley Province, was clearly among them. He is the commander of the Ghost Province military region, a member of the Haidu Li family, the third son of the Li family. Li Mingwei, Zhou Jiangmo said in Yi Chen's ear. Yi Chen nodded his head. Not coming to provoke himself was fine. If he wanted to die, he didn't recommend sending him to reunite with his brother. Old Zhou, you've come at the right time. There are still some people who have to be released as well, or else they will cause no small amount of trouble. They all have bigger families and backers behind them. The network of relationships is extremely complicated, and in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, it has been decided above that all of these people will be released. Said he took a list of information personnel to Zhou Jiangwo. It's you. However, he didn't want Zhou Jiangwo to pick up the list before an angry voice sounded. Chapter 68, Slaughtering the 9 Clans Unstoppable, instant killing thousands of people. The crowd looked around. It was none other than the commander of the Valley Province military region, Li Mingwei, who was currently rising up in anger and staring at Yi Chen dead in the face. His eyes were filled with murderous anger, as if he had taken his wife and killed his son. The crowd was shocked. Just what kind of person could make a military region commander show such a gaze? Yi Chen was plump and handsome, with a superb temperament, just like a fairy in a painting. Standing there, the world was centered on him, but he was vaguely ahead of the two Ghost Province military commanders. And what exactly was Yi Chen's identity again? Being stared at with such eyes, Yi Chen didn't look at him and directly sat down in his seat. Zhou Jiangwo and In Changxin were standing behind him. They were nervous at this time, and took the list of men, which was almost a third of the men on it. It also means that these people are to be released. Is it hard to believe that all these people have connections? What are their backgrounds? Zhou Jiangwo inquired. The information is here. The man in the suit sent over another piece of information. Although the crowd was suspicious of Yi Chen's identity, they could not say anything for a moment even if Li Mingwei did not make a move. After all, Yi Chen was brought by Zhou Jiangwo and the others, and it seemed as if with this standing and humble stance, Yi Chen's status seemed to be higher than the two commanders. In the entire 3 provinces of Jinling, besides the commander-in-chief of the Jinling military region, who else's status could surpass that of a military region commander? That's a bit shocking. I'm afraid this young man's identity is not simple. Li Mingwei looked at the information displayed after the names of the personnel. $100 billion group, pharmaceutical holdings, artificial intelligence, the plutocrat's son, military bigwigs, the son of royalty, descendant of a martial arts family. Just skimming through it, it probably possesses this background. The intricacies of this are not something these words can describe. One thing leads to another, and these people will have to be released. The middle-aged man in the suit Zheng Gongzheng said. He's the head of the special department. In his 40s, the rank is equivalent to that of a lieutenant governor, an extremely talented man. Old Zhou, I know you have anger in your heart, but don't be angry, because I'm also angry. But what can be done if I'm angry again? The world is not about fighting and killing but about people, and releasing them is not without a price. A high ransom as well as a supply of various resources in equal exchange. We've maximized the benefits as much as we can. That's the limit. Or they could force a handover next. This is a member of the royal family of another country, and it will have huge repercussions. Zheng Gong finished, patted Zhou Jiangwo's shoulder, lit a cigarette and sat down, apparently also to the gas. But as the director of the special department, he was helpless within his duties. Then how come these 3 are empty behind them? Zhou Jiangwo asked. They are the main plotting members of this missile attack, and they have a bigger background behind them that cannot be moved. Zheng Gong took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled. There were only a few people present who could smoke like that. He is the main person in charge of this investigation, so he naturally has the right to do so. Hearing this, Zhou Jiangwo sort of understood. Mr. Yi, what do you think? Zhou Jiangwo carefully placed the 2 pieces of information on the table in front of Yi Chen. The slightly trembling hands showed how nervous he was now. It's not a list of names that's taken. It's a precise package of 9 families. He didn't know if Mr. Yi would kill them all, or even raise the 9 clans along with them. After all, with Yi Chen's style of doing things, it was likely. And Changshin was equally nervous. He was on the sidelines, seeing the information at the top of the list, and it made his head spin a little. These people cover so much ground. Energy, medicine, royalty, every important field. But of course they are guilty of buying and selling human beings as well as organs, and doing things that are worse than pigs and dogs. Not the mastermind of the missile attack. The real masterminds are all blank files with too much background to think twice about. Mr. Yi wouldn't really dare to kill them, would he? This information carries so much weight, and Shang thought to himself. Yi Chen had only glanced at it briefly and had memorized it in his mind, not caring about it. No matter how powerful you are and your background is heavenly, I can break it with one finger. All things in heaven and earth are in my hands. Zhou Jiangwo, you have a lot of guts. How dare you show him the information? What kind of a thing is he? He also dares to look at this confidential file. Do you realize that you are already committing treason? I could shoot you down right now. Li Mingwei roared. Shut the up. Mr. Yi is the chief instructor of the Lightning Special Forces, a 3-star colonel. How come he doesn't have the qualifications? It's you. Don't always think about revenge. You don't have that skill yet. Zhou Jiangwo coldly grunted. The strength of the aura and the nonchalance of the words directly gave Li Mingwei a whole angry hair. Well, please show me the letter of appointment. And if there is no letter of appointment and he dares to look at the classified files, I will shoot him now. Li Mingwei roared. He didn't trust a new 3-star colonel to participate in a council meeting of this caliber. After all, the lowest one here is equivalent to the rank of lieutenant governor or above. He definitely had reason to believe that Zhou Jiangwo was the one who wanted to take Yi Chen himself. Noisy. Yi Chen, a look on the table of the 2 pieces of paper as sharp razor blades instantly cut, only to see Li Mingwei pointed to the right arm was directly cut off. Not only that, the other piece of paper also came instantly a dozen times cut. An arm fell neatly onto the table. If you look closely you will see that the arm has been cut into a dozen sections of even length, and because it was so fast, the blood hadn't spiked out yet, and Li Mingwei hadn't reacted. It wasn't just him, no one in the room reacted, until those 2 pieces of information were burned by the fire. Yi Chen casually waved his hand and disappeared without a trace. Yi Chen acted as if he had done something trivial, but the next moment, Li Mingwei's pig-killing squeal came out. Ah, my hand, ah. The pain from the severed hand was only then finally reaching the central nervous system. The pain made his body spasm, his face pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down like rain. Blood soared all over the floor. Seeing this, the crowd was startled and stood up violently from their seats. Could they not understand at this point? This was Yi Chen's doing. He dared to break the arm of the Ghost Province military commander in public. Although he didn't know how he did it, being so arrogant was truly unbelievable. He looked at Yi Chen angrily, but one of them didn't dare to speak. Yi Chen could easily injure Li Mingwei, so he thought that killing them would not be a problem. So it was better to stop pushing and secretly call his own people to come in and control him. Zhou Jiangwo and Shangxin and the 2 of them were still slightly better. They had prepared themselves mentally, knowing that Yi Chen would make a move. It was that he didn't expect Yi Chen to strike so decisively, as expected of someone who dared to kill Xiao Golao. There really are no scruples. All the ones on the profile are going to die. Not one of them, and I'll kill them one by one at the door. If you meddle, I will destroy you. Yi Chen didn't bother with any more nonsense. Thought it had a great background. It turned out to be nothing more than a bunch of bedbugs and shrimp. Yi Chen immediately went door to door to deliver warmth. Bang! With a casual wave of his hand the huge bulletproof glass shattered in response and flew out along with the curtains. Yi Chen took one step and appeared outside the room with an instantaneous transfer. Looking down at the 100 or so people in the square. Who is he and how can he fly? Is it a patriarch? Your family's patriarch can fly? Humph. Is it here to save us? Yes. It must be my father sent to save me. I didn't expect it to be so strong. Direct forced destruction. Cool. Ha ha. Saved. They saw that Yi Chen had broken the window from the room. It was natural to think that Yi Chen had come to save them. It's just a shame that the idea is great and the reality is harsh. Just by waving his hand, Yi Chen saw the papers of a notebook fall off one after another. It then instantly shattered into countless pieces of shredded paper while spinning in the air. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, the shredded paper that had been allowed to rotate around Yi Chen like a paper tornado instantly cut away like razor blades. When the paper reaches speeds close to supersonic, its destructive power is still not to be underestimated. Ah, no, it hurts. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Spare me. I thought you said let us go. My mom won't let you go. My father will avenge me. Ah, one by one, they were cut up beyond recognition. I give you death by lynching. Yi Chen stood in the air, his voice spread far and wide, echoing in the wide hall. Those black-clothed members of the special department who quickly surrounded him pointed their guns at Yi Chen, but one and all were shocked beyond words by the shocking scene. No one even dared to be the first to pull the trigger. Have any of them ever seen such a scene? It's like a real-life version of hell on earth. The meaning of death by lynching is known to anyone who has studied history for 2 years. It's an extremely painful way to die. It was commonly used in the feudal period to treat some of the most vicious people. Many have suggested that this method of execution should now be reinstated. After all, some people really are human and godless, and this kind of death is not too much to ask. And Yi Chen was the one who wanted to make them suffer this kind of 10,000 pains. Zhou Jiangwo, who the hell is he? The old man in the suit, who appeared to be the highest in status in the room, questioned. He's Mr. Yi Chen. I'd advise you guys to just watch, or else you'll start a fire. And Mr. You won't care who you are, Zhou Jiangwo kindly reminded. Yi Chen, he's Yi Chen, the Yi Chen who killed Zhao Chunli and offended the Li family? Exactly. The old man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He's one of the little courtiers named Wang Yuanshi, although it is a virtual position, but at least it is a small cabinet minister in a high position. But being away all the time, he seldom returns to the capital. Who is Yi Chen? Zheng Gong was puzzled. It was true that he was the director of the special department, but this information about Yi Chen was something he hadn't really come into contact with. Although I haven't seen him before, I've already heard quite a few rumors about Yi Chen. He's an unapologetically super ruthless man. Coupled with its terrifying strength as a junior patriarch, there are few enemies under the great patriarch. There have already been several patriarchs beheaded by it. Wang Yuanshi said in a serious tone. Is it that strong? Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Patriarchs like dragons. What kind of existence is that? Even if he's a junior patriarch, it's impossible for him to kill so many at will, right? Zheng Gong couldn't believe it. The level he was exposed to didn't allow him to believe this crap. There has been more than that. Many things you do not yet understand. Listen to my brother's advice. This matter is too deep water. You cannot grasp. Hurry up and remove all your men. If they really dare to shoot, they'll be considered enemies too. Mr. You won't show mercy to his enemies, Zhou Jiangwo said sternly. Zheng Gong hesitated. If his people do nothing but just watch, what should he do when they are blamed by the top afterwards? Pull out. Even if they shoot they can't hurt, Wang Yuanshi said. Hearing him say that, Zheng Gong could only stop. All of you put your guns away. No one shoots without my order. Hurry up with the walkie-talkie. The crowd in the office stood at the window looking out. It's impossible to look outside at the moment. Those with poor mental capacity can vomit bile. How could he be so cruel? Zheng Gong's scalp tingled and he sucked in a breath of cool air. Cruel? I don't think so. It's the punishment they deserve. Are there fewer people who have been persecuted by them? To Mr. Yi, it's nothing more than dirt. Zhou Jiangwo watched this with his hands clasped in front of him. Being a soldier and following Yi Chen, his mental capacity was naturally much higher. Like this kind of people who should be killed. He has no sympathy, and even feel comfortable and happy. A good man's ambition in the four directions. Who do not want to cross the sword to kill and destroy? Laughing and proud between the chopping of enmity. Unrestrained, heaven and earth at my leisure. It's just a shame that the harshness of reality prevents everyone from doing that. No matter how high the status or how strong the strength is, there will be enemies of the same level who will have scruples. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was different. As if there was no one under the sky that he didn't dare to move. No place that he didn't dare to go. Truly, heaven and earth are at my disposal. Zhou Jiangwo was naturally incomparably worshipful. A proper fanboy. And Changxin was naturally harvested as a little fanboy by Yi Chen's dominance. This lap is a sure thing. And Jesus can't stop it. As for Li Mingwei, who had broken his arm and fainted to death, he was currently in the infirmary for resuscitation. The blood loss was so great that it was life-threatening even a little later. After 10 minutes, the dismal sound faded. It's basically dead. The rest will die soon. Having done so, Yi Chen casually waved his hand and directly emptied it cleanly. It's as if these people never existed. As for the claim that there is an endless amount of resentment before death, and that they will turn into a severe ghost to seek revenge or something, that's the joke. There is absolutely no possibility for those killed by him to turn into ghosts, much less enter hell, directly transcend in place and disappear for eternity. Alas, Mr. Yi, you'll cause a huge upheaval if you do that. The economy is likely to crash. Wang Yuanshi sighed, and he didn't blame Yi Chen. The main thing is that he doesn't dare. Who dared to blame a ruthless man who killed patriarchs like chickens and killed without blinking an eye? You have to have an army of 1,000 men around you anyhow. What's the use of having you people if the economy collapses? Yi Chen glanced at him. Just a faint glance. Wang Yuanshi only felt that his body was hit like a heavy blow, and that great sense of oppression almost caused him to suffocate to death. Great gasping for breath for a moment's effort to slow down. The face is already a pale. When he looked at Yi Chen again, he had already disappeared. Wang Yuanshi sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes filled with horror. Just a single look has caused this inner strength grandmaster martial arts expert of mine to be so unfavorable. What kind of strength does he possess? All under the clan are ants. But it's not possible to incapacitate me with a single look. Has he already taken that step? Thinking about it, He no longer dared to think about it. The patriarch was already an unimaginable landscape in his life, not to mention that realm. Are you alright, Elder Wang? Zhou Jiangwo and Shangxin gave him a hand up. I'm fine. It seems that I'm really old, and it's now a time that belongs to the young. Report this matter as it is. It's beyond our ability to deal with. All we can do now is to prepare early, but thankfully things are finally over. Wang Yuanshi breathed a sigh of relief. So did everyone else in the room. Only Zhou Jiangwo and Shangxin looked at each other and shook their heads. It's far from over. You guys think too easy, Zhou Jiangwo said. What do you mean? Wang Yuanshi suddenly had a bad feeling. Mr. Yi is talking about killing the door and leaving no one behind. Since that's the case, then Mr. Yi will definitely not be able to do what he says. Speaking of this, Zhou Jiangwo was full of trust in Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's strength, a year should be enough to take a plane and slaughter them door to door. Wang Yuanshi analysis. Phew, the crowd took hard, deep breaths and the next moment called. They knew things were about to get even bigger. The Zhou Jiagwa duo shook their heads without saying anything else, because they know best. Yi Chen wanted to go door to door and kill them one by one. It wouldn't take much time at all, just by the fact that he had easily taken the helicopter out of Mach 10 in a single bound earlier. It is quite possible to deliver warmth in less than 3 days. It might even be faster. With his bloodline traction, Yi Chen directly executed the bloodline spell kill. Anyone who is the mastermind of the GA waste trade in human beings will not be left within the 9 clans, all over the world, burning from the inside until it burns to ashes, in agony, like purgatory. It is important to realize that the number of these people's 9 clans is large, adding up to at least a few thousand, all burning at the same time, but since it was scattered all over the world, it didn't cause too much of a stir. This naturally includes the few who are still alive from that missile launch. Yi Chen recalled the list of those 3 people. They were the main plotters of this airplane incident, and behind them are the King of the North Face, the King of Yu, and the 3-star Admiral of the Japanese Navy. These 3 forces represent 3 nations. The impact is indeed great, which is why Daxia doesn't want to tear it apart straight away. Being able to get enough out of them and also getting face time is the way to compete between nations. As the saying goes, do as you are told. At a certain position, even if one has done something that is outrageous to man and God, it is very difficult to get him or her to be ambushed. It comes down to the fact that the impact is so great that it affects the whole body. But Yi Chen disliked this approach. He has his own way of dealing with the world. 3 kingdoms? Since you dare to provoke me, pay the price. In fact, the people these 3 countries wanted to kill did contain Yi Chen and Dr. Yuan, a rising star of the martial arts, a teenage patriarch and a future mainstay. One is a genius scientist who is worth 10 divisions. If we can kill them all in one shot, for the 3 countries, we are also limiting the strength of Daxia. In their case, why not? Neighbors can be strong, but they can't be stronger than me, and really, they can't be too much stronger than me. Yi Chen instantly accelerated to supersonic speeds, followed by a succession of sonic booms breaking through to Mach 10. It's not his limit, just a slight exertion. That's all. Flying over a city, the airflow left a long strip behind Yi Chen. It drew countless passers-by in the city below to look up and watch. Shocked beyond words by this scene, Yi Chen was controlled at a height of 500 meters, although no one could see that it was a person. But that Mach 10, over 3,000 meters per second, plus the booming supersonic sound was extremely shocking. Chapter 69, Destroying 1,000 royal families and giving the sea a centerfold. Look, there's an airplane. That's fast. What kind of airplane is that? Could it be the legendary Skyplane? Loaded with explosive ram engines that can fly above Mach 5. You damn well look at it. Is this Mach 5? Whoosh, it's gone. At least Mach 10. It's a missile. Can't see the airplane wings? It's definitely a missile. Makes sense. With the latest missile experiment, there might be an explanation on the news soon. So fast. What anti-aircraft missile can intercept? Directly invincible. The only martial art under the sun is fast. Man's quest for speed is infinitely desirable. Naturally, one cannot help but cheer at the sight of such a fast object in flight. It's still based on the fact that they don't know it's human. Otherwise, it would immediately be known to the world that there was human power that could achieve such strength. It completely set off a martial arts cultivation frenzy. At the same time, Yi Chen went on a killing spree, killing more than 100 people without a single one left. Word of this got back to the capital. It made the small courtiers, who usually seldom got together, sit almost all together again. One by one, none of them took the lead. Because of Yi Chen's matter, their 2 factions had already quarreled. Already numb, don't want to argue anymore. We can't decide. Let's see what the Grand Courtier's Gate says. In the end, under the deliberation of the Grand Pavilion elders, a charge of escaping and even shooting people from the special department was placed with those people, and there was no choice but to shoot them on the spot. No way. It's all come down to this. and there's only so much you can say to the outside world. As for the question of how to deal with Yi Chen's behavior that caused even greater turbulent strife, it's not good for them to decide without a word from above. All in all, anything that involved Yi Chen made the top anxious. Yi Chen arrived at the northern border a few minutes later, then entered through the airspace. There were radar locks along the way, but the anti-aircraft missiles couldn't even give chase. Yi Chen was like entering the realm of nothing, killing directly over the north side of the king's mansion. The north side of the king's mansion is an opulent palace. Even some of the decorations on the periphery of the palace were gilded. The entire palace cost a whopping $20 billion. It can be said that luxury is used to its fullest extent. This is the king of the North Face, the head of a nation, commanding an army of 300,000 men. As the saying goes, the truth comes out of the barrel of a gun. With military power, it is natural to be the dominant power in the country with absolute supremacy. It was just that the one they encountered was Yi Chen, and there's only 1,000 troops stationed outside the palace. Although it was called a 300,000 strong army, it could not all be placed around the palace and dispersed throughout the country. It's not going to be that quick to try and transfer it all back. How dare you? Who are you and do you know where this place is? Somebody, kill him for me. The king of the North Face sat on his throne and sneered while his dozens of wives served him. Hundreds of heavily armed konos soon rushed in, AK strafing in hand. After emptying a magazine, the king of the North Face finished eating a grape with his eyes closed and waved his hand gracefully. Drag it out and feed it to the dogs. Elegance never goes out of style. In his opinion, Yi Chen might be a bit strong, but he was bound to die. Because this is the palace. By hundreds of AK front sweeping shot, the great master of the Down also have to drink hate northwest. The first martial arts patriarch Dakiro Chinin had killed 1,000 people back then, and that was a direct sneak attack after a 1,000-mile run. If it was a frontal battle in the open, there was no way the patriarch would be able to hold back the firepower of 1,000 men. As powerful as a Zhongsher was, there were always vulnerable places, such as the eyes, ears, somewhere. It is therefore difficult to survive even in head-on battles under intense fire sweeps. This was also the reason why even though a patriarch could be lofty and could ignore many rules, he could not be lawless. It was a pity that they had met Yi Chen. This existence that surpassed a grandmaster overriding a grandmaster. King, he. The Konoha commander stuttered outright. What's wrong with him? Is he broken? I told you to feed him to the dogs, didn't you hear me? The king of the North Face was still elegantly enjoying himself with his eyes closed, except that his mouth was open for half a day and the grapes didn't even reach his mouth. His face couldn't help but blush with anger, and his murderous eyes widened. Those who are familiar with him know that the king of the North Face with this look in his eyes, even the most beautiful beauty has to be dragged out and fed to the dogs. A king who really kills without a second thought. No, your majesty, he's not dead. The Konoha commander was shocked. What did you say? The king of the North Face snapped out of several pairs of legs and sat up straight on his throne to fix his eyes. Yi Chen stood quietly in the distance. More than 10,000 rounds of ammunition hovered in front of him, spinning silently but unable to get close. Seeing this scene, the North Face king was startled, eyes wide, lips trembling a little. Kill him, quick, roared. At his roar, several hundred Konoha quickly changed magazines and fired another wave of strafing. At the same time, several hundred more Konos came in, heavy weapons in their hands, 12.5mm machine guns, general-purpose bazookas, and a handful of a few Barretts. After several hundred AK had emptied another magazine, Yi Chen remained unharmed, only that there were more bullets hovering in front of him. All the Konos were stunned. The king of the North Face is even more so. Never have I seen such a scene, and the patriarch is not so outrageous. Yi Chen flicked his hand. Boom boom boom. More than 20,000 rounds of ammunition ran through the front several hundred men, each of whom was hit by 2 clips of bullets, and the men were reduced to sieves. One of the Kanban commanders was also taken out and took more bullets. At least 200. Dozens of beautiful women screamed in horror in hiding in the corner. Where have they seen this kind of scene? This is still a person? The Konos sucked in a breath of air. What are you waiting for? Shoot him, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him. Yes. The crowd didn't dare to slow down and raised their machine guns, bazookas, and Barretts to fire. The dense network of firepower headed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen slightly raised his hand. Even such strong firepower was blocked, until they ran out of ammunition. They still couldn't hurt Yi Chen in the slightest. How can this be? How can this be? The king of the North Face was completely terrified. Yi Chen's hand moved slightly, and all the ammunition was all squeezed into one piece by space. Even the explosion of the rockets was suppressed to just a slight flash of sparks. Bang! It fell to the ground, and the hearts of the crowd shook. Several hundred Konos froze and took a few steps backward in fear. The gun was dropped and he was about to run away. As a result, they realized they couldn't even move. Terrible pressure squeezed them as if they were at the bottom of the sea, 100 meters of pressure. The pressure then gradually steepened. Boom, boom, boom. All of them burst open without a single one left. The entire glorious palace was stained with blood. You, don't come over. Master, save me. The king of the North Face exclaimed. The entire palace began to tremble. Then surprisingly, a Tao figure sprang out from the underground chamber of the palace. It's dressed in black linen, with a necklace of small skulls around its neck and a shaman's scepter in its hand, made of 1,000-year-old ebony. Dark skin, pointy hammer ears, extremely ugly looking, with a great sense of immediacy of a sorcerer in a horror movie. He was none other than the chief great disciple of the first shaman of the north, I-Man. It is rumored that he entered the martial arts master at the age of 40, and now that he is nearly 100 years old, his strength is even more unfathomable. Master, you're just in time. Kill him and I'll give you whatever you want. The king of the North Face said excitedly. It's as if they've grabbed the only thing that can save them. Shoo! I-Man turned back and made a shushing motion, a wry smile that made even the king of the North Face shudder. 1,000 3-month-old baby girls, and I can save your life. I-Man said. Fine. I'll give the master as much as he wants as long as he can save my life. The king of the North Face immediately agreed. The north side was his chassis, and 1,000 of them were still not easy, compared to his own life. It was not worth mentioning at all. Good. No one can kill you with me around. I-Man looked to Yi Chen. From the fluctuationless Yi Chen, he felt a palpitation he had never felt before. That feeling was an instinctive warning from the depths of his soul that Yi Chen was an extremely dangerous person. It was the first time this feeling had ever occurred to him. Even in the face of his own teacher never had such palpitations. Leave quickly. This is not the place for you to come. Give me face. Leave this place and I can forget about it. And what just happened will be treated as if it never happened. How about it? I-Man had lowered his stance as much as he could. He knew that Yi Chen's strength would most likely not be weaker than his own. Without knowing the other party's bottom line, it was obviously not wise to die with a strong person of the same level, even if he was confident in himself, even if he still has a powerful teacher. But water from afar can't put out a fire, and if he really fell head over heels, his teacher wouldn't be able to save him in time. Yi Chen, however, was unimpressed, and never looked squarely at I-Man as he walked straight over. Does your excellency really want to fight me to the death? I would advise your excellency to take it as it comes. My teacher is the #1 shaman Sharon in the north, as well as the #1 expert in the north. You. Before the words were finished, Yi Chen had already come close and his hand moved forward. A cold sweat ran through I-Man's body when he saw Yi Chen, who was suddenly close at hand. However, his reaction speed wasn't slow, and he was extremely experienced in fighting over the years, almost immediately grasping the scepter in front of his body with both hands. Ka-ching! It snapped in two in just a moment of contact. I-Man quickly fell back, looking at the two-section scepter in his hand with some skepticism. How is this possible? This is 1,000-year-old ebony wood, coupled with endless yin-chi warming. It is definitely no worse than the hardest alloy. How could you be so easily interrupted? And who the hell are you? I-Man stared at Yi Chen dead in the face. This time he was completely scared. If just now, he still had the confidence to touch base with Yi Chen, and even suppressed him with all his firepower, then now he's completely disillusioned. If that hit him just now, his body would have exploded. Yi Chen didn't say anything. A gaze that pressed down on I-Man broke bones all over his body. Endless pain tormented him. I curse that you shall not die a good death, that your loved ones shall die without a burial place because of you, and I curse that you shall not be able to enter the wheel of reincarnation even after you die, and that you shall be tormented for all eternity. I-Man put a curse on Yi Chen. It was the most poisonous of curses, one that he had made at the cost of his own life. Combined with his realm that was close to the peak of the sovereign, almost no one under the sovereign could be spared. This is shamanic sorcery, indefensible and insidious. In exchange for a trashier protagonist in a cool novel, he's on the road at the moment. The curse has to be lifted within a year or whatever months, otherwise it's all hiccups. And what former immortal kings and emperors of the immortal goddess of transformation, old ancestors and whatnot awesome coaxing, and ended up in the path of a little piece of trash on a tiny blue planet. It's so hard to stop spitting in the face of these protagonists. Yi Chen is different. Anyway, it's just me being invincible. So feel free guys. Little curse jokes are just that. A casual wave of the hand. Boo! I-Man blew right up. His ugly face never to be seen again. Dead can't be dead. Not to mention reincarnation. Even if he could really die at Yi Chen's hands and still turn into a ghost to go to hell, the 10 temples of hell would also torture him to death. Nima, what kind of trash dares to curse Dao Zun these days? Of course he can't turn into a ghost. Those who were killed by Yi Chen didn't have that chance, and almost at the same time that I-Man died, hundreds of kilometers away in a fortress on an uninhabited desert island, a breath rises to the sky. Directly hundreds of tons of fortress steel caps into the sky. It then smashed into the sea, creating huge waves. A figure flew out from within, suspended in the air. Looking at the broken blue life symbol in his hand, he clenched his fist and directly crushed it. Yi Slow has unexpectedly died. Who is it that has the audacity to kill my chief senior disciple? Looking for death. Really looking for death. The old man hasn't been around for decades, so it seems the world has forgotten the name of my salon. No matter who you are, I will make sure that your entire clan will not be left behind. It was only between the shaking of his voice that the seawater around the island was surprisingly choppy. As if in response to his anger, Yi Chen took one step at a time lightly, as if he had done nothing to arrive in front of the North Face King. The footsteps were slow, but they were like catalysts, causing the King of the North Face to cower under his throne and tremble. There was also a desert eagle made of solid gold in his hand. Don't come over, don't come over. The spirit of the King of the North Face was broken, and he was allowed to kill people and treat civilians like ants. But when it comes to actually facing death, there is still a great deal of fear, desperately wanting to live. With a move of Yi Chen's hand, the throne that cost 2 tons of pure gold to create was squeezed into the size of a fist by space, completely changing even the basic material structure. Throwing it casually, the speed of the golden ball soared to Mach 100, tearing the remaining few hundred Konoha outside who were about to rush in straight to pieces. A powerful shockwave that would have torn apart even at a distance of a few meters. Hundreds of people are hardened without a single one left, and the power of the golden ball went on unabated, all the way across the ocean. After giving a little midpoint to a few hundred kilometers of ocean, fly into the atmosphere and disappear into the stars. You, what do you want? I'll give you whatever you want. I have lots of money, lots and lots of money. 10 billion knives. Will you spare my life, my lord? The King of the North Face cried and pleaded. A sharp blade of air but gave him a baby cut. It flew straight out and fell to the ground. A bully dog raised by the King of the North Face ran over and directly chewed and swallowed a few times. The original pain of the King of the North Face who saw the scene was not even as bad as the heartbreaking pain of this moment. With a grab of Yi Chen's hand, the sons of the King of the North Face were grabbed back by his manipulation of space inside the small palace on the outskirts of the palace. Several people only felt the space change and saw a room full of blood. And then there is the one who is usually so high and mighty that he controls the fate of a nation's life. The King of the North Face, their father, who was now rolling on the ground in pain like a lost dog. Yi Chen waved his big hand and directly gave them a cut as well. The bully dog expressed happiness, never having had such a rich battle. Great tonic. You in the end? Why in the end do you want to kill me? I have no grievances with you. I can give you whatever you want. Let me live. The King of the North Face still begged for mercy. It's better to die than to live. Just living is better than anything. Baby's gone. You can get it back with tech. As long as there's money and you're still alive, there's always a way. Yi Chen ignored it. Doing all this is naturally not enough. Throw the King of the North Face to several bully dogs that have been starving for days. These were used by the King of the North Face to discipline others. He enjoys the process. Typical psychopath. But now he himself is the protagonist. In a cage of pain and resentment. Nothing torments a king more. The King of the North Face, the head of a country, met his tragic end. It had to be said that this was the price of messing with Yi Chen. So what if you kill me? Can you exterminate my 9 clans? My children mastering the army will surely avenge me. For sure. Ha ha ha. The laugh suddenly came to a screeching halt, because a 100-pound bully dog bit him in the mouth. He was speechless with horror and pain. The scene was atrocious. Fine. I'll fulfill your request and exterminate your 9 clans, leaving no one behind. Yi Chen said, utilizing the bloodline spell to incinerate all 9 clans of the King of the North Face to death in flames. All over the palace, all over the world, fire is burning people. Looking at the burning sons and the loving wives burning in the corner, the King of the North Face seemed to know something. Yi Chen seemed to have done something extremely terrible. There is a possibility that his 9 clans will really be exterminated. The King of the North Face shed tears can only be swallowed by the mouth of the dog in endless fearful agony. I have to say that the King of the North Face is indeed quite good at branching out. There were almost 100 daughters and sons alone, plus a total of 1,000 people up and down his 9 clans. All killed. There is not a single person left from the 9 clans. His 9 clans would surely thank him if they knew. Hear me say thank you for burying 10 acres because of you. After doing this, Yi Chen waved his hand, and the entire opulent palace instantly shattered and collapsed. A palace worth more than $20 billion was destroyed just like that. Boom! Yi Chen instantly broke through supersonic speed and left, and all the surrounding ruins were cleared out of the area. The fugue produced a sonic boom and soared to Mach 15, aiming straight for the palace of the King of You. Chapter 70, Beyond the Great Master. Directly scared silly. The palace of the King of You. About 300 kilometers from here, and 1,000 kilometers is just a few minutes at Mach 15, comparable to hypersonic ballistic missile flight speeds. After entering the airspace of the Kingdom of Vietnam, there were still no anti-aircraft missiles to follow along the way. Some might say, why doesn't he teleport? Come on, why lay low when you can lay high? We're here to kill the king of you. Why are we so low-key? As a result, the air defense missile forces of the Kingdom of Vietnam began to doubt life directly. Radar can scan it, but missiles just can't catch up. No good. Could it be Daxia's hypersonic weapon? There are only a handful of people in the world who can develop such a weapon, and the only one who has had a grudge against us in recent times is Daxia. Quickly report to the king of you. Suspected hypersonic missile incursion, targeting the direction of the royal palace. Please evacuate the palace quickly. Yes, Commander. So along the way, the major air defense military branches of the Kingdom of Vietnam were desperately trying to intercept it at the same time. Advanced fighter jets were also deployed, but nay more advanced. Just as advanced as they think they are in their self-importance. The weapons that Daxia eliminated are stronger than this. Tried to meet them head-on and gave up completely after losing a number of fighters. There was no choice but to grab the Vietnamese king in the palace and have him evacuated. The king of Yu, wearing yellow military robes, was surprised to hear that he had to run away with his tail between his legs to avoid being attacked by missiles. In a fit of rage, he directly slapped several attendants to death. As the king of Yu, he still has some strength, the peak of internal energy, but it's much better than that punk, the king of the North Face, but even stronger in the face of hypersonic missiles can only run. This kind of weapon, unless one was a top powerhouse among the great masters, no one would dare to say that they could block it. Unfortunately, the world's great masters have been absent for decades. He, the king of Yu, didn't have the ability to hire a great master to escort him. A great patriarch was transcendent. Even the head of a country had to be treated equally. Otherwise, if you mess with it, you won't even know if you get GA'd one day. The king of Yu rests his anger. According to the news from the Frontline Air Defense Command, that missile's speed exceeds Mach 15 must be a hypersonic missile. The air defenses can't defend it at all. But it's a good thing that my country, Vietnam, is so vast that it can give advance warning of a missile attack. Otherwise it would be a problem. There's less than a minute to draw at the most. So run, King Yu. The chief guard of the royal palace was filled with anxiety. Go. Although the king of Yu was furious and gnashing his teeth, he knew that his little life was the main thing. Stay in the palace and you might get blown to bits. Run away first. The vast majority of the people of standing in the palace withdrew. Some of the rest are valets and maids. They're still scrambling to get their valuables out. They also wanted to run, but they didn't dare to disobey the orders of the king of Yu. Otherwise it's not as simple as dying yourself, but your whole family goes to hell. Anything in the palace is a rare and valuable antique, worth more than the lives of their entire family. The king of Yu hid in an underground fortress outside the palace. The moment the iron door had just closed, Yi Chen descended from the sky, stepping directly on the square of the royal palace's main hall. Boom! The airwaves swept and tumbled away, and the earth collapsed 5 meters in a 100-meter radius. The main hall of the royal palace had even been half collapsed. Although the king of Yu's palace was much more understated than the king of North Face's, the overall cost was also over $10 billion. Not to mention the hundreds of years of rare antiques inside that hadn't made it out in time. That's a loss of at least $10 billion. No less powerful than hypersonic missiles. Yi Chen levitated high in the air, hiding out here. Locked the entrance to the underground fortress directly outside the palace. It was hidden, deep underground, but he could see through it at a glance. Before Yi Chen could lift the fortress, the meter-thick iron door on the ground opened automatically. King Yu rushed out at the first opportunity. Oh my palace, damn it, is this a war against my Yu? Good Daxia, and will my Yu be afraid of you? The king of Yu was so furious that he blew the head off of one of his servants with a slap, and only then did he lose some of his anger. The blood-stained eyes were full of bloodlust. Call the 3 military commanders of the country, and start the army at once to question the Daxia. King Yu's voice boomed with endless dominance and majesty. At this moment as the head of a country, he indeed had an overpowering aura. The so-called emperor's face is like that. No, King Yu absolutely must not. The chief military strategist rushed to advise. He was the first official under the king of Yu, and was in the highest position. It can be said to be the heart of the king of Yu. He was the only one who dared to advise at this time. If it were any other without status, how would they dare to speak? At this moment they all obediently bowed their heads. What did you say? The king of Yu was so angry that even if the other party was his favorite minister, who had been promoted by his own hands, he had the intention to kill him, since he dismissed his own orders at such a critical time. King Yu, you must not send troops. There is something strange going on. Daxia never takes the initiative to attack. If someone stirs up trouble and we fight with Daxia, the only ones who will lose will be us. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides is obvious, and one must not send troops at will. Hearing him say this, King Yu then gradually calmed down. So what do you say? Let them give us an explanation, or else they can press heavily, right up to the borderline. Good, pass my order to energize Daxia. The king of you had not finished his words. No need to energize. You guys don't stand a chance. A voice came from the air in the distance. The crowd looked on. Only a figure stood in the sky above the palace, and they had surprisingly not noticed it first just now. But yes, it's too far away after all. Besides, who would have thought there would be someone standing in the air? This is so illogical. Who are you, pretender? The king of you said in a cold voice. Boom boom boom. However, he didn't want Yi Chen to step on the void, and every rippling tremor caused the earth below to quake. The magnificent palace collapsed in pieces under the tremor. It directly shook everyone in the room, as well as the 3,000 close guards escorting around that royal palace. Ah! A heartbreaking scream came out. The crowd looked to see that King Yu's eye had exploded in one of its sockets, the juice crashing onto the faces of those around him. What's wrong with you, King Yu? The chief military strategist asked nervously. Don't touch me. Who the hell are you? And I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt me with demonic magic, you will surely die. Somebody, destroy him for me. Shoot him. What are you waiting for? At once, the 3,000 forbidden guards moved closer to shoot. At the same time, armored vehicles, medium tanks, and anti-aircraft missiles all greeted Yi Chen. Attacks from all directions below hit Yi Chen's body without an inch of progress around him, and the fire output that lasted for a minute hit the end. All of the Praetorian Guards' machine gun bullets were exhausted. That dense mass of ammunition, large and small, all stopped in the air. At this moment, even the calmest person would have to be skeptical. Buzz! Boom boom boom! Yi Chen casually waved his hand. All the bullets bounced back, and dozens of armored car tanks of the 3,000 Konoha army all exploded. A bloody mess all over the place. The more bullets anyone shot just now, the more they couldn't even gouge it up. Bang! At this time, Yi Chen had already arrived above the crowd with a flash, his feet stepping into the air once again. The violent tremor caused the palace complex to collapse in a 1-kilometer radius. The Yu King below as well as the great officials of the royal palace were trembling, all of them shocked and fearful by the greatness displayed by Yi Chen. He's a grand master. I've never seen such power. He must be a grand master. No, the legendary grandmasters aren't this strong. He's already surpassed the grandmasters. The chief military mechanic's pale face twitched and his words trembled. He was naturally knowledgeable as an old man who had lived for nearly 90 years. Grand Master? What realm is that? King Yu was surprised. He was only in his 40s and still young. Where is the knowledge of any great master? The most clearly recognized is the martial arts patriarch. The martial arts patriarch is like a dragon. One person can defeat 1,000 armies. However, even in the vastly landed kingdom of Yu, the number of martial arts masters was extremely rare. So in his mind, a martial arts master was already the limit of martial arts. As for above the martial arts master, what kind of existence was that? King Yu, at the time a few decades ago, there were grand masters above transcendent masters. At that time, the great patriarch was monstrously powerful and unstoppable, and the strength of one person could rival 1,000 armies. But after a war that very few people know about, the great masters all chose to retire. No one knows exactly why they retired. There are rumors that it's because the appearance of nuclear weapons has killed a number of grand masters. It makes them know that they can't carry a nuclear weapon hard on their own, so they can only dive into cultivation. I hope that one day soon I will be able to break through the limits of life and reach the point where I am not afraid of nuclear weapons. To this day there hasn't been a grandmaster for 50 or 60 years, the chief military mechanic explained. What? A grandmaster can defeat 1,000 armies? Doesn't that mean that a grandmaster is a walking army of divisions? The king of Vietnam was shocked. Yes, even more than ever. Hearing this piece of secret information, everyone present looked at Yi Chen in the sky with even more fear. So is he a grand master? King Yu wanted to reconfirm. Being able to fly is an exclusive ability of the grand master. So he must be. The chief military mechanic wiped his sweat and said. These words directly hit the king of Yu in the head. It gave him a cold sweat and paralyzed his limbs. Looking at the blood and water all over the ground, it was no wonder that Yi Chen could instantly kill 3,000 heavily armed close guards. It turned out to be the legendary Grandmaster. It's over. With a fluttering sound, King Yu directly knelt down. My lord, I have no grievances with you. I can give you whatever you want, as long as you don't kill me. Money, beauty, status, and resources to cultivate martial arts. If you ask, I can find it with all the power of the nation. The king of Yu simply doesn't even want dignity. There is a saying in Daxia, the former sovereign state of the Yu kingdom, that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. 3,000 Konoha Corps troops were slaughtered to death, and the nearest large army camp was more than 20 kilometers away, so it was too late to rescue them. He knew that his life was in Yi Chen's hands. What could he do if he didn't give in and beg for mercy? No offense, You sent missiles to attack civilian airliners. Have you forgotten? I was up there at the time. Yi Chen's voice was cold. At these words, King Yu's face changed drastically. The chief military mechanic reacted instantly. You're Yi Chen? Buzz. Yi Chen released a pressure out of thin air. The chief military mechanic burst into flames instantly. He could have lived a little longer, but he called Yi Chen by his name, so he went to his death first. King Yu wiped the blood from his face, even more fearful. He knew this one was a kick in the teeth. Originally, they only wanted to stifle the two geniuses of Daxia. I didn't realize that one of these geniuses wasn't a sovereign, but a grand sovereign. It's an undying vendetta. There's no room for reprieve. That's what scared him the most. As the king of Yu, he is above 10,000 people. How honorable his status is. This kind of life of condescending and looking down on all living beings is used to suddenly being threatened by death. The huge difference between before and after, making him almost collapse. The entire royal family of the North Face Kingdom has been slaughtered by me, so you are next. Yi Chen said as 100,000 tons of pressure came down heavily from the sky. Boom! All the people beside King Yu were all pressurized and exploded, and the cremation fee was saved. I'll give you a chance to call someone. You only have a minute. Yi Chen just wanted to kill and kill. There's no point in killing people outright. To kill the so-called superior is to make them feel the pain of endless despair. Grandpa save me, King Yu yelled, taking out the button in his hand and pressing it, only to see the entire underground fortress collapse. A figure broke through the rubble and rushed out. It landed firmly on the ground. Its long white hair was floating in very loose, like a wild man. The face is pretty clean though. You can tell from his face that he resembles the king of Yu by 6 points, and he is worthy of being a grandfather and grandson. However, this old man was at least 100 years old by the age of his bones. Patriarchs can live 130 years. This is the normal lifespan. Generally, as long as you don't suffer a serious injury when you're young and don't recover, you can live for 150 years. Who woke me up? The old man's face was cold and his voice was like a knife. The strength of the breath shook the surrounding ruins, clearing the air. Speed was at the peak of the martial grandmaster. It shouldn't be far from the grandmaster. A little strength, but not much. Yi Chen commented indifferently. Grandpa, I'm the one who woke you up. I planted bombs in the underground fortress so I could wake you up in a pinch. It's a matter of life and death right now, and only Grandpa can save my Yu kingdom. The king of Yu kneeled down and kowtowed in pleading. The old man was furious at this. I didn't realize that it was my own good grandson who had planted a bomb in the place where he was practicing. If not for the fact that one's strength nowadays was not what it used to be, one would really have to be buried alive by the collapsing ruins. Filial piety. Filial piety kills me. That's just it. I'll get back to you after this. I'd like to see who wants to destroy my royal family, who wants to destroy my Yu kingdom, and who gave him the guts to come here and spread his wildness. Come on. I'd like to see who has the strength to walk through a move in the hands of the old man. The more the old man spoke, the stronger his breath became. There is a kind of heaven and earth let me soar. All things are like ruminants of the superior spirit, standing there domineeringly sweeping the surrounding area. There is nothing like this. It seemed that even if there were thousands of troops and horses in front of him, they would be nothing more than dogs and chickens. Grandpa, he's up there. The king of Vietnam pointed to his head. The old man looked up, and the sunlight just reflected Yi Chen's figure, making his greatness even more boundless. This is overwhelming void. Wudo, Grand Master of Wudao. The old man reacted after a long time and stuttered outright, wide-eyed with terror. He stumbled backwards, his feet going a little limp and a piece of concrete tripping him to the ground. Viciously, he turned his head to his good grandson. All he wanted to say was that he'd seen a father pitched against a father, but not a grandfather pitched against a grandfather. UTM, there is a Grand Master. You will not pretend that I do not exist. It's good that you're dead. You had to wake me up. This is great. We're both going to die. Even 5-star General MacArthur, who was far away across the ocean, couldn't help but say, give him a chance to call someone and he can blow his own grandfather out of the sky to die. Not that he can't afford to die himself, but it's more cost-effective to have his grandfather alone. Are you the underbelly of the Yu kingdom? In that case, the family will die neatly. Yi Chen pressed his finger downward. A monstrous greatness pressed down heavily. Boom! 1 kilometer square collapsed 5 meters. The entire palace is covered and destroyed outright. It's especially spectacular from above. It is important to realize how large a 1 kilometer radius is. The energy impact of its eruption has been no less than that of a small-yield nuclear weapon. Not only that, Yi Chen's bloodline spell was cast. The 9 clans of the King of Yu totaled 637 people who were burned in agonizing torture. The 9 clans couldn't help but thank their good relative. A single national-level decision-making error has brought all 9 families together to take the blame. Hear me say thank you for seedling 3 acres because of you. Boom! Yi Chen was devoid of any emotional fluctuations, instantly reaching Mach 20 and heading towards the Japanese country that was a few thousand miles away with a pretty good little life. After he left, a large army of one division from the Kingdom of Vietnam marched in. Even from 3 simultaneous 2-lane drives on 3 highways, the various military equipment stretched for 3 kilometers. When the Major General Division commander saw the huge circular pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The grandest building in the entire palace of the King of Yu is all gone. The buildings on the fringes of the wave were also all in ruins. Judging from the pit full of blood, the entire royal family was afraid that they had been slaughtered. What kind of weapon caused this? Such horrifying destructive power. But it doesn't produce any scorched black traces? Could it be the metal rod of God's scepter that Dasha hurled from space? Relying on kinetic energy to cause killing, just like a meteorite, when the speed reaches a certain level, as long as the weight is enough, the smash can also make a big crater. The power is comparable to nuclear weapons. The division head analyzed. Great analysis. Next time don't analyze it. The chief of staff on the side spat in his mind and couldn't help but roll his eyes breathlessly. There's no way that kind of weapon, even if it existed, could have caused such a large, flat crater. It must be a newer type of weapon. Great Xia is truly worthy of being an ancient kingdom with tens of thousands of years of inheritance, and there are so many geniuses that it's enviable. The chief of staff exclaimed. What do we do now? If the royals are all dead, who do we put up as king? The master chief asked with a frown. What king? What are you talking about? My Yu Wang Majesty. The chief of staff bowed his head respectfully. The division commander didn't react for a moment. The next moment he saw the smile at the corner of the chief of staff's mouth. The division commander smiled back. My chief military strategist, let us quell the rebellion together. The corners of the division commander's mouth rose, and his face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Yes, King Yu. The chief of staff's smile widened. Since then, the Kingdom of Vietnam began major divisions fighting civil wars, all of which were swept away by Gohan to quell the insurgents. Anyone who wants to sit on the throne of Yu, it won't be quiet for a long time. The same goes for the North Face country. Strife will rise, and the heroes will fight for supremacy. It is natural for one who was a teacher to compete for the throne of the 10,000. Yi Chen's next target, naturally, was the 3-star admiral of the Japanese Navy, who had been living a good life. He was also one of the masterminds of the missile attack. As a 3-star admiral in the Navy, his status is naturally extraordinary. Holds 1/5 of the Japanese Navy, totaling 50,000 troops. Don't underestimate the 50,000 strong army. Although it couldn't be compared to the same number of armies in Dacia, but put anywhere it's more than enough to push across all medium-sized countries. Even for weaker countries, it's a straight downward strike in seconds. Chapter 71, Heaven's Might, killing the 5th Fleet with a single punch. Yi Chen was flying at a high speed, Mach 20, which was 6,806 meters per second. 6.6 kilometers a second. What a concept. Equivalent to the speed of an intercontinental weapon traveling through space. And that was just Yi Chen slightly exerting it. It was already the limit of modern weapons. This was the fundamental reason why Yi Chen sealed his realm. His strength transcends perception and imagination. Self-control is so good that one slip-up can blow up a planet or even a galaxy or even the entire known universe. So to avoid the trouble of reversing time and space, he chose to seal it. However, if one could meet a stronger opponent, unraveling the realm would only be an instant. Still solo for all time. Give me a break. Not that he couldn't unseal his realm if he sealed it. That kind of rip-off setting didn't exist in him. The Flood Supreme Taofather. Far away in the Dacia military base, Zhou Jiangwo and In Changqing were being questioned. The two of them can be seen wearing shirts, which have been removed. It was evident that due to them bringing Yi Chen to the special department base, Yi Chen had caused such a huge storm again. It led to both of them being questioned. Looking at their uniforms hanging on the wall, the two Zhou Jiangwo's faces were helpless. That's normal. It's the normal interrogation process. Besides, they want to unload both of their positions. It's not that easy either. First the Council of Elders must agree to do so, and he's Yi Chen's man, so he gave a face to cooperate with the cooperation. The two looked at each other and had a laugh. The two suited special department executives in front of them, pens and notepads in hand, looked at each other, more or less speechless. What are those two doing here? Just listen to them talk, right? But who made it a mission from above? Anyway, nothing can be asked. Just go through the motions. It also saves you from doing this kind of offense. Yi Chen entered the sea a few minutes later and flew close to the surface at a height of 2 meters. The powerful shockwave directly divided the seawater into 2 halves, all the way forward. So spectacular. Along the way, he came across King Yu's fishing boat, and the smooth sails. Something about encountering a Japanese fish-stealing ship and just crushing it. So someone must be asking, how is it that they both steal fish and treat them so differently? Why do you just shoot over others but pinch me? Isn't my life a life? Of course, what was given to them was Yi Chen's still mercilessly smooth pinch. I can't help but derive this question. If I hadn't broken into your territory and stolen the fish in the first place, would you still have beaten me to death? Yitsun, by the way, the Fifth Fleet of the Japanese Navy, with 7 ships, 3 escorts and 4 destroyers respectively. The difference in tonnage is small and purely a play on words, and their flagship was none other than a command ship in the center called the Kimoyo. It was in one of the control rooms that 3-star Navy Admiral Ikeda Kamikin was seated. The solid gold shoulder badge on his shoulder that had 3 stars set in it along with 3 more small stars on the edges was extremely dazzling. Also, the seniority badge on his shirt shows his remarkable war record in this life. It can be said to be a battlefield success. Of course, none of this would have been possible without what his father's column on the information sheet when he joined the army said, 5-star general. In the final analysis, though, his own accomplishments remain noteworthy. Line up in a triangle formation and launch the drone target in 1 minute. The fleet ships will attack with their main guns in order. 3 chances per man, and whoever gets the most hits gets the most credit. Yes, His Excellency the Commander. 7 battleships lined up in a triangle, 1 at the very front, 3 on each side. This is the standard fleet attack formation, which allows for full ship fire suppression inbound and a dense fire network inbound. Of course, it was only the basic training stage, so the ships were less than 200 meters apart. If a real war was coming, there was no way the fleet would be this close. At least each ship would have to pull away from 1 to 3 kilometers. Otherwise, a wave of fire strikes will directly reimburse them together. Soon, 21 unmanned targets were launched a minute later. An average of 3 shells from a ship would indeed shoot down 21 drones if 100 shots were fired. It's just not that easy. Even when slowed down to 100 kilometers per hour, the up and down bumps of the air currents made the already small drone a bit wobbly. It's very difficult to hit in this situation. Hardly 21 ammo expended and not a single one hit. Commander Ikeda Kamikuin, holding binoculars, turned green in the face at the sight. Well, he would have been a bit green though. After all, he didn't know that his wife had just been told by her 4-star boss that she, ma'am, wouldn't want your husband to lose his position, would she? At this time Itachi Kamikuin's cell phone called. Turns out it was her wife. Moshi, daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Itachi. There was just something strange about the voice across the room. Next to the men's faces are a bit wrong. Between mutual eyes, cannot help but secretly said Stone Pot has, as if they knew something. Itachi Kamikuin also reacted by calling his boss on his other cell phone, which resulted in a ringing tone coming from this one. Exasperated, he hung up his cell phone. Baka, your father is dead and gone. Main gun fire at full power. Shoot them all down until I do. Hi. The captains were silenced. The officer was a big man, let alone so many ranks bigger. I don't care about anything, just fire away and shoot down. They couldn't help but exclaim that they had never fought such a rich war. There were over 100 rounds of spare ammunition for the main gun. Dozens of rounds had been used in the past 2 days of training, and at the moment, in order to shoot down those 21 unmanned target planes, boom boom boom, the deafening sound of the main guns was continuous, 30 cents a minute, and in less than 2 minutes, the main gun is completely depleted. Took out half the drone targets. I have to say that they can indeed fight. Precision strike plays into the fire coverage. I don't know if it's just too much power, or if Dame didn't put gyroscopes on their guns. The more Itachi Shinjun thought about it, the more angry he became, and his subordinates didn't know exactly what he was angry about, nor dare I say or ask. Give me all the drone targets all the way down. Now. At one time dozens of drone targets flew out and rose high into the sky. Anti-aircraft missiles fired, all shot down. But the anti-aircraft missiles were also depleted. That's when the radar showed something approaching fast 200 kilometers away. His Excellency the Commander. Something is approaching our fleet fast, at about Mach 20. I'm guessing it would be a ballistic missile, the Chief of Staff said. Sure we're the target of the attack? The missile lock warning didn't alert, but we just happened to be on course. Fire anti-aircraft missiles and destroy him. Yes, His Excellency the Commander. 200 kilometers is but half a minute to Mach 20. The anti-aircraft missiles were launched in advance, and by the time Yi Chen reached the airspace over the fleet, 2 anti-aircraft missiles came at him. Yi Chen casually waved his hand and the missile exploded in place. Quietly standing with his hands in the air above the fleet, Yi Chen's feet stepped into space as if he were walking on the ground. The world is centered on him. It gave people a feeling of being beyond the mundane and unearthly, like a heavenly god. Why? How is that possible? It's a man. It's a man. My God. How is it possible for someone to reach this speed? Is he still human? Wait, he can fly. Can he fly and be human? A legendary martial arts master? Or the most powerful of our Japanese ninjas? Nonsense. Even the pinnacle of existence among ninjas can't fly. The god of heaven has descended. There were even people praying devotional prayers. I have to say that the bonobos' brains are really caught in the door. Only the 3-star Admiral Itachi Divine Sovereign saw Yi Chen's glance at this moment, causing his figure to shake so violently that he nearly stood a little unsteadily and fell down with a softness in his feet. Luckily, the chief of staff on the sidelines helped him up. I can't help but inwardly sigh. A wife at home, a promotion and a raise in salary. But it's hard to heal an abalone when you have a beautiful wife at home. Attack! Kill him for me. Fire all missiles now. All firepower, kill him for me. Godly monarch Itachi said anxiously, his voice trembling a little from fear. He was one of the main masterminds who carried out the missile attacks on civilian airliners, in order to strangle Yi Chen and Dr. Yuan in the cradle. Especially Yi Chen, the junior patriarch, was too terrifying. Given another 3 years, wouldn't there be no one in the Japanese ninja martial arts world who could compete with him? Therefore such people must be nipped in the bud. If he succeeds, he will surely be heavily rewarded from above. Might be able to make the leap to 5-star general. By then that 4-star daughter-in-law of his top man. It was a pity that the missile attack had not succeeded in killing Yi Chen. It didn't even kill Dr. Yuan. Not only that, not a single person died on the entire flight. This has led to a lot of criticism of him from above. His boss even threatened him with it. It can be said to be a lost cause. So enemies meet at the same time. He was even more aware of what Yi Chen's void stepping meant nowadays, and what that Mach 20, 30 seconds across 200 kilometers means. So he dared not be careless, much less conversational. Because that wouldn't make any sense. Start fire strikes directly. Boom boom boom. After 3 consecutive anti-aircraft missiles were fired, Yi Chen casually pinched and exploded them, after which the battleship didn't respond. What's going on? Itachi Divine Sovereign's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. His Excellency the Commander, I was just shooting at the drone target, and all the reserve ammo is gone. There's no more ammo, the Chief of Staff said. This time the whole command room was silent. Itachi Shinjin's scalp was even more numb as he realized that he had just told the entire ship to fire on all cylinders. Now where is the ammo? Use the machine guns. Use the close defense guns. Everything you can. Give it all you've got. 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 Fire it. Snap. Smacked a couple people a couple times. Hi. 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 A few men dared not speak and rushed to inform the captains of the ships. The close defense gun fire control radar then locked on, and the weapon system targeted Yi Chen. 6 tubes of 20mm tungsten armor-piercing rounds were fired. 7 battleships firing together. 100 rounds per second from each close defense gun. 6,000 rounds a minute. 7 battleships fought a hard round of all reserve ammo all the way through. Yi Chen, on the other hand, did not move at all, and all the bullets stayed all around the bottom. With a casual wave of the hand, all armor-piercing rounds returned the way they came, and the close defense guns were shot to pieces. That's the only heavy firepower weapon that's gone down the drain. Only 7.62mm automatic rifles remained in the hands of the fleet soldiers. In the command room, the chief of staff and the other subordinates with lower ranks couldn't help but feel that the commander was afraid that he wasn't a spy. Give him a chance to command the fleet and he can fight all the preparations of the fleet. So how do we fight now? The close defense guns are useless. Do you use a 7.62 burning stick in your hand? Godly monarch Itachi stomped onto the deck looking at Yi Chen in the sky above. I'd advise you to keep your hands to yourself. My men have already gone to get your parents, and you don't want to see your parents die, do you? There's an old saying in Dasha that 100 virtues in filial piety come first. There's also an old saying that it's better to know what you're doing now, right? The Iten godly monarch threatened in a cold voice. Even if Yi Chen surpassed his imagination, even if Yi Chen would be a legendary martial grandmaster who could fly through the air and kill people without being seen, he had that leverage and was not afraid. If anything happens to my parents, your Japanese nation will be buried with you. It's just a shame you don't have the nukes to move them yet. Yi Chen was ancient. Both parents have amulets he gave them, unless nuclear weapons are used. But sadly the bonobos didn't. And even if his parents were really threatened, he could just instantly move there. Even in the worst case scenario, he could reverse time and space, redeeming all that cannot be redeemed. This is the Taoist honor. What do you mean? Godly monarch Etienne frowned, and he keenly felt as if Yi Chen was absolutely certain of his words. Could it be that his parents have something up their sleeve? But what kind of undercard could survive in the hands of a patriarch? And it's still an assassination. Besides, his people have powerful weapons. Wait, are you saying that only nukes work? Suddenly, keywords came to him. Because of you, the Fifth Fleet will cease to exist. Yi Chen, however, had no intention of continuing to talk to him. It's just an ant. Yi Chen raised his hand, his palm 5 fingers down. All of a sudden the sky, which was originally clear and bright, was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Thick lightning constantly descended on top of the sea. just like the end times. Accompanying this was the huge palm that was like a god reaching out from the dark clouds, and then violently slapping downward. The length of this palm was at least 2 kilometers, directly covering all 7 battleships of the Fifth Fleet. Nothing could stop the terrifying divine might. This godly monarchy Tian was shocked beyond words. That terrifying pressure from above. It immobilized all of them before the palm even landed. It was simply too late to send a distress signal. No, don't, spare me, no, boom. The moment it lands, it directly crushes everything. 7 battleships of the Fifth Fleet totaling 1,500 little baka all fell. The seawater went in all directions, raising 100 feet of huge waves. According to this momentum, even if the altitude was reduced by the time it reached the Japanese coast 300 kilometers away, it would reach at least 10 feet. Another sea of baka will die by then, destroying a fleet that could easily exterminate a small country. Yi Chen still didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Don't look at the Fifth Fleet as having run out of ammunition. Even if there was plenty of ammunition, it was still no different from ants in front of Yi Chen. Under absolute strength, how can you be allowed to have room to live? Yi Chen cast a bloodline spell. In the next moment, the Itachi divine sovereign was exterminated from his 9 clans. His 9 clans up and down numbered as high as more than 700. So it could be said that he had a thriving population. It's just a pity that he met this pitiful relative of his, and even his 9 clans perished together. One of them, Itachi Kamikuan's wife, was originally working with a 4-star boss, and you don't want your husband to lose his job. As a result of the joy, his wife burned up, along with his 4-star boss. But it's good to have quick reflexes. There is an old saying in Dacia that when you make a break, you get a break. So it was broken. Also alive. It's when he becomes her later. Just kinda bald. Meanwhile, the Japanese Seismological Bureau monitored a strong earthquake that occurred 300 kilometers from the coastline. It caused waves up to 300 meters high. It caused a huge panic and directly millions of people migrated. It was a bit far away though, and the waves ended up at 30 meters high. But it also caused hundreds of billions of dollars in economic losses. So to speak, countless people are homeless. Of course all of this is an afterthought. Up to this point, Yi Chen had taken out all of the main messengers, returned to the Dacia Lightning Special Forces camp. There was no concern at all about whether or not the assassin Itachi Kamijin had sent to kill his parents would succeed. And a lakeside villa in the city of Winnipeg. This was where Yi Chen's parents lived. Zhou Ziwei, Zhou Zimeng, and Zhou Yashuan also live here together. The 3 women went out shopping while Yi Chen's parents were trimming the flowers on the balcony. Since Yi Chen had given them the resident pill, they could stay young forever. All of the 2 old men returned to their 25-year-old skin. This made them even more in love. And they even had to trim their flowers and plants together holding hands from behind. The 3 women were naturally fed by the dog food of their show of affection. There was no choice but to go out shopping together on a date. Wife, you're so beautiful. Darn, that's all it's going to be. Do you like it? Well, like. The 2 flirted, causing the slayer, who was watching the scene from a distance with his barret, to flirt, tearing off a chunk of beef from his hand. He swallowed hard, almost didn't choke on him. It took 2 quick gulps of coke to swallow. Still can't reach the general? Killer said to the intercom end. No, it's supposed to be in a military exercise, blocking outside signals. Can't wait. Action. Just leave them breathing. Okay, leave it to me. Blow out their shoulders and they won't die, said Killer with a cruel smile on his lips. Load the magazines. Uses polished, sharp bullets. This causes not too much power to blow someone away with one shot. Their primary goal was to be captured alive, or at least leave a breath of air. Killing someone to death, then how could they threaten their target? Kiss it, and soon you won't. The killer pulled the trigger. A shot was then about to hit Yi Hongyun's arm. At this distance, it's Barrett again. The power of even a bullet that has been sharpened is not to be underestimated. Enough to completely tear both men's arms apart while penetrating several walls of the villa. Bang! But he didn't want the shot to be completely useless, as if it had hit an impenetrable transparent barrier. This can't be right. Hans was in a hurry and fired off several shots in quick succession. All unresponsive. Not even a crash. And Yi Hongyun and the others didn't even feel a thing. Still spilling the beans. I'll kill you all. Killer is in a hurry. Ben is a little baka and very psychopathic. This one switched straight to high explosive armor-piercing rounds. Not only does it have a high explosive effect, but it also has a 2000-degree high-temperature melting effect. Give me death. One shot. Still intact. But this time he saw the bullet as if it was fixed on a transparent wall. I just don't believe it can't be broken. Replacing an entire clip, he prepared to fire. Change of plans. They have advanced shields that are invisible to the naked eye and so defensive that I can't even break them with armor-piercing rounds. Don't wait. All of you. Get on. Killer rushed on. Chapter 72. He must have been killed. Testing his power. Roger. Soon. A ninja martial arts minor achievement clan master made a move. Assisted by 3 internal energy minor achievement ninjas, the 4 of them landed on the roof in a single leap from the back of the villa, and then landed through the front window. It was about to confine the duo in an instant. Meanwhile, the sniper came in with several bullets in quick succession. All are aimed at the arms and legs. Just don't die. Cripple first. Nay, his bullets were still blocked by the transparent shield that was formed, set in a transparent barrier. The Shurkan ninja instantly drew his katana behind him as he landed to where he could see the pair. A chopping blow is unstoppable. After all, it was a patriarch minority existence. The power of this blade would not be impossible even if it were to split a villa apart. The slash was just right though. It would just sever the arms or legs of the duo. Always leave a silver lining. But the slash felt as if it had struck cotton. It was soft and flexible, and it surprisingly absorbed all of their attacks. Baka, is this what the Dasha people say? You sort of kicked cotton? The clan ninja was speechless. He thought the comment was just a joke, but he didn't realize it was true. That slash of his was already the strongest strike in his martial arts Jedi. That didn't work, so basically it's time to go home and rest. Bang! Suddenly just then, the shield rebounded all the attacks. Even the might of that slash returned in its entirety. Not only that a vertical slash becomes a horizontal slash. The 4 only had time to block forward with katanas in their hands. The clan ninja was fine. He was a martial arts master after all, and could resist normal heat weapons. Plus it was his own attack again, which he was extremely familiar with. Only his arm was sore from the shock, and the other 3 were cut off at the waist. Not only that, but along with the previous rebound threw up to pierce their bodies through. Barrett's armor-piercing rounds have terrific kinetic energy at sufficient velocity, while directly shattering the 3 corpses. The sniper in the distance saw this and rolled to the left, which he dodged, and the ninja clansman's katana came across in his hand to parry an armor-piercing bullet. The powerful kinetic energy caused him to fall back more than 10 meters before landing firmly on the ground. Looking again, the katana in his hand had been punched out with a dent, just a millimeter short of complete penetration. It was important to realize that he had already covered the blade in his hand with his astral protection, and he went all out to fend it off, but he didn't expect to be almost pierced. If it wasn't for the fact that the katana was made of the strongest alloy, the body would have to be put through a hole this time. Baka, slashers, it even bounces bullets. Looking at the 3 companions who were already a piece of the east and a piece of the west, he quickly returned to his companion's sniping position, and during that time the duo remained sweet. He didn't notice anyone trying to kill them. It was evident that the amulet was indeed powerful, and Yi Chen's hand was sure to be a good one. A katana can only be held in the hands of a ninja clansman at all times. It was mainly dented so much that it couldn't have been included in the sheath even if it had wanted to be. Asshole, who told you to shoot so much? That shield will bounce back unbeknownst to you? 3 of us died at once, and you're to blame. You told me you were a professional, and I believe you are. If I can't kill them again, I'll kill you first. Ninja martial arts patriarch angry. That was a ninja he had carefully trained. If 3 of them die at once, how much less money will they earn in the future? Patriarch, calm down. I didn't expect them to have such a life-preserving card, but aren't we taking them alive? Killer wondered. Baka, I've lost 3 men and I'm still taking live ones? Alternative, direct hit without leaving a single one. I understand. His Excellency the Patriarch. Without further hesitation, Killer pulled a bazooka from a side case, and next to the bazooka was a huge shell 10 centimeters in diameter and 50 centimeters long. It says K702 Rock Divine Water. It is produced by none other than the top arms dealers in Great America. Will this work? Armor-piercing rounds for anti-material sniper weapons don't work, and you expect this? Baka, you tricked me, didn't you? The ninja clan's sword was on the killer's neck, and the sharp blade made him feel that death was only a moment away. Patriarch, calm your anger. Listen to me. This is the latest weapon of the Rock Divine Water Group. Its destructive power is said to be equivalent to 1 ton of TNT explosive equivalent, enough to destroy an entire street. Killer introduced himself confidently. So powerful. How much dynamite can it hold so small? The ninja clansman felt extremely new. He is obsessed with combining ninjutsu and martial arts, which are indistinguishable from each other, making the fusion even more powerful. So full attention was devoted to the sword technique, somewhat out of touch with modern weapons concepts. I didn't realize it was already possible to reach this level. You know what a ton of TNT explosive equivalent is? The 150mm howitzer weighs about 40 kilograms and has an effective kill radius of 50 meters. It can create a deep pit about 5 meters deep and 7 meters wide, and not a lot of loads, so a ton of TNT equivalent could absolutely destroy a street. Okay, you only get this one chance. Fail and you don't go back. Don't worry, Your Excellency the Patriarch. It's foolproof. Killer shouldered his bazooka and aimed it at the 2 men who were still making out. Hit them in the head. Boo! with the terrifying recoil. Even a martial artist of killer's level was surprised that his shoulder hurt and his hand almost didn't hold steady. It was mostly too sudden. I also didn't expect the kinetic energy to be so strong. Straight through supersonic. Boom! A terrifying explosion arose, and might swept through. This bazooka does not have to explode on contact and can be switched to explode in the air. The effect is not much different. It wasn't mainly because I was afraid his shield would be too soft to block it. Therefore an overhead explosion is best. The explosion power sweeps 200 meters in a radius and effectively kills 500 meters. They were located more than 600 meters away, totally within safe limits. Watch the small mushroom cloud that rises. Both of them looked extremely shocked. All life within 200 meters will be destroyed. Within 500 meters, if there's no cover, your internal organs will be shattered out of your body. Such power. Have modern weapons advanced to this point? The ninja patriarch was in a cold sweat. Though it would be difficult for a weapon of this level to hit a clan master like himself head-on, but even if he didn't get a direct hit, the explosion in space was enough to make him suffer. If you hit it head-on, you will die for sure. At least he couldn't block it. However, if a patriarch was a bit stronger and had an extremely strong physique, he would not be afraid. As long as you don't get hit head-on and dodge the core blast, you'll still have no problem escaping. Lock Divine Water's weapon is truly terrifying. No wonder even a Zongshur can't say that he can walk horizontally in this world. He must develop his own forces and keep a low profile. But the Patriarch is still the supreme existence in this world as long as he doesn't touch the bottom line. After all, as strong as external things are, one's own strength is fundamental. But if I were to use this kind of weapon, wouldn't I be able to have the possibility of killing a peak sovereign? The Ninja Patriarch couldn't help but light up at the thought. The explosion at the moment was coming to an end. The 200-meter area covered by the flames was receding. Just as the two men watched dumbfounded, the blast shockwave and flames surprisingly returned in a way that turned back time. Even the destroyed plants, trees and houses are recovering. It's like taking this period of time just now and cha-chinging it into a video and then playing it backwards. That's the effect. Until the villa was revealed. A transparent layer of energy light encounter flickered for a moment and then disappeared. The villa was intact. Not a scratch on the skin. And while the destruction outside is real, it is all restored. This unimaginable thing just came to pass. The two were confused. Utterly confused. It felt like my worldview had completely blown up, rubbing their eyes and even slapping each other. After feeling the pain, it turned out not to be a dream. Baka, what the hell? How come nothing happened? But I didn't want to do it just as the two of them froze. After that transparent energy halo flickered momentarily, a column of fire 2 meters in diameter erupted. It directly pierced through the duo who were on the hillside. They remained dumbfounded until they died, and then their heads went blank. Only 2 pairs of legs were left kneeling, and a beret on the floor. The villa was by the lake and was sparsely populated, so naturally few people would notice this scene. Even if you notice it, you'll just dismiss it as a blur, because nothing happened. It's back to the way it was. Who would have thought there had been an explosion? I think there was a flash just now. Yi Hong Yunfu finished being mushy, which opened his eyes and looked outside with some uncertainty at the still normal environment. It must be your eyes. Probably. Who makes you annoying so many times a day? Neither took it seriously, completely unaware that they had already experienced life and death once. But with the amulet given by Yi Chen, nothing was a problem. Defense plus counters, all around. A direct wave to take away the killer of the little Baka. A hallowed Shaochang martial grandmaster died out there just like that. For the small Baka, whose population was already pitifully small, and whose strongmen were even more so, that was a huge loss. However, since they had been sent by Itachi Shinjun, the Japanese hierarchy did not yet know that they had lost a martial arts master. It's bound to be heartbreaking when we learn the news later. And 30 kilometers away, a team of men were planning to carry out the assassination of Yi Hongyun and his wife. They come from a combination of forces out there. The weapons are so fine and powerful that it's hard to imagine. Yi Chen, who had already flown into the territory of Daxia, had already sensed that the parental amulet had been triggered. The last wave of power is a bit strong, but that's about it. It's nowhere near the limit of the amulet. It's over. Trying to kill my parents isn't a death wish. Yi Chen shook his head. As a Daozun, if you can't even protect your own parents, then what kind of strong person is it? A truly strong person is one who is surrounded by loved ones who can keep them safe for life. No matter what kind of existence one kills or what kind of powerful person one invokes, one's loved ones will never be affected. That's what makes a strong man. Otherwise, it's just garbage. The garbage that blew a great deal in his previous life and couldn't even protect his own loved ones after crossing over. Yi Chen didn't know how those so-called alternate world travelers were so rookie. Protecting loved ones, doesn't that come with the territory? The enemy must be allowed to humiliate their loved ones, and kill their loyal men, but they cannot be resurrected and have to avenge their deaths. He promised to keep him safe for life. but he ended up killing the other person's relatives because he messed with them. Is this the strong man? No, it's garbage. Shame on the crossing people. Trash like this. If Hee-chan could one day meet the same type of traveler, must kill his wife and parents and relatives in front of him first and feed them to the dogs. Humiliate it hard and show it what a piece of he is himself. As in the case of Yi-chan, if he wanted to, he could do so by wiping out all potential threats in the entire universe in an instant. It wasn't even impossible to erase all the realms of the Great Thousand Worlds, all the dimensional spaces, all the unknown world threats, all of them, but it's not necessary. Protecting loved ones by the handful. What's the point of killing all the bad guys? Wouldn't life be completely meaningless then? It's as if 100 million accounts are playing in accounts that are almost all level 1. It also add all the few 10,000 level accounts that showed up. What? Do you want to play with a first-class little Karami so badly? Yi-chan was flying at a high speed at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It then descended over the deep mountains of the Ghost Province. The Lightning Special Forces camp. Look at the flying object that crossed the sky like a missile. The crowd of Lightning Special Forces below, who were training underweight, looked up at the sky in confusion. Experiments with new weapons? That's fast. How many Machs is that? It must be an intercontinental weapons experiment. The pattern is low for hypersonic weapons. And I said airplanes. Have you guys heard about it too? It seems that the air and space fighter has been developed. I don't know, but why do I feel like it's coming toward us? Asterisk 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 asterisk, you don't say. Was it a missile strike? Yi-chan hadn't even officially reached the airspace when the air defense warning had already sounded. Deep in the mountains, a multitude of anti-aircraft weapons poked out of the thick woods. The anti-aircraft fire reaches a deranged level. Medium, far and near cover 3 ranges. Yi-chan casually waved his hand. All the weapons malfunctioned against him. There was no display on the air defense radar. The alarm disappeared, and the weapons were hidden again. Yi-chan landed from the air. Boom! It landed on the ground, sending shockwaves. It was like a howitzer attacking the ground, standing there as unshakable as a god of war. The Lightning Special Forces personnel, who were already preparing to go get their weapons, instantly reacted. Seeing that it was Yi-chan, put his heart down, at the same time more shocked by his strength. Don't be too cool with this outing. Sci-fi movies are weak. Instructor, you're so handsome. Chen-zi couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at such Yi-chan, her face reddening. What the hell? What day is it? I'm looking at it wrong. You read that right. The lieutenant blushed. I'll be damned. Lieutenant Iron Tree has blossomed. Holy, big news. The lieutenant actually likes guys. Actually, I like the instructor too. Instructor, you don't want me to not take the training seriously. Please feel free to get out. The crowd was very quirky and the atmosphere was harmonious. Yi-chan shook his head and smiled. All hands on deck. Carry a ton of weight to the top of the hill. If you haven't left in 30 seconds, all of you pack up and get out. You guys are the worst I've ever seen. Yi-chan said. Go go go. Come on, come on. The crowd rushed to get serious, and each of them started for the top of the mountain, carrying large pieces of iron on their backs. As for Yi-chan saying they are the worst they have ever brought, they are not to be believed. After all, every instructor says that. How could they know that they were indeed the worst Yi-chan had ever brought? When he was in the flood he took just about anyone, and it didn't take off. Future accomplishments would start at a minimum of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Nay, this was Earth, and Yi-chan was too lazy to bother. Feel free to just take them to win the all-army specialty competition. Watching Yi-chan float in the air and lead the crowd in a weighted run to the top of the hill for training. Dr. Yuan, who was standing by the hallway window watching all this, was lost in thought. It's amazing that he's okay to land from such a high altitude and can fly so fast. How the hell did he do that? Are Grandmasters really that strong? Could it be that the higher the strength rises, the more the body's construction changes, similar to a genetic mutation, or a computer software upgrade? Dr. Yuan thought. He'd studied superpowered people before, but superpowered people are born with their own abilities, or have their long-dusted superpowers opened up later in life for some reason. But superpowers, while varied, have a limit. That's one-sided awesome, not all-encompassing. Those who can control fire, for example, can only control fire and are relatively weak in the physical aspect. Unlike martial arts, it can be developed in all directions, or highlight the development of one of your favorites. Therefore Budo is more widespread and suitable for quite a few people, and superpowers are niche groups, only for those special groups. No, with such a terrifying physical ability, I have to ask Mr. Yi to cooperate with me in researching the latest potion formula. If we are able to succeed, it will truly open up a martial arts heyday. Dr. Yuan thought. He's an all-around scientific genius. Whether it's military weaponry or medical research, he has a talent that is often unimaginable. In particular, the latest weapons developed are of epic-making significance. That's what made him unimaginably important in Daxia. Even when the governor sees it, he gets in his notebook. It's a sign of respect. He is a man who is all very high in the hearts of the elders. Give him all the research money he wants. Go directly to finance for approval without stating the purpose. The trust in him is palpable. No, it hadn't been much time since he'd arrived, and the research equipment was already almost complete. All of it is used by air transportation. In order not to delay his various studies, realize he's not going to be here forever. It's also just a temporary place to get out of the way for a while because the plane was hit by a missile. It's going to be gone in a couple days at the most. Turns out the equipment was flown in ready for him. Colonel, come up here a minute. Dr. Yuan finished on the intercom and hung up. The colonel ran forward. What did Dr. Yuan want to see me about? The colonel was curious. Trouble you to ask for instructions from above. See if you can ask Mr. Yi for a small favor. I need Mr. Yi's help for my research. There won't be any danger. Just a test. And I hope the top will have all this equipment I want ready. I want it tomorrow. Dr. Yuan said, taking out a detailed list. The equipment is fine. As soon as today. The colonel assured him after only a few brief glances. Just Mr. Yi that. That said, he was in a bit of a bind. Yi Chen had just quickly descended from the air, setting off the air defense alarms for the entire base. It's all stopped back there though, but the amazing flying speed, the dominating appearance, and the terrifying power of his one-handed catch of the airplane, all of this made it clear to him that Yi Chen was a super expert above the zone. Sure, would such a person cooperate? That's something he's not confident of. Not at all. It's fine. You ask for instructions from above and see if you can put in a good word with Mr. Yi for a favor. Dr. Yuan also knew he was in a difficult position and offered, okay, then I'll ask for instructions right away. The colonel laughed and immediately dialed the red phone, which just didn't work. He was wondering why no one was answering. By all rights this call should go straight to Zhou Jiangwo's office. Took out his personal cell phone and called. Zhou Jiangwo's cell phone ringing in his clothes hanging on the wall. At the moment he was still sitting in the interrogation room, along with Inshanshin and the two special department officers across the room. They were wide-eyed. My cell phone is ringing. I'll take a call, Zhou Jiangwo said. The two looked at each other. No. Immediately afterward, I felt like I was talking heavy. What is your position? You'd better watch out when you talk to such a big shot. It's not like people are actually committing crimes to get their positions jacked. What if people settle scores afterward? At least not on the handset. Put it on speakerphone. Yeah, put it on speakerphone. The two men softened their tone and had a human face. Okay. It didn't matter to Zhou Jiangwo. Take out your cell phone and turn it on speakerphone. Hey, Commander. Dr. Yuan said he wanted to ask Mr. Yi for a small favor for a study. Do you think you should put in a good word with Mr. Yi here? Everyone knows that you and Mr. Yi are on good terms, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem for you to say. The colonel bragged. Zhou Jiangwo waistplater straightened a few points. Livingly Yunlong guarding the weapons depot. That soldier look. The two special sector people nodded their heads even more politely as they listened. Wait, you mean Mr. Yi is back? Zhou Jiangwo, though more stumped, suddenly realized what the key was. That's right, Mr. Yi is back. What's the problem? The colonel was obviously unaware of what was going on at the special branch base. This kind of thing is classified. No one will know except those who were there. Zhou Jiangwo looked at his watch. He had roughly kept track of the time since Yi Chen had disappeared in a killing spree inside the base. Less than 40 minutes. At this moment, Zhou Jiagwa tensed up. Not only him, but the two special officers and Chang Xin tensed up. What did Yi Chen do during the 40 minutes he disappeared? Did you kill anyone? It's a big concern for them. After all, Yi Chen had just completed a feast of carnage. The news was also just turned on up there that the men tried to escape and then shot them all. Though now it's a big, cheering crowd. But the shock and chaos behind it will definitely not be small. And Yi Chen went back so soon. According to his past style of doing things, it wasn't like he would willingly go back without doing anything. So all four of them tensed up in unison. It was curious to know what exactly Yi Chen had done in those 40 minutes. I'll speak personally on Mr. Yi's side. Just tell Dr. Yuan to rest assured in his research, and we'll take care of all the aftermath. Zhou Jiangwo said. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Jiangwo looked at the two people in front of him. You guys aren't still going to stare at me at this hour, are you? Chapter 73, Martial Mechanical Battle Armor. The Expected Body Data. Chapter 73, Formal Tests. Crowd-awaited data. The two looked at each other as they stared at Zhou Jiagwa. In fact, it was that the top was afraid that he and Yi Chen would work together inside and outside, causing even more turmoil. After all, even if Yi Chen had read the information, it was not good to act alone, while Zhou Jiangwo and Inshanshin, who possessed military power, could act as insiders, provide all the help needed. But Yi Chen had already returned to the Lightning Special Forces. It didn't seem necessary for them to continue spying on the duo, so one of them went out to inform the top, the old man in a suit who held the position of junior cabinet minister before, and the middle-aged man in the suit of the chief of the special department pushed the door in. Since Mr. Yi has gone back, I'm sure it didn't cause any more fuss. It should be because they knew that the other side's power was too strong and ultimately chose to hold back. That's also right, a young genius should hold off. This world is about human feelings, not fighting and killing. The old man smiled, feeling like he understood Yi Chen in his old age. Hearing his words, Zhou Jiangwo also smiled. Ha! Only the smile meant something, even as he hurried to cover his mouth. As a one-star major general and commander of a military region, he commanded 100,000 troops. Usually don't laugh unless they can't help it. What do you mean by that? The old man frowned his face in displeasure. This look on Zhou Jiangwo's face annoyed him. It's as if he's a clown for saying what he said. Ever since he was promoted to the position of junior courtier, even if it was only an imaginary position, but the governor of a province to see him have to be polite and respectful smile. Who is Zhou Jiangwo's military officer? What do you think Mr. Yi is? Mr. Yi never backs down because of how powerful the other side is, because they are all nothing more than ants in Mr. Yi's eyes. To kill or not to kill depends on the mood. Maybe people are done dying. This last sentence was said casually by Zhou Jiangwo. He just wouldn't allow anyone to say anything bad about Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's strength, was there anything under the sky that could make him hold back and avoid the front for a while? It's not a joke. Humph. What can you do with 40 minutes? What can you do with a meal? You are too high on him. A brat of only 18 years of age is too shallow and experienced to understand the rules of this world. The water is too deep for him to grasp. The old man in the suit grunted coldly. He was tenacious too. Zhou Jiangwo no longer said anything. Talking to this kind of old man with a solidified mindset was a complete waste of time. He is merely unwilling to recognize the historical change that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past die on the beach. Trying to get some confidence back from Yi Chen going back so quickly. We'll go see Mr. Yi together later. The matter of letting Mr. Yi help Dr. Yuan with his experiments for a bit is still something we have to ask about. Mr. Yi can't say anything if he doesn't want to. Okay, all yours. Zhou Jiangwo didn't listen to the old man and instead chatted with Changshin. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched. See, the scene was once a bit awkward. A middle-aged man rushed out to round off the scene. The two commanders can leave. Mr. Yi is back, so I don't think there should be anything else. But there's one thing I want to remind the two commanders. It's okay to get close to Mr. Yi, it's your freedom, but there are some things about military secrets that should never be revealed. To do otherwise would be treason. The middle-aged man in the suit said seriously. I don't need you to tell me what I can and can't say. With that he put his clothes back on and left as the two of them left. Humph, do you really think that just because you're the commander of a military region that you can have no one in your sight? As soon as the two of them left, the old man let out a cold snort, looking somewhat unconvinced, but he only dared to say that when the others left, and obviously didn't want to strain the relationship. He is now only a small cabinet minister in an imaginary position. It's just a title. There's no real power in the hands. In a sense it can't really be compared to an incumbent and powerful military commander like Zhou Jiangwo. This is the time to use the job inclusion formula. All in all, Zhou Jiangwo was the biggest in that realm of the Ghost Province. It's not like the governor has military power. Not to mention he's a small, imaginary courtier in the capital. Those who get it get it. You old don't be angry. Why should you have a general understanding with the juniors? After all, you are still in the reign of the little cabinet elder. He is still big enough to be bigger than you? The middle-aged man in the suit laughed along, speaking with an artistic level indeed. The old man's anger also subsided for a few moments, and he couldn't help but straighten his collar. It's as if the confidence from back then has returned. But then again, the Zhou family is indeed somewhat different from what it used to be. Being so close to Mr. Yi, you could say it's like a day in the life. And since Mr. Yi is a grand master, the higher-ups didn't even put all the blame on Mr. Yi for the killing spree in the base. It's also conceivable that there was an intentional attempt to harbor it. Patriarchs are like dragons, and junior archmasters are even more unprecedented. Dang enviable. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man in the suit shook his head inside. At the same time, he was also reminding the old man in a sideways manner. Even if there is some displeasure towards Zhou Jiangwo, he has to restrain himself a bit, and he must not be an enemy. After all, people are not only military region commanders who govern the army of a province. The backer is even a junior grand master. There's no benefit in making an enemy of the Zhou family. Humph, the Zhou family's old man is indeed not simple, forward-looking and with a big pattern. It's likely to bring the Zhou family to a height it's never seen before. Although he still grunted coldly, it was also obvious that he was no longer in any mood. Instead, they also expressed deep scorn for the Zhou family. As soon as Zhou Jiangwo and Changxin left the house, they boarded a military helicopter to go to the Lightning Special Forces camp, and just in the meantime, an amazing, enough to be discussed at the top level of many countries happened. The opulent palaces of the kingdom's royal city to the north were razed to the ground, and the king of the north face has been dog-eared, disemboweled the canine, and it's all digested into a shong. Not only that, but everywhere in the world, as long as the king of the north faces children, wives as well as relatives. As soon as they were found, they were all dead. The traces leave only a little bit of gray. The labs are all hard to come by, but dead for sure. In the beginning it was naturally recognized as an internal factional struggle within the royal family. After all, who wouldn't covet supreme power? It's not like there hasn't been a fight for the throne in the northern kingdoms in the past. Basically every couple years. It's hard to have peace, but this one is really a bit weird. The palace was razed to the ground. Ask why the palace was bulldozed if you wanted to seize power. Isn't that tens of billions of dollars of lavish palaces and valuable antiques money? Even the richest wouldn't dare to be such a loser. But just as everyone was thinking about it, the northern kingdoms have fought for the throne, for 1,000 different reasons. To quell the rebellion, he himself is the orthodox. Catch the rebels, there is insubordination. In short, all have their own reasons. A book to brainwash their own people and froze the fight. Of course, the kingdom of the north is, after all, a small colony, although it has attracted the attention of many in high places. But the forces that wanted to make a play for their poor place were, after all, in the minority. Plus they've played too much before. Some people are surprised only for a moment and then forget about it. Helicopter landing. Zhou family national security chief Hart under the plane asked Yi Chen where. The news he got was that Yi Chen had gone to the top of the mountain with the special forces for weight training, and it's still on the trail. Nice guy. Straight up nice guy. The mountain was more than 2,000 meters above sea level, and it was curvy, rugged, and even had cliffs, and it's still on the trail. That's a whole lot of confusion for the two commanders. When did these unruly special forces guys get so fierce? One could only sigh that it was still Mr. Yi who was capable and well-trained. Don't you look at me, change your clothes and climb the mountain. Zhou Jiangwo took his clothes off and changed into his training clothes. You must be fine. I'm not the same. I've only reached a small level of internal energy. I haven't trained for a long time. This mountain climbing mustn't tire me out. Although in Chang's heart grumbled, his movements were not slow. The duo jogged along the path. The soldiers would have wanted to follow, but he just said no. He himself was already at the peak of internal energy. Did he still need an escort? As long as someone isn't sneaking up on you with a hot weapon, you're basically fine. Besides, there's Mr. Yi on the mountain. A killer comes here. Wouldn't that be a gift from nature? They finally arrived at 6 p.m. 33 special forces had already been on the mountain. That could surprise both of them. Can you carry weights that fast? Obviously they didn't leave too much later. Good day, Commander. Good day, Vice Commander. Seeing the arrival of the two of them, the special forces immediately reacted. Rush to his feet and salute. Hard work. You guys rest yourselves. Wait, what are you guys? Suddenly, Zhou Jiangwo seemed to see something extraordinary, and his eyes went wide. What did he see? 33 backpacks made of pure iron blocks, textured and heavy at first glance. The fruit doesn't get up, and he tries to weigh at least a ton. Is this what you use for weight training? He asked in surprise. Had he suddenly trained too hard and hallucinated? Yes, Commander. When did you boys get so strong? Before they could answer, Yi Chen landed on the ground from the air. Mr. Yi, Zhou Jiangwo said respectfully. Mr. Yi is as heroic as a god. It's admirable. And Changxin respectfully said. Zhou Jiangwo directly rolled his eyes. His own good buddy is getting better at ass-kissing. Well, the two commanders have a weak breath and are under-exercised. Yi Chen said. Ha! Zhou Jiangwo scratched his head and smoothly gave his good brother in Changxin's clothes a pull down to cover his exposed white belly. Hearing their conversation and the respectful way the two commanders looked, the special forces only felt dumbfounded. The two commanders' attitudes were also too respectful, as if they were subordinates facing their superiors. Or you could say it's a bit like a child facing an elder. The instructor is awesome. Yi Chen walked towards the edge of the cliff, and the two of them exchanged glances to follow. It's a crowded place. It's better to talk at a distance. Yi Chen was obviously well aware that they had something important to say. Mr. Yi, it's fortunate that you came back so quickly and nothing happened, and that's a relief for both of us. It's not just being released, it's coming here. Zhou Jiangwo scratched his head. In Yi Chen's case, it was true that there was no shelf at all. You guys are locked up? Yi Chen captured the key words. And no, it's just to match the top a little bit. Zhou Jiangwo explains. Yi Chen nodded. It was good that it wasn't off. He thought which people were so ungrateful that they actually dared to lock up his people. Isn't this a lantern in the toilet looking for death? Mr. Yi, you really didn't go and do anything? Zhou Jiangwo still couldn't help but ask again, because he always felt that Yi Chen did nothing, which was not his style at all. The Mr. Yi in his mind was unrestrained and lawless. Maybe Yi Chen was also too lazy to say that much. I believe that soon the news will come and Zhou Jiangwo and the others will be burnt out. There's no need to explain any of this yourself. Hearing Yi Chen's reply, Zhou Jiangwo always felt cloudy. It's not good to speculate too much. By the way, Mr. Yi, how come these brats of theirs are so strong in power? To actually carry a ton of weight is incredible. They didn't have that kind of power before. Zhou Jiangwo was curious. You'll find out at the Special Forces competition. Yi Chen sold the story. Mostly, I don't want to say too much either. Zhou Jiangwo nodded his head and couldn't be bothered to ask more questions. You are the commander-in-chief of the Ghost Province military region. So what are the respective positions above you? Yi Chen said as he stepped on the 10,000-foot cliff at the edge. It's as easy and casual as stepping on clear glass. Walking a few steps out to stand in the middle of a 10,000-foot cliff. He looked at the light of the setting sun and stood with his arms folded. Under the setting sun, his long hair was flowing and his white clothes were as white as snow, just like a god. The two commanders looked completely dumbfounded. Is this the terror of a Grand Master? Stepping through the air as if he were walking on the ground. The posture of the god of war was unparalleled. In terms of the level of military power positions, above me is the commander-in-chief of the Jinling military region, and there is actually a deputy commander of the Jinling military region, but the deputy commander can only give army advice and coordinate planning. It doesn't look like it has the power to actually run the army though, but the actual power content is still a little higher than mine, because there will be a private army of 3,000 men charged with protecting lives. That's one thing I don't have, Zhou Jiangwo said. If he had 3,000 troops to protect himself at all times, it would be nothing short of awesome, nor would they be afraid of retaliation from the returning Sea martial arts family. After all, although the returning Sea martial arts family possessed a total of 3 patriarchs, but you also have to run in the face of absolute firepower. But fortunately, only the last returning Sea bastard sword remained after being killed by Yi Chen. As for the commander-in-chief of the Jinling military district, he has even more power, with a total military strength of 300,000 men in the 3 provinces under his jurisdiction. Not only that, but he has a Jinling army of his own, numbering up to 100,000. That is to say, he governs a total force of up to 400,000 men. The actual power is so far beyond me that even I have to listen to him. Of course, even the commander-in-chief of the Jinling military region with the rank of a 2-star general doesn't have the right to arbitrarily deploy over 10,000 troops. It all needs to be agreed upon from above, Zhou Jiangwo said. And further up? Yi Chen said. Further up is the field marshal, a 3-star generalship, commanding 3 million land forces in Daxia. Of course, it also comes with an adjutant general of the army. As for further up, it's the Council of Elders. It's at that level that everything is really decided, Zhou Jiangwo explained. Where are the clerks? Yi Chen went on to ask. The civilian equivalent of me is the governor, with jurisdiction over all economic and all aspects of a province. Further on is the governor of Jinling, with jurisdiction over 3 provinces. Further up the line the governor of the 2 rivers governs the richest territory of the 2 provinces. After that, there's the little pavilion elder, the one Mr. Yi killed. Zhao Chuanli was a little pavilion elder, and although he didn't have any real power, his position wasn't small. After that the Grand Pavilion, then comes the Council of Elders. I, the commander-in-chief of this military region, is equivalent to a general governor under normal circumstances, and comparable to the governor of the 2 rivers under special circumstances. Even under normal circumstances, they have to respect me, Zhou Jiangwo said with some confidence. Yi Chen nodded. Don't underestimate the fact that the military commander seems to be in charge of only so many 100,000 people, as if it is far less than the governor who is in charge of tens of millions of people to start with. But in reality the governor couldn't even get a sniper rifle, or even if you dare to mess with it, you'll be asked, what are you doing with a sniper rifle in the trunk of a governor? And what can the commander-in-chief of a military region do with a sniper rifle in his trunk? Putting a Yiddish cannon can still only make do as a relic. Therefore, although Zhou Jiagui usually kept a low profile, he just didn't want to cause trouble for the Zhou family. Doesn't mean he's in a low position, able to really press him hard. The only civil officials are also the actual small cabinet ministers. Commander-in-chief of the military officer Jinling military district. Want to be the commander-in-chief of the Jinling military region? Yi Chen said as he looked straight into the afterglow of the setting sun. Think. Zhou Jiangwo almost did not think twice. His eyes glowed, and his back was better and his legs were not sore. It stumped again and again. He dreamed of being It's been on my mind for years. Who doesn't want to get ahead? Mr. Yip, I want to get ahead so badly. He really wanted to say that. In less than a year, you will get what you want, Yi Chen said indifferently. Thank you, Mr. Yi. If there's anything you need me for, just say it. It's no problem within the scope of your ability, Zhou Jiangwo said. Aha. Yi Chen nodded his head indifferently. Mr. Yi has a small matter he would like to ask for your help. I don't know if it's convenient for you, Zhou Jiangwo asked tentatively. Yi Chen looked at him with his afterglow. Zhou Jiangwo understood. It's Dr. Yuan. He's recently been working on a new drug, and if it's successful, it's very likely that it will fully open up the martial arts heyday, as long as it is utilized properly. Every Daxia person has the potential to become a martial artist, and it only works on the Daxamites. Zhou Jiangwo got a little excited when he said that, because that would be a great leap forward for all of Daxia. The strong get stronger, and the not so strong get stronger. This will be a real chance for Daxia to get back to number 1 in the world, being able to make ordinary people into martial artists. Good. I'm curious what kind of medicine it is too. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. This kind of medicine, if it does appear, can indeed be considered amazing, at least with today's Blue Star technology. Absolutely groundbreaking, 100 years ahead of normal technological development. Of course, for Yi Chen, it would be child's play. If he really wanted to help all the Daxia people to improve, he was perfectly capable of running hundreds of light years away to unravel the realm. Then with a wave of his hand he let all the Daxia people fly up in place and achieve the human immortal realm. Even if he unsealed all the seals of his realm, he could create 1.7 billion great Luo golden immortals in an instant, pushing across the ages. But that's not going to happen. He wasn't a saintly mother, casually helping people raise their realms. You have to give something if you want strength. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zhou Jiangwo arched his hand. Get up, all of you, and go down the hill. Yi Chen said. Yes, instructor. The crowd descended the hill quickly in the setting sun. The speed of the lightning specialist's descent once again shocked the two commanders. As the saying goes, it's easy to get up the mountain and hard to get down the mountain. They ran down the hill at a fast pace, much faster than they went up. Even at the edge of a cliff only half a meter wide, they don't slow down. It seems as if he's not afraid to die. Can you not be afraid of death? After all, a few hundred meters high cliff. Even a grandmaster expert would have to fall half crippled. Below the sovereign is even more certain to die. But with instructor Yi Chen around, what are they afraid of? The big deal was that if he really fell, Yi Chen would save him in an instant. So just mang it. Why do I get the feeling that we're going to win this competition for the elite special forces picked out of the entire army of 3 million? Zhou Jiangwo looked at Shangshin. Not necessarily. It still depends on the content of the test. After all, in the past, lightning special forces would have been lucky to rank within the top 10. A lot of times it tends to be padded. As I see it conservatively, it should be top 5 now with little problem. And top 3 is still 3 months away. An Everhart analysis. Yi Chen's trio arrived at the heavily defended underground laboratory. The walls here are made of high-strength bulletproof cement, and there's a large 20-centimeter thick iron gate. It used to be used for military equipment. Almost all of it is now freed up for Dr. Yuan to use as a temporary lab. All kinds of equipment is available and expensive at first glance. And come to one of the innermost halls. It's a large space, circular in shape, with an area of roughly 10,000 square meters. The perimeter is coated with white anti-static paint, and there is a whole complex set of machinery and equipment in between, exuding a metallic texture. Looking at the frame it seems to be for a human being, and there is this set of display screens that detect all kinds of data, and in other open spots, there were oversized dumbbell barbells, and fist power testing machine-like things, and so on. Anyway, all kinds of equipment. Dr. Yuan, Mr. Yi is here, Zhou Jiangwo said. Hello Mr. Yi, thanks for saving my life last time. It's going to be a hard day. Dr. Yuan trotted over and bent down to respectfully thank him. No harm done. Yi Chen nodded his head indifferently. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, as long as this development is successful, I'll seize the opportunity to develop a side effect-free medicine that can cause a grandmaster to break through. By then, Mr. Yi might be able to break through to a higher realm. It's also my way of thanking Mr. Yi for saving my life, Dr. Yuan said as he guided Yi Chen. Yi Chen was non-committal and did not reply. He's already strong as hell, so don't elevate it. Of course, Dr. Yuan couldn't possibly have the ability to upgrade him, but after all, they had good intentions, so he couldn't say anything. Mr. Yi, this is the mechanical battle armor, a special battle armor for martial artists that I developed. Dr. Yuan pointed to a highly textured set of mechanical battle armor hanging in a metal glass cabinet by the wall. This battle armor has been completely finalized, and it can enable a Zongshi to have defensive power that surpasses that of a martial artist of the same rank. Resistant to high temperature, corrosion, low temperature, compression, moldable without deformation, and the weight is not heavy, merely 100 pounds, which will not affect the strength of the play. It's just a little pricey. The cost is going to start at $1 billion. But if Mr. Yi likes it, feel free to take it. I'll make a better one then and bring another set to Mr. Yi. Dr. Yuan detailed that the opening meeting was going to give away $1 billion in equipment. No need. I can't use my strength for now. Yi Chen politely declined. Zhou Jiangmo and Shangxin looked at each other. Or Dr. Yuan is powerful. $1 billion of equipment is said to be given away. You know this is the equivalent of a dacha asset. But as long as it was sent out by Dr. Yuan and it was for Yi Chen, no one dared to say anything. Alright, then I'll make the ones for Grand Masters and send them over to Mr. Yi. Dr. Yuan was a bit frustrated, thinking that Yi Chen probably couldn't see it. After all, people are Grand Masters. It doesn't seem to mean much to use the Zoner's equipment. Thus, Yi Chen was again guided to the tester in the center. This is the tester I developed. My masterpiece. It's been fully commissioned as of today. It can test various data of a martial artist's body. All Mr. Yi needs to do is stand on it. I'll flip the switch and the machine will automatically scan it. Theoretically, even Grand Masters can be tested. Dr. Yuan said. Okay, let's try it then. Yi Chen came to be interested. This Dr. Yuan is quite a talent to come up with this kind of stuff. He would try to see if the machine could measure his body data after sealing his realm. Zhou Jiangmo and Shangxin looked at each other and his eyes lit up with excitement. But they had always admired Yi Chen's strength. Now it was finally time to see just how terrifying Yi Chen's physical stats were. Dr. Yuan's eyes were similarly glowing, both in anticipation of their first test of this machine. The same was also expected of Yi Chen's junior grandmaster body data. Chapter 74, Destroying All the Testers. Outrageous. What the hell is a grandmaster? Chapter 74, Destroying All the Testers. What the hell is a grandmaster? Oh yes. Would the two commanders please plug in those two wires? Dr. Yuan said. No problem. The two men immediately brought over two wires under the wall that were as thick as their arms. With their physical qualities as martial artists, it was naturally not difficult. Two cords plug into the machine's jacks on either side. Dr. Yuan turned on the power switch. Alright Mr. Yi, you can go up and test. But it's best to take off your ancient clothes and wear these special carbon fiber panties, or your clothes will probably be torn by the energy. Dr. Yuan cautioned. He said and pulled out a pair of black carbon fiber panties. Dr. Yuan is really meticulous, and his preparation is really comprehensive. The corners of Zhou Jiangmo's mouth twitched to force a smile. Yi Chen all by his whole will not. Panties are ready. This picture how a little that. This Dr. Yuan is a genius. A bit of a big-headed, no-nonsense kind of guy. Luckily, a 1,000-mile horse has a bowl. Otherwise it would have been buried. No need. My clothes are impervious to fire and water. No energy can destroy them for now. Yi Chen said, then stood straight up. Yi Chen was telling the truth. This white suit of his was technically an extreme innate spiritual treasure that had changed. You can change various clothes. The Heaven's Path Saints couldn't even destroy it, let alone the energy of a mere tester. Okay then. Dr. Yuan nodded. Although he didn't believe what Yi Chen said, he didn't say much. Mr. Yi, this is my newly developed machine that has not been tested on real human beings. As confident as I am, there's always a risk. Dr. Yuan cautioned. Come on. Good. Dr. Yuan flipped the red switch. A huge amount of electricity drives the tester. His tester is, in simpler terms, a super version of an MRI. Only the MRI looks at the body and this machine looks at the data. Indicators that have been set. The tester base rotates below and the semicircle above radiates an intense light. The three men gathered around the computer screen, watching the changes in the various big numbers displayed on it. The starting stage is cerebral neurological reactivity, 0. Brain development, 0. Muscle tissue construction, 0. Bone tissue construction, 0. The indicator numbers then jumped wildly, go from single digits to double digits in an instant. It then skipped right into 4 figures. And along with the numbers jumping, the tester glow became shinier and shinier. The faster the underside of the base rotates, it went from a high RPM quiet mode at the beginning to noise. But that's all fine. It's still within everyone's reach. The point is that the numbers for the 4 big metrics jumped around literally eyeball to eyeball. My God, how is it possible? It's incredible. How is this possible? Dr. Yuan looked on dumbfounded. The Zhou Jiangmo duo were fine. After all, they didn't quite understand what the jump in numbers really meant. There isn't a specific comparison. Dr. Yuan, what exactly does this number jumping mean? Zhou Jiangmo was curious. Dr. Yuan, on the other hand, had an extremely shocked expression looking at the calm Yi Chen. In this machine's settings, it is absolutely impossible for an ordinary martial artist to exceed 100 on all indicators. Don't say 100. It's a genius to get to 80. How can I put it? You guys can understand it this way. Over 50, as long as you don't die later on, you can definitely become a patriarch. Over 90, it's almost absolutely possible to become a Grand Master. If one is able to reach 100, there is a possibility of touching the limit of a Grand Master. So you guys get it, right? Dr. Yuan swallowed hard. So that means Mr. Ye's indicators are far beyond the limits of a Grand Master? Mr. Yi is definitely not just a Grand Master in the future, but could even be higher? Zhou Jiangwo sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right, far more than just Grand Masters, though I don't know what realm is above Grand Master, but I know that Mr. Ye's path of martial arts will go far, far beyond imagination. It's incredible. How could such a thing happen? Didn't they say that a Grand Master is already the limit of martial arts? Is there really a higher realm? Incredible, incredible. Dig it, it's still jumping. No way, no how. Dr. Yuan couldn't even resist popping the nationalist. It was really the scene he saw that shocked him too much. No one knows his machine better than he does. He crafted it so carefully that there could never be anything wrong with it. Since the tester was fine, it was Yi Chen's own unimaginable talent. There are no limits to his future. Beyond the limits of the setup. Buzz off. At this point, the machine base rotation speed has reached its peak. Even the best bearings can't withstand such high-speed rotation. Not only that, but the bulb had been too bright to be lit, and then burst with a bang. By a casual wave of Yi Chen's hand, the glass shards all disappeared, and the numbers have come to 99, 999. The numbers have stayed the same. What do you mean? It finally stopped? 99,999. It's too heaven-defying, isn't it? Surpassing the limit of Grand Masters by almost 1,000 times. And Shangxin breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, it's worthy of Mr. Yi. This is simply open, but it's good that it finally stopped. It was a bit much for my little heart. Zhou Jiangwo covered his chest and gasped for air. You guys are so naive. You guys think it's over? No, it's not over. It's that the machine has reached its limit. It can only go so far at the maximum, and the display doesn't even have enough values. Against all odds, 2 against all odds. What kind of divine talent is this? Dr. Yuan's hands were shaking a little as he cupped his hands around the computer screen. Wait, Dr. Yuan, look. The machine is still spinning. Zhou Jiangwo pointed at the base of the machine that was still spinning frantically and had even begun to smoke. What? Dr. Yuan looked away. Dig in. Unplug the wires, quick, or they'll explode. Dr. Yuan was alarmed. Good. The two went to pull it out and were instantly electrocuted, falling to the ground paralyzed. It's over. It simply won't stop. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Turn off the electric switch. Turn it off quickly. Hey, can you hear me? No response at all from the intercom end. The signal has been blocked out due to strong current leakage. What to do? Dr. Yuan was in a hurry. The current continued to increase to the point where the lights were flickering throughout the military base. Obviously, even with the power supply from one power station. It seems a bit stretched. Yi Chen casually waved his hand, and in the very next moment, the wires were automatically unplugged, and the tester, which was already on the verge of exploding, stopped rotating. The jumping lights all came back on. Yi Chen walked off the test bench. With a casual wave of his hand, the two commanders sat up, all recovered, stood up and even felt comfortable and refreshed. The machine is good and the test data is pretty accurate. You're very talented. Keep up the good work and try to make better testers. Yi Chen patted him on the shoulder as if he was talking to a small child. Dr. Yuan froze for a long time before nodding. As good as a little child. What can you do when you're not well behaved in the face of a superpower? Moreover, Yi Chen casually made the machine stop rotating. This kind of ability was really strong. Controlling things through space. Is this still the ability of a Grand Master? The Great Masters recorded in the Great Summers database weren't this outrageous. Thinking about this, his curiosity towards Yi Chen deepened. Yi Chen is like a fog. Just when you think you've gotten to know him a bit, only to find that it was nothing more than a surface layer of fog. Did not actually look inside. Mr. Yi, can you please test the most basic physical strength? So that I can get more data. I want to find out how strong a Grand Master's physical strength is. He was full of excitement when he said that. Finally, it's time for the part that all men love. The Zhou family state duo did the same, their eyes staring straight at Yi Chen, even though they are military commanders and have seen the world. But this opportunity to see the physical power of a Grandmaster, how could he miss it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Archon hadn't appeared in decades, and there happened to be such a youngest Great Master ever in the history of Great Xia in front of him. Can they not be thrilled and excited? Yi Chen frowned and thought, that can be a little tricky. Mainly he hadn't seen the so-called great masters yet, not realizing how much stronger the archons of this world were than the clerics, much less know how much power was in each of the 9 stages of the realm of the great master. To put it bluntly, if he exerts himself too hard, it far exceeds the power of a grand master. It caused Dr. Yuan to think that grand masters should be this strong. Then the direction of his research, and the gear he made afterward, wasn't going off on a tangent, keeping trying but realizing that you can never reach it, only to end up realizing that the original Grand Master wasn't that strong. It's too high on your own research, and it all boiled down to Yi Chen being too strong. Then he's not just misguided. Of course, it's not okay to be too weak. After all, everyone said that all under the great masters were ants. It's the same thing everyone used to say in the flood. All below the saints are mole crickets. Only on Blue Star that adjective is a bit of an overstatement. For example, earlier, someone said that all under the Patriarch were mole crickets. However, with the average 100 fully armed elite troopers, it would basically be hard enough for a Patriarch to kill them. Even with just a heavily armed and heavily weaponized special squad, even an average sovereign would have a hard time dealing with it, or even a bad one, with the risk of being struck down by an assassination. Therefore, Yi Chen had an answer after a little thought. Come on. Yi Chen walked over to the huge dumbbell. The smallest of these dumbbells are the size of a home water fountain bucket on both sides, all made of osmium metal. This metal has a density of up to 22.59 grams per square centimeter. One just happens to weigh a ton. It's labeled 1T. The three looked at Yi Chen expectantly. Yi Chen picked up a ton of dumbbells, followed by 2 tons, and then it jumped right up to 10 tons, and then 20 tons, then 40 tons. Yi Chen still picked it up easily. The 3 men went straight numb, but it was still normal. The extremely powerful existences among the patriarchs had this kind of power. When picking up 100 tons of dumbbells, the 3 men looked at each other. This was followed by barbells, straight up 200 tons, easily picked up. The 3 men looked at each other again. Numb, straight up. Dr. Yuan then pushed in a machine. This one tests the strength of a single arm. It can reach a maximum of. Before Dr. Yuan could finish his sentence, Yi Chen had already pulled the blast for him. Look at the machine with its flickering sparks. Dr. Yuan's jaw dropped in shock. It can reach up to 1,000 tons. Dr. Yuan was skeptical. Dug out. No, 1,000 tons? Is this machine so durable? And Shanshin sighed. This Dr. Yuan's invention is awesome. Any machine can be made resistant to build directly by Mr. Yi pulled burst. Mr. Yi is too strong. Zhou Jiangwo shook his head. If you follow this weight ratio, Yi Chen is a moving giant crane, can pick up over 1,000 tons. 1,000 tons of them all pulling bad. Doesn't that mean Mr. Yi's limit is around 2,000 tons? After all, to pull 1,000 tons instantly and easily, you usually have to be higher than at least twice as strong to do so. Dr. Yuan's brain raced with calculations. I suppose so. Yi Chen was non-committal. His thought was, what the hell? Just test anyway. He didn't have to think that much. He could directly project the power of patriarchs and great patriarchs. But there's no need to always keep some suspense. In that case, feel free to test it. I believe Dr. Yuan should not be taken to the ditch. Yi Chen saw lead balls on the ground. The 3 of them looked at him with excited faces again. This Yi Chen didn't dare to try. The main thing here is that it's not in the open. If he threw it, the damage would be unimaginable. He's afraid this place can't take it. This is an underground military base though, with strong protection. But it was also basically like paper mache in front of him. This base can't grasp it. Forget this one, it can't be cast here. Yi Chen refused. It's okay Mr. Yi, you can't really throw it there. That darker colored area at the top, above the concrete, is the vent that goes right outside? The walls are about 15 meters thick of bulletproof concrete. It's equivalent to 50 meters of homogeneous steel plate in terms of the level of protection. You just give it your best shot and you're guaranteed nothing will go wrong. Zhou Jiangwo said with great confidence. As a commander, he still knew the infrastructure of the place very well. Yi Chen nodded. Now that he said that, he wasn't polite. You guys stay away and cover your ears. He was seen throwing it with a little force, at the same time surrounded with a layer of transparent energy. Boom! Straight beyond the speed of sound. Boo! It penetrated 15 meters of bulletproof concrete almost instantly. It then flew out through the vent pipe. Finally it shot up into the sky, into the clouds, out of the atmosphere, and out of geosynchronous orbit, reached lunar orbit. Subsequently, boom! Another large crater, 1 kilometer in diameter and 10 meters deep, was imprinted on the moon's already crater-filled face. However, due to hitting the dark side, it was not accurately monitored by satellite surveillance. As for that top, The concrete presented a large pit 10 meters in diameter and 5 meters concave, with a small hole in the middle. However, due to Yi Chen's energy protecting them, that's what caused them to hear only a crisp sonic boom. Then came the sight of that amazing destructive power. The three were in the wind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This is outrageous. Throwing a piece of iron lead ball casually caused such power that if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was in a movie. Against all odds, that's as powerful as a large yield drill bomb. Dig in. I must hug Mr. Yes Thigh. Jesus can't stop me. The three men were shocked for a while. Jaws are on the floor. That's still because they didn't realize that the lead balloon had flown out of the atmosphere, flying a distance of over 300,000 kilometers. Crash into the moon now. Otherwise it's more like you'll just pass out from shock. Is this still humanly achievable? Is the Grand Master so strong? It's so much stronger than the Patriarch. Zhou Jiagua had seen many times when the Patriarch had struck, but the difference was all too great compared to Yi Chen. To put it bluntly, a random ball thrown at them would have killed a bunch of them. Such a huge difference in strength is simply desperate. All under the great masters are ants. The ancients truly do not deceive me, Zhou Jiangwo exclaimed. But it won't take much time for Zhou Jiagua to realize. The so-called great masters were actually the same in Yi Chen's eyes. He'll be even more skeptical at that point, but that's all an afterthought. That's going to cost a lot to patch up, isn't it? And Chanshan thought about this crucial question. It's okay, I invited Mr. Yi, I'll take care of all the damage. Dr. Yuan patted his chest and said he would take the responsibility. The two Zhou Jiangwo nodded their heads. Dr. Yuan is not paid much though. A normal salary is only 100 million a year. However, all the equipment he damaged and the massive overspending of research funds can be reimbursed directly to the Dasha Finance Office. This is a fist power testing machine. Mr. Yi, come and measure how powerful a punch at full strength is. Dr. Yuan pointed to the fist strength testing machine that was built entirely out of high-density alloy. This was something he had temporarily customized for Yi Chen, because in his perception, Yi Chen was a grandmaster, so the materials he used were the best. It was absolutely impossible to break it, at least below grandmaster. Even if it was a grandmaster, the fist power tester should be able to carry it. Yi Chen looked at the tester. Perhaps the Archon could indeed measure it, but he can't. This thing, not to mention its bluffing quality, couldn't stand up to one of his punches. Helplessly, Yi Chen could only raise his right hand under the unblinking gaze of the three. All three of them froze. Then something came to mind. Could it be that Mr. Yi is going to perform an inch punch? And Nagisa thought to himself, it should be. It said that a few decades ago there was a Dacia martial arts expert who was famous for his inch fist. That martial arts expert is beyond popular in Omi. Even today, decades after his death, there are still many martial arts masters in Omi who imitate his classic moves. One of the most powerful punches to kill is the inch punch. An unimaginably terrifying force explodes within an inch of its life. The test is the explosive power of the instantaneous explosion of the waist-in horse. Zhou Jiangwo brainstormed. So powerful? There's even a boxing technique like this. It seems I'm alone in this. Dr. Yuan perked up, just as all three of them were thinking about Yi Chen exploding the legendary inch fist within an inch of his life, when hitting unimaginable tons. Yi Chen's index finger flicked out seemingly slowly. Boom! Only to see the fist strength testing machine that was so sturdy that it was impenetrable in the eyes of normal people. Surprisingly, he was directly knocked out by a snap of his fingers. Not only that, the powerful impact was directly impacted into the bulletproof wall, hitting a pit 3 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep. The whole wide hall shook. The corners of Zhou Jiangwo's mouth twitched. The other two weren't much better, their mouths wide open and eyes glazed over. The three live like emojis. This is too strong. My god, such a terrifying destructive power. How much power does it take to break the fist power tester? I'm numb. The original great master can be so strong. No wonder it doesn't come out for decades. If this comes out, the world won't be in chaos. The three of them were already speechless as they sighed. Yi Chen looked toward that distant foot test machine. This thing is similar to a boxer hitting a no-go. It was only larger, with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of over 3 meters. The three of them also followed his gaze. I don't see the need for further testing. Dr. Yuan hurriedly said. Yeah, there's no need to test anymore. Any more measurements and this place will collapse. The two men also hurriedly said. A snap of the fingers was so fierce. If I let Yi Chen really kick a leg, they couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. His eyes then went to the treadmill. This is a superb treadmill specifically tailored for martial artists. It's 10 meters long. The rollers are driven by 2 high-powered motors. Theoretically it can test up to 600 meters a second. Mr. Yi can try. Dr. Yuan said. It's not like trying the treadmill is going to do any damage, so he still decided to ask Yi Chen to give it a try. drive as fast as you can. Yi Chen went up and said. Good. Dr. Yuan was not pretentious. Drive straight to maximum power. Boom boom boom. After just 1 second, this super treadmill fell apart. One of the motors crashed out and flew directly at Dr. Yuan's head. Luckily, Yi Chen grabbed it with one hand, which prevented him from smashing Dr. Yuan to death. Otherwise, if Yi Chen didn't reverse time and space, he could definitely prepare to eat the banquet. What's the speed indication? Zhou Jiangwo asked. How do you show it when it's over 600? Dr. Yuan asked rhetorically. Zhou Jiangwo scratched his head. It seemed to make sense, and I was actually speechless. There's no point in continuing the test afterward. It can't be measured. Yi Chen looked at the testers that still had nerve reactions and many more. In order not to damage it and save it for future martial artists to test, he chose to end it early. Hearing him say that, Dr. Yuan was a bit frustrated. Today he froze and didn't measure a single item. More or less outrageous. Well then, it does seem to be impossible to measure. Dr. Yuan was frustrated. It's okay, you've done well. It's just that I might be stronger than you think. Yi Chen patted him on the shoulder. It's good to have the drive to not discourage a creative scientist. Mr. Yi. Dr. Yuan suddenly became serious looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at him as well. Mr. Yi, can you tell me if you are a grandmaster or not? Dr. Yuan said. So what do you think? Yi Chen didn't answer. Instead he smiled and asked a rhetorical question. I'm not sure, but I have a hunch that Mr. Yi should already be more than just a grandmaster. Dr. Yuan said with more and more certainty. There are times when the answer doesn't really matter that much. Yi Chen turned around and left after saying that. Zhou Jiangwo and the two of them followed. Dr. Yuan, on the other hand, looked at Yi Chen's back and watched him leave. Mr. Yi, you are indeed mysterious. The strength is surprisingly powerful to this extent. It's not that I make bad equipment. It's that you're too strong. How can the so-called great master be so strong? That is nothing but the foolishness of the world. Dr. Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was at this moment that he truly woke up. What do you mean what you think is just what you think? Because of Mr. Yi, it seems that there will soon be more and more older generation grandmasters, unwilling to be followed by the later, will appear in the secular world. But how would they know Mr. Yi's strength? Dr. Yuan thought. He could already almost imagine when those so-called great masters wanted to find Yi Chen to spar, or to strangle him. It turned out to be a complete scene of abuse. He had high permissions, so naturally, he could casually access many confidential documents that had information about archons. Therefore, he knew very well that Yi Chen's teenage grandmaster was bound to attract grandmasters. Mr. Yi, you're really too good. Although the test was over, the two still couldn't help but be excited when they thought back on it. Yi Chen's strength was really ridiculously strong. They didn't know what it meant to be a mole until they had seen Yi Chen's strength. Turns out they're just molehills, and Yi Chen was a giant dragon. Mr. Yi, so you're not a grandmaster, but beyond that? Zhou Jiangwo asked excitedly. Yi Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Zhou Jiangwo was more certain of his thoughts. He had to sigh again. His own old man Zhou Weigui is really a lord. His eyesight is too poisonous. Earlier on, he had already guessed that Yi Chen was afraid that he was more than just a grandmaster. Rather, it pushes that boundary. Now Yi Chen was smiling in such a meaningful way. Zhou Jiangwo was naturally even more convinced that Yi Chen had surpassed a grandmaster. A grandmaster would already be comparable to a middle kingdom. Stronger than a grandmaster. Unimaginable. I'm afraid that even powerful countries have to take it seriously. However, Zhou Jiangwo naturally wouldn't talk nonsense about it. For one thing, no one believes it. Secondly, it's not necessary. There was no need for others to find ways to come over and hug Yi Chen's thighs as well. No, I have to talk to the girl. She needs to get a move on. As the saying goes, it's better to strike first. As long as it's raw and pregnant, everything will be fine. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiangwo, the titular military region commander who commanded 100,000 troops, gradually began to pervert his smile. He couldn't help but incline his head and lock eyes with Changxin, only to find that the smile on Changxin's harmless face was already very perverted. Think about it. If even perverts feel perverted, how sick does that have to be? Zhou Jiangwo cried out in a dark voice. This old man is up to something bad again. One must be on one's guard lest his pretty daughter get the jump on him. Well, his daughter does seem a little more watery than the girl. How can you give birth to such a good-looking daughter when you look like this bear? I poo-poo. Old Biden. Zhou Jiangwo thought in his heart. Yi Chen didn't pay attention to them. Where was the thought that these two old guys were already beating themselves up? For example, paper in the trash. But nay, Yi Chen has no woman in his heart, and draws his sword naturally God. What need is there for this thing? Chapter 75, Sensational. Who's the killer? Yi Chen returned to his room. The two commanders insisted on following, saying they were visiting his room environment to see what needed to be prepared. Yi Chen's room was moderate. After all, this was a military camp, and the rooms couldn't be too upscale. It's also just about 100 square meters with some modern homes added. As soon as the two commanders entered, their eyes rested on the two trash cans in the living room. There's even a push for one because of it. Nah, it ended up leaving them empty-handed, with nothing in the trash. Finally took the opportunity to use the restroom and didn't see it. Disappointed beyond measure, he could only bid farewell to Yi Chen and leave. As he walked away, Yi Chen saw them as if he had lost his soul. Without much thought, Yi Chen sat on the recliner in front of the window and closed his eyes. Moonlight poured over its body, comfortably relaxing to bathe in the moonlight, but it is in this particular state. Surprisingly, he couldn't help but feel a breakthrough again. Frightened, he hurriedly put a layer of seal on his breakthrough opportunity. Breakthroughs are great. Next time, don't breakthroughs, directly give it a complete crush, at least for a long time to come. There should be no major surprises and no breakthroughs. He was relieved. A breakthrough that is beyond dreaming in the eyes of the world. In his case, it was immensely distasteful. One might even say abhorrent. You know, every breakthrough for a new avenue law, all will mean a further step in his strength. It also means it's harder for someone to catch up to him. This will only pull away from the strength of potential opponents. Yi Chen said, I really don't want a breakthrough. Luckily for him, no one knew about such thoughts. Otherwise it would surely exasperate countless immortal cultivators. They're both cultivators. How come there's such a big gap? Have you been practicing in a dog's stomach? Early the next morning, as the sunrise's afterglow spilled over the great summer land, an unparalleled sensation all open. This matter could be said to have a greater impact than if the entire royal family of the North Face Kingdom had hiccuped, because the old neighbor of the kingdom to the north, the king of Yu, the kingdom of Yu, was killed. All the royal families were exterminated. To put it bluntly, the 9 clans were given a raise. It is important to realize that the overall strength of the kingdom of Yu is far beyond that of the kingdom to the north, even bragging about being the oldest 3 in the world at one point, though the latter was taught a hard lesson and recognized reality. But their strength is indeed unquestionable. But it's such a powerful kingdom of Vietnam. Yuanwang Palace, magnificent palace complex, surprisingly collapsed a little bit left. It caused thousands of deaths, plus all 9 clans were razed. Thousands died at once. It's not a small thing. Omi wants to intervene in the investigation. But nay, there are too many masters and teachers for the Yu kingdom, and they are the righteous ones who are avenging the Yu king under the banner of avenging his death. It's safe to say the fight was a mess. Dozens of people who are teachers fight as one. There are more and less troops. Of course, being so mixed up, they didn't fight to the death, but rather localized collisions, followed by withdrawals, as they saw fit, to avoid being stabbed in the back. However, in just one night's time, being a teacher for others is almost 100 times over. No one is convinced of anything. After all, the temptation to be entrusted with both longevity and eternity is etched in their memories as well. One is weak and one is strong. All in all, both royals were gated. The impact is certainly not small, especially when the Great Summer Council of Elders met in secret to deliberate. They coincidentally all thought of one person. That's Yi Chen. Where could there be such a coincidence? Yi Chen said that not a single one would be left behind, and as a result, he went back 40 minutes later, and then all of the royal families of the 2 countries died. There is absolutely no way that something so coincidental could be happenstance, but they have no proof. There were no witnesses, much less video captured. It's completely dead on arrival, so that the elders, meeting for half a day, did not have a result. In the end, he could only sigh and hope that it wasn't Yi Chen. After all, it would be just as well if we didn't know who did it. If there was hard evidence, then the 2 domestic ministries for human teachers, in order to win the hearts and minds of the people, they will surely find ways to kill the culprit first. Then whoever is appointed by heaven will live forever and become the new king. So if it was Yi Chen, he'd be in big trouble once it was known. No matter how strong an archmage was, dealing with a few thousand soldiers was the limit. Couldn't it really take on a well-armed 10,000 man division? Not to mention the 2 countries joining forces. But then again, they didn't think it was too likely that it was Yi Chen, because trying to switch between the 2 places in a short period of time is impossible. How fast a Grand Master could fly was documented in the information. It can't be that outrageous. So until absolute proof emerges, no one can say for sure who did it for sure. You know, at that time, almost all the satellites in the world were focusing on Dasha. After all, Dasha's civil aviation was hit by a missile attack. Such a vicious and significant event. There's no way Dasha won't let the army make a move. At least the look has to be done. Mass military training and all that, as a warning to the surroundings. So everyone was waiting for them to make their move, and satellites were placed to monitor the major military bases of Dasha. So for now there is no satellite to capture Yi Chen. As for blaming Dasha for what happened, neighbors in their own right, if they rush out without absolute proof, they can easily be hit to the high ground again. Far out at sea, the Japanese have suffered no shortage of losses after a night on the waves. Over 1 million people have lost their homes and are homeless. Economic losses are still soaring wildly. Plus a lot of the cleanup after the wave will require workers and money. The damage will only get worse. Of course, this is only for the average person. For the military, 4-star Admiral Ikumi Murata, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Japanese Navy. It's the same boss who was with 3-star Admiral Itachi Kamikin's wife. Ma'am, and you don't want your husband to lose his job, right? He was surprised to find that he couldn't get through to Itachi Kamikun. Not only that, but the radio can't be contacted. And the satellite call simply shows that the other party is not in the sea. Instead, it's on the coastal shore. Multiple search and rescue helicopters were dispatched to look for it. It turned out to be actually in that flooded city by virtue of the satellite call location. That means the 5th Fleet Command ship is gone. If that would have been the worst case scenario, okay? After all, a warship is a big loss though. But for the still wealthy Navy, it's not much of a problem. But things are far from over. The Navy has completely lost contact with all ships in the 5th Fleet. The 5th Fleet is completely gone. The only thing left behind was the thumb-sized hundreds of satellite call locator devices. Japanese Navy headquarters. In the huge conference room, look at the small piece of satellite talk locator device on the table. The senior generals around the huge rectangular conference table were silent. Pop, Baka, what the hell is going on? Can someone tell me where the hell the 5th Fleet went? Murata Ikumi became furious and slammed the table, giving the senior generals a hard start. Japanese soldiers have a strict hierarchy. The majesty of the Vice Admiral of the Navy cannot be provoked. Who dares to touch the mold at a time like this? One after another have lowered their heads and did not speak. Tell me what the hell is going on? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His own baby is gone, and now so is the 5th Fleet. Luckily, he put a gag order on it. No one knows that his baby is gone, or else he really won't have the face to stay in this position in the future. Of course, that's not the main thing right now. Rather, the 5th Fleet disappeared completely into the ocean. 7 main battleships with a total cost of over 30 billion knives. How valuable. Even bonobos have to feel the pain. Plus an almost full firepower configuration. Such a strong fleet would be enough to destroy a medium-sized country. His Excellency the Vice Commander. This is too strange. I suspect that Dasha did it. The tsunami caused by this undersea earthquake just helped them. It's possible to take out the 5th Fleet quickly yet leave no trace. Let's all not forget that Itachi Kamikun was one of the main planners of the missile attack on the Dasha civilian airliner. There's no such thing as coincidence. That's why Dasha is the most likely attacker of the 5th Fleet. A 2-star general analyzed it. Chapter 76, a Japanese martial arts grandmaster's appointment to battle Dasha Yichen. The surrounding generals whispered to each other and nodded their heads thinking that he had a point. His Excellency the Vice Commander-in-Chief. I think he has a point. Yes, I agree. Whether it's time and place or motive, there's only Dasha. Humph. Who else but Dasha? How can we jump to conclusions before we are really sure? Baka. The great summer country dead. Dead father. Cunning father cannot not. Even dared to destroy one of our fleet. Really cannot tolerate the drama. What cannot tolerate? A bunch of generals speaking in cornered Dasha when it matters. And I have to say it's a real sense of Osamu. Murata Kazumi paced back and forth holding his chin frowning in thought. He had heard the words of all the generals here. Undoubtedly, everyone pointed their fingers at Dasha. After all, it's a doubtful offense. When you eliminate all the impossibilities, the last one is the answer. Besides, in this monster-bred territory, one that could have the strength to silently destroy a fleet in a short period of time, only Dasha possessed such a strong strength. After all, their 2 kickers aren't burning sticks. Finally, when everyone was arguing, pop, all shut up. Murata Ikumi slammed the table. Horrible aura actually pressurized all the people present to be scared and no longer speak. The internal energy is released externally, like an abyss or a rainbow. The strength of a strong martial grandmaster was on display. I didn't realize that Murata Kazumi, as the Vice Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, was actually a martial arts master-level expert. Intimidated by his aura, the generals present bowed their heads and dared not speak. The spirit of Japanese Bushido is one that absolutely reveres the strong. It means you just have to be better than him and hit him hard. If you slap him, he'll call his dad. You hit him really well. Does your hand hurt? And even if you put on a show, ma'am, you don't want your husband to be out of work, do you? They also automatically allow themselves to become sick husbands bedridden and fall asleep after 2 drinks. Thus Ikumi Murata, the Vice Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, had absolute status and power whenever the Commander-in-Chief was not present. Murata Kazumi withdrew his patriarchal pressure, then slowly said, one must not jump to conclusions until there is conclusive evidence. Tearing our faces off with Dasha is not what we want. they're not what they used to be. Now that it's pretty much certain that the Fifth Fleet has been destroyed, what's next is the search and rescue effort. Remember guys, find the fleet wreckage as fast as you can. I need plenty of proof of who did it. As for Itachi Shinjun, his death is dealt with coldly. You send someone to see if his family man is still around. I've always felt that this incident is connected to the King of You and the King of the North Face incident. I'm afraid things won't be that simple. Murata Kazumi clasped his hands together and stared. Yes, His Excellency the Deputy Commander-in-Chief. The generals rose and dispersed. When only Murata Kazumi was left in the conference room, he finally tensed up and hurriedly sat down in his chair. The wound hadn't healed completely, and it hurt him to keep standing with his pants taut. Damn it, to make me lose my most precious thing. That loser, Itachi Shinjun, messed with Dasha and caused me to be implicated as well. This matter must have something to do with Dasha. Baka 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 baka. Pop. He slammed the table, and the huge and sturdy rectangular conference table instantly split in half. Dasha, I am at war with you. Murata Ikai was furious beyond belief. In the grand scheme of things, it's true that the Japanese don't want to mess with Dasha head-on, because it is easy to attack and defend today, and it cannot be messed with. That's why the murder of Admiral Itachi Kamikuan was something he could handle coldly. It means not to be pursued, but dang, 7 of the Navy's main battleships. The Fifth Fleet is bottoming out. It's intolerable. An admiral can be treated cold. How can 7 battleships be treated cold? It's hard to say that it was knocked over by a tsunami and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. So, this Fifth Fleet thing, as long as they find evidence, must be screaming "Dad save me" and calling for the strongest summoned beast. Oh me, let them back themselves up. Be sure to put pressure on Dasha to compensate for this huge loss. Anyway, this loss can't be for nothing. It's a matter of principle. Of course, all of this was before they realized that the tsunami was surprisingly not the result of an undersea earthquake. Rather, it was Yi Chen's handiwork. Otherwise this loss will not only have to be eaten, but also swallowed hard in the stomach. At least until there was a strong person of the same level who could deal with Yi Chen. He did not dare to tear his face off. Stabilizing the opponent first and then making a surprise attack is the usual style of the Japanese. Prepare the plane for me. I'm going to confer with the courtiers. Murata Ikeda, a lieutenant, came in outside. His Excellency the General, the plane is ready. Aha! Murata Ikai left. The Japanese cabinet is not destined to be quiet, and their large search and rescue fleet, as well as search and rescue helicopters, searched ceaselessly in the target waters where the fleet had disappeared. No expense was spared in terms of the huge amount of money spent and the variety of equipment used. Deep-sea submersibles were also rented as a way to find clues as to whether the fleet had sunk to the bottom. This process was naturally speeded up considerably by the military's stern demands. Soon they found some battleship wreckage, but it was all sparse, as if it had been smashed by something. The numbers are not yet large and are scattered over a large area. This extensive search of theirs naturally drew the attention of many satellites, plus a shot of a nearby fishing boat. There would be no impermeable walls. Soon there is a salvage ship thing going on here. Plus the Fifth Fleet disappeared into the ocean. That back and forth nudges someone to do something about it. A certain front page, shocked. The Japanese Fifth Fleet disappeared strangely. Salvage ships frantically salvage but no wreckage. Whether it is the distortion of human nature or moral degradation. Stay tuned for the truth behind the disappearance of the Japanese Fifth Fleet. This headline directly breaks the defense for the Japanese. What the hell? Do you believe that I, the Japanese, will invest in your capital and take over the Ministry of Shock? But then their capital regretted it. There's more than one Ministry of Shock. How many acquisitions is this going to take if everyone does this? There is no choice but to turn a blind eye to it. But the disappearance of the Japanese Fifth Fleet did cause shock in various countries. Keep in mind that with the overall configuration and fighting strength of the Fifth Fleet, although a lot of important parameter data was neutered by his big American dad, even the missile range is a neutered version of neutered. The better ones still have to be topped up to get the code to detonate. Otherwise it's a burning stick that flies out the window. And the radar is still cut in half for performance. But it's still a tough, modern fleet. The firepower configuration is extremely ferocious. It can be said that hanging a medium country is like a father beating his son. After all, when you fight a neutral country, sea power, plus a little air power, equals unlimited firepower delivery. The destroyer fleet isn't just bragging rights. There are no weak countries in this territory around Dasha. Even if there was, it was because of the behemoth that was Dasha, crushed them to death. It's what makes them look bad. Like they're kinda weak. If not, but if any of them were panned elsewhere, it would be a regional bully, or even a crushing innings. As a result, this one fleet of 7 battleships disappeared without a trace. Concerns naturally abound. It was even more concerning than the deaths of the King of the North Face and the King of You. After all, the overall strength of the Japanese is far beyond them. It's getting a lot of attention, and rightfully so. Of these, Dasha is the most concerned. It's not about caring about how many of them died, how much damage they took, and who they were hit by. The main thing is to have fun. Usually don't laugh unless they can't help it. That feeling is even happier than receiving a red envelope after New Year's Eve. It can be said that the country is in a state of rejoicing. Did you hear? The Fifth Fleet, which was having a good little time, is gone. Yeah, well, I heard through the grapevine that their 3-star admiral had his ass handed to him. What level is this? Is it big? That's for sure. That's a fleet captain, commanding a fleet plus marines of over 50,000 troops. My god, such a big official, just died? How come I don't see much of a reaction from them? That goes without saying. Wimped out. Originally I quit drinking, but I had to have some white wine to celebrate today anyways. Fifth Fleet died a damn good death. I heard their coast was hit by a tsunami. There is this thing, may they be safe. A death of 8 or 10 million is enough. Not too many. Sincerely wish. The pattern is low and sinks right in. Haha. Yi Chen was originally drinking tea on the training ground when a message came on his cell phone. Clicking on it was exactly the news from the Ministry of Shock. That's a good headline for them. Yi Chen couldn't even help but sigh. For those who don't know, it's the Fifth Fleet gone off the rails en masse. But even then, it's normal to think about it. After all, with their ethos, it's just a family affair. Yi Chen then took a closer look. The news of the destruction of the Fifth Fleet was known so late. Is the Japanese Navy rotten from within? Such an army is untenable. Yi Chen put his cell phone down and stopped thinking. Drinking tea is so cozy. And at that moment, on the forum belonging to martial artists, a post went straight to the top. The owner of the Japanese Guihai Budokan, Guihai Baodao, has made an appointment to fight Daxia Yi Chen at the center island of Daming Lake in Winzhou at 6 p.m. 3 days from now. The post had over 100,000 likes almost seconds later. A lot of them are anonymous accounts on martial arts forums. Only people who are exceptionally strong and very confident in themselves will have real name accounts. And the Returning Sea Bastard Sword is precisely such a person. As the owner of the Returning Sea Martial Arts Dojo, he had long since become a long-famous martial arts grandmaster level expert. Enough to send the whole forum into a frenzy. My god, the bastard Blade Patriarch who hasn't been online for 10 years has actually posted. The power of the Patriarch is as terrifying as this. There are so many likes at once. I post 365 videos of martial arts tips all year round, and I only have a total of 3,000 likes. What do you mean? Who is Daxia Yi Chen? Why haven't I heard of it? Maybe I'm just ignorant. Is it some powerful master who became famous decades ago? I'm not sure. I've been in Daxia for 70 years and I've never heard of this name before. Daxia doesn't have anyone with the surname Yi who is particularly powerful. That's right, there is no Yi surname among the most powerful martial arts families in Daxia. I can guarantee that. There is instead a family that is known as one of the top 10 families in the Great Summer Winning State, but it is mainly business-oriented, with a peak market capitalization size of close to $200 billion. Where would a business family have a powerful martial artist, let alone a bastard Blade Patriarch personally posting a date for a battle? What you're saying is completely unrealistic. That's right. How can a businessman be compared to a martial arts family? Money is nothing but floating clouds. If you have strength, you have money. Dug out. I thought you were talking about someone. That Yi family you're talking about was gone a while ago. The 7th day of the head has passed, and now the name has been changed to Meng Yun Group. That's strange. Just where does this Yi Chen come from? Doesn't anyone know? Although I don't know exactly who he is, there is one thing I can be sure of. This person is at least a Zongshi. Otherwise it wouldn't be worth a martial arts Zongshi's appointment. Good point upstairs. Next time don't say it. The dog knows it's a zoner. Or would you hit a mosquito with a cannon? Patriarchs about to fight, when it's really rare in the world. I can see a sound battle of the century again. Looking forward to it. While you guys are commenting, I'm already on the plane first class on my way there. The stewardesses are big, white, and oh no very long. In short, the battle of the clansmen is not to be missed. Where is the intelligence team? Hurry up and popularize who Daxia Yi Chen really is? The intelligence team is paralyzed. It's not even heard of. Just wait. It's only just been posted. Maybe in a couple hours someone will come along to cop. The comments section has exploded. They were all wondering who this Yi Chen guy was. To be able to make a Tarzan Beidou level grandmaster of the martial arts world personally make a date to fight, its weight could be imagined. Definitely not generalized. Of course, more people were discussing the returning sea hegemony. No one dares to badmouth him at the bottom of the post, because the internet has a memory. It has a way of finding out who says bad things if they have high status or are paid enough money. So on the Martial Artists Forum, a circle dedicated to martial artists, respect for the strong is fundamental. Otherwise, if anyone can come in with no qualms like a regular person commenting, wouldn't that cause the already scarce martial artists to be killed off? A martial arts patriarch is like a dragon. A patriarch cannot be insulted. It was a taboo engraved deep within the circle of martial artists. Chapter 77, The Legendary Number 1, Dakuro Changin. In reality, some of the departments in Dacia that specialize in dealing with this matter have already gotten the message. Not to be outraged. Pop. A special department chief slammed his desk when he saw the post. It startled the others in the room. This returning sea bastard sword killed more than 100 of my fishermen in the high seas area 10 years ago. Euphemistically called a pirate, but in reality he did it on purpose. Can we not be aware of this matter if others are not? My great Xia sent out a patriarch back in the day to nearly kill him long ago, and then the ban on him entering Dacia was blocked later on. I didn't think he'd still dare to come. What an abomination. Is he trying to come to my Dacia to kill people to establish his authority? What kind of place does he think this is? Come and go as he pleases? Damn it, what an abomination. The middle-aged officer got angrier and angrier. I can't wait to personally run thousands of miles to Japan to kill this person. However, his strength was limited, and he was only a small completion internal strength martial artist. It was already a top-notch existence among ordinary martial artists, but the patriarch was like a dragon, and he didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Sir, this person indeed deserves to die. Why don't we just contact the military and cut this person down outside of Dacia, without giving him a chance to enter? It was suggested. This is not a good thing to do. First of all, we don't know when he's coming. Maybe he's already here. Moreover, the whereabouts of a patriarch are elusive. If an army is dispatched, at least hundreds of heavily armed troops, what if the other party is in the downtown area? It's bound to cause no small amount of chaos. The best way to deal with a zoner is another zoner, not an army. The army is just the next best thing, another person suggested. It had to be said that this man had a meticulous mind and was worthy of being a warlord-level figure in the special department. Then what do you think should be done? Where will the patriarchs come from to fight against them? Patriarchs fight each other, both to divide the highs and the lows and possibly to decide between life and death. Which patriarch would agree to risk a battle with him? The officer asked. My Dacia has a large population and a vast area. There are still quite a few patriarchs, and among them, there are those whose strength and fame exceeds that of the returning sea bastard sword. Letting the top step in and hire a Zongshire level expert is costly, but it's not unaffordable. However, we have to find out who this Yichin is first. I surmise that his strength shouldn't be much weaker than the returning sea bastard blade. Otherwise, the returning sea bastard sword, who has been silent for 10 years, wouldn't have made a sudden post just to make a date with him. To be able to make even a patriarch make a date to fight, it's bound to be at the same level as well. He spoke eloquently and hit all the right points. It caused everyone present to nod heavily in admiration. Having such a thoughtful and intelligent person in the department really saves time and effort. None of them had to use their brains, they just had to do what they were told. Okay, investigate for me. Not only that, let the top help investigate Yichen as well. Even I have never heard of this person, and to be able to cause a patriarch to pay attention to him, he can't possibly be a person of no reputation. Also inform the boarders. Tell them to keep an eye on the whereabouts of the returning field bastard blade, and report it as soon as it's discovered. Yes, sir. The crowd all dispersed. You stay. The middle-aged officer told the sergeant to stay. Anything else, sir? You go to the capital city to pay a visit to Patriarch Dakuro and see if you can ask him to assist you again. Go ahead. Gotta try. Okay, I'll go then. A pavilion in a pavilion on a small lake in a vintage style of a separate courtyard in the capital city. The two were playing Go sitting opposite each other in front of a marble chessboard. A 40 years old or so, wearing a white suit, sword eyebrow hard eyes handsome, sharp aura, cannot be looked at directly. The other one is wearing plain clothes, with a white beard and an immortal style, and his breath is introverted. Those who didn't know thought this was just a regular kindly old man. However, if one looked closely one would realize that these two had a few similarities in their faces. Lord Dakuro, there is someone outside seeking an audience. At this time a butler-like old man in a suit came and respectfully said, "What is it?" He said that the owner of the Japanese Guehai Budokan, Guehai Baodao, has come out to make an appointment to fight a man named Yichin in Winzhou. The special department would like to ask Lord Dugu to come out and kill him to prove the might of the Great Xia. The old butler said, "That's right." This middle-aged man was none other than the Great Xia's #1 martial arts master, Dugu Changyin. However, 10 long years had passed since he became a martial grandmaster. No one knows what realm he is in today. Arriving at a position and strength like his, there were very few that could cause him to make a move. Over time, it's naturally mysterious. Dakuro Changyin picked up the white pieces and dropped them, and the two of them were still playing chess calmly. It didn't seem to be surprised by the appearance of the returning sea bastard sword, and even the emotions on his face didn't change one iota. You can see how calm and collected it is. The old butler waited for a long time and asked carefully once again, "Lord Dakuro? Who is that Yichin?" Only then did Dakuro Changyin speak faintly. "Unheard of, but it's definitely a Dacia person, And there's no doubt that someone who can make the returning sea bastard sword personally make an appointment to fight is at least as strong as a Zhongshu expert of nearly the same level. The old butler analyzed. Then let them fight. Since it's my Daxia clan master, why should I be afraid of the Japanese martial arts clan master? Takuro Chang'in said while playing chess, not taking this matter to heart. It doesn't affect his interest in playing chess at all. I see. The old butler nodded then left at a brisk pace. You're really not going to go? He's your old rival. Didn't you have any regrets that you didn't completely kill him back then? The old man smiled faintly. It's just a defeated man, let alone today. If I make a move, he will die, Takuro Chang'in said flatly, but the bland eyes revealed a strong confidence. Are you that sure? The old man was a little surprised, and there was a pause in picking up the black pieces. Only by ascending to that realm can one truly know the vastness of heaven and earth. What's a martial arts grandmaster worth? Takuro Chang'in remained flat, yet it had an unimaginably transcendent aura, as if it took everything in stride. So you've, good. The old man laughed, and although his voice was not loud, the entire lake shook slightly. Chapter 78, randomly tearing through space, terrifying means. The butler came to the door to look at the special services man. Lord Duga said that my great Xia clerics have no fear of the Japanese clerics, so let them fight if they want to. No need to interfere, Butler said, though he felt that Lord Takuro was a bit inappropriate for doing so. At least one powerful martial arts master should be sent to answer the battle in advance and kill him, but he's just a butler. Just do your part. What? Just let them fight. What if they lose? The man was puzzled. This kind of thing is a matter of Dasha's face. Wouldn't it be ugly to lose if you let them fight without absolute certainty? Even if that Yi Qin is undefeated, my great Xia is full of talents, and someone will surely make a move to cut down the Guihai bastard sword. Go with the flow, the butler said, then went inside and closed the door behind him. Let nature take its course. That's what Takuro Chang'in meant. The butler had served by his side for so many years, so naturally, he was well aware of his thoughts. Go with the flow? The man had no choice but to quickly leave to go back and resume his duties. Yi Qin didn't know about the post that was sent out on the martial artist forum. He hadn't signed up for an account, much less realized there was such a forum. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be interested. Instructor, I broke through. Instructor, I broke through too. I'll go. Why not just me? You have a weak base, so take it slow. I admit I'm envious. At this point several of the specialists who were running underweight broke through again. It makes the others train harder and play harder, in order to transcend the limits of the body to break through the realm as soon as possible. With the pills that Yi Qin had given them, the base was already well established. It's up to them to carve it out. The only time it is a state beyond the limits of the body is when that medicine is more effective. A breakthrough would also be par for the course. Yi Qin nodded his head indifferently, not caring too much. Giving for sure, but trying to get him to brag about it is so much harder. To be able to make him boast the ground, how amazingly talented and supremely proud one would have to be. Not in the whole of the flood. Not to mention here. Cell phone vibration. Connections. Hey, Mr. Yi, this is Joe Wegwa. Thanks to Mr. Yes Elixir, I've already broken through the martial arts master yesterday, officially entering the ranks of the masters. Tonight I will be hosting a banquet at the Welcome Spring Hotel in Zuinzhou City, and I wonder if you have the time to be able to honor me with your presence. Joe Wegwa said with an extremely respectful voice, and it was in an inquisitive manner. If Yi Qin said that he didn't have the time, then he definitely wouldn't dare to say anything. After all, if he could go, it was giving him face, and if he didn't go, it was also Yi Qin's right. People can go if they want to and not if they don't. Well, I'll be there. When these words came out, Joe Wegwa almost jumped up in excitement. Yi Qin had actually come in person to attend the celebration banquet of him becoming a patriarch. That's really flattering to him. Originally, he'd lost all hope before calling. To think that Yi Qin would refuse, because he knew that Yi Qin was now working as an instructor for the Lightning Special Forces, and Yi Qin was a grandmaster. The junior archon gave himself face. It's enough for him to brag about how great he is for the rest of his life. Yi Qin hung up the phone and looked at the sky. It was almost 10 o'clock. Take your time going at this point, and you'll be almost there by evening. Train yourselves, and anyone who dares to slack off gets out of the special forces. Yi Qin said. Yes, instructor. Once they heard this, they couldn't help but work harder one by one, and not a single one of them had a complaint or exasperation on their face. Don't look at these days and tired and bitter, more than 10 times more bitter than before. It is simply a hell on earth. But trying to get them to quit? Impossible. Not in this lifetime. It's a great atmosphere and the instructors are strong. I'm super into it. You can kill them, but it's literally worse than killing them if you let them quit, because your own failure is certainly upsetting. But it's the brother's success that's more disturbing. We are all good brothers who have been born together and can take bullets for each other. But quitting to become a brother is not an option. Yi Chen set off in a white army license plate SUV. Don't look at the car as ordinary. It's only 300,000 or so on the market. However, this car is a military bulletproof version and is actually very expensive. It's the seat of the Colonel of the Land and Air Brigade on the side of the base. The license plate is still extremely visible. Of course, the significance of the license plate is not clear to the average person who does not understand the military. Just know that the license plate color stands out. Yi Chen drove the colonel's car, so of course he welcomed it with both hands and feet. And he said that he would give Yi Chen a chauffeur, as well as a full-time secretary, and that he would order them directly if anything happened on the road. It was rejected by Yi Chen. By myself, I drove to the Zun wine market. You can tell by the name of this city. This place is known for its wine, and the facts are indeed correct. Almost all of Dacia's best wines are here, and it's safe to say that any dog passing by on the side of the road has to have a couple of drinks before he leaves. Whoever marries a daughter-in-law from here and enjoys a backwoods life, that's for later. The key is to be able to have 3 bowls without going over the top. The villa that arrives home has 4 steps holding 108 glasses of white wine, so ask who can top that? Whether or not you get a daughter-in-law depends on whether or not the best man gives a good performance. Professional best man said, Zun Wine City's list I usually do not take. Have to add money, because I am afraid of getting drunk and lost. Even 5-star Admiral MacArthur, far across the ocean, said, before you drink you're high-minded, after you drink you live and die. In the middle of the night, I sat up in a dream, and when I carried it, it was actually myself. Marry a woman who honors wine and enjoy a backwoods life. Yi Chen drove for a long time from the winding military base path, and then drove onto the highway, entering the boundaries of the city of Zuniwine. Since it was Saturday, there were a lot of people out and about. Vehicles are gradually increasing on the highway, from the original sparse 2 vehicles, to dozens of them when you look at them and forget about them, and the number is growing. Ended up unsurprisingly stuck in traffic. This was the first time in Yi Chen's life that he had experienced a traffic jam. He was also curious as to what could cause a traffic jam on a 3-lane highway like this one. After all, it's a cloudless, sunny day and about 28 degrees outside. It's a bit of a stretch for you to say something happened, so Yi Chen's divine sense probed out. It was as if there was an unseen eye in the air watching the end of the congested road 7 kilometers ahead. There were no accidents whatsoever. It was 2 private cars traveling backwards and forwards, which caused the big traffic jam. Cars are supposed to go fast on the highway, basically between 90 and 102. When you see a car in front of you actually traveling against the traffic, it is natural to give the car behind you a scare by slowing down and passing slowly. It gets clogged up over time, and clearly there is a highway exit 90 kilometers ahead. Had to backtrack to come back this way to the nearest exit. Like this talent, Yi Chen was more or less speechless, and he's in no hurry. Plenty of time anyway. Consider it an experience not experienced. Seeing that someone actually took the emergency lane, he took out 3 flashing and popping emergency barricades from the trunk, blocking the emergency lane and not allowing the rear release vehicle to continue in the emergency lane. Then put on the blinker and prepare to drive straight ahead from the emergency lane. The female Cayenne driver in the back dripped and dripped. Yi Chen glanced faintly at Cayenne through the window, then drove off. What the is wrong with you? Popping flash, didn't you see that? You're still dripping. The husband of the female Cayenne driver was big speechless. If it weren't for his wife, he would have already kicked her out of the main driver's seat. I can't believe you're being mean to me. I can't believe you're being mean to me. Do you even want to live anymore? The woman cried, as if she was aggrieved. Well, I can't get into it with you, but stay away when you see a flash of light. You are taking the emergency lane. If you give people angry, looking for people to check me, then go to ask for food you, but also back LV, drive Cayenne. You think beautiful. The man was so angry that his chest hurt. A good wife and a family has fewer troubles. This woman is purely giving him trouble. As people of status and honor, he knew exactly what the burst of flash coupled with that license plate meant. You keep your eyes open with me to see what that license plate is. It's at least as good as an Air Force colonel's seat for brigade commanders and above who enjoy division commanders. And looking at the size of the numbers on the license plate number, it's still an actual person of power, with a rank higher than our Zuunjiu Jifu. Do you understand? The man roared. Got it, got it. The woman was startled and hurriedly nodded her head. If she took the governor as an analogy, she immediately understood and knew what was at stake. After all, the governor was already the highest authority in a city. Dirtbag owners like them are far from comparable, not to mention above the governor. Hurry up and cut in and get out of the emergency lane. Okay, I'll drive over there. Turns out the car wouldn't start anyhow. The air conditioning is off too. Had to call a tow truck and suffered in the heat. Not only that, but a tire explosion crumpled the woman's face. Nice guy, A face full of silicone spiked out. The face is kind of ruined. By the time the ambulance came, it was basically ruined too. After all, he blocked the emergency lane and the ambulance couldn't get through. Yi Chen drove all the way from the emergency lane to the front, then turned the burst flash to maximum. Seeing this, those cars got out of the way. Yi Chen drove straight to the center to come face to face with the two private cars that were traveling backwards and forwards. Under Yi Chen's explosive flash, the tattooed bald man in the Land Rover in front of him had a steep change in his originally disdainful and arrogant face. The eyes became instantly clear and immediately goaded. Take out your cell phone. Wife, get back. Get back. Get back. Cut the crap, you. Get back. It was too late to explain, and he rushed to get his wife in the back of the car to back up, his voice shaking a little. Yi Chen directly pressed forward, not caring that they couldn't fall back technically. Such a domineering scene, watching the surrounding people very relieved. The depressed mood was swept away. Poke out the window and cheer. Dig it, it's a burst of lightning. Look guys, that's a burst of lightning. It's still true. Ha ha, isn't it bullish? You continue to be bullish, continue to go against the grain? Ha ha, goon dog, dig it, aren't you arrogant? Come on, go on. Retrograde another one for me? Off-road white license plate with a pop-up flash. It's a high-class military vehicle. No wonder they wimped out. So it was an explosive flash. That's fine. I thought I would have to block for an hour, but I didn't expect the burst flash to come. This is great. See how arrogant that bald head still is. Driving a big Land Rover and going against the traffic. Your brain is caught in the door. What if we wreck his Land Rover? It's like almost $3 million. Are you alright you? Do you know what this license plate is? Air Force Command Senior Officer Special Car. You go against the traffic and still looking for trouble with him. Do you think he won't do you with one phone call, or do you think you have a harder relationship than him? Holy, so it's so awesome. Long knowledge. No wonder. No wonder. Awesome. There shouldn't be many in a city bigger than him, right? Be bold. There aren't many in the Ghost Province older than him, and the Air Force is one level above. Dig in. Awesome. The executive Range Rover in that 7 Series had no choice but to accelerate into reverse while steering to stop going against the traffic. A bald tattooed man who can drive a car like that is no cutie pie. Either they are in coal mining or in the energy business. All kinds of connections are more or less present as well. But he was connected, but not so connected that he could be lawless. There are still people he can't afford to mess with. Like right now, for example. Well, what bad luck. It's an Air Force vehicle. Wife, you drive faster. Don't let people think we're looking for trouble on purpose. The bald man called so loudly that he, who had never dared to yell at his wife, yelled directly. Why are you afraid of him? Can he still eat you? Big deal. I'll throw the money in his face and pay him for a new car, okay? The fat woman was also angry that she dared to yell at herself, and said with disdain, when a person gets too rich they get inflated. Take this fat woman, for example. Holy, you're crazy. I don't care. The man accelerated and directly overtook the car and left, his speed quickly soaring to 103. The fat woman, not to be outdone, kicked the gas to catch up. Yi Chen would not let the two of them leave easily. One look, and the executive Range Rover, with one round of flat tires down to the rims, braked sharply and the car veered left, dropping to speeds in the mid-80s. The rear 7 Series couldn't even brake in time to catch up, hit the side at 150 kilometers. Boo! The fat woman had her seatbelt on where she flew straight out just in time to crash into the bald man in the driver's seat of the executive Range Rover. Heads collided, instantly like watermelons. Plus the car was connected and went straight off the highway. This is an elevated highway, with a vertical height of more than 60 meters from the ground. Two vehicles fell into the dry, hard fields below and the vehicles caught fire and burned right through to the explosion. Both of them died. Yi Chen didn't bother to look. It was fine to kill any ants like this casually. He was already in a good mood to play with them himself. Accelerate to 100, fade away with 1 foot of the gas. As for the rear vehicle, someone got down to look at it and then got in and left. Indicates that it's hopeless. It's more than 60 meters of elevated highway, and looking at it makes your legs weak. It must be hopeless if it falls and explodes. One thing is certain, though, Ash's money saved, and it just happens to be an unwanted field, so it's nice to just build a grave. I have to say, it was indeed a blast. Makes this a Saturday trip for a lot of people. The bullies just got cocky and saw them hiccup with their own eyes. This is what is called a man at work. It's more than a cool article. Of course, it's just a hiccup. Yi Chen sped all the way to the outside of Zun Wine City Center. 3 o'clock. The window was half open. Naturally, it was quite an eye-catcher while waiting for a stoplight. The phone rang and Yi Chen answered it. Hey, Mom, what's wrong? Yi Chen said. My best friend, your Auntie Wang, used to hug you that when you were little. Meng Yu's somewhat anxious voice said. Well, I still remember. Auntie Wang is quite nice, and she even lent us a lot of money back when the family was in trouble. Yi Chen had some impression that Auntie Wang was indeed a beautiful and kind-hearted elder. Just the fact that they were still willing to reach out and help them when they were in the most difficult times. This sentiment Yi Chen always remembered. That's her. Your Auntie Wang is in trouble. She called me. Her husband was originally contracted to do the finishing touches on a building. As a result, the developer didn't pay the money, got people to beat him and 24 workers, and threw him off the 15th floor, which the workers saw. But the workers have been taken in, and no one listens to what they say. Those people are snakes and rats. This is not a person just died. Just pull the crematorium, and do not give an autopsy, directly recognized as a slip and fall. Now Auntie Wang and her daughter are robbing the body. Meng Yu was anxious. Auntie Wang is her best BFF. How could she not help? It's just that Meng Yun Group's arms can't reach that far right now. If she had been looking for someone, she would have been yellow already. Only Yi Chun has this ability. Where are they? At the Golden Dignity 1 development in Zhuangzhou City, right at the site gate. Okay, don't worry mom, whatever happens isn't a problem. I'm on my way. Yi Chen hung up the phone. It's 20 kilometers away by the map. A mere 20 kilometers. And you can get there in an instant. Yi Chen, along with the car, instantly shifted and disappeared into thin air. But since it was at a sparsely populated fork in the road, no one noticed this. Appearing again, Yi Chen had already arrived outside the main gate of the Golden Respect No. 1 construction site. Coming down from the station, you can see the crematorium cars fighting over the bodies. And Auntie Wang and her daughter are powerless to do anything about it, desperately trying to grab it, but barely dragging it out. However, as this is the site gate near the road, there are many pedestrians coming and going. Only no one dared to gather around. Who in this neighborhood doesn't know that this group of fighters is vicious? It would be impractical to try to see a heroic rescue. It's better to be a little less compassionate for your own parents and family. There have been such heroes before, and they have ended up dead with no follow-up, not even compensation, much less arrests. It's too dark here. Who would dare to see justice over time? Does the family have minerals? Or do you have a governor's father? The black-clad thugs in the distance just watched blandly. Smiles were on every face. From some of the ash clinging to his clothes, it appeared that he had just been in a big battle. Watching this scene was like looking at your trophy. That helpless crying of the underclass seems to stir their adrenaline even more. One laughed at this scene of body snatching. Some even smoked cigarettes and mimicked the crying and scrambling mothers and daughters. It drew a laugh from the group. Big brother, you say this mother and daughter look really watery. The guards are gone. Or we. Hey. A yellow-haired man in a suit suggested, an evil grin on his face. What about being seen on the main road in broad daylight? There are a lot of big shots coming to Zunwine City today. Don't make a big deal out of it. You have to wait until dark. Ha. The somewhat lewd, middle-aged, skinny, tall man smiled evilly. It's better that the boss thought of it. Boss, when the time comes, you go first and we'll cheer you on. Just let us have a mouthful of soup. After all, it's only because of the boss that we're here today. The yellow-haired man in the suit patted his ass with an attentive face. Your kid is really a talent. Look at it guys. Take a good look and learn more. That's talent. That's called awareness. You boys hang with me well. There are plenty of beautiful women. Young women. Ants. Teenage girls. Take your pick. The lewd skinny tall man was in a good mood, patting the yellow hair on the head and looking up to it. It doesn't matter if you can fight or not. A good ass kissing is the way to go. Leaders eat it up. Unbeknownst to them, on their left-hand side separated by a flower bed, Yi Chen was watching this scene. However, Yi Chen didn't clean them up first. Trash like this bunch can be well tortured. What Yi Chen was best at was making people worse than dead, screaming for their lives. When it comes to tormenting people, no one catches up to him by a long shot. In the flood he was also known as the Great Tao Demon. No joke. Everyone hates devils in the flood, and everyone has to kill them. It's because the devil is addicted to killing and has no scruples. Of course it has to be eradicated as soon as you see it. If the strength is very strong, the righteous people together joint crusade to eliminate the devil. Eliminate the root and branch. But if this demon is Yi Chen, it's so handsome for a demon to kill someone. There must be a reason for a demon to kill someone. Demon father killing is purifying the population in a better way. And I'm super into watching demon father kill people. Double standard? No, it's called knowing what's what. If I become a Buddha, there will be no devil in the world. If I become a devil, what can Buddha do to me? If I become the way, the world will be the way. This was Yi Chen's supreme principle of life, which was the way of the Tao. Yi Chen walked over. He was dressed in white, again in old-fashioned clothes, erect and slender-waisted. The clothes perfectly complemented his body, the perfect silhouette of the muscles if the muscles are visible, which makes the man see tears, the woman see. The group of fighters looked at Yi Chen suspiciously. It was only after Yi Chen walked over, just a look, already snatched the body. Before the door is closed to drive away funeral home black car. The full force of the horse cannot drive. Buzz off. The engine roars. The tires were smoking. And there was no reaction at all when I pressed the gas pedal to the end. Boo! As a result of a dry foot, the car's engine died with a bang and never started again. Don't take my husband. Don't take him. Dad. The two women brought down the stretcher that held the body, sobbing uncontrollably. The blood-stained white cloth showed how gruesome it was. The two women were well aware that if they were allowed to take the body to be cremated, there would be no hope of ever suing them again. They are all about destruction. No chance of autopsy identification. It's about trying to finalize the determination by losing your footing and falling. This way they're not in trouble at all, while Auntie Wang and the others have to suffer the pain of losing their loved ones. Damn, you two aren't done, are you? The fat driver, whose face was scratched into a flower cat, was even angrier when he saw that the car wouldn't start. Getting out of the car with a baseball bat is going to teach the mother and daughter a lesson. The stick was swung up and hit hard, and there was even a killing intent in his eyes that he couldn't hide. The baseball bat was just an inch from Auntie Wang's head, but it was such an inch that Fatty realized he felt like he was hitting iron. And no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. His whole body couldn't move. How is that possible? Why can't I move? I can move my mouth, but I can't move my whole body. This is the first time I've experienced such a weird thing. The unoiled scalp is tingling and sweaty. Is there a ghost? Thinking of this, he hurriedly called his companion. You hurry to get off. I cannot move. Give me to kill them. He really didn't believe it. How can there be ghosts in broad daylight? He'd been using funeral homes to pull cars for over a decade and had never encountered anything like this. It is well understood that even ghosts are afraid of the wicked. As long as you're vicious, ghosts are afraid to see you. The co-pilot man also rushed out of the car, swinging a small hammer to the back of Auntie Wang's daughter Wang Xiaolu. If this hit, the person is directly wasted. Dig in, and really do it. Don't break it for me. The tall, thin man in the distant suit was furious. I haven't even enjoyed it myself yet, but I can't even play with this hammer. It's okay, we can take advantage of. Yellow hair laughed obscenely. Dig it, you're a ING talent. But that's a good point. I've never really tried it. You've got a future, kid. The tall, thin man quipped, and his eyes showed anticipation. Boss, look. What are you looking at? The tall, skinny boss turned his head impatiently to look away. It didn't matter if you didn't look. Your eyes almost stared out, only to see that this hammer of the man with the hammer had struck the fat man with the baseball bat in the face. But just now, he clearly attacked Wang Xiaolu's back. How did a hammer hit one of your own in the face from the distance of two men and a corpse? This hammer is not light. Face bone directly rupture. Set in it. The fat man's baseball bat, on the other hand, hit his opponent's head and dented it directly by a centimeter. This one's going to break skulls. Since the incident happened so fast, Fatty and his companion didn't even react at first. By the time the reaction had passed, Shock looked across the room at being a companion at the same time. Intense pain came. The pain is unspeakable as it rips through your heart and screams, especially the fat man's face. The hammer is set in and can't be pulled out. You hit me. How dare you? The fat man was angry and sweating tears of pain. You hit me too. Where did your eyes go? The man was equally furious, and the cracking of his skull even made him dizzy and his eyes bloodshot. It was no longer even clear who was in front of me. The fat man did likewise, with the painful nerves in his face connecting to his eyes. Between the bloodshot eyes, the figures in front of him overlapped. Stinking woman, I'll kill you. See if I don't beat your daughter alive. Both men roared, one pounding with his fist, the other squatting with a baseball bat. Fistfights naturally suffered, but he quickly grabbed the hammer handle and his eyes lit up. It then pulled out violently, and the two of them just wrestled. In the presence of many people passing by, the two struck each other as if they had the hatred of killing their father and taking their wives. It's brutal to watch in a dark way. Couldn't even resist taking the video while anointing them. Wife cheats on wife. Man kills mistress in rage headline. Or, is it morally bankrupt for two men to fall in love and fight over a woman? Or, two men fell in a pool of blood. Even if they're already lying on the ground in an unrecognizable state, they're going to pick up the broken little log of a baseball bat and give the other guy one last whack on the head. And the companion is conditioned to hammer the final blow, ending in a straight KO. The group of fighters watching this scene then reacted, although they were shocked that the two had such a great hatred. But something always felt wrong. It definitely had nothing to do with Yi Chen. Call someone, call old Chen and the others. Between thoughts, the tall, skinny boss pulled out his cell phone to call someone. The whole time Auntie Wang and Wang Xiaolu were hugging each other in fear, colliding into someone as he fell backwards. He turned his head to find the tall handsome face of Yi Chen. Auntie Wang, I'm Yi Chen, long time no see. My mom is Mingyu. I'm here to help you. Yi Chen laughed. You're Xiao Chen. Why have you grown so big? You've changed too much. You look so handsome. You really look like your mom. Auntie Wang subconsciously pinched Yi Chen's cheeks. It's like being a kid, only now with Yi Chen. He could only stand on his tiptoes to pinch his face properly, but then she suddenly felt something was wrong and smiled awkwardly. To be honest, Auntie Wan was really absolutely beautiful, with a mature beauty unique to her age. I should say it's the type of thing that all bloodthirsty boys can't resist. In addition to Yi Chen, there is no woman in his heart, and he draws his sword naturally God. To be honest, besides his parents, Auntie Wan was the first one who dared to pinch his face. If this were to be seen by the many terrifying level of great powers of the flood, they would not be able to drop their jaws in shock. Straight up, I call the trenching bulls. Yi Chen smiled and didn't feel anything. Instead he felt cozy, gave Auntie Wang a hug. Don't worry Auntie Wang, leave everything to me. Yi Chen patted her on the back. Auntie Wang burst into tears. There was a time when one used to be able to protect and comfort Yi Chen. I didn't expect that it would be Yi Chen comforting himself now instead. Coupled with the loss of her husband, she was close to breaking down. Yi Chen had killing intent in his eyes. Those who knew him well knew that today there would be mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. When Auntie Wang was a child in his family, when the family was at its most difficult, she not only borrowed money, but also provided help in every way. He is very good to him, often buying him food and taking him and his siblings out. Being a Taoist priest, one never forgets this sentiment. Dad, Wang Xiaolu, who was on the side, looked at her father covered with a white cloth and couldn't stop her tears. There was really nothing they could do. With their feeble power, they couldn't deal with these big shots. Just then 2 guard cars drove up. Auntie Wang is also called Wang Xiner. Wang Xiner pushed Yi Chen. Xiao Chen, they are all snakes and rats. Hurry up and go. I appreciate your good intentions, but you have to protect yourself first. I know that Meng Yu is now the group's boss and has a much different status, but this is Zunwine City and the sky is the limit. Only your mom might still have some ideas. Get out of here. They might have to give you a hard time if they catch you in there. Wang Xiner pushed Yi Chen as hard as she could, but found that she couldn't. It's okay Auntie Wang, you probably don't know what I'm capable of right now. You can understand it this way, even if the new governor of the Ghost Province is here, he'll have to kneel here today. Yi Chen said blandly. Doesn't seem like a lie at all. Wang Xiner and Wang Xiaolu froze for a moment. They had heard Meng Yu say 2 days ago that they had opened a new company nowadays. It's the original Yi Group's headquarters building. Knowing that Yi Chen's family was extraordinary now, but just how awesome is completely unimaginable. Yi Chen's words were even more shocking and at the same time a bit frightening to them. I wonder if he can shock the guards on this side or not. After all, here the sky is high and the sea is wide. That's really dark. Strength is speech, power is everything, money is status. And by this time the guards had arrived. Down came 8 men, all in their 30s and 40s. The largest is a 2-star guardsman. The others are 1-star guardsmen. As they got out of the car, they even went so far as to exchange glances with the group of thugs standing by the corner watching all this. The kind of familiarity that comes with it, as if you've been eating and drinking together so often. Kneel down and put your hands up. The 8 men pulled out their guns and pointed them at Yi Chen. I told you to get on your knees and put your hands up. Didn't you hear me? The 2-star guard officer at the head of the group said angrily. If he had been heard by the governor, or even by the little cabinet or even the great cabinet as well as the old council of elders, probably will be beyond shocked to say, really brave really do not know how to write the word death. The 9 clans can be raised. Yi Chen looked at him. Boo! The 2-star guardsman's arm exploded. The pig-killing screams were gut-wrenching. Extreme pain that only those who have actually experienced it understand. This was followed by the other hand, then the left foot, right foot, and the thigh. All of them burst open. Miserable screams spread all around. Scared people's heads off. Beat him to death. The 2-star guard officer was old enough to know how it was possible that he still didn't know what was going on. Endure the severe pain and hurry to give the order. Bang bang bang. While firing consecutive shots to empty a magazine, Yi Chen was unharmed. Yi Chen casually waved all the bullets to return, directly shattering all of their arms and legs. All 7 1-star guard officers became human sticks. Another batch of screams. This kind of scene to see people is numbness, nausea. Listen to the people is fearful. That's not enough. As the saying goes, it's not as bad as your wife and children. And in Yi Chen's dictionary, if one person causes trouble, the whole clan will be buried with him, and the 9 clans will be destroyed. With a casual grab, he ripped through space and grabbed the wife of the 2-star guard officer as well as his biracial daughter. No! What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Spare them, Sovereign Master, spare them. You can kill me, I beg you. Please spare my wife and daughter, I beg you. The 2-star guard officer was scared. More scared of what Yi Chen was going to do next than the pain all over his body. Yi Chen was so terrifying that pistol bullets were useless. It could even be easily resisted through the air. In his cognizance, Those who were able to achieve this step were at least the existence of a grandmaster. What's a martial arts master? This was the knowledge related to the strength of a martial artist that they had learned the day they became guards. And it's mandatory to memorize, it has to be engraved in your mind. Martial arts masters, their internal energy is released outwardly and they gather chi to form the astral deities. Ordinary hot weapons must not be harmed. And the patriarch is like a dragon. And the patriarch must not be dishonored. A patriarch's anger stains 1,000 miles with blood. In short, don't talk about offending the patriarch. Even a mere word of disrespect can invite murder. Even the governor, even the viceroy, couldn't do anything about the patriarch. As long as they don't commit an outrage, there's nothing anyone can do to them. And today he went crazy and died twice. It doomed him to certain death, and no one who came could save him. Woo woo, the mother and son were crying. And how could they not know what was going on when they saw the scene? This is offending the big boys. It's too late for regrets. Yi Chen raised his hand and instantly hollowed out and squeezed. Ah! The two exploded in endless agony. Chapter 79, 30 seconds to meet me. Bratty sixth wheel? No. Why? Why kill them? The fault is mine, not theirs. Can't you just leave them alone? They don't know anything. You kill me. Just kill me. The two-star guardsman cried his heart out. Nothing hurts more than seeing your wife and daughter killed with your own eyes. The kind of pain that reaches deep into the soul can only be experienced by those who have been there. He was dead at heart now. And even death seemed like nothing. How could Yi Chen let him die so simply as he wished? One man's fault. The whole clan is buried with him. It's just getting started. Although Yi Chen's voice was flat, it was like a devil. The mother and daughter who watched were in a state of shock and hugged each other. The scene was a relief. After all, how they had treated themselves before. Condescendingly. All a complete bunch of enablers. But the relief was there. And the fear was definitely still there. Yet they are still able to face it normally. As soon as I saw my husband's body, none of this mattered. You, what are you doing? Patriarch Sama, it's enough for you to punish me alone. The two-star guard officer suddenly realized something from Yi Chen's words. A very scary possibility occurred to him, but it was the possibility that made him sweat. He doesn't just have a wife and daughter. He has parents, and grandparents, and grandparents, and a host of loved ones. Yi Chen was expressionless, ignoring his bitter pleas for mercy. With a wave of his hand, all unrelated passers-by within a 200-meter radius were all cleared out. The place became quieter, with only a succession of miserable screams. Yi Chen raised his hand and waved it, and it was a bloodline spell kill, killing everyone in the 9 clans except for the two-star guard officer. But this time it was gentler, not burning from within. Instead, they suffer lingering pains and eventually dissipate completely. This way, it doesn't have an effect on what's around it. Sort of a hint of mercy from Yi Chen. Yi Chen couldn't even help but feel inwardly that he was really becoming more and more merciful. It seems that after spending time at Blue Star, the hand has become lighter. Alas, my damned mercy. Yi Chen connected all the pain of his 9 clans to the two-star guard officer. Every ounce of pained cries of helplessness from his closest relatives fed into the depths of his mind, deeply tormented him. He could even see a thrilling picture. Even if you close your eyes you will see it. Those were the people he cared about. But anyone with a bit of blood died in agonizing torture. Gradually, he broke down and he went completely insane. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. The patriarch cannot be insulted. The patriarch cannot be insulted. No, the gods shall not be dishonored. The gods shall not be dishonored. Boom boom boom. Slam your head against the ground until it shatters. Eventually he stopped breathing. Atonement for a life of remorse. The price will be the destruction of all 9 clans, and no one will be left behind. His 9 tribes can't help but thank him. And hear me say thank you for burying 3 acres of land because of you. As for the remaining 7 1-star guard officers, they are naturally accomplices. Yi Chen's bloodline spell kills and destroys all 3 of their clans. They also felt the pain of what it means to have a loved one die a tragic death. As accomplices, they used to get a lot of people killed. They had no mercy at all at that time. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't show any mercy. The 3 tribes have been very kind. Again the head hit the ground frantically, as if to atone for it, until it shattered, ending this sinful life of theirs. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen was calm. The eyes went to the group of fighters in the distance. It wasn't that the group of fighters didn't want to run, but they were already too scared and weak in the legs to run. They're the ones who threw Dad down the stairs. That's what the workers said. Wang Xiaolu choked and pointed her finger at them. This scared the group of 39 fighters so much that their legs went limp and they fell to the ground. Looking at Yi Chen in horror, none of them had the heart to resist, because it can't even be killed by a gun, and that's proving a lot. Plus Yi Chen had unexpectedly grabbed 2 people out of thin air just now. This is outrageous. What fairy is this? One thing is certain, though, they're fighters. They've seen enough to know who to mess with and who not to mess with. And one kind of person is a martial artist, someone they can't afford to mess with. Martial arts masters are not afraid of hot weapons. They had no chance of winning. Begging for mercy might have a slight chance. Think about it. My lord. Oh no, Papa Patriarch. Spare us, we're innocent too. It's all because someone else backed us up to do it. Yeah. The person who instructed us to do it is the one who really needs to die a death by 1,000 cuts and not be allowed to die. This kind of person deserves to go to hell. Yeah, to hell. Looking at the way they fawned and begged for survival, Yi Chen didn't rush to make a move. Call the men. Call all you can. I'm talking about all of it, Yi Chen said. With that, he stopped caring about them. They didn't dare to hesitate and took out their cell phones to call. At a time like this when it's a matter of life and death, call all the people behind the scenes or backers or whatever to have a shot. They wouldn't say that the other party was unafraid of hot weapons and was a clan master. It just means that the other guy is arrogant as hell and killed someone and has quite a background. In that case, come or go. It could be said that these 39 people were just trying to find the best that could save them. And if not, at least they had to have some more backs. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Soon many places throughout the city both white and black received calls. All of them are righteously indignant and are coming to their aid. Yi Chen is also not in a hurry, quietly waiting. Someone wants to come to the pin. He is naturally willing to send a game. Why not? Quickly, the black ones come first. After all, when the black ones come to take care of things, the white ones come back to clean up the mess, and they won't be accused of being one-dimensional. It can be said to be a tight fit, and it is thought that they have worked together in silence more than once. It's a dark day. Only 20 large black SUVs were seen coming towards us. There were 100 or so people who got out of the car. It was none other than the overlord of the underground forces in Zun Liquor City, Chang Chang-hu, a diagonal scar on his face and a murderous aura. At first glance, he's a tough guy who's killed a lot of people. Each of his men are the best of the best in the general population, with professional boxers, professional UFC, and even professional bodyguards. All in all have reached the limits of ordinary people. There were even a few of them who had crossed over into the outer strength. Already not a weak master. It came in a vast and murderous manner. Coupled with its suit, it has to be said that it is very oppressive. However, mother and daughter Wang Xiner were not afraid. If they hadn't understood Yi Chen's strength before, they would have felt fearful and helpless, even be prepared to die. But after seeing Yi Chen's terrifying strength, that kind of power that was like that of a god, ask ordinary people how they could block it. This is the super existence that is truly above the general law, the most mysterious and powerful of that class. As long as they stood behind Yi Chen and looked at his back, they felt filled with an endless sense of security. It was as if as long as he stood there, no one in this heaven and earth could cross over again. Is that them? Chang Chun, who just opened his mouth to inquire about the tall, thin beaters. Before they could answer, they had an afterimage of something wrong. Upon closer inspection, there were 8 disembodied bodies lying on that floor, scattered with pistols and shell casings. Another look at the 2 empty guard cars. That gave him a fright. Yet, his feet went limp, and the men behind him hurriedly assisted him. Dug in, pawned. Come on, growing into a tiger is not a cutie. 8 gun-toting guards are dead. What the hell is this? It's not like they had pistols with them, and even if they did, they didn't see people with pistols die. At least a 7.62 machine gun in hand, turned and ran, just to get in the car and leave in a hurry. As a result, before he could turn around, he realized he couldn't move. Even 100 or so people just sliding on the ground. It was as if something had sucked it through. Trying to run as hard as he could still didn't help. Then the next moment they found themselves 10 meters in front of Yi Chen. My lord, I have eyes to see. Can you spare me for the sake of what I have not yet done? I've got money. Lots and lots of money. It's all yours. Spare me. Spare me. I'll make you a cow. Although Chang Chang, who didn't know the specifics, he knew that begging for forgiveness and kowtowing first would be correct. It was a lesson he had learned by mixing with the world. As the saying goes, you can't reach out. We all have status, so we shouldn't have to tear our faces off straight away. After all, this world is about human feelings, even if the other party is very strong. If you are so lowly, you have to be humane in any case. Die. Yi Chen raised his hand. Terrifying pressure fell from the sky. Squeeze them ever so slightly. It ends up being reduced to smithereens in agony. The next car to pull up was the guard car. 20 cars in all. There were no off-road vehicles among them. That means no heavy firepower was brought in. 110 people got off the bus, and there was actually a 6-star guard chief among them. It is the equivalent of overseeing the entire city's security force. Hands up. As soon as the words were finished, they had all turned into flying dust. All that's left is where the car is still parked and the person is nowhere to be found. The 6-star guard chief was raised by a bloodline spell that wiped out his 9 clans. Good man, listen to me say thank you for burying 3 acres because of you. No? Yi Chen looked at them. The group of fighters had a count. All of them were scared less. Nope, nothing. Yi Chen nodded. A 6-star guard general as a backer was indeed quite powerful. After all, truth comes out of the barrel of a gun. It's the truth when it's used in a good way, and it's the truth when it's used in a bad way. Repent in pain. Yi Chen's one gaze, horrifying pressure squeezed them. It's like that feeling of being in deep water. It's an all-encompassing squeeze. It's not like it's going to crush you at once. Instead, you feel gradually suffocated but can't do anything about it, and finally explode. The pain is unimaginable. However, in the midst of this pain, what they also had to go through was Yi Chen wiping out all of their 3 clans' closest relatives. Even with all the pain, it is not as bad as the heartbreak of this moment. What is there to look forward to in the future when everyone close to you is dead? Only death might feel a little better. It's just that death isn't that quick, suffering endless torture before finally dying. After doing this, Yi Chen let the blood flow on the ground. Thank you, Yi Chen. Thank you, brother Yi. Mother and daughter thanked. It's okay. Yi Chen rubbed their heads. The image is more or less incongruous. After all, Yi Chen was acting as a junior, and rubbing Wang Xiaolu's head was just that. Isn't Auntie Wang's head a bit? However, it was normal. Yi Chen had experienced 100,000 years in the flood. If he really wanted to talk about seniority, he could even be an ancestor. So this action isn't too much to ask. Mother and daughter looked at each other, their little faces slightly red. Unfortunately, Daddy will never come back. Wang Xiaolu looked at her father's body under the white cloth, and the sadness in her eyes could never be erased. Even if the bad guys are getting what they deserve, it's even more of a relief than one might think. But there's no going back. People can't come back from the dead, and your father would be happy if he knew they were all in hell. Wang Xiana rubbed her daughter's head and took her into her arms to comfort her. The mind of an 18-year-old girl is fragile after multiple blows. Who says people can't come back from the dead? Yi Chen laughed. When these words came out, the 2 women's bodies shook as they jerked their heads up to look at him. What? What do you mean? Wang Xiana's voice was shaking a bit as she was expecting. Resurrecting uncle is easy, and soon you will be reunited. It wasn't easy for Yi Chen to resurrect people. He could go to the farther reaches of outer space, unseal a few layers of his cultivation and reach a strength that could resurrect the dead. Resurrect them and come back. It's only a few seconds at most. But he didn't bother doing that. A force from Yi Chen's fingertips vanished into the void. The black and white irregulars come to me quickly. It was almost a matter of seconds. It wasn't even 5 o'clock and the sky was already dark. An extremely depressing feeling. The black and white irregulars then burrowed out of the ground. Don't look at the fact that the 2 of them don't have a high rank in the hell, belonging to the Ghostbusters. However, the strength was exceptionally terrifying, and when placed on Earth and exerted at full strength, it was almost heaven-destroying. However, he did not dare to be the slightest bit condescending in front of Yi Chen. Greetings to the Taoist. The black and white irregulars kneeled down on both knees and respectfully worshipped. They heard Yi Chen's call from a long distance away in hell. Don't dare to be careless in any way. But King Yen had already ordered that if Yi Chen summoned him, he had to be there immediately, at any cost. So they came directly at a huge cost, using a teleportation array. It's okay, what's spent can go back to Hades for reimbursement anyway, as long as you are helping Yi Chen, no matter what Yen Wang reimburses you. The mother and daughter were outright stunned. Good man, even the black and white are out. He was still so respectful to Yi Chen, as if he had seen a god, and actually knelt down to speak. How high was Yi Chen's current achievement? What the hell has he been doing for the past few years? And how did he get so scary? You two return his soul, Yi Chen commanded. The 2 looked at each other when they saw the body. Somewhat difficult. From the looks of the faces, this seems to be beyond their capabilities. Don't be angry. It's not that we're not willing to resurrect. We really don't have the ability to do so. Yes, he is just about at the end of his lifespan. And if you want to resurrect him, you have to get permission from the 6 paths of reincarnation to do so. Otherwise it is impossible to force a resurrection. Not even Hades. The duo elaborated. How can I then? Yi Chen asked casually. You're the Tao Father. Ah, the 6 paths wouldn't dare to disagree. And Tao Father, your resurrection is all forced resurrection, beyond the limits of the 6 paths of reincarnation. And the 6 paths of reincarnation can't do anything about it. So, why don't you speak to the 6 paths of reincarnation, as a way to resurrect? The black and white irregulars proposed. Where is he? Yi Chen asked, not bothering to look for himself. Right in the middle of hell. But the 6 paths of reincarnation can't be moved. So Dao Zun might have to go talk to the 6 paths of reincarnation if he doesn't use his power to resurrect himself. The black and white irregulars' voices lowered at the end of the sentence, feeling that something bad would happen. Do I need to go? Tell it to get its ass over here and meet me. I'll give it 30 seconds. Yi Chen was not angry. Rest in peace, Tao Father. I'll make contact. Black and White disappeared straight away to hoof it to make contact. To the depths of hell. The 6 paths of reincarnation can be said to be ubiquitous in the depths of hell. It can't be seen or touched. It can be solid or transparent. In short, intangible yet tangible. It was the existence of extremely special rule power. Where are you in the 6 paths of reincarnation? Come out quickly. Something big has happened. The white erratic voice did not receive any response at all. Watching the time pass by second, the black and white irregulars were completely anxious. 6 paths of reincarnation. Quickly go to the blue star to meet the Taoist. The Taoist will only give you 30 seconds. If you're late, you'll be waiting to die you. The white erratic is not polite and doesn't care. He just leaves. But he didn't expect to just return to Yichen. The 6 channels of reincarnation have then been sent back to the soul. At the same time, he changed into the appearance of a kindly old man, nodding his head in an extremely flattering manner to Yichen. The black and white irregulars looked at each other with meaningful eyes. Dao Zun is worthy of being Dao Zun. Just one sentence. The 6 paths of reincarnation that condescendingly disregard the 6 lives of the living beings have to manifest a body to see them. Extremely efficient. Not even 7 seconds. Extremely pleasing. Comparable to a 7-second real man. You two are really something too. This is a summoning talisman. But whenever Dao Father commands something in the future, you can just inform me directly. On call. Oh. The kindly old man gave a somewhat obscene okay pose. They're both a little out of sorts. Still like the unruly look before the 6 paths of reincarnation. Please restore it. Looking at this fawning old man, Yichen also saw the body of the 6 paths of reincarnation in this world for the first time. It is indeed very different from the flood. The 6 paths of the flood are absolutely beautiful. In profile it somewhat resembles the Queen Mother. And here the 6 paths of reincarnation proper turned out to be a lewd old man. It does seem a bit. Dao honors. Wait a moment. Immediately, he put the soul into it, followed by a wave of direct recovery, and with a movement of his fingers, was slowly regaining consciousness. I'll take my leave, Dao Father. After the old man finished speaking, he directly disappeared with Yi Chen's nod of permission. Dao Father, we take our leave. The black and white invincibles also departed. The overcast sky then recovered. All is calm again. Uncle is all right now. Yi Chen lifted the cloth. What's wrong with me? With me? Wang Kaijia sat up in confusion. He clearly remembered that he had fallen. The pain of that death was only a momentary sensation, but it's still fresh in my mind to this day. It's okay, Uncle Wang. You just fainted. Auntie Wang, go directly to my mom about the project payment. She'll help you out. In the future, you can look for Meng Yun Group if you have any difficulties. Meng Yun Group has a commercial office building in Ghost City that needs to be redecorated. Uncle Wang, you guys are in charge, Yi Chen said as he took out a check from his space, which looked like magic to them. Yi Chen wrote $200 million. With just a little math, he had figured out that the most basic renovations for a commercial office building added up to that price. And there's a 20% profit margin on that, which is already substantial. Here's a $200 million check to pay for the work in advance. It's getting late. Uncle just recovered. Go back and rest more. Aha, thank you Tatsu. Auntie Wang doesn't have to be polite to me. Xiao Chen, you're not familiar with this side even though you just came here. Why don't you let Xiao Lu show you the way? Then your uncle and I will leave first. And you haven't seen each other for a long time. So talk more, said Auntie Wang. 2 people jogged on their own car to leave, leaving Wang Xiaolu and Yi Chen behind. Yi Chen looked at the sun. It should only be just after 5 o'clock now. It's a little over an hour before the sun goes down. It was still early, and the party was in no hurry. A party of that caliber couldn't have started in broad daylight. Yi Chen looked at the police car that was coming again in the distance. These ones that came later have nothing to do with the ones that came before. They were transferred from somewhere else to see what was going on. Get in the car. Get in the car. Yi Chen drove his car over and parked in front of the guard's car. The windows are open. The 4-star chief of guards on the guard car took a look at the surprisingly high-ranking Air Force officer's license plate for this level. Get out of the car and trot over to me with a humble attitude. Yi Chen didn't wait for him to speak. Tell your top boss Ghost Province Guard General Zhou Tiansheng that I killed all the people. My name is Yi Chen. After saying that, Yi Chen drove away. The 4-star guard chief was outright confused, eyeing Yi Chen's car away. One could only marvel at the fact that the man who drove the exclusive seat of a senior Air Force officer was so dominant in his speech. Surprisingly, he had directly put himself in contact with his top boss, the 9-star guard General Zhou Tiansheng, but he also knew that the gravity of the matter seemed to be beyond his ability to handle. Hurry up and call Zhou Tiansheng. At the same time they cordoned off the scene. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, many people couldn't help but spray their Chinese food out. It was only at this time that the 4-star guard chief realized that it had gotten this serious. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How many people did Yi Chen kill? Is he the devil? You mean that young man's name is Yi Chen? The caller was surprised. That's right, sir. He said his name was Yi Chen and he was driving an Air Force license plate SUV. The 4-star guard chief hurriedly said, "It's all right then, get the scene taken care of as quickly as possible, and convict them all of corruption." "Yes, sir. By the way, Mr. Yi isn't angry, is he?" "That, by the look of the face, should not be." "That's good. All right, get on with it." The phone hung up on the other end, and the 4-star guard breathed a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he was even more curious about Yi Chen's identity, killing so many people and being able to get away with it. Plus again, the ability to kill so many people. On second thought it should only be the sovereign. Could it be the junior patriarch? No wonder even the officer who was a 9-star guard general had to help deal with it. But it's good that this group of people are dead. The black sheep's death is not enough. But how could Zhou Tianxiang know that the total number of people Yi Chen had killed this time had already exceeded 3,000? After all, so many exterminate the 9 clans and the 3 clans. That adds up to a lot. It can be said to have made a great contribution to the cause of population reduction. If you mess with Yi Chen, all 9 clans will have to say ing thank you. That's over 3,000 men, enough to keep the guard busy. The aftermath is just a big deal. Of course, it's not really a problem. It's just that it's not very easy to explain to your neighbors and friends when people are suddenly gone. As for leaving behind real estate and tons of assets and whatnot, it can just be confiscated. In that light, there are actually a lot of benefits. These asset recoveries alone are a huge amount of money. In the car, there was half a day of silence. Yi Chen and her used to sort of play together for a long time when they were kids. At that time Yi Chen was mischievous and talkative. And now it's completely changed. The people are still easygoing, but they talk less. Wang Xiaolu pondered for half a day before finally speaking. "Brother Yi, we haven't seen each other in almost 5 years, right?" "Pretty much. Where have you been for the last 5 years?" "A very far away place to live and grow up in." "That must have been hard?" Wang Xiaolu was very distressed by Yi Chen. "I'm afraid this strength of Brother Yes has not come easily. It must have been full of twists and turns, even through hardships and near deaths over and over again to finally get to where we are today." "Right, Brother Yi." Wang Xiaolu had already brainstormed many dangerous images as she spoke. Once Yi Chen heard this, he thought of his own almost open life. A cross-country push that sweeps away all opponents. Those who were stronger than him by 1 great realm and 2 great realms, or even 5 great realms and 7 great realms, or even 8 great realms. All of them were either killed or crippled by him to cut their waists, and were no match for him at all. Saying grueling seems like a bit of a stretch. Whether he's tough or not I don't know. The opponents were pretty tough. Chapter 80 Grudges. Revenge. What's a patriarch? When it came to hardships, the strongest of the flood were the most vocal. If they heard Wang Xiaolu's words, must say, "You're farting." Taoist hardship? The hardship is on us, okay? Woo-hoo-hoo. He true immortal then resisted the heavenly Tao saints. Tai true immortal on the extermination of saints. In that period of time to look at the flood wasteland has been invincible. Just ask who could have imagined that a young Tai true immortal would walk across the street and single-handedly blow away a heaven's path saint. That scene will never be forgotten. It hasn't really been tough, but the opponents should be pretty tough. Yi Chen said back. "Ha?" Wang Xiaolu's head was full of question marks, but she didn't dig deep enough to ask. Coming to a stop at a stoplight off-ramp? The sound of an engine roaring from the rear. Yi Chen looked into the rearview mirror. It was a pink Lamborghini with a sticker on it. The market value is at $11 million. Anyone who can afford to drive a car like this is either rich or famous. After all, you can't just be rich. Ah, no background shall not be white annexation of assets. Where do you dare to be so high profile? Yi Chen didn't care either. Instead, Wang Xiaolu was staring at the rearview mirror. "Brother Yi, there's still a female driver in this car." "Wait, why is she still moving forward?" Wang Xiaolu said. Yi Chen also looked into the rearview mirror. "That's right, the female driver skidding the car is going to be on him." Boo, a light touch. Don't underestimate this one. Lamborghinis are supposed to be low. And Yi Chen, it was an off-road vehicle with a high chassis, so the Lamborghini slammed right into his rear tires, touching some on both sides. At the same time, the towing hook on the back of Yi Chen's car directly scraped the front cover of her car. The front cover is dented with a mark 30 centimeters long and 1 centimeter deep. Add to that the damage to the intakes on both sides and this is a big loss. "What's wrong with you? What are you backing up? You scratched my car." The woman opened the butterfly door and yelled as soon as she got out of the car. Though extremely good looking, with a net height of about 5 feet 6 inches and a pink wraparound dress that accentuated her figure. It's one of the few beautiful schoolgirls in the class, and a face of pure first love, but it's just a little hard on the brain. Obviously she skidded out of the car and thought it was Yi Chen who backed into her. It's a real travesty. Coupled with this shrewish look, no amount of innocent face would help. It always felt out of place. It attracted passers-by to stop and watch. Lamborghinis are already scarce. let alone these $11 million high-performance limited editions. It's a Lamborghini. It's not rich. Is it the $4 million one? What are you thinking? This one can buy almost 3 of those. Landing price close to 12 million fast. One car is enough to buy 5 large flats in our area. The luxury is unrivaled. Rich, ing rich. Why am I the only one who doesn't have any money? Where do they get their money? Don't hate the rich, okay? It's not a hatred of the rich, just a suspicion that they're getting their money from the wrong sources. After all, the ones who make the big bucks are basically written in the law. Passers-by came close to watch whispering and purely watching. No, you're sick. Look at the traffic camera. You're the one who skidded out of the car. Wang Xiaolu opened the window to the rear. At the same time, she also noticed that the other party was actually wearing 10-centimeter thin high heels. No problem then. No wonder it skidded. Can you hit the brakes in heels like that? Wang Xiaolu rolled her eyes. I'm not listening. You're the ones who backed into my favorite car. Do you know how much my car costs? $11 million. You couldn't even afford to lose it if you sold it. Pauper. If you're poor, you're poor. You haven't learned anything about transportation. And my little baby is scraped all over the place. Hurry down. You hear me? Hurry down. The woman kicked the tires twice and hurt herself instead. One carelessness. The leather limited edition Hermes worth $500,000 in his hand fell to the ground. This one took even more damage. He had a lot of stuff in his bag, and it was kind of heavy. Picked it up and both corners were bumped and scratched. Ah, my Hermes. The woman was even more furious. This one will cost an estimated $10. 000 to $20. 000 just to fix. Today can be a costly day, but the money doesn't matter. The main thing is that it actually dares to back up the car and hit himself. Absolutely can't tolerate it. Bang bang bang. Come outside the cab and knock on the door. Get down. Get down. Look at my car. With it she pulled out her cell phone to make an insurance call. Hey, someone backed up and hit my car. Get your ass over here at. Before he could finish his words, he saw Yi Chen get down from the car. A breeze blew by, and the 2 strands of hair on either side of Yi Chen's cheeks fluttered away. Emperor-like temperament. Absolutely handsome face flawless. The woman's cell phone was unsteady for a moment and fell to the ground, but she didn't care. Instead, he stared blankly at Yi Chen. Handsome. Too handsome. At least Yi Chen was the most handsome and dignified she had ever seen. It's an unearthly feeling. Even she, who had always boasted of being a great beauty of the world, felt that her eyes were a bit evasive and her hands were busy in front of Yi Chen. In layman's terms, if a woman is shy when she looks at you, it means you are really handsome. If even a big beautiful woman look at you all eyes dodge shy, then you are a man look at also feel handsome. Really big handsome B. Just when the onlookers passers-by thought that both sides were going to quarrel, Wang Xiaolu had already gotten out of the car and rolled up her sleeves when she was ready to argue. That, handsome, can you leave a email? I should have accidentally not applied the brakes. I'll just report it to the insurance. It's not a big deal. The woman picks up the fruit cell phone with the shattered screen from the floor. Open your scanner to scan the QR code of Yi Chen. Yi Chen wanted to strike out and send her flying. This change of face was too fast. Little handsome man out of email. I sweep you. The woman asked again with inquiring care. It seemed that everything she could not mind when it came to seeing Yi Chen's people. Minor problems. Report them to the insurance. The car bag should be repaired. The cell phone should be replaced. Wang Xiaolu took out her own cell phone for her to scan. Sweep me up. Who are you? Why are you sweeping yours? I'm sweeping his. The woman saw that Wang Xiaolu's fire was about to come up again. After all, opposites attract and homosexuals repel. Wang Xiaolu was in Yi Chen's co-pilot, and she was definitely not happy in her heart. My ing sister. Wang Xiaolu held her cell phone in one hand, crossed her waist with one hand, and raised her small chin in a serious manner. It's like that's really what's going on. I told you, she's so pretty, she must be a sister. Sister-in-law. Oh no, sister add you of email, then ask you out to play. My name is Lu Kerson. If my sister has any problems in the future, look for me. Lu Kerson hurriedly said. No need. Yi Chen brought Wang Xiaolu's cell phone over, and it just didn't sweep successfully. Wait for the transportation people. Yi Chen said flatly. He didn't want Wang Xiaolu to have anything to do with this kind of person. At a casual glance, it is known that it is the daughter of a person in a high position, and there was a clearer pull of death on his body. It is conceivable that no less than 5 people have died at her hands. Don't be fooled by her innocent face. Okay, not adding is it? What's your name? Do you know who I am? Lu Kerson instantly changed her face, faster than turning over a book. After looking Yi Chen up and down, her heart already had an idea. This kind of man she had to get. If you can't get the heart, you get the person. There's no man he can't get. If you can't get it, you destroy it, and naturally you have to heckle it before you destroy it. No good comes to a man who doesn't submit to himself, Who are you again? Is it older than a 6-star guard? Wang Xiaolu frowned. Zun Wine City 6-star guard chief? So your background is him. What is he? He is also worthy of being compared to my father, but he is only promoted by my father. Lu Kurson was dismissive. Wang Xiaolu, however, didn't mean this. He didn't say that the 6-star guard chief was in the background. He just wanted to say that the 6-star guard chief was GA'd by Brother Yi. You don't want to get killed if your background isn't that high. I didn't realize her background was higher than that. It's alright then. You go on looking for death. Wang Xiaolu looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's ancient and unperturbed face was written with indifference. It was as if the other side was just air. Your car shouldn't be more than $300,000. The damage to my car is less than $800,000. And you don't want to file for insurance and have it go up for the coming year. Lu Kurson's words caused Wang Xiaolu to frown. Why did she feel that this was a bit similar to a certain country's blockbuster lines? Yi Chen still didn't look at her, but instead looked at the traffic officer's car that was already coming in the distance. They specialize in violations as well as penalties. Humph, let's see what you do later. The corners of Lu Kurson's mouth rose. The person in charge of insurance for her car has arrived and is in the process of finalizing the damage. Traffic officers took one look at the iconic pink Lamborghini and knew who it was. I can't believe it's this Missy again. This Missy loves pink. He's got a lot of cars. There have been many accidents and incidents. They came and dealt with it once last time. You guys are finally here. Do you think he backed into me? Hold your horses. Let's take a look. It's not good for the two traffic officers to play favorites with so many people watching, but after an initial glance, they gave a helpless shake of the head. Any casual observer would know it was this Missy slipping out of her car. The reverse camera took a look and sure enough it was. Now there's nothing to say. The videos are all there. You're on your own. Lu Kurson said after watching the video, a look of indifference, but already a threat. The two traffic officers were in a difficult position. This time among others, a traffic officer was originally checking out the damage to the Lamborghini. In passing, I looked at the SUV's license plate number to check for registration. Just see that it's the iconic white license plate. And look at the big numbers. Dig in. Without whispering a word about the nationalist, the insurance man who was checking the damage to the car was looking directly at him, sighing and shaking his head. The expression spoke for itself. The insurance man was very knowledgeable and he knew what the license plate meant. The nearly 40-year-old traffic officer already knew what to do after gulping. You can't find out information about this kind of license plate, or even who the owner is, but no one dared to fake it, because the car is a bulletproof version. Is there any fake in hanging such a license plate? Just as another traffic officer, already because he couldn't resist the pressure, was about to award nearly 60% of the responsibility to Yi Chen. This traffic officer gave him a quick look and told him to pay attention to the license plate. He also glanced around the front without thinking. Dig in. Air Force Senior Officers Special. It's a good thing I didn't convict June 4th, or I'd be screwed. When there are bigots on both sides, one has to be on the side that makes sense. Thinking about it, he also already knew what to do. You didn't step on the brakes and skidded into someone. You're solely responsible. But there's no damage to their car, so you don't have to pay for it. What do you two think of the liability determination? The two traffic officers were calm on the surface, but they were apprehensive and nervous. I can't afford to mess with either side, so I really can't do this job. That's it. Yi Chen signaled Wang Xiaolu to get in the car and leave together. Wait, why should I be fully responsible? At least half of one person. Come back, you give me back. Lu Kurson was defiant. Is there even a place where she is solely responsible for this? That hasn't happened in the past. Humph. You two wait for me. Lu Kurson glared at them, leaving with a very threatening look. Phone call out. Hey, brother Dragon Warrior. I've been bullied and my car has been scratched. So come pick me up quickly. The Lamborghini insured officer just wanted to drive away to take it for repairs. Suddenly the engine burst into flames. The insurance man was startled and rushed out of the car. The fire extinguishers don't work. It's all burning up. A multi-million-dollar Lamborghini just got junked. This is great. The insurance will have to pay for it. My car. Damn it. It must have been caused by that bump earlier. Lu Kurson was furious. The depths of his eyes were becoming more and more resentful. It took two traffic officers half a day to get the fire out. Unfortunately, it had burned into the frame and was fast. Just half a minute. Of course, this is all Yi Chen's masterpiece. An iCar spontaneous combustion is not simple. The insurance people had no choice but to go a different way of settling the claim. Get it done and leave. Lu Kurson was filled with anger and just stood there waiting for someone. Perfect posture. Innocent face. Indeed a bright landscape. Onlookers sigh and lament. If I remember correctly, that was a pop-up flash just now. An Air Force vehicle. That's right. No wonder it was totaled. It was an Air Force vehicle. That's all right. Go go go. The car is burned out. There is nothing to see. He is fully responsible for it has been set. People go the car only burned, and it is not their business. Look, keep looking. If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out. She's better looking than me, right? She's better looking than me, right? Let's get a divorce and go find her. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wife, don't twist my ear. It hurts. Lousy shootout mountain, you look again, eyeballs for you to dig. 1, 2, 3, to the old lady to go. Luko Xin didn't have the heart to listen to what they were saying. As far as she was concerned, these were nothing more than ants. Do you listen to what a mole says? It won't. So she didn't hear that the car was a pop-up flash, the car of a senior Air Force officer. All she knew was that it must have been Yichen who caused his car to ignite. Even if it wasn't, it was, because here she calls the shots. She says yes. The two traffic officers could only shake their heads helplessly at the result. One can only say that Lu Kerson is too well protected and spoiled because of her big background. So much so that the license plates for senior Air Force officers are unknown. Sooner or later, a character like that is going to get into serious trouble. Lu Kerson threatened them and did have the ability to cause them big trouble. One sentence is enough, but they are also justified. If the higher-ups do come looking for trouble, they'll have no problem telling them what's going on, I'm sure. The two men got in their car and hurried away. A short while later, a hardcore SUV drove up. It is a derivative civilian version of the military version. Bulletproof and whatnot features are gone. Only hardcore. What to say is that the seats are exceptionally hard and the look is pie-eyed. The license plate number 31, plus the overall modifications landed at least 4 million. A stout man came down from the car, inch-haired, with well-defined cheeks and a little bit of tough guy good looks. 6'8", wearing a tank top, with a decent muscular profile. One look at the temperament is standard military. Brother Dragon Warrior, someone is bullying me. Lu Kerson daintily ran over and jumped into Long Zhan's arms. The innocent look, coupled with the almost perfect body dimpled by the wraparound skirt, holding such a beautiful person. While Long Zhan enjoyed himself, there was also a cold color in his eyes. No matter who it is, as long as he dares to bully my family Xin, I will definitely make him pay a painful price. There was absolute confidence and a murderous aura in his eyes. Brother Dragon Warrior is the best to me, so when are we going to teach him a lesson? Lu Kerson asked. There's no rush. I definitely can't do it today. There's still important banquets to attend. Don't forget that tonight is Elder Zhou's big day of ascending to the rank of Grandmaster. Almost all the powerful people in the Ghost Province will be there. We have to be there too, Dragon Warrior said. And when he said this, he even had an infinite longing. Aspire to become a patriarchal powerhouse, respected by countless people. What a sight to hold a banquet with so many big names in attendance. It's just becoming a patriarch. It's not a big deal. Lu Kerson was so angry that she clasped her hands in her arms and went straight to the passenger side. Dragon Warrior smiled helplessly and hurriedly opened the door to get into the main driver's seat to drive away. Kerson, you can't say this kind of thing. It's fine for us to say it between us, but if we say it in front of outsiders, it's likely that we'll fall into trouble. The patriarch is like a dragon. The patriarch cannot be insulted. Dragon Warrior reminded. So what if it's a patriarch? I don't believe it can withstand bullets. Lu Kerson remained disdainful. Then you're wrong. The patriarch's chi gathering into the gang is no longer a normal thermal weapon. Back then, the first patriarch of Daxia, Dogu Changyin, ran thousands of miles to kill the enemy alone, beheading more than 1,000 of the enemy, and all of them were heavily armed soldiers. So you're saying that Trunks is afraid of guns? Dragon Warrior said. How is that possible? Wouldn't that be just like a science fiction movie? How can human skin stop a bullet? Lu Kerson was stunned. This was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Mainly in the past she was out of reach and no one would have told her about it. Being pampered by my father all the time. Where's the contact? Moreover, the sovereign was not something she could touch at this level. This is the truth. The patriarch must not be insulted, and those who insult him must be killed. When a patriarch is angry, blood stains 1,000 miles. It has nothing to do with messing with a patriarch. Even if he is killed, no one dares to say anything. That's why I told you to watch what you say. You have to watch what you say and do on occasions like that. Dragon Warrior reminded. Okay, I get it. Lu Kerson nodded. She was arrogant, but not stupid. People like Dragon Warrior say that and are careful. Naturally, she didn't dare to be too unrestrained. So will you help me get revenge? I want my revenge tonight, Lu Kerson said, thinking of Yi Chen's perfect body and face. She was suddenly hot. When the feast is over, I will personally find and help you get your revenge. Okay, when the time comes, just catch it for me. I'll save it for a personal lesson. Okay, but you mustn't make a scene and leave a breath. No, it won't. I'll lock them up for a bit at most. I don't even dare to kill a chicken. How could I kill anyone? Brother Dragon Warrior is making fun of me again. Thinking of this, Lu Kerson had fantasized about Yi Chen. Simply mesmerizing. Brother Dragon Warrior? What's wrong? A jade hand was already wandering. Dragon Warrior's eyes twitched. His own spring was coming. After all that time as a lickspill, is it finally paying off? So it was a straight left turn into a crappy building. This is when hardcore crossovers come into play. Lots of space. It's okay to let go and do it. Chapter 81, Spicy Hands. Is he the devil? It was already dark. Yi Chen was traveling on a high shelf outside the city. Do you want to go to the party with me, or should I send you back? Yi Chen said. What kind of party? Wang Xiaolu was curious. Powerful people from all walks of life in the Ghost Province. I guess there won't be fewer people. Yi Chen casually said. Then I'll accompany you. Just in time to grow up, but you need to change this outfit. Yi Chen looked at the simple long dress she wore. Wang Xiaolu is a very pure kind of teenage girl, plus only 18. More of a girl next door feeling. Overall cute type. Cute does mean nothing in the face of sexy though, unless it's cute and sexy at the same time. Go buy a dress. Yi Chen got off the elevated and entered the shopping plaza. Yi Chen never dragged his feet on things. A quick glance at a black wrap dress. Innocence plus black doesn't clash either. It really does look extraordinary when you wear it. It's beautiful. Cute and sexy don't clash. Yi Chen also only took a brief look. Picked another pair of heels in the right color to match. Not okay? Then pay. Brother Yi, I feel as if you don't like to smile much anymore. You weren't like this when you were a child. Wang Xiaolu wrapped her arms around Yi Chen and looked up at him very intimately. People always change, and so do personalities. You haven't changed. You're still so lively and cheerful. Yi Chen touched her head. Same as a brother spoiling his sister. That's for sure. I'm only 18. I can't be old-fashioned. Wang Xiaolu rolled her eyes. Come on, get in the car. It's about time to go to the banquet at this hour. The two get in their car and leave. There were several street photographers trying to find Yi Chen to take pictures of the distance they walked. The girls were even more excited and jumped up, wanting to get a picture with Yi Chen. The ancient costume is again so temperamentally super handsome. Ask anyone who can top such a male color. It does not prohibit the girls from sighing. The joy of rich women I may understand. I just hate that I don't have the money to put my little brother on a soft diet. I thought of a business opportunity. Wang Xiaolu said as she got into the car. What? Yi Chen looked at her. Playing your sister, specializing in sister gifts. Definitely get all the gifts, and then listing it on a second-hand website to sell it. All profit and no cost. You can make a couple million a year less. If you meet a rich woman or something, you might just ask me to pass on $1 million Rolex of some kind to you. It's beautiful to think about. Wang Xiaolu had a money-grubbing smile on her face. You call that fraud? Yi Chen shook his head, still somewhat speechless towards this childhood playmate. You can't say that. It's what they volunteered for. Didn't you see the eyes of those passers-by's little misses and aunts, dying to eat you? All right, no more chit-chat. Seeing that Yi Chen wasn't interested in this aspect, she didn't say anything more. The two of them came to the front door of the Yingchun Hotel. The Yingchun Hotel covers a large area of 10,000 square meters, and the road parking lot area is as high as 30,000 square meters. The hotel is 68 floors high in total and is luxuriously decorated. It is close to the standard of decoration of a 6-star hotel. Zhou Weiguo also chose this place for a reason. After all, this is the highest profile hotel in the Ghost Province. All the meals here are expensive and taste good. Upstairs rooms are even a minimum of 6,000 a night, but anyone who doesn't make millions of dollars a year, it hurts to stay one night, and at this point a good chunk of the parking spaces here are already full. As far as the eye can see, almost all of them are luxury cars of over $1 million. All the familiar luxury cars on the market can be found here. It's like a big luxury car show, and anything under $500,000 is either a military vehicle or a government vehicle. There are usually no luxury cars right next to them. After all, having money and having power are two different things, unless it's the kind that's extraordinarily rich, or just powerful in its own right. For example, no one from a martial arts family would dare taunt even if they came and went on a bicycle. But the truth is it's impossible. Martial arts families are quite rich. Starting out they are all $1 million cars. Yi Chen's car, which from the looks of it was only 300,000 or so, was naturally not very conspicuous. Plus, it was now dark and the license plate wasn't easy to see, as well as the fact that there are so many luxury cars around it that it hides its glory. Yi Chen casually found an open place to stop. There are almost 30 parking spaces here that are separate and in a great location. Yi Chen didn't think much of anything. Seeing as this place was empty, he just stopped over, parked directly in the very center. Get out of the car and leave. Almost as if they had just left, a hardcore SUV drove by, the very car of the Dragon Warrior. But his car was bigger and really hard to park. The people who come here are again of high status and have intricate backgrounds. He wouldn't just stop and get himself in trouble. Kagome, why don't you come down and I'll find a parking spot? Isn't this the place? Chen Kursen looked at the area where only one car was parked. Not here. This is a dedicated parking space. Okay then, go ahead and stop. Chen Kursen got out of the car with displeasure. His eyes darted around. The cars around him were all nice but basically between $300,000 and $9 million. Didn't see one with over $10 million. And she has several of them in her garage. It didn't help that she was a little bloated. What party? Blowing so loud. And not seem more expensive than my car. Chen Kursen spat, turning to look behind him at the SUV that was parked in the only parking space in the lot. There was something familiar about the silhouette, like I'd seen it somewhere before. Come closer. Isn't that the car of the two men from before? She spun around and took a closer look. The cars are identical. No scratches on the butt of the car though, not sure if it is or not. Where did she get the idea that the car was covered in blastproof paint and had bulletproof tires? His Lamborghini just skidded past and still only hit the trailer hitch and tires. And where it could have left a trace, it shouldn't be theirs. How can you come to a party like this in a car like that? Humph. A crappy car parked in such a large space too. Garbage. With that said, he also toe-kicked the side door frame of the SUV a couple times. But the car is too hard to kick and leaves a little dust at best. That's when 3 SUVs pulled up. It was exactly the same as the one Yi Chen had, except that the license plate number was also white but more common. It is usually the car of the guard in charge. Seeing Chen Kursen kicking the car door, they took a closer look and were startled. Look, it's the brigadier's car. Get her under control. A couple of Air Force uniformed Special Forces soldiers got out of the car. What are you doing? Ran over and out, yelled a little. What for? What do you care if I kick the car? Sick. Chen Kursen was in the middle of her anger. And when she was asked this question, she became even more angry. How dare you talk to yourself like that? What's the big deal about wearing a uniform? Bang bang bang. A few more kicks. Take her down. Yes. 2 men held her up while the other 4 took charge of the guard. Get off me. What are you doing? Get off me. Do you know who I am? The crowd did not listen to him. 3 cars are parked in this space. Wait, what the hell is going on? At this time, the Dragon Warrior had just parked his car and arrived late, jogging over to inquire. And who are you? The captain-ranked Special Operations captain at the head of the group inquired with an unsympathetic look in his eyes. I'm Dragon Warfare, captain of the Tiger Teeth Special Warfare Team of the Army Military Division of Zuinjiu City, he said and took out his identification, which read Dragon Warrior, Lieutenant, Tiger Teeth Special Forces. The captain's Special Operations leader then looked a little better. He just kicked our Land and Air Brigade commander's car, he said as he looked to the car next to him. Dragon Warrior took a look. It's really the Brigadier General's, the iconic senior officer's special license plate. It is important to realize that the Land and Air Brigade commander is a very high-ranking officer, equivalent to an Army division commander, because the Air Force will always be quite a bit higher than the Army in practice. After all, the Air Force is extremely small. There were only 2 land navigation brigades in total in the entire 100,000 strong army of the 3 Jinling provinces. Naturally, the position was extremely high, far above that of an Army division commander. If you insist on getting a local comparison, is much higher than the governor. I'm sorry, she's the governor's daughter. She's been abroad and has only just returned home, so she doesn't know much about military vehicles. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Dragon Warrior hurriedly apologized. This is a big deal, but Lu Kursen was in the wrong, so she definitely had to apologize. Humph, the governor's daughter can't act arbitrarily. There are some people you can't offend. Yes, sir. Dragon Warrior smiled and nodded. Go on, it can't happen again. Yes, promise there won't be a next time. Kagome, don't apologize yet, Dragon Warrior said. I thought it was some brat's car, exactly like this one, who just wrecked my car. I didn't mean to kick it either, Lu Kursen said, her voice softening. Okay, go ahead. The captain waved his hand and the 2 men cut her loose. Lu Kursen and Dragon Warfare left. Damn it, you really think you're something. Leave the barracks and see if I don't straighten you out. It's hurting me, Lu Kursen muttered under her breath. Kursen, don't be capricious. It's a good thing I'm here today, otherwise you'd be in trouble. That's the special car of the Colonel Brigade Commander of the Land Navigation Brigade. If you go kicking people's cars like that, they're bound to think you're a disturbed terrorist or something. For my sake, it's good enough not to take you in for questioning. Dragon Warrior wrapped his arm around her waist and comforted her. Oof, it's the fault of the 2 guys from before, crashing my car, not to mention burning it up and causing me so much damage. I'm going to make them pay. Brother Dragon Warrior, when the banquet is over later, you must help me. Fine, I'll help you. Kagome says so. Saying that, he even gave Chen Kursen a hand on her waist. You're annoying. There's a lot of people here. Don't let that be seen. It's okay. Our 2 families are a good match. Your father is also the default. Humph. I'll have to test you again. The six-man special operations team carefully checked the vehicle with their instruments. This was a relief to find out that there was no problem. What's the Brigadier's car doing here? Could the Brigadier General have arrived already? No, the Brigadier just said 10 minutes ago that he's coming with the commander and won't be arriving until later. So did a chauffeur drive this car over here and wait in advance? I don't know. It's not good for us to ask about the brigade commander's arrangements. We'll wait here for the brigade commander to arrive and take care of guarding the vehicles so no one can take advantage of the situation. What just happened must never happen again. Understood. The people around us were all dressed in suits, either the standard Zhongshan suit, ladies' evening gowns. Yi Chen wearing ancient clothes is really a bit unique. Naturally, he became the center of many people's attention, not only because he was handsome, but also because of this dress. Wang Xiaolu reminded Yi Chen to change one. Yi Chen was too lazy to change. This was the standard dress worn in the Flood Immortal cultivation world. How can I change it? What's the point of wearing a suit when you're a Taoist priest? Incestuous. If you change your clothes because of the occasion, is it still called Taoist honor? Being a Daozun means that I do what I want. I am the supreme, beyond the great Tao, and the great Tao to the truth cannot be restrained. I'm sorry, sir, but you have to wear a tuxedo to enter the party tonight. Even with an invitation, you have to wear a dress. At that moment the lobby manager apologized at the door. Talk has been polite. It was just that Ben was a bit chubby, and that narrowing of the eyes didn't look like much of a courtesy. Just being verbally polite. The eyes are saying where did the underage come from and come in costume? Don't you know where this place is? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're good looking. I'm a guy. I don't eat that. Aha. Yi Chen nodded his head indifferently, not necessarily meaning to go in. It's you guys. At that moment a voice rang out in shock and some anger. Wang Xiaolu looked away. It's you. She was also a little surprised. It's the same Curson Chen who skidded off in a Lamborghini a few hours ago. I didn't expect you guys to be here. Why? You want to go in and mix up the seats. You need an invitation to get in here, Chen Curson said, taking out the golden invitation in her hand. The invitations are so high-end in workmanship that it's hard to copy them. See this dramatic scene at the door. People who were about to enter the hotel lobby stopped to watch. Kagome. Who are they? Dragon Warrior had a puzzled look on his face, and in the midst of the doubt, there was wariness in his eyes. After all, Yi Chen was really handsome. Even he, a man, thought it was handsome, so it must be really handsome. It has become a serious threat to his face value. They're the two people I told you about that hit my car. If it wasn't for them, my car wouldn't have spontaneously combusted. Even if insurance pays for it, they've spoiled my day. It's annoying to drive a $300,000 piece of and still try to bump me off. Chen Curson exasperatedly said. Humph, so it's them, driving a $300,000 car and still wanting to come in and mix up a spot. Delusional. Not just anyone can come in here. Dragon Warfare also said in a conspiratorial manner, but he also knew that this was no place for a whole job. Everything still has to be dealt with after the party. Her hand touched Chen Curson's thin waist, signaling her to take it as it comes. Manager, can we go in now? Chen Curson handed over the invitation with one hand. The fat manager took it with both hands. So it's the governor's daughter. The two of you please come in. The fat man bowed to welcome them inside. Humph. See, you can only enter by invitation. Saying that, Chen Curson smiled contemptuously. However, the contemptuous eyes were still dripping as they looked Yi Chen up and down. Deep breaths of strong pressure and almost went for it. Who wouldn't like a man like that? However, in front of Long Zhan, she still had to pretend that she didn't care. This was so that after the banquet, she could let Dragon Warrior help her catch the Yi Chen duo. Yi Chen hadn't bothered to look at the duo since the beginning. Just two mole crickets. He doesn't pay attention to molehills as long as they don't die. But the Dragon Warrior went right in wearing short sleeves. Yi Chen looked at the fat manager. The fat manager also seemed to know what Yi Chen meant. He is the son of the deputy commander of the military division of Zhuangjiao City. Of course he has the right to enter in short sleeves. Does that make sense to you? The fat man said with his signature smile, but the contempt was even more intense. From Chen Curson's words just now, he could hear that Yi Chen just wanted to come and mingle. Naturally, it doesn't look good. Humph, get out of here. You can't just hang out here. Young man. Yes. Little handsome boy so handsome. Leave a contact information. Sister next time to bring you to participate. Leave your contact information. My daughter has a soft spot for young men like you. So maybe if you get together, you'll be able to get in on occasions like this one. What do you think about being Auntie's chauffeur and making $1 million a year? Yi Chen didn't say anything in the face of the voices around him. Brother Yi. Wang Xiaolu hugged Yi Chen's arm tightly. She knew that Yi Chen was probably going to start killing. Yi Chen was about to torture the fatty to death and then crush and explode him into a bloody mist. At that moment, the appearance of a dozen military vehicles drew a lot of attention. There are Air Force and Army vehicles. The main thing is the license plate number. Ghost Army plates 001, 002. That means it's the car of the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghost Province Military Region. The people who were about to enter the hotel lobby all stopped and turned their heads to look. The heavyweights have arrived. The Commander-in-Chief of the Military Region, Zhou Jiangwo, is here. That one is Vice Commander and Changshan. And those two are the brigade commanders of the Land Aviation Brigade, Lu Liang and Hu Changxin, of prominent status. One is the commander of the Land Aviation Helicopter Brigade, and the other is the commander of the Land Aviation Fighter Brigade. My God, they're all big shots, that's for sure. Today is a celebration of Elder Zhou's crossing over into the Zone Master. Naturally those who are here are all of extraordinary status. The crowd was talking, even though those present are people of status and position. But naturally, it is a far cry from someone with actual military power. It was kind of an eye-opener for everyone. Their cars were parked directly in the spaces around where Yi Chen had parked. LV Liang got off the car when passing by, glanced at the car next to him and passing. Suddenly felt familiar. A look at the license plate. This is not their own car? He let Yi Chen drive his car away at noon. It was thought that a character of Yi Chen's caliber would definitely arrive last. I didn't realize it was ahead of them. This made him a little nervous all of a sudden. Vice Commander, Mr. Yi is here. He's driving my car. It's parked right here. Once Changshan heard this, he hurriedly touched Zhou Jiangwo, who was still talking and laughing with the people who came up to compliment him. Mr. Yi is already here. Faster than us. The car is parked here. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiangwo felt bad. Dig it, did Mr. Yi come so fast? With Mr. Yi's status and position, he must not be the last to appear before he does. How did it come so fast? Zhou Jiangwo was puzzled, and his footsteps quickened a few notches as he and the crowd quickly walked across the parking lot and up the stairs. Is it possible that we came too slowly? But Mr. Yi hates trouble. And Changshan analyzed. You're pretty talented. Why didn't you say so? Zhou Jiangwo complained in a small voice. You're the one who said the big man was going to come out last. What could I do? And Changshan was speechless. Actually, the words are true. The bigwigs usually don't arrive that early and show up at the latest to appear to be in a position of status. But no matter how high their status was, could they be as high as Yi Chen? They were all little caramels in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen had arrived so quickly, and they were still slowing down the whole job. It's really a bit of a misnomer. Zhou Jiangwo could only run forward, with the people behind him following closely behind. One look at Yi Chen was standing at that gate looking this way. Zhou Jiangwo was a few moments faster, coming in at a big jog. It's more eye candy than the TV Dakota governor. Seeing this scene, one by one, those powerful nobles who had stopped at the gate to watch were all nodding their heads with smiles on their faces. I only wish I could speak to such a great man. Zhou Jiangwo, however, did not look at any of them, but only focused his gaze on Yi Chen. The fat manager was just about to angrily yell at Yi Chen. Quickly let me. Before the words were finished, Zhou Jiangwo had already spoken. Mr. Yi, why are you here so early? And don't say hello, so we can come ahead to greet you beforehand. Speak before the person arrives, then bow respectfully when the person arrives. It can be said to take humility to the extreme. There's no way not to be humble. If we were to say who was the most powerful in the entire banquet today, it would be Yi Chen. With his personal strength, he can suppress the whole field and sweep everything in front of him. Even he himself, the commander-in-chief of the military region, looked a little karami. Hello Mr. Yi. Hello Mr. Yi. The group of military bigwigs in the back greeted him. Many of the high-status ones among them knew Yi Chen. Even those who didn't recognize it knew that this was a teenage patriarch, a martial arts powerhouse. The main reason was that the matter of the junior archmage didn't spread and the news was blocked. Otherwise their attitude would only be more humble. No harm done, nothing to come first. Yi Chen nodded his head indifferently, and his words made Zhou Jiangwo and the others breathe a sigh of relief. If Yi Chen suddenly came and said, you guys have a big pie, how dare you make me wait for so long, then everyone here must be silenced. But fortunately Yi Chen didn't care about that. As for the people around them, they were completely stunned, dumbfounded, surprised and unbelievable expressions, wide-eyed stares, and forbidding movements were all showing the shock they were feeling inside at the moment. What did they see? Zhou Jiangwo, the commander-in-chief of the Ghost Province military region, who was in charge of 100,000 troops, was so polite to a young man, and that humility was like a gesture that only a latecomer can have when treating his elders. Not only that, but the vice commander and all officers below him. This is outrageous. It's so outrageous his mom opened the door to outrageousness. Outrageousness to the core. The knife cuts the ass and opens the eyes. Those rich women and rich men who had previously told Yi Chen to leave the bar or asked for his contact information, wanting the old cow to eat the young grass. It just felt like my face was on fire. Even standing has a feeling of being on pins and needles. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, we lost our words just now. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi is so sorry. Those but all who just said something came to apologize. Yi Chen didn't look at them and just casually waved his hand. Zhou Jiangwo understood. Tell them to hold their horses and shut up. Meanwhile, the seat of the new governor of Ghost Province, Chen Yuanming, drove up. The Ghost 001 license plate is in front, and there are 6 black cars in total. The secretary opened the door. Chen Yuanming got out of the car. Other cars came down with black-clad bodyguards, and black-clad bodyguards stood guarding the car in case someone made a move on it. Other than that, the back seat of the last black car came down to an old man with a full head of short-inch white hair, but his face was only about 40 or 50 years old and average-looking. He was straight-backed and lean, with a dry and capable Chinese mountain suit and eyes like a falcon's that struck straight to the heart. His very presence pulled the aura full circle. The invisible aura was directly released. It drew all eyes to fall on him. It even overshadowed the governor. The governor, however, didn't think anything of it. Instead, he nodded respectfully to the old man. He then walked ahead, while the old man was side by side with him, and the two of them walked up the steps. There were people who came to pay compliments, but not many, because but anyone who just understands officialdom knows that the governor and the commander-in-chief of a military region are almost always at odds, and it just so happened that both were there today. One can only imagine what kind of dark phase competition will be triggered. The visitor is not good, and Changxin's eyes narrowed. There's no need for you to say. This old man must be a grandmaster with a strong aura. Zhou Jiangwo's eyes were heavy. What does Mr. Yi think? Zhou Jiangwo looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, didn't look, and didn't even bother to glance at the afterglow. Griffin. The evaluation of the two words mole cricket caused the two Zhou Jiangwo and Chang Xian to look at each other and couldn't help but laugh. As expected of Mr. Yi, any existence was an ant in its eyes. No matter how strong it was, the difference was not much. After all, what difference could there be between a mole cricket and a mole cricket? The two couldn't help but let go. The new governor, Chen Yuanming, had come from a bad place, but with Yi Chen around, what was there to be afraid of? Ha ha ha, old brother Zhou came so early. It's been a long time. Chen Yuanming extended his hand. Well, it was pretty long. It seems that you've only just taken office, and you're already so busy with official duties that your hair has turned quite gray. Zhou Jiangwo stood still, his hand outstretched to shake it. The two are already vaguely tit-for-tat right out of the gate. Yes, it was indeed unexpected that I was promoted to the position of governor of the Ghost Province. And don't stand out there, let's go. Saying that, he and the old man next to him took the lead and walked ahead. It was as if he must show that he was a bit higher than Zhou Jiangwo in terms of position. And of course it is in fact so. In terms of the people, he has far more power than Zhou Jiangwo, because he was the governor. He was in charge of all the affairs of a province except the military. The scope of influence of this power can be imagined. It's almost as good as being able to do it all at once. Of course, high is just a little bit higher, because as the saying goes, the truth comes out of the barrel of a gun. The governor does not have any military power, much less the ability to mobilize troops. This puts the special case Zhou Jiangwo above him. Normally he is above Zhou Jiangwo. Checks and balances on each other to achieve a balance of power. This is not a military camp, and there are a large number of powerful people from all walks of life. It was only natural that he, the newly appointed governor, should establish his authority, but nay, Yi Chen and Wang Xiaolu had already taken the lead. Governor Chen Yuanming and the white-haired old man both had cold faces. It's amazing that this occasion doesn't give them face, dare to go ahead of them, when really, I don't know what's going on. Young people are just high-minded and only know regret when they mess with someone they can't afford to mess with. At this time that fat manager, his body was drenched in sweat. Shivering, he looked at Yi Chen and assumed a posture of respectful and incomparable please. Yi Chen didn't look at the fat manager. Instead, he raised his hand slightly, followed by the fat manager's horrified gaze. Directly from the head, it disappeared into smithereens. Such a bizarre and terrifying scene directly stunned the crowd, so much so that the somewhat fiery Chen Yuanming and the white-haired old man both stopped in their tracks and stared blankly at Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen took Wang Xiaolu and just walked into the hall before the crowd. Didn't care in the slightest what expression the person behind him had on his face. Yi Chen was already very polite. If this wasn't a banquet thrown by the Zhou family state, he would have directly pinched and burst that fat man into a bloody mist. The scene would only be more horrifyingly shocking. What the? Chen Yuanming and the old man glanced at each other with undisguised shock in their eyes. Is the fat man dead? Chen Yuanming asked suspiciously. It should be dead. The old man wasn't sure. He mainly didn't understand what kind of tactic this was. It's like an eraser that wipes people away. Let's go inside. Zhou Jiangwo didn't care about the two of them and took the lead in leading the crowd in. The duo had no choice but to follow after a long time of puzzlement. Truly such a tactic is a bit like magic or something. If Yi Chen was directly crushing people, then they would definitely be shocked while directly grabbing Yi Chen. After all, in broad daylight, Lang Lungkuan murder, he is the governor, naturally cannot sit back and watch. But the way Yi Chen did this made him wonder if this was a trick by Zhou Jiagua or not, trying to give him a run for his money or something. Bastardly, he could only double fast into the hotel. The Dunhuang Hall on the first floor of the hotel has long been decorated with atmosphere and elegance, all decorated to the liking of the Chukyaku family. It's the patriarch's feast. Naturally, it's going to be high-end. The whole overhead won't be less than $20 million. Of course, to a powerhouse at the level of a patriarch, it was just a drop in the bucket. It doesn't matter what you eat or drink on such occasions. It's mostly about getting to know people as well as making friends with the big boys. Zhou Jiangwo and the others quickly caught up with Yi Chen. He then led Yi Chen to a place with empty sofa tables and chairs. Yi Chen was also too lazy to listen to them in a crowded place. It's just the right place to fall in peace and quiet. Old Zhou, go greet the guests. Master Zhou is your father after all. You can't stay here all the time. And where's the peace and quiet for Mr. Yi when you're here? And Changxin said righteously. It was as if he was really thinking about the Zhou family kingdom. Don't I know what you're thinking? Okay, you stay. I'm going to get busy. Zhou Jiangwo gave him a blank look. He knew whatever fart in Chang Xian was holding back. He even said hello to Yi Chen before leaving. Then took one more look at Wang Xiaolu. Wang Xiaolu came in holding Yi Chen's arm. However, Yi Chen's eyes seemed to be unmixed with any other emotions towards him. It's as casual as a brother to a sister. This was carefully observed by Zhou Jiangwo. But as the saying goes, love grows with time, and who can say about such things? So then, as he left, he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to contact his sister and also his daughter, asking them when. If you don't come, your home will be stolen. Zhou Ziwei, Zhou Zimeng, Zhou Yashuan, were originally still on the highway. This one directly breaks the whole defense. Speed spiked to 107, then grabbed off the elevated and it didn't take more than a few minutes to get there. As for Yi Chen's parents didn't come. Apart from the occasional break, most of them have to be busy with various matters of the new company. Couldn't spare the time. Plus Yi Chen was there. It didn't matter if they came or not. Both Zhou Jiangwo and Zhou Tianxiang were in the hall chatting and laughing with the various visitors. They couldn't afford to be slow when people came all the way here. The governor and the old white-haired man were also talking to someone. They were surrounded by a multitude of people. The vast majority are business celebrities. The governor-general oversees the economic aspects of all parties in a province. It is natural to get more benefits by making good relations with them, so naturally his arrival was touted by those in the business community. Among them was originally supposed to be Chun Changsheng, the governor of Zun Liquor City, who was able to receive a lot of ass-kissing from a lot of people. There were rather fewer surrounding him at the moment. It is indeed true that he is the governor of a city. The power by definition is also very large indeed. It's just that there are too many big names present today. The arrival of the governor, in particular, had crushed his light to nothing. After all, even he had to obey the governor's word. Otherwise, unless one doesn't want the hood. Therefore it would be better to flatter him than to flatter the governor. Only the very few powerful people in the city would sell him face and talk to him, but none of them are of high quality. It made him more or less embarrassed. In his heart, he couldn't help but think that if he were to become a governor someday, he would definitely be more honorable than this. Dad. At this time, Chen Kursen ran over and hugged him. Good girl. What are you doing here? I came with the dragon warrior. Oh, you two have finally come together. It's quite good. I'm very optimistic about this kid. You guys can make it in the future. Humph. But I still have to test him. Daddy, I was bullied today. Who bullied you? There's a guy who scratched up my car and burned it. Seems to have quite a background. Chen Kursen deliberately made it up. Regardless of his background. In this place I call the shots. Do you want to keep his breath? Or kill him? Chen Changsheng whispered as he instantly branched out because his daughter was being bullied. As the saying goes, a county official is not as good as the current one. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. In this one city, he is the absolute overlord. It was only the presence of the governor now that made him seem a little low-key. Don't worry, Dad. I have Brother Long Battle to help me teach them a lesson. You just need to help me with the aftermath. Good. I'll have it taken care of without leaving a trace. You boldly do not need to be afraid. The sky collapses with Dad to cover you. Daddy's the best to me. The martial arts families on the scene had never been solitary, and would usually only talk to martial arts families that were not too far apart. There's no way he's going to get together and lick the governor. These martial arts families of the Ghost Province all came with family heads, with strengths ranging from the beginning of inner strength to the peak of inner strength. Very lonely. It made those business celebrities want to communicate with them, but they were also rejected outright by their faces. And the other officers besides in Changshan were chatting with people in droves. Grow your insights and circle. And Shanshin couldn't help but take out her cell phone and ask her daughter if she had arrived yet. Did Dad miss me? As a result, and Shanshin's daughter, and Ku Ling, wrapped her arms around his neck from behind her. Ha ha, my baby girl is beautiful today, that's for sure. After all, my dad is good looking and has good genes. Encore quipped. Here, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yi, say hello. And Shanshin pulled her daughter and said, hello Mr. Yi, my name is Ku Ling. And Ku Ling greeted Yi Chen with her small hands. Extremely agile and unrecognizable. Pure social bullying disorder. Well, hello. Yi Chen nodded his head and looked at her. The two of them looked at each other. Anchorin shyly lowered her head. She had never seen such a handsome man. Even with her social bullying disorder, her palms were a little sweaty. Aren't you drunk on martial arts? I can tell you that Mr. Yi is a junior patriarch. You can ask Mr. Yi for advice and see if he's willing to help you with your problem. And Changshin said. He had already stated Yi Chen's strength as low as possible. The main fear was that it would cause unnecessary trouble, and I'm sure Yi Chen wouldn't mind. Really? Junior patriarch? Mr. Yi, how old are you? Why do I feel like you're underage? 18. So young to be a patriarch? Anchorin asked a lot about martial arts, especially some of the problems he had encountered during his own cultivation. Yi Chen didn't annoy this kind of drunkenness in martial arts and gave her answers one by one. Anchorin's eyes grew bright. It was as if no matter what question was asked, Yi Chen could answer it instantly. It's amazing, like an encyclopedia. Meanwhile, Zhou Yashuan and the others had all arrived. All of them sat down next to Yi Chen. It made Yi Chen's place a bit lively, so to speak. If they weren't in a secluded corner, Yi Chen would have to be envied to death by many people. Wang Xiaolu smiled at Yi Chen. Brother Yi, can I you? How come I didn't know you were so good at flirting with girls before? Yi Chen picked up his teacup and drank. Don't look at me. Is there a word on my face? Oh, I'm surprised you're here. How did you get in here? Where's the security? Security, get over here. Someone came in without an invitation. Aren't you going to kick them out? Chen Kursen was furious when she saw that Yi Chen even sat in the pile of women. Must have gotten in on this little white boy. After all, it's hard not to eat soft food when you look like this. What's going on? A couple of hotel security guards came over. He came in without an invitation. Soft-eating white boy. Shouldn't you throw him out? This is Master Zhou's banquet. Idle people. How can you just let them in? Chen Kursen frowned. Sir, if you don't have an invitation, you're still invited out. These security guards didn't bother to look at a couple of pretty girls, nor did he go to see in Changshin. And Changshin was in a suit, and you don't wear military uniforms on occasions like this. Plus it's the vice commander again. How could the average little Karami have ever met such a character? Yet they knew who Chen Kursen was, the daughter of the governor of Zuwenjiu City, who has a strong reputation and has been on TV. Who doesn't recognize this? Therefore what she says is naturally in order and can never be wrong. Seeing this, and Changshin was directly about to get up and slap one of them. However, he was stopped by a glance from Yi Chen. Chen Kursen, come here, Yi Chen said. Chen Kursen frowned, but still walked over. She wanted to see what Yi Chen was going to do. I'm talking about the face, Yi Chen said, and there was even a faint smile on his face. It's hard not to fall off the wagon without feeling good about it at the same time. Chen Kursen hesitated for a moment, but still brought her face forward. She had a thought in her mind. Would Yi Chen want to kiss herself? If the words were spoken in front of so many beautiful women, it was undoubtedly a way to give himself face. Then there's no rush to play him to death after himself. It can be a male favorite for years of fun. Just as she was fantasizing about Yi Chen's kiss, even the beautiful woman next to him felt that Yi Chen had this idea when he did. Yi Chen slowly waved his hand and slapped it. Pop! Chen Kursen's face was askew directly in place and spun in the air 2 or 3 times to smash on the coffee table. The coffee table was naturally smashed hard in half, and Chen Kursen's face also swelled up high. Half of the innocent white moonlight first love face was directly destroyed, swollen to a pig's head. Contrast that with the innocent face of the other half. You can scare the hell out of a lot of tough guys when you go out at night, and since the beginning, Chen Kursen was confused. Yi Chen's strike was too fast and too painful, can't react at all, and her head was spinning. It's impossible to see what's in front of you, or when the crowd reacted after a few seconds. Chen Kursen also reacted. The sharp pain in her face woke her up. Killing ghostly squeals. It also managed to draw quite a bit of attention in this already large hall. Heads turned to look. One was extremely shocked. What's going on? Who's ghosting? How can you be loud in a place like this? Shut up you. Don't even look at who they are. That's Governor Chen's daughter. Dug out. How did the governor's daughter get beaten up? Who's so bold? It's that young man. Who is he and how does he have such guts to even dare to hit the governor's daughter? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Things are about to get ugly. Governor Chen loves his daughter dearly, If he knew, this young man would be miserable. Young people do things as easy to impulse. This is good. What things cannot be said properly, have to do it. Shut up all of you. You still don't know. I witnessed everything outside before. This young man is not ordinary. The Zhou family kingdom is giving him face. It can't be. What is it that even the commander of the military region has to give face to? I don't know. Anyway, brother, take my advice. Don't get involved. You can't grasp it. Several security guards were directly confused. Yi Chen had struck too hard, even daring to hit the governor's daughter. How dare they say anything else? They hurriedly retreated to the side and waited for things to develop. How could Yi Chen let them get what they wanted? With a casual wave, several people directly fell back and crashed into the corner of the wall and fainted. It was a good thing that they didn't say anything excessive, or else they would have exploded into a bloody mist at this moment. Brother Dragon Warrior, someone hit me. Chen Kursen screamed again, climbed up with difficulty. Her hands didn't dare to touch her face. It hurt too much. Her eyes reddened and stared viciously at Yi Chen. The beautiful women around Yi Chen were extremely shocked and amazed. Yi Chen's approach was really ruthless. To beat the most precious face of a big innocent-looking beauty into this state. Spicy hands. Yi Chen was serious. What's wrong? Kagome, what's wrong with you? Long Zhan anxiously ran over and saw Chen Kursen's back, and the coffee table that broke in half. Can he still not know what's going on? Rushing over and wrapping her arms around Chen Kursen from behind. Just happened to be seeing the left half of her face. Hey my mom, dig the groove. What the hell? Dragon Warrior was so frightened that his soul almost flew away. With a direct push, Chen Kursen was pushed out. Her body was already light, and she directly flew out 2 meters. It's like that shot in some movie where the big brother of the Axe Gang hits his sister-in-law. Who's this ugly ass? How dare you wear the exact same clothes as my Kagome? Damn it, what bad luck, Dragon Warrior said angrily. She is your family Kursen, beaten by my brother Yi. Wang Xiaolu added with a harmless face. What? Kagome, are you okay? Long Zhan rushed to pick up Chen Kursen. Although the left half of his face was indeed ugly, but at least the right half of his face was still good looking. There shouldn't be any fallout from having a facelift recovery or anything. Brother Dragon Warrior, kill him for me. I want him to die. I want him to die. Stomp his face. Okay, I'll kill him. Dragon Warrior rage. His own woman couldn't even bring herself to hit him. Even more so, I've been a lickspittle for years before I finally got what I wanted today. If he does nothing in front of so many people, what's the difference between him and a goon dog? Dragon Warrior helped Chen Kursen up, and then his gaze went to Yi Chen. A fierce punch slammed over, which was extremely strong in power, enough to break 10 bricks. The power of the outer strength had been comparable to the power of a tiger. Hitting an ordinary person would definitely kill or maim them. However, in front of Yi Chen, his punch could only hit the air but could not advance any further. With a gentle wave of his hand, Dragon Warrior flew backwards like a dead dog and fell to the ground. It was clear that he hadn't suffered many injuries, but he had broken several bones. Griffin, Yi Chen downplayed it. You wait for death. You dare to hit me. My father is Long Yangxiang, the deputy commander of the military division of Zuwenjiu City. My name is Long Battle. You will surely die. Ha ha ha. Dragon Warrior climbed up with difficulty on one hand, and stared at Yi Chen with a deadly clench of his teeth. Yes? The remaining light of Yi Chen's eyes fell on Changxin, and Changxin's body trembled. Good lord, it's a pitfall after all. The deputy commander of the military division of Zuwenjiu City. Wouldn't that mean it's under his jurisdiction? Under his subordinates? Even he didn't dare to offend Yi Chen. Good guy. This dragon war is really looking for death. Even take his father, a regional military division deputy commander, to talk. Pitiful. You're not. The deputy commander of a military division is colloquially equivalent in rank to a deputy division commander, and a division numbers around 10,000 men. To be able to become a deputy commander of a military division was actually no less than a governor in rank. It's already a great character, but compared to Yi Chen, it was far too different. That's why it's said to be a deputy commander of a military division in the district. Dragon Warrior shut up, and Changxin stared angrily. Dragon Warrior then reacted and looked at Changxin. Always felt familiar. Then a person suddenly came to mind inside his head. Changxin, deputy commander of the Ghost Province military region. Commander An? He almost blurted it out. His dad had brought him to see Changxin before, and although he had only met him once, he still had some memories. Only Changxin was wearing a suit today, not a military uniform. That's why he didn't recognize it first. Looking at it now, it looks like you've messed with someone you shouldn't have. Uncle An, he is? Dragon Warrior looked at Yi Chen. Ugh, you're in big trouble. And Changxin hated it, and it was at this time that Long Battle's father, Long Yangxiang, came running over belatedly. He saw a lot of people gathered over here and thought something had happened. That's why I want to get together to see. I did not expect to get together. get together is their own son. He had previously joined in Changxingzhou Jiangwo and paying a visit to Yi Chen outside the hotel door, already knowing how terrifying Yi Chen was. But I didn't expect my son to mess with anyone but this master. This is bad. How is this going to end? Mr. Yi, if my son has done anything wrong, I'll make amends for him. In the future, as long as there's a place where I can be of use, just let Mr. Yi know. Lung tried to keep his posture as low as possible, in order to gain Yi Chen's forgiveness, although he didn't know exactly what his son had done. In front of a big shot like Yi Chen, never ask what the reason is. A brainwave of admitting fault first is the right path. Otherwise I'm afraid even the commander won't spare him. Yi Chen looked on indifferently and did not speak. The atmosphere is at an impasse, and the crowd of onlookers grew. Among them, even the governor as well as Zhou Jiagua Zhou Tianchang and the others were startled. Of course, there was also Chen Kursen's father, Chen Chongsheng, watching half her daughter's face swell up and shake. Baby, my baby, who hit you? Tell me, I want him dead. Who did this? Dad will avenge you. I'll chop him up. Whoever he is, he'll die for sure. Chen Chongsheng was in a rage. Looking at his daughter's swollen and disfigured face, his anger was unstoppable. He hadn't hit his daughter once since she was a little girl, very pampered and spoiled. It was because back then her married wife entrusted him before she died to make sure the women were well off and not bullied, so much so that he was too spoiled, causing Chen Kursen to kill a few of her classmates when she was a student at the university. But by that time, Chen Chongsheng was already a county magistrate. Naturally, black can be described as white and white as black. Straight away, a couple of accidental death notices, so much so that when she waited until later, Chen Kursen killed a few more, and even the number of men and women who were tortured and driven mad by her was in the minority. But with him, the governor's father, around, he could naturally help him clear all the charges. It was such coddling that caused him to see his daughter so bruised and angry and heartbroken, or even a string of anachronistic words regardless of the occasion. And Changxin, as well as Zhou Jiagua Zhou Tianxiang who had rushed over, as well as a few individuals who were very aware of Yi Chen's strength, both close their eyes and shake their heads at this point. Even how many people at a table, how many tables to set up, and how much money to pay with the portions are all figured out. Of course, if they really died they would never go to the banquet because that would offend Yi Chen. Yi Chen casually waved his hand. Chen Kursen directly shattered and disappeared, leaving behind only a miserable scream. Daughter, my precious daughter. Chen Chongqing's heart ached and his cries were filled with desolation. You killed my daughter. I swear I will use all means to exterminate you all. The words were not finished. Yi Chen stood up and casually wiped his hand. He also completely disappeared. Because of you alone, all 9 clans will be destroyed. Yi Chen casually snapped his fingers, and the bloodline spell kill was unleashed. But anyone within Lu Chongqing's 9 clans died in agony. In fact, Chen Kursen's soul was still alive and was received by Yi Chen in his own hell. Doesn't she like to play with people? Nature has. Some will surely say, no, it's rewarding her. No, it's too easy to think. Soul-devouring leather whip, soul-devouring handcuffs, 3-meter beast. Anyway, it was only after a year that Chen Kursen's soul would be completely tortured to death. Then again, in the final analysis, it was the Yi Chen that Chen Kursen had messed with that led to the annihilation of all 9 clans. His 9 clans can't help but say, listen to me, thank you for burying 3 acres of land because of you. What's the meaning of the 9 clans? It means that maybe people you've never met or even had any affection for were GA'd together. It's okay if you don't know them, but those who are close relatives, grandparents, aunts and uncles, whatever, the feeling comes up if they all die because of themselves. Nothing is more torturous. In terms of torturing people, Yi Chen was a professional. Various ways to die are available. Just mess with him. Seeing Yi Chen's thunderous tactics directly obliterated. Anyone who knows him knows that this is a real terror tactic, not magic or anything. Those who don't know him will just feel how it's like playing. It comes down to cognitive differences, as well as not understanding Yi Chen's strength. Take for example the governor and the old white-haired man. They pondered for half a day, but they didn't know how Yi Chen did it. The scene was like a play. Is it some kind of party impromptu program? I'm afraid that only the people involved knew Yi Chen's terror. I can't help but say, you guys watch it as a program, but I'm really dead, okay? As for you, Yi Chen looked towards the dragon warrior who was looking at him in horror. At this moment, Long Yangxiang was even more fearful. He had only one son, and if he died like that, he didn't know if he could stand the shock. And Changxingzhou Jiangwo did not dare to speak. It's not that they don't stand up for their subordinates. Rather, such a Yi Chen was not something they could persuade by stepping in. If Mr. Yi could be persuaded, it wouldn't be called Mr. Yi. Yi Chen spaced out and read the memories of the dragon warrior. Dragon warrior. The 18-year-old college student who killed 5 people in 1 year in college who didn't follow you. The means are extremely vicious. Even his 50-year-old mother. Damn you. Yi Chen stepped in and directly stomped on his head. He really couldn't help himself this time. Wash the floor. Yi Chen commanded. With a glance from Zhou Jiangwo, a few housekeepers rushed to rinse and carry the body away. And Yi Chen's words also let them know that this guy was really not doing anything. No wonder it's killing. As for why Zhou Jiangwo and the others were not skeptical, it was mainly because Long Yangxiang's face had all turned pale, and he was even a little surprised at what Yi Chen had said. It means that he knew about it, but he used his position to conceal and dispose of these things. Raise the 3 clans. Yi Chen's bloodline spell kills all of them directly within the 3 clans. Long Yangxiang was also casually waved by Yi Chen, starting from his head and turning into smithereens, disappearing. Humph, Zhou Jiangwo, you don't even protect your people? How could the governor not still see it at this time and sneer? After all, Yi Chen stomping on Dragon Warrior's head was something that actually happened. It's more realistic and thrilling than the others that just make people disappear, hurting the world and deserving of death. In the future, anyone under my command who does wrong will be treated as if they were this thief. Zhou Jiangwo, however, said righteously, yes, Commander. All those senior officers were silenced. Not only was he afraid of the commander, he was also afraid of Yi Chen. But everyone who had something to do with it hurriedly thought of going back to tell their sons. Tell me all the things you've done to hurt the world. Let's say peeking at the widow next door taking a shower, etc. However, any problems must all be fully disclosed, and absolutely not to provoke Yi Chen in the future. It's a god of killing. With no scruples, the deputy commander of the military division was decapitated all the same. Just when the governor was still about to make a scene, or even directly about to say that he would denounce him to the top, Master Zhou has arrived. That's when someone shouted. Zhou Weiwei came in from outside. All eyes fell on him. All eyes on the world. Today's Zhou Weiwei is very different from before, exuding strong confidence. There seemed to be a terrifying power waiting to explode in the upright body. Every step was extremely imposing. The realm of the patriarch was indeed breathtaking. Everyone puts everything else aside. Today is Patriarch Zhou's banquet. That's the top priority. Zhou Weiwei came on stage to say some polite things. It was being complimented by everyone. An ill-timed voice came. The Lingnan Ma family has arrived. Everyone was turning to look. Only the door pushed open. 2 aged figures approached. One was brother Manhwa, the second elder of the Lingnan Ma family commonly known as the military master. The other one was Ma Baofeng, the old head of the Ma family. The 2 of them joined forces with a powerful aura. There are only 2 of them, but they are stronger than 1,000. It gave an aura that came from the fact that it was not 2 people in front of them, but an army of 1,000 men with swords. Why is the Lingnan Ma family here? Awesome. The Ma clan is a powerful martial arts family, rumored to possess a patriarch sitting in their midst. Not only that, that old sect master of the Ma family has been famous for a long time. He was already a martial arts sect master decades ago, and he's only gotten stronger today. Ma Baofeng's aura is so strong, even stronger than the feeling my old family master gives me. Really, that's awesome indeed. To come at this time, it seems that the visitors are not good. We're in for a treat today. Maybe it's going to be a fight. Elder Zhou has just made a breakthrough and is probably no match for Ma Baofeng. Not necessarily, we won't know until after the fight. The cleric's aura is unimaginable. With Ma Baofeng's arrival, the only ones who could remain calm in the entire room were Yi Chen and the white-haired old man beside the governor. Even Zhou Weiwei on the stage was suppressed by the other party's aura. Zhou Weiwei had only just broken through after all. If he is given some more years, Ma Baofeng may not be a match. But now Zhou Weiwei basically has no chance of winning. Interesting, looks like we won't be needing a hand from the gentleman. Governor Qing Yuanming said to the white-haired old man. Humph, he can't even deal with Ma Baofeng. He has even less of a chance against me. The old man was dismissive. Chen Yuanming was non-committal. What are you Lingnan Ma family doing here? Zhou Weiwei said faintly. Of course I want an explanation from your Zhou family. My Ma clan's most outstanding disciple of this generation, Ma Baohua, died in your Zhou clan manner. There has to be an explanation, or I'm going to get mad. As he said this, his voice turned grim. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. It looks extremely scary. The veins in his already somewhat pale face stood out, and his white shoulder-length hair grew a few inches longer. Chapter 82, Killing a Master with the Flick of a Finger. The whole place was filled with a thick aura of death. It's like being in a pit of 1,000 people buried in a pit of 1,000 people. The chilling feeling was especially clear. Even the temperature followed suit and plummeted a few degrees. No one in the entire room could be unaffected by it, except for the strength of a Zhongshi and above. This is why it is said that the patriarch is hard to stop for 1,000 people. A single man can defeat 1,000 armies. The might of the patriarch was on display. Is that a threat? My Zhou family has never been threatened by this. Let me learn about your strength today. It's also time to move your muscles after breaking through the sovereign. Zhou Weiwei said. his eyes were cold, and the entire station under the foot of the tape was all shaken. A punch was thrown towards Ma Baofeng. There was nothing fancy about that punch. Some of it is just simple pure power. Stubbornness. I can only destroy your Zhou family today. Ma Baofeng's murderous aura was exposed. Under the materialized killing aura, it was clear that there would be one death in this battle. Boo! The two connected with their fists and palms. The center of the collision created a wave of air that swept around. Guests from all over the room have given up this large area for them to fight. This hall was already huge. Emptying a 70-meter square for them to fight was still easy. Just a strike away. Ma Baofeng stayed put. Zhou Weiguo, on the other hand, violently fell back a few steps. The force of the recoil was a little paralyzing in the hands. The whole arm was almost unconscious in that instant. Zhou Weiguo dislodged all of his power between one spin. With a flutter of his hand, that paralyzing sensation then disappeared by 80%, but even then he suffered a big loss. Surprisingly, he fell into a full-fledged disadvantage in the first strike of the collision. Don't look at their fights as fancy-free and unbelievably pure, but that's what makes the fight even more treacherous. The slightest misstep is a broken arm or leg, or even a life. No. It's been nearly 30 years since I broke through to the sovereign, especially since you just broke through the importance of being able to compare. It's hard to be a patriarch. It's hard as hell. And each step is a day's condemnation. And the difference in strength is especially great. The gap between you and me is generally the same as the gap between you and an inner strength martial artist. Ma Baofeng taunted. Really? Then let me learn your true strength. Zhou Weiguo rushed up to clash with him again. All the moves he fought for were easily blocked by his opponent. The battle between the two sides was exceptionally exciting. But anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Zhou Weiguo had been giving it his all, while his opponent hadn't put forth any effort. Who do you think will win? Is there any need to say? Even an uneducated person like me can see that it's definitely Ma Baofeng who's better. After all, Elder Zhou has just crossed the threshold into Zongshi, while Ma Baofeng has already been famous for a long time, and there is an essential strength gap between the two sides. The Zhou family is as strong as ever, and with the current commander-in-chief of the military region, wouldn't this Ma Baofeng coming to the Zhou family to make a scene be the equivalent of challenging Daxia not to send out the military to deal with him? Yeah, if the army is deployed, I don't believe the zoner can carry a thermal weapon. A shuttle 7.62 directly forces a vertical life level. No carbon-based creature can stop it. Lonely and ignorant. Jumping clowns, what the hell do you know? The patriarchs already do not have the usual hot weapons. Gathering chi into the astral, snapping fingers to kill. 1,000 armies are hard to defeat. Back then, the great Xia's #1 martial grandmaster, Dugu Changyin, ran thousands of miles to decapitate an army of 1,000 by himself. And at that time, he had only just broken through to martial grandmaster. So you guys know the weight of a martial arts grandmaster, right? Jianghu matter, Jianghu solution. The army is the power of the Daxia level. Without the permission of the Council of Elders, it cannot be mobilized privately. Even if it can be, the martial arts master one person to come and go as he pleases. And when the army has been assembled, it is already too late. According to you guys, then won't the Zhou family be finished today? Elder Zhou is almost out of fight now. Once he falls, who in the room can block Ma Baofeng? Ma Baofeng shouldn't really dare to go on a killing spree. You guys don't know Clan Master too well. Boo! Only to see Ma Baofeng punch Zhou Weiguo in the chest between one of his launches. Zhou Weiguo was trying to block, but it turned out that Ma Baofeng had more speed. Before he could block it, he was hit in the chest. The blow violently flew backward for 30 meters or so and crashed into the wall of the hall. Boo! The walls were dented with the impact, presenting a human-shaped crater. What an overbearing power! So the gap between sect masters can be so great, worthy of the decades of fame. Master Ma Baofeng Ma, I'm no match for him at all. Zhou Weiguo thought in his mind and fiercely launched himself out of the wall pit. This is my first battle after becoming a Zongshi. No matter what, I have to fight until the end. Mr. Yi is watching. Zhou Weiguo gazed at Yi Chen who was sipping tea in the distance. That kind of calm and collected, as if this battle was nothing more than two rookies pinching each other in his eyes. Oh no, it's supposed to be mole cricket's dry humping. Or you could say it's a bacterial dry run. Not dead yet. You're no match for me. Ma Baofeng's fists turned into palms, and his nails grew an inch in an instant. It appeared to be just fingernails, but in reality, they contained an extremely sharp and cold aura. It was actually sharper than the knife gave it away. Hand over that person and I'll give your Zhou family a way out, or else there will be no chickens or dogs left today, Ma Baofeng said as he threw his hands to the sides. Bang bang bang! Sharp knife breath flung from his fingernails and impacted on the marble floor, directly leaving deep marks like knife cuts. Chilling. What kind of evil kung fu are you practicing? Your spirit is a bit abnormal. Keep this up and don't go off the deep end and go astray. Zhou Weiguo violently rushed out, his body gathering chi to form astral deities to concentrate on top of his fists. A faint white light permeated around the fist. Bang bang bang. The collision between the two, which should have been a punch to the flesh, hardened with the sound of fine iron clashing. The jaws of the shocked ordinary people present who didn't understand martial arts were about to drop. So there really are people who can do this. And it's not a movie or a sci-fi blockbuster. It seems that Daxia has protected us too well. I can't believe I don't even know about this. I've never even heard of it, let alone ordinary people. The number of martial artists is already incredibly rare. Almost 1 in 1,000 perhaps. All told, the entire Great Xia population of 1.7 billion should only be 1.7 million, but even so, not every one of them is strong. That's right, the vast majority are bottom-tier martial artists with no talent and can only stay put, almost identical to the 2/8 probability on the economic level. Between the sighs and exclamations of the crowd, the battle had entered into a white heat, but rather than a battle, it was more like a one-sided finish. Ma Baofeng hadn't really been putting out his full strength, and seemed to be toying with his opponent to break down Zhou Weiguo's mental defenses. Zhou Weiguo's black Chinese mountain suit had rotted in a few places, and his body was also left with subtle scars. His forehead was covered in sweat, but he didn't stop fighting. Since you're stubborn, then the Zhou family might as well be destroyed. Even if the higher-ups come looking for them, I'll still have to theorize with them, said Ma Baofeng as he kicked Zhou Weiguo in the stomach. Boom! Zhou Weiguo slammed into the wall. This time he really had no power to fight again, and Ma Baofeng's attack didn't decrease. An instantaneous explosion, coming directly in front of Zhou Weiguo. The sharp nails were a mere millimeter from his neck. That distance would have ended Zhou Weiguo's life in just a split second. Where is he? Let him out. Kill my son. Destroy my grandson. This enmity is not shared. If you want the Zhou family not to be exterminated, hand him over and I can consider not killing your son. As for you, you must die, said Ma Baofeng with an even greater aura, gathering qi into the astral body directly wrapped around it, just in case someone sneaks up on you at this point. Not afraid of 10,000. As an old man, he knew that when fighting, he could not expose his back to a breach. Even if there were no martial artists attacking, the power of a sniper rifle that was no joke. You have to realize that this is the Ghost Province, the land of the Zhou family kingdom. Master Zhou, stop being stubborn. Since Master Ma asked you to hand over the murderer, you will. After all, it's compared to the lives of the entire Zhou family, as well as offending as sovereign master. Handing over the killer is the smartest thing to do. Governor Chen Yuanming came forward to speak at this time. As governor he couldn't just watch, although he also wanted the Zhou family to be exterminated. But if it was a situation where he was present and watched this happen, I'm sure the top won't take it lightly. Faction fighting is fine, but it's better to be united in the face of things. Of course, the opposite side was a martial arts master after all. He can already stand up and speak without falling on deaf ears when he's standing up and talking to those present and watching. As for what Zhou Weiguo did, he didn't care. I can't wait for the Zhou family to die in the end. Are you handing it in? Ma Baofeng's eyes were furious. Zhou Weiguo, however, laughed. Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Ma Baofeng frowned. Wasn't this old man afraid of extermination? There was his son present, and his daughter's granddaughter. You're finished. You might be able to get away in one piece if you only trouble my Zhou family. But your mistake is that you must find Mr. Yi and make a death wish. There's no one left to save you. Ha ha ha, do you think I can't stop laughing in the face of a dead man? Zhou Weiguo's somewhat pale face was all smiles. Eyes looked in one direction, and following his gaze, Ma Baofeng as well as everyone present looked over. Only a white-clothed ancient figure strolled in. That ancient dress skinny waist is extremely revealing of the body. Tall, lean and handsome. It's like a fairy in a painting, not like this earth. A cool hero who has come right out of a novel. A fluttering gentleman with sword brows and starry eyes. The aura of a king is not to be looked at directly. That is, all in one. No words were enough to describe Yi Chen's perfection. It's him, the young man that Commander Zhou has to be careful and respectful of. How is it him? Could it be that he is the one who killed Master Ma's son as well as his grandson? He's so handsome, like he came out of a painting. Since then the cool male lead has materialized in my head. I may be 50, but I can still give birth. Auntie, don't be a nymphomaniac. He only belongs to our 18. Humph, Auntie was young once too. No one stays young, but there are always people 18. Growing up like that, I'd like it when he's 70. This person is very unsophisticated, and actually gives me a sense of oppression that I can't see through at all. A family head of a martial arts family said. I thought I was the only one who felt that way. I didn't realize you did too. Looks like a real good show is about to happen. No way. What do you mean by that? Could he still be a clan master? Otherwise, what's the difference between daring to come forward at this time and seeking death if you're not a patriarch? I believe you when you say a 30-year-old sect master, but he doesn't even know if he has an adult in this countenance, but also a sect master. If he is a sect master, I've cultivated for these 40 years into a dog's stomach? The martial arts families talked amongst themselves. Is this young man very strong? Even though what he did just now was shocking, I never felt that he would be associated with a patriarch either. Chen Yuanming said to the white-haired old man, how dare you show off your skills? Even though this young man's breath is restrained, he is at most at the peak of the inner strength. Although it can already be called a supreme genius, the gap between the internal energy and the patriarch is cloudy. It's not that easy to break through. Some people even get stuck for more than 10 years. 20 years are very possible. He was able to kill Ma Baoshan. His strength is nearly invincible at the same level, and he can be said to have few enemies under the sovereign. But it's a world away from being a sovereign. It's never going to be a sovereign. If he's a patriarch, I won't take a cent of your $100 million reward, Chen Yuanming said confidently with his hand behind his back. It was as if no one's strength could escape him. A quick glance is all it takes, and at this moment, Yi Chen was already a mere 10 meters away from Ma Baofeng. Old family master. This is the man. He did it. He must not be spared. Second elder Ma Weigo was filled with righteous indignation. Earlier, after they found out that it was Yi Chen who killed Ma Baohua, family head Ma Baoshan led almost all of the clan's high-end combatants to go to the winning state to kill Yi Chen. It turned out to be a one-way trip, leaving nothing behind. No need to guess. It's bound to be dead. And it's dead. This kind of great hatred, Ma Huagua also did not tell Ma Baofeng the first time. Instead, he waited for his retreat to end. It is evident that this person is calm and steady, and is a material for doing great things. Is that him? Finally couldn't resist showing up. Ma Baofeng's hand dropped. The killing aura steeply skyrocketed by a large margin. Compared to dealing with Zhou Weigui just now, it was completely different. Obviously against the likes of Zhou Weigui, who had just crossed over into Zhongshu. He didn't even use half of his power just now. Turning to look at Yi Chen, Zhou Weigui was nothing more than a casual kill for him, and it wouldn't be too late to kill him afterward. What he was really looking for was Yi Chen, this culprit who killed many of his Zhou family's experts as well as his son's grandson. He looked Yi Chen up and down, curious as to why Zhou Weigui would say something like that. Could it be that this young man had some powerful background? Of course none of this was something he should worry about. There really weren't many in the entire 3 provinces of Jinling that could make him all fearful. There might be ones that could beat him, but it was never possible to kill him. Confidence comes from strength. He smiled wryly at the thought. You're very strong. You were able to kill my son. You're a half-step sect master at a young age. And in the future, you may not be much worse than the great Xia's #1 martial arts sect master, Dogu Changyin. It's just a shame you should never have killed my son. You should have been able to see the good in him and capture him. Then I would have been bound to take you on as a disciple in consideration of that. Your accomplishments will truly have the hope of surpassing Dekiro Changyin, rather than falling before you can truly shine your light like today. Ma Baofeng shook his head as if Yi Chen was already destined to be a dead man. The vast majority of people in the room thought the same thing. They even felt that Yi Chen had appeared like this on purpose. It's not about how strong he is or what his background is. Instead, he went to his death generously so that the Zhou family could be preserved. Had to be a man. And those who really know Yi Chen, let's say the beauties such as Zhou Ziwei, who was still sitting on that distant sofa calmly watching all this, they already want to eat the mat. It's not them who eat, it's the Lingnan martial arts family. It was Wang Xiaolu who was the least worried of them all. Yi Chen could even call out the black and white irregulars, and was as respectful as a grandson, and bring back what a creepy old man's father. And what could Yi Chen not do? Have you thought about how you're going to die? Kill you and your family. Ma Baofeng licked his fingernails, and before he could say anything, he only felt a figure appear in front of him, with a fierce look. It was none other than Yi Chen. Ma Baofeng's eyes fiercely shrunk. How is it possible? Almost subconsciously, the muscle reacted with a clawed grab. Yi Chen, however, had already raised his hand, clearly moving far too much slower than Ma Baofeng. However, the bizarre scene was that Ma Baofeng's claw fell short when he grabbed at Yi Chen's body, as if he was grabbing a virtual projection. Even landing on it won't help. Instead, Yi Chen's finger flicked in front of his forehead and did not directly impact. Rather, it's the impact emanating from the tips of your fingers. Boo! Boom! Only to see Ma Baofeng flying out backwards and slamming into the wall. The whole thing is set in. A closer look reveals that his head is gone. That's right, just one strike is considered strong amongst the sect masters. Even Grandmaster Ma Baofeng Ma, who had easily defeated a freshly minted martial grandmaster like Zhou Weigui, had been instantly defeated. There was no delay, just straight seconds, and it was only then that it spread out like a watermelon, all over the place. The scene was shocking and frightening and at the same time a sickening one. No, old householder. Brother Maverick was hoarse and in pain. A generation of masters, 30 years of fame, the prime pillar of the Lingnan Ma family, Grandmaster Ma Baofeng Ma, ended up dead. Needless to say, this exceeded the expectations of the vast majority of people. It can only be described as horrible. And what no one knew was how much Yi Chen had just withdrawn his force. In order to avoid demolishing all of this wall across the street, his strike just now was spaced out and extremely slow. The power shrinks to the point of outrageousness. It is for this reason that only so little damage has been done. Merely exploding Ma Baofeng's head, the wall crashed into a headless humanoid crater. Killing a patriarch was not as good as killing an anti-Yi Chen. Mop the floor, Yi Chen said calmly. Zhou Jiangwo nodded his head in understanding and instructed a few cleaning ants to clean up. The cleaning ants said they had never seen such a scene in their lives. It was horrible. There's no way I'm going back. It's going to cost extra. The hotel owner said that at the end of the month, he paid a bonus of 5 times the previous year's annual salary. The cleaning ants said they just love cleaning and I super love this job. Yi Chen walked over to Zhou Weiguo, casually pinching out a recovery dan. Zhou Jiangwo instantly recovered after eating it. It even feels like its own strength has increased. Thank you, Mr. Yi. There's no harm in it. Having a big breakthrough in a life and death battle, you've been blessed by the misfortune, and you'll still make progress in the future, Yi Chen said. And it was only at this moment that the crowd reacted from the scene just now. My God, what happened? Patriarch Ma just died? The head exploded. Do you think it can't die? Isn't it true that a good Zongshi can ignore hot weapons? How come that young man just blew up in one go? Was he injured in the battle with Elder Zhou? Patriarchs are only fearless of ordinary hot weapons, not that they won't die. As in the case of armor-piercing bullets, if a patriarch is hit head-on and defenseless, he will almost certainly die. You guys aren't martial artists and don't understand. That's pure power. It's very strong, concentrated at a point and instantly exploded. The power won't be weaker than an armor-piercing bullet. That's right. The power of this young man's strength is the only thing I've seen in my life. He's already a Zongshi, a powerful Zongshi, a junior Zongshi, such a young patriarch. It's the first time in all of history, isn't it? That's right. The youngest in historical records is the Great Xia's first martial arts master, Dugu Changyin, and he's even better compared to that. I've really cultivated into a dog's stomach these past few decades. Such a strong young man. If he can become my son-in-law, it would be worth my death. Young, tall, handsome and powerful. This son is truly perfect. The martial arts world of Great Xia is about to change. The crowd sighed inside, and there were powerful, rich and famous families as well as martial arts families, especially those from martial arts families. They were all made up of martial artists who had been exposed to martial arts circles for years. It was clear what the appearance of a martial arts grandmaster around the age of 20 in this circle actually meant. This son is indeed demonic, to the extent that he really is a Zongshi. The white-haired old man's eyes were grave. Even if he was true to his word, it would be fine if that 100 million was not obtained. Because compared to that, being able to witness the strike of a teenage patriarch, what is this $100 million? Sir, is he really that strong? Chen Yuanming frowned. A martial arts grandmaster can be specifically divided into 5 realms: beginning, small, great, peak, and half-step grandmaster. And there are highs and lows between the 5 realms. For example, horizontal trainers specialize in the physical body and can crush their opponents even in the same realm. And Zhou Weiguo has just crossed over into Zongshi. For the first time, the weakest Zongshi, Ma Baofeng, on the other hand, has not long crossed over to Shaochang, but he has decades of accumulation. Therefore the two are far apart in strength. This young man was able to kill Ma Baofeng in seconds. One could be that Ma Baofeng was careless. And then there's the fact that he crossed over into the sect master minor achievement, close to the major achievement. That's what made it possible for Ma Baofeng to kill him in seconds under his carelessness, the old man explained. Then what percentage of certainty would you have if you were to face off with him? Sir, today we have to press the Zhou family no matter what. Otherwise, under its surging momentum, I, the governor, am afraid that it will be difficult to suppress it. In the future, this land boundary will still be dominated by his Zhou family. Chen Yuanming whispered with a pleading tone. I've been in Zongshi Dechang for many years and will break through to the peak of Zongshi in a matter of days. He's not a match for me right now. Don't worry, since you've promised, today, old me will help you crush the Zhou family, the old man said confidently. Although Yi Chen having such strength at such a young age was indeed impressive. However, as a veteran patriarch, he still had the pride of his own strength. Then I am relieved. Chen Yuanming's lifted heart relaxed. Chapter 83, Tearing the Void, Plotting Against God, Exterminating 10 Clans. Shocked elder. He's only just been newly appointed governor. Gotta take the lead. Otherwise he would be the least powerful since the successive governors of the Ghost Province. Sir, I'll give you another 500 million after this is done, as well as 30 pure college girls, absolutely pure, Chen Yuanming said in the old man's ear, and his eyes couldn't help but have a flash of otherworldly color. The old man suddenly brightened up. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. I mostly like to exchange ideas with college students. Because college students nowadays are very energetic and have wisdom in their eyes. Just love to study knowledge with young people like this, the old man said in a serious manner, seeming to be a righteous style for a human teacher. The corners of Chen Yuanming's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't hold back from rolling his eyes. You actually killed the old family master. Just wait, my Ma family won't let you go. The old family father won't let you off the hook either. His existence is even more terrifying than the old family master's. Brother Manhwa threatened, already putting life and death at risk. Just want Yi Chen to wait in fear for death to come in this last time. Yi Chen always felt that this was a bit familiar. A bit like what a certain Master Luo said to Poison. What? His old man could still be Hao Tianshi Luo? Yi Chen couldn't help but snort. Even if it really was Hao Tian Jitterbug coming, he would be able to blow up his hammer and shatter his world with a single bullet. Not to mention the fact that it can't be at all. Before Yi Chen could do anything, this Mr. Yi, as the saying goes, if you do something, you'll see each other in the future. Since Master Ma is dead, let's not pursue this any further. After all, the Ma family is a Lingnan martial arts family, and Lingnan martial arts families have always been united in the same spirit in the face of external pressure. There's no need to make a bigger deal out of it than it already is. I believe that Elder Zhou is also unwilling to see martial artists from the two provinces fight to the death. I wonder if Mr. Yi can give me face to release the second elder. How about letting this matter drop? Governor Chen Yuanming stepped forward at this time to be a peacemaker and said in a slightly humble manner, "It looks humble, but there's not much humility in the words. After all, this second elder had threatened Yi Chen, and he had the nerve to jump in and say so at this point. Predictably, it's being a watchmaker and trying to make a name for himself at the same time. It wasn't just to get the Ma family to sell him a favor and work for him in the future, though a lot of people see it, yet they won't say anything. The governor is, after all, the governor of a province, in charge of all economic aspects except military, a daxia official of the third rank. The status was still above Zhou Jiangwo, the commander-in-chief of the Ghost Province military region. Even martial arts families had to give the governor face. After all, this world isn't about fighting and killing, it's more about the human condition. The governor, however, already represents the peak level of discourse in daxia. Yi Chen shouldn't be disrespectful. Just when Chen Yuanming thought that Yi Chen would back down and give himself face, and that he would be able to make good karma with the Lingnan Ma family as a result. Who are you to beg for mercy? What? You want to exterminate the clan too? Yi Chen didn't even look at him. Instead, he raised his hand, and the pressure of space directly pressed down, and Brother Manhwa's straight and unyielding waist instantly snapped. The scene was particularly chilling. The whole man was on the ground, unable to move in the slightest. There were only mournful screams that spread through the hall, but to no avail. The waist had been broken, and even if he could live in this life, he would still be a paralyzed cripple. Everyone was shocked, not expecting Yi Chen to not give Chen Yuanming, the governor, the slightest bit of face. Not only did he not give it, but he even tortured Brother Manhwa to his face. It was no longer a case of not giving face, but rather a direct slap in his face in turn. Plus Yi Chen said, "What are you?" This is more of a direct slap in the face behavior. He didn't put Chen Yuanming in his eyes at all. Speaking so within a province and to the highest person in charge of a province, I have to say, they were really surprised. Very well, it seems that Mr. Yi is not giving me this face. I don't count for much, but Mr. Yi's family had better not do business in the Ghost Province, otherwise I can't guarantee what will be found out. Chen Yuanming said with a leathery smile. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. I'll destroy your 9 clans later. Yi Chen spoke gently, as if exterminating the 9 clans of people was just a normal way of killing people. Just a sentence, walking away while talking. As he approached, the more pressure Mavargo faced. The feet had deflated and the space was compressing him. Intense pain is simply not something one can endure. The screams silenced the entire crowd, and many of them were too frightened to look at it again. Is that a threat? Threatening the life of the governor of a province, or even the life of the governor's entire family, is tantamount to treason. Are you trying to plot against the government? Chen Yuanming's eyes narrowed, and his usual pretense of calmness, elegance, and easygoing approachability completely disappeared. Some of it is just killing. The kind of killing that comes from a higher power looking down on weaker beings. He caught Yi Chen's words to his own detriment, but it made him happy. Directly put Yi Chen on a charge of conspiracy to rebel. You know that in daxia, martial artists can act recklessly, as long as it's within reason. You can't kill innocent ordinary people indiscriminately. The top will turn a blind eye and not bother about the jungle. That's the way it is in the jungle. But if it involves plotting a rebellion, then the nature will change. It will go from a jungle affair to a state affair. The army was sent directly to quell the rebellion. Under the steel flood of a modernized army, the all-encompassing deployment of satellites, the suppression of precision strike weapons, the martial arts patriarch must also bow down. This was also one of the reasons why the great masters from decades ago would just disappear into obscurity and seclusion. All beings are equal under absolute fire. Don't talk nonsense. The patriarch cannot be insulted. You are provoking the patriarch. Enough for you to die. Don't think that just because you're the governor you can make arbitrary charges against Mr. Yi. And what plotting against it? You don't yet have the right to speak of treason. Not even the little courtier. And not the big courtier. And maybe only the elders. Not you. Zhou Weigua coldly grunted. He really had some urgency in his heart. Chen Yuanming is the newly appointed governor and has a somewhat unusual status. Plus, Yi Chen's words just now were all heard by those present. If Yi Chen was really given a charge of directly threatening to kill the governor's entire family without any reason, this treason can be characterized directly. After all, killing the governor is tantamount to treason. Not to mention the threat of killing their 9 clans. Zhou Jiagua knew that Mr. Yi was strong, unimaginably strong. But this world has a lot of high-tech thermal weapons and the destructive power is unimaginable. Unless it is really possible to be non-nuclear. Perhaps it is also the only way to have the strength to not fear the world. Otherwise, under the flood of steel, the Grand Master would be for nothing. He couldn't let Yi Chen fall into this trap and give the governor a chance to play on the subject. Worst case scenario, once Yi Chen fell under the torrent of steel, the Chao family will be finished with this as well. At that time, he, Governor Chen Yuanming, would be the biggest beneficiary and the final winner. Just as Chen Yuanming was about to say something else to retort, the miserable cries were louder than ever. Maverick was turned up. Yi Chen directly stomped on his 5th leg. Don't look at him as old, but the essence is not bad, and more than. People are transported. Every day. That's gone, and the kind of blow it would be for Brother Mawar was palpable. 4 men, I should say, as important as life. Indispensable. If it's gone, it might as well be dead. After all, even alive. When hearing that all you can do is get me spit in the face, the blow speaks for itself. At this moment, death instead seemed to be a luxury. You killed me. You killed me. Manhwa's single-mindedness in seeking death, coupled with the miserable screams. At this moment even the governor who was about to speak again could not help but frown. A feeling of terror struck the heart. Not just him, but all the men in the room actually. Let's just say, it's atrocious. Yi Chen, on the other hand, didn't have any mercy. He seemed to be enjoying it. The devil. He is the devil intent on rebellion. He even dared to threaten me, the governor, and so will you. He will kill us all. Chen Yuanming exclaimed, even feigning some fear. He had a bold idea at the moment, and that was to get rid of Yi Chen in order to eliminate future problems. The Ghost Province doesn't allow people this powerful to exist, and naturally, this approach of his as well as his trembling voice resonated with many people around him. Set off the sense of panic. Chen Yuanming took out another red special phone from his pocket that could go straight to the top. Little Pavilion Elder. A patriarch is trying to kill me for no reason. Intending to plot against me. Please Little Pavilion Elder save me. Please, Little Courtier, save me. Send out a large army to conquer and quell the rebellion. Said with a somewhat sad plea. Unbridled. How dare someone be so bold as to not take the law of the land into account. This son's heart is in the right place. Tell me which patriarch it is, and I'll immediately report it to the Elder Council and send out a large army to conquer it. The caller burst into a rage. Chen Yuanming also intentionally put the speakerphone on. Give it a listen. They said it was called something like Mr. Yi. Okay, I'll report this. Wait, what Mr. Yi? Is his last name Yi? Where are you now? The voice on the other end of the line made some sudden 360-degree turns. Uncertainty asked. I'm at the Welcome Spring Hotel in Zuni Wine City. His last name is Yi. Others call him Mr. Yi. I don't know his exact name yet, Chen Yuanming said. His name is Yi. Brother Manhwa just wanted to call out Yi Chen's name. Yi Chen had then caused space to crush his entire being. He then walked over to look at Chen Yuanming. Chen Yuanming's heart thumped. Little courtier. Save me, little courtier. He's plotting against me. He's coming towards me. He's going to kill me. Good. I'll immediately report to the Elder Council and dispatch the nearest army. The phone hung up. Chen Yuanming retreated behind the white-haired old man with a scared look, but there was a flash of cunning in his eyes. As a governor, how could he have gotten to this high position if he didn't have some tricks up his sleeve? Excluding dissenters, stifling colleagues, slipping through the cracks, and taking advantage of the opportunity to rise to power. These are the takeaways. Although the old man assured him that Yi Chen was no match for him, but the old man only guaranteed to defeat would not strike. Besides, if he really wanted to kill, the patriarch could run away even if he wasn't an opponent if he wanted to. Once Yi Chen ran away and held a grudge, wouldn't he leave a big problem? He was well aware of how much of a threat a patriarch was. He wants to be foolproof, characterized as a rebellion. There is a steel torrent army coming. Just ask who else can run. The district sovereign was still not taken down at will. Sir, hold him off as long as you can, and when the army comes, he will die. Today, I am going to break the Zhou family's arm and see how they can fight against me again. After it's done, I'll add 70 more 18-year-old college students to Mr. Absolutely Pure. All of them are Ghost Province's major school flower department flowers. Chen Yuanming whispered behind the old man. Good. For the sake of past friendship, old me will help you with this today. The corners of the old man's mouth turned up. It wasn't like the sovereign hadn't killed before. However, if a genius and demonic sect master like Yi Chen was able to destroy him, the sense of accomplishment would definitely surpass any previous times. He couldn't help but get a little excited. The upright stance stood there with his arms folded, as if Yi Chen was already a lamb to be slaughtered. No good. This old man is playing dirty. He even wants the army to be sent out from above. Zhou Jiangwo was in a hurry. It was fine if Yi Chen didn't do anything, but if he really wanted to kill the governor, that charge was put into effect. Killing the governor on purpose, even if the top knew what he was capable of. Understand that he's strong and a teenage genius. I'm afraid it's hard to continue to tolerate it. After all, high merit is taboo in any era, unless you have the ability to not fear the world. Young man, if you want to kill the governor, go through me first. Old Eagle-Eye King. Remember, King Hawkeye said with the corners of his mouth rising. Yi Chen suddenly thought of a term when he saw this expression. Crooked Mouth War God. Griffin. As soon as the two words came out, a majestic and monstrous pressure descended from above. It's like a 1,000-ton battleship pressing down. Even if the Eagle-Eye King's strength was up to Zhongshe de Chang, he was instantly pressed to his knees. Boom! Both knees fell to the ground, and the earth shook violently but did not crack. This force of Yi Chen was not only downward, but there was also a force upward, without destroying the ground too badly. King Hawkeye's head hung down, bent at the waist with his hands on the ground. It's still not working at all. When the pressure is far beyond one's limits, further effort is futile. Why? How could that be? The Hawkeye King's eyes were so wide that they were about to burst out. An endless fear struck the mind. The sense of death that I have never felt since birth is extremely real. He had also never imagined that his hallowed Di Chang Zhongshe, an existence with half a foot at the pinnacle, would be suppressed and unable to move before he even made a move. What kind of greatness is this? Everyone here was shocked. The Eagle-Eye King's reputation is too much. That's the legendary King of Killers, ranked 12th on the Dark Knight killer list. But didn't he also lose and get killed in seconds? Just how strong is this Mr. Yi? He's already defeated before he even makes a move. The difference in strength is at least more than 2 levels. That means Mr. Yi's strength is at least at the peak of Zhongshe? No, it's highly likely that it's a half-step grandmaster of a higher level. Dug out. There's still this realm. What kind of strength is that? It's far beyond the peak of the sovereign. Otherwise how could it be possible to defeat the Eagle-Eye King before even making a move? You're not a clan master. The Hawkeye King was panting heavily, and was getting a little out of breath, unable to speak clearly, and it was the inner speculation and shock that frightened him the most. How can that be? How can that be? How could Mr. lose so quickly? Chen Yuanming was stunned and stumbled back a few steps. Yi Chen's power was far beyond imagination. A fight that should have been a sure thing was turned into a one-sided battle, lost before it even started. What about this? You can only protect yourself with such an expert. How can I live without him? Yeah, sorry, I was wrong. I'll give you whatever you want. The Hawkeye King held his breath and finished with a sharp intake of breath, unable to say a word in the face of greater pressure. It's okay, watch out in your next life. Yi Chen's palm was spread out on top of his head. Subsequently, boom! A 5-finger palm print directly slapped him to pieces. A generation of the King of Killers, King Eagle-Eye, fell, became a thing of the past. And Yi Chen, who had done all this, seemed as if he had done nothing. There was no joy or sadness on his face. The blandness is gut-wrenching. Sensei, even the King of Killers, still feels something when he kills, especially killing masters. But Yi Chen was completely unfluctuating. That's what's so frightening. Yi Chen looked at Chen Yuanming. No, don't kill me. I'm the governor of the Ghost Province. You can't kill me. Killing me is tantamount to plotting a rebellion. The Daxia military won't let you go. Think about your family, your loved ones and friends. They don't have the strength you do. Don't drag them down with me. Kill the governor to exterminate the 9 clans. Chen Yuanming grabbed his last life-saving card and threatened. The world knows that after entering the high-tech era, it's not to say that there isn't a streak. For example, the murder of an admiral, or the wanton mutilation of a governor at this level, is tantamount to treason. Exterminating the 9 clans is already very light. In the old days, any passing earthworm would have taken 2 stabs. The dog on the side of the road wagging its tail also has to be skinned and given to the old table for hot pot. Eggs have to be scrambled and thrown in the tur. In short, it is a great sin and a challenge to the Presbyterian Church. Seeing that Yi Chen was unmoved, Chen Yuanming was truly panicked and flustered. I'm not afraid of you talking. I'm afraid of you not saying anything, because ruthless people tend to be short on words. Home country. At this moment, Zhou Weiguo saw that Zhou Jiangwo wanted to go forward to dissuade him and called out to him. Shaking his head, Zhou Jiangwo was still trying to come forward. Zhou Weiguo glared at him fiercely and shook his head again. Then he quickly walked to Zhou Jiangwo's side. It's fine, Mr. Yi has his own way. But what is? Didn't you hear me when I spoke? You think you can persuade Mr. Yi, father, but if we don't kill Chen Yuanming it's fine. Once we kill him, this will be the second time Mr. Yi has killed the governor, undoubtedly challenging the authority of the Council of Elders once again. There's no way the Presbyterian Church is going to tolerate this anymore. Son, father will ask you, if you must choose between the Elder Council and Mr. Yi, who will you stand for? Tell me the answer. Mr. Yi, why? Answer me. Intuition. I didn't believe in this kind of intuition before, but after your words, father, have come true every time, so I've started to believe in this kind of intuition. Then how strong do you think Mr. Yi is? It's incalculable. We've even measured it with Dr. Yuan with various advanced instruments, and it's far from the limit. Then do you think Mr. Yi will be afraid of the elders? I guess not. Wrong, is not at all. Mr. Yi is unrestrained, acts decisively, kills decisively, nothing anyone can restrain him. I understand father. Think carefully, you are challenging the authority of the Elder Council, and the Elder Council will not tolerate it. You let me go and there's still room for things to turn around. To kill me is to leave nothing to chance. Yi Chen walked forward, and Chen Yuanming retreated backward, ceaselessly. Presbyterian? Why don't you ask them if they dare to send troops? Before Yi Chen could make any movement, a sharp blade of chi cut. One of Chen Yuanming's arms flew out and was neatly sliced off. The cut is smooth and neat, almost like a work of art. The people watching couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would really dare to make a move? It's simply lawless. Even if I die today, you will have to accompany me. Kill me now if you can. Chen Yuanming forced himself to endure the severe pain and gritted his teeth. Don't worry, not only will I kill you, your parents and lover children, I will strike them down in front of you. Not a single person will be left within the 9 clans. Yi Chen said. The face was ancient and seemed to be talking about something that was bound to happen. So what if you kill all 10 of my clans? Humph, they're not here. They're all protected. You'll never find them. Chen Yuanming's eyes had a wild and untamed look in them. He was betting that Yi Chen wouldn't do it, and wouldn't dare to, and even more so, couldn't do it, because there was no way Yi Chen would survive the day. The charge of treason, the crushing of the torrent of steel. There was no room for Yi Chen. There is only one way to die. Fine, I'll fulfill you. Then I'll exterminate your 10 clans. With a stroke of Yi Chen's finger, the normal space in front of him was unexpectedly torn through an abyssal gap. It's like a portal. This scene once again shocked the entire audience. Yi Chen's hand reached into space and grabbed out a beautiful woman, choking her, about 30 years old, glasses, buttocks, black silk, flats. It can be said that almost all men's aesthetics for women have been assembled. Age 30, skin 20, college teacher, feeling pulled together, coupled with age and experience. There is a maturity of beauty that is beyond imagination. No, you, how could you? Chen Yuanming looked at his favorite lady, stuttering, shocked, and at the same time utterly terrified. Even with the rich experience of his governor, there was no equanimity in this moment. The only thing left was a face full of fear. The others present were even more shocked. With a casual stroke, he cut a portal in the air and grabbed the governor's wife. What kind of divine trick is this? Unheard of, unseen. Let her go. Let her go. I'll give you anything you want. Please let her go. She's innocent. She doesn't know anything. My lord, you must not embarrass her. I'll give you whatever you want. My lord, I am the governor, and in this province I have that right. Chen Yuanming spoke frantically, trembling his hands as he pleaded with Yi Chen not to kill her madam. Old husband, save me. The beautiful woman had no idea what was really going on. She had been drinking tea in the parlor and was caught over at once, but she knew, with this feeling of choking herself, that she seemed to be dying soon. Don't be afraid, wife. I'll save you, for sure. Chen Yuanming came over on his knees like crazy. Master Patriarch, let my lady go. I'll promise you anything. He helplessly pleaded with Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the big mature beauty in his hands. I have to say, the governor does know how to play. 50 or 60 years old and a 30-year-old wife, and the key is good looking. Even compared to Zhou Yashuan, it's a bit more adequate in terms of flavor. Definitely something all the boys can't say no to, except for Yi Chen. Even the most beautiful women are nothing more than a red skull in his eyes. Chen Yuanming had already knelt in front of him, not feeling any pain even though he was bleeding. eyes only for his lady. Yi Chen exerted a slight force, and the beautiful woman was thrown into the air by him. A casual wave of the hand followed. Boo! Burst open. A beautiful woman just died. The men in the room could not help but sigh in their hearts. Playable years? Unfortunately, no. Chen Yuanming hissed. He's afraid, he's scared, he's helpless. As governor, his favorite wife was killed and he could do nothing about it. The pain was no deeper than being the one involved. It's not over yet. Yi Chen's voice, however, sounded like a devil once again. Reach into space with your hand. In order, a 19-year-old daughter, born before the death of his married wife, and a 20-year-old son, flowery old man. All of these people closest to him were killed by Yi Chen in front of him. Chen Yuanming had broken down. As the saying goes, the loss of a child in old age is no longer common. Not to mention the loss of wives, daughters, children and parents. For the hard-hearted, maybe it's okay, but the more ruthless a person like Chen Yuanming is, the more he loves his loved ones, and the more Yi Chen was going to torture him in such a way. Enjoyed the process immensely. Not only them, but as I said, all 10 of your clans will die because of you. Yi Chen's bloodline spell kill was unleashed, directly connecting to Chen Yuanming. Let him feel the lingering death of all within his 10 clans. The 10 clans, including the father's 4 clans, the mother's 3 clans, the wife's 2 clans, and the disciples and friends. Specifically, the father's 4 clans are his own clan, parents, brothers, sisters, and children, a married aunt and her son's family, a family of married sisters and their nephews, a family of married daughters and grandchildren. The maternal third family is the maternal grandfather's family, grandmother's clan, and auntie 1. The wife and 2 clans are referred to as the father-in-law clan, and the mother-in-law clan. The final addition of the disciples and friends constitutes the 10th tribe. The 9 clans are just fine, at least they're all related by blood, but the 10th tribe's disciples and friends all suffered, and they had to thank the good friend, the good teacher and the good student. You're a ruthless man, comparable to Feng Xiaoru, because you say one word, you're ing cool, we all have to die. I'm Nima. Until the last friend died, Chen Yuanming completely collapsed, shouting dementedly, I was wrong, I shouldn't have messed with you, I shouldn't have messed with you. There were several of these dead friends present, a direct lingering death that sent the whole room into a shudder. Yi Chen wasn't kidding when he said that he would execute 10 clans of people, and he really did it. Mess with him and you're kind of kicking in the nukes. 10 clans were buried with them, sort of a first in modern times. Yi Chen crushed Chen Yuanming's head, with a wave of his hand. The body burned and disappeared. Not only that, he had also directly cast a bloodline spell to kill and destroy the Lingnanma family. This is where things kind of end, and what's left to kill is killed. And just a few minutes ago, far away in the elders' meeting room in the capital, the 10 elders were pondering in front of the round table. None of them took the lead. The one who just found out about this news was the 8th elder. At first it was natural to want to send troops in righteous indignation, but when the guess was that it was most likely Yi Chen, the thought was dispelled. Choose to call a meeting of the elders. In the end, it was the grand elder who said, what do you think? What should be done about this? The crowd looked at each other. I'll make a statement that the Presbyterian Church is not to be provoked. It is a matter of principle that the new governor should never be forgiven for being threatened by him. If we are broken by him time and time again and we do nothing, in time there will be great chaos. The 10th elder said, that's right, this son must not be capped. Even the 2nd elder opened his mouth in a rare manner. It was important to know that this 2nd elder would rarely speak normally, almost as much as the grand elder, even less than the words of the grand elder at times. It seemed like everything was irrelevant and none of his business. The grand elder will just decide. But today, for the first time in almost a year, he opened his mouth for the first time. I agree. This son must not be capped. The 5th elder stood up and said, I agree. The 7th elder also stood up. The total number of 10 elders in the Elders' Council is equivalent to 4 elders who have already given their consent. Several other elders exchanged glances with each other. Then he looked at the grand elder. The grand elder silently lit a cigarette and smoked it in thought. In this conference room, he was the only one who dared to say anything even if he smoked during meetings. A minute later, when his cigarette smoke was already almost over, he put his cigarette butt in the ashtray. Let's vote. Raise your hand if you agree to send troops. The grand elder swept his gaze across the crowd. The 2nd elder, the 5th elder, the 7th elder, and the 10th elder, all raised their hands. The rest of the 3rd elders, 4th elders, 6th elders, 8th elders, and 9th elders were looking at the grand elder, and their hands were not raised. Press on. This son is gifted and can be of great use. Besides, he didn't necessarily start it. Let's investigate first. Dismissed. The grand elder lit another cigarette and said, this. The 2nd elder frowned, wanting to speak. Dismissed. The grand elder added, yes. The 2nd elder's face sank as he left. The 5th elder, the 7th elder, and the 10th elder also left. Among the remaining elders, the 3rd elder spoke up. Great elder, why don't you send troops? He was also a little puzzled. At any time in the past, not to mention the second time, even the first time to kill the governor have to be executed. This is treason, a great crime. What do you think of the 3 events of the total destruction of the royal family of the Kingdom of the North, the total destruction of the royal family of the Kingdom of Yu, and the total destruction of the 5th fleet of the Japanese kingdom, all while being hit by a tsunami? The Grand Elder said indifferently. It's never simple. It must have been premeditated. Otherwise it couldn't have been done in such a short time. There are only a handful of people in the world who can have that kind of strength. The 3rd elder said. And who do you think it could be? The Grand Elder asked rhetorically. To be able to have that kind of destructive power and be close enough to have enough time, and at the same time have a reason to stir it all up. I can't think of anyone but Omi. 9th elder analyzed. That's right. Everyone thinks that Omi did it, and had the reason and the strength to direct himself, just like when the airplane hit the building. Of course, there are naturally people on the outside who feel that we did it, because we have both the strength and the justification to do so, but I'll tell you what, I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. Saying that, the eldest elder took out the 2 photos from his Zhongshan suit pocket and placed them in front of the 3rd elder on the side. This? The 3rd elder was shocked. Chapter 84. My grandfather is the commander-in-chief of the army. How dare you touch me? The 3rd elder fiercely picked up the 2 photos and looked at them carefully. There was tension in all the faces. From the Grand Elder's attitude towards this matter of Yichen just now, he immediately thought of a possibility. A closer look reveals that the first one should have been accidentally taken from an extreme distance by some photographer. Zooming into this has been only a few hundred pixels. It was a figure in white standing in the air, while below it was the opulent palace, even emitting a golden luster. It can probably be surmised that it was taken at least about 5 kilometers or more from the palace. It's just that cell phones are more advanced now and have high pixels. Otherwise it's not really noticeable. This photo only captures such a piece of the enlargement, so it's very unclear. This is the Northern Royal Palace. The 3rd elder looked at the photo and said heavily. Several other elders also got up and gathered around when they saw this. Well, it is indeed the North Palace. I've been there a few times. I can't be wrong. This is the main hall of the Royal Palace to the north, and the outer walls are wrapped in gold. Very rustic. 9 elders stated. He's gone on several exchanges before, mainly for economic cooperation. The king of the North Face gave him the impression of a warlord tycoon. There are means, but not many, mainly because they don't have too many competent people in this part of the world. The mind is solidified and easily ruled. But where if it had been in ancient times, any random general sent by Xia could subdue them and be their king. And this white figure is? The 8th elder pointed his finger at the white figure in confusion, but the next moment they seemed to think of something. Yi Chen, could this be Yi Chen? The 4th elder directly said, only there was a slight doubt in his voice, not knowing whether it was or not. After all, although it was white and Yi Chen the same, but these hundreds of pixels, who can really be sure? And this one is? They looked to the other one. This one is an overhead view of the ocean. It should have been taken by a weather satellite, as military satellites wouldn't be just this sharp. Only a white shadow was seen flying toward the dark cloud beyond, with a long stream of air behind it. It's also not very clear because of the storm effects, but it's at least a few megapixels. Seeing it more clearly than the previous one, I can confirm that it is a white figure resembling a human figure and that it is fast. Otherwise it wouldn't produce that extra long airflow. It's like a missile in flight. The 8th elder analyzed. Does the Grand Elder suspect that the one in this picture is Yi Chen? The 3rd elder said directly. Judging by the blurry photos, it's possible. So it's better to be cautious about Yi Chen. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and said, yes, if that's the case, one should indeed be cautious. After all, he said in front of so many people on the base that he wouldn't spare any of them. All of them deserved to die. Then the entire royal families of both countries were destroyed, and the fleet of one country suffered a destructive blow. And now with these 2 photos, it's hard not to be suspicious. The 3rd elder gruffly said, can the authenticity of the photo be ascertained? The 4th elder asked. From the head of the Capital Secret Service, whose authenticity need not be questioned. The Grand Elder nodded his head. The crowd nodded. The Capital Secret Service is a special department dedicated to the Grand Elder. This department is extremely powerful and can investigate many hidden things and control all kinds of information. Even the various departments, they can almost directly intervene whenever there is a need. It's equivalent to the ancient Jinui, but the power isn't as exaggerated. Half and half. That's the time to be cautious. As far as I understand, even a grandmaster can't do a few minutes to turn around and destroy 3 parties of forces for tens of thousands of miles. The 6th elder was surprised. It's not that there isn't, it's that it's impossible. The Grand Master doesn't have that kind of strength. The 3rd elder added. Let's start by investigating his reasons for dealing with the newly appointed governor. Let's wait and see based on the results. The Grand Elder made his decision. Yes, the congregation expressed their respect. In the next few minutes they received news of the governor's death. And not only him, but almost at the same time, the little courtier in the capital's other house, that is, Chen Yuanming's mentor, who died in his office, leaving only a puddle of blood. The secretary found out immediately reported the matter. Only then did the Elder Council realize that Yi Chen had actually killed the new governor of the Ghost Province. There was no meeting, only the investigation can be dealt with by negotiation. Pack up, the party goes on, Yi Chen commanded. Yes, Mr. Yi. Zhou Jiangwo waved his hand. The hotel staff cleaned up and the banquet continued. Yi Chen, on the other hand, left alone. Wang Xiaolu wanted to follow her. Yi Chen refused, and Zhou Ziwei sent her back after the banquet. Yi Chen had little interest in this kind of banquet in the first place. It was only because the Zhou family was affiliated with him that this came for a bit. There's nothing to do after the kill, so I'm going to go out and sneak around first. And today's matter was put under a gag order by the Zhou family kingdom not to be spread. While the crowd marveled at Yi Chen's strength and means, they naturally expressed their agreement not to spread the word. But a banquet that was supposed to be lively down the road was clearly not going to be like the previous one. After all, so many people died. Who's in the mood for food? Everyone was chatting thinking about whether the army would come for Yi Chen. Kill it. Not to mention them, even Zhou Jiaguo was thinking about it. On the contrary, Zhou Weiguo was calm. It's time to eat and drink and find old friends to blow off steam. Develop a little deeper networking. Since he was a patriarch, everyone naturally gave face. After all, Zhou Weiguo couldn't beat a powerful sovereign. Also just can't beat the awesome ones. But a patriarch is always a patriarch. Everyone under the sovereign is an ant. He is still the presence that everyone looks up to. Even those few martial arts family heads were polite to him, not daring to be the slightest bit slow about his words. They greeted him with smiles and laughter, seemingly chatting away. When you're drunk there's a big sense of forgetfulness that you're going to tie the knot. Don't worry about it. You don't really think that the Elder Council will send an army against Mr. Yi, do you? And Shangxin saw that Zhou Jiangwo was so preoccupied that he was embarrassed to talk to people, and directly took him by the shoulders and said, "It seems very casual. Aren't you worried?" But Mr. Yi is all out. I guess they knew there would be trouble and didn't want to bring the battlefield here. Zhou Jiangwo thought. You're really concerned. The emperor is not in a hurry. Oh no. You're a eunuch not in a hurry. The emperor is. You see the girls aren't in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? And Shangxin took a sip of red wine and couldn't help but roll her eyes. That's easy for you to say. Mr. Yi is powerful, but the Council of Elders is the center of power in Disya. Nuclear weapons are the power to end martial arts. The reason why those great masters back then disappeared en masse is because the power of nuclear weapons is not something they can resist, and all of the high-powered anti-personnel weapons can be devastating to them. Not to mention with today's technology, there can be real undercurrents between countries. Not to mention the powerful countries, the big countries, that are extremely tactful, even if Mr. Yi is not afraid. But in case if they were to use nuclear weapons on Mr. Yi, even with Mr. Yi's strength, he certainly wouldn't be able to stop it. The more Zhou Jiangwo spoke, the more he felt that something was going to happen. Then you have even less to worry about, since you think you can't deal with Mr. Yi without using nuclear weapons. It's fine. The Presbyterian Church is absolutely, positively not going to move on this land, unless it's a last resort and it comes down to the wire. Besides, you can't forget the conclusions from our tests with Dr. Yuan. But Dr. Yuan said that Mr. Yi's strength should be far from being measured. What if those are just the tip of the iceberg for Mr. Yi? What do you think can be used against Mr. Yi besides a high-powered anti-personnel nuclear weapon? Don't think so much. Have a drink. And Shangxin hands over a large glass of 90 Mao Tai. Zhou Jiangwo solely also felt some sense. Did not look at what wine. A mouthful of board. Dig it. You give me 52 degrees and you drink red wine yourself? Zhou Jiangwo's face turned red when he reacted. Good wine. 30 years worth of tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. You still don't know enough. Get the hell out of here. Ha ha. Yi Chen didn't feel that the Elder Council would be marching against him. He didn't even think about that aspect at all. Who cares about a bunch of ants? Yi Chen saw a secluded tea room under a busy shopping street. There were only a few sparse people inside. Yi Chen went in. A cup of green tea. Yes sir. Yi Chen, is that you? At that moment a salesman's voice said with some uncertainty. Yi Chen looked at her. You are? Yi Chen was puzzled. I'm Mo Yuding, your first-year classmate. Remember? Oh my gosh, it's really you. How did you become so handsome? You were handsome before and now you're even more handsome. So handsome, don't you want to die? Mo Yuting covered her face in surprise. The little face instantly reddened, and her hands fumbled to straighten out the squid whiskers that dangled at her sides. It's you. long time no see. Yi Chen thought about it. In fact, if the other party had reminded him, he wouldn't have been able to remember. Mainly, I've met too many girls in the flood. He doesn't know people. They know him. It leads to too much watching of truly stunning fairies. Looking at Mo Yuting again makes her look a little sparse. It's normal to not be able to think about it. It's been a long time since I've seen you. You directly said back then that you were going to take the college entrance exams, and later said that you passed the exams, and then you just disappeared without a trace, not leaving a single word. How did you suddenly disappear? And where did you go all those years you were gone? Mo Yuting was filled with curiosity. It was even clear from her eyes that there was an unspoken sentiment. It was a feeling that came from freshman year. A bit of an early crush though, I guess. But Yi Chen at that time was already handsome beyond measure. Not to mention the fact that nowadays, it's completely possible to live purely on your face. And what woman is not pregnant? It's natural to study badly when you have such a tablemate. It was completely delayed by Yi Chen. Why else would you come here to work to earn money to subsidize your family? It's a long story, Yi Chen said indifferently, but did not mean to explain. Some people are destined to just pass through. There's no need for each one to leave a mark. He was a genius back in his freshman year and was super academic. He took the college entrance examination with a total score of 720 points, which was equivalent to the provincial top student in that year. It's just that Nigel later traveled to the flood. Otherwise, with his talent, he should be able to do well in this world. Of course, it's not even known to which extent. It's a long story. Why don't you tell me? Mo Yuting pouted her small mouth, rendered speechless by Yi Chen's entirety. Ugh, you screwed me over back then. Once you left, I had no homework to copy and no one to guide me, so it's a good thing I only got one book. Right now I can only work part-time and get a job this way when I'm ready to go to college. Thanks to the fact that I was so young back then. I snuck around looking for you for a year fast. I was so stupid. You didn't even recognize me when you saw me. Mo Yuting laughed bitterly. It's not recognizable. Yi Chen smiled. This Mo Yuting was still the same as back then, with a somewhat jumpy mind and a big grin. Who's that? Who's that? The other two sales clerks turned their heads and once they saw Yi Chen, they came over with faces full of florals. My gosh, Mo Yuting, who is he? He's so handsome. My first year classmate. Introducing Yuting Mok. Handsome. Tea is on me. No money. Just drink. Come on. Take this seat on the glass wall. It's a nice, quiet spot and you can see the pedestrians and CBD lights outside. The more mature-looking female sales clerk gave Yi Chen the lead. Yi Chen also felt that this location was good. Sitting on that minimalist-style single sofa, a simple little sofa, all of which he sat out of the king. It made it all feel like the couch wasn't even cheap for a split second. So cool. The three women watched Yi Chen at the counter, their eyes unblinking, and Yi Chen sat in this position. Naturally, it also attracted the eyes of passers-by outside. It made the somewhat silent tea house crowded, but they were all women, of all ages. But one thing is for sure, it's either pretty or rich. The love of beauty is shared by all. Yi Chen could understand and didn't leave because of this. After all, the girls in the room were all still restrained. Their voices were low and it was still pretty quiet. No one across the table from where he was sitting dared to come over and sit. Everyone just sat around him. Every now and then he looked at her. It seemed as if looking at Yi Chen was very down to earth. Oh no, it was very down to tea. At that moment in comes a man in the style of a big stick-up oba. Center parted, broken hair, white, a little girly looking, about 5 feet 75 inches tall and thin. What's more, after he entered the tea room, two black-clothed men came in likewise and followed behind him. This man's face has a few points of arrogance. It seems that none of the women here can get into his eyes, but he does have a few capitals. After all, with such looks, if one didn't look at Yi Chen, it was indeed very much in the eyes of some dasha girls. It's kind of a big handsome guy, too, but Yi Chen was here, instantly overshadowing his light. Not many people gave him much of a look. Turning his head, the corner of his mouth turned up to give Yi Chen a disdainful glance in the distance. ACI it is. Walking up to the front desk, the original disdainful gaze suddenly changed. With a single glance, he caught sight of the extremely outstanding-looking Mo Yuting. Mo Yuting has a three-dimensional body. Although she was wearing overalls, these overalls were professional attire. Short pink sleeves with a short skirt as well as meat silk and meat flats, plus the way the young woman puts her hair up in a coiffure. Undoubtedly it adds to her beauty. It's a young but not too mature kind of feeling. To put it bluntly, it's 18-year-old flesh with 30-year-old charm. After all, not everyone had seen a peerless fairy. And in Yi Chen's opinion Mo Yuting was indeed nothing, but it was extremely tempting in his eyes. Ashy bar, what a yummy thing. The man stroked his chin and scrutinized Mo Yuting. Not only Mo Yuting, the two salespersons beside her were all okay looking. One is a 30-year-old young woman and the other is a recent college graduate. All of them are pretty and white, the very seductive kind. Kids are the ones who make the choices. I want it all. 3 beauties. Are you interested in having a late-night snack together? For the record, my name is Jin Junsheng, and Jin Shigang is my father. Kim Jun-sang solemnly introduces himself. There was even a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, waiting for their adoring-looking nymphomaniacs. As a result, I didn't expect the 3 to freeze, look at each other and then shake their heads. They had literally never heard of it. Where else would you have the mood time to watch OBA news when you can work at this place anymore? It's too late for you to save yourself, but you still want to be saved by others as in the scene of a TV drama? The big stick people they don't care about. They're just part-timers. This big stick coming from a bit of a girly hottie. I'm afraid he's not a bit sick in the head, is he? Do we have to know you? What kind of tea would you like? Sir, Mo Ting said very politely. Humph, ACI bar. 3 stinking cousins old man talking to you. Didn't you hear me? We'll have dinner together later. Give you the chance, don't fail to cherish it, said Kim Junsheng. Took out 3 bundles of $10,000 US from his bodyguard's clothes and threw them on Mo Ting's face, as well as the other 2 female sales clerks' faces. Stinking cousin enough. You men don't pay to play you. I'll give you a year's salary to have dinner with me. Well, Kim Johnson braced his hands on the counter. Aggressive eyes looked at the 3. If it wasn't so crowded here and on a busy shopping street, I'm also afraid it would be a bit disruptive. He had already implemented the action a long time ago. After all, the 2 tall, professional bodyguards beside him were not vegetarians. They are a lot of trouble for themselves, even been an accomplice countless times. Of course, after all, it's following the big young man. Definitely could use some soup too. The great lesser used must be the best. After all, you could doubt the character of the big stick plutocrat's youngest male, but you could never doubt their vision. That eye is the measuring stick, the lens. At a glance all the information is in the eye of the beholder. It's not the best of the best to look at at all, especially in his eyes. Mo Ting. This pure white paper is what is more desirable. Wouldn't it be nice to destroy it slowly and finally strangle it? You. The 3 men were hit in the face by the money for a moment and ate the pain. Anger threw the money back on the table. But they were girls after all. Seeing the big young man and the 2 bodyguards beside him, how dare they open their mouths to scold? All that could be done was to lean in aggressively and look at him angrily. Please, sir, behave yourself, or I'll call the guard. Mo Ting took out her cell phone and dialed the number. Warning, we'll call the guards anytime. Looking at the $30,000 in cash in front of him, the corners of Jin Junsheng's mouth turned up, and the murderous aura in his eyes spoke for itself. It was meant to be a way to play them over and leave them on the side of the road. Now, it has to die. And, after death, isn't it more fun? Kim Junsheng waved his hand. The bodyguard beside him understood. Get out of here, all of you. Asterisk 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 off, said aura snapped. The berserk power interspersed with the sound swept directly. The 20 or so customers in the tea room, who had never seen such a scene before, screamed and left. A lot of them didn't leave, though, but stood outside the store and watched nervously. They naturally could not tolerate such arrogant behavior in broad daylight. Call the guard directly. Just don't believe they're still lawless with these big sticks coming in. In a few seconds the customers in the entire tea room left Yi-Chen alone. Yi-Chen was still sipping his tea in a bland manner. Jin Junsheng didn't care about Yi-Chen either. There are big handsome men looking, not more exciting. The sense of accomplishment is unimaginable. Just thinking about it made him a little hyper. Kim Junsheng jumped right inside the counter with a brace of his hands. There was this feeling of fear and helplessness and bleak beauty as I watched the 3 salesmen hugging each other. It's really mouth-watering. Don't be afraid. I will be good to you. You too. No one is allowed in here. Yes, Major. The 2 watched their surroundings to prevent anyone from approaching. Hey, don't resist. It's useless. You bottom-feeding trash. If you were in our big stick, no one would dare to resist me at all. Dasha's chicks are just beautiful. Ha. Kim Junsheng lunged forward. Help. Being more excited. Kim Junseng's eyes were closed. It felt like I had grabbed something. I think it was someone's head. But it's not right. Why are they so big and have short hair? Open your eyes. It gave him a shock straight away. This is the head of his bodyguard. Scared out of her mind like a woman's scream, she threw her head right back. Turning back, he saw that one of the bodyguards had lost his head, though his body was still standing there. The other bodyguard was looking at himself in horror. No, it should be behind him. Kim Junsheng seemed to realize something. His eyes were horrified as his body slowly turned backward. Then he saw a tall figure standing right behind him. It was none other than Yi-Chen, who had just sat there calmly drinking tea. You like to play a lot. Yi-Chen pointed his finger and his other bodyguard instantly exploded. But the circle of lights outside in the tea room also went out. This scene was not seen by the ordinary people outside. watching as his other bodyguard was also instantly killed. He's scared. He knew very well how strong his own bodyguards were. Those were two inner strength martial artists. It's a party of masters wherever you put it. However, he was easily killed by Yi Chen. It meant that Yi Chen's strength was at least an inner strength great achievement. Mo Yuting and the girls had been stunned. Yi Chen's ice-cold way of killing, and the plutocratic young man who was on his knees begging for mercy. Don't you kill me. My father is Jin Shigang. Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. My dad has money. Lots and lots of money. I'll give you more money than you can spend in your life if you don't kill me. Jin Junqing fiercely knelt down and prayed to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was unmoved, as if viewing the dead. You can't kill me. Kim One Nyan, Commander-in-Chief of the Big Stick Army, is my grandfather? How dare you touch me? If you touch me, he won't be able to spare you. He definitely won't be able to spare you. Seeing that begging for mercy doesn't work, Kim Junqing can only use the hard way. Move your biggest backer. The army commander-in-chief does have an unusual reputation. He deserves his reputation as a plutocrat, but it was useless in Yi Chen's case. He never kills for status, because even the most powerful is still a mole. Chapter 85, Great Shock, Unparalleled Anger, Terrifying Background, Testament Rising. That's when the 5 guard cars drove up. A group of heavily armed guardsmen, 15 in all, came down from the car. 8 of them were in a group, almost all of them armed with machine guns. One of the snipers went to a platform with a better view in the distance and set up his 800,000 sniper rifle to stand by. They were all led by 2 5-star guard captains, 1 male and 1 female. The other 5 regular guards were evacuating the surrounding people and quickly pulling up a cordon. With machine gunners back and forth, the 2 5-star chiefs of guards walked into the still somewhat large tea room. You have to ask why it's just a handful of people. It wasn't supposed to be, but the entire city guards were pretty much purged by Yi Chen. After all, the way to execute 9 clans, but it was possible to put to death quite a few of their friends and family who were guards. So in tandem, that was wonderful. There are a lot of disappearances. If it wasn't for Zhou Tianxiang as well as the Zhou family state joining forces on many fronts to minimize the matter, the guards don't come that fast nowadays. They're all going to have to quit. It's scary, much less 2 Martian guard captains together. Yi Chen was about to torture Jin Junsheng. The 2 chiefs of guards then came. Seeing the scene in front of the counter at this moment, even those who had seen the world could not help but feel shocked. What a scene that was! A headless corpse standing, a big puddle of blood, all over the walls and floor and ceiling. Couldn't help but dry heave at the same time. A couple of elite special ops forced the counter out of the way. The 2 5-star guard chiefs naturally saw Yi Chen as well as Jin Junsheng, who was kneeling on the ground. At a glance, can you not tell what's going on if you push it a little harder? Didn't take a weapon but was able to kill 2 of Kim Junsheng's bodyguards. He's a powerful martial artist. Everyone be careful. The male 5-star guard chief frowned. The 7 elite special forces had raised their guns, but they did not point them at Yi Chen. Stand by for orders. Boy, I hope you can put it to him. Whatever he did, it will be handled by our guard. A just punishment will be given, and there will be no harboring, the female 5-star guard chief said. But having said that, she answered like this: Yi Chen was not satisfied. What are you going to do with him? Yi Chen said with interest. Provoking and molesting women will be at least 15 and deported back to the Big Stick. The head male guard said righteously. What if he has already killed more than 50 girls in Daxia? With horrendous cruelty, what shall you do? Yi Chen said flatly. We will deal with it impartially and hold him for 3 months before he is tried by the Big Stick, the head guardess said. As she spoke, an evil smile had appeared at the corner of Kim Junsang's mouth. You cannot kill me. You cannot judge me. Only good food and drink can be provided, and then send me back in one piece. Hey, speaking of which, Kim Junsheng laughed, an extremely reckless, perverted laugh. Yi Chen saw through what he had done all these years with one gaze that hit the heart straight on. Killed countless girls, and all of them are innocent and pretty, or else they are married. The kind with tantalizing looks and bodies. He's with the other 2 big boys, and he doesn't do anything about it. It's usually the 2 big boys and then his bodyguard at the end of the day. Then he comes in and wraps it up. He just loves that kind of killing. Enjoy the ecstasy of adrenaline. There are countless girls he has turned to triple kill for this reason. The men and women added up to a surprisingly large number of over 500. In the past 2 months alone in Daxia, 58 girls had been killed by him. Kill in front of someone's boyfriend, husband, father, then pay a sum of money and kill them all together if they dare to speak out. 97 people were actually killed on the land. You're the 101, plus those 3 cousins, so I'll have mercy and kill 1 more before I go back. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Kim Junsheng's smile was extremely exaggerated and evil. Definitely the kind that even perverts find perverted. Yi Chen looked at him bashfully with this smile. The 3 women huddled together, frightened by Kim Junsang's appearance. They knew very well that with the status that Jin Junxing was talking about, it was almost like being under one person in the big stick, without the big man coming to their aid. They had been targeted and there was no way they could escape this man's clutches. In absolute background as well as the strength of money, they end up dying a tragic death. Unless he kills himself now, once and for all, without giving him a chance to torture him. Woo woo, the three of them cried into a ball of small sobs, though the two guard captains were unusually angry to hear that as well. But there is nothing they can do about it, and they can only act impartially. It's about maintaining the justice and image of the guard. This cannot be provoked. It's come to this. I can only be honest. Lad, this man is too special. He has to be given to us. Absolutely not to be killed. And even if he is killed, it can't be done here. It's going to have a very, very, very huge impact. Not something you or I can afford. When that happens it won't even be just you. Even your family will suffer. It's good for young people to be courageous and commendable, but it should be done in moderation. We're taking the man, and we're going to keep you and your family safe and not let him hurt you. The head guardess assured. Get lost. I'll take his life. Yi Chen was nonchalant and casually waved his hand. Boo! A few people only felt like they were hit by a small car and flew directly backwards. One by one, they were half unable to get up, with a feeling that their whole body was going to be paralyzed, completely unresponsive to what was going on. You, what are you doing? Kim Junsheng sensed something was wrong. Yi Chen even sent the guard flying. Was he trying to kill himself by force? Think clearly. If you don't kill me, I will only kill you alone. If you dare to kill me, all your relatives will have to be buried with you. My grandfather's wrath, my father's wrath, is not something you can afford. My Jin family has an even bigger background, and they are all existences that you can't afford to mess with. Not to mention you. Even the Great Summer Elder Council can't do anything to me directly. This thing is so involved, you can't grasp it. Johnson Kim lies on the ground and retreats, continuing to threaten. However, because of the murderous aura that Yi Chen exuded in an invisible manner, it made him tremble with fear. His legs were soft, and he could not get up and escape at all. You're incompetent for doing so much harm, aren't you? In Yi Chen's plain words, it was like a needle prick into Jin Junxing's heart. It caused his original fear of death to change in an instant. There was endless killing intent in his eyes. It was the killing intent of having one's most vulnerable side told to one's face in front of many people. As a high and mighty plutocrat, he couldn't tolerate it, because Yi Chen was telling the truth. It's because he can't, and not at all. That's what led to the mentality that turned him into a T. After his first attempt at a murderous prickly chicken, with increasing twists, he became completely addicted. It's all about torturing these girls to death. Transfer the pain of your own incompetence onto these girls and torture them 100 times over. It can be described as a complete and utter change of T. More so than the big change T on the Big Stick movie and TV show. But art comes from life. As we all know, the Big Stick is full of such plutocratic youngsters, because there is nothing to bind them. They are a piece of heaven there. Similar to the members of the royal family of a feudal dynasty, who are not sanctioned even if they kill. But it was fine for him to kill his own countries, and Yi Chen didn't even care if he killed the most of the Japanese countries. But he dared to commit so many incidents of wrongdoing in just 2 months in Daxia. He's just killing himself. Kill 97 of my Daxia. What a dog's guts. I can tell you, Kim Johnson, I can wait for your people to come, for your backer to come. Anyway, call in all the background you can use. I can tell you right now, there is only one final outcome for you. Death by lynching, and the execution of 10 clans. Yi Chen's voice was like a divine judgment. Judge all evil. A death notice has been issued. There's no one who can say no. You. Kim Junxing was stunned by such a Yi Chen. So much so that they can't even speak. Do. The cell phone ringing all but startled him. Take out your cell phone and answer the call. Did you have a good time in Daxia? Son, Mom, you have to save me. Someone is trying to kill me. You have to save me. Who is it? Who dares to kill you? Doesn't want to live. Doesn't he know who your parents are? Before Jin Junxing could finish his sentence, his cell phone flew out and landed in Yi Chen's hands. I'll give you 3 days from now to prepare all the backgrounds you can use, and I'll be waiting for you on Light Cloud Island. The public execution of Kim Jun-sang will take place in 3 days. After saying that Yi Chen didn't give the other party a chance to shoot his mouth off, his hand gently pinched, and the cell phone directly turned into smithereens. Look at the mole cricket in front of you. Yi Chen's eyes were devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Grabbing Kim Junsheng by the head, he dragged him along the ground. You don't have to worry about him retaliating. He doesn't stand a chance. Now go to the Yingchun Hotel and look for Zhou Jiangwo, the commander-in-chief of the Ghost Province military region, and the Zhou family will protect you all. Have Zvi Zhou find you guys an errand to do. Yi Chen looked at the 3 people behind him with the rest of his eyes. Thank you, Yi Chen. Mo Yuting thanked with tears in her eyes. Thank you. The other two women chimed in. Go on. Yi Chen signaled for them to leave to go to the Ingchun Hotel immediately. The three of them left in flames and took a car to the Ingchun Hotel. They dare not hesitate. It also believed what Yi Chen had said. After all, Yi Chen wasn't even afraid of the other party's background, and even easily injured all of the heavily armed guards. It must be that type of legendary character. There is certainly no lie in what he said. Yi Chen, what exactly have you been through all these years? Mo Yuting thought in her heart. Young man, don't be obsessive. You'll start a war between the two countries. It's not just two countries. It's likely that what will be provoked then will be a full-scale multinational conflagration. There will be countless military personnel killed or injured as a result. And you can't bear to see them die for it? The head guardess advised. Even if the Council of Elders is there. So what? If you obstruct again, you will be exterminated in all three clans. Yi Chen's icy voice contained no emotion. Do you really want this? The head guardess added. When really, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Yi Chen's other hand landed on her head. At the same time, the bloodline spell made her feel the lynching of her three clans, especially the children she cared about the most. Ah, she screamed, agonized, regretful. But it doesn't work. Yi Chen directly crushed her. From that momentary sampling of her memory just now, it was clear that the woman had received favors. $1 million in cash. Protecting Johnson Kim. No wonder he's bailing out Jun Sang Kim. In that case, Yi Chen had even less to spare. The bloodline spell kills and executes all 9 clans. His 9 tribes could not help but be thankful. For $1 million, you're really big smart. Hear me say thank you for sorting out 3 acres because of you. Shoot him and kill him for me. When the surrounding guards and special forces saw their officers killed, naturally, each of them was furious. Shots have been fired. In one fell swoop, he emptied the expensive 7.62 submachine gun in his hand. However, all the bullets stayed around Yi Chen and then all bounced back, beat them into a sieve. Sniper bullets hit in the distance, returned the same way again to blow the sniper's head off. Yi Chen had undoubtedly made another huge contribution to the city's drastic depopulation. There are too many assholes in the guard. Yi Chen was also considered to be making some room for those who came after him. After all, there are a limited number of such good rice bowls. There might even be people who invariably thanked Yi Chen. After doing this with a wave of his hand, the lights outside went out and the bodies all disappeared, leaving $1 million in cash for the loss of the store. It then flew high into the sky. Take Jun Sang Kim to Guanggan Island. Flying overhead at a high speed of Mach 30, there were sonic booms all along the way. Residents who didn't know thought it was an experiment with the latest weapon, air and space fighter, or experiments with explosive ram engine fighters. The Jin Junxing in his hand, who was being carried by his head, had long since fainted from fear. However, Yi Chen used his golden light to protect him from hiccuping away. Perverts like this should be tortured, which would make his death so painful. Yi Chen's familiarity with this set of tormenting people was wonderful. First, destroy all your proud background, identity and family power, slowly killing your nearest and dearest in front of you. That's your proud, self-professed awesome next of kin. And finally in torturing you to death. Even in death, the soul will be tortured. That pain is even harder, until it finally goes up in smoke. It's safe to say that this whole process comes down, but anyone who can top that. Yi Chen had never really seen it before. If so, then he had better torture methods at his disposal. Paper can't hold fire. Not to mention the fact that the message was sent up before the head guardswoman died. The first to learn of this was the Ghost Province's 7-star guard chief. Don't dare slack off and go straight to the top. The Secret Service received the message quickly. However, the female head guard didn't know Yi Chen's identity, so she didn't describe who she was. Instead, informed the presbytery of this matter overnight. The Council of Elders had only just woken up after originally doing a video call on who the new governor was. I didn't realize something even more explosive was coming. At the conference table, the first elder placed the information on the table. The third elder picked it up. Kim Jun Sang has been captured, threatened to be publicly executed on Light Cloud Island in 3 days. The third elder solemnly said, drop the paper on the table. My God, who is so bold? This Jin Juanqing's identity is not simple. If he dies, there's going to be a big mess. I don't know. No specific information, not even male or female. But one thing is for sure, he was captured in my daxia, which, if not handled properly, will likely cause war between the two countries. I'm not afraid of them. It's not like we sent anyone to do it. Who do they think they are? I don't believe they dare to call our bluff. You'd better temper yourself. They may not dare, but they still would if egged on by their dad, Dame Stirrer. That's not the problem. It's who actually did it. And how are we going to solve the problem when we don't even know who it is? Find out, and get the people out before it gets too big. Save a what? Didn't you guys read this other piece of information? This scum doesn't know how many people he has killed. There are people in my daxia who have died in his hands. That's right. I don't care if he kills people from other countries, but those who kill my great Xiao will be sanctioned. How many kills exactly? Not sure. It doesn't make sense on there. I guess the Secret Service is still investigating. There was some confusion in the scene for a while. The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Bang bang. The Grand Elder tapped his fingers on the table. The crowd immediately quieted down. Order the Secret Service to investigate within 12 hours to find out exactly how many of my Daxia people Kim Junsheng has killed. Have all the evidentiary information available. And temporarily grant them 12 hours of maximum access to all information. Make sure you find out within 12 hours. The Grand Elder commanded. Yes. His secretary immediately went to order. No matter who did this, we must also find out exactly what this Jin Junsheng has done that people and gods are outraged by. This is a man I dislike very much, and those things about him have long been rumored, and quite a few people at the highest levels know about them. If he thinks that he can act recklessly in my Daxia based on his status, then he is gravely mistaken. Bang! The Grand Elder slammed the table. There was a domineering aura in his eyes, and his entire aura changed abruptly. He's always been very gentle, but he couldn't help but explode in the face of such scum. He didn't believe that someone would arrest this Jin Junsheng for no reason. To say that Kim Junsheng didn't do anything when he came to Daxia, he didn't believe it. The people were all bowing their heads when the Great Elder started the fire. None have yet dared to touch its mold directly. Order the 3rd Fleet, 4th Fleet, to move to standby in the open sea 30 nautical miles west of Light Cloud Island. 1st Fleet, 2nd Fleet, press forward 200 nautical miles. Avoid the Great American Stir. The Grand Elder ordered. Yes. The crowd responded. Then they went about their business. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The banquet at the Ingchun Hotel is over. Inside the empty hall were only the Zhou family's own people. As for the drunken and stupefied Zhou Jiangwo, when he learned that Mo Yuting's 3 girls were commanded by Yi Chen to come over and let him take shelter, the wine had sobered up 4 points. Is Mr. Yi okay? Zhou Jiangwo hurriedly asked. Yi Chen is fine. Mo Yuting was puzzled. What could Yi Chen have done? It was completely one-sided abuse. The 7.62 submachine gun guards special warfare with equalizers for all beings were all seconded. Just ask what else can hurt Yi Chen. That's good. That's good. Zhou Jiangwo put down his heart. The above really did not use the army to deal with Yi Chen. This made him feel relieved. Mr. Yi is going to publicly execute Kim Junsang, the youngest member of the Big Stick plutocracy, on Guanggan Island. Then Mo Yuting's words, as well as the explanation of the entire process, gave them a whole lot of confusion. The scene was so silent you could even hear their hearts beating. Jin Junsheng, he's the grandson of General Kim Wonian. Kim Wonian is the commander-in-chief of the Big Stick Army, commanding an army of 700,000 men. Zhou Tianxiang was surprised. Although he was a 9-star guard general, he wasn't too interested in military matters. But you've always seen a pig run before you've eaten it. How could he not know a big shot of this caliber? That's right. His grandfather was indeed the commander-in-chief of the army, commanding 700,000 troops and possessing absolute military power. But so what? To dare to brutally kill so many of my Daxia's people and flower girls, even if he's the grandson of the army commander-in-chief, he has to die. Since Mr. Yi said public execution, he will definitely kill. No one can stop him. Zhou Weiguo was righteously indignant. If he was still the commander-in-chief of the Ghost Province military region, if he catches a scum like Kim Junsang, he won't hesitate to shoot him, even if you will lose your position because of it. A man can do what he can and must do what he must. That's not the point of the thing. The point is, can Mr. Yi hold his own against the steel torrent of 700,000 troops? That's 700,000 army troops. Zhou Jiangwo frowned. He was more worried about Yi Chen's safety. After all, 700,000 troops. That's not 700,000 pigs. Powerful patriarchs such as the Dakiro Chinese back then could only be enemies of 1,000. You can take the head of a general in an army of 1,000 men, and it's the fact that the opposing weapon isn't as strong and is more on the older side. Like nobody's business is bull ********. A sneak attack can still do the whole thing. The further grandmasters are rumored to be able to defeat 1,000 armies. That's also an exaggeration component. Against a weak country, it is natural to be able to be the enemy of all. After all, they couldn't get many good 7.62s together in their hands. But in reality, when encountering a powerful country, a heavy mechanized regiment will be able to divide and conquer. And even extremely powerful grandmasters will have to avoid them. If it's a heavy brigade, the grandmaster can't do it either. It's just for nothing. Not to mention the heavy mechanized divisions, the heavy groups, and a variety of weapons of mass destruction. How else would the grandmasters not come out for decades? It's because times have changed. and Yi Chen wanted to deal with a 700,000 strong army that contained all sorts of high-powered lethal weapons. This seems almost impossible to Zhou Jiangwo. Of course, in his opinion, if he was bent on playing dirty, then no one would be able to catch Mr. Yi. An army of 700,000 is indeed terrifying, but how do you think it compares to my Ghost Province's army of 100,000 sons and daughters? Zhou Weiguo said with sharp eyes. It naturally makes my Ghost Province's 100,000 strong army even better. If my army of Daxia does not come out, it will be invincible when it comes out and sweeps across the world. Zhou Jiangwo's chin lifted, and instantly he felt like he could do it again. As a Ghost Province commanding 100,000 troops on land and in the air, when it comes to this aspect, he is naturally still quite confident. Then it's not over. Mr. Yi is stronger than a great master. At least 10,000 people are hard to beat. One person can stand up to an army. So naturally, he's not afraid. All we have to do is stand firmly on Mr. Yi's side. Even if the orders of the Elders' Council are detrimental to Mr. Yi, we can still disobey them. Zhou Weiguo said. Understood. Zhou Jiangwo said he understood. It will definitely be extremely lively in 3 days. Let's get ready. And after the army is arranged, let's head to Winzhou. Zhou Weiguo said. Going to see the battle between the Japanese Gekai Budokan Gekai Bastard Sword and Mr. Yi? After the returning Sea Bastard Sword was defeated by Dugu Changyin back then, he hasn't set foot in the Grand Xia for more than 10 years. Today's strength is bound to be even greater than before. It's even rumored that he may have already taken that step, but naturally it's not enough in front of Mr. Yi. I just wonder if Mr. Yi knows about this, Zhou Jiangwo said. Whether one knows it or not, inform Mr. Yi tomorrow. Good. Guanggan Island is a small island to the west of the Big Stick. The area is about 5 square kilometers. Presented as a pointed cone. It means there is no flat spot. It's the same as the volcano look. I should say that this place is a volcano itself. Only dead volcanoes. It hasn't erupted in over 3 million years. There were hardly any trees, all covered with grass. And in the crater there was a house built of iron frames. There is even a road that runs straight from the coast to the crater house. This is within the sea area of the Big Stick. They naturally station troops here. 5 in total. They haven't received orders from their superiors. Still playing cards. Asaba. Only a thinning sound came from the house. It's exclusive to Big Stick at first listen. And I don't know what the hell they're screaming about. Yi Chen came to the sky above. The sound hadn't arrived yet behind it due to the speed. Yi Chen looked at the brightly lit house below. Fingers pressed gently downward. Boom. Ashiba's voice pinned away. The entire house completely disappeared. Only the pit, which was more than 10 meters deep, touched the heart. The 30-meter-high searchlight next to it was still sweeping back and forth, directing passing ships. Yi Chen's hand lifted slightly, and the scrap copper and iron combined into a silver cross the thickness of a wrist steel pipe. It was then inserted into the top of the lighthouse to secure it. In his hand, Kim Junxing was pushed out and bound to the cross by invisible energy. Kind of like that thing that shows up in all the churches in some horror movie. Not only that, the clothes are gone. At this moment, even Yi Chen, who had seen the world, couldn't help but shake his head flatly. There are no words to describe it anymore. No wonder Kim Jun-sang is so turned tea. Stirring up is used to describe that. This tops the gold army mushrooms. Waste, Yi Chen said. And already awake just to hear Yi Chen this sentence waste, Jin Juncheng looked down, angry, even more eyes blood red. Not only angry but also scared. Can you not be afraid of a cool breeze from a high tower? You've got to put me down, please. Boom. Before the words were finished, Yi Chen had already turned around and traveled far away at supersonic speed. He also reinforced the space around the crater on his way out. An invisible, transparent shroud enveloped the place. A few minutes ago, a secluded hill on the outskirts of the core metropolitan area of Big Stick. There was an opulent and huge villa estate here, decorated in an extremely modern way, and in front of a huge glass wall, just hung up the phone beautiful female mayor Du Juanxiu, eyes like a knife with a killing gas. A trembling hand dialed a phone. Hey, I don't care what vixen you're fooling around with. Get your ass back here right now. Your son was captured in Daxia, on Light Cloud Island, and the man said he was going to have him publicly executed in 3 days. Do you know what that means? If anything happens to my son, I won't spare you. Get your ass back here, Du Juanxiu said angrily. Okay, I'll be right back. Jin Shigung, the father of Jin Junsheng on the other end of the phone, was equally anxious. Equally anxious was the fact that his wife knew he was fooling around. Hang up the phone and hurry to put on your pants and clothes. Damn it, Ashi Bar, whoever dares to touch my son, I'll make sure you die without a burial. Jin Shigang is angry that his family has been single for 4 generations, with only one son in each generation. He didn't know what he would do if anything happened to his son. Maybe he must have gone crazy at that point. No matter what background you have, who you are, you have to die. The one who dares to touch my Jin Shigong's son hasn't been born yet. Jin Shigang belted on his shirt and was about to leave as soon as he put it on. Honey, when are you coming back? A large, petite beauty on the bed bit her lip. Typical plastic surgery face, the very popular kind. You can find a crop of the same on TV shows. I have to say how ugly this looks. Why do all the girls from the big sticks like plastic surgery? Ashy it, go yourself. Bang bang bang. Jin Shigang is getting angry and pulls his pistol out of his suit to empty a clip. Every shot hit. A ruthless man indeed, I must say. He regretted it after emptying his clip though, holding his head in his hands. Ashy it is? Sadly. You guys hurry up and take care of it. The two bodyguards who rushed in were startled and thought something had happened to their boss. Okay boss. But after taking a look at what was going on, it became muted. After all, to a plutocrat, women are worse than clothes. Take as much as you want, as much as you can get. Killing one is like killing a chicken. Just the two bodyguards couldn't help but feel something in their hearts. Pity. Could have taken advantage of the... However, it's not impossible now. It's all the same with the lights off. A few minutes later Jin Shigang came down from the helicopter. A big slap in the face. Pop. Ghosting. You go on ghosting. If my son dies, see what I'll do to you. Du Juanxiu was furious. Her beautiful original face was filled with murderous anger. Don't panic. The other side must want something. I have plenty of money if I want money. And if it's outlaws, send the army to sweep it right through. I don't believe they can do anything to my son. Said also extremely confidently took out his cell phone and dialed a dedicated number. Hello, this is Jin Shigang. Put your commander on the phone and tell him that something happened to his grandson. The caller instantly became anxious and hurriedly handed the phone over to Kim Won-nyan, who was commanding the military maneuvers at night. What happened to my grandson? Junshang was captured in Dasha. They say they will publicly execute Junsheng in 3 days. Father, you must save Junsheng. You are the only one capable of doing so now. Jin Shigang said anxiously. Okay. I understand. I'll figure it out. You guys hold your horses for a minute. My Jin Wonian's grandson is not that threatening. I really don't believe that anyone would dare to touch my grandson now that I am still in power. Jin Yuan said with extreme confidence. He was confident for good reason. After all, the strength is there. He was not allowed to keep a low profile, and with 700,000 land troops at his disposal, he could be said to have swept through the 6 nations, plus a strong economy. Army personnel are generally equipped with extremely powerful weapons, though there's no such thing as an awesome two-kicker as a long-range offensive weapon, but they have the great summoning. Daddy save me. Their big beautiful dad would then make a palm strike that fell from the sky. So, there's Daddy Dane to back it up. He's confident. Send a wave of the most elite special forces out to rescue the eldest grandson first. At the same time find out who is behind this and make them pay. Under the crushing force of the steel torrent, even if the opponent is a sovereign, or even a group of sovereigns, they are unbeatable. So don't you guys panic, leave it to me. Jin Wonian's voice was quite imposing as he said. It seems like everything is under control. Yes father, we know. Jin Chi just hung up the phone, to be double insured. If the other party is a powerful martial artist or a superpowered person, even the most elite special forces may not be able to deal with them. That's why we have to hire a group of powerful martial artists on standby, ready for action. Du Junsu offered. Leave it to me, sensei, martial artist or superpowered. Money is king, and my Tao is the ability to banknote. In the face of absolute money, even the strongest must yield. Jin Shigang is confident. Then he dialed the phone. Find me 5 clan masters. I want the top 5 on the dark killer list. The commission is $1 billion per person, with subsequent additions depending on the difficulty of the task. The stated goal is a sovereign powerhouse. At least one. Jin Shigang elaborated. Understood. I'll give you an answer in an hour. By the way, are you talking about the big stick money or the American dollar? Or the big summer money? The caller asked suspiciously, because he heard Jin Shigang's voice was a big stick accent. The gap between these 3 is bigger than 1. If it's a Daxia coin it's fine. The top 5 on the killer list should be out. If the opposite side was just a Zhongsher, the task was not too difficult. It's easy to get 1 billion Daxia coins again, so why not? As for the American knife, that's unlikely unless the opponent is very, very strong and potentially in mortal danger. It's the only way to have that price, and it's not always enough. After all, the top 5 on the killer list are all ruthless. A lot of times it's not just money. You've got to have connections, you've got to have a background, and then you've got to have money. As for the big stick coin, 1 billion is almost equivalent to 5 million Daxia dollars. The equivalent of 700,000 US dollars should be enough to buy the top 5 killers an afternoon tea. They'll also give you a free stab in the neck in the process. express the highest recognition of your generosity in treating you to tea, though that's nothing to say on the other side. But Jin Shigang felt insulted to the core. After all, big stick coins are indeed very worthless. $1 billion for a Rolls-Royce would have to be loaned in installments. Daxia coins, depending on the difficulty of the mission, if there is a danger to life, it will be added up to $1 billion. Yes, sir. The other side hangs up. Jin Shigang's mouth was disdainful. But it's just a rant. Yelling across the room is still something he wouldn't dare do. After all, he was able to make it to the management in charge of the Dark Killer organization. Its identity must also be very uncomplicated. Most likely a female patriarch as well. He couldn't afford to mess with such a behemoth with his abilities. After all, according to reliable sources, there were more than 10 to 20 patriarchs at the top of the Dark Killer organization's list. Its underpinnings are unimaginable. I believe that if there are 3 patriarchs ranked in the top 5 of the Dark Killer list present, it shouldn't be difficult to rescue Junqing first. Jin Shigang said. That's a relief. The man apparently won't strike until 3 days from now, so at least Junqing is still safe for now. Du Juinxio's hanging heart relaxed a little, but it's also not daring to be completely reassured. I have some more preparations to make before I actually get my son back. Father, even if you are always unwilling to see me, this time your grandson is in trouble. You have to save him. Du Junsu says this and quickly gets on the helicopter to leave. Jin Shigang looked at his wife as she left. Let's hope you make it, even if it's a long shot. Shaking his head he stopped thinking. Naval Command at a maritime military dock south of the Big Stick Coast. Here we have the Supreme Command of the Navy. The Commander-in-Chief. Du Juinxiu arrived at the office on the topmost floor, and no one stopped him along the way, even showing him friendly looks one after another. Boom boom boom. Du Junsu knocked on the door. Come in. When Du Junsu went in. What brings you here? Bang! I told you not to come see me. I don't have a daughter like you. The Commander-in-Chief of the Big Stick Navy, Du Yuehai, angrily slammed the information in his hand onto the table. Father, I know you're hung up on me running for mayor, but is there anything wrong with being mayor? Does it have to be a military man like you? Originally, Du Junsu was not going to argue with his father. After all, there's still the father to help. But nay, this father-daughter meeting instantly pulled the fire up. Being a mayor is ultimately ruthless and coveted. You think you can live comfortably, not realizing that you could be relegated down at any time. Only by controlling military power in your hands can you have a place in this country. Why do you think you're in this position? You have a father-in-law who is Commander-in-Chief of the Army. And you have me, your father, who is Commander-in-Chief of the Navy. Having us as the 2 real power players is what got you where you are today. But what will you do once we back off? You're being childish. I've always wanted you to take my place as the first female Commander-in-Chief in the history of the Big Stick Navy. I didn't realize you'd been so stubborn since graduation. What are you doing coming to see me when you've let me down time and time again? Get thee out of here. The more Du Yuehai spoke, the angrier he became. Almost wanted to smack my own daughter with a little whip. Oh no, a big mouth. Poof, it's fine for me to go, but you'll likely never see your grandson again. Du Junsu said and turned to leave without a trace of lingering. Wait, what did you say? Get back here. Bang! It took a tap on the table for Du Juinxiu to finally pause. What the hell is going on? Du Yuehai asked in a hurry. Your grandson was abducted in Daxia, and the man said that he would be publicly executed 3 days later, on Light Cloud Island. Du Juinxiu sobbed uncontrollably as she spoke. What do you mean? Who is so bold? Look at the whole world. Who the hell dares to touch my grandson? Du Yuehai was incomparably angry, and his powerful zone sure aura was exposed. It was surprising that he was a Navy Commander-in-Chief at the same time as a strong martial arts master. This is indeed unexpected. Even Du Juinxiu was a bit surprised. He had never seen his father show his breath. Thought it was at most an inner strength martial artist. I didn't expect it to be a martial arts master. Father, you're a martial arts master? Du Juinxiu was shocked and surprised. Well, but it's never been made known. Close the door behind you. This is a matter that needs to be considered in the long run. Yes. The next day at noon Yichen was training the Lightning Special Forces as usual. Instead of training, he was drinking tea. One by one, the members of the Lightning Special Forces were training hard. Don't dare to slack off for a second, because just half an hour ago, Yichen said about 3 months after the Special Forces competition, he will no longer hold the position of chief instructor. This can give them a whole broken defense. Tears are spilling out of their eyes. It was close to hugging Yichen's thigh and crying. It's not that they don't compete. Rather, the days without an instructor are torturous. It's not easy having a good instructor. However, Yichen said that even if he was no longer their instructor, they can also ask themselves on their cell phones if they have any challenges. Although I don't usually use my cell phone myself, I still return it once in a while. The crowd was in a much better mood then. Seize the time during which Yi Chen will soon not be the chief instructor to train hard, just to have more power in the shortest possible time. Instructor, did you read that martial artist forum post? Chen Zi suddenly thought of something and asked while carrying a ton of iron training. What forum? Yi Chen was puzzled. He has a cell phone but basically doesn't go to it. The owner of the Guihai Budokan, the Guihai Bastard Sword, who is known as the #1 martial arts master in the Japanese nation, is going to make a date to fight the instructor on the central island of Daming Lake in the city of Winnipeg. The time is 3 days from now, but it was sent yesterday at noon, and the time is the day after tomorrow at noon. Chen Zi Dao. That's right, we saw that thread on the martial arts forums as well. We thought the instructor knew. The others also said. I wasn't aware of it and don't have this forum, let alone a registered account. Yi Chen lightly sipped his tea and said, no. The crowd was a bit stunned. A person of instructor's level actually doesn't know about the martial artist forum? There are so many masters above the martial arts forums that many of the smaller numbers could have been registered by the big boys. Quite a few clansmen are active on it, even with real names. It's a gold standard forum, so to speak, Zhao Chang said. And that returning sea bastard sword is exactly the old number with real name authentication of more than 10 years. He was known as the #1 martial arts genius in the Japanese country back then. He was later defeated by the Great Xia's #1 martial arts master, Dogu Changyin, and did not set foot in the Great Xia for more than 10 years. Now the comeback is only to make an appointment with the instructor, both to divide the high and the low as well as to decide life and death. Instructor, don't tell me this Yi Chen isn't you? Chen Zi said with a suspicious gaze. The crowd also became curious, even though they were both named Yi Chen by the same name. But their guesses are just guesses after all. It was only true if Yi Chen admitted it. It's me, Yi Chen said flatly. I told you. Really? Chen Zi was excited. The crowd was excited. The returning sea bastard sword hasn't set foot in Dasha for more than 10 years. How on earth did the instructor get involved in a feud with the returning sea bastard sword? Zhao Chang got curious. Richie couldn't help but put the large iron block in his hand on the ground to rest for a moment first to hear the story. I killed a couple of his disciples. 2 of them are clan masters and 1 is an internal power. Yi Chen casually said. The crowd was shocked, and the iron quick in their hands was so loose that they almost smashed their own feet. Trenchless, Zhao Chang could only hold in those 4 words. Killing someone's 2 sect disciples and still being so calm. Worthy of being our chief instructor. Awesome. Why do I suddenly have the inflated feeling that the patriarch is a rookie? It's not that the zoner is too good, it's that the instructor is too strong. Not bad for an instructor who can catch an airplane with his bare hands, that's for sure. Our instructor is a grand master. Of course a little master is a rookie. I wonder if Turtle Sea Fighter Blade will be so angry that he will commit harakiri when he uses all his strength but realizes that he can't even move a single hair on the instructor's head? Instructor, you don't want people to say you're a single dog, do you? I have a sister. A sister-in-law. A sister-in-law. Asterisk 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 off. Instructor, my mom's got style. If you don't mind, dig in. Go yourself. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was beaten up by the group, straight into a pig's head. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. These guys were really spirited. Looks like you guys are very spirited. According to your realm, load 2 tons or more and climb the mountain. Departure. Yes, instructor. The crowd carried large pieces of iron. Yi Chen flew in front. The crowd rushed to follow. Will you be there, instructor? A battle with the #1 martial arts master of the Japanese nation. Gekai Baidao? Richie wondered. Depends on the mood. Yi Chen casually said. Instructor, you have to go. You don't even know what the people at the bottom of that comment are saying. They said they've never heard of Yi Chen's name, so he must be an unknown sect master. They also said that the only one who can fight with the returning sea bastard sword is the Great Xia's #1 martial arts master, Dogu Changyin, and that no one else can. If you ask me, they are frogs at the bottom of a well and have no idea how big the sky is. The instructor's power is beyond their imagination. Yi Chen did not respond to the crowd's claims. Flying through the air was bland, reaching his height. If he still cares about the skepticism of some internet spammers, then that's all he's got. The sun was shining at 2 in the afternoon. The intense UV sunlight made Kim Junxing suffer. Keep in mind it's August. Plus it's a steel pipe that's fixed behind you. When the steel pipe heats up, that's even hotter and the skin comes off. But he was invisibly anchored to it. There's no way to break free. One can only feebly long for the next rain. Buzz buzz buzz. It was then that a distant scout helicopter flew by before finally noticing him. It's shocking. Kim Jun-sang is here. I can't believe he's already here. Pilot shock. Hurry up and inform Commander Kim. Yes. Passenger seat contact Kim Won-young. Quickly nearby Navy ships, as well as a large number of patrol boats arrived. There was also a large number of helicopters airborne with special forces that surrounded almost the entire island. High mastered the Navy's 100,000 strong army. Upon learning of this news, Naturally, multiple warships were dispatched on their way. There is only one purpose, and that is to free Jin Junsheng. Kim Junsheng originally wanted nothing more than water from the sun, but right now he wanted to die more. Who can remain calm when surrounded by so many people watching? Not to mention he's posed like that artistic sculpture. It's just extremely crotch-pulling, not to mention abs, and skinny enough to dent. The little golden army mushroom is even more unimaginable. It's also just a face that still looks good. Inherited some of her mom's good genes. Go away, all of you. Get out, just send the special forces. Why did you send so many people? Get out, all of you. He screamed frantically, his eyes bloodshot. It was only because Yi Chen had set up a transparent isolation barrier around him. What was said inside was completely inaudible outside, and what is said outside can be heard inside. Seeing that his son seemed a little helpless, Du Juinshio's heart was breaking. Don't be afraid, son. Mommy will call more people to save you and it will be okay. Wait, just be sure to hold on while mommy calls for more people to come rescue you, okay? No one can hurt you. Du Junsu even took the loudspeaker and shouted, don't you call for more people. Mom, make them all go. All of them. Kim Junsang called out half a dozen times, and Du Junsu thought he heard him and was responding to him. A smile appeared on his uncontrollable face. Don't be in a hurry, son. The Navy battleships will be here soon. Even if someone wanted to threaten you, they couldn't. Du Juinshio exclaimed that as long as all of her people were present, she would definitely be able to save her son. When Jin Junsheng heard this, he was surprised that even the Navy was coming. With so many battleships coming from the Navy, doesn't that mean you're going to be surrounded by even more people? Directly broke the defense, and after taking a deep breath, directly fainted. Son, Du Juinshio was in a hurry. What are you waiting for? Save my son, Du Juinshio roared. No way, Mayor. Since the other side dares to do this, they must have a backhand, and to rush forward in case there are mines or something, or if they do something to the young master, won't we be harming him? An army major forbid. I don't care. You guys get up there right now. Du Juinshio directly ordered loudly. Team 1 and 2 advance. Watch out for hidden mines. Watch for enemies in the lighthouse. The major had no choice. Du Juinshio was after all the mayor of the first city of the Great Stick, and his status was far higher than his. It could only be commanded over the walkie-talkie. Oftentimes, one cannot reason with some women because you simply cannot, unless you are in a position to surpass her. Or you can just hit her before she says I was wrong. In reference to a certain cut wasteland, the two special teams advanced, the foremost one holding a blast shield, slowly moving forward, at a mere 10 meters from the lighthouse. Boo! The first special forces soldier with the blast shield seemed to feel the shield hit something. Stopping uncertainly, he touched his shield forward. Boo-hoo! A transparent wall, invisible but palpable. The gesture signaled the team to touch it. A couple of teammates felt along the clear glass and realized that the thing just about surrounded the lighthouse. What the hell? A glass cover. Or is it only in the front and not up there? The captain guessed. Finally picked up the rock and threw it up. Boo! The stone hit something and was bounced off. And the height of the stone was at least 20 meters. The special squad was shocked. How did this happen? Does the whole transparent cover over the lighthouse? Where did you get such a big hood? Tell the major there is a transparent cover similar to glass that covers the entire lighthouse. Yes, the intercom told Maj. The major was flabbergasted. Who's so boring as to get a big glass cover? Use the infrared thermographer to see if there's anyone in the lighthouse. Yes. No, Major. When he said that, everyone present was relieved. Since there's no one there, it's a simple matter. Open the glass cover and get Junqing out. Du Juinshio commanded, greatly relieved. She thought to herself, it looks like the other party has some skills though, but it doesn't seem to want to actually make an enemy of them either. No one was there. They just made such a transparent cover. Is it to demonstrate to them? Or is it a warning to yourself? She was puzzled. Team 1 and 2 attack. Yes. Bang bang bang. Empty one clip in a row sweeping the glass in front of you. As a result, the bullets all crashed or flattened and fell to the ground. The front glass was unharmed. The captain touched his front hood. Asaba, how can there not even be a scratch? What kind of material is this? He was shocked. Under the machine gun fire, not to mention this seemingly glassy energy shield, even a diamond would have to be scarred. Not even the most high-tech bulletproof glass available today can remain unscathed. But that can't be right in front of them. Armor-piercing rounds. Useless. It was followed by 5 armor-piercing rounds, 20 mm armor-piercing rounds, even 30 mm tungsten armor-piercing rounds. It turned out to be useless. Not a single scratch appeared and it remained smooth to the touch. Straight to the crowd for the whole broken defense. What the hell is this and why is it so hard? Kim Won-Nyan, the army commander-in-chief, who had already arrived by this time, was shocked. As the commander-in-chief of the army, He only needs some of the latest weapon achievements from the military's research team. He'll be the first to reach out. Never seen such strong blasts. I don't know, but even 30mm armor-piercing rounds won't work at the moment. Du Junsu frowned. Then 100mm 150mm armor-piercing rounds. I just don't believe it won't break, Kim Wonian said in a domineering manner. Yes, Commander. The Major immediately erected a portable 100mm howitzer. Replace wide-range kill grenades with armor-piercing rounds. Hit near the bottom of the dirt, so as not to cause harm to Jun Kim. Boom! The crowd covered their ears. One shot down is completely useless. Still no scratches at all. And woke up Jun Sang Kim with a blast. He now hated himself for passing out again. It was as if he could see many people looking at him in the wrong way. It was as if they were laughing at their own incompetence. Men can't what? Can't say I can't. If you really can't, you can't be known. Now we're all curious as to whether or not the golden mushroom dasho can. In fact, still not working? Don't worry Jun Shang. Grandpa will be able to save you soon. Give me 150mm armor-piercing bullets, Kim Wonian commanded. Yes, a frontal hit from a 150mm armor-piercing round was next. The results remain useless. There was nothing the crowd could do about this one. You know the largest caliber used by the army in active service is just 150mm. Use a laser weapon and melt it down for me. Quick! At the behest of Kim Wonian, not yet mature laser weapons were moved up. To put it bluntly, it takes a lot of electricity to convert and compress it into a thin ray of light, and its heat is extremely high. The engines connected to the 3 patrol boats were barely enough to drive them. A burst of maneuvering and still not a trace. It doesn't even carry heat to the touch. Use sulfuric acid. I've prepared the latest technology of strong sulfuric acid. It can corrode even glass. At that moment, Jin Chi just got down from the helicopter, and several staff members carried out a large barrel of strong sulfuric acid. Splash it on. The result is still no reaction at all. Dig me up. It turned out to be half a day's digging below as well, deep into the ground. There was no choice but to backfill the mud to avoid the lighthouse tilting and falling over when the time came. How can this be? It doesn't even work. What the hell is this? Is there such a substance on Earth? Who the hell is trying to harm my grandson? Jin Wonian was on fire with anxiety. Dad, hold on. Let my dad try, Du Juinxiu said, looking into the distance. At this moment, 10 kilometers away in the distance, a vast fleet is on its way. There were nearly 30 battleships in all, large and small. You could say that half of the big stick is here. There were even 4 of their proud 10,000-ton super battleships among them. It can annihilate stars and countries. Of course, far from it. It's mostly just the old awesome that they've blown out of the net. As you can see from their world map, weapons can be blown too. Big stick, big stage. Blow it if you dare. Is he coming too? Jin Wonian's eyes narrowed. He had thought that with the somewhat strained father-daughter relationship between Du Juinxiu and his father Du Yuehai, it hasn't gotten better in over 20 years. Du Yuehai shouldn't come to help. I didn't expect it to come anyway. It seems that for this big grandson, he still cares a lot. It's good that it's here. With the firepower of a battleship, it should be able to break through. If not even a battleship. He got a little worried at the thought. After all, they're backed by the great American Papa. Once the great American Daddy wants to get involved in this matter, or even experiment with the power of a new military weapon with this particular transparent cover, that would be tragic. After all, Papa Omi wouldn't listen to them. What with all the hostages up there, especially that 6-star Admiral Rock Arthur, what can be smoothed over with a cannon is determined not to be quarreled over. Battleship main gun attack. It didn't work in the slightest. Instead, it gave the crater a rotten shot. There was no choice but to keep bombing to see if they could destroy it. Isn't there a saying? Even the strongest shield will show its cracks under countless attacks. But they're pretty good ideas. Reality will slap them in the face. The shield that Yi Chen had arbitrarily set up. It's going to take a nuclear weapon at a minimum to destroy it. And it wasn't damaged by the impact. Rather, nuclear weapons can produce 10 to 40 million degrees Celsius at their very core temperature. The shield will burn straight through. Of course, if nuclear weapons are used, Jin Junshine will surely die. Even if there is the slightest possibility of surviving, would also be killed by intense nuclear radiation within 2 days. It's harder to die. Day 3. The time for the Japanese #1 martial arts master, returning Sea Bastard Sword, to make an appointment to fight Yi Chen was approaching. Only 6 hours away. And it's only early in the morning at this time of day. A large sea of martial artists were rushing to the center island of Lake Daming in winning state. Prepare to watch this unprecedented clan-level battle. Patriarchs are supposed to be exalted. Patriarchs are like dragons. And patriarchs are not to be humiliated. And they are deeply rooted in people's hearts. This was a realm that countless martial artists longed for. Normally, even if there would be friction between patriarchs, it was rarely life and death. It's usually on point to avoid a death-defying counterattack by your opponent, and it will not be fought in the downtown area, but even only in the suburbs where no one is. This made it possible to see only a handful of clan battles, not to mention like this. The spectacle of the first Japanese martial arts patriarch making a public appointment to fight Dacia patriarch Ichen, but almost 99% of those who came here were martial artists. The rest are also famous and powerful people. And the central island of Daening Lake has a large area of about 30 square kilometers. Right in the center of the thousands of square kilometers of Daening Lake, there is only one direct highway. The island has a village with a population of about 3,000. They were all relocated because of this great war. The reason is home remodeling. So fighting here won't affect the lives of ordinary people. This is also the default above Dacia. As more people come and go, the number of people has increased by 4,000. And there were still martial artists arriving one after another. The peak duel between the two patriarchs is coming. What an anticipation. I don't know who will win. It's such a suspenseful fight. To be able to witness this protracted battle today, it's not a waste of life. What do you mean by full of suspense? If you ask me, there is no suspense at all. My Japanese know. One Wudong sect master will win. What Yi Chen, who is unknown, also wants to touch my Japanese know. One Wudong sect master. Foolish. Fortunately you are a Zhongsher. If you are not, I would have already chopped you to death. Zhongsher cannot be insulted. My Disya Zhongsher is even more not to be talked about by you Japanese martial artists. How dare you be so arrogant in our territory? You guys owe it to yourselves, right? Baka. I'm warning you, the returning sea bastard sword patriarch is nearby. If you dare to make a move against my Japanese martial artists, he won't be able to spare you. Good. If he loses, you won't be able to leave without leaving something behind. Humph. My Japanese country's #1 martial arts master will never lose unless Takuro Chang'in himself is present. So maybe it's still somewhat possible. Arrogant. The battle between the two martial arts patriarchs hadn't even started yet. The scene almost came to blows just because of a few words from the Japanese martial artist. But it's all a blip. It was only that the returning sea bastard sword had entered Dacia from the sea at the moment, walking on the sea as if he were walking on the ground. It's like the lightweight skills in martial arts novels, and even a few notches above that, speeds up to speedboat level, nearly 60 knots an hour. It then disappeared into the forest after entering the land. With the returning sea bastard sword stopping in its tracks, 24 figures appeared from all directions. The strongest of them even vaguely exuded the might of a flooding beast. Wherever it passed was where the falling blades were instantly cut into several pieces. The internal energy is released externally and the energy becomes a sword, which is exactly the embodiment of a martial arts master. There were actually 3 martial arts masters amongst these. All of the remaining 20 were at least inner strength minor achievement. What a horrible lineup. This team was almost enough to sweep everything and establish a powerful force. It can rival lower and even middle-class countries. Blood Shadow Berserker, Sanamura, King of Vidra Force. What brings you here? Want to come and kill me? You guys don't have the qualifications just yet. The eyes of the Guihai bastard sword narrowed, his hands resting on the saber at his waist, and there was a strong battle intent in his eyes. There was not even the slightest hint of fear. There was even a vague excitement. It seemed to enjoy the thrill he got from killing his enemies in the process of fighting a strong person. Your Excellency bastard sword, you've misunderstood. How could we fight you with swords? Sanamura smiled, not with murderous intent. The other 2 smiled and nodded. Seeing this situation, returning sea bastard sword was a bit puzzled. So you guys are? They're the honored guests I invited. At that moment a voice rang out. So strong. Returning to the sea bastard sword's eyes narrowed as he violently turned his head to look. Out of the shadows of the woods stepped a figure. Its full head of white hair more than 100 years old. Upright posture. A plain clothes very texture. Standing there like a high mountain. Each step contained invisible pressure. It seemed as if even the leaves falling around them paused at that moment. Only after he had walked by did the leaves continue to scatter and fall. Chapter 86. At this moment, a cup flying at several hundred times the speed of sound solves the battle. As he approached, an invisible aura draped around his body. Even if he was known as the #1 martial arts master in the Japanese nation with the returning sea bastard sword, his gaze was in a state of concentration at this moment. With his hand resting on his katana, his aura instantly condensed to the extreme, waiting only for a momentary outburst. Battling is a trick he has been famous for a long time. The trick lies in the kind of terrifying explosive power generated by pulling the sword out instantly and decapitating the opponent. This strike could be considered one of his unbeatable tricks. More than 3 patriarchs had died under this blade. It was also a major reason why his returning sea bastard sword had become famous for so many years, which truly strong and ferocious name didn't rely on killing to get up. If one simply had a high realm, but did not have any battle records, but it would not be recognized by the martial arts world. Facing the blow he was about to explode. The visitor's mouth quirked in a smile. Between his left foot stepping on the ground, all the leaves of the trees shook away. revealing a ray of light spilling onto his face. "It's you, Li Tianyi of the Li family. You're still alive?" The returning sea bastard sword was unbelievable. "That's right, the person who came was none other than the head of the Li family, Li Tianyi, who was known as the #1 expert in Haidu. You're not even dead yet. How could I be?" Li Tianyi smiled faintly. It is evident that the two knew each other a long time ago and even had a not-so-subtle collision at one point. "Who did I think it was? So it's you. What? Your Li family wants to be my enemy?" The returning sea bastard sword's aura was withdrawn, and he said with some sarcasm, "Nonetheless, if I really wanted to make an enemy of you, I would have sneaked in just now, and even if I couldn't kill you, I would have been able to injure you. Wouldn't it be even more treacherous for you to face that junior patriarch Yichen at that time?" Li Tianyi said. "Humph, a mere child. What have I ever looked at? If I go all out, he won't be able to catch a single slash from me, but I won't kill him that easily. He killed multiple of my disciples. I'm going to torture him, as well as his family members and friends. I'm going to make him feel real pain." The more the returning sea hegemony blade spoke, the more it turned tea, and there was even a feeling that he couldn't help but want to get everyone here. "It seems we have the same purpose, and I have come to trade with you." Li Tianyi laughed. "Tell me about it." The returning sea bastard sword was interested. "We'll send out 3 patriarchs to capture Yichen's parents. I'm sure you know who the 3 of them represent. The Great Rod, the Japanese, and the Great American. 3 countries. As long as you catch the parents he cares about the most, and cause him to throw in the towel, you're bound to win this battle without any possibility of defeat. Even if any unexpected emergencies occur, I will help you to kill them." Li Tianyi. It seemed that he hated Yichen so much that he wanted to kill his entire family. "You are also a Daxia person. Are you going to betray Daxia? If you show up and strike at him, you will be a sinner of Daxia. The higher-ups shouldn't spare you. Even if you're a supreme expert among the sect masters, even a great sect master can't retreat in one piece under the Great Xia's torrent of steel. Not to mention you." The returning sea bastard sword laughed, and there was ice coldness in his smile. He knew that Daxia had always been fond of infighting, but I didn't expect it to come to this. How dare you play like that in a battle of 10,000 people? Yichen represented Daxia to fight the Japanese returning sea bastard sword. This is a battle between the faces of the two countries. If the top knows what Li Tianyi did, Li Tianyi's betrayal of Daxia will be directly confirmed. That's not a responsibility he can afford. The Elder Council of Daxia is not as benevolent as it appears. Once you do something beyond the bottom line, there is only one way to die. Otherwise, this land is full of talents, and there are not a few great masters, so it is reasonable that they have already been arrogant and lawless. And yet, it remains pinned down. It is clear how one can govern without a thunderbolt. You don't need to worry, I won't show my true colors. Besides, this is the worst possible plan. In the event that they can't catch Yichen's parents, they can't threaten him, and you can't defeat it. I need to step in to help you win and decapitate Yichen. I think it's unlikely that you, returning sea bastard blade, being the #1 martial arts master in the Japanese nation, would need my help, right? Li Tianyi laughed. Don't you dare to put a big hat on me. That Yichen is very uncomplicated. To be able to kill 2 of my sect disciples in a row, his strength won't be lower than a sect master's great accomplishment. Young and strong, I believe there are quite a few cards as well. Although I am conceited, I believe it will be difficult to kill him if I don't show some means, the returning sea bastard blade said. So, in that case, you agree? Li Tianyi said. For the sake of the Japanese nation not being threatened for decades to come, I guess I don't have a choice. This Yichen must die. The returning sea bastard blade was firm. A Zhongshe Decheng who was only 18 years old was too terrifying. This was also the reason why he had made an appointment to fight Yichen so quickly. If Yichen was allowed to grow any longer, what the hell? No one can limit him anymore without the Grand Master. Good, let's leave immediately. Blood Shadow Berserker, Sanamura, Vajra Power King, you guys take the others to Yichen's house and make sure to catch his parents alive. Yes. With that, the 3 great patriarchs disappeared into the woods with 20 inner strength martial artists. You go first, I'll be right behind you. I'll be watching nearby, Li Tianyi said. Good. The returning sea bastard blade quickly left. The speed of a Zhongshe could only be realized by running on land. It can easily reach speeds of 150 kilometers per hour, and the distance from here to the central island of Damning Lake is just over 100 kilometers. It will take at most an hour to get there. Yichen, this time I'll see if you die. This is the price for killing my son. All your loved ones will fall because of you. Pay the price for your arrogance. Li Tianyi sneered. There was endless resentment in his eyes. It then quickly disappeared as well, and there are no hours left until battle time. Yichen, however, was still teaching the Lightning Special Forces crowd the method of breathing and exhaling on the mountaintop. This method of breathing and exhaling was extremely subtle. it had minimal effect on them in the beginning, because there is no way to find the trick to it. Gradually over time under the guidance of Yi Chen skilled. By now, almost every exhalation had a certain enhancement to itself. Convert the essence of the surrounding heaven and earth aura into what you need to elevate your realm. Not too fast though, but even in as long as you get into a state, you can practice all the time. Perfect for year-round retreats. For example, going into seclusion for decades at a time and coming out as a big shot. And, of course, there are very few people who can stand the loneliness. Not to mention decades. Regular people can't handle it for a few days. The ones who could really do it for decades were strong people who had already traveled a long distance in the martial arts path. With strength, the mundane world is not entangled, so naturally the mind can be free of other thoughts. And by now, a total of 33 special forces plus the chief of staff. Every single one of them had a strength of inner diameter minor achievement and above. Some of them were even on the verge of touching the inner strength great achievement. Of course, the more you get to the back of the martial arts path, the harder it gets. Patriarchs are difficult as the sky. The great master is difficult, and even more so tenfold. This all describes the difficulty between each of the great realms. Of course, for Yi Chen, if he wanted them to improve, in an instant, they could all be elevated to grand masters, but it wasn't a relative, and he wasn't the type to just help people improve their strength. They have what they have now, as well as a future with unimaginable paths. That was enough for them. Okay, that's enough training for today. I'm granting you all 3 days off, Yi Chen said. The crowd opened their eyes in disbelief. It was surprising that Yi Chen would allow them to take a vacation. Is this the sun coming out of the west? What do you mean, we can rest? Someone asked, feeling a little disingenuous, because Yi Chen's training had always been extremely harsh. He didn't have much time to rest even if he wanted to. Combine work and rest. One cultivation if there is less entertainment. Then what is cultivation for? Go on all. 2 days vacation is enough for you. Devil's Month training begins in 3 days. For 2.5 months, Yi Chen said. That gave them a big scare. Okay, then let's relax. It's finally time to get some rest. Long live the instructor. By the way, isn't the instructor going to the appointment? That fight was at noon today. Less than 2 hours from now. Someone looked at their watch and said, our instructor can fly. 1 hour left is enough. That's right. The instructor has already picked up the airplane with his bare hands and went straight to supersonic speed. And you guys are worried that the instructor won't be able to catch up? Ha ha, a superb master like the instructor just has to make an appearance at the end to look B-grade. How about this? Let's go watch the instructor fight together. And after it's over we'll play together in Winzhou for 3 days before going back. That's right, Haidu isn't far away either. So we can go and have some fun then. These 2 cities aren't the only ones in Water Country province. The other cities are fun too. 3 days is enough for us to have fun. Then there should still be time to fly over by commandeering one of the Land Air Brigade's transports now. Then what's the point? It's too late. That's right, we still have to go back and pack up before we go over there. By then the yellow flowers will be cold. Do you guys think the instructor might fight for a couple hours? The crowd felt it made sense. With Yi Chen's strength, it might be over in one go. Late is really not a good time to see it. The people said that one by one they were going down the hill carrying large pieces of iron. Come back, Yi Chen said. The crowd froze and rushed back again. Each one is sad. They were afraid that Yi Chen would suddenly cancel their vacation again. How slow this is, Yi Chen said with a casual wave of his hand. The crowd just felt like floating. Then opening their eyes once more, they had arrived at the barracks dormitory. It didn't backfire at first, but then came the ecstasy. Long live the instructor. It's horrible, isn't it, that we're going down here? Dig it, is the Grand Master that strong? With this hand, the patriarch is little Karami. Kneel for the instructor. Big brotherly tactics. You guys cut the crap, get washed and changed, and contact the transporter to get us there first. I'll do it. Soon, their group of 33 traveled to Winnebago in a transport plane. Although it is a medium-sized transport aircraft, it is capable of reaching supersonic speeds. That's about 1,300 kilometers per hour. Over 2,000 kilometers past and 2,000 kilometers back. The plane's range, on the other hand, is upwards of 10,000 kilometers. Therefore, it would be perfectly adequate to just airdrop them down and fly them back up when the time comes. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry on the mountain. Destroying the other side merely required a single look. What he wanted more than anything was to be here soaking up the sun and basking in it. This cozy day is leisurely. The returning sea bastard sword stood on top of the mountain on the island in the center of Daming Lake. It stood there like a knife, its sharpness not to be looked at directly. Seeing that time was passing by, Yi Chen had yet to arrive. Even the calm heart of the returning sea bastard sword was starting to get a little restless. He even wondered if Yi Chen would not come. After all, a generation of heaven's pride, who had not yet completely feathered his nest, didn't seem to have the need to accept his challenge. Haha. Besides, Yi Chen didn't agree or leave a comment under the post he made. It seems normal not to come, and even if someone says so, there's a reason to refute it. I didn't promise to fight you. What are you getting yourself into? Thinking about it, returning sea bastard Blade almost broke his defense. I didn't plan for this. He had even calculated that he might lose and run away. But he definitely hadn't calculated that Yi Chen would not come. Why haven't you come yet? 30 minutes have passed. Look at that blazing sun. It can still get up to almost 40 degrees in Tendu at the end of August. I have to say that Watertown province is really cold in winter and hot in summer. It's hot everywhere in the summer and cold everywhere in the winter. Kamehameha Buster Blade was exposed to the sun, standing on the edge of the cliff with his hands in his arms. It's cool, but hot is also really hot. Why hasn't the instructor come yet? I don't know. I thought we'd be out of sight, but it turns out we're all early and we haven't seen it yet. Isn't the instructor going to come? Who's to say? The instructor comes when he wants to come and doesn't come when he wants to. No one can force it. Shut up, you guys. Look who it is. Chen Zi looked in one direction and pointed, only to see a white-clothed figure in a pavilion under the shade in the distance. It was none other than Yi Chen, only he was farther away, and in a pavilion by the lake, and obscured from the light by the mountains. They hadn't really noticed before. It's the instructor. When did you get here? All up for tea? Must have been there ages ago. Digging the groove relentlessly. The returning sea bastard sword is still there pretending to be a fork basking in the 40-degree sun, and the instructor is actually drinking tea under the shade. There's no one else. Sympathize with the returning sea buster wave. Yi Chen, I know you're nearby. Come out and fight me squarely. The voice of the returning sea bastard Blade boomed. Humph. Baka. Dead. 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 Daxia martial artists are nothing more than that. Too much of a disappointment to me. Seeing no response, he couldn't help but taunt. Bang! But I didn't want a teacup to suddenly fly up. The returning sea bastard sword was completely unable to dodge. It was instantly punched in the face. The original stood on the edge of a cliff pretending to be 13. The head was dented by the blow, and he was instantly unconscious. The foot stepped off the cliff and fell. You know that the height of this cliff is at least 200 meters. 200 meters, what a concept. The acceleration of gravity. The impact of this one is not small. Boom! It smashed into a large stone, cracking even the stone. The flesh of a patriarch was truly extraordinary, but this blow was also bad enough. His face was bruised and swollen, not to mention that blood was spilling from his nose and mouth. It was a bit of a struggle to get up. What's going on? Who struck? Look, it's that guy. Could he be Yi Chen? It's hard to see from this distance. How old are you? Is there 40? What a terrifying tactic. What kind of concealed weapon is he using? To be able to inflict such a killing blow on the returning sea hegemony blade patriarch from a distance of 1,000 meters. He must be in existence, ranked in the top 3 of the concealed weapon list. Is the top 3 on the concealed weapon list that powerful? Of course, only a concealed weapon of this level can cause such a long-range kill. You should know that at this distance, even a sniper wielding a barret would have a hard time injuring a Zongshire master in his prime. That's right, not to mention that he's also the returning sea bardo, the #1 martial arts master in the Japanese nation, a super existence that has become famous for killing several masters. This person really does come from an extraordinary background. He even has this kind of concealed weapon. No wonder he caused the bastard sword patriarch to make an appointment to fight him. But it's just taking advantage of the concealed weapon. The same concealed weapon given to me. I can also injure a strong person of the same level. Humph. How dare you show off your skills with a small sculpture? Is my Japanese country's #1 martial arts master so easily injured? Baka. Dead. 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 The returning sea buster climbed to his feet with a corner mouthful of daxia. But I didn't want another cup to fly by. Boom! The speed of that cup seemed like hundreds of times the speed of sound. A flash of light. It directly penetrated Turtle Sea Buster Blade's head, leave a cup shape, and the cup was full of his brains, crashing against the cliffs. Boom! It was like the vibration caused by a 300mm high explosive bomb hitting a mountain. Scared birds scatter in all directions and the sound carries for 10 miles. A large pit 5 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep appeared on the vertical cliff. A cup is set in at the center. It appeared to be made of only fragile ceramic, but it was not damaged in the slightest. Chapter 87, Digging a Trench. Bastard Blade Patriarch is stinking. In just one cup, a powerful martial arts master was killed. If the people present afterward found out that it was only a fragile ceramic cup, I don't know what kind of wonderful faces it will be. Boring. Yi Chen continued to drink his tea. It seemed that killing the #1 martial arts patriarch of the Japanese nation in seconds was even worse for him than the feeling that killing an ant brought. Dead. Dead? It seems like it, the bastard blade patriarch is not even moving. You fart. How could the #1 martial arts master in my country, Japan, die so easily? He was merely storing up his strength. So that's how it is, to be able to maintain a motionless buildup. It seems that the bastard blade patriarch has already gotten into the swing of things. That person who used the concealed weapon had evil intentions, but it didn't do much good. It only hit the cliff. And now that the patriarch has stored up his strength and full concentration, he doesn't stand a chance. I guess the other party must have to go all out as well. Just using a concealed weapon won't do. Even if it's the top 3 of the concealed weapon list of the greatest concealed weapons, it won't be able to defeat a peak martial arts master head-on. My Japanese martial arts master is the one who is invincible. Just wait and see. Ha ha ha. Wait. All of you Japanese martial artists have brain problems, but are your eyes blind? Can't you see that white figure drinking tea? He's more calm. Okay. It's too strong, isn't it? Drinking tea at this hour. Worthy of being a strong person of my great Xia. Really calm. Elegant. So elegant. Elegance never goes out of style. Right in the middle of the crowd's discussion, Yi Chen was still calmly drinking tea. As for the Turtle Sea Buster Blade, it still stood in the same place as it did earlier. Plus it's midday again and the sun can't be any more poisonous. The sun is peeling off all over my body. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the exciting fight the crowd had expected didn't happen. The returning sea bastard sword was still motionless, mainly the cup-sized wound on the head and being so far away. Who could see it? Everyone thought that the two were testing each other, storing up their strength and waiting for a blow to settle the fight. Naturally, I couldn't take my eyes off it. Li Tianyi, who was standing in the distant jungle and watching this scene, directly went a little crazy. Why haven't they fought yet? Do they not dare to make another move with similar strength? Just waiting for the one strike of extinction. After all, for the truly strong, even if they are separated by 1,000 meters, they can separate the winner from the loser within a few seconds. Thinking about this possibility, he began to look forward to the two eventually colliding again. At the same time, the cloak covered his head, and he was also ready to strike at any time to kill Yi Chen if necessary. Until 4 in the afternoon, the sun temperature will be 39 degrees, but still hot. Yi Chen stood up. This one action caught everyone's attention. Holy, it's moving, it's going to start. It's finally time to fight, and it looks like the winner will be decided quickly. What an anticipated final collision. The deer will soon be revealed. No, one in the world of Japanese martial arts. Just as the crowd was all looking at Yi Chen with anticipation, thought he would instantly explode forward when he charged. It's about time. Yi Chen turned around and stepped on the lake water as if he were walking on a flat surface, crossing a distance of 20 to 30 meters with each flash. It quickly disappeared at the end of the view. And then there's Johnson Kim's public execution. It's almost the right time to take a stroll. The crowd had wonderful expressions and froze in place. Go, leaving before the fight? The fight was a fight. It was just a couple of hits. And then they made us wait all afternoon and left. Perfunctory. Too perfunctory. I, the great summer patriarch, will not be able to flee without a fight. After all, it was a mispayment and we expected too much. My Japanese martial arts is the true #1. With all due respect to everyone here, you are all defeated. If you have the ability you will fight the bastard sword patriarch. Ha ha, Yoshi, long live the Japanese. The Dacia people dead la daddy, cunning as hell, actually ran away. Ha ha ha. Instead, the Lightning Special Forces group froze for a moment before reacting. They seemed to know what's going on. They couldn't help but look at each other with somewhat lewd smiles on their faces. A bunch of ignorant guys. Hurry up and go see your bastard blade patriarch. That's right, it didn't even stink. It must stink in this heat. I told you why there was a corpse stench in the air. So it's the bastard blade patriarch who stinks. Dozens of people laughed and exclaimed, Baka, you guys are so dead. How dare you insult my Japanese martial arts master? It's really intolerable. Let me get a taste of what you guys are capable of. Just as he said that, dozens of people instantly had their breath explode. The weakest ones were all inner strength Xiao Chang. I want to be happy. My wife is having a baby. There's an old saying in Dacia. It's called the seat of the pants. Excuse me. I'm going to pay my respects to the bastard blade patriarch. A few small baka instantly wimped out in seconds at this situation. Dozens of inner strengths together in a group beating? Who the hell can top that? A small baka rushed to the bottom of the cliff after a few dodges in his wooden slippers. Greetings to Patriarch Bastard Sword. Half kneeling respectfully. What the hell stinks? Suddenly taking a deep breath, a big stinky odor came through. Couldn't help but mutter mentally. But then he looked at the bastard blade patriarch with some shock. It was better not to look up than to see a shocking scene. At the moment, the bastard blade patriarch was crawling with flies around him under the sunlight. There's a hole in the head. Stinks all over. Bastard blade patriarch. Bastard blade patriarch is dead. stinks all over, little Baka exclaimed. It didn't matter if it wasn't screamed. All the powerhouses shook inwardly and came in droves. Asterisk 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 is really dead. It really stinks. The bastard blade patriarch stinks. What's on this wall? A cup? Killing the #1 martial arts master of the Japanese nation with a cup. Am I crazy or is this world crazy? Who the hell said it's a top 3 ranked concealed weapon? And this ceramic cup is considered a concealed weapon? Powerful. Too powerful. This Yi Chen is most likely not inferior to the great Xia's #1 martial arts master Duge Chang'in back then. From my point of view, Yi Chen is still a bit stronger. After all, back then, the Duge Chang'in could not kill the bastard blade patriarch. Ha ha, my Grand Xia patriarch is the #1 in the world. From today onwards, Yi Chen's name will be known throughout the world. Baka, killing the #1 martial arts master in my country. This revenge is not shared, we remember. Well, if you guys are going to be a pain in the ass, I'm going to kick their asses. A large group of people swarmed the little Baka and beat the hell out of them. As long as you don't kill them, beat them to death. But the battle was even more amazingly shocking. Yi Chen had killed the bastard blade patriarch in seconds at the start. Only people didn't see it and thought the two were feeling each other out. The result was that the bastard blade patriarch was just a joke. Standing here for a full afternoon in the sun. Can it not stink? Zhou Jiangwo and the others who were standing on a cruise ship on the lake a long way away watching all this, couldn't help but smile at each other. The result was naturally unsurprising. They just didn't expect it to be so dramatic. The much anticipated fight turned out to be so second-guessed that it stank before anyone reacted. It's not without its ludicrousness and great joy. Ha ha, worthy of Mr. Yi. A few people lamented and then left. I told you, it all stinks. The instructor is awesome, killing the sect masters like dogs. Don't you look down on dogs. Instructors are the equivalent of swatting flies. That's right, straight up seconds. Dig in. The chief of staff is buying. That's not going to be a good ripoff. I'll take La Fight. I'll take the 82 gross table. Li Tianyi, who was listening and watching all this from afar, was shocked. Ripped the big cape to shreds. How is it possible to die like that? The feeling that this returning Sea Overlord sword gives me, even if it's not as good as me, it shouldn't be this bad. I can't believe I got a second right off the bat. Damn it, this son must not be retained, or my Li family will be annihilated. Right, there's a backhand. As long as we catch Yi Chen's parents, I don't believe he won't throw in the towel. What's going on? Blood Shadow Berserker, Sanamura, Vajra Power King, why haven't they heard anything yet? Did they fail? But even if it fails, it should have to return my message. The satellite phone dialed and showed no answer. And what he doesn't know is this. Just as Yi Chen had just resolved the battle at noon, the 3 patriarchs attacked Yi Chen's parents with 20 inner strength martial artists. Prepare to take him down in one fell swoop. They didn't drag their feet, they just went straight to a group. It's very intellectual and doesn't drag out like some villains who have to go up one by one. However, they were very unlucky. If the parents of the other traveling protagonists are encountered, they've got it, and can even threaten to humiliate the protagonist for it. And the parents must have had to suffer a bit too. The protagonist is bragging that no one can hurt his parents and that he's going to destroy their entire clan. The result was the same set of threats the next time. Look at the teeth. However, it was Yi Chen's parents that they encountered. The parents of Daozuan will not allow others to harm them. Thinking about striking after a takedown attempt is blocked by the guard. The result was that all of them were countered by their own attacks, and all of them were wiped out. Before Ergo even knew what had happened, they had hiccuped and disappeared without a trace. Never in a million years. It was expected to be a joint triple kidnapping mission, but I didn't realize it was a road of no return. Chapter 88, Killer List Top 3. 1 hit to Mars. Li Tianyi only found a bit of equipment residue after searching once. Standing there, messed up in the wind. This Yi Chen, is it possible that he has arranged experts around his parents? But that's not right. What kind of expert can have such strength to destroy 23 martial artists in a group? Even if it is, I can't say I'm absolutely sure. It's even more impossible to kill them all if they know they're not going to be defeated and flee separately. Killing half of them is the limit. Li Tianyi pondered 100 times but never came up with any results. This son is far more powerful than imagined, and even has many underhanded means to protect his parents. It seems like trying to capture his parents and threaten him will be nearly impossible to accomplish. We must find another way. We absolutely cannot let him grow any further. With that thought, he simply disappeared. 10 o'clock at night. Light Cloud Island and the surrounding sea, but there were countless lights illuminating the sea. You can see the constant bombardment for several days and the glass cover froze and did not react at all. The Big Stick Navy has issued this area as a military training area for outsiders. But satellites aren't blind. There have long been many countries that know what is happening here. As time passes, Kim Juinxing's grandparents almost despair. They were able to use all the weapons at their disposal. As a result, none of them could cause the slightest damage to the shroud. Not even a scratch was produced. Plus, seeing Kim Jun-sang spending his days in the lack of water and food is worse than death. They were straight up in a hurry. Rounds of artillery bombardment. It flattened the entire crater. The original elevation would have been over 400 meters. After a few days of bombing, the hard was cut down by 30 meters. Damn it, there's still an hour to go. The whole army is at the ready to replenish its ammunition. Yes, at Commander Du Yuehai's command, the fleet began loading ammunition. With time passing by, everyone was on tenterhooks, especially Junsang Kim and Junsang Kim's relatives. Who the hell is trying to hurt my son? I'm going to tear you apart. Have the 3 patriarchs of the Dark Killer list arrived? Du Junsu asked. All here, all waiting on the island. As soon as someone approaches, they are immediately noticed. I believe no one can kill my son on their watch, not to mention the fact that there are so many navy ships layered around. Jin Qigong said, whoever dares to touch my grandson, my 700,000 strong army will surely destroy his entire clan. Jin Wanian had a murderous aura in his eyes as he wore a 5-star general's uniform. In the distant sea, a figure came stepping on the calm waves, like a ghost. Every time he disappeared and reappeared, he would span dozens of meters, and along with him, thunderstorms were being generated, and lightning flashed incessantly interlaced within the dark clouds, which was extremely shocking. There is a great sense of horrible immediacy of the black cloud pressing down on the city and wanting to destroy it, and the lights of the battleships that surrounded the island shone both on the island and the waters beyond. It was quickly noticed, and the radar also shows something approaching fast. The lights have focused. It was just a figure, treading water, which was extremely shocking. Treading water, a martial arts master. Can it be that he's the one who kidnapped my son? Du Juanshio's doubtful voice also became cold. His eyes were dead set on the rapidly approaching Yi Chen. Don't fire and let him pass. There are 3 great masters there. I'd like to see how he'll cope, Du Juanshio said. He was more interested in seeing the patriarch defeat Yi Chen and control him than killing him with his cannon. This will also give you an idea of how to open the shroud. Otherwise his son would still have to suffer in there all the time. It's been 3 days and 3 nights without food or water. It'll last another day at most if we keep this up. Is that him? So young and handsome. It was only when they got closer that Du Juanshio and the others finally saw Yi Chen's face. Surprisingly, they all couldn't help but exclaim. Especially Du Juanshio, a sassy old. Being in his 40s, he couldn't help but be moved even when he saw Yi Chen. But then she tossed that thought away. After all, this is the culprit who kidnapped his own son. Yi Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this time the 3 top 5 ranked patriarchs of the killer list were in the crater of the volcano looking down at Yi Chen. Young people don't know what they're getting into. This water is deep and not something you can grasp. Open the shield and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, you're afraid you're going to suffer. You have family, don't you? And you don't want them to get hurt. The 3 ways. They are respectively the 5th ranked assassin on the dark killer list, Black Blood Daichuvan. The 4th ranked Great American Bloodline, Imogen Lena, has a hot body. Only her looks don't fit the Daxia aesthetic. And the 3rd, Ichiro Kabaraji of Japanese descent. The strengths were all at the Zhongshu de Chang. Put it anywhere and it will sweep everything. Especially since they were mainly assassins. Sneak attacks to pull underhanded tricks were their forte. Therefore it was going to be even more terrifying and difficult to deal with than a normal martial arts master of the same level. However, when he saw them, Yi Chen did not have any expression, and was ancient, as if they were just dead people. Talking to dead people was not his strong suit. Boom! Only Yi Chen was seen stepping on the sea surface just slightly, reaching supersonic speeds in an instant. The sea churned away in all directions, stirring up huge waves dozens of meters high. The nearly 400-meter high crater was reached instantly, just standing so lightly in the crater of a volcano that had been blasted flat. The speed was so fast that the 3 great patriarchs reacted and looked back at Yi Chen, who was already close to the shield. So fast. How did he do it? Don't be careless, he's more powerful than we thought. What are you waiting for? Get together and don't give him a chance. Good. The 3 launched instantly. With her twin swords in hand behind her back, Imperatora searched for the best position to attack from the side. She's a classic sneak attacker. Attack only when the opponent is most vulnerable. Instant kills with one strike were the terrifying way of killing that he had been famous for so long. Ichiro Kabamura, Daichuvan, 1 assassin type, 1 power type. Blade Village Ikiru mainly attacked the back, while Di Chofan made a flying leap to the front of Yi Chen and blasted with both fists in front of him. It could be said that their 3 assassins had cooperated to the extreme. It's a feast for the kill, a true display of art. The trio's attack was so strong that an unusual strong person, even a peak sovereign master, could not resist against this wave of brutal attacks. Because you can deal with assassins in the back, but you can't force an absolute force in the front. Plus there's a sidekick sneak attacker. This round of attack was almost an instantaneous extermination for the vast majority of strong people. Bang bang bang! The sound of fine iron clashing came. The three's attacks were like hitting iron, shocked their hands, so much so that the sword in his hand almost came out of his hand, especially the frontal Di Chiofan, who was a horizontal training master. The physical body was extremely powerful, and it was almost impossible for a strong person of the same level to be his opponent. By all rights, his fists should also be unimaginably hard. As a result, a meter in front of Yi Chen, it was as if he had crashed into a mountain of unparalleled hardness. The forces are mutual, but that's based on pretty much everything. Imagine what it feels like when an egg hits a rock. That kind of recoil would only bring him to himself. Untouchable. Arms are dislocated as a result. The trio instantly fell back after an unsuccessful strike, pulling away 20 meters. In a triangular surround position, he observed Yi Chen. All three of them had unprecedented gravity in their eyes. Griffin. Yi Chen raised his hand. Di Chiofan in the front frowned and his body tensed violently. The sixth sense from a strong man told him that Yi Chen's next unleashing was likely to be fatal. So strong, being stared at by him actually gives me a feeling of dying. Sweat oozed from Di Chiofan's forehead and his sweaty hairs exploded. Only Yi Chen slowly bent his index finger and then flicked it out. Boom! A terrifying roar came from this moment, creating a strong sonic boom in place. It directly shook out a large pit 20 meters in diameter below the original spot, and this snap of the fingers even directly caused a 10-meter wide ditch to appear in front of him, extending all the way out. Di Chiofan was blown away in mere moments, with no crumbs left. Not only that, that terrifying might went unabated. It directly crashed through the protection that shrouded the lighthouse, shattering into slag and scattering on the ground like fragile tempered glass. You should know that this shield is something that even half of Big Stick's naval power, with full force bombardment, didn't leave the slightest scratch, but it was just so easily shattered by Yi Chen, and the power of this strike was far from over. Deep into the blackness, flying quickly out of the atmosphere at sublight speeds, it didn't take long to get straight to Mars, leaving a large crater 1 kilometer in diameter on Mars. Just destroyed Great America's $20 billion military Mars exploration rover. But that's all an afterthought. Ichiro Kaburaji and Imperatori were sent flying backward a few dozen meters before they were able to regain their strength. Looking up in extreme shock, his eyes went wide. If they weren't 20 or so meters away and not the main target of attack, they'll have to be pulverized this time, too. Why? How is that possible? Such terrifying destructive power. Is he really just a Zongshur? No, I have to escape. Both assassins thought of escape almost at the same time. There wasn't much hesitation. It's almost as if he's spilling his guts. This is an extremely vast area of the ocean. In their thoughts, if the two of them spread out and ran, Yi Chen couldn't possibly catch up with both of them and kill them both. Chapter 89, like the divine spirit's heavenly might. Breaking the seal. There's a 50-50 chance that two people will run. Why don't you run? Damn Jin Qigong. How dare he trap us? I'm afraid the strength of such an opponent is at least a half-step grandmaster. Already touching the threshold of a grandmaster. Where is it that we can deal with? He dares to trap us, thinking that 1 billion dasha coins will make us come and die. Against such a strong person, even if you give 1 billion swords, it's still a death sentence. Damn it, if I can survive this time, I will definitely slaughter him. Ichiro Kaburaji was furious. Jin Qigong could have screwed the three of them over. Yi Chen's strength far exceeded what he described as being around the grand completion of any sect master. Whose clan master could have such terrifying explosive power? Only by touching a grand master. Perhaps it was possible as well. After all, Ichiro Blade Village had never seen a grand master either, and didn't know exactly how strong a grand master was, but far beyond their strength. It could even kill them in seconds. It must be a half-step grand master or above would be right. What the is this? A headshot? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Run. I have to run as hard as I can or I'm dead. As long as I enter the battleship, it won't be that easy for him to attack me. With the help of the battleship's cover, I can quickly escape from his range of attack. Even a strong person like him shouldn't be able to kill me who was bent on escaping. Imperatorium thought in her mind, rushing down the hill as fast as he could. She is a speedster herself and is good at sneaking up on her enemies in the dark and killing them instantly. How can you do without speed? So she had no small degree of certainty that she was the one with a 50-50 chance of escaping. After all, chasing after the fast runners or the slow ones, Yi Chen definitely had a decision in his heart. Just as the two of them were flying away with mixed feelings in their hearts, Yi Chen walked forward, and along with that he stepped in the big pit and walked around. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, incomparably terrifying. It was like 100,000 tons of large iron blocks colliding and smashing into each other. Ah, no. The two great masters of the clan master level were instantly crushed apart, blood spraying out. Extremely shocking. Two super existences ranked in the top 5 of the killer list died just like that. There was only time for one scream before it was gone. What a horror! Even Kim Won-nyeon, the commander-in-chief of the army, who had seen great scenes, and Do Wool-hae, the commander-in-chief of the navy, all changed their expressions. They are all high-ranking members of the military establishment, extremely knowledgeable about many of the unknown forces of this world. Let's say that in the eyes of the common man one has never even seen a great master. It's impossible to even imagine its power. Instead, they have read the more detailed documented information. Rumor has it that great masters can fly through the air, weighing as much as 10,000 pounds with their hands, and can defeat 1,000 armies with their own strength. He's not a grandmaster at all, but a great grandmaster. Jin Yuan-nyen's brows were furrowed, and his words all had an unprecedented gravity. It was the first time since he had been a commander. The previous calmness of a Tarzan crumbling in front of him without changing his countenance had completely disappeared. How can that be? Didn't they all say that great masters have disappeared for decades? How could it have appeared here? And even if it did, it definitely couldn't have been a young man. The fact that he was able to kill the 3 great grandmasters, and that all 3 grandmasters were at the peak of inner power strength, is enough to prove that he is at the peak of inner power, or a half-step grandmaster, but definitely not a grandmaster. How can anyone break through to grandmaster that quickly? For Duga Chanyin to break the sect at 30 years old is already unprecedented. If it comes from a 20-year-old grandmaster, that's even better. Asaba, absolutely not. Jin Shigang didn't believe it, but it's not whether they believe it or not now. Rather, Yi Chen had already stepped into space to the very top of the lighthouse. It's right next to Junsang Kim. Look at the man who has been starved to death. Yi Chen casually waved his hand and helped him recover them all. The real feast of carnage has just begun. Can't have him so listless. Help me. Mom, you have to help me. It's him, he's the one who's trying to kill me. You've got to help me. Kim Johnson hissed. He had the clearest view of the battle below just now. Now that Yi Chen was around again, it was damn near the devil. He dared to barge in front of 3 patriarchs and over half of Big Stick's naval fleet. This kind of person will absolutely do what they say they're going to do. Look at your son's sobbing face. Du Juanxiu was heartbroken. Don't be afraid. Mommy will save you. No one can hurt my baby boy. No one. Du Junsu took the loudspeaker and assured loudly. Junsheng, don't be afraid. Grandpa has 100,000 troops to protect you. No one can hurt my precious grandson. No, not even for a grandmaster. Though the grandmaster is strong. Stronger than 1,000 armies. What is it in front of the super half of my great Styx naval fleet? Mr. Archon, you are strong. I admit it. Why don't we make a deal on how we can spare my grandson? Anything I can do, I can promise. Do you a high road? To be able to still have the style of a great general at this time is worthy of being a 5-star admiral, the commander-in-chief of the navy. Griffin, Yi Chen said indifferently. The sound didn't seem to be loud, but it traveled far and wide throughout the fleet's range. Everyone who heard it shuddered inwardly. The voice came straight into his head from such a distance. What kind of monster is the other side? The final result of indulging the child is that you will kill him with your own hands. Yi Chen said. Du Junsu, Kim Chigang are both confused. How can this be possible? They love their child the most. How can they kill him with their own hands? Only the next moment, Yi Chen casually waved his hand. The dozens of blades of grass on the island were as if they were alive. It turns into a razor-sharp blade. The cutting of Junsang Kim then began. Mom, help me. Ah, it hurts. Death by lynching. Suffering 69,000 stabs. Yi Chen said. Son, my son. You let go of my son. I'll give you whatever you want. You let him go. He's still just a kid. He's innocent. Du Junsu shouted with the loudspeaker. Heartbroken. Is it innocent? Yi Chen stripped out Jin Juanxing's memories with a wave, directly realizing the stereoscopic projection in space. The picture quality at 100K is unbelievably clear. It can be seen from 360 degrees without any dead angle. The scene was a picture of every innocent girl he had killed. Almost every few seconds it jumps to a different one. Even the navy below had seen the world and were shocked by the scene. Not everyone is scum. What an inner shock when seeing this scene. I didn't realize that the grandson of the commander-in-chief of the navy was such a person. Du Juanxiu, Jin Shigang, all of them, their closest relatives, were all blue in the face. To be honest, it's not that they don't know, but even if they knew, they wouldn't say anything, because those are the people at the bottom. As far as they're concerned, bottom feeders are meant to be killed. Since he was going to die eventually, he might as well kill his own son for fun. Look how happy your son is killing. Is he innocent? Yi Chen said. My son was born noble and did what he was supposed to do. He did nothing wrong. You let him go. If you don't, I will find your family and I will let them die and you will regret what you did today. Du Junsu is totally acting like a crazy shrew right now. Really? Don't worry. All 10 clans of the Jin family will be exterminated, which naturally includes your Du family. Your so-called backers are nothing but ants in my eyes. Lightning flashed violently in the dark clouds above Yi Chen as he spoke. Those scenes cover hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Such terrifying lightning just flashed through the dark clouds. There was almost a sense of apocalyptic extinction. It seemed to respond to him. Let's all just come together and enjoy this visual feast. That projection shifted directly to an image of Kim Junsang being lynched to death. Death for this reason was an extremely painful death sentence in ancient times. It's safe to say but anything that can be lynched definitely committed a heinous crime. Let's say a plot to revolt and kill a Chinaman. Sure, it's usually over $3,000. Yi Chen was different, adding 20 times and possessing a soul analgesic effect every time. The pain was 100 times more painful. Ah, it hurts. Mom, help me. Dad, help me. Grandpa, you guys save me, okay? Ah, Junxing hurts. To death. The screams kept echoing. Where's the sniper? Kill him for me. Armor-piercing rounds. Give me armor-piercing rounds. All armor-piercing rounds all aimed at me. Du Yuehai ordered. Facing the armor-piercing bullets coming towards him, Yi Chen did not dodge or avoid them. All artillery stays out to a range of 100 meters, and any more that comes will be for nothing. Until, after a minute of sustained fire, the wave of ammunition was depleted and it was only possible to take time to replenish it again. What? How is this possible? The great masters recorded in legends can't be this strong, right? Du Yuehai fear. All of those present were terrified. Yi Chen moved his finger. All shells returned. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booms passed. Ah, help! Put out the fire. Put out the fire. 33 main battleships, 5 dock landing ships, and 6 supply ships, maritime patrol vessels, as well as many air cushion landing craft all suffered heavy damage. That's still because they're firing armor-piercing rounds for penetration, and not a powerful high explosive. Otherwise the entire fleet would sink into the sea together in an instant. But even so, all the fleet had lost 90% of their combat power. Boom. Zera. The lightning became more and more terrifying, and even kept falling on top of the ship, causes large short circuits. It could be said that in a matter of moments Yi Chen had severed the living combat power of this fleet, standing in the air, illuminated by the lightning like a god. This. Du Junsu sat paralyzed on the deck of the flagship. Du Yuehai, Jin Wanian, and Jin Shigang. All of them were looking in horror at the elite naval fleet of the Big Sticks, half of the navy that had stretched out into a sea of fire. This is a fleet of exterminators. Far from being comparable to the poor little coin trash like the Kingdom of Yu and the Kingdom of the North, but it is such strength, such a universe invincible fleet size, but also beaten into this bird. You should know that there are 4 other ships that the Big Stick is proud of that are 10,000-ton ships. It is claimed to be the world's #1 in firepower, even a little bit better than his big American dad. One ship can destroy a nation. Blowback is awesome. Yi Chen easily incapacitated him. He's a deity. We're no match at all. He's beyond a grandmaster. He's above a grandmaster. Du Yuehai affirmed. Kill Junsheng. Don't let him suffer anymore. Quick. Kim Wanian closed his eyes in pain. No, absolutely not. There's still hope. Call the Great American Far East Command and ask them to send out stealth superbombers to drop the bomb daddies. Du Juinxiu said in a somewhat manic manner. Wake up you. A weapon like that will kill Junsan as usual. Don't wait any longer. Let him go without pain. With that, Jin Shigon picked up a heavy Barrett. The caliber is 20 millimeters, and a single shot goes into the soul. Jun Sheng, Grandpa is sorry. It's Grandpa who is useless. After saying that, he aimed at Jin Juinxing's disembodied head and pulled the trigger. Boo! It went with a 20 millimeter high explosive round. Don't! Du Junsu screamed in agony. Son! Jin Shigang beat his chest and cried. It's Grandpa who's useless. Du Yuehai was in old tears. Half of his body exploded. A direct hit on his oldest grandson. Yi Chen smiled faintly, then grabbed the soul of Kim Jun Sang. Even if a person dies, the soul still has to endure a year of suffering in the abyss before dying. There is a 3-meter-tall monster there. Kim Jun Sang will be, but Jin Junxing could see the image of Yi Chen killing his family. Being a soul is not only about suffering in the soul, and watch your family get killed. It's a real pain in the ass. It's your turn next. Du Juinxiu only felt that his body was out of control and was sucked over by Yi Chen. As the mayor of a city, he has the noble right to treat ordinary people like ants, and Yi Chen was the one who was going to shatter it all. Omit 10,000 words here. Seeing his loved ones die one by one, Kim Jun Sang, who is a spirit, is in agony. Where is this something that people can afford to do? Ghosts don't work either. Jin family, when 10 clans are exterminated. After doing this, Yi Chen began the bloodline spell. Because the Big Stick Kim family's network of connections is so large, the number of dead in the 10th tribe was fully 4,000. It covers almost every level of the Big Stick. All are implicated. And after doing this, Yi Chen pressed his finger downwards. That terrifying monstrous pressure struck like a comet. The power was no less than that produced by the direct impact of a meteorite 500 meters in diameter. Boom! More than half of the Big Stick's elite fleet was here, and it was all but wiped out. Not a single screw left intact, and that dead volcano was completely knocked out. This was Yi Chen's power. A random strike is to move mountains and crumble the sea. It must be known that you want to bulldoze an extinct volcano with a range of 1 square kilometer and a height of nearly 400 meters. It would take at least more than 2 megatons of large-yield nuclear weapons to make that possible. After resolving everything, Yi Chen flew away, and 100 kilometers away. The 4th fleet of Dasha's 3rd fleet had just exited the thunderstorm's range at the moment. They were originally closer, about 80 kilometers away. As a result, a lightning thunderstorm was generated, covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. They could only exit the thunderstorm area quickly to avoid damage to the fleet. After all, a thunderstorm like that was too terrifying, or the only one they had ever seen in their lives, and indeed the most horrific on record in the decades since the rapid development of civilization as a whole. The thunderstorms are headed towards the Big Stick fleet there. You don't think they'll all be dry sunk by a thunderstorm, do you? It's possible. Didn't you see that lightning fall directly on the sea? You can vaguely see it from so far away. It's horrible. But then again, are we going to war with the Big Stick by sending out 2 fleets? Just them? Do they deserve it? Even the supporting weapons and equipment are incomplete, all made by the nations, and still have the nerve to say that the universe is the strongest. One of our ships single-handedly is enough to destroy them. That's right, a bunch of rookies. Our 2 major fleets are out together. We can destroy one of their countries. The ship's fighters flirted, even as there was a sense of excitement in their glittering eyes. It was the desire for the first page of the genealogy. And just now the volcano was roughly 500 meters deep under the sea. A transparent film of light cracked and then shattered completely. A portal the size of an ordinary portal shimmered with light. Something like a secret entrance or something. Only 2 men, 1 woman and 3 figures flew out from it. As they came out, the entrance instantly shrunk to only the size of a baby's fist. However, a closer look reveals that the entrance slowly gets bigger over time. Only very slowly. Chapter 90 Secret Sect. Haidoli family. Get out of here. Eldest brother's second eldest brother. It's true as the eldest elder said. The outer seal is broken. The inner seal energy is weakened. And the entrance will change over time in terms of the number of people who are able to enter and exit and their strength. Only our 3 inner disciples are allowed to come out now. The stunningly beautiful and even somewhat sinister looking Gu Qing Xue, a woman wearing an ancient costume, mused. Her ancient costume was presented in lime green color, extremely slim and with a pair of perfect snow-white thighs exposed. The entire metaphysical world is dressed in costumes. The other 2 males were also dressed in the same color and belonged to the same clan. My Green Mountain sect was sealed here for more than 2,000 years by a 1,000-year-old emperor, Ing Zhang, before he crossed the threshold to become an immortal. And now I finally have the chance to break the seal and reappear in the world. I wonder if the world still remembers my Green Mountain sect today. The head elder brother, Xiao Bufan, laughed, and in his eyes there was an untamed sharpness in his eyes, raging and raging, not to be looked at directly. The task the Grand Elder gave us was to find out why the external seal disappeared. In the meantime, see if you can find a way to completely break the seal ahead of time. Of course, what's more important is to see if this world 2,000 years from now has seen the emergence of extremely powerful and strong people who will threaten my Green Mountain sect. If I don't come out of the Green Mountain sect, I'll be the king of the world. Second senior brother Chen Jianfeng's mouth corners rose in an evil smile domineeringly. As the second disciple of the inner sect of the Green Mountain sect, he was very proud. There is even a kind of arrogance that does not treat all beings as if they were ants to be trampled on at will. Oh, you're also too high on this world. Back then, the Emperor of the Ages, Ing Zhang, was certainly powerful, but he was only one person on the entire planet who was strong. Others are like ants in the eyes of my Green Mountain sect. This is also the reason why he sealed the entrance to my Green Mountain sect's small world before he crossed the threshold and left. Once he leaves, there is no one who can stop him, and he can only be sealed at great cost. Now that I think about it, this world is still so unpleasant. A group of mortal ants. How difficult it is to think of a true dragon. Not every era has a character like Ing Zhang. With my current strength, I guess it's enough to level the world. Xiao Bufan laughed coldly, his hands clasping his arms, extremely confident in his own strength. Eldest brother is naturally strong. No one can surpass him among the inner disciples. But all these outer seals have been broken. Could it be the work of an expert? The one who can break such a seal? The Grand Elder said that even if his old man is out there personally, he can't do it. Jian Fengchen solemnly said. Even if Xiao Bufan was conceited. His eyes slightly changed at this moment. Subsequently, it was still untamed and uncaring. Jian Fengchen gazed at the location of the volcano that was originally supposed to rise up from the bottom of the sea and punch out of the surface. Something seems to be missing at the moment. Why is it empty? The Grand Elder seems to have said that there is a volcano that rises straight up to the sea next to the entrance of the secret realm. But how come this isn't there? Janfeng Chen turned around and didn't see any volcanoes at all. Instead, a huge crater was seen. The pit is roughly 300 meters deep and 5 kilometers in diameter, as if formed by a meteorite impact. There's a situation here, Chen Jianfeng shouted. The three of them looked around. It really looks like it was formed by a meteorite impact, and its speed is extraordinarily terrifying. Otherwise it wouldn't have rushed into the 6,000-meter deep sea and still caused such horrific damage. Xiao Bufan analyzed. Yes, basically, I'm sure it is. It seems that it was precisely because of this meteorite that the seal was broken. The power of this meteorite collision definitely surpasses the strike of a Grand Elder going all out. Truly God has helped us. Heaven is destined to let my Qin Yun sect reign over this beautiful planet. This place is destined to be dominated by us. Gu Qingshue's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange murderous aura. It seemed to have an overwhelming desire to drink blood. I didn't expect to complete a mission so quickly, but just to make sure that it is indeed what we expected, it's better to go out and make sure again. Let's go. The three left. Even in this 6,000-meter deep sea, it was surprising that they could fly as if they were outside, seemingly unaffected by it. And where do they know? This was the destruction caused by Yi Chen's spatial compression that couldn't have been more casual. Destroying a volcano other than above sea level would indeed require the power of a nuclear weapon with a yield of more than 2 megatons, but trying to destroy the 6,000 meter section of undersea volcano, causing a complete collapse 5 kilometers in diameter. The amount of energy required for this would be extremely scary. It can't be done without at least 2 million nuclear weapon blast energies combined. It could be seen how strong Yi Chen's intimidating oppression was at that time. Early in the morning of the next day, the thunderstorm that had enveloped hundreds of thousands of square kilometers over Light Cloud Island gradually dispersed, revealing clear skies, as well as the defunct Light Cloud Island. There's nothing as far as the eye can see from the surface, and since it's so close to the Big Stick coastline, soon, the terrifying 300-meter wave reaches the shoreline. But since the landing was from the coast of a high mountainous area, and the tsunami was warned ahead of time, there were people who died, but not many. More than that, it just caused huge economic damage. Initial estimates are that at least 100 billion knives were lost. The one who was happiest about this was the neighboring Japanese nation across the sea. One's own loss is certainly distressing, but the loss of a neighbor is delightful. Fold each other 1,000 paper cranes. You send 10 containers. I'll send a ship, and the main one hurts each other. Here's the weird part though. This tsunami was supposed to spread in all directions. Even Daxia received a tsunami warning, and several fleets were at full power to prepare to escape the tsunami. It turned out to be a lonely hiding place. The sea was unusually calm. Only the Big Stick suffered a huge economic loss. Of course, it's actually another 10 hours or so before it might reach Japan, which is across the sea, but the waves should only be a few dozen meters by then. The little baka of the coastline rushed to mass evacuation to the mountains. Even the 5-star Admiral McKay Ash, who was far away across the ocean, couldn't help but sigh. Why are you still here? How are they going to pay tribute to us when they have no money? Haido Core Commercial CBD. This is the most prosperous area in the entire Haidu. There are suits and collars and hip-hugging dresses in the building here. And the per capita salary is a whopping $4,500. $2,800 for rent. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. And Li Qi, Chen Zi, Zhao Chang and their 30 or so people were here, standing in sportswear at the rows of seaside fences, looking at the towering skyscrapers that loomed over the miles of clear sky. Is this the Haidu? It's my first time here. Some people can't help but exclaim. That's right. That area of tall buildings is the core circle of the Haidu International Financial Center. It's almost always high-end talent that can be in that area. Richie said. The prices here are much higher than those in our Ghost province. One set for 10. Isn't that right? If we were in the old days, even if we all ended up getting a merit badge and retiring from the Lightning Special Forces, we wouldn't be able to afford a house here unless we won the lottery. Nice try. Winning the lottery for $5 million leaves you with $4 million after taxes. Once isn't enough. You still have to take out a bit of a loan to buy an old rag. But thanks to the instructor, we all have internal strength now. That's right. The instructor said that as long as we pay attention in the future, we will definitely be able to become zone masters in the future. Let's not talk about becoming a sovereign. Even if we're not sovereigns, relying on our current strength, it's easy to get a job that pays $2 million a year. That's right. The instructor revolutionized us. A group of people exclaimed. Don't look at the fact that they were previously the Lightning Special Forces. The elite of the entire Ghost Province is 100,000 strong army. But once they haven't established themselves before retiring, if you retired normally, with that little martial realm strength at that time, You'd be thankful if you could get 200,000 a year when you went outside. The better ones take a couple 100,000 at most. While certainly much better than average, it's nowhere near everything you can have right now. Even the 3-star colonel, Li Chi, was in awe. He's in his 30s and soon to be 40. If nothing else, he's going to carry the 3-star school title for the rest of his life. But if once you break through to become a sovereign, plus what he's accomplished over the years, definitely could be awarded the rank of 1-star general. Arguably it also changed his destiny. Don't sigh, it's still my treat today. Richie patted his chest. I go. Can't see the chief of staff so rich. Is it rich second generation? Last night but a total consumption of 150,000. Some people can't help but sigh. What the hell? Eat the dirt poor. The group joked with each other and took a boat ride to the CBD on the other side of the canal. Bought tickets to ascend to the tallest building, all the way to the 95th floor, where there is a seafood-themed restaurant. The entire first floor is a restaurant. Dine here overlooking the entire Haidu's scenic route. Wow! Dozens of people exclaimed as if they had never seen the world as soon as they entered and stood in front of the huge glass wall looking out the window at the view. Li Chi, Chen Zi, and Zhao Chang were more calm. They were all school officers and sometimes followed the general to many big cities, so it's kind of seen the world. Not so for the others. Ben was born in a remote mountain village in a ghost province, and the better ones grew up in a small city, grew up and stayed in the military, so almost none of them have ever been to a big city. That's when a few people came in from outside. At the head of the group was a man and a woman. The man was in his mid-20s, dressed in a suit manly, with a slight look in his eyes. The female is not much different in age, with fair skin, wearing a wraparound skirt and a pair of long snow-white neat silk legs. The proud body is indeed evocative, plus nice looks. It also stands out in a crowd. It counts as 1 in 100. It was just the condescending, contemptuous, arrogant look in his eyes that was uncomfortable. They were followed by 4 tall, suited bodyguards. Humph, where's the dirt? The woman snorted coldly and gave them a look of contempt, even Richie and the others, because in her opinion, those who came to dine at this fancy-themed seafood restaurant without wearing formal attire were indeed the dirtiest of dirtbags. Even if you have a little money, it's dirt cheap dirt. No comparison at all to the real upper-class people like them. What's your problem with these dirtbags, little beauty? The man's hand rested on her small stomach, a hidden meaning in his eyes. If this isn't a restaurant, is he really going to act? Of course, even the restaurant is fine. After all, enough to sting. What are you doing? There are so many people here. Let's talk after dinner. There aren't many of them, are there? Well, little beauty, after dinner, you blow this bunch of dirtbags away. I don't want them here to interfere with my meal. Really, it's a shame that a bunch of dirtbags have the nerve to come here in their sportswear. Instantly pulls us down. The woman looked at Richie and the others in disgust. Li Chi and the others originally didn't want to bother with this kind of woman. After all, with their status, and the special nature of the location they belong to, it doesn't do any good to make a big deal out of it. But she humiliated her own group of brethren 3 times, which was really intolerable. Standing in front of the window looking at the scenery, crowd were looking over with bad eyes. Yes, they need to be told to off. It's funny that you still have the nerve to look at us like that. The corners of the man's mouth rose, and there was an unbridled tyrannical ferocity in his eyes. It seemed as if it might explode into murder at any moment. Anyone who could have that look in his or her eyes could only mean that he or she had killed a lot of people, and ordinary people are nothing more than ants that can be killed at will in their eyes. Boo! Where's the manager? Get your ass over here. The man slammed the table and said. It took the diners in the restaurant by surprise, and there was just displeasure on their faces. Looking closely, after seeing that it was actually him, they all immediately had their heads bowed, and without any displeasure, only bowed their heads to dine. I'm here. What can I do for Mr. Lee? A fat manager in a suit and small tie hurriedly ran over in fear and nodded his head. Be as respectful as you want. Tell them to get the hell out of here. I don't want to see them. And remember, I said get out. Li Daoshao said. Fine. I'll do it right away. The manager wiped sweat from his forehead. Everyone, you'd better do what young Master Li says. He's the youngest master of the Haidu Li family. Not many people in the entire Haido can afford to mess with him. You might as well get out. Just roll out on the floor. Let's say I've offended all of you. I'll give you 500 each, won't I? Here, I'll sweep it to you. The manager took out his cell phone. Chapter 91, Causing Big Trouble. Haido Li family's influence. The crowd was furious beyond belief, and they all gazed at the chief of staff, Li Chi, just waiting for an order from the chief of staff. They would rush up and beat the hell out of these two first. The Haido Li family? Richie muttered under his breath. Zhao Chang Chunzi looked at him with a questioning gaze. They didn't know much about the Li family. They didn't know what level of power it was and what kind of background it had. After all, they were still just majors with limited exposure. because power strength is also graded. Let's say the light rich kind is simply can't afford to offend as elite special forces like them. And it's different if it's a martial arts family. Generally the ancient path family that could be called an ancient path family almost always had at least one patriarch sitting in their ranks. That's awesome. It's the equivalent of a general in the army. There is another kind of power. Of course, what is involved is, naturally, the amount of power contained in the position. The Li family is a martial arts family, and the 10-star guard marshal of the capital is also surnamed Li, a native of Haidu. Li Chi faintly said, with a hint of scorn in his eyes, but his face remained calm. The actual little courtier? The level does seem a little too big. It's almost been days. Even the governors of the 3 provinces, or even the governor of the 2 rivers, are far inferior in terms of the power contained in their positions. Zhao Chang's brows furrowed. He didn't expect this arrogant young man to have such a background. It's not just a real power little court elder. It's a little court boss consummated. And the average big court elder can't even compare. I didn't expect to actually have such a background underneath it, or a martial arts patriarchal family. The Haidu Li family is truly extraordinary. Chen Zi was similarly frowning. And at this time, the Li family's eldest young man Li Hongbei Gaze this time noticed Chen Zi on the side. Mainly they all wear sportswear. At a casual glance, I thought they were all men. I didn't realize there was a female. And it's real good looking. I wonder if there's an unexpected body under the clothes. In that case, you stay with her and stay with me all night. They can go. Give them a couple of $1,000 to get rid of them. Li Hongbei instructed his bodyguard. His eyes scanned Chen Zi up and down with reckless abandon. There was an anticipation and greed for the unknown in his eyes. There was no regard for the fact that this was a public place. Yes, young master. The bodyguard took $80,000 in cash out of his suitcase. Everyone, our young master would like to treat this pretty lady to a casual dinner. So consider this money as a treat for all of you. The lady will be returned in the morning, said the high-flying head and held out the money to Richie, because Richie was the leader among them at first glance. Chen Zi's gaze went cold. Actually, to be honest, Chen Zi is indeed beautiful. Whether it's body shape and appearance or temperament and demeanor, it is absolutely one of a kind. It's the regimental favorite of the Lightning Special Forces and is very well taken care of by everyone. Coupled with being a vice captain, it was natural that he was even more respected by everyone. It turned out that someone had molested the vice captain in front of them. It's unbearable. The crowd looked at Richie, just waiting for his command. We'll take the money. Richie took the money. Consider it compensation for disgusting us. Don't hit too hard, Li Chi said icily. Holler. The crowd was instantly energized. It's a death sentence. Diggity nigga. Opening his mouth was the nationalist, followed by a standard otter flying kick, directly kicking the somewhat arrogant bodyguard with his head held up in the face. Boo! It flew straight out a good distance, lifting off 2 tables. Guests close by ran away screaming. I'm sorry, Chief of Staff. I didn't get the power. Somewhat embarrassed, he looked at Richie. Richie was speechless. Keep it under control and don't damage the property. Yes. Then came the swarming cluster asterisk. Help! Murder! Don't fight! Don't fight! I was wrong. Wait a minute, I didn't do anything at all. These 4 bodyguards were also only 3 external strength great achievement and 1 internal strength small achievement, where they were met with dozens of their internal energy strikes. Even trying to get a kick out of it seems to require connections due to the sheer number of people. Dude, let me kick it. I lent you my faceplate last time. You still owe me 500. The 4 were soon beaten to a pig's head. Couldn't even catch my breath and almost hiccuped on it. Even the manager was beaten up together, but he was lighter. They were all very controlled in their force and didn't really beat anyone to death. You guys, how dare you hit my people? You guys don't want to live. I'm the young master of the Li family, Li Hongbei. Li Hongbei said angrily, lifting the table, kind of like Raven's signature move. Don't worry, there's still you. Hey, what do I care whose house you're in? Let's see if I don't beat you to death. You kind of kicked steel when you met us. 30 people rubbed their fists and looked evilly at Li Hongbei. Even Chen Zi moved her muscles and walked over, her aura living like a tyrannical dragon. What are you doing? Don't come over here. My Li family won't let you go, and no one can save you if you strike against me in Haidu. Li Hongbei's arm blocked in front of his eyes, and he was scared and lay on the ground threateningly. He didn't have much strength at all, and was only an external strength minor. Even the inner strength bodyguard was beaten to that death. Can he not be afraid? But fear after fear, as the youngest master of the Li family, he naturally had a strong bottom, loudly threatening the crowd. One must know that in the past, whenever anyone wanted to make a move against him, as long as they heard him burst out with this name, they would all be scared and beg for mercy on their knees. Because in Haidu, his Li family is the sky. It is known as the Emperor of Haidu. Those who could fight against his Haidu Li family could be counted on one hand. I don't care what you Yuli family. How dare you molest our vice captain? See if I don't beat you to death. The crowd did not go down lightly, specializing in kicking him in the face. Some are more cloudy though, specializes in greeting men where they are most vulnerable. Ah, a mournful scream came. The frightened beauty leaned against the glass and watched the scene in shock. How dare someone beat up the young master of the Lee family here in broad daylight? Who would have thought it? This kind of audacity has never happened in the past. Even the women were dumbfounded. Even suspect that the next one won't hit itself, right? All out of the way. Chen Zi called out. The crowd was startled and ducked away, only to see Chen Zi being more ruthless, picking up the flower pot and smashing it. Boo! It was obvious that even the floor shook a little. When he looked at Li Hongbei again, he saw that his face and nose and one eye had collapsed. It was not a horrible scene. I have to say, the quality of the planter made of ceramic is really good. According to reason, with the bone density of an external strength minority, it was impossible for this hit to be smashed like this. The key lies in the fact that the planter is not really a foreign import, but says made in Daxia. Nice guy. Straight up nice guy. Dead. Dead? Someone wondered. Even Chen Zi, who started it all, didn't expect this. Pissed off, but killing each other wasn't enough. After all, he was the young master of the Li family no matter what. There are so many other complicated and horrible relationships. This is the Li family's territory again. If Li Hongbei dies, the consequences will be severe. Richie ran over and was a little alarmed at the out-of-control situation. Chen Zi even put her fingers directly at his nostrils, feeling some faint breath in that depression. It can be a relief. At least there are holes to feel the breath. That means it's not dead. But when it comes down to it, the difference between being dead and not being dead isn't really that big. After all, it's hard to fix a disfigured face. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the young master of the titular Li family. How can they go out and meet people in the future? It's still an undying hatred. You guys, how dare you beat the Li family's young master to this state? You're finished. You're finished, the woman said viciously. Chen Zi's face changed as she got up, copied the chair, and slammed it down on her face. Boo, that's a lot of force. The chair cracked. Ah, screamed miserably and covered his face. Half of his face was smashed, and the blood was flowing even more down his face. This one is basically a disfigurement as well. If you want to restore your original appearance, you can't go to the best hospitals without a few $1 million. The crowd was stunned by the lieutenant's actions. My God, you can't mess with anyone but a woman. That's too hard. No less. Lieutenant, everyone don't be afraid. Isn't it just beating up a few hooligans? Even if they have a bit of background, how big can it be? That's right, don't worry about it at all. If it wasn't for the bad influence, I would really like to beat them to death. They are too arrogant. They were obviously in a fit of anger before, and they hadn't heard what Li Qi had said about the Li family at all. The Li family is not simple. We must return to the Ghost Province military camp immediately. It needs to go back now. Immediately, Richie said with a serious voice. He knew things were getting out of hand, and this was a real one-off. If it's just a matter of beating up the youngest member of the Li family, they would have little problem as long as they returned to the Ghost Province Lightning Special Forces barracks, because it's army territory. Even that little courtier of the Haido Li family couldn't control the barracks, not to mention that Yi Chen was their chief instructor. Where Yi Chen was sitting, any more zone masters that came would be for nothing. But not now. The young master of the Li family had been beaten to this state, and it was basically certain that he would be disfigured for sure. And how can I meet people like this? Undoubtedly taking things to the point of no return. It's likely that you won't be able to walk out of Haidu at all. But Li Qi didn't mean to blame Chen Zi either. Who would have thought that planter was so hard? Besides, it was he who gave the order for the crowd to go on, and he, the chief of staff, could only be blamed first. Good. Nor did the crowd hesitate. Take the woman's phone and call an ambulance. They then left quickly. Take a cab downstairs to the airport. The airfare is all bought. They were only a little more relieved when they arrived at the airport and got on the plane, but still did not dare to be careless, because as long as the plane hasn't taken off, you can't be completely reassured. One person does everything, and even if something does go wrong, I'll take all the responsibility. Chen Zi's words were solemn. She didn't want to drag everyone along with her. Besides, it was true that she was the one who had stepped in to cause the eventual irreparable trouble. This is a responsibility she must take on. What are you talking about? It's all my responsibility. If I hadn't told you to do it, you wouldn't have gotten involved at all. It's come to this, and it's on me alone. I have followed Commander Zhou for many years. After all, I believe Commander Zhou will bail me out. Death is not so bad. At most a bit of flesh and blood. Richie said. He said it lightly. In fact, he knew better than anyone else that the Li family should be unlikely to give face to the Zhou family state, because it's too far apart. As the saying goes, the strongest dragon can't suppress a snake. What's more, The Zhou family's strength wasn't even close to that of the Li family. After all, the Zhou family doesn't have a small courtier. Soon the plane took off. After a while it was seen through the window leaving the boundaries of Haidu. Just as everyone was breathing a huge sigh of relief, the voice of the stewardess in the airplane rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry. Due to a temporary malfunction, the aircraft will be returning for maintenance. For the inconvenience you have caused, our air company will compensate all losses in full and give one person $5,000 compensation. I hope you understand. Once these words came out, everyone who was about to make a noise was not speaking. After all, such compensation is already possible. As for first-class passengers, there will be additional compensation. No good. The worst is still coming. Li Qi closed his eyes. There was lamentation in his eyes, and his voice was all lowered. Big deal. Fight them. As long as their patriarch doesn't show up. There are so many of us who are still afraid of them. It's impossible for the Li family to have a lot of patriarchs. Zhao Chang said. Chapter 92, Immortal Qin Era. Great masters are like griffins. Soon the plane stopped. A group of them were directed to another aisle to get off the plane. Seeing the special elite of guards in front of them with loaded guns pointing at them, the crowd's hands went up. There's been a vicious assault and I hope you'll all cooperate with the investigation and not resist the pain. Here's the warrant. The head 6-star guard chief took out a piece of A4 paper and said, "Look at the big steel seal." The crowd just knew that this one couldn't stay away. That's the steel seal of the 9-star guard general of Haidu. It's the same level as Zhou Tianxiang, but due to the importance of the city, Zhou Tianxiang, even if he was a 9-star guard general of the Ghost Province, he would be a notch below him. You guys have big guts? How dare you injure the Li family's young master? You're dead. No one can save you. The 6-star guard chief sneered icily, as if looking at a bunch of dead people. What do you mean? Li Qi's eyes changed as he keenly sensed that there was something in those words. Not just superficially. That's the literal meaning. If you dare to harm the young master of the Li family in Haidu, even if you disappear, it will only be an accidental death. Take away. Seeing that dozens of their own special elite had already handcuffed them, the 6-star guard chief was relieved to be able to say, "These are special handcuffs. Ordinary martial artists can't open them. How many heads do you have if you want to kill us and kill senior officers without trial?" Li Qi said with a cold voice. He thought he was being arrested and taken back for questioning, as long as he took it all on himself. I didn't expect to actually try to kill them outright. Is the Li family so arrogant? Even killing 36 people at once seemed like eating and drinking. And it's the guard elites who go straight for it. Is the guard maintaining stability? Or is it his Li family's private army? Senior officer, you're in the army? The 6-star guard chief visibly froze and looked back at him. Chief of Staff of the Lightning Special Forces of the Ghost Province Military Region. Li Qi, the papers are in my pocket. Upon hearing this, the 6-star guard chief hurriedly pulled his credentials out of his pocket. Chief of Staff, Lightning Special Forces, 3-star Colonel. He frowned when he saw this. He knew that this document couldn't be wrong. It was indeed the real deal. This is where things get difficult. Colonel Chief of Staff of the Special Forces. That's a big enough officer. It can basically be described as the second stage inside the 3 major stages of the pinnacle race before the general. There is no substantial amount of military power, yet the most elite special forces are in control. This time he didn't dare to make a private decision. It's beyond his ability, and one bad move could lead to a bigger mess. After all, the chief of guards kills a senior officer of the army, and that's a charge that's good enough for him to eat a cannonball. It must be noted that Li Qi's position was roughly equivalent to an 8-star guard chief. Watch them and stay put. Yes. The 6-star guard chief stepped 30 meters away to contact the top, returning with a very pale face. He said, "Escort them back first, so that no one else sees them." Yes, dozens of people were escorted away. It's not that they don't want to fight back by running first. Rather, they don't have that capability yet with hot weapons. Besides, running would only give them reason to shoot down. 200 kilometers out to sea near Haidu, Li Tianyi has just returned from Japan. As Japan was hit by 2 consecutive tsunamis, he negotiated with their top brass this time on how to kill Yi Chen. The answer received was that it was on hold and that they were in the process of consultation. To put it bluntly, it's a little burnt out. After all, the destruction of the 5th Fleet was too great a loss, to the point of being a flesh wound. Coupled with the 2 tsunamis that hit in quick succession, the economic damage was unprecedented, and the patriarchs sent by the 3 countries are all dead. The #1 martial arts master of the Japanese nation, the returning sea bastard Blade, was killed by Yi Chen again. You had to think long and hard if you wanted to deal with Yi Chen. The Japanese country is this big. There weren't many patriarchs, and 1 less dead was a pain in the ass, and there were several that Yi Chen had killed alone. Who can stand it if it goes on like this? Damn it, the Japanese and the big stick are burnt out. No one is coming to help kill Yi Chen at all. As for Omi, it's obvious that they want me to find someone to deal with it together on my own so they can reap the benefits. Damn, when it's really a bunch of capitalist faces. Li Tianyi was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do about it. Nowadays you can only rely on yourself. All Dane can offer is adequate support. No matter how much money or other things he wanted to hire a strong man to kill Yi Chen, they would provide it. The equivalent of just handing you a knife and watching the show from the sidelines. But it's better than nothing. I have to think of a foolproof plan to kill Yi Chen, otherwise I can't sleep or eat. He's too powerful to be at this level at such a young age. Give him another year or two. Won't he cross over into a Grand Master? At that time, even if my Li family has a real power junior pavilion elder, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with him. It will even be uprooted by him. Thinking of this, he even accelerated his speed to return to Haidu to set up the next means of exterminating Yi Chen. Instead, they saw 3 people, 2 men and a woman, standing on the surface of the sea. Is this the strength of the people on this planet nowadays? It's not that good. The power of the weapons made is fine. If it's an outer disciple it really can't be blocked. A bunch of mole crickets, even if they have weapons to enhance them. A good weapon should be paired with a strong person. Otherwise it's ultimately wasted. What eldest brother said, and right in front of the trio was a large American patrol boat. As we all know, Omi is the stirrer. His patrol boats will be in a lot of places, equipped with some basic weapons. Let's say a Barrett, a 20mm machine gun. The entire ship is roughly 3,000 tons in tonnage and is manned by 80 men. And at the moment the ship was in disrepair, covered in blood, and even broken in the middle, sinking quickly into the sea. You guys, you are? Li Tianyi said with some shock. He saw that the 3 were very young, between 25 and 30 at the most, but it was able to beat a 3,000-ton patrol ship into this, with unimaginable strength. Humph, another mole. The 3 men turned around. It was those 3 young men who had come out of the secret realm. To be able to stand on water, it still seems to be a stronger mole. Xiao Bufan said cruelly with the corners of his mouth rising. Who the hell are you guys? Li Tianyi's aura was released to the extreme and he stood on guard. He couldn't see through these 3 people, but he felt a palpitating feeling from them that he had never felt before. This feeling was especially clear, coming from the 6th sense of a strong man. Can anticipate danger in life and death crisis battles. It is an important perception that enables the strongest to turn danger into success. Griffins don't deserve to know yet, Xiao Bufan said raising his right hand. A fist shadow then struck out. It was just a spaced out punch, and it didn't look like it was heavy in power, but the shadow of the fist that was punched was abnormally huge. Fast as lightning, Li Tianyi's eyes shrunk, only having time to violently collide both fists forward. Boom! So strong, how could it be? The entire person was shaken by the strong force without any resistance. It flew backward for hundreds of meters, hitting dozens of water floats on the surface of the sea before all the power was discharged, simultaneously rotating between gliding on the surface of the sea, then finally stood firm, only to see that the 2 sides were more than 300 meters apart at the moment. So strong, I'm no match, I have to run or I'll die. He turned and ran with no intention of continuing to respond to the battle at all. The feeling the other party brought to him was too terrifying. Beat him easily. The difference is too great. The 3 of them flew into the air and then landed in the 3 directions of Li Tianyi. Watch them fly through the air and fall through the air. Li Tianyi was completely shocked. Great masters, you are great masters? Unparalleled fear struck the heart. The Grand Master that was a legend-level figure. He hadn't seen them strike with his own eyes even when he was young. Mostly it was too weak at the time. That level of character was not within his reach. And now there are 3 young great masters surround themselves. This is really too fantastic. Won the lottery, this is. Without saying a word, he knelt directly on the surface of the sea. A Peakzong sure can gather chi to hold up the water. So even on his knees he can kneel on the water. What Grand Master? What kind of trash is that? How much better is the Archon than you? Jianfeng Chen asked. Stronger by 1 great realm. It is rumored that all under the great masters are ants. Li Tianyi was puzzled. How could they not know the division of strength of martial artists? They could fly. Weren't they Grand Masters? Still, he answered honestly. Are there realms above Grand Masters? Jianfeng Chen continued to ask. No, at least with my position I haven't even heard of it. Even the earliest appearance of a Grand Master was over 50 years ago. Li Tianyi honestly said. Ha ha ha, it seems that after more than 2,000 years the strongest people here have really fallen. They are actually this weak. Not a single one that can fight. The Grand Master is only 1 great realm stronger than him, and to destroy him I used only 1% of the power of 1 hand. It's enough to show that even great masters are like ants in my hands. Xiao Bufan laughed coldly, filled with disdain for the strong people of this world. A feeling of I'm invincible hit me. As soon as Li Tian heard his words, his mind instantly raced with thoughts. He's talking about more than 2,000 years later. Could it be that they're the immortal Qin era powerhouses from 2,000 years ago? It's no wonder that one would have such terrifying strength. To actually say that Grand Masters are also mole crickets. If I can fall in with these bigwigs, won't my strength, which has been slow to advance, be able to advance even further? Thinking about it, a good idea suddenly came to him. A way to kill Yi Chen. Also a way to make the Li family go further. Chapter 93, I'll lead the way for Elder. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. For the splendor of the Xian Qin era, Li Tianyi had once inquired about ancient historical information. So naturally, he knew something about it. In the common people's understanding of history, King Yingzheng of Qin unified the 6 countries, made the same railroads, wrote the same books, and standardized the measuring tape. It can be said to have created a heyday, but that's about it. It's all a cover-up of what's really going on and trying to keep them commoners in the loop. And what is true is that the pre-Qin era was one of the peaks of the powerful. As for how strong it is, I don't know. It should be at least universally at Grandmaster strength anyway. As for the back, it should be an internal conflict to finish off the strongest. So it's actually seniors. 3 seniors, please accept my obeisance. Saying this, he kowtowed directly to a great salute. The main idea is to put his head down and do whatever he needs to do to survive and get his lap on. Elder, I'm considered to be near the top of the hierarchy in this world, and I understand a lot of things. If there's anything you want to ask, anything you need to find out, or resources for enhancement, I can help. I only beg the 3 seniors to spare my life. I will also give my best to the 3 seniors and never have any second thoughts. When he said this, he kept kowtowing. It can be said to use the don't coin face to its fullest extent. He also didn't want him to lose face as the once high and mighty first patriarch of Haidu. The 3 of them glanced at each other, and there was disdain for mole crickets in their eyes. What's the point of keeping such trash? Just kill it. A long emerald green sword appeared in Gu Qingshua's hand and was about to slash Li Tianyi to death. This scared Li Tianyi badly. It's all pissed off. If the other party wanted to kill him, it was no simpler than crushing an ant. Wait, this kind of person is useful to keep. Give him a way to live. He will do things with more heart than anyone else. Xiao Bufan smiled contemptuously. Yes, 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 as long as my life is spared, the 3 seniors can do whatever they want me to do. Absolutely no second thoughts. Li Tianyi hurriedly kowtowed like garlic. Although it's a bit wasteful, but eldest brother has said so I'll spare your life. Don't play any tricks on me, or I'll exterminate your entire clan. Gu Qingshua's killing aura was instantly released. Yes, 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 senior, I would never dare to have second thoughts. I swear by the heart of martial arts, if you betray the 3 seniors, you will die without a burial place, said he and swore to God. Swearing by the heart of the martial arts is the most vicious way, because once you say it, trying to disobey it will backfire. This seems to be caused by a force in the underworld, so few dare to swear so. It's usually the signing of alliance pacts and whatnot that gets you so screwed up. Humph. Gu Qingxue let out a cold snort. Originally, he wanted to chop up Li Tianyi and feed him to the fish with a sword. Who is the strongest person still active on this planet right now, and what is his strength? Jianfeng Chen asked. If there is a strong person who is still active, it would be the great Xia's first martial arts patriarch, Dogu Chongyin, who was also once the most gifted, and can be said to be unprecedented. His strength is transcendent, and not long after he broke through to become a grandmaster more than 10 years ago, he was able to defeat the number 1 martial arts grandmaster of the Japanese nation, the returning sea bastard Blade. I'm afraid that today's strength is extremely close, if not a grandmaster, almost in his early 40s this year. It lives in the great summer capital, but even I'm not too sure where exactly. I'll have to ask my brother about that. He's a Haidu Guard marshal and knows a lot more than I do, Li Tianyi said in detail. Barely in his early 40s before he's barely about to cross over into what you call a grandmaster. It's so fragile. Weak. So weak. In the sect, it's only at the level of an outer sect's miscellaneous disciple. Gu Qingxue laughed. Xiao Bufan was even more disdainful. I didn't realize that not only are the strongest people in this present age ridiculously weak, they're all hiding. Even geniuses claiming to be unprecedented are that weak. Compared to the immortal Qin era, the geniuses of this era are like ants. Chen Jianfeng laughed even more recklessly. I didn't expect that a world that produced an existence like the 1,000 ancient emperors would be so declined after more than 2,000 years. Not a single one that can fight. If the 3 of us were to make a move, it wouldn't be a problem to take down the entire world hierarchy in less than 3 days and rule the entire planet. Xiao Bufan said. He was extremely inflated right now. In the sect, even though he was the inner sect senior brother, but above him were the core disciples, and the even more noble pro-disciples, and the strongest holy sons and daughters of the younger generation. Therefore, in a sect where geniuses abounded, he was naturally more than a match for the top, but here he is completely invincible. It's arrogant to say that I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone here is trash. Can this make him not swell? Hearing these words from them, Li Tianyi was silenced while being even more excited. This one is kind of a hug. These 3 are the real big boys. Surprisingly, He didn't even place an existence like Takuro Changin in his eyes at all. As he thought of this, a glint of sternness flashed in his eyes, but Takuro Changin was only a genius once. If it were before, he would indeed be a peerless genius that no one has ever seen before, and would be talked about by countless people. But now an even more terrifying genius has suddenly been born. He is so talented that no one has come before or since. And of course that's not including the three seniors. Li Tiandong. The rise and fall of voices aroused the interest of the three. There seemed to be a few moments of curiosity about this newly emerged genius as well. Oh, how genius can it be? Tell me, Gu Qingxue said with a lift of her chin. His name is Yi Chen. He appeared out of nowhere after disappearing for 5 years. At only 18 years old he is already infinitely close to being a grandmaster. And I even have a feeling that I'm afraid he's not just as simple as a half-step grandmaster, because he directly used a ceramic cup to kill a Pixongsher from a distance of 1,000 meters in seconds. I'm afraid such strength is still hidden. It's highly likely that it's a grandmaster, Li Tianyi said with a serious expression. He was deliberately raising Yi Chen's strength, trying to get Yi Chen into a place of no return. In reality, he didn't know how strong Yi Chen was. The guess is that it's a half-step sovereign. Only if we don't blow Yi Chen a little stronger. How could the three of them be interested in Yi Chen? The three men looked at each other with a frown. The eyes that were still looking down on the geniuses of this world changed. If you're talking about a 30-year-old patriarch, a 40-year-old grandmaster, putting it inside the Green Mountain sect is also the level of a general outer door servant. It's just the bottom of the clan, doing things that janitors do every day. Without the help of a strong person to elevate them, it would be difficult to get ahead in life. But an 18-year-old grandmaster is terrifying. If that's true, converting the way our realms are divided, this son's talent is indeed exceptional. The realms are divided into returning yuan, refining qi, foundation establishment, jindan, and yuanying, and each realm is further divided into 9 grades, and their so-called grandmaster is equivalent to the first grade of qi refining. An 18-year-old qi refining first grade, putting it in the Green Mountain sect is also at the level of a core disciple. Chen Jianfeng said. Rarely did he look disdainful, but he looked grave. It's the equivalent of originally being in a retarded world full of rookies. You think you're invincible and intellectually crushing, but then all of a sudden you realize there's another super awesome child prodigy genius, even more so than yourself. That's not a good feeling. Not to mention the fact that they were the ones who originally thought of themselves as clan geniuses and looked down on modern martial arts powerhouses. Humph, whether it's a grandmaster or not is yet to be seen. I'd like to see just how much weight this so-called genius has. Xiao Bufan looked disdainful. Alright then, the task given to us by the eldest elder originally included investigating the level of powerhouses in this world. Nowadays, you can be basically sure that it was a meteorite that broke the seal. As for the method of lifting the seal, it is indeed too difficult and can be figured out slowly afterward. Chen Jianfeng said. Then what are we waiting for? 2 senior brothers, let's go. You, quickly lead the way and take us to this Yi Chen. This young lady would like to meet him and see if he is really as strong as you say. If you deceive us, see how I'll clean you up. Gu Qingxue said. Yes, yes, yes. 3 of you please follow me. Li Tianyi trembled in fear. However, as long as one thought about Yi Chen's strength, he should not disappoint the 3 seniors. He could also use this to decapitate Yi Chen, after which he would go on to exterminate Yi Chen's closest relatives. This would also eliminate a major pitfall. He's disappeared since he won the date yesterday, and I'm guessing that by now he's back at the Ghost Province Lightning Special Forces barracks. He's the new chief instructor of Lightning Special Forces, and he's been spending the vast majority of his time there lately. We could just go to him. It's about 2,700 kilometers from here, Li Tianyi said. Good, let's leave immediately. Boom! The 3 took him into the sky with them, flying at high speeds, picking up direct sound barrier breaking supersonic speeds. The flight speed far exceeded that of a great master. It was important to know that the average Grand Master could only fly a couple hundred meters per second. Running on land would be faster though, because you can't use force in the air. You use chi to fly. Therefore Grand Masters also generally don't fly very fast, unless one is extremely good at speed, and they're easily supersonic, so much stronger than the Archons. You can tell they're extraordinary by that hand alone. Meanwhile, Li Zhongmu, the head of the Haidu Li family, was in a luxurious private hospital bed. Looked at his dying was wrapped into wood, only one eye exposed to the youngest son Li Hongbei. Inside, there was immense anger. Did you find out? Are they really high up in the military? An old butler came into the ward and Li Zhongmu asked. Yes, they are indeed military brass. 1 colonel and 2 majors, and the rest are almost all second lieutenants, affiliated with the Ghost Province Military Region's Ace Elite Lightning Special Forces. The old butler said. Very well, now any cat or dog dares to bully my Li family. I don't care what they are and what led up to it. Kill them all and leave no one behind. Also tell someone to greet their loved ones, Li Zhongmu ordered. The old butler was in some difficulty, killing the military region's most elite special forces. And when you do, it's a regiment. Can you still play like that? There are no impermeable walls. As soon as the Ghost Province military region realizes they've disappeared, they'll immediately check it out. Results will be available soon. If this damn thing got out to the top, the Lee family, being a martial arts family, might be better off, but that backer in Haidu, I'm afraid, will be impeached by the hostile hierarchy. After all, though, it was the actual little courtier. But above that, there was the Grand Pavilion Master, as well as the actual Grand Pavilion Master, and even the Council of Elders. Undoubtedly it will invite big trouble for the biggest backer. Family Master, this matter is not that simple. I think it's better to think carefully. You can kill a few of the main culprits, but if you kill them all, even the one in Haidu will have a headache. The old butler reminded. You're teaching me things? Li Zhongmu's face was hard. How could he not be angry when his son was beaten up like this and the rest of his life was ruined? Ever calm, he doesn't think about it that much anymore. He only knew that the Li family had multiple sect masters, as well as the number one sect master in Haidu. There is also the real power of the little cabinet minister. Can killing dozens of military special forces in order to avenge their son still do anything to them? Even if I do get blamed, I can afford it. Don't dare. The old butler was frightened. Go ahead. Do it clean. Report the results and say they resisted the law by force and were shot on the spot to set the country straight. Yes, master of the house. The old butler went down to command, and Li Zhongmu's fists clenched tightly as he looked at his son in this miserable state. Ouch! Ouch! Kill! Kill! Li Hongbei screamed with difficulty. Don't worry, son. No one connected with this matter will be spared by my father, and all will have to pay for it, Li Zhongmu assured. A cold light in his eyes, and a terrifying killing aura permeated him. Chapter 94. Hear me say thank you for burying 3 acres with you. Small dark room on the 3rd basement level of the Haidu Security Department. This is usually where vicious murderers stay, but at the moment, all 33 members of the Lightning Special Forces were being held here, locked up in a 100-square-foot room. Still, the room was well stocked with couches and stools and whatnot. The crowd was sitting on the couch, all quiet and thoughtful. There's absolutely no way they're going to let us go that easily. With the Li family's overbearing way of doing things, they might make a move against us, Chen Zi analyzed. No way. They shouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Killing all the members of the Lightning Special Forces in plain sight is not a minor offense. Yeah, they shouldn't dare do that. Even the Chief of Staff is here. It's hard to believe that they would dare to kill the Chief of Staff as well. The crowd couldn't help but laugh at this, not quite believing that the Li family would be so arrogant. There isn't a single other outsider on the 3rd floor of this underground, so if they really want to deal with us, they'll be the ones to write whatever outcome. Richie also analyzed. In that case, contact Commander Zhou directly and let the commander come around. Zhao Chang said. No, you can't put out a fire from afar, not to mention the fact that the sky is far away. The commander, as powerful as he is, can't control this place. This is Haidu. Richie sighed. That's even easier. Contact the instructor. If they really want to take a shot at us, they can only contact the instructor now, Zhao Chang said. He's a bit straight in his normal moments, but he has a good head on his shoulders when it counts. Know who can save them now, but our cell phones have been taken away and we can't get in touch. Chen Zi said the key. No need for a cell phone. I have a locator chip implanted in my arm. Just turn it on to call for reinforcements. This is currently only available to officers above the rank of colonel. Richie said he pressed 2 spots on his arm. Position open to call for reinforcements. The message was delivered directly to the Land and Air Brigade, which was flanked by the Lightning Special Forces. The main purpose of this Land and Air Brigade is for support and cover for the Lightning Special Forces, so naturally they were the first to know. Colonel Lu Hang didn't dare to slack off and contacted Zhou Jiangwo directly. Zhou Jiangwo was also surprised when he received the message, but because of the distance, over 2,000 kilometers, plus he's not from the local military district either. As the saying goes, a county official is better than a county manager. Calling for backup doesn't always work. Thinking of Yi Chen helplessly. I know. I'll talk to Mr. Yi and see if I can ask him to go over and take a look. Zhou Jiangwo hung up the phone. It only occurred to me that Yi Chen was still in winning state yesterday. Shouldn't be going back to the Ghost Province so soon. At the same time, Richie and the others saw a line of heavily armed men coming in 3 neat rows. It's the same special elite of guards from before, manning an assault rifle, even with a high-powered sniper grenade. With this kind of configuration, a patriarch would have to call him an insider when he saw it. Is it unplayable? You've got the ING 30mm howitzer out, and standing in front of them was the 6-star guard chief from before, as well as an old white-haired man who was none other than the Li family's butler. Gentlemen, I'll send you on your way. Dare to harm the young master. Pay attention in your next life. We'll greet your families one by one as well. The old man shook his head. For some reason, he always felt that something big was going to happen, but this was the order of the family head, and he could only do as he was told. How dare you really dare to kill us, to take a shot at us for that kind of scum? I'll see how you'll explain it to the top. If the instructor finds out, destroy your Lee family. Dozens of people stood at attention, even holding the couch in front of them, but that didn't help. With that kind of firepower, steel plates can be sifted. Fire. Boom boom boom. Countless bullets fell like rain, but then a bizarre scene happened. The submachine gun fires at a rate of 4.8 seconds to clear 35 rounds, and they didn't hold back. Just dozens of guns emptied of bullets. By all accounts, even an elephant could be beaten to a pulp. But the scene that one would like to see did not occur. Instead, all the bullets stayed in the air. Such an amazing scene shook the people beyond words. Reacting to this, they couldn't help but look at each other, their hairs breaking out in sweat. Attack! Attack me! It's almost a 2-second magazine change. Another flurry of shots. Not bad for the strongest guard special elite. They are indeed well trained and extremely professional. But it was found to still be hitting the air. We're okay? What's going on? Li Chi and the others were all surprised. Why don't you see the gunshots? And why don't you see yourself getting shot to pieces? The couch was lowered, and all that could be seen was a dense mass of bullets levitating and even spinning. Just the sound of footsteps in the distance. The specialty elite turned their heads to look. It was the young man in the white ancient costume. Tall and handsome, he simply doesn't see the earth. Who are you? The 6-star guard chief frowned. Dare to touch my people. Looking for death. Yi Chen raised his hand. Boom boom boom. Ah. All the bullets returned to give them a full body wash. Except for the 6-star guard chief and the old man who just had his limbs blown off. All of them were beaten into sieves. Dogs shake their heads when they see it. You. What the hell are you? The two men forced themselves to endure the pain and fell in a pool of blood looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen had already known the cause of the matter as he collected the souls across the air. How many of your Li family have been killed by me and you don't even recognize me? Yi Chen laughed. You're Yi Chen. Spare me. I was just following orders. I didn't want to kill them at all. The words were not finished. The iron bar in the cell next to him dislodged and flew up and plunged into his body. Then a dozen more flew in. Run him through into a hedgehog. You are the devil. Don't you dare kill me. Do you know how serious the consequences are? I'm a 6-star guard captain. You can't kill me. The words were not finished. Yi Chen looked. Dozens of iron rods also came to him. Not to mention a tiny 6-star guard chief. Even if it was a 7-star, 8-star, 9-star, or even a 10-star, Yi Chen could kill it if he wanted to. Looking at the entire planet, who could stop him? It's just a bunch of ants. The Li family shall be destroyed. Yi Chen's words were cold. With a casual wave of his hand, the sturdy and incomparable iron door of the cell instantly compressed into a fist-sized piece of iron and fell to the ground. The crowd came out, and only then did they see Yi Chen at the end of the corridor. It was not filled with joy. Instructor. The instructor is here. The instructor is so handsome. 7.62 bullets are useless. Didn't they say that carbon-based organisms can't be stopped? It's too strong. Is this the strength of a grandmaster? The instructor alone is worth a reinforced regiment, right? The pattern. The pattern is low. I can see even the heavy brigade can touch it. So much for your pattern. It seems to me that the instructor can defeat a nation by himself. Awesome. In terms of ass-kissing, it's still you. The crowd snickered and surrounded Yi Chen in a circle, looking at him with excitement. A proper bunch of little fans. I am aware of what happened. You guys did the right thing. There's no need to be soft in the face of someone like that. It's just a shame you guys didn't kill him. Next time remember to hit hard when you do. When you meet this kind of person again, don't care who he is or what background he has. Just kill him directly. Then it's just a matter of destroying the Li family in the district. Even with the background of the capital city's little pavilion elder. What does it count as? Just a mole. You guys come with me, Yi Chen said, turning around and walking away. It's the instructor. Great. With the instructor here, this is revenge. Instructor is really overbearing. To the point of destroying the Li family? The might of a great patriarch is not to be provoked. So what's the point of destroying his Li family? Really looking forward to this. It's going to be a great battle for sure. When the time comes, we'll go on as well and follow the instructor to kill the Li family. Well, him. The crowd was outraged. Each one is like a chicken blood. Only Yi Chen casually slashed his hand, tearing the space in front of him. An opening 5 meters long and 2 meters high split open. Yi Chen stepped into it. The crowd looked at each other and followed without hesitation. Just see that this is the Li family estate. Not in the downtown area, but in a hilltop manor house. It covers an area of about 1 square kilometer. Keep in mind that this is well beyond the amount of usable space per person that can be owned in a home. But it was normal for this to be the powerful Haidu Li family, and a group of 36 of them showed up on the lawn of the manor house alibi. In front of them was the White Palace that was 6 stories high and covered an extremely wide area. The repair is extremely luxurious and the total cost will not be less than $60 billion. That's rich, super rich. There's money in power and there's money in strength. And it just so happens that the Li family has it all. Not here. Yi Chen's eyes swept through. The Li family head was not there, and their number one powerhouse, Li Tianyi, was also not in the underground cultivation room. The youngest son is away. The oldest is on the 3rd floor with 15 maids. However, there were 2 patriarchs stationed outside an underground vault. The 2 of them sat opposite each other drinking tea. Extremely leisurely. Look at how laid back they are. How could Yi Chen not send them on their way? After all, isn't tea drunk everywhere? With a wave of his hand, all those house slaves who found him were killed. Casual. Moved the 2 patriarchs out of the air. They were still sipping their tea, not feeling the spatial changes around them in the slightest. They had come out into the clearing. Dozens of people were right behind them watching them. Yi Chen stepped forward and placed his hand on the duo's heads. It was only at this moment that they finally reacted. Just about to start it up when the head exploded. 2 great masters of the hallowed martial arts sect level had died just like that without even moving their hands. After killing the 2 of them, things are not over yet. Naturally, Yi Chen moved his finger to change the space. In the 3rd floor and the big young master was originally being in a dozen people. Directly was all transferred to the lawn. Seeing such a scene, it blows right up. Chen Zi's face turned red all the way to her neck and hurriedly turned her head. The others look on in amusement. Wonderful. Wonderful. That's when the eldest reacted. Who are you? Panicked. He looked around. Yi Chen casually waved his hand and directly exploded all of them. And don't bother with the whole thing. The soul of the eldest young master was thrown into the evil knows hell by him. Have a good time and go. It's more fun there. Tortured soul flesh. All 3 meters high. After doing this wasn't enough. All the remaining bodyguards and whatnot were instantly killed by headshots. 1 spell down. All the eggs in the kitchen were scrambled and poured on the floor. All fish in the landscape lake are cut in half. Even the eels hiding in the dirt were sliced horizontally into a dozen pieces. None of the birds on the property, none of the earthworms in the land were spared. There is only one word to describe it, and that is miserable. Put away all the underground vaults. He can give it to his parents if he can't use it. They still need quite a bit of money to start a business on their end. I have to admit that the Li family is quite rich. Antique paintings and tables of American knives littered the vault. Initial estimates are worth at least $30 billion. And that's not enough. Not by a long shot. Only to see Yi Chen again emanating spatial power from the tips of his fingers. Li Hongbei in a hospital bed and his father appear before him. Not only that, but all of his closest relatives within 3 generations appeared. All of them were transferred by Yi Chen's spatial diversion. Stunned special teams for life. Makes them even begin to doubt life. A Grand Master who is merely 1 realm higher than a patriarch. Is it really that strong? Why does it feel like the instructor is as omnipotent as a god? It seems like the instructor never said he was a Grand Master. If you want to put it that way, could it be that the instructor has surpassed the Grand Master and broken through to above the Grand Master? What realm is that? Unimaginable. Yi Chen didn't care what they thought. The main fight is for Li Hongbei's father to watch him being lynched. No, let my son go. Ah, you devil, devil. Then he would strike down Li Chengmu in front of his parents. Finished the set-piece kill. This trip is tortured and then thrown into the abyss, where the family is reunited and the torture continues. That's a big ing thank you. Give me a break. That's what happens when you mess with him. Not to mention the fact that these griffins were trying to kill him and deal with his parents. Had to be a real death wish. Originally on his way to the Ghost Province, he ended up getting notified that his home had been stolen. Li Tianyi was on fire. After determining that Yi Chen was not over there, he immediately returned. And he had a feeling that the one who stole the house was most likely Yi Chen. After all, he was the only one who seemed to have a problem with it. Plus something about lightning special forces injuring his grandson. It's basically 8 or 9. The 3 naturally and readily agreed to bring him back. Seemingly sensing that Li Tianyi was approaching towards him, Yi Chen waited in the manor. In order to kill and put to death. Let him meet the death of all his loved ones. As for the lightning special forces letting them get on with their fun, there's not much vacation left. When the group left, they were all still wondering if the instructor would make a bigger deal out of it, right? But that was no longer something they should worry about, because it's the enemy who should be worried. It's an old crime for one man to victimize everyone in a family. Up and down the line. Chapter 95, Shocked 3. He's a Yuan Ing power? I have to say, there's some competence in architecture in these two. 000 years of hindsight. It's amazing that such a grand and tall building can be made. It's not too much of a waste. Looking at the huge sea city in the distance Guqingshu side, there have been many big cities along the way, but nothing was bigger and more shocking than Haidu. though the strongest people in this era are trash, but it's good that the innovative power is very strong. It's still somewhat useful. When my green cloud sect rejoins the world, all the useful ones will be left behind, and all the useless ones will be killed, to optimize the population a bit, Xiao Bufan said. It seems that those who have no use for it are just wasting food and land space. The main fight is more capitalist than capitalist, purely a feudal dynasty concept. Yes, 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 what Senior said. Li Tani nodded his head like garlic. In the few hours he had spent with them, it was clear to him that these powerhouses of the immortal Qin period would soon return to the world. The world is about to be in great chaos. Only by attaching themselves to this kind of strong man could their Li family still maintain their original position in the midst of the chaotic world. Even further, Senpai, I want to progress so badly. Come over the Li family estate. Seeing the blood all over the ground, Li Tani almost fainted. At a casual glance, his son was there, his grandson was there. In short, all his closest relatives were all here. It was blown out of the water, but you can still tell the difference. No, when he was 100 meters away, he jumped down violently, kneeling down and hissing in pain, and it was Yi Chen in front of him, this young man he knew so well, the young man who had been trying to kill, but he had not realized that the other party had first killed almost everyone within 3 generations of his own family to the next of kin. Currently, the only one who should still be alive is the 10-star guard marshal in the capital city, and that commander of the military district in the Valley province. Raising his head angrily, he looked at the bland and incomparable Yi Chen. It was as if doing all of this was nothing more than a random act for Yi Chen. 3 seniors, this is the man. He is Yi Chen, by far the most talented genius on the entire blue planet. He killed my family. His methods were cruel to the extreme, like a demon, a true devil. Please, seniors, do this for me. Li Tani fiercely knelt down and kowtowed. The 3 didn't speak, but instead hovered 10 meters in the air watching Yi Chen. Several people could not help but have a trace of surprise in their eyes. They certainly didn't feel much for all that Yi Chen had done. After all, they are also very vicious in their methods and have killed many people. Just not like this. It is indeed somewhat ruthless, like the devil. What was more crucial was that the 3 of them had been sizing up Yi Chen, and surprisingly, they couldn't see his depth at all. I should say that Yi Chen was ordinary like a mortal. There wasn't the slightest hint of powerful intimidation. Mediocre. Of course it says that there is no release of power. Flat out. Naturally, this face is not to be spoken of as plain. That's what puzzles them the most. When Gu Qingxue saw Yi Chen's face, she couldn't help but tremble inwardly and her eyelids fluttered. Even the heartbeat sped up a few notches. It was a heartfelt feeling. Inwardly, he had to sigh. There is such a handsome man in the world. I'm afraid no woman could stand up to such a man. Xiao Bufan naturally sensed Gu Qingxue's movements keenly, and a strong feeling of jealousy seized his heart. In the old days he was naturally the first elder brother of the inner sect at the same time. It was also the first handsome man recognized by the inner sect, and now he admitted that Yi Chen's face value had threatened him. Even when he was at his peak, he had to avoid him, and that avoidance may well be for life. So Yi Chen must die. Deadly staring at Yi Chen, he seemed to be finding out the cracks in Yi Chen's body, or the fact that he was just a weak rookie. That way he could also step on Yi Chen ruthlessly. Let senior sister Qingxue know who is the true pride of heaven, the dragon and phoenix among men. Yi Chen looked up at them. This outfit, could it be a cultivator? Yi Chen thought in his heart. You guys, where did you come from? Yi Chen felt their weak strength, almost imperceptible, and as if they were not immortal cultivators. After all, cultivators aren't this good, but they were floating in the air, and their strength was at least that of a grandmaster, and just wearing these clothes and cultivating immortality should be more or less related. Humph, you don't deserve to know where we come from yet. Weak griffin, Xiao Bufan snorted coldly. That's your bottom line? Yi Chen looked at Li Tani. Humph, tremble Yi Chen. Fear you. In front of the seniors you are as unbearable as an ant. Senior only needs to move his fingers to crush you. Don't you think you're strong? I admit that you may be a junior grandmaster, with a talent that no one in Xia has ever seen before or since, but the seniors in front of you are gifted with strength far beyond your imagination. The talent you think you have is nothing but a frog in the well. Li Tani wanted to say something else. Boo! 2 arms blew off. Ah! The pain caused him to let out a pig-killing scream, and he simply deserved to die. Keep you half alive and watch them die while I torture you. Yi Chen said. More than the devil. What happened? How did he just strike? All 3 were shocked. They didn't even see Yi Chen make any movements, and as a result, Li Tian's 2 arms exploded. No warning, no defense. Something's odd. He's not simple. Jianfeng Chen was on guard. Humph, crooked. It's just an underhanded means of the bloodline method. Li Tani must have had a bloodline curse placed on him a long time ago. Through blood you can control all parts of his body to explode at will. Xiao Bufan, however, disdained it and analyzed it in a self-righteous manner. Yi Chen shook his head flatly. Great analysis. Next time don't analyze it. Submit to me and spare your life. Xiao Bufan clasped his hands in his arms and condescended. Yi Chen, however, did not even move, his body releasing majestic pressure. Descending from the sky, it was like an ancient ferocious beast crushing the world, and like a god descending into the world in all its glory. Boom! Ah! The three were directly pressed down from the air and slammed onto the ground. The earth trembled violently. A huge pit 30 meters in diameter and 50 meters deep appeared. The release of billions of dots of random pressure causes more destruction than the daddy of bombs in Great America. The three of them were just sprawled out in the deep pit, buried in the dirt, unable to speak. The pressure on their bodies made them unable to move. This feeling of being crushed and exploded at any moment can be really unpleasant. One must know that they are experts in the foundation stage. Hard carry nukes are not so bad, but none of the high-powered destructive conventional weapons like the bomb daddies can do any real damage to them. But it was this kind of them that were pressed into this state by the pressure released by Yi Chen. The physical pain wasn't what scared them the most. Instead, Yi Chen was unfathomable and powerful. They had never seen anyone so powerful. Even if it was a Jindan elder-level powerhouse in the sect, it would be impossible to make them like this with just the pressure. At least move your fingers or something. There was only one thought in mind. That would be, Yuaning mighty. The thought of that possibility can scare the hell out of them. A Jindan powerhouse was already in existence that was out of their reach. Not to mention a Yuaning powerhouse. That's a powerful person at the level of a Grand Elder. Their little bit of strength wasn't enough for a look from someone else. It was no wonder that just for an instant, without even moving, it caused them to suffer such great trauma. Why? How is that possible? Li Tianyi was dumbfounded and stupid. His nose bubbled up in fear. The three seniors who were so powerful in his eyes that they were even powerful enough to easily kill a Grand Master in seconds. Surprisingly, he was seconded by Yi Chen. Yi Chen wasn't a junior Grandmaster at all. Rather, it was far beyond the realm of great masters. What kind of existence has he provoked? Is such a character something he can afford to offend? I can't believe I'm thinking of killing people, even their parents. No wonder the patriarch sent out to kill his parents all failed. Surprisingly, it was such a terrifying existence. It's not even wrong for their entire Haidoli family to be buried with them. Chapter 96. What do you call this ing Grandmaster? He's a goddess of transformation, heavenly monarch. The thought that Li Tianyi had actually told them that Yi Chen was just barely a Grandmaster teenage genius, and brought them to Yi Chen. They then wanted to split Li Tianyi's whole family into 5 pieces. Do you care about this teenage genius and call this a great master? This is the absolute demonic peak powerhouse, okay? I'm going to chop him up. That was the only thought the three had. Yi Chen withdrew the pressure. The three were spatially moved out of the pit. Appearing in front of Yi Chen, he knelt on the ground. This sudden change in circumstances shocked them even more. Why? How can that be? No way. Spatial shifting art? This. It's really a spatial art. What kind of existence is he? In the end, all three stuttered, though a number of bones were broken by the smash. However, it was still bearable for them at the foundation establishment stage. Even more crucial was the spatial shifting technique that Yi Chen had performed. This is unbelievable. As a few of the most talented disciples in the inner sect of the Green Mountain sect, no one knew what spatial shifting meant better than they did. Spatial arts? He's a transformation heavenly monarch? Chen Jianfeng was so shocked that he was shaking like a sieve. It's like a field dog in the middle of minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Greetings to the heavenly lord of transformation. I should be damned. How dare I offend the heavenly monarch? It's really a crime that can't be punished. Heavenly monarch of the transformation god is above us. To be subjected to our insolence is truly a crime that deserves death. The three men shivered and kowtowed frantically, begging for mercy. Where is the previous high and mighty, treating life as if it were grass? Only a transformation heavenly monarch could control the power of space, not even a Yuaning powerhouse. This was why Yuaning powerhouses were like ants in the hands of a heavenly monarch of transformation powerhouse, completely defenseless. This is what is meant by the god of transformation in the god of transformation realm. Like a god, looking down on any realm below. Whether or not there were any transfiguration gods among the Green Mountain sect, none of them were sure, only knowing that it was very strong, so strong that it could be equal to their clan. There's even been more than that. Transformation god heavenly monarch. What realm is this? Where did you come from? All of you. Yi Chen said. He really didn't know anything about this realm that the other party was talking about. Yes, we will know everything and say everything. We come from the Green Mountain sect of the Green Mountain mysterious realm at the bottom of the Eastern Sea. The Green Mountain mystic realm is as large in scope as the Great Summer, yet the population is very small, only about 500 million. There are a total of 7 major sects among them as well as some minor sects. The 7 great clans are divided into the upper 3 and the lower 4. Our Green Mountain sect is the head of the upper three sects, and in the Green Mountain mysterious realm, the realms are divided into returning to origin, refining qi, foundation establishment, Jindan, Yuanying, and the most mysterious, transformation of God, also known as transformation of God heavenly monarch. Rumor has it that breaking through the God transformation heavenly monarchs can ascend to the immortal realm, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth with their strength. No longer in the realm of mortals. Xiao Bufan shivered like a sieve and said, "Is that actually the case?" Yi Chen nodded. "Are there any other secret places besides yours?" Yi Chen asked casually. He hadn't scanned the world carefully before, just a random sweep with a billion points of power. But he wasn't thinking of finding all the secret places that might exist around the world. Just a casual question and not much interest in knowing. He didn't bother scanning himself. Isn't there someone readily available to ask? Yes, there are, but they were all sealed by King Yingzhang of Qin, the emperor of 1,000 years, more than 2,000 years ago. So far, only our Green Mountain mystic realm has barely broken a seal to come out our three inner disciples. Xiao Bufan continued. Yi Chen rippled. It was not unusual for the 1,000 ancient emperors to be powerful enough to seal all their secret realms. After all, it's not a reputation to be blown. What is there in this world that interests you? Yi Chen added. The Qin King Yingzhang had closed all of the so many secret realms, surely because he didn't want them to come to this world. And this world wasn't much bigger than their secret realm. On a per capita land area basis it may even be worse than the secret world. They must have come to this world for a reason. Legend has it that Blue Star was the main battlefield of the ancient gods tens of millions of years ago. This place is filled with many opportunities, and with luck there is even the possibility of breaking through the Jindan Yuanying or even the transformation god True Lord. It will naturally attract the strongest people in the secret realm to flock to it. But more than 2,000 years ago, Yingzhang, the first emperor of the millennia, led an army around to conquer. In the end, he fought all the secret realms and managed to force the strong people in the secret realms back, not daring to come out again. That's what completely unified the world. In the end, before Yingzhang ascended to the immortal realm, he used his supreme power to seal all the secret realms. After so many years of generations of strong people dying, we've tried countless methods, but we couldn't forcefully break the seal. We're still out because the meteorite impact is what caused the outer seal to be broken. But for the seal to be completely lifted, it is estimated that it will take half a year. And once one seal is broken, the other seals will be broken one after another. And then all the secret realm powerhouses will show up at the Blue Star. Xiao Bufan said. Yi Chen's face was expressionless. He also didn't know that the so-called meteorite impact that broke the external seal was actually caused by him. That's just his one little whiff of resilience. Wouldn't care even if I knew. They're all just ants. Did you guys just turn on me? Yi Chen looked at the three. Calm eyes, but it made them sweat like a pig. Unparalleled fear spread. It was a million times more fearful than seeing their clan's supreme grand elder. True Lord, we were wrong, we deserve to die. Spare us a dog's life. We're willing to work as oxen and horses for you. Watching the three of them kowtow violently. Pay attention in your next life. Yi Chen didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. The mighty pressure descended and left them in ashes. There wasn't even time for a scream. Three existences that surpassed the Grandmaster level. Once they appeared in the public's view as if a natural disaster had befallen them. It was just so easily killed by Yi Chen. Easier than crushing an ant. Didn't even move. Crushed to death with a direct pressure. My lord, spare me. All of my Li family's properties go to your lord. Spare my life. I'll be your dog. I'll be your dog. I'll bite whoever you tell me to. Li Tani kowtowed violently. The earth was thumping and trembling. I'm knocking my head on the floor, but I'm still afraid to stop. The desire to survive is stronger than ever at this moment. Let him do whatever he wants as long as he survives. Being a dog for Yi Chen was completely child's play. To be able to be the dog of a big brother of this level, that's a big brother's dog any damn way. It's not enough to beat a dog. Watch him kowtow miserably. Yi Chen showed no mercy, even admired it as if watching a clown. Kill yourself and try to kill your parents, which is so easy to let him die. Go and be reunited with your family. That's where you belong. So it was killed by 1,000 cuts. The soul is then thrown into the abyss. His relatives can all be over here neatly next to each other for 3 meters. Against such people who had once stood tall and proud and strong, there is no harder way to destroy and strike than in this way. It can be called murderous. It was the people who could be directly killed by Yi Chen who should be most thankful. At least it died quickly. But if he tortures you, people are dead. The spirit must still be tortured. No hard man can stand up to this kind of agonizing pain. It will just end up going up in miserable smoke. On top of a lofty peak stretching for 100 miles in the Green Mountain mysterious realm, there is a main peak here that is about 12,000 meters in height. There are numerous magnificent palaces starting halfway up the mountain. Not only that, within 100 miles, there were palaces on every mountain peak. These peaks surrounded a huge square that covered an area of 10 square kilometers. It was built by bulldozing numerous mountains. And in the square there were over 50,000 returning Yuan realm and Qi practitioners fighting and honing each other. Inside a cultivation room in a secluded realm within the palace that was the third largest in the row above the main peak. This place is covered by a transparent isolation formation, and the front can overlook hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers without any obstruction. And in the center of this cultivation room there was an old man in a green shirt, with white hair like snow, but his face was not old. Sitting on his knees, his body's breath was dazzling, and there was a hidden agitation. Just like a silkworm breaking through a cocoon, it seems to break the bottleneck at any moment. Suddenly, the 3 turquoise life symbols on his body flew out and hovered in the air, rapidly rotating while their light shone brightly. Bang bang bang! It simultaneously shattered into a turquoise light and dissipated. The closed-eye cultivation old man violently opened his eyes. The breath shook out between the chaos. Magnificent and vast. Unceasing. If it wasn't for the protection of the isolation array, this sweep of energy would have been enough to cause devastating damage. Damn! That was close. Who the hell is bothering me? Wait, how come all 3 life symbols are shattered? It was only then that he reacted to the fact that the 3 most outstanding disciples of the inner sect that he had sent out with their life talismans had all shattered at the same time. Keep in mind that this hasn't been going on for long. Who is it? Who in the world killed my clan's outstanding disciples? I will not spare you. There will be no place for you in heaven and on earth. Half a year. There's still half a year to go before the sealing energy nears its end. Only at that time will a realm like mine be able to step out of the secret realm. But a month later, when the seal is loosened, you can send out a stronger person with a bit more strength. And you can take this person down first. Men, summon the core disciples into the hall. Chapter 97, Killing the Heart. Strength exposed. Yi Chen did not destroy the manor. This place can be one of the industries of the Meng Yun group. As for who's in favor of it and who's against it, then, of course, whoever dares to oppose it will be exterminated. Capital 10-star guard Marshal Li Hongjiang, one of the actual little courtiers. Yi Chen looked in the direction of the capital city. This little pavilion elder, Zhou family members have mentioned many times, are very scrupulous. It could be imagined that it was definitely a real power figure in the whole of Daxia. There must be thunderous means as well as strong strength. And the reason why he hadn't yet exterminated the 9 clans of the Li family was naturally because he wanted to torture this one to death before finally exterminating him. Otherwise it wouldn't be a cheap shot. Yi Chen's fingers slipped through the torn space, and then the space gradually enlarged to the size of a portal. The next second it appeared it was already over 1,000 kilometers away in the capital city. The capital is the largest city in the Daxia range, though not as prosperous as Haidu, but the big names here are beyond compare. It's safe to say that anyone killed by a slate could be a relative of a bigot. Relationships are intricate, and it's an extremely pedigreed place. Sure, Yi Chen didn't care about that. It directly just descended over the bustling ancient architectural alibi. This is a private compound exclusively belonging to the small cabinet minister Li Hongjiang. It doesn't cover a large area, just 3,000 square meters. Melt understated luxury to the extreme. Don't look at just a simple old building style. Seems like it's a lot cheaper compared to the Western style of architecture. Virtually all of them are built of goldenrod and wanwali. It's full of money. Looking at this other house, Yi Chen had already automatically categorized it as one of the Meng Yun Group's properties. Yi Chen caught a glimpse of Li Hongjiang, who was sitting there in the pavilion drinking tea. He was dressed in a suit and was talking to his beautifully sassy wife as they chatted. Definitely a lovey-dovey couple. Seeing such a cozy scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but be a little slightly moved with compassion. In that case, both of them will be slapped to death and fed to the dogs. Yi Chen landed down. The alarm went off immediately. Then almost the next moment rushed out a dozen black-clothed bodyguards, with manual submachine guns pointing at Yi Chen. Not only that, the automatic defense system in the bio was turned on. 2 fully automatic intelligent anti-aircraft machine guns were pointed at Yi Chen. They're 17.5mm caliber Inhuman. At the same time, a dozen intelligent drones rose into the air, all equipped with 30mm grenade launchers. With such a firepower configuration, the Patriarch came for nothing. Unless it was a great master, it would be difficult to inflict damage on it in a short period of time. Waiting in time will be the capital guard. It's configurations like that are scary. Even a truly great master would have to leave his life here. This is the reason why the great masters will remain hidden from the world. My lord, times have changed. Technology triumphs over the martial artist. Li Hongjiang and his wife looked at Yi Chen calmly. Not bad for someone who's been through a lot. A great mountain crumbles in front of you and your face does not change its color. Even with the presence of assassins, they can respond so calmly too. Indeed, it is worthy of being high up on the list for so long. Who the hell are you and what are you doing here? They naturally didn't see Yi Chen flying, and just seeing him land, they all just assumed that he was a clan master. Patriarchs are like dragons. certainly powerful and unshameable, but if you dare to trespass on important land, and not to be taken lightly, they're all crippled at least. Take your dog's life. Yi Chen calmly sat on the stool and picked up the teapot to make tea by himself. Fire. After Li Hongzhang instructed, he also purposely blocked the lady's eyes with his hand. It can be very sweet. Boom boom boom. Except for howitzers, which last 20 seconds of fire. It should have shattered so much that you couldn't even pick the crumbs off, but it didn't happen. All the bullets stayed in front of Yi Chen and spun around. How is this possible? The black-clad bodyguards were confused. They've cleared all 3 magazines and are down to their pistols. But even a submachine gun fitted with all 7.62mm armor-piercing rounds didn't work. The little bullets in the pistol are better left alone. They don't give them any security at all. Not to mention killing each other. It's no different than a burning stick. How? What kind of monster is it? Li Hongzhang was startled. Hurriedly, he took pretty lady back a dozen meters. All bullets returned to kill a dozen or so bodyguards. By this time the drone howitzers had also been fired. 6 rounds of ammunition in reserve. The equivalent of over 100 howitzers attacking him at a dead-end angle. But just as soon as they were launched they all returned to destroy the drones. Yi Chen remained unharmed. I'll give you a chance to kill your wife yourself. Yi Chen's mind moved, and a handful of grenade launchers with 1 howitzer left landed and hovered in front of him. 30mm caliber is inhuman. Hitting a normal person is basically no different than hitting a watermelon. Yi Chen is trying to kill and kill. What did you say? Do you know who I am? You're challenging the entire Xia by doing this. Do you have that strength? Li Hongzhang was furious. One hand held his beautiful wife back. He stared at Yi Chen with a deadly stare, fearing that Yi Chen would make a move. There's no way he'd kill his own wife with his own hands. Never. Red badge. The woman looked at Li Hongzhang with affection in her eyes. This feeling of being protected is really a preference that every woman can't refuse. No woman can resist the charms of such a man. Schwerer, don't worry. As long as I'm around no one can hurt you. Li Hongzhang assured her, his voice gentle. Even after decades of bonding, it's still like a day in the life. This most innocent of feelings belongs only to this age. Husband and wife. In that case, you come and kill him or your good 20-year-old son will be fed to the dogs. Yi Chen said as he proceeded to shatter space, grabbing his son and throwing him to the ground. A gilded cockney in the barracks. In his 20s, with fair skin, he didn't even look like he trained and toughed it out every day. The grenade gun floated up to the sassy woman. It can be described as murderous to the extreme. Not bad for Yi Chen, the existence known as the devil's father. It seems I wasn't clear enough. Yi Chen was again a hand-grabbed a 1-meter-high big wolf dog hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. Straight away he began to tear into the fair male who was still a bit confused and unresponsive. Yi Chen's various means shocked them. Seeing their son screaming in agony as he was bitten, they then reacted. The sassy woman picked up the grenade gun and aimed it at her husband. There were tears in his eyes. Yi Chen waited impatiently and directly gave him this good deal to shoot to death. The dog says thank you to Big Brother for the perks. You devil, you shall not die. Both are crazy. Yi Chen gave both of them a slap on the wrist each as well. The main attraction is a sea dog person. The dog said, next time, too much. I really cannot eat. Subsequent bloodline spells kill the 9 clans. From this moment on, there will be no more Haiduli family. No chicken or dog will be left in the 9 clans. Yi Chen drifted away after doing this. Right in front of the flying drone scouts. Boom! Instantaneous sonic boom. Speed straight up to Mach 30. The shock of the supersonic sonic boom could be heard over the entire capital. It quickly disappeared after crossing a stream of light in the air. Mach 30 is about 10 kilometers a second. What a terrible speed. Naturally, it drew many people to look up and watch. But it was so fast that there was no time to take a cell phone picture before it disappeared into the distance, leaving a long stream of air in this clear sky. The direction is exactly in the direction of the Japanese. The head of the Japanese Guihai Budokan, Guihai Baodao, had been killed by him before, and during the previous deduction process before killing the Li family, he discovered that the Guihai bastard sword and Li Tianyi were colluding in their intention to kill him together. As it is, then he could only make a trip to the Japanese Budokan and kill them all. And the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft didn't pursue Yi Chen after capturing his image. You can't even chase it if you want to. You can only enter the alibi to view it. Just to find out that the titular 10-star guard marshal of the capital and his wife are gone. Not only that, but the only son is gone. Only the big dog that burps and stretches a little on the side, wagging his tail and then running off contentedly. Soon a large number of capital guard troops in armored vehicles surrounded the area, and they're making quick work of everything on the scene. All recorded and given to the Secret Service. The Secret Service didn't dare to slack off, and took the information as well as the video and hurriedly left to report to the Council of Elders. At the same time the order was given to gag everyone from speaking out. Otherwise there is only death. And soon the news of the guard's handsome death reached the ears of the Elder Council's Grand Elder. looking at the dozen or so photos on the table and the only video on the tablet of a video player that wasn't connected to the internet. The Grand Elder's mouth was a little bit unable to close as he was shocked. It took a minute for the mood to settle down. Lapsed into contemplation. Ugh, after a long sigh, he couldn't help but take out a pack of cigarettes and smoke a few consecutively. That's when the mood eased a bit. The eyes full of majesty were in constant contemplation. Eventually he let out a long sigh. Ugh, that's just it. I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill him unless nuclear weapons are used. It's not worth it to offend an existence like that for this. Can't afford to be offended either. The jungle is a jungle. Let this matter be dealt with coldly. Thinking of this, he summoned the elders, publicized a message that shocked them all year long. According to the terrifying speed of Yi Qin shown in this video, it's straight up to 30 times the speed of sound. Ties in with all that's happened in the meantime. The Secret Service can say with a high degree of certainty that Yi Chen is the one who exterminated all the members of the North Face Kingdom as well as the royal family of the Yu Kingdom and thousands of troops. The Japanese Fifth Fleet was also destroyed by him. Not only that, but what happened just last night, when super half of the Big Sticks Navy was wiped out, with the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy all killed in action, was also his doing. Just a short while ago, he annihilated everyone up and down the Haiduli family, leaving no one behind. Even 10-star Guard Marshal Li Hongzhang's entire family was just killed by him. The direction he's currently flying in is Bonobo. After saying so much in one breath, the Grand Elder couldn't help but finish a cigarette. A full bottle of mineral water was then consumed. All of these showed how unsettled he was inside at the moment. It seemed to be the only way to calm him down. It's not just him. All the other elders picked up the mineral water in front of them and drank it in one go. It seemed to be treating the water as if it were wine, trying to sober itself up. What the hell kind of mythology is this? If it hadn't come from the Great Elder himself, they really want to say, can't you make up a better ing story? When we're cuties. No, but it was precisely because the Great Elder himself said so. It was only then that they had to be cautious and make themselves as calm as possible. The news is just too strong. Even the Second Elder, who had always been very unhappy with Yi Chen's behavior, at this point it was also too intimidated to coin random coins. Can a person really be this powerful? After a few minutes, the Third Elder watched the video over and over again before finally saying, when he spoke, he didn't realize that his voice had changed. All I know is that even the great masters of a few decades ago couldn't have flown Mach 30. That's already the fastest spaceflight speed for an intercontinental weapon, and it has to be in space. Trying to achieve Mach 30 speeds directly in the atmosphere is something even our latest research weapons can't do, and he was able to easily destroy more than half of Big Stick's naval fleet unharmed. You know, there are a few more 10,000-ton super battleships in the mix, but it still adds up to extinction. Yi Chen's strength is just too terrifying. He's not a junior grandmaster, but a realm far beyond that. The more the Third Elder spoke, the more agitated he became. He could no longer imagine what kind of heaven-destroying means such strength possessed. Didn't see it with my own eyes, after all, but just imagining it is a hot mess. What is power and money compared to this terrifying strength? All of them went up in smoke under absolute strength. If he could, he would rather trade his power for that strength. It's just a shame that it's not even possible. There are no shortcuts to becoming strong. This person must not be messed with. Even if he kills the Guard Marshal, he can't be messed with. It's too strong. Even half of the Big Sticks Navy isn't up to the fighting strength of one of our fleets, but the ease with which he destroys, even destroying a volcano together, is simply terrifying. It is impossible to imagine such greatness. The Fourth Elder marveled. That's still because they haven't realized that it's actually not just the volcano that's exposed to the sea that's gone. The volcanic part under the sea floor has also been bulldozed. Had they known, they would have only been more shocked and frightened. Definitely didn't dare to have any more of the slightest bit of displeasure with what Yi Chen had done. Second Elder, what do you think? The Sixth Elder looked towards the Second Elder, whose status was second only to the First Elder. The entire Presbyterian Church was divided into two factions. The Sixth Elder naturally wanted to see the Second Elder's reaction at this time. After all, he had been upset with Yi Chen before. Now that he knew how powerful Yi Chen was, he didn't know what he was thinking. All eyes were focused on him, waiting for his answer. Even the Grand Elder was lighting a cigarette and looking at him. The Second Elder didn't say anything. The eyes had been constantly thinking. A few moments later, indeed not to be messed with. But, at this point, he paused, then rose slowly. His eyes became utterly determined as he rose and straightened completely. It is an unchanging truth that the strong can be privileged, but even the great masters of a few decades ago, in situations where they had to cross the line again and again, after taking casualties under the firepower of modern weapons, they also have no choice but to collectively retreat in practice to build up their strength until they are unafraid of weapons of mass destruction. Therefore, even if Yi Chen surpasses a Grand Master, he cannot be an exception. Once the line is crossed, I would recommend that they be nuked directly. It doesn't matter if it will result in a huge kill. These are the prices that can be paid to purge a threat and a major scourge, the second elder said generously. The eyes all became unusually determined. It seemed that at this moment he was the embodiment of justice, judging all sins, a model of true justice. The other elders who watched froze, especially those on the side of the grand elder, shocked by his remarks. Nonsense, do you know the consequences of using nuclear weapons? And what kind of damage will be done to people by the huge killings that will be produced then? Besides, you're just as certain that Yi Chen will be destroyed by a nuclear weapon? If you can't do any damage to it, the backlash will also be fatal. Who is responsible for this? The third elder stood up and said, what I'm saying is that he crossed the line, went beyond the line, and had to be nuked about it. Let's say killing another courtier, or to exterminate the courtier's entire family for no reason. These are the reasons why he can be destroyed, the second elder said. He was not happy with this third elder who was always working against him. Humph, this isn't your place to talk. In any case, more than half of the votes are needed to move that weapon. Do you have enough tickets? The third elder was nonchalant. Boo! Sit down, all of you. The grand elder slammed the table without anger. Even if the two of them were more tit for tat, they could only sit down honestly. After all, it was still the grand elder who had the final say here. As long as the issue is not particularly important, the grand elder can decide for himself. I'll take a vote, and when it really gets to the point of no return, a show of hands. Well, that's it. That said, the meeting was adjourned. The grand elder's head hurt a little. Every time Yi Chen killed someone, he exterminated all 9 clans. It has resulted in a lot of missing positions. Just arranging this makes my head hurt. It was as if Yi Chen was optimizing the population. Eliminate one group after another to make room for others. Needless to say, there can be really a lot of people who want to thank him. After all, the cake is that big. The more people share, the less you share. Second elder, fifth elder, seventh elder, 10th elder, and then secret talks after they leave. Inform those ancient martial arts families and hidden sects that a strong person who has surpassed the great master at the age of 18 has appeared. Spread the word, the second elder said. What does the second elder mean? The seventh elder was a bit puzzled. The reason why all of these great masters went into seclusion back then was because they were unable to break through to a higher realm, or unable to survive a WMD attack. In order to be able to cultivate the strength to be unafraid of these weapons, they've been in seclusion for decades without coming out, and their desire for strength can be imagined. If we let them know that a teenage genius was actually able to break through above a grandmaster, how crazy would they go? To say that this Yi Chen doesn't have any special opportunities, I'm afraid no one would believe it. A piker is a piker. If you don't have the strength to absolutely crush, but you can't suppress those people. As the second elder spoke, the other elders nodded their heads. I see. Several people immediately split up to do their own thing. Chapter 98, Pitfalls and Sins? The Flame of Revenge. With a flight speed of Mach 30, a distance of 3,000 kilometers could be reached in no time. Yi Chen arrived over the returning sea martial arts hall. Looking at this complex of ancient Japanese-style architecture, there are at least 1,000 or 800 disciples inside. One by one, they were training hard, and the stake men they cut with their swords all had Yi Chen's avatar plastered on them. It's not that there's much love for Yi Chen. Instead, they had to remember that it was Yi Chen who had killed all of their teachers, so each one is working extra hard. As the saying goes, anger makes you strong. With this momentum, they could indeed produce results in a very short time. In the future, it would definitely pose a certain threat to the Grand Xia martial arts world, but that's about it. Their path ends here today. Yi Chen stood in the air and gently stepped, the strong vibrations directly pressing down. It was like the whole sky had fallen. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky, only to see the scene that almost gave them a fright. No. The magnificent complex stretched over 3 square kilometers was destroyed outright. The pressure collapsed, revealing a pit 2 kilometers in diameter. 5 meters down in the pit, all of them are so close to the ground that they can't even be gouged. It's not over. Yi Chen discovered all the outside disciples of the returning sea bastard sword by virtue of his chi traction. A single thought kills all of its ultra-remote bloodline chakra. All of the disciples of the returning sea bastard sword's own lineage were killed, dead through and through, and their deputy librarian due to have left, dodged the bullet. The main thing was that Yi Chen had only killed all the related disciples and grandchildren in the direct line of the returning sea bastard sword. There aren't many of them, either, and with the ones here it's only 4,000. There have been very few. Just half a day ago, the deputy head of the returning sea martial arts dojo traveled to a small island in the depths of the ocean, seeking to meet the true first chief master of the Gekkai Budokan, Gekkai Ichiban Ryu, who was hidden away in the forest and practiced intensely. Returning to the sea, a stream of knives, became famous 100 years ago. At that time it was already a Grand Master level existence. Afterward, he disappeared in seclusion 50 years ago. the only one who knows his location. It's also just the curator and the deputy curator. In fact, if Yi Chen hadn't killed the returning sea bastard blade in seconds at that time, then the Guihai bastard sword would definitely threaten Yi Chen with the Guihai one blade stream. It was just that Yi Chen didn't give him that chance at all. Old Pavilion Master, please come out and meet me. I'm Gekkai Murakami, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Gekkai Budokan. Only to see an old man with an upright posture come out from that dense forest, though only in simple wooden slippers. Even the clothes looked a little worn. However, the whole person gave off a sense of toughness with a sharp edge, chopping up the world and not retracting the sword. It seemed that as long as he stood there, everything became less important. He's the only centerpiece here. Such an aura is indeed unimaginable. Greetings to the old Pavilion Master. Gekkai Murakami respectfully knelt down and kowtowed. You have to realize that the seat in front of you is a Grand Master, an existence far beyond that of a sovereign. Even 100 years ago, he became a Grand Master. The Deputy Pavilion Master had even wondered if the current old Pavilion Master had gone further and broken through that final constraint. After all, the reputation of the returning C1 blade stream was too prevalent. It was a legend in the beginning. Now, decades later, it's hard not to suspect that he's broken through. Sect Master, great achievement? That's all you've accomplished after so many years? What a disappointment. It seems that the returning C martial arts hall is destined to fall. Returning to the C1 blade stream coldly laughed and shook his head, disappointed in him. After all, the original Guihai Ishu Ryu had become a grandmaster in his early 30s. It's just a little slower than Dekuro Chang'in. Subsequently became a grandmaster in less than 10 years of work. Successive advances followed. Until now, his strength was unfathomable. But I didn't realize that the Budokan's deputy head, Gekkai Murakami, was only a Dichangzongshi. I'm really ashamed to disappoint you. My talent is limited. Even if I delve into it with all my heart, I can only get to this point. I'm afraid that the peak of the sovereign will be my limit. Gekkai Murakami was mortified. What about him? The returning sea bastard sword is the one I value more. How is his strength now? Returning to the sea, Ichiju asked. For this returning sea martial arts dojo master that he had personally chosen back then, he still has high hopes. In his imagination, it should be able to break through to Grand Master. It was only a matter of time. He's dead. The Pavilion Master was killed. Gekkai Murakami lowered his head sadly. Dead? How? He then spoke about Yi Chen's deeds. Teenage half-step sect master, only 18 years old, used a cup to kill the returning sea bastard sword in seconds from a distance of thousands of miles, witnessed by thousands of martial artists at the time. Even until now, this matter was still being passed around in the posts on the martial arts forums. It was much talked about. In particular, the phrase bully patriarch stinks became a stunt. From a distance of 1,000 meters, using a cup to instantly kill a peak martial arts master. This son's strength is unimaginable. Not a half-step sovereign. Instead, it's a genuine Grand Master. Returning to the sea, Ikkyu made sure of it. There was an unprecedented gravity in all of his eyes. Not even when he saw the power of nuclear weapons in the first place. It didn't make him what he is now. The main reason was that an 18-year-old Grandmaster was too shocking. There is no one who has gone before and no one who will come after. Impossible. How could he be a Grandmaster? Is it possible for such a young Grandmaster? It's hard to imagine on the village of Gekkai. He had already overestimated Yi Chen enough, but he didn't expect that he had still misjudged. Since the returning C one-shot stream had said so, it must be right. With his strength and eyesight, how could he be wrong in his estimation? Nothing is impossible in this world. Just like 100 years ago, we didn't expect to see weapons capable of threatening our lives just a few decades later. You have to realize that at that time, even though thermal weapons had already appeared, their power was still limited, and Grand Masters were still invincible in the battlefield. The battle between two armies to decide the winner is a contest between great masters. Until times changed and thermal weapons became more and more powerful. There's even the ultimate weapon, the nuclear weapon, and an 18-year-old Grandmaster, while certainly unbelievable, is still something that can happen. I'm going to make a bold guess that he must have gotten something of some sort, and that's why he was able to grow so fast. Didn't you just say that he once disappeared for 5 long years? Disappearing at that young of an age 5 years later to have the strength you have now. No more background will do. It will just be chance. An opportunity that would have skyrocketed no matter who got it. This person killed my Pavilion Master. I will kill him, and I will get the secrets on him, and it has to be done quickly. Otherwise, if those old guys find out about it, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to compete for it. Speaking of this, the returning C1 blade stream disappeared in an instant, so fast that it only left behind a residual shadow. When he then reappeared, he was fully dressed in his gear, a black battle armor and a black katana. The whole aura of the person is pulled straight through. From this instant, I, Gekkai Ichiban Ryu, return to the martial arts world. Let's go. Take a direct flight on the village of Gekkai. He was straight up pissed off when he got back to the returning sea Budokan. Who destroyed my returning sea martial arts hall? Could it be that those old guys teamed up to do it? Thinking of this returning sea one Blade Stream's eyes chilled. He didn't think about it on Yi Chen. Mainly Yi Chen, in his imagination, had at most just crossed over into Grandmaster. Not with such horrific destructive power. Only the old guys he knew. With a joint cast, it might just be possible. It can't be delayed any longer. I'll go directly to Yi Chen. He also stopped making any preparations and traveled to Daxia to find Yi Chen. In the middle of the capital of the Northern Kingdom. The kingdom to the north has now calmed down after many days of conquest, and it was the golem supported by Sharon, the legendary first shaman of the Northern Kingdom, who ultimately emerged victorious, under the intervention of his means as a great master. Naturally, it was easy to unify the entire kingdom. After all, a war-torn, weak and poor kingdom, which side's division commander had the support of a great master? It's hard not to win. In the palace, which was temporarily serving as a royal palace, all the other ministers had retired at the moment. Only the seemingly divine and majestic king of the North Face, as well as the Grand Master Salon that emerged from the dark corners. Lord Sharon, the king of the North Face, hurriedly and respectfully got down from his seat, kneeling on one knee. Aha! Sharon didn't even look at him and went straight to the throne. The king of the North Face didn't dare to show any disrespect. He's held this position all the way up by Salon. It's easy to make him lose. He couldn't afford to offend a great master of this level. Lord Sharon has a message about the death of the former king of the North Plain, and I think it should be of great relevance. Say, according to the news from the Great Xia side, there is a teenage grandmaster among the Great Xia, and that teenage grandmaster Yi Chen was on top of the flight that was attacked by the previous missile. Therefore, I suspect that he is the one who struck down Iman. He has the strength and the means and reason to exterminate the royalty as well as Iman. Humph. Just as he finished his sentence, Sharon grunted coldly. The hand slammed, and the armrest, made of gold, directly melted. You know that's gold, which still has a high melting point. Surprisingly, it melted right off, but it gave the king of the North Face a fright. Chapter 99, Compulsion. Miao family, aiming to win. The king of the North Face fell to his knees and shivered. Facing a great master with terrifying methods, he knew very well that life and death were all at the other party's whim. Besides, the other party is famous throughout the North Face country. The strongest shaman salon that was a grand master decades ago. Its various sorceries are endless, and once you move you don't even know how to die. It was more intimidating than the average grand master. Lord Sharon, calm your anger. This matter has to be considered in the long run. After all, he is a junior grand master with many means. If he can't be killed at once it will be troublesome. The king of the North Face said carefully. He was mostly afraid that the saloon was in the gutter. Yi Chen had become a grand master at such a young age. How could he be an idle person? If you think you've been famous for a long time, you don't look it in the eye. In case Sharon was struck back, he would be without this big backer. You're teaching me things? Sharon gave him a disdainful look. A look made it afraid to speak again. A mere mole cricket is nothing. Even if they are the same grandmaster, there is still a gap. He's only just crossed the threshold of grandmaster. He's still far from being a true powerhouse. There is a saying in Daxia that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. So I hope that he doesn't do any unnecessary resistance, or else the only thing that awaits him is an agonizing death. Sharon said confidently. After decades of not being out, it feels like I'm good again. Lord Sharon is mighty, and will surely be able to cut down the thieves. The king of the North Face couldn't say anything else but pat his ass. In the back of his mind, he wondered how he was going to stabilize the situation in case this backer was gone. Humph. I'm going to strike him down and make his body into a puppet. With such talent, if it is made into a puppet it will definitely be the strongest puppet. Even if I deal with a peak expert among the great masters, I will be able to fight with it. Sharon thought of this foot on the ground and violently leapt into the high air, then went out of the window of the great hall and disappeared into the sky. In the mountains of the Valley Province, there are legends of insect parasites here. Rumor has it that those who have been parasitized have pain all over their bodies as if they were being drilled by worms. You can't even die if you want to. One can only end up being manipulated by it and become a walking corpse. The place where the legends of the Valley Province's bugs and parasites converge is the Miao family, a martial arts family. Being in the midst of 10,000 great mountains, it was like an ancient fortress with a complex of buildings of all sizes surrounding it, as if it were an ancient fortress. And this is where the Miao family is heavily involved. The Hmong live here all year round and many don't even leave for decades. Occasionally, a younger generation enters the world to gather the needed resources. Of course the Miao family has its own properties in the outside world. Only all of them are taken care of by outsiders. While providing the Miao family with enough resources, they were also able to get some key information from the outside world to pass back. Just see you in front of that huge round old castle. A woman in a red dress and heavy makeup stood in the doorway. Please pass on. I demand to see the old family master. It's a big deal. Something big has happened. Something that concerns the entire martial arts world, the woman said anxiously. Seeing this, the two burly men who guarded the doorway, revealing half of their muscles, looked at each other. The original fierce eyes became clear for a few moments. The other side is foreign and lowly though. However, if there was information about a major event in the martial arts world, naturally, he could not be slowed down. You wait, the old family master is always in seclusion and doesn't see outsiders. I'll go and report back to the old family master. The burly man went at a fast pace. It took half an hour to get out. The old master of the house is letting you in. Remember, no disrespect. Get in. Yes. The woman entered at a quick pace. This round old fortress has a different world once you enter it. The center is not open air. Instead, it's a very high dome where the rain can't get down. What's more crucial is that this area in the middle is full of flowers and trees, plus a ring of soft lights around it. It makes the place look like day. It gives a feeling of being out of this world. I only saw that there was an old woman sitting there on the high platform in the center. The yearly fragrance is above 100 years old. Long snow-white hair fell behind her. Her face was only about 60, and her posture was erect without a hint of a stoop. And this person was none other than the old master of the Miao family, Miao Renfeng, a powerful man who has been famous for nearly 80 years. A lifetime of compulsion was out of this world, and I don't know how many people's nightmares it became back then, until the warm weapon became more and more sophisticated and threatened her life. Even the later nuclear weapons, as well as intercontinental delivery, have made it no longer dare to be arrogant. One can only take refuge in practice until one can defy heat weapons of mass destruction. This seclusion was for decades. In all these decades, no one could dare to bother her. Mostly, there's nothing major that could bother her. A single-minded cultivation, only to break through above the great master and achieve a higher realm. At that time, you can go anywhere in the sky and on the ground. Being disturbed from cultivation was naturally unpleasant. What great event actually concerns the entire martial arts world? Tell me about it, and if it isn't so, just take you and give my little darlings a taste. Speaking of this, the originally somewhat benevolent old woman Mao Runfeng, her eyes instantly shone with a cold light. The smile changed a bit to tea. It's creepy as hell. Several disgusting things that resembled maggots crawled out from behind him, about 50 centimeters long or so, and swam around his hands. Not only that, but there was this thing writhing around in those beautiful-looking flowers and bushes. It seems to have a high level of intelligence. All follow Mao Renfeng's orders. The woman swallowed hard. Her head was covered in sweat. This intelligence work is killing me. It's a risk to your life to come and report an intelligence. Old family master. Today's great Xia has produced a martial arts genius who is only 18 years old and is so magnificent that he is already a grandmaster. According to reliable sources, he seems to have the secret to breaking through to above grandmaster. Therefore, after learning of this matter, I confirmed it again and again, and not daring to be negligent, I immediately came to report to the old family master. This matter will soon be known by the other great masters, and they will inevitably take action as well. We have to do it soon, the woman said under her breath. I can't believe this is happening. An 18-year-old grandmaster. Unimaginable. Miao Renfeng's eyes became sharp. A mood of excited eagerness passed through. It even caused the countless long worms to raise their bodies high, as if they were also happy about it. There are all kinds of colors, and it's extremely scary to look at it in a densely phobic way. This person must have had a strange encounter, which is definitely beyond imagination. Otherwise it would be impossible to cause him to possess the strength of a grandmaster at only 18 years old. If I can obtain his secret, I will be able to break through this final constraint. Ha. But this person cannot be killed. If he can be used for my Miao family, it will undoubtedly be a great help. Or give birth to a son whose talent is feared to be exceptionally terrifying as well. My Miao family will prosper even more in a few decades. Thinking about this, Miao Renfeng's eyes became a little different. It seemed to come to mind. Is there any young generation of my Miao family that is stunningly beautiful and gifted in their looks? Miao Renfeng asked, standing up from the position of sitting cross-legged on the high platform. It then floated down to the ground. Originally those bugs were going to follow her. As a result, with a flick of his hand, the bugs obediently stepped backward. Yes, the old family master's great-granddaughter Miao Manhwa, aged 30, looks stunningly beautiful, and her talent is the highest in this generation. Now it's the peak of inner strength. I believe that I will definitely be able to break through the sovereign before the age of 32, the woman said. She may have an outside name, but she was in control of the intelligence after all, and knew all about it. Very good. To be able to become a patriarch before the age of 32, even if it's a bit worse compared to me, it's still quite extraordinary. I didn't expect that my heavy granddaughter would have such talent. Go and meet my great-granddaughter. After decades of not going out, I wonder if the world has forgotten about me. Miao Renfeng, The two went out and flew into the air to leave. After finding Miao Fanghua and taking her with him, he left the Miao family's thousands of square miles of mountains. Go find that teenage Grand Master Yi Chen. And it doesn't just happen here. It also happens in various places throughout Daxia. So much so that the appearance of the Archons caused even those extremely powerful superpowers to show up. Although the junior Archon didn't have much to do with them. But if those who were once mortal enemies become stronger as a result, naturally it concerns them. Therefore, they had also awakened from their seclusion. Almost all of these are superb presences that were familiar decades ago. Invariably, though, it's because of the horrors of hot weapons. It was only then that he chose to stay in seclusion. It wasn't until now because of the meat and potatoes that was Yi Chen that it appeared en masse. The world is about to be disorganized as a result. Don't look at the fact that these great masters didn't seem to cause any destruction once they appeared. But that's just the beginning. Once the fight is on in the back, in large cities where crowds gather, the devastation is unimaginable, even if it will almost always be restrained to avoid military fire. But who can say about this? It is, after all, an uncontrollable force. Those middle powers in big countries have had contingency plans generated. The army is on constant alert. The entire line is on level 3 or even level 2 readiness. And the steel torrent is catching up on production. Expansion of the military weaponry readiness personnel. It's become a thing that almost all countries are doing. Don't see how even a Grand Master can't stop the indiscriminate bombardment of modern weapons. Even a single high-powered aerial bomb could send it to the west. But that must also be based on the other side not engaging in sneak attacks. If they were to play dirty, the destructive power of an Archon was unimaginable. It will cause no small amount of damage to the military, so there is no room for carelessness. Of course, it's basically unlikely to say that it's a level 1 combat readiness. Although the Archon was strong, he didn't have that ability yet. Today's technological weapons are advancing so fast that times have changed completely. Laser weapons, precision-guided weapons, random handheld weapons or supersonic missiles. There are also many unknown weapons developments that are pressurized capitals. It's not usually revealed unless it's absolutely necessary. Once the Grand Master is moved, he will have to drink the Northwest. As long as the Archons don't go out of their way to intentionally destroy it, breaking the calm that should have lasted for decades, the military didn't bother to start a conflict with them. After all, in this world it's not about fighting and killing, it's more about people. Don't touch the bottom line. It's perfectly fine to turn a blind eye. It's not just the Miao family in Daxia, the Gongsun family, a family of tomb guardians in Huangshan, Taishan Qin family, Lingnan Lu family, and so on. This one and all but the ones with Grand Masters were called ancient martial families. It's a real prestigious family. All lasted at least nearly 200 years of glory. Compared to the splendor of the martial arts family in the last few dozens or hundreds of years, it was more than a notch stronger. Just the grandmasters that he possessed alone could easily sweep through martial arts families by themselves. And not just the ancient martial arts families. In fact, even some ancient martial arts sects that hadn't been around for dozens or hundreds of years were starting to stupidly show up. An 18-year-old grandmaster. What kind of concept is that? Not to mention great masters. Even just 18-year-old masters could make them climb out of seclusion one by one, just to peek at the secrets in Yi Chen's body. And not to mention the Grand Master. To say that he didn't have a huge secret of a breakthrough hidden in him, no one would believe it. As the saying goes, money moves people. And for martial artists, this lure of being able to advance to a higher realm was greater than anything else. Chapter 100, Arrogant Old Woman. You're dead. Wait for me. Yi Chen not in the Lightning Special Forces barracks at the moment. Instead, he was walking around the big city of Haidu. The prosperity of Haidu naturally goes without saying. After all, it was the strongest city in Daxia, and there was no doubt about its economy. The pay was horribly low, but nay suit and tie and hip dress, it was still manly. It's only when you get back to your 3-square-foot room that you start to wonder about life. It can be said that the rich are very rich and the poor are very poor. Per capita wages are complete bull asterisk 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 asterisk. 4,500 on a casual inquiry. What some people will surely say, that's because you didn't read well enough and didn't work hard enough. Surely if you didn't have so many people lining your pockets, could you have so many high-paid ones that wouldn't roll up on you? One should be thankful that there isn't that much of an inward roll to the industry you're in. Only a group of people gathered around what seemed to be a crowd of spectators next to the intersection road below Commercial Street. It was a delivery boy. His 2-year-old daughter was held in front of him, and an old woman whose looks and temperament seemed to be that of a noblewoman tugged at his clothes relentlessly. You scratched my car. Pay up. You're not leaving without $500,000. Look at this Ferrari of mine. Just lifted $7 million. Only just on the road and you scratched it. I don't care. Hurry up and pay for it, or you don't want to leave today. Poor money foreigners have no money and still take the child to run what takeaway? Deserve to be poor your whole life? Poor money hurry to give money. The old woman spoke with a Haidu accent and was extremely vicious. I didn't hit your car. You swerved right into me. Swerving lets you go straight. And it wasn't even my responsibility that you were going so fast. Why don't you look at it this way? You call the traffic guy. I'll leave my car here for now. And I'll go upstairs and deliver the takeout first. Or I'm going to get docked $500. The man said with some anxiety. Still talking nice and anxious at the sight of the time approaching. This order is very expensive. And of course if it's late, it pays out a lot. Therefore he dared not delay. You're saying you're not responsible for me hitting you? You're not responsible for another one. Pop, said woman directly slapped the man in the face with a big slap. Not the slightest bit soft. It hurts to listen to the sound and look at it. The man did not resist, but protected the child, and said in a nice voice, look at it this way, let me finish delivering the takeout first. Okay, I'll come down after I finish delivering, and we'll solve the problem. Pop, I thought you said it was my problem? The old woman went up with another big slap, evil eyes and a shrewish face, still not relenting, not treating each other like human beings in the slightest. Woo woo, the little girl in her arms cried, Daddy, don't hit Daddy, don't hit my daddy. Pop, another big slap on the face, don't hit Daddy. The child cried a lot. The older woman frowned. Crying, just know how to cry. Shut up, I'll beat you to death if you cry again. You're making a lot of noise. The old woman's eyes were fierce. Tugging at the man, he tried to slap him again. The people next to me could hardly look away. But in the way the old woman drove a $7 million Ferrari with a C999 license plate. Anyone who can have this kind of license plate must be either rich or noble. Ordinary people really can't afford to mess with it. It'll wear you out. Seeing justice is killing me in this Haidu where big shots are all over the place. Get loose you. How can you hit someone like that? Hurry up and let go. You're scaring the baby. Can't you settle something properly? Do you have to hit someone? Still being reasonable. That's just it. Dressing like a man makes it difficult. The crowd was talking and pointing. Bunch of out-of-towners. Shut the up. Come to Haidu as a reward for your food. Without us you would have starved to death. Bunch of poor coins. Get the hell out of here. You have no business here. The old woman yelled, her eyes disdainful. There is a lofty, sheer pride. It's as if being from Haidu, the foreigners are all trash, only worthy of working, and can't even catch her eye. The words are full of contempt for people from the outside world. It really screams of exasperation. And the little girl's cries made her so impatient that she slapped the little girl on the head. It wasn't with full force, but it also made the girl cry louder. Outside the little brother was furious. One hand protects her daughter, and one hand in turn grabs the older woman by the collar, throwing her as hard as she could. The height difference and gender difference situation was completely disproportionate in strength. The entire group lay on their backs, a little dazed from the fall, mainly because it was totally unexpected that someone would dare to hit them back. This kind of thing never comes up. The delivery boy was beyond angry and put one foot on the old woman. The fist slammed hard into her face. Why did you hit my daughter? Why? Why? Do the poor not deserve to live? Slammed him hard on his nose and eyes and face. Punch after punch, punch after punch. He could put up with it for a living, but not beating his innocent daughter. That's the bottom line of being a father. If you must touch this bottom line, then an honest man can turn into a demon. Good. Watching the surrounding people applauded in a much better mood. The old woman was beaten so badly that her nose bled. It took a dozen punches before the delivery boy stopped. You dare to hit me. You're dead. You're dead. My husband is Jiang Weishan. You're dead. You're dead. The old woman said viciously, with a fierce light in her eyes. Take out your cell phone and make a call. I got beat up on. The little man outside was a bit overwhelmed. In that moment just now, he was out of breath. But now that he's sobered up, he's well aware of the retaliation he's going to face from the top tycoons. How could he, who was just an ordinary man, resist? Maybe I'll be sentenced to a few years, and then who will raise my daughter? And that's when Yi Chen walked over. This is a letter of introduction. Take your daughter to the winning state Mengyun group when this is over, and let them arrange a position for you. Yi Chen gave him a personnel appointment paper. He wasn't originally interested in these things, didn't want to care at first, but the woman kind of arrogantly looked down on outsiders. The arrogance of threatening people with their husbands again, and especially hitting the kids. Yi Chen had just decided to step out and stomp on this woman's limbs for fun. The man turned out to have a lot of backbone and just threw up his fists and hit the old woman. That was something he appreciated. Couldn't resist trying to give him a job. It's not important to you anyway. It's just a matter of arranging a position. And of course the next thing Yi Chen did was to exterminate the old woman's 9 clans for fun. It even depends on the situation. Or you can exterminate her 10 clans. Anyway, in Yi Chen's eyes, this kind of person was worse than a mole cricket. It's just random trash that can be stomped on. He loved to stomp on such ants who thought they were above the world. The man held the paper in a daze. You dare to help him. What kind of a thing are you? Do you believe I'll put your company out of business with one phone call? Do you know who I am? The old woman screamed. Yi Chen, however, turned to look at the vicious old woman underground. He was seen in broad daylight, and he didn't care about the onlookers around him. It doesn't matter that this is a busy commercial street intersection. A foot stomped on the old woman's hand. Boo! Ah! A pig-killing scream that simply deserved to die. Stomp off the wrist directly, without the slightest hesitation. Even the hand that wore a 10-carat top-grade large diamond ring crumbled out due to the excessive force. It was picked up by a 2-day hungry teddy and ran straight away. Thank God for the gift. Chapter 101, The Governor's Grandmaster Grandfather. That's it? Seeing this scene, all the surrounding onlookers were shocked. Where have they ever seen such a scene? Break someone's wrist with a casual stomp. What a terrifying power this is. And there were so many people around. I have to say, what a tough guy. However, Yi Chen's body blocked the girl's line of sight as he stepped on the old woman's wrist to break it. Let's go. Go to Meng Yun Group. I'll take care of the rest. Yi Chen said. Hands gently rested on him and drove him and the child in the motorized cart straight back to the rental house. His eyes shifted, and once again he saw his surroundings clearly, and he directly froze in fear. So much so that I almost suspected I was dreaming. Is he a god? Taking the appointment slip for that position, he decided to go. As for Yi Chen's side, he was only seen standing with his arms folded, quietly waiting to see how powerful this woman's so-called backer was. In less than 2 minutes, several guard cars arrived, and the 10-man teams were all armed with submachine guns and body armor. Just coming up, 2 people were responsible for dispersing the crowd, while the other 8 were responsible for controlling Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't give them a chance to blindly coin their money either. With a wave of his hand, the 8 people directly turned into dust and disappeared. Kill me. The old woman was mute before she could finish her sentence. What did he see? A group of elites actually directly turned into flying ash and dissipated. What kind of tactic is this? Who the hell is this guy? Keep calling. Yi Chen doesn't care. Give him a chance. The more people who call out, the more people who suffer, especially since she will surely be thanked after her 9 clans. After all, life is short and there aren't many opportunities to bury a few acres. As for Yi Chen, he had absolutely no intention of hiding himself. Naturally, there will be some dedicated people to cover everything up. He didn't have to take the time. Let them have their headaches. What else do you get paid for? Playing games at work? Soon a large number of guard cars arrived. At the same time, the population in a 500-meter radius was being rapidly evacuated. This is an order from the governor of Haidu. The 9-star guards of Haidu will send a large force of guards to block the entire street. It was almost deserted within 10 minutes. It's efficient. The reason for this is a toxic gas leak. Check the perimeter. Just you wait. How dare you do this to me? My husband is the Haidu governor. Do you know what kind of existence the Haidu governor is? You're going to regret this. You're going to regret this. The old woman said angrily. His eyes were bloodshot as he curled up on the ground, his eyes looking maliciously at Yi Chen. A pang of pain from her broken hand made her pale. Add to that the fact that the hand was taken by the dog, and it's an echo whether you find it or not. In case the dog ate it, it's ing over, and it's really going to be the female version of Yangzong. Does it hurt? Yi Chen looked down at her. It's kinda easy to feel good about this handsome face. It's too confusing. The old woman's hand was somewhat free of pain, and she looked dumbfounded. Yi Chen stomped her other hand. That'll be fine. It'll hurt a lot better on both sides together. Yi Chen said calmly. It's simply murderous. Are you the devil? The killing scream simply deserved to die. Yi Chen stepped on one of her legs. Non-stop rolling, but it doesn't help. Yi Chen didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. It's like crushing a small ant that won't feel anything. That's how it is. What's it to you if I crush you? Griffins have to have the awareness of griffins. Yi Chen stepped on her other foot to break it. Directly fainted from the pain. Yi Chen looked towards the guard's special elites who had gathered towards him. Get out or die. Yi Chen gave an ultimatum. He was so kind. In the past at this time he would have killed them all. Killed through them. Still, Yi Chen was kind enough to remind him. Alas, I was too kind. Fire. At once, the bullets swept towards Yi Chen. Stubborn, then all die. With a single glance from Yi Chen, all the bullets returned. Blow the heads off of all of their guarded special elites. Lean back in a neat circle. Such scenes can only be described as shocking. Tell me, what's the point of playing with your life on a $10,000 salary? This is good. In the next period of time, the entire Haidu's Guard special elite vacancies will be difficult to fill. Personnel training takes time, not to mention the elite talent. You can't just run everyone into the elite position. This is the top line. There's nothing left to die for. The gilded gentry don't like it. Watching over 100 elites die at once, the 9-star guard general of Haidu was commanding the battle from the roof of a distant building. A frown creased his brow. It could scare the hell out of him. No way. bullets can return. Could it be a peak zongsure expert? Or it has infinitely converged to a grand master? It's over. We may have kicked the bucket this time. But while he was scared, he didn't panic too much. After all, they have seen the world. Plus it's now immortal. Either you don't do it or you do it all. All heavy weapons at the ready. Smash him for me. Remember, don't hurt the governor's wife on the floor. But the governor's wife seems to have broken her arm and leg. Does it matter if she's hurt? Shut your mouths. The governor's orders are that his wife must be kept safe or you know the consequences. Yes, we understand. The guard's elite special forces brigadier nodded his head. Mentally, he was muttering. You really don't take my brother's life seriously, do you? Just your wife is golden. I've already lost over 100 men. But he didn't dare to retort. After all, he was the top boss. Officials are big and they crush people. Besides, he wanted to get better so badly. This one is a great opportunity. Armor-piercing rounds at the ready. All heavy weapons on him. Don't ever hurt the girl. Understand? Aye, Captain. At the same time dozens of armored vehicles quickly surrounded the perimeter. Bullets poured madly into each end. Only hit him in the upper body. It was mainly because I was afraid of hurting the governor's wife. After all, it's too close. Yi Chen moved his finger a wave of energy to wake up the old woman. He then descended with authority and the bullets all smashed into the ground, crushing all the armored vehicles, hard pressed into a thin sheet of iron. It's even more terrifying than the effects of the strongest forging machine currently in military service in the military. Just a sweep of Yi Chen's gaze revealed that the remaining guards within a 1,000-meter radius were also on the roof of the mall in the distance. Afterwards, only Yi Chen raised his hand, then bent his fingers and flicked it out. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom went away. The strength of the shockwave directly punched a gaping hole 30 meters in diameter in the edge of the mall. Then the 9-star guard general along with the 8-star, 7-star, 6-star, guard special elite brigade captains behind him were all beaten into flying dust. Not only that, the power of this strike remained undiminished. The impact was directed toward the 45-story guard headquarters building a kilometer away, leaving a large circular hole between the 35th and 45th floors. That energy still went on unabated, impacting all the way to the sky, splitting a huge white dark cloud that was originally floating in the sky directly into two, to the extent that all the clouds in front of them were sliced by the shockwave as far as they could see when they looked up. It is so far away that you can't see the end of it. Even a look from space reveals that the clouds that cover most of the planet have been combed with a center parting by an inexplicable energy. Eventually this force will fall on a meteorite passing by tens of millions of kilometers away. It just shattered it. What a horror. This was Yi Chen's power. This hit if it hits the ground. The destructive power is even more terrifying than the Big 10,000, which was known as the strongest nuclear weapon back then. This is why many people are complaining that the weather forecasts are generally inaccurate these days. Said it was so cloudy it would rain and thunder or something, but it turned out to be sunny and hot. Bringing an umbrella brings loneliness. In reality, where they would know that it was because Yi Chen had repeatedly combed blue star center points. It directly disrupts the airflow. It doesn't rain when it's supposed to, and when it doesn't it keeps raining. There's no way around it. Weather stations have to be passive and take the blame. Shocked fear covered the heavily made-up faces of the old women who saw the scene. Even the pain of broken limbs seemed to have been forgotten. After all, what is this pain compared to seeing a deity? Works better than anesthesia. Anyone else, call them over. Yi Chen's words at this moment were somewhat murderous. How dare the old woman call for someone? Yi Chen had already regimentally destroyed the entire elite force of the guard. Who else can stop him? Seeing that she was completely stunned, Yi Chen didn't have the heart to do so. The foot was about to stomp her. Honey, help me. Hissed at the cell phone that didn't hang up. Yi Chen gave her an end to this arrogant life. Dogs in a 1-kilometer radius expressed their gratitude for the gift from heaven. Who the hell are you? Who gave you the audacity to kill my lady? Do you realize you're killing yourself? A vicious voice came from the phone on the floor. How dare anyone kill his wife? You know the status of the Haidu governor is not low. Because of the importance of the sea capital and its economic prosperity, the status of the governor of Haidu was equivalent to that of a minor cabinet minister. How so? He could rise to the rank of junior courtier if he wanted to, and it's the actual little courtier. It belonged to the middle stage of the great perfection of the little court elder peak race. It was only a little lower than the capital guard marshal who had been killed by Yi Chen before. Therefore, for Haidu, the actual governor, even the governor of the two rivers had to sell him face. As a result, I didn't realize that someone would dare to kill his wife. It's like hitting a lantern in a hole, looking for death. I am the Haidu Jiang family, Governor Jiang Weishan. You may be a grandmaster, but my Jiang family has grandmasters. Can you protect yourself? Can you protect your family? The person on the other end of the line hadn't the slightest idea that she was jumping wildly sideways on the edge of death. The Nine Clans warning is already ringing alarm bells. He himself is unaware of it. Grandmaster? Yi Chen's face was expressionless. God's thoughts scanned the entire Haidu. A single-handed grab then directly ripped through space, grabbing an imposing white-haired old man from space. Choking its neck was like choking a small ant. And this old man was none other than Jiang Yishan, the Jiang clan's Grand Master. He became famous 80 years ago, and was already in the realm of the sovereign at that time. The next 10 years or so saw successive breakthroughs to Grand Master 3rd grade. Nowadays, he has even reached the Grand Master 6th grade realm, enough to be ranked in the upper middle of the world's great masters. Chapter 102, Filial Piety. I'm dying of filial piety. The Elders' Council will rise again. You? Who the hell are you? Jiang Yishan only felt that he couldn't move at all, as if all of his power was restricted by Yi Chen. Only the mouth is still moving. Jiang Weishan said you were strong. Yi Chen looked at the cell phone on the ground. The top of the collar shows husband Jiang Weishan. Could Jiang Yishan still not know what was happening? Jiang Weishan, that's his own grandson. Good guy. This time is really a grandson. Your grandson harmed the old son. Needless to say, it must have offended the big boys. Misunderstandings, all of them. My lord, please don't be angry. I've only just awakened. I don't even know what's going on. Is it that this rebellious son has offended you? Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Little brat, I'm your grandfather Jiang Yishan. What the hell did you do to provoke such a terrifyingly strong person? You want to die, don't pull me with you, you, Jiang Yishan yelled, being truly infuriated. He's also just waking up. The main reason was to learn that a young grandmaster named Yi Chen had come out of nowhere. Therefore he also wanted to get the secret from it. Let's see if we can break through the constraints and transcend above the grandmaster. I didn't expect to be grabbed by a hand just as I fantasized about it. Is this ing ability to tear through space still a grandmaster? It was at least above the legendary transcendent grandmaster. Facing such a big brother himself is even worse than a dog. Hurry to beg for mercy to live is true. Your grandpa? Jiang Weishan reacted at the sound, very surprised when his grandfather was around. This was because there was news about Yi Chen, which he had told Jiang Yishan more than 2 hours ago, so of course he knew his grandfather's voice. This news channel is still coming from a big man. That kind of existence was unspeakable, and he didn't dare to name people's names. Only at that time, he had just finished talking to Jiang Yishan. Jiang Weishan suddenly had a temporary emergency and took a special flight to Hong Kong Bend for a meeting. If he hadn't, there's no way he wouldn't have been there when his wife was threatened. I'm screwed. Come on, what the hell did you do? Offending such a character is not something your grandfather can afford. Jiang Yishan almost wanted to curse. Your own life is in someone else's hands. That's not a good feeling. He used to be the only one who could do that to others. Grandpa, why are you there? He killed your granddaughter-in-law. Why are you still speaking for him? He can't still be a grand master. Jiang Weishan on the other end of the phone was obviously overwhelmed by the anger of his wife's murder and his IQ was not online. Jiang Yishan directly cracked. My good big grandson, you really want to screw me over. You can marry again when your wife dies. It's just women. You can have as many as you want. But a figure like your excellency is not someone we can mess with. My lord, feel free to mention what you want. My Jiang family will absolutely give as much as we can get out. Jiang Yishan tensed. He was afraid that Jiang Weishan's words would offend Yi Chen and involve himself as well. And it would also involve the entire Jiang family as a result. It's okay, watch out in your next life, Yi Chen said indifferently. How then? Jiang Yishan thought that Yi Chen really said it was fine. But when you look back at the sentence carefully, how it always feels like something is wrong. By the time he responded, he was just about to say something. Who do you think you are? Even if my grandfather gives you face, I won't. I'll use the power of the military to find you and then strike you down. Jiang Weishan on the other end of the phone said with righteous indignation, as the high and mighty governor of Haidu, the wife was killed without leaving a trace. Then what's he got to worry about? It's not like he can't mobilize an army if he's in a position to ask the elders for special circumstances. Even if the other party was a grandmaster of the same level as Grandpa, or even more powerful. But so what? Under the modern army's flood of steel, even the great masters must drink in the northwest. It's not like the Archon is invincible. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yishan closed his eyes in pain. Already figured out where to bury it. Filial piety. It's really filial piety. He didn't know if this filial eldest grandson of his own was finished or not. Anyway, one is going to be finished. Only Yi Chen's eyes coalesced for just a moment. The pressure alone crushed him painfully. Weishan, you're killing me. Boo! With a blast, the 6th grade grandmaster hung up just like that. The death was extremely tragic. Having done nothing since the beginning of time, he was screwed over by his own good oldest son. Sure, even if his son had said more, the outcome would not have changed. Extermination of the 9 clans is the only end for the Haidu Jiang family. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Grandpa? Jiang Weishan called, but there was no response. Yi Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. directly tearing through space and grabbing him over. It was easily captured from a distance of nearly 3,000 kilometers. Let him see that he was actually in Haidu. He was completely frozen. Then when he saw that his grandfather had only one shirt left, there was only endless sadness and anger. And then there is helplessness. What kind of existence have I actually provoked? He was well aware of how powerful a strong person who could instantly grab himself over from such a long distance was. That was out of his reach. There was remorse in his eyes. Damn woman! You've killed my Jiang family. Jiang Weishan closed his eyes. It's too late for everything. It's immortal. There's no chance of redemption. I know that I'm bound to die, but my wife's status is so unusual that it might give even you a headache. The words were crushed before they were finished. The dogs in a 1,000-meter radius said that there was no end to the pinching. No end at all to the pinching. Playing set with me yet? Hulkbuster saves Grandpa? Yi Chen thought. After all, villains in either world beat up the youngest to come to the oldest, and the oldest to come to the even older. Ad infinitum. In that case, let's clean it up together. Directly cast the 9 clans bloodline spell kill. Send them a big family reunion. The 9 tribes can't help but say, hear me say thank you for burying acres of land because of you. As the saying goes, if you hit the young ones and come to the old ones, at least it won't be in their family again. The 9 clans are all the relatives. Naturally, there is no possibility of retaliation. 2 hours later, as soon as it was dark, in the capital conference room, the group of elders looked at the pictures on the table. It shows Haidu Governor Zhang Weishan and his wife hiccuped, the Jiang family's biggest backer. That great master who had just emerged from the gate after decades of dedicated cultivation, had also hiccuped. There's even footage taken from a passerby's perspective, backed up in a nearby tablet, all sent in by the Secret Service after compiling the details. At the same time, all those in the know were put under a gag order. The scene was unusually silent as the 10 elders fell into deep thought. Chapter 103, Kill Order. Little Death Dealer. This elders meeting seemed unusually heavy. It was mainly just less than a day since Yi Chen had just exterminated the 9 clans of the capital city guard marshal. He actually backhanded almost all of Haidu's rank-and-file guards again, and even the most elite guard specialties are fully reimbursed. From the side, it should have blended in perfectly with the armored car. Who would have thought that this military steel could be compressed so tightly? What great power this must be. Not only that, but even the Haidu governor and his wife as well as the great patriarchs in the family. Surprisingly, they had all been wiped out by Yi Chen. This caused the Presbyterians to stare like never before. The atmosphere seemed that depressing, especially on the second elder's side. It was obvious that his face was even worse. The third elder and the fourth elder looked at each other from time to time, and in their eyes was more of a hint of gloating at the second elder's face. Only it didn't show. The eye contact went unnoticed by the others. There was silence for a full 5 minutes. Everyone knows that the Haidu Jiang family are my people. Looking at the entire Grand Xia, who the hell dares to touch my people? The second elder's face was cold. The words all became a few degrees colder. Couldn't even resist the foul language. The crowd didn't say anything, except that they each had their own thoughts. It was clear to everyone here that the Haidu Jiang family was single-handedly supported by the second elder. Of course the reason for the support was also because their old family head was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. A few decades ago, many grandmasters did collide with the militaries of various countries. That's right. However, it didn't mean that the military had to be on the opposite side of the Archon. After all, grandmasters remained a strategic resource. As long as they don't go too far and don't touch the bottom line, they can turn a blind eye. Or even if it can be fought against when challenged by an enemy grandmaster, an absolutely indispensable force. Therefore, it was normal for the second elder to support the Jiang family. It has to have its own underpinnings in place. That's how you can maintain the longevity of your lineage. Almost every elder here had his or her own underpinnings in place. All of them have the Archon in them. Thus they could understand the second elder getting so angry. Haidu governor, that's equivalent to the rank of a minor cabinet minister, plus a whole family of 9-star guard generals and grandmasters in Shanghai capital. These are the reasons why he can no longer tolerate it. Besides, he had originally offered to kill Yi Chen ages ago. It's natural to take advantage of this one as well. Lawless, he has reached the point of lawlessness. There is no reverence whatsoever. Just in this period of time alone, countless minor courtiers, as well as governors, have died because of him. We are allowed to be tolerant of the powerful, after all, they are strategic resources, but he has been seriously provoked. He cannot be kept, and if he goes on like this he will only be a great scourge. Can I take it this way? If my children accidentally mess with him, is it true that my 9 clans will have to be killed as well? This kind of behavior is simply cruel to the extreme, and it is not enough to kill people to make them angry. I propose to kill this son immediately. Whatever it takes, this son must die. Of course, it doesn't have to be in the metropolitan area to kill it. That's just the worst case scenario. there is the option of an over-the-horizon kill in the open, using precision-guided weapons. That way it won't cause too much damage, but it will also get rid of it without a sound. It's also to uphold justice and tell the world that no one can cross the line, not even if they've surpassed a Grand Master. The second elder righteously said. He had originally planned to use those powerful people from ancient martial arts families, sects, and clans to deal with Yi Chen, but now he really couldn't stand it. It would be better to let Yi Chen grow any longer. It has to be killed as soon as possible. The Grand Elder didn't say anything the entire time. Instead, he waited for him to finish and then looked at the crowd. Do you have anything else to add? After seeing no one speak, let's vote by a show of hands. Those in favor of using high-powered weapons against Yi Chen, please raise your hands. At that, he raised his own hand. The second elder, the fifth elder, the seventh elder, and the 10th elder all raised their hands. The remaining 5 elders did not raise their hands after looking at each other. Each side of the aisle votes each way. The matter does not pass. It is tabled for now and voted on next time. The Grand Elder said. You could tell there was even a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. How could the elders on his side not understand the Grand Elder's thoughts? The second elder's face must be given. After all, this time it was his people who were killed. So he raised his hand. But anything major like this has to have at least 6 votes to pass. If there are 5 votes on each side, it can only be considered a disagreement and will be discussed next time. In addition, the time for the competition between the special forces of the entire army has been brought forward. Let's set it for 3 days from now, at the location of the Tianshan Gates Grand Canyon military base. The Grand Elder said. Yes. The congregation expressed their respect. That's it. If there's nothing else, disperse. After the Grand Elder finished speaking, the elders all left one after another. The second elder froze in place for a few seconds, then just wanted to get up and leave. What do you think of the second elder when so many great masters awaken from their cultivation? The Grand Elder's words caused the second elder's body to pause in place. It's nightfall, go back to rest. After the first elder finished, the second elder left. As he watched him leave, there were thoughts in the eyes of the Grand Elder. High-tech weapons are coming out of the woodwork these days, though there was a world-changing difference in strength than the gap between a few decades ago and a Grand Master. But the Archons are not standing still. Modern weapons still have an absolute advantage though. However, in a localized collision, the Archons still had the advantage of flexibility. That's something the military doesn't have. Unless nothing matters and you open with a nuclear weapon that uses heaven and earth together. It's just that a weapon of that level of destruction can't just be used all the time. The frequent appearance of Grand Masters would make the world more chaotic. But the Grand Elder wouldn't move the second elder either. After all, this second elder's back wasn't simple either. To be able to achieve this position, it is natural to have a bottom line. Although he was in the Grand Elder, he couldn't speak with one voice and wouldn't really take anything from the second elder. Even if he had set off this action against Yi Chen by the great masters, let's just hope nothing serious happens. The Grand Elder shook his head at the thought. As the saying goes, soldiers come and go, water comes and goes. You don't have to worry about anything else when you have 1,000,000 men. The second elder who had gone out met secretly with the 5th elder, the 7th elder, and the 10th elder. Looking at the second elder's ugly face, the 3 elders were very sensible and did not choose to open their mouths. Remember, always monitor his movements, and once the opportunity arises, the army under your control will use high-powered weapons to exterminate Yi Chen at the first opportunity. Not with ordinary weapons, but at least with high-yield conventional weapons, especially at this special forces competition. He'll definitely be involved. You can also just kill it if you have the chance. The second elder commanded. Understood. The 3 elders nodded their heads. Very quickly, the news of the advancement of the special forces competition is known throughout the army. It can be a case of some people being happy and some people being sad, because the original plan was 3 months later. Many special forces units still only train the first few of the specialized programs. After all, it's natural to standardize your training when you've had so much time. There is a detailed plan of what to do at each period of time. As a result of this sudden advance, there were only 3 days to prepare, but giving the heads of the major special forces the whole won't. One thing that's fair, though, is that no one has much time. It's all the same starting line. No one is training much more than anyone else. So much so, that what was awesome is still awesome now, and almost still manages to occupy that kind of ranking. What was weak remains weak, even if there is an uptick. It depends on the play. Zhou Jiangmo contacted Yi Chen the first time he received the order. Yi Chen felt nothing. After all, winning is surely a sure thing with the people he teaches, unless there's a zoner on the opposite side. However, the special forces were basically all under 30 years of age, and it was unlikely that there would be any zone masters appearing, even if it did. With the strength of today's lightning special forces, if there is a group physical melee, with dozens of people together, even the first entry of a sovereign could resist. Therefore Yi Chen wasn't worried. Even first-place aspirations, Zhou Jiaogui naturally had no doubts about Yi Chen, though he also didn't understand just how strong the present-day lightning special forces were. But it was enough for him to know that Yi Chen was strong. The strength of a team brought out by such a terrifyingly strong person was naturally visible. As the saying goes, a master teacher makes a master. Zhou Jiangwo was naturally very confident. Even he could already imagine it. The military commanders who used to consistently press him on special forces wins and losses. The scene of seeing your family lose so badly that your nose is crooked. Chapter 104, Bad Dog Noblewoman. My husband is from the Miao family. You're dead? Yi Chen wandered around Haidu for 2 days afterward, sliding through the air at high speeds during the day. Prepare to return to the Lightning Special Forces barracks. The specialty competition is about to start and they need to get going. He was seen already flying over the military region of Water Country Province, just a dozen kilometers away from the military airport. Normal flight, which is barely supersonic, is at 12,000 meters. The 10th Elder received a call from the Chief of Staff at the military airport. He was promoted by the 10th Elder and was highly respected. Notified just after radar surveillance had picked up that Yi Chen had arrived in the neighborhood. The only order given by the 10th Elder was to kill. But unusual weapons naturally don't work. We'll have to use the military's newest pulse missile, with a destructive power of 100 meters in radius. The main thing is blast kills, and the missiles can reach speeds of up to Mach 8, transported by military heavy combat aircraft, and you can only carry one at a time, because it's just too heavy and too big. 10 meters in length, 70 centimeters in diameter, and weighing in at around 10 tons. Plus again, it was a stealth design, coated with a fully stealthy wave-absorbing material. By surprise, they believed that they could definitely hit Yi Chen. Under such a destructive power, not to mention a grandmaster, it was believed that even an existence that surpassed above a grandmaster would be heavily injured. After all, carbon-based organisms want to carry large-yield conventional weapons on their flesh. It still seems unrealistic, at least in today's technological research directions. After all, the extremely powerful Archon Partial Specimen Institute still has them. The conclusion reached is this. The Grandmaster realm is simply incapable of resisting today's high-tech weapons. Immediately 2 airplanes were sent in with missiles. Simultaneous aircraft radar lock. 2 shots, 1 into the soul, 2 to make up for it. The main theme is one that leaves no room for error. After all, when dealing with a truly powerful person, wouldn't it be a bit too unwise if you still didn't go all out? At this time Yi Chen's phone rang. He was a little puzzled. It was rare for anyone to call himself in general. Usually it's the parents or Zhou Jiaogui and the others. Instead, it was a strange call. The location shown is in the city of Four Seasons, Valley Province. Yi Chen connected. Hey, does Tatsu remember me? Some familiar voice rang out. Yi Chen recalled that this should be his close friend Su Weijin from his middle school days. Your Co Weijin? That's right, it's me. Ha ha, it's really you Chen. I got your phone number from your childhood friend Wang Xiaolu. I'm in Four Seasons. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. It's been a long time. Let's come out and get together. Okay, where are you? I'll come find you, Yi Chen said. He then sent an address, and Yi Chen hung up the phone, and no more slow flying. Boom, vanished into high altitude, generating a ring of sonic booms one after the other, and flying at speeds directly in excess of Mach 30. It disappeared into the sky almost instantly. The 2 heavy fighters behind them had originally approached up to 30 kilometers. Seeing the target flying at over 10,000 meters per second is shown above the radar, it directly gave them CPU dry burns. What the hell? Why so fast? This is outrageous. What the hell can instantly accelerate to Mach 30? The pilots and the 2 fighters rubbed their eyes vigorously. Make sure you're not misreading it. Reporting to the Chief of Staff, the other side is too fast. Faster than our missiles are flying. Launching missiles now won't help at all. The 2 were helpless. The Chief of Staff looked at the radar and saw that the target had flown over 100 kilometers. It's also not without some headaches and dumbfoundedness. Can such a being really be killed? Faster than a missile can fly. An instantaneous acceleration exceeds Mach 30, which no airplane today can do. Even a missile couldn't possibly achieve such a terrible overload. After all, 1 second supersonic is there, but 30 times the speed of sound in 1 second. That's terrifying. What kind of monster is this that the Elder asked me to deal with? Is he still human? It's amazing that carbon-based organisms reach such speeds that they don't disintegrate under huge processes. Is it hard to believe that his whole body is made of iron? But even if it's made of iron, it's hard to withstand the high temperatures generated by air friction. But martial artists are a special group after all, as well as superpowered people, so it's understandable even if some extremely special people appear. This mission doesn't look like it has a chance. The Chief of Staff reported the matter to the 10th Elder. The 10th Elder was angry, but at the same time, there was nothing he could do. After all, Yi Chen's speed was there. He was gone just as the plane took off. Even if you launch it, you won't be able to catch up at all. The 10th elder could only leave it at that and look for other appropriate opportunities. Yi Chen, who had successfully arrived at the barracks, first arranged what the lightning special forces would bring, as well as final breathing and exhaling exercises. Get ready to leave tomorrow. Then left for 4 Seasons, Valley Province. What Yi Chen didn't know yet was that there were already quite a few great masters in the Ghost Province looking for his whereabouts. A high bounty was even posted anonymously on the martial arts forums. Any sign of him will get you $100 million. Simply just provide an address. For those martial artists who are generally rookie weaklings on the martial artists forum, this is naturally quite a temptation. After all, the existing known information description of Yi Chen was that of a half-step grandmaster. The main battle record was killing the first Japanese martial arts master in one blow. Is very strong. But all it takes is an anonymous account to provide Yi Chen's whereabouts and you'll get $100 million. As the saying goes, when you're rich, and when you're rewarded, you're rewarded. Soon the news that Yi Chen was in Haidu spread, but it was soon confirmed that the person was no longer there. But so what? Someone else already got $100 million. The whereabouts were right, just went late. Yi Chen had already left. Naturally, no one else is to blame. If you don't pay for that, who's going to give out their whereabouts? After all, this was risking offending a half-step grandmaster. This was still because those of them who provided the information did not yet know that Yi Chen's strength was defined as a grandmaster. Otherwise they'd say $100 million to get me to betray the grandmaster's whereabouts. And that's never going to happen. It's going to have to be additional money. For all of this, Yi Chen didn't know and wouldn't care if he did. With absolute strength, who cares if little ants find themselves soon into the range of the Valley Province. Stopped 30,000 meters above the city of 4 Seasons. Looking down at the city below, it has 4 seasons, beautiful surroundings and a great city atmosphere. The main house prices are relatively low and proportional to wages. Not like that hellhole in Haidu. Wages are low and prices are sky high. Disposable income is totally disproportionate to house prices. Yi Chen disappeared and reappeared already on the street. And it's midday at the moment. And yet it's only in the mid-20s in August and September, which is very comfortable. He came to a restaurant called Grey Banquet House. Yi Chen saw a man and a woman at the window position on the second floor hall. The man has a few small handsome moments and is put out there as a proper hunk. There is childishness in the naive face. After all, it was also true that how could an 18 or 19-year-old be mature and stable, as if he had experienced vicissitudes. It was none other than his former middle school best friend, Su Weijin. As for the one next to him, she should be his girlfriend, with excellent looks and figure. It almost belongs in the Centurion. Yi Chen sat down directly without ceremony and smiled at Su Weijin, looking at the super handsome man who was suddenly sitting across from them. Both of them were a bit confused and looked at Yi Chen with a glance at each other. Needless to say, Su Weijin could no longer help but tense up as he surveyed the situation. He has been confident in his appearance since he was a child, and in this moment, he admits that someone is threatening his face value. It's already taken quite a beating on the inside, especially when your girlfriend is good looking and with you. He was skeptical that the super handsome guy in front of him was here to hit on his girlfriend. After all, a single woman. You'll have a lot of competition. And a woman with a boyfriend. You only have one competitor. This is the same reason that Chow Thief likes young women. Oh no, Chow Thief wants a little more of that. But the meaning isn't too far off. If a woman is afraid to look at a man, it's proof that he's handsome enough. The fact that even that one man had some eyes to avoid was proof enough that he must be handsome. What's the matter? Don't recognize me. Didn't you say get together? Yi Chen smiled. There was a teasing smile in the eyes of the middle school best friend that I hadn't seen in years. Dug out. It's you. No way, Tatsu. So handsome you don't want to die? This ancient costume can fit you so well. Handsome as hell. You're so handsome. The rich woman mustn't fight. Su Weijin said with an exaggerated expression. He kept sizing up Yi Chen, and even went next to Yi Chen to look at his face up close. Brother Tatsu, I admit that you used to be handsome, but it's impossible to be as handsome as you are now. Quickly tell me if you've had plastic surgery? Su Weijin said with an exaggerated expression. You can't help it if you're born looking like that. Yi Chen shook his head. I suspect you're faking it, but I have no proof. Brother Chen, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Wang Xiaoming. Quick, call Tatsu. Hello Tatsu. The girl smiled. So it's little dream. Your two houses were rented together back then. I didn't think you'd actually come together. It seems to be premeditated. Yi Chen couldn't help but be a little impressed with his good brother. Turns out it's been planned since I was a kid. The three of them talked to each other. It had also been a long time since Yi Chen had chatted with others in such a normal manner like a normal person. Only he knows that the higher he stands the lonelier he gets, so he prefers to imagine the life of an ordinary person. Why else would there be so many great men who, after being powerful, choose to travel the earth as mortals? That's the reason, and that's when a noblewoman dressed just as expensively as she was, walked in with 2 giant bully dogs. Feel free to loosen the rope. Let them run on the second floor. Even though it was daytime, there was usually no one on the second floor. Seeing that there was only one table of guests, he didn't care and let the dog loose. The 2 bully dogs ran over and took a bite on Wang Xiaoming's white calf. The other dog pounced on it and was about to tear it apart. Seeing this, Su Wei was really startled, but he still held Wang Xiaoming in his arms and came to fend off the pounce himself. And the next moment, the 2 bully dogs suddenly fell to the ground convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Yi Chen's finger casually slashed through the air. The wound on his leg disappeared. What are you doing? What are you feeding my son? At that moment the noble woman flamed and clamored loudly, towing the line. Looking at his 2 sons, who were foaming at the mouth, he was heartbroken. Do you guys know how expensive my son is? These are 2 purest breed giant bully dogs, 2 million a pair. It was flown in from overseas just a while ago. Another couple $100,000 spent on specialized training. How dare you do this to my son? Come on, what did you give him? Was it rat poison? The woman gasped. Your dog bit us first. Don't you know you have to be on a leash in public? Look at biting my girlfriend's leg. There's no end to this. We'll call the guards to take care of it. Su Weizhen said angrily. These 2 dogs even bit his girlfriend. He couldn't wait to shabu-shabu these 2 dogs. Wang Xiaoming snuggled into his arms with tears in her eyes. Even now the leg doesn't hurt and it doesn't even seem to have a wound. But that moment just now was really painful. Well, call the police. You are not heard of the name of the Grey Banquet House. The entire Jinling 3 provinces, more than 200 chain stores all opened by me. Do you know who my husband is? I am the king's law here, and you want to call the guards. What do you think you are? Just trash from the bottom. My son is more valuable than your lives. Poor coin-bottom trash. Get out of my restaurant, the noblewoman said viciously. Faced with this situation, Yi Chen shook his head. It seems like everywhere you go you run into this kind of arrogant and domineering bully. And in the face of such people, Yi Chen would always have only one thing to do. Shatter her confidence. Exterminate her 9 clans. Let all this that she relies on to be arrogant be her catalyst. Yi Chen stood up. The woman then noticed Yi Chen, and just wanted to continue cursing in a continuous stream. As a result, he saw Yi Chen's unboundedly handsome face. The tall stature was simply perfect, impeccable. Such a man, even if $50 million a year package, she's willing to do it all, pay for it in straight cash. And it says blood money is not lost. Yi Chen didn't look at her. Instead, he stomped on the dog's head as she watched. With the look in the eyes of these 2 giant bully dogs just now, he could tell that these 2 dogs could not be trained well. Itself is mated to a special breed, not at all suitable for urban breeding. Otherwise biting or even eating people is possible. A pig-killing squeal. How dare you step on my dog? The noblewoman screamed. Yi Chen kicked gently, and the dead dog flew directly out of the window and fell on the road outside. A fully loaded 30-ton construction hauler rolled over, and it was several in a row. Nice guy. Straight into a piece of paper. Yi Chen sat down again, not caring about the boss's wife's pig-killing ghostly screams. At the same time, with a slight movement of his fingers, the other bully dog woke up directly. What? I'm your mom. How dare you bite me? Dead dog, you get out of my way. Husband, come and help me. Someone is bullying me. The dog is biting me. You guys wait for me. My husband is from the Miao family and will be here soon. He won't let you guys go. Drag booths. Omit. As for the bodyguard who just rushed up ready to help, Yi Chen's finger tapped the table, and the shock that penetrated away caused them to fly backwards and fall on the first floor stairway. One by one, they could fall badly, breaking a bone or 2, wailing and wailing, stacked together to block the road. It's okay, let's keep talking about us. Where were we? Yi Chen said with a smile on his face. Treating your own people friends and treating such arrogant and bossy people are 2 completely different attitudes. But the whole thing won't work for 2 people. But Su Weizhen was after all Yi Chen's best friend back then. After quickly reacting, he seemed to know what was going on. No wonder Wang Xiaolu said so many nice things about you on the phone with me, saying you've changed and that you're awesome. I thought she said awesome was kind of awesome. Speaking of which, he looked at his girlfriend, both of whom were blushing and laughing. I didn't realize it was really powerful. Brother Chen should be one of those legendary martial artists. This time I can hug Brother Tatsu's thigh. Big brother, please accept my little brother's worship, said directly, half kneeling on the ground, using the Doncoin face to its fullest extent. No, you're still like the ghost you used to be. Yi Chen's fingers moved, and he couldn't even kneel down. Dig it, Tatsu is too awesome. What kind of tactics are you using? Is it a patriarch, or a grand master? Hearing him say that, Yi Chen sized him up. It seems you know quite a bit about martial artists. Your identity should not be simple either, Yi Chen pointed out, a direct nod to the identity of his existence. No, how can it be? I saw it in the comments section of the short video. Never eaten pork. Always seen a pig run. Ha ha ha, he said as he scratched his head and took a tactical drink of water. Yi Chen didn't tear him down either. Maybe he's got some hard feelings too. Chapter 105, Is the Meow family powerful? Killing people and killing their hearts. Yi Chen chatted a lot with this good friend he hadn't seen in years. From the funny stories of his childhood to what happened in Xiao Weijin's family and him over the years. From this Yi Chen captured a detail. Su Weijin's mother has disappeared for 5 years. Auntie's last name? For that Yi Chen hadn't asked. Manhwa. My mom's name is Manhwa. As soon as Yi Chen heard this, he almost subconsciously understood that his mother, Manhwa, and his own mother should have some kind of relationship. After all, it couldn't be such a coincidence that both people had the last name Meng, and it also disappeared 5 years ago. His own mother had died a few years before. I'm afraid a dog wouldn't believe it if there wasn't some connection between the two. Things are getting interesting. Su Weijin's mother should have some kind of connection with mom, even a cousin relationship. It seems that the family power on mother's side is not simple. Thinking of this, Yi Chen recalled his mother from when he was a child until now. Come to think of it, his mother acted like an ordinary person even though she usually did. But that demeanor is very human. There is a sense of having seen the world. Its identity must be extraordinary. But think about it. Fatherhood, if not before it was deliberately targeted. At least he's the youngest master of the Yi family. Naturally, your own mom's side of the family is no worse. Just why she chose her father is a bit intriguing. Yi Chen attributes it to the story of Dong Yon and the Seven Fairies. What are conditions in the context of true feelings? Surely there must be something more to it. However, for this, Yi Chen did not want to directly deduce the heavenly chance. He could have done the math instantly, but there was no need. Now that he was there, it was naturally impossible for his parents and relatives to be harmed. Then he would take his time to explore the secret. Isn't that kind of fun too? Thinking of the relationship that this Su Weijin in front of him is likely to be his cousin, Yi Chen naturally couldn't be stingy. You two have been stuck together all day since you were kids. I believe that you will inevitably come to the end as well. Consider this as a meeting gift from me to you two future couples. Saying that, he took out a jade bracelet and ring taken from 2 jadeite veins in the air. Dug out. This is the real deal, full green imperial green. How much does it cost? Su Wei was truly stunned. This level is simply a collector's item. The finale of a top auction. Tatsu, how did you get it? It's too expensive. I wouldn't dare to take it. Su Weijin hurriedly waved his hand. It's just a rock. It's nothing. Yi Chen casually said. Don't look at it as just Yi Chen building it with the rare imperial green on the blue star. To him the material is crap. Not much, but this was blue star, after all, and the value of this thing was still immeasurable. Not to mention this full jade with no impurities. It is also worth at least more than $200 million, and it's priced to sell, so it's hard to find one this perfect. Even if it did appear, it was still collected in the hands of those with extremely prestigious status. It is unlikely that it will circulate. It could be said that Yi Chen had given at least $200 million for this gift, but it was all small potatoes to him. Even digging all the imperial green out of the vein instantly and in isolation would be simple, but there's no need for that. Things are rare, and more of them are no different than rocks. Brother Chen, this gift is really too expensive. Put it in the auction and it will be sold for at least $300 million. You kid knows a lot. Your status is really unusual. Yi Chen smiled. You're making fun of me again. It's nothing to me. You probably don't know that my current Mengyan group has a market capitalization of over $200 billion or more. This point is just a drop in the bucket. Only after Yi Chen said so did he reluctantly accept it. If you want to go back, anytime he added. Asterisk off. Do I take back what I give away? Yi Chen was a bit speechless to him. If it wasn't likely to be his cousin, he'd really want to give him a big fight. You simpleton. The bracelet's sibling puts it on, and you keep this ring for yourself. It's best not to take it off at any time. Yi Chen reminded. Yes, we will. Su Weijin didn't know what Yi Chen meant though, but seeing Yi Chen in this serious manner, he knew that there should be a reason for it. What's the point of taking it off when you've got it on? It's not like they need to carry bricks to work when they're still students anyway. Thank you Tatsu for the gift. I like it very much. The bracelet is so beautiful. Wang Xiaoming thanked. It's okay, you guys are good benefits. I'll watch you. By this time, Yi Chen had already sensed the footsteps of a large number of people rapidly approaching. Soon a group of people went up to the second floor, all dressed in uniform black tang suits. The dress has an intricate golden script on the breast collar, probably means seedlings. They're from the Miao family, Su Weijin said with a frown on his face, one arm around Wang Xiaoming's shoulder, vaguely shielding her. What's a Hmong? Yi Chen asked flatly. Tatsu, you're new here and probably don't understand. The Miao family is a prestigious ancient martial arts family in the entire Valley province. Very mysterious. Ancient martial arts families are usually very low profile, and they've all been passed down for at least 200 years. the overall strength far exceeds that of the martial arts families. If anything, the threshold of a martial arts family is the need to have a grandmaster level expert sitting in the middle. Then the ancient martial family must have at least one grandmaster sitting in their ranks. The Miao family hasn't been this high profile for at least a decade. At least I've never heard of the Miaoli coming out in such large numbers. These clothes are not for outsiders. He looked increasingly serious as he spoke. Yi Chen looked at him. This kid really knows a lot. Only a heavy footstep came up at the moment. The same as wearing a black tang suit. Height of 1 meter 8. Body is thin. The outline is clear. Handsome to talk about. But also not ugly. Only the face had an unhealthy ghastly whiteness to it. More or less oozing if you went out at night and saw it. The whole person was eerie. With a deathly aura lingering around. But he also had a dragon tattooed on his shirt. The texture of the clothes in particular is extremely luxurious. It's expensive at first glance. Its identity is naturally very uncomplicated. The gaze that could kill like a man glanced at Yi Chen as he passed by his side. It's like the look in the eyes of the Dakin governor. He then walked quickly to the outside of the booth. At this moment, 2 Miao family members stood at the entrance of the private room with complicated eyes and even showed some fear, apparently afraid that the man would see his wife's misery and do something to them. He looked very intimidated. Boo! Kicked the door open. Then he saw a scene that he will never forget. The wife is dead anyway. It's more dismal. The middle-aged man's fists were clenched tightly. The killing intent in his eyes was unstoppable. Torture the dog to death and chop it up for me. Yes, if word of this gets out today, you know the consequences. Understood. The 2 men were immediately frightened and rushed to do their business. He looked at Yi Chen and walked towards him. There was an unstoppable killing intent in his fierce gaze. So much so that it made his ghastly white face look a little changed. You deserve to die. Instantly, he struck out to attack Yi Chen. Because Yi Chen was the strongest of the 3 at first glance, the wife's revenge should of course be avenged by his own hand. He would definitely let Yi Chen enjoy what was called despair. The aura of a Zhongshi level pounced on his face, estimating that there was a Zhongshi minor accomplishment. Not good. Hide. Su Wei was really startled. The other party was actually a patriarch who had released his internal energy outwardly and gathered chi to form a sword. However, Yi Chen didn't even look at it. A mere flick of the finger. Puff! The terrifying pressure pressed his entire body to fall to his knees. Due to inertia, he even did a sliding shovel on the ground, just kneeling in front of Yi Chen. Extremely humiliating, but couldn't get up no matter how hard I pushed. He didn't even feel like his legs belonged to him anymore. This great feeling of powerlessness could be the first time in his life. How is this possible? Even when facing my father, who is a powerful member of the family, there's no way I could be this bad. What exactly is your strength and who are you? The man stared at Yi Chen in death. Call everyone you can. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to live. Yi Chen had been more than intent on letting him go when he sensed the rich death aura from him. The 9 clans would have to be exterminated anyway, except that due to the death aura in his body, these 9 clans would not be exterminated unjustly. After all, but anyone who hasn't killed hundreds of people and sucked their essence, there's no way it could be on this scale of deadliness. Obviously the other party practiced evil kung fu, relying on special methods to enhance strength. No wonder it looked like he was only in his 30s. Yet he was able to possess such strength. You'll be sorry. How dare you brutally kill my beloved wife? You're doing it to death. My Miao family is not something you can imagine. The moment you see the might of an ancient martial arts family is the beginning of true despair. He stared viciously at Yi Chen, full of confidence in the strength of his family. Yi Chen slightly raised his finger, and his left arm directly exploded. The spilled blood fell all over himself. Ah, a pig-killing scream that simply deserved to die. Just like your wife, squealing like a killer pig. And by the way, see, your wife died a horrible death. Yi Chen could say that a single word was the devil's speech. It's simply murderous. Ah, the man screamed miserably, but more than that, he was angry and humiliated and hateful. Chapter 106, Killing and Decisive. A good wife and a family has fewer troubles. Put up the screen just now on some network. It's bound to get super high hits. This time Su Weijin added, it can be said to kill and also to kill the heart. Professional mending. Kill you all? I'm going to kill you all. You're all going to die. Your loved ones, family and friends. I will exterminate your 9 clans. I'm Miao Bufan. My father is Miao Fifan, the current head of the Miao family, and my grandmother is Miao Renfeng. Just wait. Dare to provoke my Miao family? The strength of an ancient martial arts family is not something you can imagine. Set his cell phone to send a direct emergency call for help. Whether it was the Miao clan's headquarters deep in the mountains or the Miao clan's experts in the vicinity, they would all receive the message. No wonder. He's actually Miao Bufan, a direct descendant of the Miao family. No wonder the costume worn is a 4-clawed golden dragon. After all, the Miao family had produced a king in the beginning, so they followed this tradition. Only those passed down in the direct single line can wear the 4-pawed tang suit. He's very high up. It's also top tier among the Miao family, Su Weizhen said. A frown creased his brow. Seeing this, Yi Chen nodded his head. Why did he feel that Su Wei was really an encyclopedia? At least in this part of the world. He still knows it well, but he didn't care. It's just a small Miao family. As many as come, as many as die. Being exterminated was a foregone conclusion from the beginning. Yi Chen directly used space to tear his other hand. Also, there are the most valuable places. Just ask any man who can withstand such devastation. Ah, the pig-killing squeal was followed by a direct fainting spell. At the same time, Miao Runfeng, who was originally squatting in the Ghost Province looking for Yi Chen in an attempt to capture him, as well as her granddaughter Miao Fanghua, received a distress message. My big brother is asking for help, hundreds of kilometers from here. Miao Fanghua said, come on, let's go over there. Since you dared to injure my grandson, no matter who it is, I will make sure that you are skinned and not allowed to die. With that, she directly took Miao Fanghua and flew high into the sky and disappeared away. Only 200 meters of flying speed though, but it's only a few hundred kilometers away. Almost a few minutes to get there. In the meantime, the nearest Miao expert would go ahead and delay. I'm sure it will last until she arrives. The result was something that made her giggle. The distress signals were increasing along the way, and they're all direct descendants. By generation they were all Miao Bufan's siblings as well as uncles and aunts and the like. The Miao family was originally not too far away from 4 seasons in a straight line. Plus the Miao family is very rich and all have helicopters. So naturally they arrived very quickly. As a result, each one sends out a distress signal. It's outrageous to open the door to outrageousness. Outrageousness to the core. Directly to Miao Renfeng Hole will not. There were close to more than half of the direct lineage in the family, large and small, and surprisingly, they all sent out distress signals, and all in one location. This is really a case of Huckleberry saving Grandpa and sending heads one by one. In the past, they beat the young to come to the old, and the old to come to the strong. Doesn't seem to work at this point. The opponents this time are not simple. They have at least 3 zone masters among them. I can't believe all of them are sending out distress signals. Who on earth is targeting my Miao family? Could it be those old guys? But they shouldn't have the heart to deal with my Miao family right now. Isn't getting the secret on that teenage genius the top priority? With the passage of time, half an hour later, there were already nearly 80% of the Miao family's direct lineage, all of whom had gathered together to send out distress signals. The only ones left are the younger generation of young people, who are unlikely to go along with this kind of fun. They don't have the strength. Then again, mainly who would have thought the opposition would be so strong? In the past, if such a lineup was deployed, even other ancient martial arts families would have to go all out to deal with it. There's no way they're going to put up that kind of a fight. Today is considered the first time since the existence of the groundbreaking Miao family. Grandma, could it be the Grand Master himself? Miao Fanghua tensed. These were his closest relatives, so how could he not be nervous? In case their opponents were really great masters, their lives would be over. After all, it was an unchanging truth that all under a great master were mole crickets. But the Miao family has only one Grand Master. However, whenever Miao Runfeng was not present, the Miao family was indeed powerless in the face of a great master. So what if I'm a Grand Master? It's not like I didn't kill a few once. There are also strengths and weaknesses in the Grand Masters. Ordinary Grand Masters are also like ants in my eyes. Don't panic, it's 5 minutes away. Since they sent a help signal, it proves that the other side hasn't killed yet. Must be jealous of my strength. Once I arrive, all problems will be solved. Even if those old guys arrive in person, they will have to pay a painful price if they want to deal with me. I don't believe that they would just come out of the gate and come to fight my Miao family to the death. With that said, he sped up a little more once more. Flying at high speeds was very draining of a Grandmaster's true chi. He didn't dare to fly too fast either. Otherwise just arrived people are weak. How else are you going to fight against a strong enemy? A short while later when the two of them reached the second floor of the tavern, it was seen that most of the Miao family, regardless of their status, were kneeling here. One hung his head low with fear in his eyes, all at the same time, all with one hand broken. It was thought that every single one of them who came had fought their mouths off, and as a result, they all had their arms broken off by Yi Chen. It's you. It's a real stepping stone. I was just about to look for you, and I didn't expect you to show up here. Miao Renfeng's face was ecstatic when he saw Yi Chen's appearance. This was exactly what he was looking for. Yi Chen was exactly the same as in the photo. Sure is more handsome than in the picture. Miao Fanghua sighed, and she had to say that her heart was indeed moved. After all, before that, Grandma Miao Renfeng's idea was for her to marry Yi Chen. An open marriage is definitely out of the question. Straight up bullying. That way Miao Renfeng could also get the secret of his ability to break through so quickly directly from Yi Chen. And why not get a great-granddaughter-in-law? Even if Yi Chen is recalcitrant to the end, it's fine, as long as the raw rice is cooked with a little baby. There was nothing to lose by killing Yi Chen and making him into a puppet. You know me? Yi Chen looked at the old woman. I am Miao Renfeng, the old master of the Miao family, a Zhongshu level expert. I'm only going to say this once. Would you like to become my granddaughter-in-law? My Miao family will marry openly and will not treat you badly, the old woman condescendingly said, as if she was an invincible powerhouse that could not be blasphemed from on high. Her words were holy writ and no one could disobey them. Yi Chen hadn't made much of a move yet. Ho ho ho. Directly to Su Weijian Ho laugh. Usually don't laugh unless they can't help it. Dig it, Tatsu. You're going into the family. The Miao family is an ancient martial arts family with a lot of money. 300 years less to struggle directly. Yi Chen, however, was flat. The Miao family is nothing. Just those 3 melons and 2 jujubes. And said he wanted to marry himself. The Miao family already has a way of taking death. Die. Only Yi Chen casually waved his hand. And the unrivaled Miao Renfeng, a supreme expert amongst the great masters, directly turned both his arms into flying ash. Ah, the tearing pain. An old woman couldn't even stand it a little. How is it possible? How did you hurt me when there was clearly no contact? Miao Renfeng was shocked, so much so that they couldn't even care about the pain. Grandmaster Griffin is just an ant. Yi Chen's finger fell gently. All the people present in the Miao family were all heavily pressurized into ashes. No, Miao Renfeng only had time to let out a miserable scream. He only realized at this time that Yi Chen was an existence that he was far from being able to imagine. Even this supreme expert among the Grand Masters himself was not able to resist in the slightest. The gap between the two sides is so wide. It was even more desperate than the gap between a Zhongshu facing a great Zhongshu, with remorse and fear. Then it all turned to dust. It just makes the second floor a little bit more dusty. Brother Chen, she's the old master of the Miao family, living for over 100 years, a Grandmaster level existence, and has been breaking through to Grandmaster for at least 70 years. The strength has long been unfathomable. I didn't expect to be killed by you just after I got out of the gate. Are you still human? Su Weijian was extremely shocked, his jaw dropping to the ground. This means of Yi Chen to exterminate all the combat power of a family with a wave of his fingers could only be described as astonishing. A little too strong. Wang Xiaoming on the side had long since lost track of what to say. He felt as if he had seen the plot of a metaphysical novel. Then Yi Chen cast the bloodline spell Kill. The powerful and unrivaled Hmong family of Valley Province is considered completely gone, disappearing into history. The 9 tribes can't help but say, "Ing thank you an arrogant woman plus 2 evil dogs, so that the 9 tribes will be buried together. You're tough, you're ing tough." I'm afraid that after that, it's only when people go to the Miao family's base camp that they'll really realize that the Miao family is gone. But that's all already an afterthought. The 3 of them casually strolled around the busy shopping street. After some more conversation, it was getting late. A few figures in the shadows had been following behind Yi Chen and the others for a few dozen meters. Yi Chen naturally knew that, but he just didn't care. If you have any difficulties in the future, give me a call. Okay Tatsu, I'll definitely be the first to call you if I have a hard time. The 2 of them smiled at each other as Yi Chen left. Chapter 107, the mountains and rivers were broken by the flick of a finger. Looking at Yi Chen's back as he left, Su Weijian looked at the ring on his hand and pondered. With Brother Chen's strength, I wonder if I can. He shook his head again at the thought. If you don't have to, it's better not to ask for Tatsu's help for something that dangerous. After all, that's a 1,000-year-old family that's been passed down for 1,000 years. The depth of the foundation is far beyond imagination. It can't hurt Tatsu. Mom, are you okay there? Thinking of this, Su Weijian looked in the direction of the capital city with thoughts in his eyes. If only I was as strong as Tatsu, maybe mother wouldn't be either. He shook his head at the thought. With his current strength at the peak of external force, it was simply impossible for him to reach the same level as Yi Chen in a short period of time. He can only hope that he will be able to graduate from college and start his own business making lots and lots of money. Maybe to have a glimmer of hope of being looked at squarely by that group. To have the possibility of seeing my mother. And the likelihood of that is not too high. After all, for the Millennium family, money was already just numbers. Their own strong strength and absolute power can only be held in high regard by them, but only by a few high points. People should look down on it. They still look down on it. After all, a 1,000-year-old family, a 100-year-old dynasty. That's all the time it takes for dynasties to change. Power is only temporary, while a lineage that has been passed down for thousands of years is almost eternal. There is a natural arrogance that comes from the soul. Weijian, you shouldn't think too much. I'm sure I'll see you again with Auntie someday. Wang Xiaoming hugged his arm and snuggled into his shoulder. Sure. Su Weijian shook his head and thought no more. Yi Chen felt that those few people were still following him, only to see that there were several photos and videos sent to the bounty holder's private message on the martial artist forum at this moment. On the video was none other than Yi Chen chatting with 2 young men. Only what was said is unknown and too far apart. Then just as Yi Chen left and walked down the street where there weren't many people, The one who posted the bounty then transferred $100 million to the other side. The credibility is still there. There was a figure in the sky above the city 100 kilometers away, dressed in a black ancient costume, about 70 years old, but the skin was fair, as if it were the complexion of a 30-year-old. Can't see its pallor. Carrying a long sword, his entire aura was biting, as if to break through all the enemies of this world. A sense of grandeur that swept away all enemies was born. It was a strong sword cultivator. Plus he can float again. Apparently it's the Grand Master. Finally some news? It's not far from here. Looks like I'm going to get it first. If I can obtain the secrets in his body, my heavenly mountain sect's heavenly sword lineage will surely advance by leaps and bounds. It's not too late to avoid a long night. Set off at once, only to see the sword behind him fly out and hover under his feet. Stepping on the sword, his speed skyrocketed in a straight line. Surprisingly, he was flying with a sword. But that's normal. After all, a Grand Master was already different from a Zongshi. Utilizing true chi, covering the sword with his true chi, he stepped on it with unimaginable speed. It accelerated to supersonic speed almost in a few tens of seconds. And of course it was short-lived. After all, there was always a time when the true chi would run out. You can use it when flying in close proximity. Long distance will wear yourself out. That person who sold Yi Chen's location information to him. It could be more than just selling him. After all, it's only $100 million to sell to one person. But it's more than that if it's sold to a lot of people. People die for money. Birds die for food. Grand Master Sharon, the first shaman of the Kingdom of the North Face, naturally received the video and photos in her own private message with an anonymous bounty. Killing my most favored disciple. Your blood will be used to sacrifice him tonight. Thinking of this, he flew towards Four Seasons City with his feet on a strange cloud. He was currently at the border of the Ghost Province, about 200 kilometers in a straight line. For a strong man like him, this distance was only half an hour at most. He added another 100 million on an ad hoc basis. Keep each other under constant surveillance. Faced with such a good thing, of course the other party would not refuse. It had been following Yi Chen from afar, very confident that he won't be found out. It was mainly just that Yi Chen didn't want to reveal them. Since someone was following them, they must be trying to make a move, or being instructed or something. In that case, all he had to do was wait. The enemy will deliver himself. Yi Chen purposely found a sparsely populated park, seemingly unobtrusive walking around. It's actually about avoiding dense crowds, create opportunities for each other. Almost within 5 minutes there were more than 3 great masters heading towards him. Every one of them is a famous expert. All of them had achieved the Great Master realm at least 60 years ago. It was far from being comparable to ordinary Great Masters. It's not that there are as many Great Masters as dogs today. Actually, compared to the number of 1.7 billion people, Grand Masters remained a rare commodity. It can be said that only 1 in a million is possible. And it's still cumulative over 100 years. One less dead. Yi Chen calmly walked out onto the lake. It's like stepping on concrete without the slightest difference. The lake beneath his feet did not make a single ripple. A single step instantly shifted dozens of meters, like a ghost, until you come to the center of the lake. The few people who were filming the scene from the bushes along the shore shared the news with the 3 grandmasters. He then quickly moved away and stood in the distance to watch this amazing battle. This was a battle between great masters. Even in the dark it can be extremely impressive. Not to mention that the moon is extraordinarily full tonight. You can still see the lake as long as you're not too far away. Soon a figure descended. He hovered 10 meters above the water looking at Yi Chen, who had his back turned. He had a premonition that the other party seemed to have already known of his arrival. However, he did not care. Strong people had a certain sense of danger. Some of them were not strong, but their perception was extremely sharp. After all, some talents are innate. I am GNXIN, the 7th elder of the Heavenly Sword sect of the Great Canyon of the Heavenly Mountain sect, and I would like to ask you to come with me and return to the Heavenly Sword sect, Kenshin said in an unquestionable tone. It was as if Yi Chen had to agree even if he didn't. His word is the will. A sense of condescension that towers over the living. Yi Chen did not pay any attention, didn't even bother to look back at him. He was waiting. He had sensed the other 2 figures were also in rapid approach. It won't take long to come in succession. How dare you ignore me? Originally I wanted to say good or bad that you please return to the Heavenly Sword sect, but I didn't expect you to not know what's good for you. In that case it's going to have to be tough. With that said, the sword at his feet returned to his hand. A 4-foot-long sword with a width of 1 inch. The sword was sharp and unstoppable between flashes. The 4-foot green blade cuts down the world. And this sword of mine is for breaking and destruction. Saying that, he dazzled sword chi in his hand and then violently swung out a sword, accompanied by countless sword lights flying out. The surface of the water was all scratched up in a trail. The strength of the chi blade would seriously injure even from a distance. The target was pointed directly at Yi Chen's limbs. He was trying to waste Yi Chen. It can be taken away easily without injuring lives. Bang bang bang, only to see a shocking scene take place. Before that sword light could touch Yi-Chen's body, it shattered as much as it could 3 meters away. It was like hitting something hard. It's the same as touching an egg to a stone. His eyes narrowed at the sight and his brow furrowed. Somewhat capable. To be able to block this strike of mine. You are proud enough. There aren't many under the sky that can block this strike of mine, but that's as far as it goes. This next sword is my strongest sword. I order it to be broken water. It can cut down mountains and rivers. When a sword comes out it shatters mountains and rivers, and heaven and earth lose their colors. Speaking of which, the whole thing seemed to be high, up with excitement, totally alone in his self-importance. Yi-Chen hadn't even looked back at him since the beginning. After all, a rookie is a rookie though, but it's good to show a little respect. Let him finish performing his maneuvers. Wouldn't it be murder to kill him brutally again? Only to see that his strike to break the water was really powerful and incomparable, even instantly inducing the lake water to form a water tornado with a diameter of 5 meters and a height of about 100 meters, and accompanied by 1, 2, 3, 4 between swings of the sword. A full 4 water tornadoes rose up around him. It's especially spectacular from a distance. That's still because it's a dark night in the moonlight. If it had been during the day, it would have caused a huge stir. Only a marble-sized water droplet was seen lingering amidst the incessant swinging of his sword. It all seemed to be being drawn by his sword. Subsequently, when the power was built up to the limit, the toes of his feet tapped the surface of the lake, stirring up a ripple. The sword was then slashed diagonally with both hands between spins. The power of this sword had been stored to the extreme. In the past, when he fought against strong people, he would only use it when he had tired his opponent out. After all, the move build-up lead time is too long. If you don't tire your opponent out or bring down the batting speed, there was no way the enemy would give him this chance to build up his strength. And Yi-Chen just stood there without moving, obviously angering him. It also gave him this opportunity to build up his strength. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise, and his mouth had grinned to the back of his ears. Great crooked mouth war god, indicating that he had a solid hit. There is no one who can retreat in one piece from this strike of my sword. Those whose realm is inferior to mine are even more so only seriously injured or dead. But don't worry, I'll keep you alive. After the swing, he was smug, seeing this strike chopping towards Yi-Chen's back. If it hit, it just happened to sever his arm without killing him. It can also disable most of its combat power. Bang! The result was that the so-called light and shadow-breaking water formed by the sword directly shattered. It disappeared before it even touched Yi-Chen. The blown-up god-awful hit was nothing more than that. Is that all you've got? Yi-Chen's flat voice came out. What? How is this possible? Kenshin's entire body was so confused that he forgot to escape in the first place. Not good. Being able to easily block my attacks and not even move. I'm not his opponent. Damn it, the information is wrong. He didn't just enter the Grand Master at all. At the thought, he had turned to bolt. The sword in his hand came to his feet, and in an instant he was about to accelerate to escape at top speed. But he was shocked to realize how the sword didn't reach his feet. Turning around, he was instantly horrified and had a great expression on his face. Eyes were glazed over. Only Yi-Chen had turned around, holding his famous sword in his hand. You have to know that this sword was one with his mind and had been warmed up for decades. Again, he was being manipulated by one hand, trying to control it from such a distance. It was enough to prove Yi-Chen's power, at least a pretty powerful swordsman. But at this time it was no longer possible to care about anything else. Running was the way to go. As for how he should get his sword back, there were a total of 7 elders in the sect, and once he was allowed to return this time, he would inevitably unite with the other 6 elders. When the time comes, are you still afraid that you can't deal with Yi-Chen? Just wanted to turn my head back to focus fully on the escape business. Just realized I couldn't move. Even the body forcefully inverted back. He landed 10 meters in front of Yi-Chen and knelt down. Couldn't stand up with all his might. No way. How is this possible? 7th Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect of the Grand Canyon of the Heavenly Mountain Sect. As an elder with only this kind of strength, it seems that the Heavenly Sword Sect isn't very good either. Yi-Chen played with the sword in his hand. His fingers brushed against the sharp blade and nothing happened. I admit that you are very powerful, but don't be complacent. There are many strong people in the Heavenly Sword Sect. I'm just at the bottom of the list among all the elders. If all 7 of my elders attack together, you'll die for sure. Tell me what you want to release me, Kenshin said condescendingly. It seemed that even at this point, he still felt he could flip the script later. At the same time, Yi-Chen didn't dare to kill himself, because there's an unwritten law among the powerful. It's more of a human condition, and it is not a fight. Even if they had the strength to kill the other party, they would just look at the face of the power behind the other party and get some benefits. It's called point blank, not to the point where you're dead or alive. It is also a method of dealing among the great masters. However, he had clearly underestimated Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen wasn't a great master, much less one who would talk about the rules between them. The mole crickets. Bang! Only to see the sword in Yi Chen's hand being gently broken by him. With a squeeze in his hand, he turned into a smash and spilled into the lake. Bashfulness was written all over his face. Pay attention in your next life. Yi Chen flicked the broken sword out. Kenshin's body split in two, and the power of that broken blade remained unabated, directly chopping the 3,000-meter peak on the side of the Heavenly Mountain 6 Grand Canyon in half vertically from the center. The going was then still unabated, and since the planet was round, it ended up going straight into the starry sky. Sooner or later it will finally stop after hitting a planet, but any planet that is unlucky enough to take this hit will suffer. Chapter 108, Recognize? Griffins still die. Crap. Overexerted myself. Yi Chen looked at the branches that had been cut off along the road as well as the hills. But okay. His directional control is slightly upward. Coupled with the lack of high structures along the road, the impact is limited. The worst is still the peak of the Tianshan Gate. That was the Heavenly Sword Sect's place of trial. In the middle of the night, he suddenly sat up from a dream, and the place of trial was copied. It caused all the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect to come out of their seclusion. Looking at the cracked mountain, their hearts cracked. How many medicinal herbs had been destroyed? Plus this important place of trial was to exercise the younger generation. It's all gone now, but a little bit is certain. If you make it a tourist area to do bungee jumping, glass stacks, as well as circle a scenic spot to sell tickets, it must be very profitable. It's kind of the 10th wonder of the world, after all. As for suspecting who did it, they don't. No one under the sun has ever done that to this extent. Just think of it as nature screwing up. Yi Chen didn't cast a bloodline spell kill to gargle all of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Instead, they waited for the follow-up to come one by one. The few martial artists who saw the scene on the far shore had been completely stunned. They thought it would be an evenly matched and immensely exciting fight, but it was not expected to be a one-sided crush, and the one who won was actually Yi Chen, who was reputed to have just crossed over into a grandmaster. One must know that the other party was a veteran powerhouse, the decades-famous Heavenly Sword Sect's 7th Elder, Jian Xin. Just this name alone was enough to scare off the majority of great masters. As a result, he didn't expect to be seconded by Yi Chen. How strong is he? Terrible. Too terrible. His strength is unimaginable. Now I finally believe why it was rumored that he has the secret to cultivate beyond a grandmaster. Isn't such strength enough proof? Young and strong. Must be quite a strange encounter. If you can get it, it will really make people flatfoot to soar to the sky. Don't think about it. Our strength to reveal a little position and earn a little money is enough. Wanting to get a piece of the pie, we are not yet qualified for this. That's right, even ordinary great masters aren't qualified to intervene anymore. A few people sighed. However, they did not see the true terror of Yi Chen's strike. It's not as bright as day to see mainly in the moonlight. If they were to see the might that Yi Chen's strike produced along the way there, they would definitely exclaim that Grand Masters were nothing. It was only right that he had already surpassed the Great Master. If you're looking for trouble with him, you're looking for death, aren't you? At this moment Yi Chen looked in one direction. A pale man in black linen clothes flew over, feet on black clouds. The breath is sinister and evil, alternating between yin and yang. It must be practicing some kind of special evil technique. If Yi Chen felt it correctly, it should be harvesting yang to complement yang and yin to complement yin. To put it bluntly, dead change tea. No, you're really hungry. You can eat anything. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh a little in his heart. You killed my disciple Iman. Do you remember? Sharon questioned Yi Chen as soon as he arrived. It was condescending and condescending. Humph. Don't think it's okay if you don't talk. Today you. Here he paused, for with the aid of the moonlight he seemed to see a man floating in the water. A closer look at that side face can no longer be the 7th elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Jian Xin. This Kenshin had extraordinary achievements above the way of the sword. When he had fought with him, he was even defeated by his 3 moves. It haunts me until now. So naturally his face was familiar in his mind and he dared not forget it. This one was a shock to him. I'm yet. Heart thumping. When you meet me today, you are considered to have met Cotton. Very cheeky and unembarrassed to turn the latter words around. The old man's voice had become a little whiny. Yi Chen froze, admitting that he had never seen such a disgusting image in his life. Mainly in the flood the strongest people are more normal and have a strong demeanor. Never seen anything like it. Griffin. The pressure descended between words, slapping the out of him. Press it into a thin slice to float on the water. The strongest existence in the North Face Kingdom, and the only existing Grandmaster just buckled. Since then there has been no more Grandmasters in the North Face Kingdom. The Masters for Men were sure to fight again afterward upon realizing that the Grandmaster was not there. There's another one. Yi Chen looked in one direction. There was a powerful blade aura approaching there. The speed is at least above the speed of sound, and its killing intent could be felt even from several kilometers away. After a shrill whistle, the man equipped with a black katana on his waist appeared. His gaze was fixed on Yi Chen below. looking at the two great masters who were already dead and floating on the lake. Even after seeing this, his eyes still didn't change in the slightest. You're the one who killed my Gue High Martial Arts Hall master. And you're the one who destroyed the Gue High Martial Arts Hall, right? What a ruthless tactic to brutally kill thousands of people. You are a grand master in vain. Since you don't speak of martial virtues, I'll just have to go along with it. My men have gone to kill your parents. Guess, they die first or you? The corners of Gekai Ichiru's mouth suddenly grinned as he said this, revealing his teeth in a smile that looked extremely terrifying. Right hand on the handle of the knife. There was no exhibition of breath, but it became more solid. Even the lake below was spreading out in all directions, exposing a 5-meter centerpiece. The dominant color aura is all over the place. The aura that belonged to his returning C. Ichiban Ryu was unrivaled. Me, the 7th grade Grand Master. I'll have your head on a plate today. Saying this, he instantly drew his sword, and a slash was as fast as lightning, as if a meteor had crossed. Like an instantaneous movement, he arrived in front of Yi Chen and slashed down. Speed, power, and explosiveness are all at an extreme. I'm afraid that even a 4th-generation main battle tank would have to be split in two if this blade was struck. The strength of the blade chi was unimaginable. Only Yi Chen's hand was slowly raised. It's reasonably unlikely to be in time. Bang! But the next moment fingertips and knife touched. Instantly there came the sound of a knife cracking. This peerless sword unexpectedly snapped with a sound. Gekai Ichiru's eyes shrank, but his battle sense was strong and he didn't pull away from this. Instead, he abandoned the knife in his hand and quickly grabbed the broken blade, wanting to take the opportunity to seal his throat with a single cut. The so-called swordsman is a man who never leaves his sword alone, and he was able to give up the knife that the swordsman thought was his life when it mattered. Choose to grab the broken blade as a way to kill your opponent. The knowledge of the Gue High One Sword stream about swords had indeed reached a very high point, far beyond the reach of mortals. Boo! As a result, his broken blade had not yet fallen. Yi Chen's finger had then nudged his head and directly cocked his head, simultaneously catching the broken blade and ejecting it. Boo! Fly out of the atmosphere while slicing it up. A battle that should have been exceptionally intense and exciting ended straight away. The so-called 3 great masters were like dirt. It simply couldn't inspire Yi Chen to fight for a single moment. A 7th grade grandmaster was surprisingly seconded? That's right, it was seconded. It couldn't catch Grandmaster Ye's attack at all. Uing blind ah, do not call him a great master. He is still a great master. Your family great master so strong? It's true that there's a big gap between grandmasters in each grade, but the gap is limited, and a 9th grade grandmaster wouldn't be that strong, at least not to the point of killing a 7th grade grandmaster in seconds. So he must have surpassed the great master realm. It's amazing that such a character has so many great masters trying to kill him. I wonder if they'll regret it when they realize it. What do you regret? People are dead. You can only pay attention in your next life. Stop chatting and get out of here before he finds out. A few people were just about to leave. Instead, he found a white figure appearing in front of him. Several people's bodies stiffened violently, and then they looked up tremblingly. Then he saw Yi Chen's familiar face. Chapter 109, Fishing. I report, he's not in uniform. Da, my lord, why are you here? A few people instantly couldn't even speak. They had seen Yi Chen's methods before their eyes. Even the great masters killed 3 of them relatively easily. Where would such a character care about the life and death of small people like them? Mercy, my lord, we were only trying to make a little money before we exposed your whereabouts, so please spare us. Before the words were even finished, Yi Chen had already ended their lives. At the same time, the 3 clans were razed. Yi Chen wouldn't sympathize with this kind of person. It is indeed true to say that people die for money and birds die for food. Since you get the benefits, you have to pay for the benefits as well. Exterminating 3 clans is already light. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable with his own benevolence. One didn't used to be like that, but any planet that didn't have loved ones would have blown up a million times by now. It is only a matter of destroying the 3 clans of people, and it can be fully described as a bodhisattva's heart. Yi Chen cast a bloodline spell on Sharon. Kill all his disciples. All within the 9 clans were also exterminated. The possibility of appearing to take revenge does not exist. As for the fact that the Gue Hai Dian had sent someone to kill his parents, it was purely looking for death. Still, unless nuclear weapons are used, otherwise it won't be able to break the amulet his parents carried. Even if a nuclear weapon was used, he could instantly sense it and instantly move over to neutralize it. In short, as a protagonist, parents are never threatened. If they had all become Daozun, they would still let them fall into a crisis and be threatened by little Karami. Then he, the Daozun, can eat too, but anyone who goes to kill his parents gets killed back, without exception. It hardly affects their daily lives. Yi Chen flew 30,000 meters into the sky with the broken sword of the returning C1 stream, looking in the direction of the bonobos who are having a good little time. He discovered through his bloodline senses that the Guihai Yichiru also had a daughter. The strength was probably at the Grand Master of the clan. Quite beautiful. You could say that you don't look older, but you still have your style. After all, at the level of a patriarch, one could casually live to be over 100 years old. The masks can all be kept more youthful. Almost all of them are in their 40s skin. And she has a paralyzed husband, a kind boss. In the kitchen, a woman with so much style is a woman that thousands of boys can't top. Yi Chen directly and gently threw out this broken blade. Thousands of kilometers away directly set her and her well-meaning boss in the kitchen. The next day, the paralyzed husband shed tears. Baka, dead, dead, dead. You guys are dead. What am I going to do? There was a bounty on Yi Chen on the martial artist forum that was still going on. As the saying goes, there will be courage in the face of heavy rewards. Naturally, there are still people willing to take orders and find ways to give whereabouts. Martial Artists Forum. Anonymous account name Supreme Daozun. Latest news. Yi Chen will be leading the Lightning Special Forces to the Tianshan Gate Grand Canyon military base to participate in the All-Army Special Forces competition, where all of the outstanding special forces of Daxiao will be going to participate. The post was immediately followed by a wave of anonymous accounts of bigots rewarding him, and ask him if he really is. The answer, of course, is yes. And so there was more rewarding him. Some bigwigs even went so far as to directly reward millions. This wave of gains is also over $1 billion at least, and the bounty continues to grow. There are even direct real-name bigots out there, of course, but none of those who dared to authenticate their rewards with their real names were lower than a Grandmaster. The world knew that Yi Chen had just crossed over to Grandmaster. Against this level of character, don't try to show off without Grandmaster strength. Patriarchs dare to reward, if in case Yi Chen does not diet. See, this post is remembered on the finished. So none of the ones who are in this mess are great masters. Look at the billion or so extra cash flow that is quickly appearing in the anonymous account. Yi Chen also didn't think that it could be so profitable. So I'm worth that much. He also signed up for an account this morning. No real name verification. Just a racy account name. I didn't realize that so many people had rewarded him. There were surprisingly a dozen of them whose accounts were labeled as Grand Masters, and they are all new accounts registered in the last 2 days. It was evident that their confidence in their own strength was no longer bothering to hide it. So all of them want to get the secret on me. In the flood, this kind of thing happens every moment. Anything for a boost. Yi Chen put his cell phone away. He didn't care about the money. He doesn't care about money. He's not interested in it. The main thing is to try to get all these people in one place. There was nothing he loved more than toying with these ants who thought they were so high and mighty. Add a little fun to your boring life. In the past, when he had just crossed over to the flood, the first time he exposed his strength, he crossed 2 great realms to kill his enemy. The good guy directly caused a large number of powerhouses below true immortal to hunt him down. All want the secrets he carries. After all, in the Floodlands, unless you possessed extremely heaven-defying magic treasures, otherwise trying to kill someone across realms was non-existent. The gap between realms was too great. But sadly, those who wanted to get the secrets from him didn't succeed. Yi Chen didn't care about the pursuit of others. They were all trash in his eyes anyway. Meditate and cultivate, and you'll soon be able to cross 8 realms. Up until that point, he wasn't targeting anyone, but all of them were trash. With a weak realm, he directly chased after saints and cut them down. Therefore, he couldn't be clearer that these people just thought that he must have the secret to breaking through to a higher realm. After all, he's too young. The Lightning Special Forces assembled and stood in 3 rows. Yi Chen stood in front and looked at them. Instructor, an update has been sent. The rules have changed slightly. Chief of Staff Leech frowned. Changed what? Yi Chen said indifferently. Instructors can be allowed to participate in it. In short, as long as they are inside the special forces, they can participate in this special competition. It's more than individual points, and it's also more than team points, and combined points. There are 3 rankings, the Chief of Staff said. The moment he said this, everyone in the room looked at Yi Chen, including Zhou Jiangwo and Inshinshin, who were just standing to the side quietly watching. Their faces were especially brilliant, especially upon hearing that even instructors could participate in this competition. The corners of their mouths were grinning up to their ears. Indicates that this one is solid. Yi Chen was also surprised. Isn't this temporary rule change a bit much? After all, the instructors must all be the cream of the crop. Some were even very old, and there were even martial arts masters. In that case, ask what a special forces unit without a martial arts master should do. This is a totally unfair matchup. Of course, in fact, if you think about it, you can understand the idea of the Elder Council. After all, in the battlefield the enemy will not talk to you about fairness. It's not uncommon for groups of people to be beaten up or even assaulted. What they should be seeing this time is the ability of the special forces to improvise. The fact is that championships or no championships no longer matter to many teams. You won't get it anyway, so performing better is the top priority. No, I mean, how do they come up with rules like that? With the instructor here, why are they still competing? Wouldn't it be better to just raise the white flag and surrender? Zhao Chang couldn't help but express. There was also a very neat flurry of nods from the crowd. Indicates no problem. Once the instructor participates, no one else lives at all. Let's not say it's a sweep. It's a no-win situation. I won't be attending. It's all up to you. Yi Chen's sentence had deflated them somewhat. I thought I could lay flat all the way. It doesn't seem to be working now. Now you are not what you used to be. You are the best special forces, including the whole of Daxia, and even on the blue planet. You must have confidence in yourselves. Even with a patriarchal instructor, you are not bad. With unity of purpose, it shall be won. As for personal points, do your best. It doesn't matter what the end result is, Yi Chen slowly said. The speech was plain though, but it gave them a morale boost. Nothing came with more spirit than a simple pep talk from Yi Chen. Departure. All of the people get on the transport plane, including the two commanders. Travel to the Grand Canyon military base at the Tian Shan Gate. In the absence of both commanders, a 3-star colonel would take full charge of the entire military region on an acting basis. Such a 3-star colonel is usually the number 3 person in the military region, with more than half the chances of being promoted to the position of vice commander in the future. Of course, it was mostly in Changshin who wanted to go along for the ride. In fact, almost every other military region has only one commander going forward. There were a total of 40 military districts in the entire Grand Xia, totaling nearly 4 million troops. Almost on average, each military region has 100,000 troops. A total of 43 special forces competed. 40 large military districts, 1 military district a unit. The remaining 3 were each sent by the Jinling military region, as well as the Two Rivers military region and the Far East military region. These constitute the strength system of the entire Daxia. In this pomp and circumstance, naturally, there were people from the Elders' Council who came, only it is not yet known exactly who will come. Zhou Jiangwo couldn't help but give them a pep talk on the plane and arrange for the latter. Also tell them who will be there. Respect what you should respect. And don't be idle when you should be provocative. After all, we are all blood warriors, cannot be reasoned, but also can come to some fists and feet. It does not matter. The Grand Canyon of the Tian Shan Gate is located in the Gorge Province, which is home to numerous thrilling mountain trails. The high mountains are exceptionally magnificent, and the Tianshanmen military base is located 5 kilometers from the foot of a 3,800-meter mountain. There is a large military airfield here. Enough transports to accommodate each of the military districts arrived lined up in sequence. The view of the airport from above, filled with airplanes, is particularly spectacular. All types of fighters are available, almost all of them up to date. But even more spectacular was the mountain that looked like it had been split open. It's like a peeled melon shell. Originally, it was a granite boulder towering upwards from the bottom at a height of nearly 2,000 meters. It's naturally quite a sight to see in this way. Look, that mountain is so special. Holy, what is this look? It's so smooth. Why does it feel like it's been split open? Don't be ridiculous. Who has such strength? It must be nature's ghostly work. You think I'm stupid? I've traveled this way before and I didn't even see it was like this. Any chance it's a missile launch site? More fun than Red Alert, right? Let's just say, is it possible that the instructor did it? The crowd's gazes swarmed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't look out the window. Even if he did, he doesn't know. Who's going to keep track of what you can do with your hands? Maybe. Yi Chen left 3 words behind, and that's when the airplane landed. The crowd looked at each other. From the 3 words Yi Chen, they seemed to smell something, but then he thought, I don't think that's likely. How horrible it would have to be to try to do that kind of damage. It should be no less lethal than a nuclear weapon. Look at the mountain that seems to be literally split open. Zhou Jiangwo was in deep thought. This should be able to carry nuclear weapons if Mr. Yi really did it, right? He thought. But it's just a thought. In his opinion, Yi Chen had almost certainly surpassed a grandmaster though. But surpassing a grandmaster does not imply such destructive power. This may truly be a work of nature. Either that or the development of the latest weapon has been successful. After all, Daxia's technology is spewing out in rocket-like form. A lot of secret weapons are not on display. Even he, the commander, would not know all of it. The hatch opened. The crowd got out of the car in neat formation, all in uniform. Only Yi Chen remained in his white ancient clothes, and no one dared to force him to have to wear a military uniform. He had to be left to it. Yi Chen stood with his arms folded and walked to the side of the group. The crowd all held their heads majestically high. It's a standard pace, but it comes out looking like a six-pack. Such elan directly attracted the attention of the passing team of special forces. Look, it's Lightning Special Forces. The Ghost Province's Lightning Special Forces? It doesn't look like much more than that. They're always behind the top 10 or even at the bottom every year. It's a waste of spots to come to the competition with this kind of strength. Didn't they say that the Ghost Province also has a particularly powerful special force? Why is it always the lightning special force every time? I heard that unit was personally brought out by the commander of the Jinling military region before, and was usually used to select into the special forces he led, so of course it wouldn't be selected by Commander Zhou. So that's how it is. It looks like there's some disagreement between them. Don't talk nonsense, haha. This level of character is not for us to discuss, but this year's lightning special forces can be really miserable. Originally almost at the bottom. This rule change is even more can only be at the bottom. Do you see who they have with them? Why isn't that kid wearing a military uniform? And why is he wearing a costume? I don't know. Handsome, yes, but this is the army, not his private show. There's no point in being a soldier as you should be. I'm going to complain to the General Directorate of the Army. I'll go too. Chapter 110, Not Giving Face to the Elders. Pit Brother Dugu Bai. Yi Chen and the others came to their tent camp. Rest up. Free range. 2 hours to go before we start. Yi Chen dismissed them in place. Sitting by himself under an umbrella, he sipped his tea calmly. Zhou Jiangwo and Changxin grabbed to make tea for him, though still with the commander's style. But it was evident by looking at the way they grabbed the teapot, their eyes clashing with sparks and almost managing to get into a fight. It caused some people to freeze in place in uncertainty. What's the situation? Why do I get the feeling that the two commanders are grabbing this young man to pour tea? My goodness, what background is this? No one that powerful is allowed to exist here. Check me out. 5 minutes. I want everything on him. This man is dressed casually. Is it possible that he is the child of someone up there? It's possible. At least it's a small courtier. Who cares about old age? This is the army, and even a dragon has to be coiled. Big brother, unfavorable friendly things or do not talk nonsense. There are a lot of taboos you cannot grasp. I think he's an instructor for lightning special forces. I heard one of their guys say. Another relation. I'm going to complain about him. Count me in too. A number of people went to the general direction of the military region to complain about Yi Chen. The reason for the complaint is simple. Someone who doesn't wear a uniform and is an instructor, the Director General of the military region, with the status of Commander-in-Chief of the Army, is definitely considered a person of real power. He deserves it as the General Director of this one. Coming up from a small soldier who had fumbled his way through several wars, he was naturally cynical, especially hate the relationship. When he heard this, he was naturally angry as well. As the chief instructor of the special forces, he came to this place without wearing a uniform. Think this is a tourist attraction? Get him over here. I'd like to see what kind of a man it is. Army Commander-in-Chief Lu Zhongdao. Yes, I'll call him over. A colonel staff officer went down at once to do it. Seeing Yi Chen unexpectedly sitting there dashingly drinking tea and accompanied by two commanders, he was immediately furious. He had thought that the people who came to sue and complain were just exaggerating. I didn't realize it was over the top, but he didn't make it very obvious either. Lightning Special Forces instructor, right? Please come with me to the General Director's office, the Colonel Staff Officer said, a tone of command. Yi Chen didn't even look at him and drank his own tea. Zhou Jiangwo poured him tea at the same time, and Changxin had stood up. Whoever wants to see Mr. Yi, let him come here himself. And Changxin exclaimed, this is his chance to perform. How can you not take a chance to perform when it's delivered to your door? Army Commander-in-Chief Lu Zhong. Upon hearing this, and Changxin's heart thumped, indicating that this is something I can't afford to mess with. Looking to Zhou Jiangwo for help. The big game will start soon. Wait for after the game. Zhou Jiangwo said directly, without politeness or anger. Just the words have been euphemized. Sorry, just don't go. What? Are you disobeying orders? The chief of staff asked. Just then a special transport plane arrived. The chief of staff's eyes were drawn away. That's why he didn't say anything further. However, his gaze gave Yi Chen a hard look. It had obviously memorized Yi Chen. He would definitely give Yi Chen small shoes. Yi Chen was indifferent. A casual wave of the hand. Ah. The chief of staff only had time to let out a small scream before it went up in smoke. Against this kind of jumped-up clown, he didn't even bother to talk. What identity? What background? What strength? Just dare to coin blind in front of yourself. It's already merciful not to exterminate his 9 clans. Zhou Jiagua and Chang Xian were all stunned. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so decisive here too, when really there is no Mr. Yi dare not. And naturally, what happened here drew the attention of the surrounding guards. They were about to go forward and point their guns at Yi Chen. And that's when the 50-year-old man in a white suit came down from that transport plane. It was the 10th elder of the Council of Elders. His arrival caused the guards to step aside, and the 10th elder walked straight towards Yi Chen's direction. The ones who followed him were at the lowest level of commander. The aura was sufficient to come to Yi Chen's side. Mr. Yi, this should be our first meeting. Nice to meet you. The man in white held out his hand. Aha. Yi Chen nodded casually and took a sip of tea, but didn't bother with him. What kind of a person wants to shake his hand? He'd never shaken anyone's hand since coming to this world. Seeing this, the 10th elder could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. After all these years, hardly anyone dares to do that to themselves. At least Yi Chen was the first to ignore him so arrogantly. Where does that leave his old face? The eyes can't help but contain a hint of something else, only well hidden by him. At least he didn't dare to flip out with Yi Chen in front of such a close face. After all, as the old saying goes, a good man is not a good man. 7 paces away the gun is faster. Within 7 paces, above the Grand Master is fast and hard. Mr. Yi, then I'm looking forward to the performance of the team you trained on the field. Aha! Yi Chen still only nodded his head flatly. The 10th elder couldn't continue to say anything else, and with a leathery smile, he turned around and left, and the commanders were dumbfounded at the scene. The person walks away before reacting to follow. When they passed by Yi Chen, they couldn't help but look at him a few more times. They were curious as to who Yi Chen really was. Surprisingly, even the 10th elder had to be treated with such courtesy and respect. And looking at Yi Chen, he could not show any respect at all. Instead, it was extremely bland, as if the other party was just an ordinary person. Nothing different. Mr. Yi, he is the 10th elder of the Council of Elders. His status is extremely high. I'm afraid that there are no more than 20 people in the whole of Daxia who can be compared to him, Zhou Jiangwo said. He was also a little nervous just now. Even he and Shanshin stood up, but after all, now that they had Yi Chen as their backer, it would not be too much to say how much they were afraid. After all, you have to beat the dog. Oh no, it's all about the backing anyway. Thus even the 10th elder didn't dare to do anything to them. Aha! Yi Chen nodded. No more than 20 people. Does the 20 you refer to include the ancient martial arts families? Yi Chen asked casually in boredom. Naturally included. After all, nowadays the times have changed. The power of martial artists is certainly powerful, and even extremely frightening to be able to defeat tens of thousands of armies with one's own strength. But only in theory. The actual high-tech combat system of today is much different. Not just a charge of tens of thousands of men, with clustered armor as well as precision-guided weapons and even airborne weapons. Even the most powerful martial artists can't carry it. Therefore the 10th elder's status is predictable, and the Grand Master is no match for him, Zhou Jiangwo said. Yi Chen nodded. There was nothing wrong with what he said. After all, this era was different from the floodplains he had once been in. Everyone's main focus is on cultivation, and the strength of one's own strength is fundamental. In a world with a modern technological civilization, even ordinary people can fight against the gods if they use it properly. Sure, it's also just rhetorical hyperbole. The end of technology is metaphysics, the practice of immortality. This is something that will only really sink in once technology has advanced to a certain point. The Blue Stars are far from understanding this after enjoying the convenience and power of high technology. Mr. Yi, I've heard that the main purpose of this special competition is to select talents to participate in an experiment. It's the drug that Dr. Yuan developed. It is said that it can help external strength cultivators improve their strength. It can even help with internal energy enhancement to a certain extent, only with a lower success rate, but it's worth experimenting with. After all, the overall physical quality of Special Forces soldiers is weaker than that of martial artists, and they will definitely suffer in future collisions with those powerful martial artists. Once the physical quality keeps up, coupled with the configuration of high-tech weapons, it is possible to kill even a patriarch, or even a grand patriarch. Of course, if one is a powerful martial artist in their own right, then configuring these weapons will only make them even more powerful. And Changshin said, aha. Yi Chen nodded. For all that he didn't really care. He only knew that once all the powerful people in those secret realms came out, they were far beyond these so-called technological weapons. Perhaps a high-powered nuclear weapon could do damage to even a powerhouse like that, but it can't be used all the time. There's always an opening, so it's hard to deal with the really strong ones. Soon all the special forces assembled. Soon the contest will begin. Before starting, the 10th elder spoke. The commander-in-chief of the army then said a few more words. Finally, a detailed description of the rules of the competition and what it entails. At first, the test was team points. From the airport, a loop around the entire Grand Canyon range of the Heavenly Gates is followed by a trip to the top of Side Peak. This peak has an elevation of 100 meters, a mere 7 kilometers away from the mountain that was split in half. At the same time, this mountain was only 12 kilometers away from the Heavenly Sword Sect's main peak base camp. The Heavenly Sword Sect was at the highest peak in the core of this mountain range. It was equivalent to their special forces, having to circle the entire Heavenly Sword Sect sphere of influence, then climb that side peak and get the flag on it. Whoever comes in first. 3 flags are arranged above, representing the champion runner-up and third place. Whoever goes up first gets the championship flag. Instead, the teams behind will only get second and third place. And this was after all the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Sword sect. There is a natural reason why this was chosen. After all, the entire military base itself was not far from the Heavenly Sword sect, with the closest distance being a mere dozen kilometers. Placing a large military base here was, to put it bluntly, to suppress the Heavenly Sword sect. It was because the Heavenly Sword sect was too strong. With nearly 10 great masters in one sect, there is also a huge amount of internal energy as well as zoners, not without enough firepower and troops to suppress it. Of course, both sides leave each other alone. No one wants to tear their face off. Coupled with the fact that the Heavenly Sword sect hadn't come out of the mountains for decades, everyone was at peace with each other. However, this time the Heavenly Sword sect came out and chose this place naturally with the intention of knocking them out. The implication is that it doesn't help to be too loose. After the army commander-in-chief's impassioned speech, he looked meaningfully at Yi Chen's side, who was drinking tea in the distance. He was the only one who dared to drink tea calmly at this time. Yi Chen killed one of his 3-star colonel chiefs of staff. How could this not make him angry? Still, he held back a bit, to see what Yi Chen was capable of. The special forces departed. All team instructors are involved. Only Yi Chen didn't. He was calmly doing nothing, just sipping his tea. And all 43 teams were running wild and crazy. In particular, the patriarchs of each team were leading them to rush unusually fast. Of course, the patriarch doesn't break away from the team, because it's more than a group, and it's useless even if you rush to the top alone. It doesn't matter how good the instructor is if his teammates aren't good. That's not bad for overall sexual fairness. In particular, there was a temporary addition that did not allow attacks below the level of the opposing clan master until he was down. If there is no clan master on the other side, one person needs to challenge everyone on the opposite team. The very presence of this article makes the clan advantage significantly weakened. Look, it's Lightning Special Forces. They're so fast. I heard that their instructor was arrogant and even killed a man. Killed who? I'm not sure. Anyway, it was a kill, and the 10th elder saw it. Only he didn't say anything. To be so arrogant and not even be punished. Could it be someone's male son? Damn it. Since the instructor of the Lightning Special Force is so arrogant, let the Lightning Special Force pay for it. Okay, let's go one by one and consume them. Eliminate the Lightning Special Forces first. At one time many teams joined together to deal with the Lightning Special Forces from 4 directions. Almost completely surrounded them as they traveled, constantly attacking it. There's no disallowing unions inside the rules. It's all within the rules that allow it. Therefore the combination of multiple teams naturally gave the Lightning Special Forces no small amount of pressure at first, but then they adjusted. Everyone, don't panic. Their strength is far from ours, but if a patriarch doesn't make a move, we have nothing to fear below the patriarch level. That's right. Still want to unite against us? What naive thinking. Still think we are before. Everyone counterattack. At once the Lightning Special Forces attacked straight back. The special forces that surrounded them were taken care of like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. The moment that powerful strength was displayed, it doesn't give the opponent a chance to react at all. Who would have thought they would be so strong? Every person was at least a small success in inner strength. What kind of concept is that? There just isn't a team here with that kind of setup. The vast majority of them are external energies. Naturally, they were far from being their opponents. Almost under a single turn, the group that surrounded them was cut in half. Not to the point of killing anyone, but it's hard to strike too hard and try to finish the back of the pack. As long as more than half the crew is lost, even if you run in first place, you won't win the championship. Holy, why are they so strong? Not good. The intel was wrong. Retreat, retreat. Pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. They actually have so much internal energy. How can this still be fought? All internal energy cultivation. Against the heavens? Are they high on something? I remember a year ago they weren't this powerful. No good. Save me. Almost within half a minute they eliminated more than half of the 6 teams around them, even if some of them still want to stick around for the full run. But in this state, it should be unlikely. Everyone could not help but marvel at the tremendous progress of the Lightning Special Forces, so much so that but any team that didn't have a patriarch had avoided them. How can they be so strong? How much time has it been? A year has passed when it's not seen when it's impressive. I seriously doubt they were high. You tell me where to get such a strong drug, and I'll take it. What exactly have they gone through to be able to become so strong in a short period of time? Outrageous, outrageous. The strongest dark horse this year is them, right? Don't be too happy. They're still the sovereign team. All of them are in their 20s. There are no sovereigns among them. There's no patriarch. Well, then they're still going to be ranked after 10. Ha. What's the point of having great per capita strength? Without a patriarch it's not our match at all. Many people without fail marveled at the strength of the Lightning Special Forces while at the same time celebrating. Be glad they don't have a zoner. A team without a clan master poses no real threat at all. Humph. So what if the per capita strength is great? As usual, it's impossible to win the team championship this time. At that moment a man with a cold face among the crowd running at the front sneered. He was none other than Dugubai, Dugu Changyin's younger brother, whom Yi Chen had met earlier. Nowadays, the strength of the body has unexpectedly reached the great perfection of inner strength. Though reaching this achievement at the age of 25 or so is impressive, beyond 99% of martial artists, but it's a long way from his brother. After all, his brother had that terrifying battle record when he was 30 years old, not long after he had broken through to become a sovereign. It also made him work incredibly hard under the pressure of his brother. This time, as a captain, he led the Capital Snowfox Special Force to participate in this competition, and their leading instructor was a 45-year-old Peak Zone Sure powerhouse. What concept? To go further is to be a half-step grandmaster. Such an existence almost possessed the strength to crush here. All of the other team's clerics combined probably weren't enough for him to beat. That guy called Yi Chen didn't get involved. Humph. It seems like he knows that he's not a match for our instructor at all. To avoid getting hurt, that's why I didn't get involved. So what if it's a junior patriarch? A patriarch who hasn't grown up yet is ultimately no match for a veteran patriarch expert. Dokorobai couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart when he thought of this. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Yi Chen was both young and very powerful, especially since his first meeting had caused him to kneel before. He couldn't get it out of his mind until now. Therefore, he was naturally happy to see that Yi Chen's team couldn't get a top 3 ranking at all, not even the top 10. Instructor. Dokorobai looked to the instructor on the side. What's wrong? And the instructor Lin Tadian, who was a Peak Zone master, said with a gentle voice, not to mention that Dokurobai's talent was sure to be a sect master in the future. Just the mere mention of his fearsome brother was unfathomable to him as well. He naturally took special care of Dokorobai, always treated gently. Instructor, why don't we eliminate the Lightning Special Force first? Although they don't have a Zongshire, their overall strength is strong, the strongest per capita of all the teams. If they fish for a chance to rush ahead when we clash with the other team's patriarchs, it's highly likely that they'll be able to take advantage of the situation to win first place. Only when this uncertainty is wiped out will the first place be 9 out of 10. Dokorobai analyzed. Lin Tadian pondered. He admitted that Dokorobai had a bit of a point, but he was also a human being, so how could he not understand that Dokorobai was feuding with the Lightning Special Forces? Otherwise it would simply be unwise to eliminate such a powerful team right off the bat. It also seems deliberately targeted. But then again, Dokorobai did have a point, so naturally he would take that advice. Okay, but not now. Not yet. There's no guarantee that you won't be targeted by other teams once I attack against Lightning Special Forces. After all, everyone understands the truth of the rabbit's death. Such a strong team was eliminated, so we're almost certainly number 1. The other teams aren't happy to see that. Once they knock out more than half of you with injuries first, even if I'm strong, it's useless. Lin Tatian analyzed. By the time we get to the foot of that hill, all the teams will be exhausted or more or less distanced, and it won't be too late to make a move then. Lin Tatian saw that Dugobai's face was a bit displeased, then added without moving, I see. Dokorobai nodded. Although he had a noble status, the other party was at least a Peak Zone sure. He can't afford to give an inch. Chapter 111, Playing Bad. No top 3? He glanced at the Lightning Special Forces in the rear, as well as Yi Chen, who was still sitting there drinking tea. A hint of meaningful malice appeared in his eyes. 10th Elder. I wonder what exactly is the identity of this Mr. Yi? At that moment, the commander-in-chief of the army sitting on the stage looked at the 10 elders. What? Are you interested in him too? The 10th elder smiled, just curious as to what exactly his status is. To be able to act in such a self-centered manner, I'm sure he must come from a very big place. Speaking of which, he shuffled his ears. Rather, he didn't have much respect for the 10th elder. The two of them are practically indistinguishable in terms of status, but the reality is still a bit lower. Normally he must still all talk a little more carefully. He was curious as to what identity Yi Chen actually had. Would know. The 10th elder just said indifferently. That's a profound statement. He killed a 3-star chief of staff. You see? Lu Zhongdo, wanting to say something. Remember that first. Payment of death benefits. You make the report and I'll approve the note. The 10th elder only returned indifferently. Good. Lu Zhong didn't say anything else. This is the actual identity gap. At his height, many times a simple sentence can taste different. It was clear that even in his position, there were things that he could not grasp. Without asking too many questions, quietly watch the images on that big screen in front of you, captured by the drones from all viewpoints. This is sure to be a great contest. In particular, participants allow instructors to participate, plus some explicit and implicit restrictions. This greatly enhances the spectacle as well as the uncertainty. No team in the room had an absolute crushing advantage, at least not when it was close at first. No one is going to let anyone run ahead and pull away first. Lu Zhong, what do you think about the championship-seeded teams in this tournament? Who do you think will get first place in the group? The 10th elder asked with interest. The strengths are strong from an overall standpoint, and this year was more exciting than any other. Especially the Capital Snow Fox Special Forces, whose overall strength can be ranked second among all the teams. If we add a peak Zhongshu instructor to the mix, as long as they aren't deliberately targeted and their tactics are properly arranged, they're almost bound to win this team battle, Lu Zhong said. He also said this on purpose to give face to the capital. After all, the human side of things has to be grasped. When he said that, each of the commanders sitting behind him looked at him. For what he said, there is indeed nothing wrong with it. At least there's nothing wrong with the surface. But two of them were opposed in their hearts, Zhou Jiangwo and In Changxin. To them, it seemed that since Yi Chen would arrange it this way, he must be sure of it. I'm also extremely optimistic about the Snow Fox Special Forces though, especially since their captain this year is led by the teenage genius Takuro Bai, and has excellent instructors. But I have to say it's going to be tough for them to win the team title. I'm probably more optimistic about the Lightning Special Forces than them. Speaking here, the eyes of the 10th elder intentionally or unintentionally landed on Yi Chen in the distance. Why is that? The Lightning Special Forces are strong and very good per capita, but how can they win when they have one less sovereign instructor than the other teams? All under the sect masters are ants. This gap is not easy to overcome. Not to mention Lu Zhong. Everyone else was puzzled and cast curious glances. I don't know why the 10th elder came to this conclusion. Ugh. Watch. The 10th elder sighed slightly and didn't give out the reason. In his heart, he had to sigh. You can say Yi Chen is bad, but you can't say he's a vegetable. How could a team brought out by such an existence be ordinary? There's no chance it could actually work a miracle. Seeing that the 10th elder didn't say anything, the others couldn't ask, so they could only continue to watch the match full of doubts. The actual distance traveled is upwards of 130 kilometers around the entire Grand Canyon of the Heavenly Gates before ascending to the summit. Time 8 hours. A variety of difficult road lines are covered, especially with such a big difference in altitude. It's hard on stamina. Even running light without weight is not that easy, especially the final climb. Extremely treacherous. One bad fall could cripple you, but in places like this no one usually blindly attacks other people, because there's a suspicion of intentional homicide. It's forbidden to hit too hard in a team game. Serious cases can result in disqualification or even expulsion from the military. By the time the run reached 100 kilometers, many teams were left behind. Due to the rapid decline in physical strength, it was difficult for anyone other than the patriarch to keep the formation neat. By this time almost every team was separated by a few dozen meters. The far ones are even a few kilometers apart. Lightning Special Forces ran in second place. Up ahead is the Snow Fox Special Forces, and then the third and fourth were right behind them as well. Come to the foot of the mountain. Do it, Dokorobai said. He couldn't stand it any longer. The people from the Lightning Special Department had been following behind them like cowhide. Reduces air resistance by a not insignificant amount. One looks more relaxed than the other. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he could never resist taking on the Lightning Special Forces. Lin Tadian didn't say anything, but instead made a direct move. Strike together. Led by Zhao Chang, they all launched an attack to hit together. Meet this punch from Lin Tadian. Boo! Ah! All at once everyone in the Lightning Special Forces flew backwards. Even if they gathered the power of so many people together they couldn't stop it. This was the power of the peak of the sovereign. Far beyond them, one is enough to sweep. Before, they were just afraid that the other teams would take advantage of the opportunity to strike at their team. And now the two teams in third and fourth pull so far behind. They just want to stabilize their current position. Once the Lightning Special Forces are eliminated, they'll be second and third straight away, with little to no suspense. Why bother going out looking for trouble? Taking a second or third would be enough. Looking at the members of the Lightning Special Forces who flew out backwards one by one, spitting blood, so powerful. It's incredible to have such fighting power. Lin Tadian was a bit surprised. He hadn't realized that this group of people was so powerful when they joined forces. Surprisingly, it gave him a kind of patriarchal level battle power. If he himself was not the leading instructor this time, and was replaced with another ordinary Zhongshu, this fight is basically nothing to sneeze at. Lightning Special Forces really have a chance of winning. They could indeed fight against the patriarch. But this is the end of the line for you guys. Without a patriarchal instructor, you are doomed to not be in the top 3. Saying this, Lin Tadian turned around and led the group towards the mountains. Poof! Dakurobai coldly grunted as he looked at the crowd of the Lightning Special Department. A feeling of superiority. No top 3 for Lightning Special Forces this time. He wanted to take a shot at these guys though, but after thinking about it, I still think getting first is the main thing. They're no longer in contention for top 3, let alone first. Anyway, Lin Tadian's punch was enough for them. Chapter 112 finally strikes. shocking the bigwigs. Watch as the three teams quickly head up the hill and away. Zhao Chang and the others braced themselves to stand up. Lin Taishan's punch was indeed strong and powerful. It gave them a feeling of turning over in their bodies, almost spitting blood in droves. If they were to face that punch just now one-on-one, either of them would have to explode straight away. Brothers put up a fight. I don't believe I can't get a third. Good. The crowd was pumped up and forgot about the pain. There was a burning intent in his eyes. One by one, they began to climb, surprisingly faster than on level ground. It's almost like being high. Watch as they frantically catch up. All three teams already climbing the vertical cliffs were getting a little nervous. Snow Fox Special Forces are okay. They are, after all, at the forefront. The most pressure was on the third place Wolf Hunt Special Forces. Once the Lightning Special Forces catch up, their third position is not guaranteed, because it's not good to limit the speed of the other person during the climb, unless it's a forced attack. But then there's a suspicion of intentional homicide, likely to be finished later in his career. And if they were competing for normal climbing speed, they definitely couldn't beat the Lightning Special Forces. One person takes a place. Don't let them pass. The Wolf Hunt Special Forces instructor commanded. It's the instructor. Crowd response. The Wolf Hunt Special Forces instructor, on the other hand, was left alone, just standing at the foot of the vertical cliff, looking at the Lightning Special Forces who rushed up desperately. The group rushes fast, but everyone stays close to each other. They were able to get under Lin Taishan's punch again before without suffering any injuries. Their strength is unimaginable. With that thought in mind, he didn't wait for them to come up and stand still before launching. Brothers on. Zhao Chang rushed ahead with a command. The others followed close behind. Dense fists blasted away. Instructor Wolfhound throws a punch with them. Zhao Chang in the front was naturally unable to top it, but the fists of the others had already landed. He had no choice but to choose to hurry the power of this punch back and cross his arms in defense. Boo! Flying out backwards and hitting the mountain wall directly, his body was in pain. His power as a Zhongshu beginner was actually hardened back, not a match for their combined efforts. How is that possible? He could hardly imagine. It was reasonable to say that everyone under the sovereign was a mole cricket, even if dozens of inner strengths were added together, unless one uses the American residence hopper. But they use their fists. That's going to knock the confidence out of instructor Wolf Hunt. Before he was ready to attack again, his opponent rushed up and greeted him with a swarm of punches. Good guy. Directly give a bruise. Lose a large part of the fighting force. Get up there. Try for third. Try for second. Try for first. Zhao Chang said. Captain. The crowd went up. Even if the Wolf Hunt Special Forces blocked it, it was useless. The strength was too weak, and others surpassed them with a direct borrowed strength. And in second place is the Hawkeye Special Forces. Although their instructor was a Zhongshu Zhao Chang, he couldn't just attack people in this place. Otherwise it's intentional homicide. Soon they overtook second, which was a mere 200 meters from the summit, and the first Snow Fox Special Forces, only 190 meters away. The distance between the two sides was close. It could be surpassed at any time. Instructor, attack them. They're catching up. Dakurobai said with a cold look in his eyes. Thou shalt not. Attacking in this position is willful killing. The rules do not allow it. Lin Tatian refused. Humph, pedantic. The results are written by the winners. Speaking of which, Dakurobai saw that all of his teammates were running ahead of him. Only then did he take a leap onto a granite platform. This granite platform protrudes outward an average of 1 meter and is more than 10 meters long. It's hard for the average Special Forces soldier to leap up, too tired for their arm strength to hold out. Only a cunning smile was seen at the corner of his mouth. Then both feet slammed down. Boom! The whole person was like a cannonball rushing 30 meters upwards, and under this he stepped. There is a crack in the granite protrusion itself. At the moment it is even more directly spread all over, and then this platform comes off. It smashed into the crowd of Lightning Special Forces 5 meters below. At least it would have eliminated more than half of them. Even if some of them managed to get away with it, at least a few would die. As for the other two Special Forces further down the line, this position doesn't smash them. What? Zhao Chang froze for a moment as he looked at the falling granite. Others too. It is the lack of thought that makes there nothing to hide from at this point in time. The dozen meters of granite weighed at least 100 tons. They're in danger. Just as the rock was about to hit them. Boo! Only a bright light flashed, and a dozen meters long and wide by a meter thick by about a meter of granite exploded into smithereens. When the wind blew, the ash blew right off. The light was a little bright and they just felt it coming from one direction. They all looked at Ji Chun, who was sipping tea under the umbrella next to the airport in the distance. Not only them, but everyone present had looked at him in shock, because a sonic boom had just erupted from Yi Chen, so much so that it nearly shook the military sunshade and bulletproof umbrella. The feeling was no less than 10 times more shocking than the impact of a 155mm howitzer when it erupted. Something seemed to have been shot out of him. blow up that rock that's miles away with precision. Only Zhou Jiangwo could see that it should be a ceramic cup. It was because one of the cups on Yi Chen's table was missing. Only Yi Chen slowly stood up and took one step to instantly move to the spot where all the teams had just started. Subsequently, boom! Terrifying sonic booms swept across a 100-meter radius. The hard, high-strength concrete floor was crushed into a large crater. It reached Mach 30 instantly. Yi Chen then flew through the whole thing in almost 13 seconds, landing on the top of a mountain. The horrific sonic boom then slowly followed, shocking people's ears along the way. Yi Chen just stood quietly at the edge of the cliff with his arms folded, and did not go to take the champion's banner. Ha ha, the instructor is here. Winning, we're winning. So handsome instructor. This is a solid hand. I'll let you guys pull a dirty trick and you still can't win against us. Ha ha, it hurts. The Lightning Special Forces were in a good mood speeding up, and at this moment those commanders at the starting position stand, and all those who saw this scene, there was a lot of dumbfoundedness. It's been a bit of a reaction until now. Looking at that Yi Chen who had appeared on top of the mountain in the drone footage, they simply couldn't describe their shock at the moment, the kind that causes flying sand all the way to the top in less than 10 seconds at a terrifying speed. It's simply shocking. There are no words to describe it. If you're going to use it, it's a national pastime. Trenching. Who the hell is he? Is he the instructor of Lightning Special Forces? That's him. He's the chief instructor of the Lightning Special Forces. Flying through the air. Is he a Grand Master? It's outrageous, isn't it? Completing the full 100+ kilometer route in 10 seconds. No wonder he doesn't wear a uniform. He does have the qualifications. That's a sonic boom. Is the Grand Master that terrifying? I don't know. I've never seen a Grand Master strike either. This is too terrifying. Compared to this, a Grand Master is nothing at all. Patriarch, don't mention Patriarch to me. The difference is too great. It turns out that a human strength can reach this level, instantly detonating. What a terrifying physical body this must be. Don't tell me it's a Grand Master. I don't believe it. Do you think I'm from the countryside and haven't seen a Grand Master strike before? Asterisk. If this is a Grand Master, I'll eat upside down. The senior officers marveled in awe, having their worldviews refreshed by Yi Chen. It even caused them to have a feeling that a great master could turn out to be so powerful. Just outrageous. Sure, it's a steel torrent that can handle it. It's one thing if you can even hit it. The 10th elder's brow was furrowed and his eyes were emotionally complex, not knowing what he was thinking. Lu Zhong kept rubbing his eyes, trying to tell himself that it was fake. The Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Masters weren't even this outrageous. Otherwise, how else could they deter the Heavenly Sword Sect? It's a straight-up dogfight. Okay. Zhou Jiangwo and Shangxin looked at each other and the corners of his mouth grinned up to his ears. Heck, no one is ever going to raise their voice to me again from now on. Yi Chen looked at the Snow Fox Special Forces members that came up one by one. Even if these people of theirs came up, they were still far away from Yi Chen, not daring to take the champion flag. Being scared by Yi Chen, he was shaking like a sieve. The sky is the limit, the air is the limit, and the supersonic speed is the limit. These are only rumored to be great masters, so where they dared to get the flag. On the contrary, Dugobai and Lin Tadian were neither in nor out of the sky. Being stuck in the last dozen meters was awkward. They're scared. You won't die if you go up there, will you? There's a great master on it who's been traveling in the air. After the Lightning Special Forces guys came up and got the championship flag, only then did Dugobai and Lin Tadian come up. At the moment they weren't interested in the championship in the slightest anymore. It would be nice to get a runner-up. I just hope I don't piss this one off. Especially Dokorobai. How could he be so strong? Wasn't he only a Zongshi when we first met him? How come he can fly through the air now? He's a Grand Master. What am I supposed to do? I don't think he's going to make a move on me. Is he? Yeah, he shouldn't dare. This is the Special Forces competition. You can't break the rules by blatantly killing people. I'm Dekuro Changin's brother. With that thought, he bottomed out and climbed up. But Lin Tadian was going to take the first step. A leap landed beside Yi Chen. Greetings, Grand Master. Chapter 113, Shoot Dakobek and pick up his legs. Lin Tadian did not dare to show the slightest disrespect when facing a figure of Yi Chen's caliber. Patriarch was just one word away from Grand Master though. However, the gap was even greater than the gap between an internal strength martial artist and a Zongshi martial artist. He didn't dare take any chances. Yi Chen didn't look at him. Lin Tadian was only doing things within the rules. There's nothing wrong with what he's doing. Instead, it was Dokorobai. It was a deliberate attempt to put others to death. Although it may not seem intentional, but it was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that he was trying to deliberately eliminate the Lightning Special Forces. People aren't blind. What is it if you don't do it on purpose when you stomp off a rock with that kind of violent force? Dokurobai had just leapt up and landed on the edge of the cliff, right next to Yi Chen. Greetings, Grand Master, Dokurobai said in an unassuming manner. He had long ago already thought about it on the fly just now. Even if you did it on purpose, there's no proof. As long as you bite the bullet and say that you just want to use the power to get to the top of the mountain quickly, there's nothing anyone can do about him. After all, he was a member of the Dekuro family. It's Dekuro Chang'in's brother. Even if Yi Chen was a grandmaster, his brother wasn't bad either. In his opinion, it was also impossible for his brother to be just a zongsure, because the depths of his Dekuro family surpassed everyone's imagination. What could Yi Chen do to him? However, when Dekurobai saw that the championship flag had been taken away, his face went a little white. There was exasperation deep in his eyes. He worked so hard and didn't expect to just end up with a runner-up. Who can stand that? Yi Chen's behavior like this was clearly a foul to be sure. Let's not talk about whether or not he ran the full course or not. Let's just say that this failure to depart at the required time should be considered an active waiver. And now to show up out of the blue to participate is totally breaking the rules of the tournament. I protest. The winner should be our Snow Fox Special Forces. Lightning Special Forces instructors did not depart within the required time frame. It spoils the fairness of the game. The team title should be ours. He argued loudly and reasonably to several drones in the middle of filming, and everyone in front of the big screen who saw the scene was silent. No one's talking. I should say no one dared to speak. At least the vast majority of people had not yet reacted from Yi Chen's terrifying power. Grandmaster Yi is sorry. I'm not deliberately targeting you. After all, there are no rules, don't you think so? Said Dugubai with an elegant smile on his face. A Western gentleman's action bowed to Yi Chen. This could give the members of the Lightning Special Forces a lot of anger. Can't wait to kick his ass. What a shameless dog. That's okay, watch out in your next life. Yi Chen said indifferently. A slap followed. Boom! A slap straight out of a sonic boom. Dekurobai's handsome face with a smile disappeared. I should say that the upper body is gone. Only 2 legs left, still standing there. The others were knocked out. And the power of the slap didn't diminish at all, kicking up wild winds wherever it passed. Even though this was in the mountains at an altitude of 3,000 meters, the earth was round again, and the slap would only get farther and farther away from the ground if it continued to fly. But even from a distance, the gusts of wind set off by the slap were felt. Then it went straight out of the atmosphere at an amazing speed, shooting off into the distant starry sky. I wonder how many more planets have suffered old age. Yi Chen didn't hold back with this slap. It's mainly in the high mountains and doesn't affect the ground anyway. Just a little bit of force. I didn't realize that it had set off raging sands around this military base. It was as if the end had come. You've seen dust storms on TV, right? That's pretty much what's going on right now. The yellow sand in the sky made it impossible to open one's eyes. Seeing this, Yi Chen casually waved his hand. All the dust was absorbed together under the gusty wind, and then fused into a piece of sand and rock that fell in the distance. It was only then that clear skies reappeared around them. Yi Chen didn't explain anything in front of the drone camera, because the strong need no explanation. My rules are the rules. Besides, it's not within the rules to disallow a final departure, much less disqualify it after it's finished. More importantly, Dokurobai intentionally wanted to put people to death. In the face of such trash, he naturally struck out to remove it directly. Who cares whose brother he is? He's trash in his eyes anyway. You actually? Lin Tatian was breathing heavily. He also froze for a moment before responding. The main reason was that there was absolutely no possibility that he would have thought that Yi Chen would dare to kill someone right in front of everyone. And the one who killed was a captain of the capital Snow Fox Special Forces. Not only that, but his fist identity is a scary one. Dekuro Chang'in's younger brother, the young master of the Dekuro family. Any one of these identities would be enough to set off a firestorm. Not to mention combined. It was clear to him at the moment. It's going to be a big mess. You want revenge? Yi Chen looked at him. Where did Lin Tatian dare to say anything? Yi Chen's terrifying strength was simply not something he could fight against. One could only resentfully hold back the words that followed. In front of a great master, if he dared to say something disrespectful, even if he killed him, there would be no words to justify it. After all, there were no experts around to bail him out. Flipping out with Yi Chen here would surely lead to death. Grandmaster Yi, I wonder if you know the identity of Dugubai, he tried to ask. Griffin. Yi Chen didn't bother to say anything. Look at all the members of the Lightning Special Forces. Well done. For simple words, even if they did not contain any emotion, caused a surge of excitement in the crowd. Needless to say, these few words are the greatest recognition for them. Nothing made them happier than the instructor's affirmation. Go. With that, he flew away with dozens of them. Witness them going away. Lin Tatian's eyes were complicated. One of the Snow Fox Special Forces breathed a huge sigh of relief. Just now, they were so nervous that each of their hearts was in their throats. Even in the day-to-day execution of a death mission, there was no such fear. Hurry up and get your hands on the runner-up flag. Also glad that thankfully they didn't have to intentionally screw up and break the rules against the lightning special forces before. Otherwise what would greet them would be Yi Chen's big slap. They could see clearly how strong that slap was. A generation of heavenly pride Dugu Baidu, Lone Chang'in's own brother, said to kill, only 2 legs left, just ing outrageous, pick it up, pick up your legs, Lin Tadian said in an extremely bad mood. Yes. The crowd rushed to put it away. Chapter 114, this battle is the strongest battle in the world. Lin Tadian as the instructor, as the one leading the team this time, can he not be annoyed? The doctor family's wrath will likely be directed at me, especially Dakuro Nagin, powerful and unfathomable. No one knows his true realm. Don't look at him as if he doesn't care about anything. He won't even step out of the courtyard door easily, but he's actually the scariest. Protecting the calf, that's exterminating someone's whole family without mercy, and now his own brother is dead, dying under my nose. This matter is a big deal. When Dugu Chang'in blames it, he'll surely hold me guilty of poor protection. If one isn't handled well, I'll have to be in big trouble too. Ugh, lamenting there wasn't much he could do now. The follow-up game still has to be played. Contact Dugu Chang'in. Just say that his brother was killed. A teenage grandmaster. Everyone calls him Mr. Yi Chen. Lin Tadian said. Understood. The lieutenant picked up the phone shakily. This kind of mission is the same as the ancient report of a small soldier, saying that our side can no longer withstand the general to run away, and will surely be killed by the general. In short, it's all about whoever fights there is screwed. Definitely looking for a vent. When the lieutenant finished his report, on the other end of the phone, good Yi Chen, thinking that a grandmaster can be unscrupulous? Dare to kill my brother. I'll take your life. As a vice captain, why don't you die and keep my brother's spirit for 10 years, or else you'll be buried with my brother. The phone hung up after that. Everyone could hear what seemed to be a loud boom coming from the other end of the phone. Apparently it's similar to a sonic boom. Alas, it is time. Dakuro Chang'in will surely avenge his brother's death. It may come soon. With that said, he looked in the direction of the capital. The Dakuro family is immensely powerful. There was also the supreme celestial pride, Dakuro Chang'in. Yi Chen is finished. Even if he's strong, can one grandmaster hold back so many grandmasters? You have to know that the Dugu family is a 1,000-year-old family, and the depth of its foundation is not weaker than the Heavenly Sword sect in the slightest. There is bound to be a bloody battle today. When he said that, he was all low, taking out the comms area to call for a helicopter to come pick them up and take them back for the next individual points race. As for the third place, it was the Falcon Special Forces. It was almost 2 hours later that the other teams boarded. Those who made it to the end were good. Not that they had to get a ranking. Honor is important, but perseverance and teamwork are even more important. 2 hours ago in the capital city's Dakuro Chang'in's other compound. At this moment, his eyes were storming with rage, and he no longer had the appearance of a white-clothed fluttering gentleman. Instead, his eyes were bloodshot and murderous. So much so that even the butler beside him was rushed by his breath and stumbled backward a dozen steps, falling to the ground unable to stand up. That appalling aura on Dakuro Chang'in's body was mind-blowing. This feeling was far beyond that of a patriarch. Even the butler wasn't sure what kind of realm Dakuro Chang'in had reached. Obviously, he had always been serving by his side. So why did Dakuro Chang'in's strength increase without even him knowing about it? That's too scary. Dare to kill my younger brother. Although that kid is just a waste, but even if he's a waste, he's still the youngest master of my Dugu family. Whoever you are, I will kill. Yi Chen is a good one. Yi Chen is a great grandmaster. The young lord rests his anger. That Yi Chen is not ordinary. I've already investigated him. There's also a bounty on him on the martial artist forum, especially since this one was caused by the Archon coming out after decades. A teenage grandmaster under the age of 20. There are too many secrets in his body. Even those old great masters are incredibly covetous, especially this time when someone's anonymous account posted about him being in the Grand Canyon of the Heavenly Mountain sect, and according to reliable sources, quite a few great masters have already traveled there. Their purpose is bound to be capturing Yi Chen alive and getting the secrets he carries. If he can get such an opportunity, he must have a life-preserving card, so why don't we just sit back and reap the benefits? The old steward offered. Humph, what old patriarchs? Just a bunch of dirt dogs. How would they understand the vastness of this world? This son I will kill. No one can stop me or stop me. Dang. Feet on the ground. Reclining high into the sky a few seconds later. Boom. Instantly accelerating to supersonic speed toward the Grand Canyon of Tianshan Gate. It's not good. It's going to get worse. Watching the eldest young man leave, the butler immediately called to the doctor's house. After Yi Chen landed on the ground, he sat down and drank tea by himself. The others were in their tents for a quick fix, and along with Yi Chen's return, everyone felt differently about him, especially since there were people who thought he was overly arrogant for not wearing a military uniform before. and was clearly a gilded second generation. It turns out that instead of that, it's a top-notch bigot. No wonder even the 10th elder had to be treated that way. A teenage grandmaster, and with that kind of speed, was at least an overwhelming existence among grandmasters. None of this makes his aura shine like nothing else. Dig, how did he cultivate? How is he a grandmaster at such a young age? Watch your words, you're a commander. All I can say is awesome. So awesome, powerful, too powerful, unrivaled and outrageously strong. Did you see that formation? A slap of flying sand flying all over the sky, and then gently wave. All disappeared, like a science fiction movie. Great American sci-fi blockbusters are weak. This is the real-life version of Superman. I'll bet that an unusual grandmaster can't even be compared. I still say that. Don't say he's a grandmaster. I've seen grandmasters before. They're not this strong. I can testify to that. There's one thing you guys forgot. He killed Dugubai. It's said that Dugubai is Dugu Chang'in's own brother. Blood is thicker than water. Indeed, the hatred of killing his brother is not shared by all. And Dexia's once #1 martial arts master is expected to challenge him. Don't you mention it. Coming is probably a delivery, not an opponent. Don't you see he's already so strong, and so young, enough to be a long Jin how to fight. Take the head to fight? The crowd lamented. There is one thing that almost everyone agrees on. A grandmaster could almost rival a medium-sized country on his own if he was a bit more obscene. It's the kind that has quite a few AKs and off-road armored vehicles, just no large-caliber weapons. Rather, it was an existence like Yi Chen, who was likely to surpass that of a grandmaster. Normal armor clusters can't deal with him. Naturally, you can take the general's head in the midst of the chaos and still have a fair amount of certainty. The crowd all sighed in their hearts. The eyes kept sizing up Yi Chen, whispering exclamations to each other. In particular, some of the commanders who were very uncomfortable with Zhou Jiangwo and in Changxin were starting to get close at this moment. Getting closer to him intentionally or unintentionally is a way to understand Yi Chen. These two naturally had their tails in the air. Inwardly, it says this is the importance of standing in line. This is the benefit of having a backer. The 10th elder appeared to have a calm face and thought, but in reality, his heart had already turned over. This son is indeed terrifying. An existence that surpasses above the great masters really lives up to its name. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to believe that he's so strong at less than 20 years old. It seems the prediction of his strength was correct. To be able to withstand that terrifying instantaneous eruption, his body strength is too terrifying. Is it right or wrong that the second elder must go against him and root him out? The 10th elder could not help but ask himself this in his mind. He felt too much from Yi Chen, unrestrained, lawless, and I do as I please, not bound by anyone. Heaven and earth are mine to soar. Someone like that, if you mess with him or die with him, it would be better to have absolute certainty of a kill. To do otherwise is to get yourself killed. It seems that the plan against Yi Chen must be more well thought out. I only hope that those who are to follow up against him will weaken him. The doctor family is the best power. How can a 1,000-year-old family be so easily offended? With the death of a young master, they're bound to go crazy. Even that Dugu Chang'in might personally be there. His strength isn't as simple as it seems. If Dugu Chang'in were to die in Yi Chen's hands, the Dugu family would come out of the woodwork, pulling in forces from all sides to encircle him at all costs. I'm afraid that even if he's in existence above surpassing a great master, he'll still have to suffer heavy injuries. Until then, the 10th elder thought in his mind. But for Yi Chen's way of saving the day with this final appearance, the grade still counts. The 10th elder and Lu Zhong did not fail to recognize it. Also didn't say he was breaking the rules. There's nothing in the main rules that says the final departure is considered a forfeit. Besides, it's all come to this point. Who dares to say that Yi Chen and their grades don't do the math? He was a man who even dared to kill Dakurobai. Therefore, this team battle victory does belong to the Lightning Special Forces. And before the singles start, naturally the day's competition was over by the time the last team returned to land. The competition lasted for a total of 3 days. It's impossible to solve it all in one day. And also just as the sun was setting and the sun's rays were looking so beautiful at the moment, the sound of supersonic voices high in the air in the distance came through. That's the sound that develops when something reaches supersonic speeds. The crowd couldn't help but look up. Only a black dot gradually enlarged, then getting closer. The crowd got a better look. It was a person, white as snow, dressed in an ancient style, with long hair falling extremely neatly. The entire person had only just arrived and possessed a battle intent that rose up to the sky. The breath of his body, like an abyss like the sea, pressed the surrounding air to become slightly distorted. It's as if the heat of the ground in the summer is subject to air distortion, especially the killing intent in his eyes. Even if he was still so far away, he could feel his biting killing aura pointing at only one person. It seems to be deliberately targeted only and not released to others. The power of invincibility is amazing. One man's strength is as strong as an army of 10,000. It seemed as if he stood there, Not like a person, but the momentum of 1,000 armies galloping, sharp as a rock. What's that? It's a person. Yes, a person. Flying through the air. Could it be a Grand Master? Nonsense. After all this, what's a Grand Master if not a Grandmaster? White clothes like snow, long hair draped over his shoulders. This familiar outfit. Could it be that he is Dugu Chang'in? Dugu Bai is dead. The once #1 martial arts master of Great Xia has finally appeared. Today is bound to spark a great battle. Unimaginable. Who is stronger? The former no. One in Daxia or the current no. One in Daxia? This is hard to say, but naturally I'm more optimistic about Dugu Chang'in. After all, he's been cultivating for a long time. He hasn't made a move in nearly a decade. I'm afraid he's already entered the Grand Master realm. I don't agree. We haven't even fought yet. Wonderful. Bound to spark one of the most exciting battles on record. It's been decades since there's ever been a clash of powerhouses of this level. This battle is the strongest battle of the Great Xia since the current generation. The crowd looked up to the sky, all with anticipation in their eyes. Even characters at the level of the 10th Elder and Lu Zhong were filled with anticipation. Not that there was any intention of stopping it. After all, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Both sides of this feud unless the other side dies, or the Dokuga family automatically gives up revenge. Otherwise it's not going to end. Chapter 115, The Sword Comes. The battle. Strong men gathering. Zhao Chang and the 30 or so of them looked at Takiro Chang'in, who stood there alone in the sky. The sense of shock given to them was particularly strong. After all, their former idol could be Takiro Chang'in. It should be said that Takiro Chang'in is the idol of all aspiring men in the entire army. Once only 30 years into the realm of masters sealed the rank of major generals, running alone thousands of miles, chopping the enemy more than 1,000 people. The invincibility of taking a general's head in the midst of thousands of troops affects them. But looking at this former idol, they had some mixed feelings. It's like saying goodbye to the past. The only thing they idolized now was Yi Chen, the invincible instructor Yi. Takiro Nagin floated in the air. The wind was blowing his long hair, coupled with his handsome face and mellow scent, reflected in the setting sun. It was full of dominance, and his gaze hadn't looked anyone else in the eye since the beginning. Even the 10th Elder was not in his eyes. There was hardly anyone here who could make him look at him more than once, except for one person, and that was Yi Chen. The parasol was put away long ago. Yi Chen was currently sipping his tea under the setting sun, watching the sunset view. He recalled the scene when he had chased and fought the 10 great golden crows. At that time, he just entered the flood not 2 years. The 10 golden crows, half saint of the realm. Radiant sun dyed countless human beings. He slightly struck the 10 golden crows and beat the 10 golden crows straight. You don't come over. Originally, it was going to stage an ancient and modern classic quartet. Chasing the sun was exhausted alive quartet, and Hoi, who shot down 9 suns. The two men fell into deep thought as they looked at the 10 great golden crows that cried out and fled in terror. In the end, it was the demon emperor Jun, the lord of the demon court, who personally sent his wife Shiha to Yi Chen for 1,000 years to plant the land. It was only then that Yi Chen's anger was calmed. Yi Chen had only cut down the couple's 9 sons in front of them, leaving one behind, and tell them it's no big deal. They can have more. It's not a bad deal. The couple cried out, "I thank you." The thought of it brought a smile to his face. Those people in the flood probably missed me a little too. The big brothers of the flood only said you don't come over. So naturally Yi Chen didn't pay attention to Takiro Bai's arrival the entire time. It's like a person sitting on the lawn, only to have a little ant crawl over. You told me you wouldn't notice. Looking at Yi Chen, who was sitting there underneath in the distance with a hint of a smile on his cloudy face, Takiro Chang'in frowned, inwardly furious. Surprisingly, he didn't even look at himself. What a cocky kid. How can a mole know how thick the sky is? Thinking of this, he shook space with every step he took. It wasn't a walk in the middle of space, but the aura had been pulled full circle. Boom boom boom. That concussive sound was like a giant stepping on the earth. One's heartbeat can't help but be affected by it. Until it was only 100 meters away from Yi Chen. Yi Chen still didn't notice him. This caused Takiro Chang'in's heart, which had been proud all his life, to be completely ignited with rage. No one had ever dared to underestimate him since he was a child. Not to mention Yi Chen, who was so much younger than himself. How dare you be so arrogant? Takiro Chang'in snorted coldly. Terrifying air waves swept through the air, and a gale caused the crowd below to stumble backward from the shock. Some of those who couldn't sit still even fell straight backward. For a moment the sand flew, creating a not-so-small sand tornado. It covered at least a 200-meter radius, but soon after a light breeze passed, the smoke was blown away. What a powerful feeling, worthy of my idol. Dugu Chang'in is truly the #1 in Great Xia. Such tactics are unimaginable. I'm afraid that it's not the full strength of Takiro Chang'in. The army is full of legends about him. Having gotten to see this, there is no more regret in this life. This battle today will definitely go down in history. The god of war is mighty. The great summer army god will be victorious. So many young warriors had grown up listening to the stories of Dakuro Nagin. There is an inexplicable admiration and absolute confidence in its nature. I'm sure the legend will strike again in 10 years to shock the world. And at this moment, Yi Chen seemed to have just noticed him this way. Can you not notice him when you make so much dust and disturb your tea? Who are you? When these words came out, Dakuro Chang'in's heart that had been cultivated for decades directly broke through the defense. More anger. The comments of so many people below had undoubtedly shown his status as the no. One Dakuro Chang'in of Disya. I didn't expect Yi Chen to say such words. It was certainly a slap in his face. It's humiliating him. Arrogant. I haven't left the capital city residence for 10 years, so today I'm going to see how many kilograms the current generation of young people actually have. Sword come, only to see a white-hilted longsword floating a few hundred meters away fly over and land in his hand. With the sword in his hand, the biting sword aura rose up to the sky, and it seemed that the world around him was transformed into a sea of swords. With the sword as the Tao, the sword breaks the sky, and only then will one be a sword god. With his voice shaking all around, everyone was affected by his aura and voice. Inside, there was nothing but shock. The world knew that Dugu Chang'in was an expert in martial arts, but they didn't realize that he was so accomplished in the way of the sword. Sword energy cut through the earth, and below it was originally the edge of an airport runway made of high-strength cement. Surprisingly, a scar visible to the naked eye appeared under the sword chi slashes. Ah, this? Someone exclaimed. It's sword energy. Such a terrifying sword chi, worthy of being Dakuro Chang'in. Not only that, the sword aura continued to grow stronger, distorting space and slashing the earth. The strong sword chi aura around the entire person's body went straight up to the sky. All of this demonstrated Dakuro Chang'in's great strength. Even the 19 great masters who appeared on the distant mountaintop to see this scene were shocked. What a terrifying sword chi! Such sword chi is unimaginable. So powerful. So powerful. The sword power hasn't even been activated yet, and he already has such an astonishing aura. His strength is truly. Is this the power of Dugu Chang'in? The most powerful recognized strength amongst the young martial arts powerhouses of the current generation. So powerful. I'm not as good as him, not to mention you. Even if I have crossed into the 7th grade Grandmaster, I am still not as good as him. Times have changed, and I'm afraid it's his home turf from now on. The crowd lamented that they were all great masters caught by Yi Chen's fishing enforcement. All of them are trying to get the secret of getting stronger from him. Not only them, from the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect flew six people containing sword chi at this moment. There were men and women each wearing a uniform. It was none other than the 6 of the Heavenly Sword sect's long-famous 7 elders. Greetings to all the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect. The 19 Grand Masters were all drawn to show respect to him. The Heavenly Sword sect was an ancient martial arts sect that was undoubtedly powerful. It could be several orders of magnitude higher than the ancient martial arts families that generally only had one Grand Master. Just by looking at the quantity and quality of this Grand Master of others was already extremely terrifying. Otherwise it wouldn't have been nearby with a powerful air force stationed by Dasha for surveillance and forceful checks and balances. It is because of their strength. Well, I didn't expect all of you to be here as well. It seems like you're here for this Yi Chen, the long-haired, white-bearded immortal old man at the head said. I'm not hiding it from the Grand Elder. That's exactly what happened. The crowd said. Then it's a coincidence that we're here for him, too. My Heavenly Sword Sect's 7th Elder's life soul shattered before any of my disciples realized it. It was last night that he went looking for Yi Chen and died last night. I'll take this son from the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Grand Elder said in an undeniable manner. It was as if Yi Chen was a handful for him. No one can take it away, nor do I have the qualifications. The crowd looked at each other, while outwardly nodding in agreement, but in actuality, they were already thinking within themselves that this old kid just wanted to get the secrets on Yi Chen. The so-called death of the 7 elders was nothing more than an excuse, than the possibility of being able to break through to a higher realm. What's a 7th elder worth? But after all, he was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The strength is the highest in the congregation. 6 more great masters are present. This is again near the Heavenly Sword Sect. No one dares to jump in and sing the opposite. Chapter 116 One Blast. The sun deviates from its orbit. Of course, with the lure of being able to break through to a higher realm. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect couldn't stop their madness. It's just a step back now. They'll never back down once it comes down to it. By uniting so many great masters, one would not believe that the Heavenly Sword Sect would be able to fight against it. Buzz off. Only to see that the sword chi was a few points stronger at this moment, and the heavy pressure of the sword chi caused the earth to violently cut a whole path of sword marks. As the airwaves pounded away, the crowd could not help but feel the violent gale coming in. It's almost going to be untenable. Even the 20 or so great masters who stood on the mountain looking at this place, separated by a great distance, felt a slight pressure coming from their faces. To have such a terrifying might even from such a distance. His strength is the strongest of the current generation. It's already no weaker than a 9th grade grandmaster. The Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Elder solemnly commented. An unprecedented gravity. So strong. The others also scared and stared. Not to mention the 9th grade. Even an 8th grade grandmaster could already walk horizontally within all the grandmasters. If one were to enter the 9th grade grandmaster, it was rumored that one would be able to touch the membrane of that realm. Just whether it will or not, without being in that realm. Who knows? Takuro Chang'in's strength has actually reached such a level. Didn't he only break through to Zhongshu when he was 30 years old? And now after just over 10 years have passed, he's already so powerful. His talent is unimaginable. And Chang'in frowned. How strong Takuro Chang'in was. He had seen this legend with his own eyes before. So naturally he was still relatively clear about it. It was only in these 10 years or so that the other party had progressed so much. You have to know that those great masters who have been close to the world for decades haven't even broken through yet. 10 years to catch up with what others have accomplished in decades and centuries. This talent can no longer be described as strong. Simply demonic. But there's still a considerable gap compared to Mr. Yi. The winner of this battle is already decided. Zhou Jiangwo said with extreme confidence. It was as if as long as Yi Chen appeared, this battle would be stable. And there was definitely nothing to worry about. It's the opponents that need to be worried more. After all, it's a lot of work where the graves are buried and how many acres of land the 9 families are buried in. Yi Chen was expressionless as he stood up and looked at the Takuro Chang'in whose aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if the might of its sword was no stronger than that. He would always only look at it with a flat stare. 10,000 swords to 1. Takuro Chang'in's voice rang out like a flood bell. Griffin, Yi Chen said indifferently. What did you say? Arrogant. Today, I'll have your head in a different place to pay tribute to my brother's spirit in heaven. Takuro Chang'in held his sword with both hands, and the huge shadowy giant sword chopped down. That sword seemed like it could split a small mountain. It just chopped at Yi Chen. Only Yi Chen lifted his hand and slightly bent his fingers then flicked them out. Boom! A huge sonic boom and recoil collapsed a 20-meter radius. The giant sword of light and shadow instantly shattered. And Takuro Chang'in only had a split second for his eyes to widen before he was directly blown apart by the terrifying airwave. 2 shoes fell to the ground. At the same time, the speed of that transparent and terrifying airwave did not decrease at all. And the energy did not weaken one bit. Straight into the setting sun. A few seconds later the sun was hit hard. Strike a hollow zone of flame 100 kilometers in diameter. Thousands of kilometers deep before the energy finally decays completely. The sun, a huge stellar object orbit, was hard hit and deflected a bit. Everyone was dumbfounded, totally stunned. 1,000 words are not as good as a dig to describe the shock of the moment. The extremely powerful Dugu Changming, who was even more than a 9th grade grandmaster, was actually blown away by Yi Chen with just a snap of his fingers. That was a super existence above a 9th grade grandmaster. I didn't expect to be blown away just like that. One move, easily. So unreal that it's hard to react. In the eyes of the crowd, this should have been an unbelievable fight, even to the point where it would end up being evenly matched, fighting a battle so dark that it would go down in history as an amazing battle. As a result, who would have thought that it would be resolved in just one move? And it's not a big powerful move, just a snap of the fingers. Everyone's daily snap of the fingers after picking their boogers is probably more forceful than this. Just outrageous. It's so outrageous his mom opened the door to outrageousness. Outrageousness to the core. The knife cuts the P-share and opens the eyes. Pop. At that moment, a pair of shoes fell to the ground. The crowd then responded. Those are Takuro Chang'in's shoes. Not. Over? The invincible military god has lost. Takuro Chang'in has been killed. Dead. Really dead. Army god Takuro Chang'in is dead. My god. Unbelievable. Defeated in just one move. It's hard to imagine how there could be someone so strong. This is not a move. It is clearly a finger. Instantly seconds. Could it be that Takuro Chang'in's strength isn't as strong as it seems? It's just a bluffing aura. Otherwise it's impossible to lose easily. Impossible. I don't believe it. Dugu Chang'in is the most powerful martial arts powerhouse in this world. There's no way he's dead. Don't believe it. It's a fact. Can't you see that Dako Chang'in only has his shoes left? The shoes are flying. The person is dead. I saw it broken with my own eyes. Didn't see some blood and water on that floor? It must be dead. The crowd could not help but marvel at the scene. In the world's view, the incomparably powerful and invincible Takuro Chang'in. This type of death is just too much to take. Being killed in seconds, unopposed. This is the end of a generation of military gods. Yi Chen didn't feel anything after doing this. A clown dares to show off in front of himself. What sword comes? What sword chi? It's all garbage. Such a sword chi also dares to say that the sword comes. However, Yi Chen was fortunate to still be under force just now. Otherwise that one hit didn't miss just the right amount of power to hit the sun at the same time as it hit Takiro Changin, almost enough to cause some devastation to the sun. Significant deviations from orbit are minor, and could even result in the early release of a solar flare as a result. That would be an old pain in the ass for all the electronic equipment on Blue Star. Human civilization may even be destroyed as a result. Of course, even then he could salvage it on a whim. It's just that the sun can be an old pain in the ass, on top of a distant mountain. Is it over? No way. It's over? Where's the promised surpassing of the 9th grade Grandmaster? Unimaginable. This kind of strength is unimaginable. We even want to get the method to break through the realm from him. Isn't this a bit of a death wish? Don't grow others' ambition and destroy your own. Maybe Duga Changin is just intimidated by his aura, and his real strength is not very good in the first place. That's right. After all, he also broke through to the sovereign at the age of 30, although it's quite a bit faster than any of us. But the path of martial arts, the further you go, the more difficult it is. It's impossible for him to be just 10 years faster than us for tens of hundreds of years. It makes sense. It seems that this legendary Takiro Changin has a name but no reality, and is nothing more than a fake and empty appearance. That's right, we're bound to be able to capture him by joining forces. So what are we waiting for? Said someone about to rush over. Chapter 117, Instantaneous Seconds. Killing great masters like chickens. Get out of my way, all of you. This is my heavenly sword sect's territory. I'll see who dares to be reckless. I'll take this sun. Whoever dares to wait for an opportunity to strike is an enemy of my heavenly sword sect. The Grand Elder coldly grunted. Someone was just about to speak when they were pulled aside by a Grand Master. It was not wise to start a conflict with the heavenly sword sect, not to mention that they were all just improvised and not united. There's no telling who might backstab. It can only be done on a moment's notice. Humph. The Grand Elder coldly grunted. He was disdainful of these great masters from ordinary ancient martial arts families. Their little bit of strength was simply not enough in front of a 1,000-year-old martial arts sect. Let's go. To avenge the 7th Elder. Make sure you capture this thief for me, the Grand Elder ordered. Yes, Grand Elder. The remaining 5 elders followed with high fighting spirit. The 6 great elders were out in force. This could be the first time after decades. With the combined power of the 6 elders, even a heavy division would find it difficult to easily fight off even if they were to deal with it alone. 6 people flew over. Come on, let's go too. The other great masters glanced at each other and followed suit. Pick up your shoes, Lin Tadian said. The Snowfox Special Forces vice-captain had no choice but to go ahead and get those shoes. Needless to say, the brother left a pair of legs behind. Brother left a pair of shoes. Again, they were all about the same height, just enough to fit. It can be said that where there is a crouching dragon, there will be a phoenix chick. Such is the case with the crouching dragon and phoenix combination. Yi Chen did not care about the life and death of these two. It's as casual as just swatting a mosquito to death. But this time someone finally reacted that something was wrong. It's not right. The sun should have gone down a long time ago. Why does it still feel like it's coming up a little? That's right. I didn't notice until you said it. It seems to be true. It all went down a while ago. Why is it coming up a little now? Yeah, you didn't say. I thought it was till morning. Strange. Is it just my eyes? There are quite a few people who are confused. The sun had gone down a sixth of the way just now when the sun was reflecting off of Takiro Changin. As a result, now that the fight is over, instead of the sun going down, it's coming right back up all over. This is outrageous. I've only seen the sun set in the west. I've never seen it rise in the west. But not before everyone had carefully speculated on the matter. 24 figures in the distance flew over, trailing long streams of air behind them. Naturally, it drew the attention of the crowd. They had looked up, and upon closer inspection, they had been filled with shock. That's the 6th elder of the Heavenly Sword sect? More than that, all 6 of their elders are here, except for the 7th elder. It's not just the 6 elders of the Heavenly Sword sect. You guys see that behind them there are a full 19 more. What a terrifying lineup. All of them are great masters who became famous in various countries decades ago. This life hasn't been in vain. It's the first time I've seen so many great masters gathered together. What? Are they trying to make something happen? No way. This is an airbase with 2 full heavy army divisions and a powerful air force. Even if there are more than 20 grand masters, what can they do? That makes sense. But such a lineup is obviously coming from a bad place. And if I'm not mistaken, it's for Yi Chen. That's right. I just looked and there's news about him on the martial artist forum. It's really shocking to see that there's a bounty on his position. That's right. The location is localized here. It looks like someone deliberately exposed his whereabouts. It must be an enemy. What a vicious tactic. This is trying to put him to death. Yi Chen looked at the full 25 grand masters. They come from over 15 forces. But no matter which power they were, what background they had and what they were capable of, it had little to do with him. Messing with yourself only leads to death. The 6 elders came to the sky above to look at Yi Chen, who was diagonally below. The auras of the 25 Grand Masters, although not all of them had been unleashed yet, were already frightening. Even the 10th elder couldn't help but get a little worried. Yi Chen's death or life had nothing to do with him. He couldn't wait for Yi Chen to die. It's very unlikely though, isn't it? After all, there was no one who knew Yi Chen's strength better than him. The Elder Council could all know that he was in existence above surpassing the Great Masters. What he cared about was what these 25 Grand Masters were going to do. It's fine to deal with Yi Chen. You can't bring the war to the base. To do otherwise would be suicide. Guys, this is an Air Force military base. What are you doing here? The 10th elder asked without being condescending. As one of the elders, behind him was an army of tens of thousands, as well as the most elite Air Force. Furthermore, he himself was a peak zone sure level expert. Naturally, the bottom line is, this son is most likely the murderer of my Heavenly Sword Sect's 7th elder. My Heavenly Sword Sect is only asking this son to come with us. There is no other intention. I hope you all stay out of our family business, still at peace with each other and the well. The Grand Elder said, an immortal and benevolent look, and a nice speech. Nature is naturally a natural way to give people a good feeling, but the domineering and condescending look in the words was clear. To the knowledge of some who knew him, this was a moralistic old boy. It looks immortal, a true master of the way, practically insidious. He is also the great elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and he has done a lot of harm to the world in his own right. Only a few decades ago after the closure, few people would mention it again either. After all, those who know are basically dead of old age. Well, jungle things are jungle. I could care less. Except that you must never cause damage to the military installations here. Otherwise I can regard you as provocative. The 10th elder's voice warned in a neutral tone. Yes, the Grand Elder agreed in one breath. He also didn't want to get into conflict with the military. After all, no matter how strong an individual is, he can't beat the technological weapons of today's changed times. Even if a group of people acted together, it was highly likely that they would be caught in a net. After all, high-powered destructive weapons can be specialized against crowds. The more people there are, the happier they are. I'll take care of it. The Grand Elder looked at Yi Chen. Come with us, and when things are cleared up, if it's proven that you didn't do it, we'll personally send you home. The Grand Elder righteously assured. A dignified look of immortality. Not to mention, if he were to fool anyone else with this look, they could definitely all be fooled by him. Even to give the female giver enlightenment and so on, also can be fooled by him. But nay, he had encountered Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen standing there completely unmoved. 10 seconds later the Grand Elder finally relented. Humph, toast to toast. If you don't want to listen to good words, but we do know some boxing, we will have to force you to go, said the Grand Elder with his breath released. Surprisingly, he had reached the terrifying 8th grade Grand Master, and he was also a sword cultivator. The aura was all mixed with sword chi. The sword pinned to his waist flew out and landed in his hand. The whole person's aura was even pulled up a few points. It was worthy of being the one with the highest realm among the great masters in this line. His one shot pulled the full air out of the room. The 5 elders beside them also flashed their swords. The aura of a great master that permeated the entire field almost instantaneously became even more intense. Even the weakest 6th elder among them was a 7th grade Grand Master. 5 of 7, 1 of 8. Of course there is strength low enough between the same realms. Their ranking in the order of elders was in terms of pure strength. If you are strong in your own right, it is natural to squeeze the ones in front of you down. The 6 men's auras were pulled straight to full strength. The entire room was shaken by their aura. The might of a Grand Master is unimaginable, worthy of being an existence that transcends the limits of the human body. If it wasn't for the great explosion of technology in the recent modern era, backed up by modern weapons, no one would really be able to help them. Amazing. Is this the strength of the Heavenly Sword Sect? 6 Grand Masters. This should already be the entire strength of the Heavenly Sword Sect run? Then you guys don't understand the Heavenly Sword Sect too well. The Heavenly Sword Sect has a total of 7 elders, 2 protectors, a patriarch, and a supreme elder. Combined, there are at least 11 Grand Masters as well. Terrible, too terrible. Is this the strength of an ancient martial arts sect? With a lineup like this, Yi Chen won't be able to top it at all. That's right, this battle can already be concluded. The strength of the 6 great elders definitely far surpasses that of Dekuro Chinin. Just when the crowd had been almost certain that the battle was about to come to a close in the next moment, who told you to stand so tall? On your knees. Yi Chen didn't even look at them. Sitting down and picking up a cup and taking a sip. A word is a word is a word. All 25 Grand Masters felt as if their bodies were being pressed by a mountain, and they were unable to maintain flight at full power. Boom boom boom. In unison and very neatly, all of them knelt down. The knees hit the ground like an earthquake. It shook the earth to its core. The concrete floor, which was so hard that it was even bulletproof, was smashed out in 25 large craters. the pain of a shattered kneecap came. Ah, there was a lot of screaming. Even if it's as strong as a Grandmaster's physical body, being pressed by Yi Chen like this, he couldn't top it at all either, directly exceeding the limit of the Archon's bone density. Such a dramatic scene appeared, but it gave everyone a whole lot of trouble. Who would have thought that the appearance of the terrifying 25 Great Masters would usher in the grand finale in just an instant? This was over before the fight even started. There was dead silence in the room. It was even more shocking than when Yi Chen killed Dekuro Chang'in just now. If anything, there was still water in killing Dekuro Chang'in. That now was that there was no doubt that Yi Chen's strength was well deserved. He really surpassed the Great Master. A lot of people feel right. The 6 elders who were still raging just a moment ago were no longer as strong as they were earlier at this moment. Each one endured the intense pain and looked at Yi Chen in horror. It's a demon. A devil so powerful he's against the odds. Surprisingly, it incapacitated all of them without even moving. And that was including the 19 Grand Masters behind him. Wouldn't this mean that Yi Chen alone was no match for even all the Grand Masters of the entire Grand Xia put together? Absolute crushing strength. Especially those 19 Great Masters. They only felt that this wave was a big loss. I should have known the other side was so strong. They should have just watched from the distant hills first, instead of coming along too. Now it was good. Not only were the 6 elders kneeling, even they were kneeling. He's above a Grandmaster. He broke through to a higher realm. The Grand Elder's voice was slightly trembling. It was something he hadn't expected at all. Who would have thought that an 18-year-old would be above a Grandmaster? Just like you wouldn't believe that a 3-year-old could beat boxing champion Tei Shim. No one even thought that Yi Chen could be this strong. Griffin. Only Yi Chen raised his hand between his fingers and gently pressed downward. Above that celestial dome, a huge invisible pressure fell. Boom! The earth shook violently and smoke rose. By the time everyone looked ahead again, all they realized was that there was a huge deep pit there. It was about 50 meters in diameter and deep, and the 25 Great Masters who were originally kneeling in this position were already gone. Dead can't be dead. Dekuro Nagin is good enough to have a pair of shoes left. A little something for posterity, to put in a museum or something. And these 25 Great Masters were not a single crumb left. Dumbstruck, the whole room was dumbfounded. You can fit an apple in your mouth. Even the 10th elder stood up violently. Just now he was all set to pick up the thermos with a purchase price of $100,000 to drink tea and watch a good show. As a result, he didn't expect all 25 Grand Masters to kneel on the ground. Just wanted a drink of water to calm down. It was seen that all the Great Masters G-ate up. Not a single crumb left. Straight up dead and physically overpowered. How could he be so strong? This was what the 10th elder roared madly inside. Ah, this. My God. Against all odds. Simply against all odds. Seconds again. That's too big of a difference in strength. 2 fights in full seconds. I told you that the speed he erupted from before was definitely not just as simple as a Grandmaster. And it was just as I expected. Killing a Grandmaster like a chicken is simply terrifying. Killing chickens isn't that easy. It's no easier than swatting mosquitoes. From today onwards, he shall be the #1 strongest person in the Grand Xia, and he deserves it. In the face of the crowd marveling, Yi Chen was not the least bit interested. Boring. After saying that, he instantly disappeared with his feet in space and reappeared already 1,000 meters away. Boom! Terror's sonic boom. It instantly soared to Mach 40. Instantaneous movement plus super scary instantaneous burst speed. In the eyes of the crowd, he was simply like a god controlling all the laws of the world. Whatever you want, it's all in my hands. It took a second to reach the sky above the huge sect of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Looking at the Heavenly Sword Sect's palace complex that stood in the center of the mountain range, which had been repaired quite magnificently, Yi Chen raised his hand. Buzz off. Just then, several strong auras came from within the palace below. Chapter 118 One Palm destroys the sect. Godlike man. The strength of these auras far exceeded that of an 8th grade Grand Master. Those Great Masters just now were all much weaker in comparison. Of course the overall aura gave Yi Chen a feeling that was inferior to Dekuro Chang'in's. Although for Yi Chen, strong and weak by virtue of striking out to kill could not be felt at all. After all, it's all just random seconds. So what difference can it make? But one thing is still certain. It felt like Dekuro Chang'in's strength was far more powerful than all the sovereigns combined just now, as well as a few cents below now. Dekuro Nagin was indeed a genius, at least on the blue planet. It's just a shame he's out of his league. You have to come up here to die. Tell me, what's the big deal about a dead brother? It's not like we can't afford to have kids. We'll just have more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Only 4 figures rushed up from below. All of them are old men with white hair. The breath was incomparably thick, more than a little stronger than an 8th grade Grandmaster. However, for Yi Chen, it was still ant-like and could not attract the slightest interest from him. Standing at a height of 5,000 meters, only Yi Chen saw his 5 fingers spread out. A gentle downward pressure followed. That terrifying energy formed a golden giant palm that continuously enlarged and pressed downward. Don't you dare. Not good. Resist with all your might. Cut off the water. Sword Chongkong. Decimate. Prisoner. The 4 ninth grade grandmasters used the strongest sword Dao stance ever to resist with all their might. It was only that their attacks looked so small and insignificant under that giant palm that kept enlarging, as if an ant was challenging an elephant to a kick. What good will it do, despite all the efforts to fight for it? Bang! Almost instantly their attacks turned into smithereens, and even the swords in their hands shattered in pieces. Being pressed by the giant palm, he couldn't move. The thousands of Heavenly Sword sect disciples below looked up at this scene. The only thing in his eyes was panic. God! It's a deity! God is going to destroy us! Run away! No! Boom! It was slapped hard in the Heavenly Sword sect palace complex. All beings are equal under one palm. It covers an area of up to 30 square kilometers. In the center of this mountain range, only a giant handprint was left behind, depths of up to 50 meters. As for the Heavenly Sword sect, it completely disappeared from history. In the future, there will never be a single brick to show that they ever existed, except in the documentary record. This is what happens when you mess with Yi Chen. They've been a death wish from the start. After doing this, Yi Chen returned with a light breeze. By this time the genius was finally completely dark. That strike on the sun certainly caused some orbital deviation, but the sun is, after all, a stellar object. Such an impact only causes some damage. Of course, this was also because Yi Chen controlled the force. Otherwise the sun would have been gone long ago. The entire military airfield was lit up. Yi Chen's arrival naturally caused many searchlight lights to fall on him. The crowd felt the strong earthquake just now, but since it was somewhat darkened and covered by the mountains, they didn't know what was going on. All that could be seen was a huge flash of bright golden light that landed on the ground. Then came the earthquake, and it has been measured that the most central area of this earthquake is at the core of the Tian Shan Men mountain range. The earthquake was over magnitude 8, which is simply unprecedented. As far as earthquakes near military bases go, it's only a 4.0 magnitude. There was also a decent amount of vibration, but it was okay. After all, it's a military base, and the buildings and stuff are made of the best materials. Yi Chen's attack just now was very restrained. Neither destroys nor spills outside. Otherwise it's not that simple. At least a few dozen kilometers around must suffer. The earthquake just now couldn't have been caused by Yi Chen, could it? You don't say. It's really possible. No way. Creating earthquakes easily. Is he a god? Judging from what he just did, he's a god himself. At least mortals can't do it. I've decided that he'll be my idol from now on. Lightning Special Forces got lucky, having such a powerful instructor. As sad as one's own failures are, the successes of one's peers are even more disturbing. Lightning Special Forces, I'll top you. Damn it, let them pretend to. I admit I'm envious. Is it too late to jump ship? Yi Chen's white-clothed figure, white like snow, was like a fairy in a painting. This is still because there are fewer female soldiers on the scene. Otherwise it's been crazy. But even so, the male soldiers were even crazier, because only men knew how handsome Yi Chen was in this landing moment. Breeze blowing, hair floating, radiant, god of war Yun Feiyang, like a protagonist in a novel. It was as if he was born to be the protagonist, to walk out of a book. Looking at that one light shining on himself, Yi Chen waved his hand and all the searchlights shone towards the sky. Get some rest. There's a single points race tomorrow. Yi Chen came to the front of the Lightning Special Forces and ordered, "Yes, instructor." The crowd was in a stirring mood as they neatly said, their voices booming. He flew away directly after saying that, off to rest on that 3,000 meter high mountaintop. Looking at Yi Chen disappeared. The crowd, however, was in a state of perpetual calm. Yi Chen displayed the strength of the Grand Master that he had killed. The scene was all replaying wildly in their minds, a million times more exciting than a sci-fi movie, because it's happening in reality, witnessed right in front of your eyes. Every one of them is a first-hand experience. To realize that the number of people watching here is at least over 5,000 as well, plus the airport pilots as well as the logisticians were another 10,000 people. There were 3 other military base camps where heavy mechanics were stationed in the rear, and there were quite a few of them who had seen the amazing things happening here. In short, everyone here is a witness who is the true number 1 in Daxia, or even the world, beyond above the Great Master. Exactly how strong no one knows, because the Grand Master is also seconds. How big the gap is completely impossible to estimate. Just how strong do you guys think Yi Chen is? No manners, you have to call Mr. Yi. Right. How strong do you guys think Mr. Yi is? It's hard to say, but we can probably use the power equation. For example, 25 Grandmasters can make Yi Chen move a finger. Then can I assume that Mr. Yi can kill at least 250 Grandmasters with 2 hands? If you want to calculate it this way, Mr. Yi also had one finger when he beat Dako Chang'in, and still had one finger when he beat 25 Grandmasters. So can I assume that Dako Chang'in is equal to 25 Grandmasters? All in all it's all seconds. Which who can count? But then again, do you guys think a nuclear weapon could kill Mr. Yi? It's hard to say. Nuclear weapons are the ultimate weapons after all. Until there is a need for heaven and earth to live together, it is better not to use such a weapon. While the special forces of all parties rested, the discussion about Yi Chen was still going on throughout the military base. One is more energized than the other and doesn't even want to sleep, fantasizing that he could be as powerful as Yi Chen. How cool would it be to show strength in front of the one you love? It's a scene I'm sure any man hasn't fantasized about. Only today, Yi Chen had materialized this character template, and Yi Chen had killed so many grandmasters, as well as Dugu Bai and Dugu Chang'in. It was right in front of a military base controlled by Lu Zhong, but he didn't even dare to fart. Not to mention him, the 10th elder as well as the other commanders were even more so. Even if these great masters are involved and have a lot of connections, there are even shady connections with some of them, but now they're all hanging. You can't even find the gray, and if you do, you can't key it down. Since this was the case, it was even more impossible to offend this terrifying existence. Yi Chen, because of the dead man. After all, you only live once. The high and mighty archons were all knocked off their pedestals for a bunch of seconds. How could Yi Chen care about other people's lives? Therefore, it is true that those who build on absolute strength can do whatever they want. No one else could say anything even if they wanted to. Far away in a huge mansion in the capital city, the estate here covers an extremely large area of 1 square kilometer, completely exceeding the residential area available per person. And this was the residence of one of the few largest families in the capital city, the Dugu family. The so-called century-old dynasties and thousand-year-old families. Dynasties change in just 100 years. High or low status is also only within those generations. The truly powerful families, on the other hand, have been around for millennia. There are many outstanding talents in every generation. This is true whether it is in terms of power, money or strength. In the long run, we can maintain the status of a thousand-year-old family for a long time. And of these, the Dekuro family is naturally at the top of the list. Almost all of the young people in this generation were martial arts geniuses. For example, Dugu Chang'in was once known as the youngest martial arts master in Disya. Now it has even reached the Grand Master. There was also his younger brother, Dugu Bai, who was already at the rank of lieutenant colonel at a young age. Of course, there are other sons who are excellent. It's just that these two in particular stand out. It was a pity that the two strongest geniuses had all died today. Upon learning of this death, the Doctor family issued a summoning order. Regardless of whether they were far away overseas or in latent cultivation, all of them had to come and gather at the Dugu family residence. Very quickly, almost within a few hours, all of the Dekuro family's talents that were outside returned. The breakdown was at least 1,000. They cover a wide range of industries: energy, physics, technology, internet, manufacturing, power, martial arts powerhouses. In short, these industries have their people. Since the Dekuro family has been passed down for thousands of years, every generation has a top pillar to hold it up. It naturally makes it so that no matter what industry they're in, someone gives them face, and it's ingrained over time. It's a family that's so powerful that it's scary. As the saying goes, one hair moves the whole body. A lineage that has reached this level, even if it has done things that the heavens and the earth are angry with, and no one dared to do anything to them. At most, it's a symbolic punishment. When it's over, it will still be safe and sound. There's no way around it. 1,000 years of heritage is not something to talk about. What a terrible power it would take to push them back. At this moment in this great hall, nearly 1,000 people were sitting in the seats below, and in front of the dais stood an old man with a cane. The old man's face was wrinkled and extremely old, and his bald head had only a vague bit of hair. His eyes, however, were extremely clear, as if he were a teenager with healthy glasses. Only in the thickness of those eyes written with age, but it shows the composure that comes from his long life experience. And he was none other than Duguitsong, the old head of the Dugu family, who was as old as 150 years old. He was seen looking down at one of the unknown members of the family. Sighing slightly, his eyes then became extremely sharp as he said, "The most talented of this generation, Dugu Bai, as well as Dugu Chang'in, my 2 grandsons, were killed." When these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. Originally there were some people who had complaints. After all, there were important things to take care of. As a result, they all immediately rose up in anger one by one and understood the cause. No wonder they were summoned, all of them. I can't believe it's such a big deal. Who, exactly, did this? Damn it, looking for death. Simply looking for death. How dare you kill my Dugu family's people? Is it because my Dugu family hasn't made a move for so many years that someone has already forgotten our methods? Even if someone dares to touch the two geniuses of my Dugu family, then don't blame us for unleashing all our power to destroy everything related to them and exterminate his entire family. My Dugu clan has never been bullied to this extent, and I vow not to take this revenge. Kill, the murderer must be killed. He must not be allowed to die too easily. He must be killed one by one. That's right, if they dare to do so, they must be made to pay the most painful price, to let the world know that my Dugu clan is not one to be messed with. Destroy his entire family. I'll offer a reward of $10 billion immediately. Seeing all the members of the entire family united in righteous indignation, there was satisfaction in Dakiro-san's eyes. The reason why thousand-year-old families had a long heritage was that apart from having talented people in every generation, unity was the main thing. Can fight each other explicitly or even compete. These are allowed, but definitely not disunity. Especially in the face of external pressures, there must be unanimity. This is the main constituent reason for the continuation of the lineage. I know everyone is furious, so I need you to mobilize all your forces to destroy this man. His name is Yi Chen. He's only 18 years old, and his strength is initially judged to be a 9th grade grandmaster. I need more than just to strike him down and destroy his entire family, and more importantly destroy everything he cares about. Money, power, friends, relatives, and pride of strength. His voice grew a few notches higher as he said it. The murderous aura in his eyes could not be concealed. Those were, after all, two of his own grandchildren, and they were that good. How could he not be angry? Except due to the fact that the current head of the family, that is, the father of the Dugu by duo, Dugu-san's eldest son, fell ill upon learning the news. He was again the old family head. The reason why he had to come out and preside over the situation now, so he had been suppressing his anger only. Don't worry, old family master. We will definitely make him regret living in this world. Let's get moving. Immediately mobilize relations. Use all the power you can. I want to see how much this young man has to dare to kill my Dugu clan's people. He must be captured first and killed after he sees with his own eyes the destruction of everything he cares about. Only then will he be relieved. That makes sense. I'll immediately issue a reward of 50 billion daxia coins to capture Yi Chen. Chapter 119, 37 Split with the Supreme Path? The ambitions of the Doctor family are unfolding at a frantic pace. Especially the main part was to capture Yi Chen first. Otherwise people aren't captured, and doing anything else is complete bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And where do they know? It would be okay if they dealt with Yi Chen first. Yi Chen was still able to play with them a little bit first, letting them see their dearest people die in front of them, and then destroy their 9 clans. In the meantime at least the 9 tribes can live for a few more minutes. If Yi Chen's family or important friends were dealt with first, he would be able to sense it immediately. What awaited the Dokoroku family then would be a direct bloodline spell, not even a chance to beg for mercy. Trying to deal with a Doubtfather is simply looking for death. The King of Hell would have to say, "You're really brave." Of course, they won't see Hades. After all, it was impossible for those killed by Yi Chen to have a chance of resurrection. Reincarnation was not even possible. Even if there is, all 6 chakras will reject it and say you're damn brave. What? You think you're the son of the Flood Road? Even if you were the Supreme Tao Lord himself to come, you would only be able to go 3 to 7 with the Tao Lord. Yes, that's right. 3 seconds to kill the Avenue 7 times. In the underground air defense base of the Air Force Base, the 10th Elder was in a separate luxury suite. In front of him was a special communications computer worth several $1 million. There is only one special band that can only connect one person. The computer opens and connects to the direction of the capital after clicking on it. A solemn old man appeared on the screen, and it was none other than the 2nd Elder of the Council of Elders. I received the encrypted email you sent. This Yi Chen is indeed far beyond my predictions. He has truly surpassed the Great Master. But don't panic. We still have plenty of weapons to use against him. Even if he can block it, he definitely can't carry the nuclear weapons hurdle. So don't worry, the Dugu family will deal with him, and so will the ancient martial arts families of those Grand Masters he killed. Even if he's strong, he's still busy enough. We just need to strike when he's at his weakest and kill him in one blow. The Grand Elder's eyes suddenly turned cold and said. The 10th Elder listened to him, but his mind kept pondering. Eventually the word, "Why must we make an enemy of him? Is it really good for us?" the 10th Elder asked. In the past, he might have been very supportive of killing Yi Chen, and had even been trying to get rid of him. However, it wasn't until he had completely seen Yi Chen's power today, he got chills from the bottom of his heart. Even if he told himself again that they had powerful nuclear weapons, there was no way Yi Chen could have stopped them, but he was still scared from the bottom of his heart. It was even a matter of doubting whether or not these so-called extermination-level weapons could kill Yi Chen. After all, can gods be killed? Maybe it could, but it would have to be another god. What's this idea of yours? All you need to know is to kill him no matter what the cost. Xiao will not allow someone this powerful to exist. Said to end the communication. The 10th elder froze for a moment. After letting out a long, hard sigh, I lay in bed and couldn't sleep. Still had to ask for 2 sleeping pills at the secretary's place to fall asleep. The next morning the weather was bad, even a little rain. Who made it rain? Yi Chen stood up on the top of the mountain and looked at the sky. The will of the earth immediately sensed that it was at risk of hiccuping. The dark clouds and light rain were instantly withdrawn, and the misty sky cleared right up. I'm just asking you if you're far off the mark. Directly to everyone's entire confusion. Out of the sun? Didn't the weather report say rain? Yet. Have someone from the weather station write a report to me? Immediately. Awnings were put up, as well as all those watching the game brought ponchos to sit on the ponies. And suddenly you're clearing up and the sun's coming out? It's so outrageous. His mom opened the door to outrageousness. Outrageousness to the core. Soon the single points race began. The single points race is simple. The competition is about the individual strength of the special forces. After all, between martial artists, when there was no ammunition, it was common to have short encounters at close range. This is a test of killing skill and practicality. That's why the individual tournament is closer to the real world. It's almost a punch. Yi Chen was not worried about this point. In a collision under the sovereign, the team he led was bound to win. As far as having instructor entries in the rules for team points competitions like the previous one, in this single point then no instructor is added. This was because once the instructor was added, all the other zoners except Yi Chen would have to express their abstention. After all, fighting with a great man who surpassed the great master, the great master had to straighten out that it wasn't impossible to fight. How can I say it? It was just more costly to life. So the Lightning Special Forces were very happy that this was arguably a one-man points race customized just for them. It's too much in line with their average strength. A proper absolute advantage. Fittingly, it ended up with all the best places in the solo competition. After all, Dokorobai is hanging. There is no one in the entire field who can threaten them. Straight away, he bagged all the places in the singles race at the same time. The final point total is naturally the highest. This time the whole Army Special Forces competition. The Lightning Special Forces complete victory. It's the highest ranking ever taken by Ghost Province. Wrap up all the awards. And the Falcon Special Forces belong to the Jinling military region. Their commander was unusually strong. After all, he was the commander of the Jinling military region, with 300,000 troops under the jurisdiction of 3 provinces. It's always pressed the Zhou family state. After all, a big official is a big man, not to mention being under vertical jurisdiction. However, after seriously seeing Yi Chen's strength before, the commander of the Jinling military region wasn't as lofty as he used to be, and was somewhat deliberately targeting Zhou Jiangwo. Instead, he had a couple of nice things to say to the Special Forces soldier at the end when he presented him with the award. Kind of a no-brainer, deliberate attempt to get close to him. If it is not a higher status than his own, Zhou Jiangwo would like to say, I am very familiar with you. You whole like how good our relationship is. Mouthfuls, that's what they are. Zhou Jiangwo only sighs. I still like your former untamed appearance. Please recover. After the awards, the 10th elder handed the 3-star general's title to Yi Chen with both hands. Mr. Yi, from now on, you are my Daxia's 3-star general. The 10th elder spoke with some respect. You know that in the past, with his status, he wouldn't treat anyone like this. But Yi Chen was different, because he's worth it. Aha. Yi Chen nodded and casually put it into space. Not that he ever cared about this stuff. Mostly, I want to fulfill my father's dream. It's nice to keep it in your home as an ornament for your father to look at. This time the All-Army Special Forces competition was declared over. Yi Chen didn't go back with Zhao Chang and the others. Looking at these special forces in front of him who were somewhat unable to hold back their tears and were about to burst into tears, Yi Chen revealed a hint of a smile. What's there to be sad about? Don't waste your opportunities. Cultivate well to strive to reach a Grand Master, or even surpass above a Grand Master. Just fly yourself over wherever you want to go. At that point, distance will no longer be distance. There are regrets just because you're not strong enough. When you're strong enough, any regret can be made up. Yi Chen's voice was thought-provoking and had an irresistible charm. It was an enlightening experience that gave the crowd a great spiritual impact. Understood. Instructor. The crowd spoke in unison, including Chief of Staff Leech. Well, go back. Yi Chen waved his hand. The crowd boarded the plane and left with reluctance. Yi Chen flew into the high-altitude loitering at subsonic speeds preparing to ask his mother something. And at the same time the Dekiro family issued a 100 billion Daxia bounty at the Darknet Killer bounty. But it caused quite a shock in the killer community. Chapter 120 $300 billion reward. Grand Master Chrysanthemum removal. To realize that a small goal of 100 million is already more than countless people can earn in their entire lives. Even powerful martial artists without some talent for running a company. It's hard to live up to that price tag. 2. not to mention killers who only kill. Of course, this is talking about killers in general. For example, the external strength killer. And if it's an inner strength killer, it's not a problem to make a few million a year casually. As for martial arts masters, they were casually striking out over 10 million at a time. The more powerful life-threatening missions can even get $1 billion. As for grand masters, they were expensive in that price era decades ago, but it's impossible to translate that into $100 billion in one shot right now. After all, even some ancient martial arts families might not have this value. Taking so much money to offer a bounty to Yi-Chen was really a big deal. Killer forums posting $100 billion bounties are straight up real names. Dugu family Dugu Yun, a reward of 100 billion Daxia coins to kill Daxia Grand Master Yi-Chen. Whoever succeeds will be my Dugu family's guest. 100 billion will be offered. This post is unfolding in a fluid way, and there are a lot of comments in the comments section below. It's almost always anonymous. There's an unwritten rule in the hitman world. It's best to remain mysterious to avoid enemies coming to your door, unless one is absolutely confident in one's own strength. So over 99% of the accounts are anonymous, and it absolutely guarantees the security of an anonymous account, so that even the top hackers will not be able to find its location. That's why the killers are bunched up here. If there was no security, who would risk exposing their identity by going around taking orders to comment on each other? It's starting to get fierce. Am I reading it wrong? Is it $100 billion? No way. This could be the biggest bounty ever. $100 billion. Can't spend it all in one lifetime. How many people do I have to kill to earn this? It's simply luxurious. Worthy of being the Dugu family, a family with an unbroken legacy of 1,000 years. 1,000,000 packs a college student. Take 10 billion packs 10. 000. Prick chicken. That's all you've got. A real shame for the Slayer. With this $100 billion, I can directly go around buying to form an aircraft carrier battle group to start a business. After all, Anymore is a quality fixed asset that can make a fortune. The big man upstairs just has a pattern. If you succeed, I'll be your captain and sign a 100-year contract of sale. Do him a big favor, add me to the list, and when it's done we'll buy a carrier battle group venture together. That's right, according to the strength of the share, even distribution of cooperation in order to win together. Just the previous comments have been chatting up a storm. Even the self-improvement mode has been turned on. When you fantasize about going to the top of your life and marrying a rich white girl, I say everyone upstairs you're blind. Do you look at the money and not the person? That's right. I don't know when you guys went blind. Before you think of good things, please take a look at what strength your opponent is. He's a grandmaster, a 9th grade grandmaster. How the hell are you going to kill? Use your head to kill him? It's a disgrace to the Slayer to read posts without even waiting for his words to finish displaying before he starts getting high. Ein yet? Dig trough. All blame this post, also whole flow mode. The front of the word to read through also thought the back is not. I thought it was the Duga Shurjiao revenge eager people stupid money it. Holy, careless. I admit I was careless. It's even a 9th grade grandmaster. Is this a ING typing error? Holy, when did our little darknet assassin forum have a list of grandmasters? You're ING kidding me. I just GA my boss wanted to start a business on my own. You ING tell me the other party is a 9th grade grandmaster. Will my boss still be alive? Upstairs, there's still time to resuscitate if you can't. You're a real show-off. You can't save me. Let's see if we can sell an organ or something. Let's make the best use of it. Holy, are you all demons? No, I can't let my boss see that or he'll make the first move. Slipping away, 9th grade grandmaster. We should be able to get a 4-6 split on all of them in this Slayer forum. That's right, 60% dead in 4 minutes, with the rest running in different directions. There's no way he can kill us all before he runs out of true energy. You guys are pretty damn talented. The killers are being immodest, I don't know, but the comments section is starting to get a little immodest. The main thing is that this post is like one of those scrolling store signs for the stores on the street. Looking at the front can seduce you to death, as if you feel that you will soon reach the peak of life and marry a rich white woman. But when you look closer you realize it's a ING pit. Rise and shine. How could I have the honor of seeing the assassination post of the Grand Master of Killers? It's a good thing I finished reading it. Otherwise I would have already bought a first-class ticket. Well, there is no mistake. Kill masters are few people dare to take. This ING kill or great masters. I said, is the Doctor family so brave? A 1,000-year-old family with unimaginably deep roots. But to deal with a 9th grade grandmaster, this 100 billion doesn't seem like much. He might as well donate this money to the military. Feel a heavy division. I don't believe it can't be taken down for a pure profit of $100 billion. Overthink it. The military wouldn't do something like this that only killers do. The jungle is a jungle. Once you break the precedent it's a mess. I suspect that the Dokoroku family is trying to trap us. None of the ones here are qualified to kill a 9th grade grandmaster. A lot of grandmasters have come out during this recent period of time. But a ninth grade grandmaster is already a top-notch existence among grandmasters, and it would take at least 2 or 3 people of the same realm to kill him. You're asking the 3 grandmasters to split $100 billion. Are you looking down on the grandmaster's ability to make money? Even if you're poor, you're not risking your life. Eat melon. Eat melon. I'll see who'll answer. As per the past, but any mission sent out in the Slayer forums would be snatched up almost as quickly. The harder ones don't take more than half an hour. The particularly challenging ones get shelved and the posts are not even known to be years old. And naturally, this post seemed to all to be impossible for anyone to dare to pick up. Killing a 9th grade grandmaster was undoubtedly seeking death by hitting a lantern in the toilet. The Dekuro family is in charge of giant ports and multinational corporations, just like the young, handsome, and rich tycoon Dekuro Yun in the God and Hero novels. Watch the delay in taking orders. Can't help but start to get anxious too. Secretary Chen, come over here. A secretary with glasses shirt wrapped around her ass and long black silk legs pushed her way in. He has the look of a ripped woman, especially since she's also married and has 2 daughters now. Definitely the type that anyone with a heart of chow chow can't say no to. Look at the maximum amount of money the company can divert this month. And I'm talking about what can be taken out at once. Dokuro Kumo said seriously. He was very uptight about his cousin's cousin being killed. This revenge must be avenged, no matter what the cost. Even if you mortgaged most of your company's assets to get a loan from Forestry International Bank, you'd have to kill it. I'll do the math right away. The secretary was very prompt and came from a financial CEO. Quickly figure out how much money the company can quickly divert. It could be about 200 billion. Above that, the company will have problems operating next month and will probably have to get a bank loan even for payroll. The secretary said, good, 200 billion should be enough. His gaze was like a knife, and there was a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He has $11 billion in his personal account. Of course this money was not all his own, but belonged to the common wealth of the family. A percentage needs to be turned in each year, plus the $200 billion that can be diverted from the company's books, the equivalent of having $300 billion in cash. What kind of concept is that? Let's put it this way, at today's cost of a carrier battle group, roughly 15 billion knives would make for a decent battle group. $300 billion dollars could almost build 3 carrier battle groups, and the fire configuration can be pulled all the way up, enough to see that the money is coveted. So then he changed the post, spent some money re-recommending it on the Slayer forum. It went from 100 billion to 300 billion in one fell swoop, sparking up the Slayer forum again. Holy, it's worthy of being a 1,000-year-old family. It's damn rich. Where's the Grand Master? The former Grand Master of the Killer World rushed to take the job. This heaven-splitting wealth has to be taken. The money is more than enough, but it's still too much of a stretch to kill a 9th grade Grandmaster. But there will be a brave man with a heavy reward, so someone will definitely go. That's right, this He-chan, I've checked his information. Very young, less than 20 years old 9th grade Grandmaster. There must be a big secret in his body. To earn money and get this big secret, there must be quite a lot of people whose hearts are moved. That depends on who will take the order first. No response for hours, it won't pick up, I bet. You think it's donut takeout and goose takeout, which will take orders so quickly, and not in a hurry. Why? Are you still in a hurry to reincarnation? After another hour, though, an account with a real name called Daisy Ruin full of wounds took the big order. The entire Slayer forum is full of screens setting off minute fireworks in celebration. It's safe to say that the platoon was stretched to the max. Celebrate the Daisy Chopped user who dared to take on a $300 billion bill. I'll go. Chrysanthemum Remnant is full of wounds. Could this be the world's #1 assassin? Grandmaster Chrysanthemum Remnant, who disappeared from the assassin world for a long time 70 years ago. That's right, it's said that he was originally from the 3 Elephant Kingdom. He was seriously injured by the Great Xia at a considerable cost 70 years ago, and after that he retreated and never appeared again. I don't know if he's dead or alive. I didn't expect him to come back again. 70 years ago he was a Grand Master, and today his strength is unimaginable. Perhaps only Grand Master Broken Chrysanthemum has the ability to eat this one. With the speed of the Grand Master, the result will be known in less than 7 hours. What an anticipation! At this moment, 100 meters deep underneath a temple in the 3 Elephant Kingdom, Grand Master Broken Chrysanthemum had a smile on the corner of his mouth after receiving the order. It's been 70 years. I can finally take my revenge. I'd like to see how many kilograms the strongest people of the Grand Xia today actually have. Less than 20 years old, a 9th grade Grandmaster? I must get the secret of becoming stronger from you. 300 billion I'll take. I'll take your life, and the secret will be mine. Ha ha ha, said he. Also improvised an embarrassing dance. Boom! Then his feet stepped on the earth with a fierce force, and he soared into the sky, directly causing the temple to nearly break apart. The target is pointed in the direction of Daxia. The Doctor family provided a more precise location. and Yi Chen was currently at his parents' home in Winning State, thousands of kilometers apart, no more than 7 hours at his speed. Chapter 121 One Finger Destroys Takuro. Great Anger, Battle Heavy Armor Division. It's now nightfall, so basically by morning it should be there. The border was also detecting the movements of the Grand Master of Broken Chrysanthemum's entry, but the orders given from above were to leave it alone and let him go to his death. After all, casting is a skill job, and he wants to reopen it, leaving the warriors more or less confused. What do you mean? What kind of death is a Grand Master going to? But since they weren't at that level yet, none of them had access to the information. Though puzzled, he could only do as he was ordered. It was just dawn and the sun was shining on the earth. The 10 elders returned to the capital on a transport plane. The plane climbed rapidly to 10,000 meters. The eyes of the 10th elder, who was sitting by the window looking at the information, pondered. I wonder if the Heavenly Sword Sect's Supreme Elder and Old Patriarch, as well as the 2 protectors, will go crazy after the death of the 6 elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect. I hope it doesn't cause too much of an impact because of this. There's already enough chaos. The 10th elder couldn't help but pinch his temples as he thought of this. The secretary's face, illuminated by the light of the sunrise, was full of horrified incredulity, and a shivering finger pointed out of the window below. He could barely even speak clearly, showing how shocked he was at the moment. What's the fuss? Is it hard to believe that the sky is falling? Little Lee, it's not that I'm saying that you have to be calm about things. You've been with me for so long. Haven't you seen the world yet? No matter what comes your way you have to handle it with equanimity. It's the only way you can get ahead. Got it? The 10th elder took off his glasses and said bitterly, with a preachy look, But, Elder Chang, look, what is that? The secretary was still very nonchalant and even more flustered. Calm down, didn't I say calm down? Fussing all day long. Here, let's see what's worth all the fuss. Saying that, the 10th elder calmly wiped his glasses and put them on, then looked out the window. Just starting to look at nature with that glittering sunrise shining into your eyes in the clear skies. It's a beautiful picture. It's worthy of my Dacia's 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Isn't it beautiful? But as beautiful as the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains of my Dacia are, it's not so surprising to you. Lesser seen, the 10th elder had a look of hatred on his face. No, elder, look down there. The secretary pointed diagonally down. The 10th elder was a bit speechless and stood up with a bemused look on his face. Dig it, my nigga, a nationalist off the top of his head. All of the original supposed calmness was gone, even as his eyes glazed over wider than the secretary's. Looking out the window slanting down in the direction of the Grand Canyon of the Heavenly Mountain Gate was as unbelievable as it could be. What did he see? The center of the Tianshanmen mountain range, which was originally supposed to be occupied by the mighty Heavenly Sword Sect's palace, this moment completely disappeared from this world. In its place was a huge deep pit. If it was just the pit, that wouldn't be the main thing. Most of all this pit is in the shape of a large handprint, including all the palaces. The area was at least around 30 square kilometers. This is the basic data of the core area of the Tian Shan Men mountain range that has been previously measured. It's all gone with this slap, so it's about the same size. Even that depth was more than 10 stories high when casually visualized with the naked eye. What horrible destructive power. It's unimaginable. Has the entire Heavenly Sword Sect disappeared? 3 heavy divisions have been placed here, and another modern air force has been stationed, both because of the extreme geographic location of this place and because of the precaution against the Heavenly Sword Sect. After all, 11 great masters from one clan is simply too strong. There has to be some limitation on them for that to happen. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Sword Sect, which has been guarded by us for decades, would just be gone. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. I'm afraid this was done by Yi Chen. Oh no, Mr. Yi, last night, the violent earthquake that was being monitored at the time, I thought it would cause some impact on the Heavenly Sword Sect. After all, it's their sphere. It has nothing to do with us. It turned out not to be expected. Is this still humanly achievable? The more you look at it, the more it shocks you. Order the captain to hover over the perimeter of the Heavenly Mountain Gate Canyon. Yes, the plane was circling around the Tianshan Gate. Minimize the turning radius as much as possible. The horrific destructive power of this can be seen more clearly, whether it's the captain or the co-pilot or everyone else in the plane. All of them were shocked by this scene below. No, the trip is cancelled for today. I'm going to stay here and take a good look around, the 10th elder said, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. He couldn't imagine what kind of strength the person who could cause such destruction possessed. Totally unimaginable. He thought he knew Yi Chen well, knowing that he was strong. That's why he told the second elder not to be enemies with him. As a result, he didn't expect Yi Chen's strength to still exceed expectations. Oh, second elder, you said that Yi Chen would surely die. But if you were to see the scene with your own eyes, I wouldn't believe your chest. The 10th elder gathered himself together, changed into his training uniform, and boarded the helicopter. Bring a variety of instruments and experts to measure for yourself how strong the energy contained in this is. 8 o'clock in the morning. The long-distance running Stumpy Chrysanthemum Grandmaster could be said to be running for thousands of miles just to kill one person. One couldn't help but stand there in the sky at this moment, looking down at Yi Chen's home below, and then at the spectacular winning State City complex in the distance. There was a bravado in his eyes at the moment, an unprecedented excitement. That's hot blood. It's a fervor that hasn't been seen in decades. It is said that 10 years ago Dakiro Chinin was the one who ran thousands of miles to decapitate more than 1,000 soldiers of my 3-elephant kingdom. Today, I, Grandmaster Broken Chrysanthemum, will run for 10,000 miles to behead Yi Chen, the first genius of the Great Xia and also the #1 powerhouse. The battle to make a name for yourself begins at this moment. Grandmaster Broken Chrysanthemum was filled with wariness, and an unprecedented confidence struck his heart. All at once he was seen swooping downward, surpassing the speed of sound with the downward plunging force of his fall, gathering power in his fists. It was to shatter the villa with one punch. At this moment, his power was truly on display. A 9th-grade Grandmaster. It was evident that after being seriously injured in the first place, he hadn't deserted himself in the past 70 years. Instead, they are striving to become strong only to one day avenge their deaths. That's what makes it possible to have this kind of strength today. One must know that among the strongest people of the same period, but the vast majority of them had not yet reached his level. It shows how hard he works. Die for me. Only to see him blast his fist down when he was only 100 meters away. The strength of an archmage was extreme. It's easy to go all out and destroy a villa. He knew that he might not be able to kill Yi Chen with this move, but he would definitely be able to seriously injure him. Everyone else in the house had to die except him. Boo! Only an imperceptible dull thud was heard. His punch hit the villa hard from above with absolutely no reaction, finally breaking to land on the roof. The whole thing was a little confused. What's going on? Why isn't there any reaction at all? He tried to attack several more punches in succession, as if he were hitting a mountain of steel several hundred meters in size. The feeling was as if an egg had been cracked against a rock. It was no feeling at all. Couldn't even break a tile. Is this the so-called 9th-grade Grandmaster? What material? How is this possible? Whatever. Go in through the front. Just as he landed at the main entrance, he saw Yi Chen calmly watering the flowers. Grandmaster Stumpy Chrysanthemum gave another shock, but quickly calmed down. The #1 powerhouse of Xia, the youngest martial Grandmaster. Our meeting seems to be earlier than expected. Someone paid for your life. I'll take yours, Grandmaster Stumpy Chrysanthemum said. The more he talked, the more excited he got, and the whole thing got a little hyper. Being able to kill the #1 strongest first genius of Great Xia would be a supreme feat for him. Even he couldn't resist dancing. I have to say it's quite embarrassing. Why are you dancing for no reason? Yi Chen looked up, and it turned out to be the man of the 3 elephants. That's no problem. Pick a strand of petals. A casual flick. Boo! The Grandmaster of Stumps had just danced to his heart's content when he felt as if his head was out of control. The next moment, surprisingly, he actually saw his own body, only it seems to have no head. In the aftermath seemed to understand something. Where is this a Grandmaster? I'm already at the 9th rank, and it can still kill me in seconds. At least it's beyond a Grandmaster. You're giving $300 billion for this kind of mission? I'll you up. I thought about it, but it was too late. His eyelids went black and he was completely out of breath. With a wave of his hand the body was instantly sent to the 3-elephant kingdom. Appeared over the bustling Shindu. It then smashed down. Boom! Smashed in front of the gates of the Shindu guard. Lots of people gathered around to see it, take pictures and upload them. It then became known to countless people. Then news also appeared on the killer forum that Grandmaster Stumpy Chrysanthemum had his head chopped off and died. Eyes still closed. Obviously his opponent struck too quickly for him to react. Grandmaster Broken Chrysanthemum is actually dead. Didn't he go to kill Yi Chen? Who would have thought it would die so horribly? And it's been less than 8 hours. What the hell is going on? Didn't he go to Daxia? How come he appeared in Shindu? It must have been killed by Yi Chen and sent back. Too strong. Right. Thousands of miles to run to attack Daxia, and was sent back by thousands of miles to run. The main fight a courtesy, worthy of being the first strongest person in my Daxia. Strong and invincible. No one else. Who else dares to take the order? Hurry up. That's $300 billion. You can't spend it all in one lifetime. Yi Chen had just killed the Broken Chrysanthemum Grandmaster. Through his words, he purposely checked his memories. It had been realized that it was the doctor family that had tried to kill him and was about to deal with his family. A small Dakiro family, looking for death. Yi Chen tore through space and appeared above the capital city's Duchess family with a single step. Looking down there at the Dakiro family, there were hundreds of people in there. Yi Chen raised his hand and pointed a finger down. Boom! Terrifying fingers fell from the sky. Who dares to act recklessly in my Dekiro family? And in the face of this strike, two pale figures flew out from the depths of the Dugu family's underground. Their voices boomed like a flood of bells. Straight into the sky, the duo's combined strength and that terrifying finger were about to clash. One was the old man who had once drank tea and played chess with Dugu Chang'in before, while the other looked very similar to him. Should be twin brothers. Combining the might of the two of them, the breath of an 8th grade grandmaster was on display. It was just like a mole cricket trying to match an elephant's foot compared to the finger that fell from above the sky. The difference is so great. It's like a cloud. When they saw thoroughly that it was a golden finger. And the poundage. At the moment it was already as if his heart was dead. What kind of existence has my Dugu family actually incurred? Quickly go and invite the second elder of the Council of Elders. Only had time to leave such a sentence. Boom! The two were blasted by the falling fingers. The person at the bottom then only just got through to the second elder to say a couple of words. The entire Dekiro family had then been completely wiped off the map. Only the large crater, about 2 kilometers in diameter and 1 kilometer deep, was left behind. When the water fills up later, this will be the lake with the largest storage capacity and the deepest depth in the entire capital. Bar none. Yi Chen used a bloodline spell to kill the Dekiro family cleanly. As for the various assets of the Dugu family, they will all be taken over by the Meng Yun group. Whoever dared to stop it, Yi Chen would destroy his 3 clans. It's just a bunch of ants. The second elder was furious after receiving the Dekiro family's plea for help. Simply arrogant to the extreme. This Yi Chen dares to deal with the Dugu family. Looking at the entire capital city, who doesn't know that the Dugu family is my pony? Since you're making a fool of yourself, let's finish you off today. Immediately phone the capital city guard. Give me out. It's all. That's a full 50,000 troops, but he could only transfer 20,000 of them. The other 30,000 would not listen to him, but in his opinion 20,000 was more than enough. After all, it was the most heavily equipped heavy equipment division. As long as the latest equipment and weapons are all used, no matter how expensive it is, you can't suffer the city guards any more than you have to. It would be easy for such a lineup to destroy a medium-sized country. Hordes of heavy equipment drove in. The target pointed in Yi Chen's direction. Yi Chen was already standing at a high altitude, so naturally, he also saw the mobilization of the large army in 3 directions outside the suburbs in the distance. Going to die. I'd like to see how strong this so-called heavy armor division is. Yi Chen stood with his arms folded and landed at a height of 1,000 meters. Chapter 122, Energy Explosion, over 900 million tons equivalent. Is he a deity? At the same time, the Grand Elder had naturally gotten the news. After all, the mobilization of 20,000 troops had not been agreed upon by the Council of Elders. It's not a small thing. To call it a rebellion would be an understatement. Of course, it depends on the priority of the matter. He immediately understood that it was actually the second elder who wanted to kill someone, and that person was Yi Chen. The reason is that the doctor family was destroyed. No wonder a strong vibration came through just now. Thought it was too hot for a big car tire to explode or something. Only then did he realize that the mighty Dugu family had been approached by Yi Chen to exterminate them. It was important to realize that the overall strength of the Dugu family was even less than a behemoth like the Heavenly Sword sect, but it also definitely exceeded the average ancient martial arts family. There were at least 2 martial arts grandmasters in attendance. As a result, he didn't expect to still be destroyed by Yi Chen, but at the moment, it was not known that the doctor family was dead. Naturally, he was also anxious to protect the Dekiro family. After all, this was one of the several great families in the capital. It's a one-shot deal. Once they were killed by Yi Chen, the implications would be too wide. Even many aspects of the economy will take a huge hit as a result. After all, where to find a suitable replacement at a moment's notice? Coupled with the fact that the doctor family has numerous listed companies. Listed companies are the most susceptible to repercussions. Once the stock market drops, many stockholders have to lose their pants. He traveled by helicopter himself, and tried to call the second elder directly, but he just couldn't get through. Couldn't help but get a little anxious. And at the same time, in the middle of the core of the Bourne Gate Grand Canyon, at this moment Dr. Yuan has also arrived by invitation. He had been gutted when he saw the huge handprint in the helicopter, but adjust quickly, especially after learning that it was actually Yi Chen who did it. He released. Yi Chen's strength had been tested before, and it couldn't be measured with a single result at all. Already at that time very much overestimating Yi Chen's strength at the Grand Master limit. I didn't realize it was still far underestimated. If this is a ING Grand Master, so how did those Archons GA? Please Dr. Yuan, please measure as soon as possible. No problem. The results will be out soon. The 10th elder warmly greeted Dr. Yuan. Dr. Yuan is very young, just in his early 40s. This kind of talent in research is simply unattainable. In particular, he is an all-round talent who has had a superb record of achievement in the development of a wide range of military weapons. Definitely the #1 scientist in Dacia at the moment. It's even arguably the world's first in some ways, only due to previous equipment limitations. If it had been in a place like Omi, it would have been several times more accomplished than it is now. Dr. Yuan called his assistants and quickly assembled the instrument. He then utilized the various high-tech instruments he had developed himself to measure the energy contained within the large pit. Drip, drip, drip. The instrument's drill gauge instantly spiked from 0 to the limit. Crazy bouncing ensued. Bang! The dashboard burst right open. The glass crumbled into the faces of the 10th Elder and Dr. Yuan. A few minor cuts were made. Is this a nuclear radiation overload? The 10th Elder asked uncertainly, mostly because that's how it's played out in the movies. He had even thought of himself dying within 2 days of his body festering and hurting. It's like that what little life that went through decades ago. It's not radiation. It's an energy tester. And the units are based on TNT. Each small cell is equivalent to having the energy produced by 10,000 tons of TNT equivalent. Only when Dr. Yuan said this did the 10th Elder's heart settle down. Almost thought I was going to hang. After all, the pain of dying from severe nuclear radiation might as well be hiccups on the spot. At least it went peacefully. You guys hurry up and put the instruments in various locations to get more accurate data. Dr. Yuan commanded, and dozens of warriors followed what he said. Distribute the individual instruments evenly in locations not too far apart from this giant palm print. They were turned on, and the end result was the same. Every single one of the instruments exploded right off the charts, but learning from experience, they all stood farther away and were not hurt. Dr. Yuan and his team were the only ones in the room who knew what was at stake after seeing the data fed back from the computer. Click OK and the computer is in the final measurement. It's a small supercomputer, and it is directly connected to the terminal data center for super-algorithmic processing. The results are coming in quickly. A lot of zeros at a glance. Dig in. Each one was dumbfounded and rubbed their eyes vigorously, then looked around at this spectacular scene. Even more shocking than being in a huge dry quarry, because it's man-made, and the scope is unimaginable. But it's 30 square kilometers. Depths are almost always around 50 meters on average. Looking at them, dumbfounded one was not in the least bit calm. The 10th Elder was even more curious. What's going on? What's the result anyway? Couldn't help but ask anxiously. See for yourself. Dr. Yuan turned the computer screen toward him. 90,000,000, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 900 million TNT equivalents? The 10th Elder was horrified, and his voice violently rose, so much so that it was almost a little mentally unstable. All those years of mindfulness are about to just collapse. Rub your eyes vigorously and look at it again. Look at that 9 followed by 8 zeros. Counted it and it was indeed correct. The unit is indeed TNT as well. Phew! The 10th Elder sucked in a breath of cool air. Hands on his hips, his face was shocked. That's right. The final combined measured equivalent is equal to about 900 million tons of TNT. And it's not entirely true. Since all the testers are bursting at the seams, it can only be tentatively estimated to be this much. It's actually at least a third higher. Otherwise the instrument could not have been damaged. And that energy was almost completely focused, which is why it didn't cause damage beyond the mountains. Suffice it to say that the energy was well contained and did not spread to other areas. Otherwise an earthquake of at least more than magnitude 6 would have been felt for at least 100 kilometers. It's even capable of a magnitude 7 to 8 earthquake within 30 kilometers. This is incredible. Dr. Yuan finished his sentence in one breath and couldn't help his hands shaking as he took out his Manhwa and took a sip, which calmed him down a little. Mr. Yes, strength is indeed extreme and powerful. When I tested him before, I didn't measure his limits. I thought being a grandmaster was that strong. Until today it was all about him killing so many grandmasters, as well as the destruction caused here. I didn't realize that he had already far surpassed the grandmasters. Almost got taken to the ditch by Mr. Yi. Dr. Yuan exclaimed. He could have indeed thought that the grandmaster was very bullish before. Still afraid of WMDs though, but the strength is unquestionable, causing great damage, easily. As it turned out, he was wrong. Those great masters really looked like ants under Yi Chen's expressive power. A palm slapped out 900 million tons of equivalent, and that wasn't even Yi Chen's limit. It was the limit of his measuring instrument. It's outrageous. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to say that such a being would be afraid of nuclear weapons? How can it be so strong? This is ridiculously strong. No wonder he was able to kill 25 grandmasters with his hands. It is indeed far beyond above a great master. How on earth did he cultivate? Can a martial artist be this strong? The 10th Elder's hand was a little unsteady as he took the thermos given to him by the secretary. Currently known thermonuclear weapons are generally in the megaton equivalent range, something more powerful, like a more advanced hydrogen bomb. The power can all be at least 5 million tons or more. That would have been enough to devastate a large city like, say, Winnebago. And as in the original 60 million tons equivalent that nut job got, that's only half of the power that would have shattered all the windows of a house 250 kilometers away. 900 million tons of explosive energy can be imagined as terrifying. And that was still the reason why Yi Chen was already very much in control, concentrating his power more. It's not spreading out in all directions like a nuclear weapon. Otherwise, it was indeed possible to gently slap an 8-magnitude earthquake. Dr. Yuan, the 10th elder, looked at him seriously. With a single glance, all the people in the periphery left 30 meters away. What's the matter with the 10th elder? Dr. Yuan was curious. If we use nuclear weapons, how certain is it that we can kill Yi Chen? The 10th elder asked somewhat cautiously. The voice was serious. It was as if he was seeking an extremely positive answer from Dr. Yuan. Facing his words, Dr. Yuan stumbled back 2 steps directly after hearing this. An unprecedented gravity was then revealed. It's even more condensed than just seeing the final measured equivalent. Mr. Yi must not be an enemy. That's all I can say. I'm far from measuring the limits of his strength. Even I feel like he's like a deity, with incredible power. If you guys are going to deal with Mr. Yi, with all due respect, the result will definitely be something you can't afford. You are not scientists, not physicists, and have absolutely no idea what this energy means. That is a power you can never imagine. I even suspect that this is far from Mr. Yi hitting it with his full strength. If I really want to make an enemy of Mr. Yi, phew, I really can't imagine the consequences. Dr. Yuan took a deep breath. He almost huffed in anger. What teammate is this? Please don't do this, okay? If you guys had read more and learned physics, you wouldn't have dared to make a move on Mr. Yi. Is this something that can be dealt with by nuclear weapons? Realize that the definition of energy is mutual. People are carbon-based organisms, and for a carbon-based creature to be able to strike such an attack, its physical strength could be imagined. It couldn't be worse than being injured by a nuclear weapon. Of course, these must be conceptualized by someone with a very deep research understanding of physics. The average person you talk to is also talking to a cow. After all, the frog at the bottom of the well isn't talking about just ordinary people. Aren't some of the high and mighty ones also the frogs at the bottom of the well in the eyes of those pinnacle existences? This, the 10th elder mused. If anything, Yi Chen's expressive power yesterday had caused him to be scared already. So now it's fear. When one's strength truly reaches the point where one can ignore everything and subvert everything, the so-called rules are impossible to bind it. Big trouble. What if the second elder must be obsessed? He began to worry at the thought. He's in the same boat as the second elder. I'm afraid that the second elder will go one way or another. No, I have to talk to the second elder immediately. Absolutely not to offend Yi Chen. This is already in existence beyond our imagination. Thinking of this, the 10th elder immediately sent an email to the second elder's private email mail. The result was 2 minutes without a reply. He got a little anxious and called directly. The result shows no answer. Should have muted the cell phone. Something can't be wrong. He was immediately anxious. Make a call back to the capital. He had many eyes and ears, so naturally he would have some knowledge of the capital city's affairs, big and small. The result obtained was that the second elder was mobilizing 2 heavy division. The goal is to deal with 1 person. No good. Big trouble. The 10th elder was immediately alerted. Against 1 person. That goes without saying. It must be Yi Chen. Who else could qualify to move so much equipment? Is this kind of person something that can be dealt with? It's over. Those 20,000 or so people are still to be given for nothing. No, I have to contact the Grand Elder, or it will be too late. The 10th elder did not dare to hesitate. Chapter 123, The Power of the Gods. Silencing everything with a wave of the hand. The Great Elder is on his way there. At this time he received a call from the 10th elder. Grand Elder, I can't get through to the second elder's phone for fear of something happening. I have something urgent to report to you. What? Come on, the Grand Elder said as he boarded the plane. You might want to check your email first. I've sent it to your private email. The Great Elder picked it up and looked at it. Ein yet. He, who had always been calm and self-assured, was also startled. That terrifying HD large palm handprint was too shocking. What the hell is this? A palm strike from the sky? It's a little too scary. This is real. Are you sure you didn't Photoshop it? The 10th elder on the other end of the phone directly rolled his eyes. God damn it. There's still pics. It's not like you're playing with selfies and pics. This is Mr. Ye's doing. The entire Heavenly Sword sect was destroyed by him. Our experts have measured it, and even Dr. Yuan was there in person to measure it with his instruments. The answer I got was that the conversion to the energy equation exceeds that of a nuclear weapon. far exceeds the sum of the energy produced by a uniformly distributed explosion of 900 million tons of TNT equivalent. And that's just a preliminary estimate. So the second elder must be stopped. Don't mess with him anymore. We can't afford to mess with him at all. He has transcended beyond the mundane. Like a god. It's even more terrifying than the gods, because he can have no scruples. Anyone who has been messing with him has been killed by him, and there are even a large number of people who have had their 9 clans exterminated. The second elder must be stopped. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. The 10th elder reminded loudly and frantically. There was even a sense of hysteria. That's right, he was once thinking of dealing with Yi Chen. It was because of the second elder and because he had already looked at Yi Chen with displeasure. Even tried to attack Yi Chen once with the latest missiles. It was a pity that Yi Chen was flying so fast that the plane didn't have time to launch. He was also glad, thankfully, that he hadn't done that at the time. Otherwise he'd be gone by now. It's all ready for receipt. The 7th day of the first month is also coming up. I understand. Gruffly, he finished and hung up. Only then did the 10th elder finally heave a sigh of relief. Looking around at the smooth, hard, huge, deep pit, he had even thought of eating the second elder's seat. Even how many people at a table and how many dishes are figured out. Suddenly his eyes moved upward to the neatly sliced mountain in the distance. Before they thought it was a sudden ghostly act of nature. Either that or the Heavenly Sword sect is up to no good. After all, the underpinnings were there, and that mountain was a place of trial for their sect disciples. It should still be possible at great expense. Only now he feels, it shouldn't be the Heavenly Sword sect that did this. They count 4. How can you do that? It's a pipe dream when you think about it. That's over 3,000 meters high. Nearly 2,000 meters of height from the mountain to the foot of the mountain was chopped open. That's what made the mountain split in two, with the farthest distance between them being a few dozen meters. Dr. Yuan, do you think that mountain could be Mr. Ye's doing? The 10th elder pointed his finger at the mountain. Well, sure. Dr. Yuan looked over and nodded with utmost certainty. How do you know? The 10th elder was puzzled. Being able to open the mountain this strike isn't weak, and it seems to be even more exaggerated. After all, when you think about it, that mountain is a maximum of 4 kilometers thick, just split in half vertically. It's just like the mythical Pauline lamp sinking mother. And this is what happens in reality. What horrible power is needed? You should know that the giant palm only hit 50 meters deep, but slicing through a mountain is a hard cut through granite rock with a maximum thickness of 4 kilometers. It's not much less difficult than this big slap in the face. There's even been more than that. Don't ask. Ask is who else but Mr. Yi? It's hard to believe it's me. Dr. Yuan directly rolled his eyes speechlessly. He generally doesn't think people are stupid coins unless they can't help it. No, I have to get back immediately. With that he boarded the helicopter and went away. Then returned to the capital in the fastest fighter plane possible. The transporter is too slow, and by the time he arrives he'll probably be cold. Dr. Yuan, on the other hand, stayed in the deep pit and continued his research. The more I researched, the more alarmed I became. The earth beneath his feet was unexpectedly compacted hard. Based on density, it will not be less hard than steel. Mr. Yi, be gentle with your strikes. Don't make things too big. That's all Dr. Yuan could think. If someone does not listen to persuasion, then Yi Chen also knows some fists and feet, can be physically manipulated. Meanwhile, an army of 22,000 had closed in from 2 directions. As far as the eye could see it was full of gear. It pretty much covers the highest technology of today's current military. A deranged 60mm anti-aircraft gun, laser defense attack weapons, land shield, 5th generation main battle tanks, dense array drone launch range, 155mm grenade launchers, grenade mortars, troop carrier stripped armor piercing vehicle, rockets, small missiles, surface-to-air missiles, unmanned reconnaissance drones, unmanned ground drones, unmanned air drones. There's even a weapons trailer similar to an EM gun. Anyway, all the modern technological crystallization is all in. This is the terrifying power of the heavy division. Even when Omi comes in, he has to call it straight from the inside. It's a ING game. No martial arts. Rat tail juice. Just that. Yi Chen gave a flat look, but any more than a glance would also be the greatest insult to him. That he slaughtered earlier. It was the 3 young men from the secret realm who had been seconded by his mighty descent. With the strength of the 3 of them, one can already be largely fearless with these weapons. The one at the head, Xiao Bufan, could even be completely unafraid. It's useless to let them fight for 3 days and 3 nights, even if they lie there, because it's a huge difference in levels. A simple example, a house-sized granite. You keep hitting it with eggs. How much do you think you'd have to smash it to break it off? So unless it's one of those extremely powerful conventional weapons, for example, kills that rely on tens of Mach kinetic energy falling from the sky, The damage that would be done would be far beyond these so-called high-tech weapons. It's only then that you can do ruinous damage to those three pieces of trash, or even kill them. On the other hand, Yi Chen had no effect at all. The outcome of this battle was already predetermined before it even began, doomed to be nothing more than an exercise in futility. Fire! Boom boom boom! The second elder sat in the tanker and gave an order. Intense artillery fire covered Yi Chen. In the face of this terrifying all-encompassing coverage attack, Yi Chen did not care in the slightest. Instead, he stood lightly motionless in the air. Allow the first wave of fire to consume all ammunition directly. A modern heavy weapon loaded with ammunition depletes quickly. Even the slowest tank can fire all its shells in 3 minutes. It was just a constant bombardment for 3 minutes. The Grand Elder, who had already come over in a helicopter from a distance to see the scene, was directly confused. It's over. Or it started. He couldn't help but close his eyes, already thinking about where to eat the mat. The smoke dissipated, and Yi Chen was unharmed. And at this moment all the equipment has all exhausted all the ammunition. And now it's all just broken brass. The second elder, who saw the scene, had been completely frozen in fear. Opening the tank hatch, he looked at Yi Chen in the sky. It's like looking at a deity. How is this possible? There can't be a carbon-based creature that can deflect such an attack. I don't believe it. The second elder was completely afraid to imagine that this was something that would happen in reality. The voice has changed a bit. Full bombardment by 2 heavy divisions. Even if dozens of great masters stood still, they would all be given for nothing. However, it couldn't hurt Yi Chen one iota. Not only him, but all of them were shocked. They couldn't imagine how a carbon-based creature could deflect such an attack. Even if Godzilla from the movie or TV show came, he'd still be beaten to a sieve. After all, this is a modern technological weapon. Pay attention in your next life. Yi Chen casually waved his hand, and all 20,000 people went up in smoke. Even the equipment was erased as if it were an eraser. Completely disappeared, as if it had never existed in the world. Even saved money on cremation. It can be said to take physical superlatives to the extreme. If you don't listen to advice and dare to mess with Yi Chen, death has been the greatest mercy. Raise the 3 clans. Yi Chen raised the culprits to the ground. At the same time, he learned from his memories that the 10th elder had actually tried to use the latest type of missile against himself. That would be embarrassing. They will be wiped out together and the 9 clans will be exterminated. After the purge, Yi Chen didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Faintly, he glanced at the dazed and gulping Grand Elder in the distant helicopter. It was as if he was looking at a deity, an incredible being. Even his gaze was filled with awe. Yi Chen no longer stayed directly and blandly left. What they do with it is their business. It has nothing to do with Yi Chen, but if it touches his bottom line, then I'm sorry. Death is often just the beginning. The soul suffers endless pain in the abyssal hell of this great world and finally goes up in smoke. That's the real torture. The authority of the Tao is not to be insulted. Those who insulted the 9 clans were destroyed, and the 10 clans had to call me straight Nima. You're a tough guy. You're noble. You're awesome. Chapter 124, Conspiracy. Please Mr. Yi, Rescue Plan. Yi Chen flew through the air. Suddenly he had a feeling. It was a connection to a loved one, as if something was about to happen. As a Tao father, this feeling naturally knew immediately what would happen in the future. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Siblings? Those 2 little ones are finally making a move. There is danger, but not much. Maybe it's also a life opportunity. Let's take a look at it first, and if necessary instantly teleport over. Yi Chen thought. He could clearly sense that his siblings were okay when he first started coming into the world. It's just that they look like they're in this world and they don't look like they're in this world. That would only mean they were in the middle of the secret world. That being the case, there is no danger foretold. Yi Chen was in no hurry to bring them back. Even Yi Chen sensed that they would get a little something good as a result, and it would be considered an experience. After a few days of peace, Yi Chen spent them all in the winning state, fishing and taking a walk. Nothing to kill a few bullies for fun. The leisurely life of a Taoist priest. He got a call at noon that day. Hello, Mr. Yi, there's something I want to ask you for. I wonder if you're available. It was Zhou Jiangwo on the other end of the phone. He's had a great couple of days. Just yesterday he had called Yi Chen and said that he had been promoted from above. It's directly a matter of skipping the deputy commander and becoming the commander-in-chief of the Jinling military region. The former commander of the Jinling military district, on the other hand, was transferred to a position elsewhere. Not only that, even in Changshin was promoted to deputy commander-in-chief of the Jinling military region. In reality, he was replacing Zhou Jiangwo as the commander-in-chief of the Ghost Province military region. But Zhou Jiangwo just complained. It would be nice to continue pairing up with Changshin. After all, they were both old partners already. As a result, the command was temporarily changed above. Go ahead and put Changshin together for him. Needless to say, Zhou Jiangwo didn't know why. It's not just his face that people give. It's more of a way to give face to the people behind him. Yi Chen just stood there, saying nothing and doing nothing. All make better use of it than anything else. The point is that looking at that circle in the whole of Daxia, who else doesn't know that he, Zhou Jiangwo, is Yi Chen's lackey? Oh no, henchman. So of course, they have to give face to it. Straight away he was given such a big promotion. You know it's something he's been thinking about and can't even think about. And now it is easily realized. I have to say, it's a good thigh hug. And I'm glad I'm not on the wrong side of the fence. Say, Yi Duan calmly said. Mr. Yi Dr. Yuan, you still remember, don't you? Aha. His daughter was arrested. It's not clear who exactly, but their demand was that they had to come up with detailed design drawings of all his research. It's okay if you don't give it. A life for a life. If Dr. Yuan dies, his daughter lives. Zhou Jiangwo's voice became a few points heavier as he spoke. After all, Dr. Yuan's importance to Daxia could be imagined. He is a true genius who was able to have his current achievements in his 40s. You know, for a scientist, 40-something is still the golden age. There are countless more inventions and research to come. Its importance is hard to imagine. Put in any country, he would have been given the best treatment and research labs. It's not a stretch to say that he can stand up to 10 divisions on his own. He does have that talent. According to reliable sources, they're inside a shipyard in Haidu. Can Mr. Yi come over if he's free? Don't worry, there's no need for Mr. Yi to make a move until it's absolutely necessary. Zhou Jiangwo on the other end of the phone inquired. Let's see if there's any chance of Yi Chen going over there. And 200 kilometers away, Zhou Jiagua, along with the most elite guard force, were ready in a mansion outside the shipyard. And while Zhou Jiangwo made the call, he didn't hear a response from the other end of the line. Unable to avoid some anxiety, then just wanted to say sorry for disturbing Mr. Yi. One hand was on his shoulder. Turning his head, it was none other than Yi Chen. Zhou Jiangwo looked at his cell phone and then at Yi Chen. Is Mr. Yi so fast? Not just him, but everyone in the room was full of bigots and were clueless. They could all have seen Yi Chen suddenly appear out of thin air without any warning. You guys go on without me. Yi Chen hand-waved tea set hot water table stool appeared out of thin air. Self-conscious bubble tea drink up. Seems to be indifferent to everything else. It must be known that among those present, the newly appointed 7-star, 8-star and 9-star guard generals are present. Not only that, but the newly appointed acting governor of Haidu, though the agent was only temporarily moved over to use it, and will have to go back to being his regular governor later. But during this period of agency, he has actual rights. The weight of the job title is the highest among those present, except for Zhou Jiagua. Good. It's good enough that Mr. Yi can come. Mr. Yi rest, leave the rest to us. Zhou Jiangwo smiled, all but pleasing. It could have confused the people in the audience. They didn't know Yi Chen. This was because no matter if it was on the martial artist forum or the killer forum, all the stuff about Yi Chen had been deleted. After all, who dares to mess with such a big shot? The OP just removed all of that content. As for reality, those who had come into contact with Yi Chen were either eliminated by the 9 tribes or did not dare to mention him at all. Plus the ones he came in contact with were all very strong in martial arts. So naturally these people at the scene didn't recognize him. They were puzzled as to how the Hall's commander-in-chief of the Jinling military region could be so ingratiating to a young man. This is outrageous. One must know that even this acting governor does not dare to offend the Zhou family state. Even talking to him had to be polite. After all, he is the one who governs 3 provinces and is in charge of 300,000 troops. That's a lot of power. Even if he himself really became the governor of Haidu, then he would have to be courteous and respectful. But it was this Zhou Jiagua who actually had a pleasing attitude towards Yi Chen. Even talk carefully. This is puzzling. Just what kind of talent could make a character like Zhou Jiangwo so respectful? The first thing that came to their mind was that Yi Chen had a big background. A big backer. Maybe it's some unspeakable male. Or a young man from a 1,000-year-old family. Or maybe it's the young patriarch of an ancient martial arts sect. In short, any one of these identities can make it reckless now. Naturally though, he didn't like the way Yi Chen drank tea on such a critical occasion. But there was still a smile on his face. Zhou Jiangwo didn't feel that he was too much of a dog licker just now. What's wrong with licking dogs? If you can be a lickspittle for a bigot, then you're a ing dog for a bigot. Patterns. How can you progress without a pattern? Mr. Yi, I really want to make progress too much. And in fact, the reason why Zhou Jiangwo appeared here was naturally because Dr. Yuan's daughter was the one who had the accident in the Ghost Province. By the time he found out, he had already been captured and brought to Haidu, and hold them hostage. So naturally he had to come as the newly appointed commander of the Jinling military region. And it's a personal sit-down command. And he brought high-tech weapons for the elite guards. Don't underestimate the guard elite. They may not be as good as martial artists in terms of force, but the use of high-tech weaponry and how it works together is absolutely far superior. They believe that with such a firepower configuration, they could definitely give the thugs a headache. There can be no mistakes in this operation. Absolutely nothing can happen to Dr. Yuan's daughter. Otherwise we are all liable for breach of duty, Zhou Jiangmo said with a serious face. Aha! The crowd nodded heavily. With Dr. Yuan's current importance in Dasha's new weapons research as well as some other aspects, if his daughter did die at the hands of thugs, well, then, the way forward for everyone in the room is basically cut off as well. Except, of course, for Zhou Jiagua. Discipline is going to mean something, let's say a $20,000 paycheck deduction. Ha ha ha, that's when a laugh came. Only a black-clad old man in a tang suit flew to the glass window outside the building. A finger then lightly tapped on the window. The large piece of tempered glass that was extremely impressive in thickness and hardness shattered instantly. The broken tempered glass that followed, surprisingly, did not scatter to the ground. Instead, it landed intact on the ground which dispersed it. It was a masterpiece that shocked everyone. More importantly, he was flying through the air. It's the great master coming. I don't know who exclaimed, and the crowd reacted. A grandmaster that was in existence far above a grandmaster. Everyone here, except for Yi Chen and Zhou Jiagua. That was also the first time he had seen a transcendent figure of the level of a grandmaster. In the past, patriarchs were already in existence they had to treat politely. As for grandmasters, that was something that only existed in legends. No one has appeared in the world for decades. Incredibly mysterious, rumored to have a terrifying strength beyond imagination. The one man is strong. He is stronger than an army of 10,000. Grandmaster, living grandmaster, unimaginable. Is the legend even true? Is this the legendary great master? So powerful that he can actually fly. In this outfit, according to the records, is he the Mo Changkong of the Haidu Mo family? Someone exclaimed. Seemed to recognize him. That's right, old me is the old Mo family clan. Mo Changkong. Mo Changkong lightly stroked his white beard with a lofty look on his face. Surprisingly, it's Master Mo. Meet Master Mo. Meet Master Mo. The governor and the others were respectful. Such an existence, they didn't dare to disrespect. After all, the great master's name was too terrifying. This was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the blue star. A casual move of the finger could take their lives. They also didn't expect that today they would be able to have the honor of meeting the legendary great master who had disappeared for decades. I have to say, even if it was only a slight reveal, it was a bit more shocking than expected. Aha! Mo Changkong nodded his head. Looking at them with respect was very flattering. That's the kind of respect a strong man deserves. High and mighty, even these so-called powerful people have to respectfully bow their heads. Everyone's here. And at the same time, the governor of the Two Rivers walked in. He is the newly appointed governor of the Two Rivers. The previous governor of the Two Rivers had been promoted to a minor cabinet minister. After all, there were too many people who had been gaffed off by Yi Chen, and the position was vacant. So what didn't have a chance, now has a chance, and he was the newly promoted one. Originally, he was only a city governor, but he did not expect that the above would directly mention this position to him. He was naturally flattered and extremely swollen at the same time. It just felt like someone big up there looked up to him. It took this kind of heaven-breaking riches for him to catch it. After all, if there was no adult to look at, how could one jump a few levels in a row? You have to know that the governor's position contains power in the governor that cannot be compared, not to mention the governor of the Two Rivers. There are several levels of difference in between. It didn't follow the normal promotion process at all. It's a wonder it's not bloated. This is not. In the first instance, after learning of what happened here through connections, he rushed over immediately. After all, no matter what, Haidu used to be the jurisdiction of the governor of the Two Rivers. Though he was now set apart, he was naturally very much on the ball. Plus if we can get Dr. Yuan's daughter out, then he has undoubtedly made a head start. That lord who had taken a fancy to him would naturally think more highly of him. Flying up the ladder and leveling the playing field is just around the corner. It was then that he immediately went through his connections and invited this great master Mo Changkong of the Mo clan, who had just come out of seclusion. Why are you here too? Zhou Jiangmo was a bit puzzled. He and the newly appointed governor of the Two Rivers, Qin Shu, did not know each other though, but listening is always a good idea. Just that he was more curious. This matter seems to have nothing to do with him, the governor of the Two Rivers. Why don't you come here from your own acreage? Of course I asked Master Mo to come to the rescue. Dr. Yuan's daughter is a matter of great importance. There must not be any slip-ups, or we will all be the culprits of the ages. Speaking of which, Uncle Qin spoke righteously. There is a great sense of me dying for justice. Don't worry everyone, with me Miss Yuan will be fine. No thug can kill at my hands. Speaking of this, Mo Changkong was extremely confident. The slightly raised chin, the condescension revealed in his eyes. It was as if he had already won. And the thugs were nothing more than trash that could be taken care of at the drop of a hat. Then thank you, Master Mo. Yes, thank you, Master Mo. With Master Mo around, it will definitely be a success. And how can the might of a Grand Master be compared to a mere outlaw? Just a bunch of mole crickets. They can be killed with a wave of the hand in front of a Grand Master. This rescue operation is stable. Watching many of those present nod their heads in admiration and bragging, there was a touch of relief on their faces. It just felt like the pressure had plummeted. A Grand Master was personally involved in the rescue operation. Is there still a chance of failure then? Naturally, it's impossible. Definitely very stable. The crowd doesn't have to take risks either. After all, if anything happened to Dr. Yuan's daughter, none of them could escape responsibility. Naturally, he was grateful to Master Mo. Mo Changkong enjoyed their bragging. Chin up a little more. Standing with his arms folded, a feeling he hadn't felt in decades washed over him again. Just after decades of being out of the gate, I encountered someone touting it. It's a natural mood. As he was inadvertently sizing up the people in the audience, when his eyes fell on Yi Chen, who was sitting on the side quietly drinking tea, not even looking at him, and was not concerned about anything. His eyes flickered, and his eyes narrowed slightly. There seemed to be a touch of displeasure. In doing so, people of status and position are almost always touting him, while Yi Chen, the young man, was calmly sipping his tea. It irritated him. It seems that the young people nowadays are getting stronger and stronger after decades of me not stepping out of the gate. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. There's a bit of a yin and yang to that. Without looking at Yi Chen, he said it, but it was already obvious who he was referring to. All of them turned their heads to look at Yi Chen. Only Yi Chen was still calmly sipping his tea, as if they were just air. The governor of the two rivers, Uncle Qin, also looked over. The eyes were equally displeased. He was the governor of the two rivers. Yi Chen did not even get up to show it. This is too arrogant. It's better to do this sooner rather than later. And as soon as the drone thermal imagery has a clear view of the situation, joint operations will take place, Zhou Jiangwo hurriedly said. He knew Yi Chen's character very well. I don't care who you are. If you dare to provoke him, you'll kill them all. Of course, if the tone was average, he'd just teach a lesson about breaking a few bones. But if the words are disrespectful, well then, it's basically going to be a cock-up. So to avoid someone getting themselves killed, he hurriedly changed the subject. Look, it's already started. The 9-star guard general pointed to the three-dimensional projection in the center of the table. There are 4 ultra-small drones scouting a cruise ship under construction on a shipyard slip. Mercenaries armed with machine guns could be seen all around the building where that cruise ship's cockpit was located. Almost one every 5 meters. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels all the way up to the 6th level, and through the 7th floor cab windows could be seen in the middle of a room inside. Dr. Yuan's daughter, Yuan Xiaoai, tied to a table. Not a single person could be seen on this floor, at least from the outside. Through the infrared thermal imager, it didn't show anyone either. After some scanning and building 3D patterns, all personnel deployments appear in full on the 3D pattern. There are 80 people in total. All of them should be professional mercenaries, at least before becoming mercenaries. They all came from special forces. Each one of them is extremely professional, especially since there are 10 snipers among them, and they are watched from almost every direction. Plus they still have heavy weapons on board, large caliber machine guns as well as tracking and quivers. If you want to break out from this kind of defense network and enter to save someone, even if you have the elite of the guards in conjunction with the patriarchs, you simply can't do it. Even if it did, the other side would kill the person quickly. Still a failed rescue, the 9-star guard general analyzed. The crowd nodded. It is indeed too difficult to get people out without a word with such a deployment. Not to mention that a frontal strong attack would have to spike everyone to make it work. For such mercenaries who want money and not life, unless you spike him, he will literally do murderous things if given the chance. Leave it to me, just a bunch of jumpers. I'll enter directly from directly above, and it won't be a problem to rescue Miss Yuan to shield him. In front of a Grand Master, these hot weapons pose no threat at all as long as they don't hit, said Mo Changkong with extreme confidence as he turned around and was about to leave. Are you sure about this, Master Mo? At this moment, Zhou Jiangwo couldn't help but say. For some reason, he always felt that this Mo Changkong was a bit unreliable, and the other side is clearly more than that. Maybe there's a backhand. Not much certainty, just 10%. Mo Changkong didn't turn around, but instead glanced at it with his afterimage. It then flew out of the window that had just rotted and went upwards at an alarming speed before disappearing. The crowd looked to the drone following the footage. Today's drones have long been able to get as small as the size of small birds and dragonflies. Several followed Mo Changkong together. All around no dead space. The crowd watched him nervously together for this rescue. Take your positions. Once Master Mo makes his move, you will immediately assist with the mercenaries outside, the 9-star guard general said. Roger that. The elite guards already ambushed on the far side outside the cruise ship had their bullets loaded. They also have a dozen snipers. It's all about dealing with a large number of people on the other side. Chapter 125, Extremely Powerful Opponent. Mission Failure. I don't think it's that simple. It's better to wait. Draw up a plan in more detail. I don't think they're going to be anything more than ordinary mercenaries. There must be something hidden on this highest floor. Infrared thermography is not absolutely accurate. Zhou Jiangwo frowned in thought before saying, where can anything hide from today's more sophisticated thermal imaging? You mustn't tell me about hiding in the water, or putting mud on your body, which might have been possible in the old days, but the drones nowadays are equipped with the best thermal imaging. There's no way anyone could circumvent that. Neither can a martial artist. Qin Shu, the governor of the Two Rivers, was extremely confident. He just had a feeling that Zhou Jiangwo was trying to steal his credit. As the governor of the Two Rivers, he was likewise an absolute real power. He didn't feel that his future accomplishments in the future would be lower than Zhou Jiangwo's. This opportunity to perform can't be snatched away by Zhou Jiangwo. But Zhou Jiangwo wanted to say something else. Pop. Uncle Qin slapped a piece of paper on the table. I'm the new commander-in-chief. And you're just the deputy commander-in-chief. Listen to me. Alright, stop talking. Let's just wait for Master Mo to win the flag. Uncle Qin sat confidently in his chair. Grabbing the thermos the secretary handed him, he sipped from it. Well, let's hope it really is what you say it is. Zhou Jiangwo didn't continue to insist. And there's no need for that. He just realized that this time if something does go wrong, the only person who could save the day was Yi Chen alone. Everyone else is just along for the ride. The so-called Imo Changkong is also just a fake. Something is definitely going wrong this time. They are bound to underestimate the strength of the opposing defense. Nowadays, even the Grand Masters have come out. The other side is again posing to deal with Dr. Yuan. With premeditation, how could there not be a Grand Master in attendance? He'll be dumbfounded when it's time to be caught off guard by the other side. Thinking about this, he was somewhat looking forward to whether Mo Changkong would return alive or not. At this moment, Mo Changkong flew into the high altitude and came all the way to 4,000 meters. And for the average Grandmaster to fly to this height was basically the limit. Wanting to fly higher would be a greater drain on one's true chi. There's absolutely no need to fly too high if it's not a special case. That's about the right height. Mo Changkong flew vertically downward, with his head facing the ground and his body falling naturally. Coupled with the operation of his true chi, his speed quickly surpassed the speed of sound. A 200-meter drop in speed ensued as it was about to hit the ground. It landed directly on the topmost part of the cruise ship's building cockpit. It smashed through the top, landing directly on the 7th floor. With a glance, he saw Yuan Xiaoai in the room inside through the window. He immediately rushed in and tried to take the man away, flying high into the air away from him. Boo! No good. The result is that just as he rushes in, he is kicked out by a leg. Just reacted. Too late. The powerful force even caused him to stifle a grunt in his chest when he was caught off guard. Surprisingly, it felt like the bones were breaking a bit. It didn't really break, but it sure wasn't pleasant. It was the same blow that sent him flying backwards, crashing through the driver's side. It then fell diagonally downward to smash on the deck of the cruise ship. That kind of pain hasn't happened in decades. It couldn't help but make him bare his teeth a little. What a terrible power. He had just thought in his mind that he hadn't gotten up yet. Bang bang bang. The bullets had swept ahead. Ordinary hot weapons don't scare him at all. It's like scratching an itch. Yet heavy-duty Barrett has to be taken seriously. He chose to parry the bullet with his arm, tapping it out. Bang! Instead, it turned out that the bullet had actually penetrated into the flesh of his arm and fallen out again. Give him a crater in his arm 2 centimeters in diameter and 2 centimeters deep. How is that possible? What the hell kind of bullet is that? It was unbelievable, but he had to admit he was hurt. He didn't dare to continue to stay. Or else if the great master who had kicked him out just now would probably not be able to escape himself if he were to catch up. So it was that he stepped backward, dodging Barrett bullets. Finally coming to the edge of the cruise ship, he leapt backward and dropped off, flying quickly between the constructed cruise ships. That's what dodged the subsequent bullets. Once away, he was greatly relieved to see that no one had followed him. Look at the dented marks on his arm. He was a little disbelieving. Just what kind of weapon was able to do such damage to me? I'm a 5th grade Grandmaster. It's reasonably impossible for a weapon of this level to injure me. It has to be at least an armor-piercing round from a 5th generation main battle tank. Even thinking about this, there was some gravity in his eyes. It does seem like they were premeditated. He dared not stay and hurried back. Seeing Mo Changkong fail, everyone in the command room was frustrated. It was surprising that all their snipers were spotted in position at the beginning, getting pinned down by a wave of opposing fire. There was no way to find an opportunity to assist in shooting to help Emo Chankong. He had to be left alone to cope. This battle ended in defeat. It was an extremely failed rescue mission. I didn't expect to fail so quickly. I really guessed correctly. It's not that simple among them. There really is a Grandmaster, and far more powerful than Emo Chankong. I just don't know how the hell he dodged the thermal imaging. Zhou Jiangwo was puzzled. Everyone here was puzzled. Soon, though, a video appeared before them. It's a video that connects directly to their computer. It's connected without their permission. The video shows Yuan Xiaowai tied to a table, and there were two men in the room who were hidden from view. It seems as if it doesn't exist in this world. Last warning, don't dare send another rescue. We'll just kill her, said two men. Drew long knives from their waists and chopped at Yuan Xiaowai's face, who was lying on the table. Almost disfigured her face. You only have one last chance. Take out all the research drawings or trade Dr. Yuan's life for his daughters. Otherwise, both of them wore sinister smiles, looking up and down at Yuan Xiaowai on the table, eyes unbridled. Chapter 126, Mysterious Origin. Japanese Powerhouse. Yuan Xiaowai was already beautiful, but at this moment, she was so frightened that she lost her color and her tears flowed. Seeing them being so unscrupulous, everyone in the audience gritted their teeth. Hate to flay them. I can't believe it's them. These two are not simple. The acting governor of Haidu frowned, as if he had remembered something. Governor, who exactly are the two of them? There's no relevant information found in the database. A 9-star guard general on the sidelines inquired. He'd already used facial recognition to match all the Archon databases for a bit. It was found that the two were not found. It was enough to show that these two were not existences in the Great Summer Grandmasters. Most likely someone from another country. After all, that somewhat awkward Mandarin sounds a bit like a bonobo who's having a good time. The main thing is to change the T, and it's as good as it gets. The two of them should be described as American-Japanese hybrids. A pair of brothers named Murakami Kabuto Sage and Murakami Kabuto Kai. Should be 140 years old. They were involved in the original sneak attack on American Harbor, and is a mainstay of it. At that time, they already possessed Grandmaster-level battle power. In conjunction with the Air Force, it has inflicted more damage on Great America than has ever been seen before. That's what triggered Omi to deal with the Japanese. But this matter is extremely secretive, and only the top echelons of that era are aware of it. I also know this because of my grandfather, the governor said. So that's it. What an abomination. To be a bonobo with a decent little life. Catch them and I'll torture them to death. The guards will be righteously indignant. We're all on our own here. So naturally there's nothing wrong with him saying that. COD definitely torturing each other. It's up to the top to decide whether to kill or not. After all, the level of Grandmaster must also be an extremely important figure for the other party. Maybe it even involves Omi. So torture is torture. And it's up to the top to kill or not. Buzz. At this time from the window flew an Emo Chankong. Just as he landed on the ground, he only felt weak, half kneeling and panting. Master Mo, are you alright? The crowd asked with concern. After all, even if Mo Changkong failed, a Grandmaster was still a Grandmaster. The opposite side was at least two great masters who had been famous for nearly 100 years. It's not easy to come back alive with such a lineup. I'm fine. Mo Changkong waved his hand. I really didn't expect that there would be an expert of the 8th grade Grandmaster or higher inside. Just one kick caused me to be seriously injured. Mo Changkong said, showing some teeth. The breaking of the bones in his chest caused him immense pain. It was still true chi strongly pressed. How in the world did they avoid IR? Plus, the bullets they use are stronger than any I've seen. Is it the times that have changed? Surprisingly, it was able to hurt me, Mo Changkong said, raising his own arm. The crowd then saw the 2 centimeters in diameter and 2 centimeters deep indentation made by the bullet. Phew! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? The most powerful of their gun weapons is the Barrett. As for that anti-aircraft machine gun, it's certainly not as powerful as the Barrett. Could it be that the Japanese have developed some more powerful bullets? The guard will frown. Maybe it's the latest weapon from Great America? That stirrer is stirring all over the place, Zhou Jiangwo said. Up to that level of competition between. He was very clear about it. Omi is a real stirrer. Screwing around. If that's the case, it's right. It does seem like they're behind this. Dr. Yuan's importance to my daxia can be imagined. Even if they can't get the information, Yuan Xiaowai died, and they ruined Dr. Yuan's passion for research. It's safe to say that either way, they're going to end up profiting. Zhou Jiangwo continued. So what do we do now? Invite the Archon again? Even Grandmaster Mo said that the other party is at least in 8th grade or above and has so many weapons. Even Master Mo would have to be injured if he touched it. In this way below the 8th grade won't work at all, and it will even completely enrage the other party to kill Yuan Xiaowai. So it seems that if all else fails, we'll just have to. Qin Shu, the governor of the 2 rivers, paused here. The crowd naturally knew what he meant behind the scenes. All of them were frowning, though the man spoke with some determination. But it is indeed true as well. As per now, either give the information. It was either that or Dr. Yuan for his daughter's life. Either of these is something they don't want. Don't you stop me. Who dares to stop me? At this time a voice rang out from the door. A man pushed his way in and could be seen to be none other than the talented Dr. Yuan. At this moment Dr. Yuan seemed to have aged a dozen years overnight. There are some gray hairs on their heads. Still wearing his lab coat, he was apparently still experimenting before it happened. This is due to the daughter. Didn't even have time to change clothes. A couple of guardsmen couldn't do anything about it. Couldn't stop it at all. This level of existence. Bumping into them all had to drink a pot. I don't dare to stop you. When the crowd saw this, they immediately turned off the video in the middle of their desks, not letting Dr. Yuan see his daughter in her current condition. This is a big ing deal if they see it. Where is my daughter? I ask you, where is my daughter? Haven't you been rescued yet? Dr. Yuan asked aloud. The always amiable man was completely devoid of his usual patience and gentleness at this moment. We're trying to do everything we can to rescue it. A 9th grade Grand Master will be coming soon. Zhou Jiangwo was already contacting the top during his speech just now. The above also replied back that they would immediately contact at least 2 of the nearest 9th grade Grand Masters to rush over. Tell them to stall as long as they can and not let the thugs make their move. Does it require a 9th grade Grand Master? How is this possible? Does it seem to be gaming at that level? But my daughter was innocently arrested. What the hell do they want? Give it to him straight. Nothing can happen to my daughter. Dr. Yuan frowned. He almost freaked out at the thought. That's his only daughter. His wife died at an early age. It was his high school classmate who had a daughter in her freshman year. He eventually became ill and died after being delayed during college because he couldn't afford to pay millions of dollars in medical bills. He would have felt sorry for his daughter. If his daughter died, he really didn't know if he could survive. I'm afraid that will be the end of it. Don't worry, Dr. Yuan, we will definitely get her out. Zhou Jiangwo stepped forward to help him up and assured him. And this time, the video link came through. The crowd was stunned. What's the point of the thug video link at this point? Keenly, they sensed that things were about to get big. Look at the look on one of their faces. Dr. Yuan seems to know something? Open the desktop mouse and the 3D video pops up. Only his daughter was tied to the table. The 2 Grand Masters, on the other hand, were already polishing the long swords in their hands. I'll give you 10 minutes. Come up with at least 10 or more details of cutting-edge technological weapons and send them to this email address. I'll only give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes have passed, you will collect her body. Hey, hey, hey. The 2 archons compared katanas in their hands. Dad, help me, Dad, help me. I'm scared. The girl cried pairs. To know that she was not yet 20 years old. Where had she ever seen such a scene? I'll give it to you. Don't you do it, I'll give you all of it. Isn't it just 10 pieces of information? I'll give it, okay. Dr. Yuan looked at the camera and gritted his teeth. Don't worry, AI, Daddy will save you. The video was cut off by the other side. Information. Send the 10 quickly. Dr. Yuan roared. You take it easy for a moment. Zhou Jiangwo controlling him. How do you expect me not to be thrilled? She's my daughter. You guys agreed to protect her. Now what? Dr. Yuan roared. It was a dereliction of duty on our part, but now is not the time for that. Don't be in a hurry. There's Mr. Yi, he must have a solution, said Zhou Jiangwo looking towards Yichen who was drinking tea. And this time Dr. Yuan followed Zhou Jiangwo's gaze. Only then did he realize that Yichen was even there. He had just come in, and due to his already unstable emotions, he actually didn't realize that Yichen was right here. Immediately feeling a little rude. Chapter 127, Strike. Terrifying strength of crushing. Dr. Yuan rushed forward and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, aha. Yichen nodded slightly. Please also ask Mr. Yi to be able to take action to save my daughter. I will definitely be grateful. Dr. Yuan said directly about to kneel down and plead. As a result, he realized that he could not kneel at all, kneeling in midair as if something was dragging him down. There's no need to worry about a mere mole cricket. Yichen stood up and gently patted him on the shoulder. It was these 8 simple words that gave him absolute confidence. Even the gloom from earlier was swept away, and his face became normal. He even had a feeling as if he had been slapped by Yichen in that way, causing all the exhaustion he had felt for many days to disappear. And this time he would have been surprised if he had looked in the mirror. His own face became merely about 30 years old. Not only that, but the hair, which had been half white overnight, was back as black and shiny as ever. And this was something that many of the other people in the room naturally noticed and felt incredulous about. Stop right there. What are you doing? Do not provoke the other party. You have no idea how powerful these 2 are. There's still time. as long as we can delay it a little longer, waiting for the ninth grade grandmaster sent over from above to arrive. I'm sure it will be possible to save AI. Uncle Chin said angrily. He didn't believe that Yi Chen, a young man, could do anything, even Dr. Yuan was this polite to Yi Chen, even treating him as hope. Uncle Chin didn't even believe it. It's a difference in perception. He wouldn't believe what a 20-ish-year-old brat could do. I'm afraid it's hard to even get inner strength at such a young age. What can you do? Boo! However, he didn't want Uncle Chin to violently kneel on the ground in the next moment. The pain distorted his face in the extreme. Can't lift my head from the invisible pressure. The kneecaps are shattering. He will, I fear, be the only one of the newly appointed governors to limp along. It's going to be in a wheelchair for at least a year anyway. Just shut up, you. Want to die? Zhou Jiangwo angrily reprimanded. Uncle Chin was too scared to say anything. It was all at this time. How could he not understand that it was Yi Chen who had messed up? The eyes looked toward Imo Changkong. Imo Changkong was a great master and should be able to seek justice for himself. After all, he's the one who invited them. Kid, don't you dare. However, he didn't want Imo Changkong to just want to step forward. Instantly it just felt like his body was being crushed to death as well. So much so that he snapped to his knees when he couldn't hold on. Boo! That can hurt a lot more than a broken sternum. After all, the knee is really shattered. For him, a grand master. It wasn't fatal though and could be recovered in about a month. But even if it does recover, it still has a significant impact on itself. For a long time, the legs are probably going to be out of whack. You're a grandmaster? Such a young grandmaster. How is this possible? Are the young people of today's martial arts world already this strong? Imo Changkong was shocked beyond words. It's not like he's a little cutie who could easily crush himself into this state without even moving. The strength was at least a ninth grade grandmaster, and it is the main attack on the aspect of momentum. To overwhelm people with momentum, the strength of a real fight is even more frightening. He couldn't afford to mess with someone like that. After all, a ninth grade grandmaster was already a peak existence that could be considered the limit among grandmasters. How can he be compared to such a character? Even if you hitched up the entire Mo family, it would have to be for nothing. The gap is too big. It is I who have been rude. Please forgive me, and spare my life seeing as I don't know your strength. Mo Changkong lowered his head in horror. He felt that under this pressure, he would be crushed into a meat pie at any moment. There's not a spot in the body that moves anymore. This gap was so horrible that it was impossible to fight and could only be crushed to death. Not even that Grand Master of the 8th rank or above just now had given him such a terrifying feeling. Next time, death, Yi Chen said flatly. Although the words were plain, a cold chill that went straight to the soul struck his heart. Yes, I won't dare to do it again. Next time I'll die without a burial place. Mo Changkong kowtowed like garlic, in the face of a young great man who far surpassed him and could easily take his life. It's better to put your head down and beg for mercy. After all, what's more important than life? It's not too shabby to live. Please forgive me, my lord. I was wrong and will never dare to speak nonsense again. Qin Shudao, governor of the two rivers. Yi Chen didn't look at these two mole crickets. The mighty pressure retracted, and the whole person had stepped out of the broken window, stepping directly into the air as if he were walking on a flat surface. This feeling of treating space as if it were the ground could be far too powerful than any Grand Master's kind of floating airborne ability. After all, a great master was able to fly, but it was entirely possible if one wanted to move through the air as if they were walking on a flat surface. The degree of condensation of true chi was not yet at this level. After watching Yi Chen walk out, he then flew into the high sky and disappeared. Mo Changkong's hanging heart was then released. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, a feeling of having been robbed of his life nearly paralyzed him. Uncle Chin was even lying directly on the ground gasping for air. Even the pain in my knees had been too much to care about. That feeling of being enveloped in death. It's the same feeling as taking a rope and hanging it by the neck, desperately struggling to possibly die at any moment, just glad to be alive. Master Mo, is he a Grand Master? That's a no-brainer. Even I'm on my knees, don't you think? Mo Changkong couldn't help but be anxious about his intelligence. Such a man is the governor of the two rivers. You've risen to this position, and your family should have lost everything. Who the hell promoted him? What the is in his head? This lord's strength far surpasses mine. He is at least a 9th grade grandmaster. With him out of the way, he might be able to save it. Mo Changkong said as he lay on the ground on his back. Mainly his knees hurt too much for him to stand up for a while. The entire crowd, with the exception of Zhou Jiangwo and Dr. Yuan, felt normal. All of them are dumbfounded and still haven't reacted. They already think they've seen the world. But today was the day that the real knife cut my ass and opened my eyes. It simply didn't occur to me that the original gap between great masters could be so great. Dug out. So strong? Just how old is a grandmaster? How come I've never heard of it? Too strong. Even Master Mo is surprisingly no match. Such strength. At this age, how exactly did he cultivate? Even if you start practicing in your mother's womb, you can't be that fast, can you? I heard that doesn't it take at least 50 years for a grandmaster to break through? Commander Zhou, this young grandmaster is? The crowd couldn't help but look at Zhou Jiagua, because it was also only Zhou Jiagua who complimented Yichun from the start. Apparently the two were familiar with each other. Guess how the former Haidu governor died? Mr. Yi is not something you can imagine. It's good to know less. Can the crowd not understand this when it comes out? All of them wiped sweat from their foreheads. He even killed the governor of Haidu, so he is really a ruthless man. Especially the acting governor that was shivering. Luckily, he was always cautious as a person and didn't force coins or anything. Otherwise, I'm afraid my own kneecaps would have to be shattered. It's atrocious. This was still the case when Zhou Jiagua didn't say that Yi Chen had also killed many big names. Otherwise they would have fainted on the spot. Drones to follow. Zhou Jiangwo had a technician control the drone and monitor the images around the cruise ship. Their snipers are all withdrawn, not being able to use heavy firepower. They were hard-pressed by the opponent's anti-aircraft machine guns from the start. Eat the firepower. Snipers don't come in handy at all. It can only be withdrawn from the circle of battle. All medium and long-range and short-range surveillance by drones. Only 10 minutes away is getting closer and closer. The hearts of the crowd were in their throats. Yi Chen was strong, but whether or not he could save Yuan Shao AI in this situation, they're all looking forward to it. Only Yi Chen was seen landing from the air to the general tail, hovering 3 meters above the deck. It's a cruise ship is 300,000 tons, mainly loaded with iron or grain, etc. It was over 300 meters long and 50 meters wide. The mercenary naturally spotted Yi Chen at the first opportunity. There was a flurry of shooting towards him. Bang bang bang. A dense stream of 7.62 armor-piercing rounds swept in. His machine guns are all the latest ones, and it stands to reason that the only place to get them in stock is from Omi. All of them are equipped with tungsten gold-stripped armor-piercing bullets, which are as powerful as you can imagine. Even an armored car would be shot to hell, but they all stopped in front of Yi Chen. More and more. No good. He can fly. He's a grand master. Give me heavy firepower to suppress. Seeing that the situation was not right, the mercenary captain exclaimed, and the sniper holding a heavy Barrett shot an armor-piercing round. The electric drill-like bullet shot out, possessing terrifying kinetic energy and penetrating power between its high-speed rotation. Just now, Mo Changkong was injured by a single round of this kind of bullet and almost gave up his life here. You can see how powerful the bullet is. Unfortunately, what's the difference from any other bullet? It could only silently rotate in front of Yi Chen, but was not allowed to advance a single bit. RPG. The mercenary captain growled at the sight. The two mercenaries loaded their latest tracking RPGs and then fired them. The rockets were seen rushing into the high altitude of more than 2,000 meters, and then swooping downward, killing with kinetic energy as well as fragmentation explosions. Plus the explosive element of its core is much higher than TNT. Boom! It exploded directly above Yi Chen's head. The terrifying might was then going to sweep away. It's a pity that the next moment the flames were all engulfed and compressed into a nail-cap-sized hot fireball. Fires multiple RPG rounds in rapid succession. The results are not much different. Can easily destroy 4th-generation tanks. Even cutting-edge tracking RPG weapons that can wound 5th-generation tanks don't work at all. There was nothing to do but double-barreled anti-aircraft machine guns against Yi Chen. 30mm caliber looks like a bluff. It doesn't actually help at all. Even if the loaded penetrator is made of the same material and manufacturing method as the heavy Barrett just used, the results are still not there. What difference does it make? No matter how many calibers? Even a battleship caliber loaded with the most powerful armor-piercing rounds would only result in the same thing. Is he a monster? It's impossible for an Archon to ignore the newly developed armor-piercing bullets of this level. Receiving such an attack, even a great master would be injured. That's right, Grand Masters are not invincible. This weapon has been tested before, and Grand Masters are bound to be injured. Is it useful for you guys to talk about this now? It's not useful. Now isn't it still unharmed? Hurry up and think about how to deal with him. Baka Yalu, the Daxia people are dead and dying, and the mighty land can't be walked. Quickly ask the Lord to deal with him. We can't stop it. The mercenaries panicked. Although they all had a bit of strength, they were generally at the beginning of the inner strength. It is only with hot weapons that you have the ability to defy the clan. One could even barely resist a Grand Master. However, it was completely incomparable to an existence of Yi Chen's level. You couldn't even get close to Yi Chen with a hot weapon. They are truly afraid. It's like the devil. The crowd in the makeshift command room looked directly dumbfounded. Zoners don't fear hot weapons. That's a normal average 7.62mm bullet. Coupled with its quick stance, it was difficult for even those who were specially trained to hit it. Not if it's a more powerful weapon. Let's say a heavy Barrett one-shot. Sovereigns are also given for nothing. As for the Grand Master, while not being afraid of hot weapons. Normal heavy weapons can't help. Of course, this is talking about in general. With the special armor-piercing bullets, an ordinary Grand Master would have to avoid them. Unless one had reached the 7th grade or above possessing a stronger body protection true chi, they could not be feared. But one must also dodge. After all, blocking bullets is very costly in terms of true chi. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was frontal and did not dodge, but all the bullets were blocked all around. This is outrageous. Is the Grand Master so strong? Doesn't it mean that if you are a bit obscene, you can really reach 1,000,000 enemies? Amazing. Is this Mr. Yes strength? But is this frontal approach really okay? The enemy won't just kill Ms. Yuan, right? I don't think so. They won't do it unless it's the last resort. After all, their purpose is for cutting-edge weapons information. Don't worry all of you. Calm down. Mr. Yi is sure of himself. No one can kill in Mr. Ye's hands. Zhou Jiangwo was so confident that he had even sat down to drink tea. If someone else had made the move, even if there were 10 ninth-grade Grand Masters, he didn't believe that he would be able to successfully rescue them. After all, it was definitely easier for those two to kill Yuan Xiaoai than to crush an ant. However, if Yi Chen made a move, the other party, even if they were stronger, would not have the chance to kill anyone at all. For their part, the crowd continued to watch with skepticism. Chapter 128, it's like a natural disaster. There's no need for the moving city to exist. Keep coming closer. There were 30,000 bullets floating in front of Yi Chen without 10,000. The mercenary thought that he could consume Yi Chen's true chi and even break the true chi protection. After all, didn't one of the greats say this? The hardest defense, as long as the same position hit countless times, will still break the defense. As long as it's still a carbon-based organism, there would be no escaping this law. And where could they have imagined that? Trying to break Yi Chen's defense. At least, Yi Chen casually waved his hand. Bang bang bang. All rounds returned in full. Whoever shoots the most bullets dies the most. You can't even shovel it up on the ground. It's everywhere. It's atrocious. All the mercenaries were surprisingly exterminated by him in an instant. You know that's a total of 89 people combined. Not a single one left inside or out. Only the Grand Master in the 7th floor of the driving building remains. The world went quiet for a moment. It's kinda disconcerting. Bury it. A lazy voice came from the 7th floor. It seemed to have concluded that the visitor was beaten to a pulp. However, he didn't want Yi Chen to make a move with his hand. The opponent flew straight through several layers of tin walls and smashed out onto the deck. Face planted on the ground for a skidding 20 meters or so. My face is peeling off my skin. You seek death, only to see the blonde-haired man climb up and put his hands together. A terrifying spatial pressure descended on Yi Chen. Feeling the sensation that was like hundreds of tons of pressure pressing down on your body, Yi Chen was unmoved. The feeling is one of basically not feeling anything. This kind of ability, could it be a superpower? It looks like he's the reason they were able to circumvent the infrared thermal imaging. Yi Chen had a little bit of interest. This was the first time he had seen a superpowered person since he came to this world. In the past, the ones they had encountered were all martial artists, martial power exerted by purely physical bodies. And now see this superpower. He felt that the biggest difference between superpowers and martial artists was that superpowers were single powers. It depends on what is awakened innately or what is awakened later. There are great limitations, and what's meant to be is what is meant to be, and you can't change it if you want to. Let's say the white blonde man is the one with superpowers in space. The main thing is to use the space to create pressure to press people. It's like putting someone on a hydraulic press and crushing them, and that's all he can do, because he has no other power. Let's say space travel or something is impossible. That's the limitation of superpowers. It's too one-dimensional. Seeing that Yi Chen was unmoved, he just wanted to make another move. Yi Chen, a look of horrifying pressure pressed him to collapse all over his body. It's about to get hiccuped. Yi Chen minimized the pressure. This was much better on the other side. The flesh is too weak, not much stronger than an ordinary person. He then controlled a bullet that hit the man in the shoulder at the speed of a normal machine gun shot. I am a member of the crew family. It hurt so bad he didn't even have time to talk. Without this special tights, body strength, a single 7.62 bullet would be enough to penetrate a fatal wound. Slightly more powerful than the average human, but not much, Yi Chen commented. It was as if they were conducting a live experiment on the basic human data of superpowered people, not treating each other like human beings at all. It's atrocious. Griffins should have the awareness of griffins, Yi Chen said with a single gaze that crushed the other party with a pressure of 100,000 tons. It was almost instantaneous. It was at that moment that the blonde white man truly realized that the gap between himself and Yi Chen was so great. When did such a strong young man appear? But there's 1,000 words that can't be said. Just pay attention in your next life. As for what the other side said about the crew family, he didn't care at all. Don't say you're the crew family. You're useless even if you're the Blue Star Chief. Damnation is still death. You'll be better off dead yourself. Don't drag the whole family down with you. Yi Chen slowly rose into the air, looking at the two great masters, the Murakami Blade Saint as well as the Murakami Blade Sea, who had Yuan Shao Ai under their control at the railing of that 7th floor, one on the left and one on the right, witnessed the killing of the white blonde. There was anger in their eyes. This white man is unusual and superpowered. Could have gotten them out of this one in one piece. As a result, he was now unexpectedly killed by Yi Chen. Buzz! Murakami Kabuto pulled out his katana and placed it on Yuan Xiaoai's neck. Bakayalu, want her alive? Ha! I've been thinking about this little beauty for a long time. There's an old saying in Dacia that those who make food are handsome. Do what we say if you want her to live. Otherwise, besides killing people, we'd be, ha 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 ha, said with an intriguing change of tea in his eyes. The sharp blade, placed just a centimeter above Yuan Xiaoai's neck, gave her the creeps. Yuan Xiaoai was too frightened to speak, tears in her eyes and biting her lips tightly. Don't doubt our words. We killed quite a few in Dacia back then. You should know that you are no match for us. The gun is fast at 7 paces, and my knife is fast and accurate at 7 paces, said Murakami Sword Saint and gestured with the sharp katana in his hand. Release him, commit harakiri, and you, the Japanese nation, will only have to die 800,000 men. Otherwise, there would be no point in moving the city. Yi Chen's face was bland, but his voice was like an ancient bell, shaking the entire 300,000-ton ship on the shipbuilding platform. An unparalleled sense of terror, just like a natural disaster coming down. Even the miles of clear sky in the sky were instantly clouded with lightning and thunder, as if it was the end of the world, and it all came together in just a moment, with such a depressing atmosphere. The originally arrogant faces of Murakami Blade Sea and Murakami Blade Saint trembled in fear. Where have they ever seen such a scene? Nor had I ever seen anyone with this kind of aura and the ability to change the sky and the earth. It was as if the weather was at his disposal. What kind of power is this? You stay back. Come any closer and she'll land on her head, Murakami Kabukai threatened. Yi Chen, however, didn't care and directly raised his hand. What are you doing? I'm warning you, I really will kill her. But the next moment they felt like they couldn't move their bodies at all. It's as if it no longer belongs to you, and only your neck and head can still move. This feeling like being paralyzed in bed terrified them. Fought to try to cut off Yuan Xiaoai's head with the knife in his hand, but then they realized that they were useless no matter what they used. Complete loss of use of the body. Baka. One can only have bloodshot eyes and want to kill Yuan Xiaoai but can do nothing about it. It's not a good feeling to be controlled by someone else's destiny. One must know that with their strength of both of them achieving the 9th grade Grandmaster, 2 more brothers united together. Is there any other strong person in this world who can threaten them? Not to mention just a teenager. But now the facts are in front of us. Happens to them. They became mole crickets. Chapter 129. There's no one above me anymore. Ha ha, ha ha ha. And this time, suddenly both men burst out laughing, though still fearful in the face of the threat of death. But then they seem to have suddenly found some kind of breakthrough. Makes them feel like they're walking again. At least there's a chance of survival. You dare to kill us? Our status in the Japanese nation is that of protectorate elders. Kill us and you know what the consequences are? It amounts to a declaration of war. You don't want to see a big war between the two countries smearing the living, do you? I can tell you that even if those people above you come, they'll just let us both go. At best, I'll give you more than enough compensation, but if you dare to kill us, it will be a matter of immortality. The war of nations will begin. Countless people will die because of you. Do you dare to kill? The two of them stared at Yi Chen dead in the face. Those who were able to see this scene in this moment, I'm afraid that apart from Zhou Jiangwo and Dr. Yuan, none of them would think that Yi Chen would dare to kill these 2 Japanese protectorate elders. If it was an ordinary great master, killing would be enough. Nothing to fall back on. But they are the protectorate elders. The status is honored. The killing of someone at this level would indeed cause a war between the two countries. Besides, one size does not fit all. As long as the person can be saved it is enough. Already killed so many mercenaries. Dasha has earned his keep in terms of face. Plus you can ask for a nice ransom. It even took a lot of concessions to be able to redeem them both. That's what maximizes the benefits. It's over. There's nothing to be done. Indeed they can't be moved. As long as people can be saved, nothing else matters. Yes, it's worthy of being Mr. Yi. It's really powerful, defeating all the experts in the other party's line by himself. This battle is really wonderful. Fighting to this point, Mr. Yi is the #1 strongest person in Disya. That's right, it's finally over. Mr. Yi is mighty. Next send someone to escort the 2 of them back, and leave the rest to the top. The crowd breathed a huge sigh of relief. At the same time, he also determined that Yi Chen wouldn't move them. There are times when not everything works out the way you want it to. Some people, even if he is vicious, even if he is bold, but still no one can really punish them. It's because there's so much at stake. The water is too deep for even the best to grasp. Someone above me? I never knew who was above me. Yi Chen revealed a hint of a smile. It was the biggest joke he'd ever heard back in this world. Even the flood heavenly Tao and even the supreme great Tao did not dare to say that they were above themselves. You have to slink away even when you see yourself. Ask who else is above yourself. Who else is above him? Griffins have to have the awareness of griffins. Yi Chen spoke straight between the release of his mighty pressure, and the pressure increased steeply. Click. Ah, the two killed the ghost. And that's not even the most torturous. Yi Chen casually made a move, and Yuan Xiaoai, who had already fainted, floated and slept on the deck to lie quietly, and the two men enjoyed what it means to die by lynching, even witnessed it being cut off, the kind of pain that goes deep into the soul that only a man can feel. After all, even though they were over 100 years old, they were grand masters, still old and strong. However, Yi Chen had trampled all over their dignity as grand masters. It can be described as killing and killing to the extreme. Ah, kill me. You're capable of killing me? Da Xia, there's an old saying that those who practice what they preach. It's not too late for you to let me go. Get off me. They only felt that it should not be too late at this time if they returned to the Japanese country to salvage the situation, at least trade for animals or something. What's he doing? Is he going to kill them? The crowd in the command room watched in shock at what was shown on the video footage taken by the drone. Even with existences like them who had seen the world in high positions, they were all stunned by Yi Chen's methods. Never did he expect that Yi Chen would be so vicious. It could simply be said that he was too brutal. It's more murderous than murderous. Against the strong, outright death is not the most frightening. It's the humiliation that's scary, especially with so many drones in the shot. Not that there isn't an audience, haha. So for this kind of protectorate elder who has lived for more than 100 years and has been on high for 100 years, Yi Chen was even more humiliating in this way. It even makes them want to end themselves. It's just a shame they only have their heads to move. There is no such thing as biting your tongue. It takes a tongue to bleed as much as it takes to die at all. Instead, they make themselves a little more miserable. One could only threaten and wait to see if someone would be sent from above Da Xia to stop Yi Chen's behavior. Buzz. At that moment, two figures flew in the distance, full of white hair, immortal style, wearing clothing is the ancient costume, one in black, one in green and plain. Both of them had cultivation beyond imagination. They were the two ninth-grade Grand Masters invited from above. It was sent to rescue, but it turned out to be too late. Just as they were holding their breath to see if the thugs would have carried out their actions yet. Flying in, he saw Yuan Xiaoai lying on the ground intact, looking like she should be asleep. But another scene. These two are. Both of them froze. A great deal of consternation ensued. Stop it, friend. The two voices came through. The two of them are the Japanese protectorate elders. Something big is going to happen when you kill them. I'm afraid the war will start, and countless people will be buried with it. Think about it. Never kill them. My friend, the matter is too important for you to grasp. Both of them were bitter. They are the honorary protector elders of Da Xia. It's not usually out unless there are special circumstances. It had been decades since he had left the Hall of Elders. This one was also the first appearance after decades, but they didn't dare approach, much less dare to strike directly. They're not stupid bees. The two ninth-grade Grand Master level protectorate elders were all tortured by Yi Chen into this hellish state. If they came up to block directly, then well, they would undoubtedly be on the opposite side of Yi Chen. At least they didn't have that confidence to fight it. Although they were confident, they could only suppress the two Murakami Blade Saint brothers with the strength of two people, and it was much harder to leave them behind, not to mention rendering them defenseless. Obviously Yi Chen was stronger than any of them. They had just come out and didn't recognize Yi Chen. It was also curious as to how such a powerful demon had appeared among the contemporary youth. What looked like a bone age of around 20 years old had caused them to cultivate into the stomach of a dog for the past 100 years. Get out! Yi Chen dropped a single word. Boom! The duo instantly slammed down from the sky onto the ship. It smashed right through the deck, dropping down into the cabin and kneeling under the ship. Surprisingly, just one word caused them to fall to both knees and suffer trauma. Put. One after another. A mouthful of old blood was sprayed out, and their faces became a few shades paler. What terrible pressure. What the hell is this? Surprisingly, it instantly caused both of us to suffer heavy injuries. I didn't think I'd know how much weight I had the moment I showed up after not leaving the Elder Hall for 50 years. This son is too terrifying. It's not too much to call him the strongest in the world. Don't stop him. We can't stop him. But if we let him kill the two Japanese protectorate elders like this, I'm afraid we'll get into big trouble. A lot of people will die in the war. That's just it. It's not something we can stop anymore. We've done our best. The two felt the pressure dissipate from their bodies. It was only then that he shuddered and flew into the air. floating dozens of meters behind Yi Chen watched this scene. Don't dare say another word. Chapter 130, Destroying a City with the Flick of a Finger. Supreme Power. It was a full half hour before they were tortured to death. Even at the moment of death, it was still a little hard to believe that he had planted himself here. It's like the Three Kingdoms. Guan Yu was defeated, and none of Cao Cao's men dared pursue him, because they knew that by killing Guan Yu, they were offending Liu Bei. Instead, Lu Meng, a general under Zhou Yu, had to kill Guan Yu. In the end, Lu Meng was given death by Zhou Yu, but even so it still invited Liu Bei's vengeful army as a result, and in the hearts of both of them, they are as Guan Yu is, at least status-wise, and Yi Chen is like Lu Meng. It's a real rash, killing them off, to his death. He couldn't understand how Yi Chen dared to do this. Yi Chen grabbed both of their souls and threw them into the abyss. There was a 3-meter-tall beast waiting for them there. It was only at this time that they realized what a terrifying big brother Yi Chen was. That's heaven. That's the supreme spirit. It was the presence of unspeakable horror. It is in charge of life and death, yin and yang, and all the paths are in its hands. After resolving these two people, Yi Chen rose 8,000 meters into the air. As he traveled upward, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker at an alarming rate. Boom, click, thunder and lightning. Yi Chen stood there, looking in the direction of the Japanese moving city. It seems to be able to see everything at a glance across 1,000 kilometers. Moving City is the second largest city in Japan, with a total population of 10 million. Looking at the huge, bustling city, Yi Chen raised his hand, and drones are filming his every move at this time. Those who saw this scene at the moment were wondering what he was doing. Why are you suddenly looking towards the sea? Even the two protectorate elders were curious. What the hell is Yi Chen up to? Only Yi Chen's index finger was bent. It then bounced off. Boom! The terrifying sound of the concussion affected the surrounding area with a diameter of 5,000 meters. The dark clouds in the sky were all shaken upwards, and from above the dark clouds, it looked as if a mushroom cloud had sprung up. Extremely spectacular. All in situ almost generated a megaton of TNT equivalent concussive energy. And this has been Yi Chen's general convergence. Otherwise nothing is taken into account. This time the entire sea capital would have to completely collapse, and this terrifying blow turned into a materialized golden color, crossing the sky at unimaginable speed. It swept across the sea, even at a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers, still causing the sea to cut a ditch. It then crashed hard into the center of the moving city. Boom! The entire city collapsed in an instant. It's like the end of the world has come, not giving anyone a chance to react at all. They all died together. The powerful tremors have even caused some houses farther away from the outskirts of the city to collapse instantly. The number of deaths caused is unimaginable. The entire city was destroyed in a radius of 100 kilometers. Not even a single tile was left. The depth of the collapse is up to 2,800 meters. Take the shape of a plate. It's like being hit by a super meteorite. It could be said that just this strike, the entire city of moving will completely disappear from the map in the future. No more of this bustling city, destroying a large city across 1,000 kilometers with the snap of a finger. This was Yi Chen's strength. One thing is certain. It will be one of the deepest and largest freshwater lakes in the world. Yi Chen only slightly projected and knew how many people had died in total this time when he snapped his fingers with a little force. 1,447,902. But even if it destroys so many lives, he also remained calm, and thought of it as getting a little interest back. After all, it's kind of a world feud. Not to mention the fact that these people are nothing more than sprinkles to him. At the time of the flood, life was countless. The megabillions of cultivators from the various clusters that he had exterminated were just a fraction of a fraction, so he didn't bat an eyelid. Not the slightest mood swing appeared. It was as casual as swatting a mosquito, and didn't look at it again. Casually casting a bloodline spell to kill. All of the relatives and descendants of those two people within the 9 clans were hiccuped. It then landed on the ship. The two major guardians at this moment and the people in the command room, they didn't see a city being destroyed. You can't even see it from 1,000 kilometers away. However, they saw the terrifying power that erupted from Yi Chen's body. They could imagine if Yi Chen wasn't standing at a height of 8,000 meters. The shock of that perimeter just now could directly destroy a district. The two were well behaved and stood aside. The two old men had never honored a man like they did today. However, Yi Chen made them respect him from the bottom of their hearts. It was mainly Yi Chen's approach and how powerful he was. They didn't want Yi Chen to kill the Japanese protectorate elder, but that's from the state doctrine. Psychologically, they could be happy to see those two scumbags dead. Yi Chen's this killing made them ache. It's just a shame that there's bound to be big trouble afterward. That's a given. The protectorate elder is the bottom line. Once killed by the other side, only a national war can quell it. They can already imagine a war coming. We take our leave. There was no choice but to endure the pain in his knees and quickly return to the elder hall. Gotta get better. They'll still be needed for the big battle that's likely to happen soon afterward. Yi Chen casually waved his hand, and together with Yuan Shao AI, he instantaneously arrived in the command room. It was there in just a split second. Yuan Shao AI floated quietly, then woke up. Dad! It wasn't until she called out for her father and jumped into Dr. Yuan's arms that the crowd reacted. Mr. Yi is truly a man of God. It is a great fortune to see Mr. Yi's might today. Mr. Yi is mighty, the number one strongest person in Xia. The crowd has been patting themselves on the back with your words in mind. It might be bragging to others, but it couldn't be overstated for Yi Chen. After all, the 4 great protectorate elders were all easily subdued by Yi Chen. 2 of the Japanese elders were directly killed. Wasn't this proof of Yi Chen's terror? There was no longer any human powerhouse in the Great Summer that could be compared to it. At least that's what they think. Thanks to Mr. Yi for saving my daughter. Dr. Yuan was so excited that he didn't know what to say. His woman is the only important family he has left in his life. It was as important to him as life. And Yi Chen saved his daughter. He was naturally extremely grateful. If it wasn't for his age, he would have really wanted to call out to his godfather. Please accept my obeisance. If you don't mind, my daughter will marry you. Let's talk about each other. He had the idea. Only Yi Chen didn't care about this and casually waved his hand. All his later words were blocked out. It's not good enough to say anything more. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I really don't know if I can survive without you. Thank you. Yuan Shao AI said with a face full of gratitude. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen became different. Tall, handsome and strong. This kind of man should be the type that every woman can't resist. It's okay, Yi Chen said flatly. Didn't care for that aspect. Saving her was nothing more than a matter of course. He just wants to kill bonobos now. Mr. Yi, I don't know if you have a marriage partner? Yuan Shao AI asked tentatively. In her thoughts it was that since Yi Chen had saved her life, then of course she had to give her body in return. After all, she couldn't think of any other way to repay her other than this. Yi Chen hadn't answered yet. Yuan Shao AI then said, if Mr. Yi doesn't mind, I'm willing to repay you with my body. Don't worry, I'm over 18. She was already blushing when she said this, and deliberately emphasized that she was over 18. The people in the audience were in a daze. Dr. Yuan, as her father, suddenly felt impressed with his daughter. This courageous way of going for love is simply amazing. He didn't expect his daughter to be so brave. Surprisingly, she directly confessed to Mr. Yi and wanted to give her body to him. Is this the way to repay a benefactor? It's written as revenge. But daughter, Dad's got your back. Dr. Yuan had instantly thought of names for his grandchildren. Can't help but all get a little excited. If I could have such a son-in-law, I would have no regrets in death. Yi Chen looked at the delicate girl in front of him. Yuan Xiaoai inherited her dad's traits. To be frank, her dad is still so handsome in his 40s. She's not bad at being a daughter. Naturally, barely 1 in 1,000. Coupled with her age, she is naturally both innocent and lively. It was a pity that Yi Chen was used to seeing too many beautiful women. It's not like he's ever been interested in any woman. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally. I don't care about women. I'm not interested in women. You're young, the world has better waiting for you. Get some rest. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, Yi Chen said. A step was then taken to directly disappear. Yuan Shao AI was a little down in the dumps. Bravery once for introversion in this life. Once you meet Yi Chen, you'll be mistaken for life. Apart from Yi Chen, which other person in this world could make her heart flutter? The news of the outright destruction of the second largest city in Japan certainly could not be concealed, especially since they were the first to know at the top of their internal hierarchy. Many people were sent to the rescue, but only to save the people in the collapsed houses around them. As for the inside of the big pit, forget it. Don't waste your time. This level of destruction can't be gouged down to the crumbs. They are investigating what exactly caused it in the first place. The news was blocked at first, but how could it be blocked later? Various news of the destruction of the moving city spread. Almost within a day the whole world knew about it. The first thing the Japanese suspected was a space meteorite. The kind of disaster that seems to exist only in science fiction movies. But in reality there are real cases. For example, that great dinosaur extinction tens of millions of years ago. It's a huge meteorite impact about 10 kilometers in diameter. The direct extermination of a widespread racial system. Chapter 131, the third largest consortium's direct lineage. The Crew family's wrath. But someone soon debunked that statement, because there were no traces of flames from the meteorite's impact to be found. So there was speculation about an earthquake collapse and so on. Some even suspect a nuclear strike. After all, the Japanese, who had a pretty good little life, had suffered such an attack at one point. The shadows of the large mushrooms are fresh in my mind, and the one that can strike them on such a wide scale. Also, there are reasons to have strength. It seems like it's just Da Xia across the street, and that one single player. They all have the strength to grow mushrooms for themselves, but then again, doesn't contain a bit of radiation, and how could it be growing mushrooms? If it was, the satellites would have captured the big mushrooms in the first place, but it didn't. Predictably, this can also be ruled out. Just as the speculation debate rages on, the Japanese executives gathered at a long table for a meeting, also fretting over this. In particular, they also received the death of the two major protectorate elders who were on a secret mission in Dacia. This is not a serious matter. That's the protectorate elder dead. Absolutely no mercy, especially since the protector elder just died. Their second largest city was devastated. This is intriguing. To say it has nothing to do with Dacia, a dog wouldn't believe it. Baka, dead, 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 dead. How dare you kill our protector elder? You really deserve to die. I suggest that they be countered immediately. With our extermination-grade weapons, we must give them color. Let them know that they're not the only ones with high-powered weapons. A 3-star admiral said angrily. Yes, war. It must be war. Can't stand it. Absolutely can't stand it. A dog can't stand it. Go to war. Your Highness. The eyes of the crowd went to the Japanese king on the main seat. He just pressed his hand slightly and everyone shut up to listen to him. There's an old saying in Dacia called Woe to the East. They killed the best spatial superpowers of the current generation of the full-blooded Omikuru family. The Crew family won't take kindly to that. You have to realize that the Crew family is more than just a family made up of superpowered people. They have even passed on a great long history of over 300 years. It's even the third largest consortium in the world, possessing riches beyond compare. In the military, in business, in power, all possess unimaginable energy. If the Crew family mobilizes its forces to go all out against Dacia, even they have to suffer a huge economic impact. It's even likely to go down in flames as a result. That's what we want. I would therefore suggest that the Crew family be informed of this at once. Their full-fledged superpower, Crusoe, was killed by the Daxamites. The corpse is gone. I'm sure they're going to storm out. We'll sit back and watch. The Protector Elder's revenge must be avenged. Of course, but it has to be taken one step at a time. We'll send in our troops after the Crew family has made them genuflect, and we can even unite with Omi. The crowd nodded as he spoke. There was a bright light in all the eyes. I have to say, it does work. It can be said that the army is bloodless. It would put the world's third largest consortium in complete opposition to Dacia. Indeed, it was better than if they just went ahead and did it now. Go on, the great king's way. Hey, hey, hey. One by one, they all showed their understanding in the words of their country. Dacia at the moment, although the lights and colors, can be said to be joyful, comparable to the spring festival. Lots of people drinking and setting off firecrackers and stuff. It was a joyous celebration. Even put on a good luck zone. Every face was filled with excitement and happiness. It seems to be more of a pleasure than a promotion or a raise. And all of this is of course due to the complete destruction of the second largest city in Japan. Moji. Deaths up to about 10 million. What's the concept? It's the already small population that adds to the problem. Devastating blow to their economy. Everyone is speculating whether it's a twisted human nature or a moral failing. It's really a self-inflicted disaster. And the only one who guessed or even knew what was really going on, it was only those who saw Yi Chen's video command room. They had seen Yi Chen launch a strike in the direction of the sea with their own eyes. That light golden-colored terrifying strike was unimaginable. Although it was under a dark cloud and super fast, it disappeared in an instant. However, through the video slowdown, they could still see Yi Chen's striking process, and it was precisely after he struck that blow, the sky over Haida trembled. Meanwhile, the city of Moving, thousands of miles away, was destroyed outright. Isn't this coincidence a little too coincidental? To say that Yi Chen didn't do it, a dog wouldn't believe it. Zhou Jiagua just learned about it and blocked the matter at the first opportunity. Everyone who saw the scene was warmed up by him as quickly as he could bring his troops to the door and nicely asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. Finally, all drone footage was deleted. That's what finally put me at ease. After all, the video is the key. People's words are just empty words. Who will easily believe it? As to why it was done, he was mainly afraid that someone would find Yi Chen in trouble. Disturbing Yi Chen's silence, that's a serious consequence. As for whether or not there will be a satellite shot, that's impossible, because at that time, the sky over Haidu was affected by Yi Chen's aura, and the clouds were thick with lightning and thunder. Satellites can't even capture what's going on. It was only Zhou Jiangwo who had just finished taking care of everything and was sitting on the transporter looking out the window at the scenery. That's when I finally had the presence of mind to relax. Mr. Yi is truly terrifying. to directly destroy a city. How powerful it must be. I had thought that Mr. Yi was just talking at the time. I didn't think it would actually destroy the moving city. It's unbelievable. That's over 10 million people. Just gone. It's too powerful. Too scary. Mr. Yi is really a deity. But then again, it's a damn relief. And only a big egotist like Mr. Yi wouldn't care about repercussions or anything. To be as uninhibited as you want to be is admirable. Zhou Jiangwo was overwhelmed with emotion. He had been shocked by Yi Chen's strength more than once and again. When he thought that was already Yi Chen's limit, Yi Chen would once again refresh his perception, breaking his definition of the world. It turns out that there really are people who can do things like break all the rules with their power. All are ants in the face of absolute strength. In his heart, he could not help but respect and worship Yi Chen even more. A proper little fan. Dr. Yuan was even more emotional. He had guessed before that the slap from the Tianshan Gates Grand Canyon was not Yi Chen's limit, but guessing was guessing. Yi Chen was also supposed to use some force. He definitely didn't expect Yi Chen to exert any force at all, compared to the 30 square kilometers of large palm prints at the time. Mr. Ye's strike actually destroyed a large city, and it still doesn't look like it's at full strength. It's just outrageous open the door to outrageous to the core. How terrifying the energy released this time should be. I'm afraid the known available instruments simply can't measure it. Mr. Yi deserves to be Mr. Yi. There is no longer any power in the entire world that can stop Mr. Yi. In this era, Mr. Yi shall be invincible. He shook his head inside at the thought. He then looked in the direction of the Japanese. Let's hope you guys know what's good for you. Otherwise it might actually sink into the ocean forever. Chapter 132 already crossed that realm. And naturally, a wave of total destruction of a major city can't go away that quickly. After all, this is a kind of multi-million-dollar megacity. 100 kilometers in a circle collapsed. According to calculations, even if all present-day nuclear weapons were gathered together and exploded, it would be far from producing this effect. The relevant investigations are ongoing. All sorts of high-tech instruments, even the best physicists and scientists are present, just to explore exactly what kind of energy is causing this. From the direction in which this pit slopes, probably hit from that direction of Daxia as well. Sure, it has not been possible to determine what kind of weapon it is because there is not enough evidence. Anyway, the first suspect is definitely Daxia. Of course, it could be a meteorite or something. It's just possible that the circumstances didn't result in burn marks. After all, the world is a big place. No one dares to say until they have the results completely. Let's just say that Daxia is the first suspect. The second is a meteorite. Everyone else can step to the side. The second largest consortium in the United States and the third largest in the world. The Crew Family Consortium. At the moment it was located in a huge estate covering 5 square kilometers along the coast. This is the family core of the Crew family. This huge manor house has a long history of almost 300 years. The entire manor is unimaginably luxurious. All the plants are all among the rarest in the world. All of them are rare plants of grade 1 or higher. Not only that, but the floor tiles are made of alabaster. The iron gates are made of solid gold. Even the fish in the lake are 15-meter whale sharks, and a 30-meter blue whale. It's also perhaps the only family in the world to be able to keep blue whales in a pond on their property. If it weren't for the fact that the lake covers an area of 1 kilometer and is over 300 meters deep, there is no way to keep a big fish like this. Just roll over a few times and you'll have to crash. And of course, more importantly, the food had to be krill. The minimum purchase price for a pound is $70. It costs $5 million a day just to feed this one whale. Hardly a fish to feed a shrimping fleet. If that's not enough to describe how rich the Crew family is. A layer of gold tiles on the floor in that estate house. The pillars are also made of pure gold, and a golden statue of solid gold. These casually add up to hundreds of tons of gold. Much higher than all the gold up and down many small countries. Plus the murals on the walls that are over 200 or 300 years old or more. It's just thousands or hundreds of millions of dollars a painting. Just this manner to take to sell a discount after at least say also want 5 billion knives above. This is the underbelly of the Crew family, the third largest conglomerate in the world. And at this moment, inside the great hall of the Crew family, an old blonde man with curly hair walked over. He is the quintessential man of great beauty. Hawkish nose, blue eyes, blonde hair, though the face is fine, but the wrinkles showed his not so young age. And he was none other than the 5th generation head of the Crew family. Crew Cloud lived over 150 years, and in front of him there were dozens of chairmen of various industrial branches of the Crew family. It's almost all gathered here. Some of them are untamed and young, some are calm and dignified. In short, all kinds of personalities, but none of them are the best of the best in the direct line of the Crew family. Father, my son he? At this moment, a blond old man below who was in his 80s or 90s looked at Kruyun with eyes flashing with tears, and he was Crusoe's real father. It was also the real son of the 5th generation of the old family, Kru Yun, named Kru Fanxing. He is a very senior member of the family and heads the most important commercial capital investment group in Chemical Street. That's right, it's been confirmed. Crusoe is dead. My good grandson, he's dead. Killed. No bones left. The only trace left was a trace of his blood. It's still being assayed. If it can be finalized, then he must have died on a cruise ship that had not yet been launched from a shipyard in the great summer sea capital. My poor grandson is merely completing a mission sent by the family for his promotion to level 4 superpower. As a result, I didn't expect to die in a foreign land. My sweet grandson. Krun was trembling with anger, his hand tightly gripping the golden staff made of pure rare metal in his hand. Even the sturdy and incomparable staff was actually pinched out by the spatial pressure coming from within his palm. You can see the anger inside him. My son, Kruftian Star hissed in pain. How is it possible to be calm about this experience of a father and son separated by the yin and yang? The crowd was so affected by his emotions that they couldn't help but bow their heads in silence. It took a good few moments for him to get much better. There was an unstoppable killing intent in his eyes. Even the space around him became a little more oppressive. Strong spatial power was released. Surprisingly, it was a terrifying level 4 superpower, and it's a level 4-9. It is important to realize that the levels of superpowers and martial arts correspond, though the terms are not quite the same, but the numbers are basically about the same. Martial artists are categorized into external strength, internal strength, and grandmaster, and each realm is further divided into beginner, minor, major, and peak, while grandmasters are categorized into 1 to 9 grades. Superpowers are level 1, level 2, and level 3, with each realm subdivided into beginner, minor, major, and peak, and level 4 is divided into grades 1 through 9. Of course, for some that didn't break through to a higher realm but were stronger than the normal peak, it is further subdivided into half steps. Let's say a half-step sovereign, a half-step grand sovereign. It's just that there are generally fewer of these, so they're not categorized into realm divisions overall. And Kru Fanxing's strength was rank 4, 9th grade. That is to say, it corresponds to the 9th grade Grandmaster. To be able to become a level 4, grade 9 supernaturalist at the age of 80 or 90 was naturally gifted. And his son, Crusoe, was already a level 4 first-class superpower at less than 40 years old. It's even more unimaginably talented. It would have been a long way to go. As a result, I didn't realize that now the yin and yang are separated. I'm going to kill the murderers. I'm going to kill them myself. How dare they kill my son? I won't let them go. Whoever it is must die. If you dare to kill my Kru Fanxing's son, you will have to pay the price in blood. Kru Fanxing's gaze was like a knife. The bloodthirsty killing intent could not be concealed. It was no longer possible to restrain myself. You calm down. Krun slammed him on the shoulder, suppressing the restlessness in his body easily, afraid that he would lose control of his power and destroy the place. After all, this was the base camp of the Kru family, and if one of their own destroyed it, they would be laughed to death. At this moment, Kru Fanxing was shocked in his eyes when he calmed down. There was shock in his eyes as he looked at his father. Krun, father, have you already crossed into that realm? Crufts couldn't believe it, because just now his father, Krun, had beaten him back from his fury almost instantly. You know he could already be a level 4 9th grade superpower. No one else in the class can do it, but his father, Krun, did. One has to wonder if he has broken through to a higher level. Chapter 133, Level 5 Superpower. Terrifying as it is? The energy of the third consortium. Krun didn't rush to answer. Instead, he looked to the crowd. I have an announcement to make here today. Your family head, Krun, have officially crossed over into level 5, becoming a level 5 first grade superpower. When he said that, his voice became a little bit higher. All of the members of the Kru family present revealed looks of ecstasy. Oh, my God, this can't be true. What a heavenly surprise. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being the head of the family, setting a precedent that has never been seen before in my Kru family. Even by karma, my Kru family will be stronger. The Kru family is number 1 in the world. From now on even the second largest consortium won't be able to overpower us. It's unimaginable how strong a level 5 superpower is. The crowd was unusually excited, even cheered and danced. All of them were in a good mood by the surprise of this wave of heaven, because breaking through level 5 is just too hard. It was important to realize that within these decades not only the Grand Masters, but even the level 4 superpowers were almost all closed. It's because of the knowledge of the horrors of modern weaponry. With the position of the family consortium, it is difficult to counteract a country without controlling the empire. Therefore it is necessary to gain more strength with oneself. For example, breaking through the constraints of a level 4 superpowered person to reach a level 5 superpowered person. Only this step is too difficult. Just as it was as hard as heaven for any 9th grade Grandmaster to go further. In the decades of accumulated breakthroughs, There had been quite a few ninth-grade grandmasters, but none of the ones that have appeared inside so far have broken through. It's not that they're too good, it's that breaking through is too hard. Kroon breaks through to a level 5 first-class superpower. It would be equivalent to being completely above the great masters. It was a whole new realm that was unknown, one that has not been explored by previous generations, at least since records began. Exactly how strong is simply unimaginable. I'm afraid even a high-powered weapon can't hurt. Father, just how strong are you today? Kru Fanxing looked at his father, expectantly. He'd been stuck until level 5 for almost a decade. He really wanted to know what the scenery was like for a level 5 superpower. Who does not desire to become strong? Only their own strength is the capital Ah. Not only him, everyone looked at Kru Yun. All want to know how scary it is when they reach this realm. Kroon's mouth curled into a smile. Then just by taking a single step he had reached the outside of the manor's great hall. The crowd then followed. The scepter in Kroon's hand pointed to the sky. A wave of golden light then formed a terrifyingly huge square. Kroon's eyes crossed. A fierce downward swing. It seemed to be using all its power. The golden cube then smashed down from a height of 300 meters. Boom! The earth below was smashed out of a deep pit 30 meters long and 10 deep. The crowd was shaken and stumbled backward. Even the entire palace was shaken. If it wasn't for the fact that Kroon had used the power of space and time to block the aftermath, I'm afraid the power of this blow will cost the entire estate. It's not so much that the house collapsed, but the precious porcelain, paintings and other things inside will be shattered. What a horrible destructive force. Such horrific destructive power is already comparable to the largest high-powered aerial bombs. That's right, it's even better than ever. Your thing is much more powerful. I didn't realize it was so powerful above a level 4 superpowered person. This is incredible. Level 5 superpowers are scary as hell. Even by karma. It's so powerful. The crowd was in a flurry of exclamations. Rejoice in the strength of the householder. They believe in such strength. Even the most powerful opponents will bow down, because no archmage could survive a direct hit from such a heavy blow. Not to mention the fact that they were all superpowers who controlled space. It also restricts the opponent while controlling the space to smash down. In this way, the other party could not escape the bombardment range at all. Once smashed, there is only death. Father, you are too strong. I can't even imagine how shocked those 9th grade grandmasters would be to see your strength. We supernaturals are the most powerful beings in this world. Cruftian Star said happily, even somewhat forgetting that his son hiccuped. After all, if a son dies, he can be born again. He's old and strong anyway. The breakthrough in the peak strength of the family was the main thing. Of course, it's important to avenge your son's death. Father, my son Kru Fanxing hadn't finished his sentence. You don't need to say anything. From now on all of my Kru family's industries will all snipe at Daxia. From now on, as long as they don't hand over the murderer, the Kru Consortium, will not stop. I'd like to see if they're going to bail out the murderer or hand him over. I just want to show the world that in front of my Kru Consortium, even Daxia has to bow down. Kroon exclaimed in a high, impassioned voice, full of unrivaled confidence. This was the confidence that inflated him after his strength breakthrough. He had a feeling that there was hardly any left in the world that could threaten him, unless nuclear weapons are used against him. Unfortunately, as the third largest consortium, there are people in the military, business, and power. All three. Anyone who wants to nuke him, it will all be known to him first. So, with the nukes removed, no one can hurt him anymore. He can naturally rest on his laurels. Long live the householder. Family master is mighty. The crowd applauded. Go ahead. Snipe the Daxia economy and make them hand over the people. Kroon's voice carried impassioned from afar. Simply a natural infectious orator. Yes, master of the house. At once, everyone went about their business. The Kru family is the third largest consortium in the world. The size of the assets and funds under control is up to 20 trillion knives, second only to the second consortium's 30 trillion knives, as well as the even more mysterious first consortium of 60 trillion knives. But it's rumored that the first consortium is much more than that, only they are more mysterious. Without being obvious, the initial estimate is 60 trillion knives. It can be downright scary as hell. Of course these are not referring to pure cash. Rather, all assets are added together. No one knows exactly how much pure cash there is. The three consortia are too mysterious. No one dared to expose them to anything relevant, because the next day it all strangely evaporates. That's why the Kru Foundation's sniping of Daxia had a huge impact at the beginning. Daxia's stock market plummeted. Many people have smelled a crisis in the Daxia stock market, and all have withdrawn. This has made the stock market turbulent. In just one day, it has already lost 1/10 of its market capitalization. The backdrop to 10th every day. And the Kru Consortium is secretly sending out notices to the top of Daxia. Hand over Crusoe's killers and all those involved. Otherwise the Kru family will continue to snipe at the Daxia stock market. And the embargo has been imposed in various cutting-edge areas. This beginning indeed drew a huge shock from above the whole of Dacia. The grand pavilions in particular smelled a crisis. But at this level of hierarchy, they can no longer speak. The decision can only be made by the presbytery. And the Presbyterian Church today, the second elder and 10th elder positions were both seated. All of them are trusted by the grand elder. Not only that, but 10 new elder seats have been added. The new additions were naturally the 10 super-existences that had awakened after the Great Summer had already been in seclusion for several decades. They were all honorary protector elders of Great Xia, 10 in all. It represented one of the peak martial arts powers of the Grand Xia. Around the huge round table, the crowd sat down. The Crew family is sniping at my Dacia economy in full force. The purpose is to find the murderer of Crusoe, the direct descendant of the Crew family. What do you think? The Grand Elder introduced the topic and said, Chapter 134. It was that presence that did it. Okay, that's fine. The world isn't peaceful anymore these days, and it's rumored that Demay's side is already developing weapons that can be specifically used against Grandmasters, and there are already results emerging. This time Mo Changkong of the Mo family was injured by a Barrett armor-piercing bullet. It didn't penetrate the skin, but the powerful kinetic energy almost injured the bones of his hand. To be able to cause damage to a Grandmaster of his level, that also means that as long as the caliber is large enough, even a 9th grade Grandmaster would have to be injured if caught off guard. I have to sigh. In the world after a few decades, the Archons have indeed become stronger, but modern weapons have become even stronger. Omi has become more and more resigned to his loneliness. The Protectorate 10 elders said, their faces grave. He did not say anything about the third consortium issue mentioned by the Grand Elder. Rather, it is a matter of speaking out about the huge problems that exist in this area. It's a problem that could be worse than a full-blown economic sniping by the third consortium. Although Dacia has some crushing weapons, let's say Dr. Yuan is working on, or has worked on, something successful. But Great America is, after all, a leader in technology. They have too much of an advantage. If it's all laid out in plain sight, it's hard to just overpower them. After all, as of now, the explicit strength of Dacia was weaker than them. Hearing his words, the other Protectorate elders were all staring at him. They were all Protectorate elders, and they had thought that they would be able to impact that level after decades of seclusion. As a result, I didn't expect it to be successful. This made it so that even though they had all achieved the 9th grade Grand Master, however, in this case, modern technological weapons have instead distanced them. If it is in a future collision with Great America, a few powerful people were suppressed, and that wasn't good news. After all, there are a lot of powerful superpowers on Omi's side. There are also many martial artists. This is under the elimination of the other. Once the high end of the battle force on your side is lost, stronger opponents can then go around destroying things like nobody's business. So in the midst of today's current war of nations, the rank and number of strongmen is also important. Not that one would necessarily be overwhelmed and destroyed with modern weapons. It is important to realize that in the midst of sudden attacks and localized wars, only the strongest are able to quickly turn the battle around and deal heavy blows to the other side. Therefore the cooperation between strong people and large armies is almost an indispensable part of future wars. Omi is indeed undefendable. But Dr. Yuan's place has made a breakthrough in the mecha worn by martial artists. I believe it won't take long to be used for Grandmasters. The defense will then be raised by several levels. At that point it would be difficult for even the newer weapons of Great America to really do any damage. The third elder said. He is still extremely aware of this aspect. Otherwise why was it that as soon as he heard that Dr. Yuan's daughter could only be saved by a 9th grade Grandmaster perhaps, hurriedly, he sent 2 Protectorate elders without stopping. This shows the importance attached to Dr. Yuan. And naturally, Dr. Yuan deserves them. Well, Dr. Yuan is indeed a talented person. A blessing for my Dacia. The Grand Elder nodded. There was a small smile on his face at the mention. At least Dr. Yuan's daughter is fine, which is indeed good news to be happy about. As for the economic sniping of the Crew Consortium, it's not just to force us to hand over the murderer. They want beauty. It's just some financial loss. Besides, is that being something we can hand over just because we want to? The 9th elder of the Protectorate said. At the end of the day he felt horror at the direct thought of the man. The 10 elders of the Protectorate beside him also nodded heavily. The 2 of them were the 2 Protectorate elders who had gone to the Haida to rescue Yuan Xiaowei at that time. It was only because the 2 of them were almost nullified by a single sentence from Yi Chen because of their blind coinage. That monstrous pressure could not be resisted by ordinary people. Even their combined strength of 2 9th grade Grandmasters was instantly secured by Yi Chen without even moving. Just outrageous. Moreover, at that time, they didn't know that Yi Chen's strike had actually destroyed the second largest city in Japan. Moving city. Hundreds of kilometers in a radius collapsed, causing the destruction of millions of people. This power of terror is outrageous. It was definitely completely above the great masters. They have no concept of exactly how much they have exceeded. The main thing is that I haven't even touched the threshold to know how strong it really is. All in all, very strong is right. Any ninth grade Grand Master would be seconded. Facing such a character and handing him over? Isn't that like shooting a lantern in the toilet, looking for death? They are totally unaware of the awesomeness of the one. It's only when the crew consortium actually goes up against it that they realize what kind of presence they've encountered. The crew consortium is rich, but they don't really have any strong people to match it. 9 deaths for going against it, the 9 elders of the protectorate exclaimed. With that terrifying destructive power of Yi Chen, even going so far as to completely wipe the crew family off the map, he believed. People have the power. Ignore your so-called money powers and superpowers, because in the face of absolute strength, all of this has to be reduced to flying dust. And that being mentioned by the 2 protectorate elders was not named. This caused the other 8 protectorate elders to listen to the clouds in a somewhat confused manner. You two are strange. How is it that you just got out of the gate and all the fervor of the year is gone? To be able to fear even you guys so much. I'm curious as to who he is, and what kind of a person he really is. The second elder of the protectorate was puzzled. Although there are high and low 9th grade Grand Masters, the strong ones can even hit 3 in 1. But if one is bent on running and trying to kill each other, both need to pay a terrible price. Therefore the elders are ranked according to their strength though. However, no one would overlook the strength of the protectorate's 10th elder and 9th elder. It was able to make both of them so fearful. How terrifying a being must this be? Even if it's not a big shot with sole military power, that should also be strong beyond imagination. Come on, what have you guys been through? How come you've just gotten out of customs on a trip and you're like this? Yes, in the past you were spirited. Even decades ago when you were in seclusion that was also full of enthusiasm. Why are you atrophied now? That's not like you guys anymore. The you guys I know wouldn't fear any being. Who on earth could make you cower like that? Tell us. The other protectorate elders couldn't help but ask. It's really curious and bad, but these two froze and didn't reveal a word. Keep talking about the one presence. Unspeakable. The Grand Elder should know what I mean, right? The protectorate's 10th elder looked at the Grand Elder tentatively. He didn't tell the Grand Elder about Yi Chen. Mostly he didn't know what to say. I wonder if anyone will believe it. After all, one man's power to that extent had seemed too much of a stretch in the past. Hit nuke damage at will. And it was much more than that, because it was 100 kilometers of damage. Even if you pan the big guy that lunatic threw down back in the day, it's still just a little Karamundi. 1,000 more wouldn't have that kind of destructive power. Don't overestimate nuclear weapons. Widespread destructive power against buildings might be fine, but the damage to the earth is very limited. Didn't that lunatic nuke the reservoir? It also turned out to be a small crater over 400 meters in diameter and over 100 meters deep. Compared to this Yi Chen, it was completely worthless. The claim that all the nukes together could destroy the world is just basically destroying humanity itself. For Blue Star that's just a little karami, the same as scratching an itch. Therefore, he was also testing whether the Grand Elder knew about Yi Chen. After all, Zhou Jiagua had already approached him with a gag order. Naturally, he wouldn't say. First, he tried to find out if the Grand Elder understood this terrifying existence of Yi Chen. It was logical that as the Grand Elder who owned the Department of the Secret Service, it should be impossible not to know of this existence. The Grand Elder looked into his eyes and then seemed to understand something. A heavy nod. Phew, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Calm down. Shaky hands are normal. He had to be calm, because everything that mattered to Yi Chen was incredible. Somewhat shakily, he took out a cigarette and smoked it to calm down. If he had only slightly guessed before that the collapse and destruction of the moving city with no survivors could possibly be Yi Chen's doing. After all, that big slap of his could still be in the Grand Canyon of the mountain gate that day. After a couple of heavy rains over the past few days has filled up with water coming up to form a huge handful of lakes. Therefore Yi Chen possessed such destructive possibilities, but it's just barely there. But now he was sure from the Protectorate 10 Elders' fearful gazes that it was Yi Chen who had done it. He went so far as to destroy a major city. Millions of people went up in smoke. This is outrageous. Wait, I have to slow down. The first elder took out 2 pills and took them to ease his emotions. This was followed by a full cigarette, which lightened up quite a bit. He admitted that he had already overestimated Yi Chen. It's a man who does nuclear damage at will. 20,000 heavy division in front of him, only instantaneous seconds, ashes to smoke. It is by no means an exaggeration to say that one man can stand up to hundreds of thousands of divisions. And now he wants to say, I'll be damned. Not even with 1 million men. People are destroying millions. It's still a death sentence to come with more troops. He was now finally convinced. Even if he threw that crazy man's collection of big guys to explode in front of Yi Chen, he couldn't do anything to him, because he is not a man, but a god. It's the existence of something beyond the realm of carbon-based organisms, something even more incredible. Pop, since the crew family wants to play, we'll play along. The Grand Elder slammed the table as if he had made some sort of determination. The people were all looking at him. He really thinks that he can fight against the country with just one consortium in his district. Order it down. The top 20 consortiums of Great Xia will join forces together to deal with them. I'd like to see how long they can hold out, the Grand Elder said in a domineering manner. The people all looked at each other. The third elder and the others even just wanted to advise something. Just as he glared back with his eyes and shook his head to give them a wink, they immediately understood the meaning. It was also not without a stutter in his heart. They've also seen the photo video and destructive energy of that big slap in the last 2 days. This look from the Grand Elder meant a lot. How could they not have realized it? It is precisely because I understand that I feel fear. Mobile nuclear arsenals, said Yi Chen, casually hitting nuclear bludgeoning damage. Just ask you if you're afraid? The Japanese, who had a pretty good little life, was the one city he screwed up and completely disappeared off the map, creating one of the deepest artificial lakes. Ahem. Support. We support. That's right. They can play with them if they want to. I'd like to see what waves they can make. The size of those assets they have is so inflated. There's not a lot of money they can actually move. If they want to fight against us, let's see if they have the skills. The unprecedented number of other elders were supportive. Well, in that case let's do it that way. The Grand Elder nodded. That the Japanese moving city was destroyed and 10 million people perished. The outside world rumor is that it was a meteorite that hit it, but there are also people who say that we did it. So what should we do? The Protectorate's second elder asked. As he said this, he couldn't help but have a smile on his lips. Even a body of strength couldn't suppress the smile he couldn't hide. The hatred of those days is not to be forgotten today. It was really heartfelt happiness to hear that they were dying and getting hurt. AK couldn't suppress a laugh either. The others were naturally all smiles, smiling extremely brightly. Usually don't laugh unless they can't help it. When they learned of such a tragedy in Japan, it is really deeply saddening. Couldn't resist donating a whole boatload of 1,000 tons of restaurant paper to them. After all, it's useful when you're hiding under the covers at night and crying. What are you looking at me for? Clip the food. Oh no. Go celebrate. Go. The Grand Elder laughed out loud. The crowd laughed and followed suit. Chapter 135 I am invincible in the world. All below the 5th level are ants. The Crew family sniping wasn't just a joke. Rather, it is an all-out crackdown on the stock market, education, tourism, commerce, and manufacturing. To put it bluntly, it's a hostile takeover shorting the stock market, causing the stock to continue to fall, and possibly even drop until it finally collapses. But it's going to take a process, not all at once. Besides, they'd have to have that kind of money, and a hostile takeover would require real money. With the size of the Crew family's assets, there are a lot of assets, but how much cash can there be? Or at least a big fracture. The acquisition of these alone would be enough to give them a drink. Let them know what it means to be a buddy. It's too deep here for you to grasp. As for other aspects, such as commercial plazas, supermarkets and whatnot, all withdraw from Daxia. Those small and medium business owners could die happy. As the saying goes, food is the people's livelihood, and without you guys it's not going to go against the grain, since the others are out of the market. Wanted to give them a little credit, then naturally they will just be too embarrassed to catch this heaven-breaking riches. As for the various manufacturing industries, that's more than enough. The first few days are pretty impactful. That's right. After all, something breaks for them all at once. It is indeed difficult to find substitutes to fulfill the order, but just post it inside the circle. Whoever can build this for me, I'll immediately hit half the advance. Nice guy. The bosses can put on a full-on brawl for orders. You know that you have to pay money up front to buy those Crew consortium brands. After all, their main focus is a high-end. You pay first and then you get the goods. And when they switch to domestic sales, they only need to pay half of the deposit and someone will rush to supply them. Don't ask me how much, because when you pay the full price half deposit, the factory has been working overtime up to its eyeballs. And so, this so-called sniping did have a huge impact in the beginning, but it stabilized after a few days. Even more bosses emerged to come up with money to invest, and the economy became more vibrant instead. The chairman of the Crew Consortium's major industrial division was confused. What's with this economic war on our own bones? Without so many customers, that's a lot of money to lose. There are so many people to pay. Go drink the wind out of your sails. No amount of money can withstand this for long. A few days later a group of Crew family executives sat down for a discussion. Daxia seems unwilling to hand over the murderer. And even though we've made it clear that we'll stop economic sniping only if we hand over the murderer, they're still unmoved. Why on earth? Don't they care even if the losses are huge? It seems that this person is bound to have a noble identity or extreme strength, which makes them want to take a gamble and not be willing to hand it over, to see what our bottom line is and whether we can fight them to the end. Herr Q, what's so noble about it? What's it compared to my Crew family's first line? It's not even worthy of lifting our shoes. No more background is as powerful as my crew family. Telltale. Hair Q. Dacia is determined to make an enemy of my crew family. The crowd was righteously indignant. You have a word for it, but you hate what Dacia is doing. Being the third largest consortium in the world, their wealth is unimaginable. If you convert it all to money, it's the equivalent of the total GDP of everyone in Great America for an entire year. That's pretty scary. In addition to the inheritance of 200 or 300 years of long history, naturally, they are extremely inflated. A Dacia that had risen just over 100 years ago had the audacity to make an enemy of their Clue consortium because of the murderer. It's like hitting a lantern in the toilet, looking for death. Everyone be quiet. As soon as Kroon spoke, all the others shut up. Very well, Dacia is very good. Since they won't listen to advice, then let them know how powerful my crew family is. I don't believe that my crew family's total family wealth of 20 trillion swords can't still hurt them. From now on, stop everything else. Concentrate your funds and focus on sniping their stock market. The stock market is particularly important to the economy, and once you fall in that area, it's hard to get up. Okay, we're on it. Also issue me a bounty for anyone who knows who the person who killed my crew family's direct descendant, Cruiser, as long as the evidence is solid. Once it is confirmed, the reward will be $100 billion in cash. Remember, be sure to use my crew foundation's reputation to issue the bounty. Understood. On it. The crowd dispersed. Only Crew Fan Xing and Crew Yun remained. Father, what do you think of Daxia's reaction? They seem to be doing this deliberately, intentionally harboring awe. This person must have a great connection with their internal hierarchy. Or even, if my guess is right, probably their protectorate elder. Only a character of this level could make a move to kill my son while resolving the two Japanese 9th grade grandmasters. Crew Fan Xing's voice trailed off. That's right, at least the top 5 existences of the Protectorate Elders group must make a move, and the number cannot be less than 5. Otherwise there is no chance of success. If that's the case, it's normal for Daxia to harbor it. But even so, none of the murderers can be spared. Aren't they the kidnapped daughters of Dr. Yuan, the first scientist of Daxia? In that case, let's start with his daughter and use some means. It won't be clear who killed her. Of course, it's the next best thing. After all, they are keeping her well protected now. Kroon said, if no one picks up the reward in 2 days to reveal who did it, then I'll have no choice but to tie up his daughter. My son can't die in vain. Zeus has to be buried with him when he comes, and Jesus can't stop it. I say. Corruption Star was righteously indignant. Don't worry, if it comes to that, you go boldly. Father will stand up for you. Looking at the entire Grand Xia, there is no strong person who can match me. The power of a level 5 superpower is not comparable to a district grandmaster. Looking at the entire world, although I can't be called invincible, I'm not afraid of anyone. Kroon was extremely confident. A feeling of having everything under my control. Father, is a 5th level grandmaster really that strong? Corruption Star wondered. He had doubts even though he had seen his father strike before. Son, without entering this realm, you will never be able to imagine the vastness of the world. If a level 5 superpower is the sky, then the Archmage is nothing more than an animal on the ground. There is not a single possibility for an Archon in front of a level 5 superpower. What difference does it make if there are 10 or 100 of them? It's a huge difference in levels. It's a leap of life. I am all but invincible in the world. If I do not fight against my country, who will I fight against? The more he spoke here, the more excited he became, and there was even some feeling that he was going to lose control of himself. It was really because it had taken such a long time to break through to the 5th level of superpowers, and he was excited. Surprisingly powerful? Doesn't that mean that Father alone is enough to fight against all the great masters in the entire Grand Xia? It's so powerful. It's terrifying. Crew Fanxing's face was filled with admiration while yearning for this realm. He was already at the peak of his 4th level superpower. It's only a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough by all accounts, but now it has been stuck at this step. Hearing his father say that, how could he not aspire to it? Don't worry, I'll share the insights with you right away. If you can break through as well, then my crew clan will prosper for 1,000 years. Speaking of which, he had a grandiose layout floating in his mind. Unify the consortium, kick Daxia, punch Great America, dominate the world, and grow the blue planet.